Chu Qianli, a prominent retiree from the Time and Space Management Bureau, unexpectedly found herself transmigrated into the infamous daughter of the Xiang family, a reputation marred by disgrace. Betrayed by her fiancé and sister, her beauty was ravaged, her honor sullied, and her name tarnished. With a cold smile, Chu Qianli resolved to embrace a life of idleness after retirement. Chapter 1. Life endures, retirement persists. In the bitter chill of winter, within a dank dungeon, bound by her wrists and suspended from a blood-stained torture rack, Chu Qianli barely managed to touch the ground with her toes. The coarse hemp rope chafed her delicate wrists, leaving them raw and bleeding. Crimson rivulets traced down her fair arms, saturating her white garment and gliding over her exquisite form, before cascading onto the frigid stone floor beneath her. Chu Qianli, her face alight with malice, brandished a whip and struck fiercely at Chu Qianli. You, a lowly wench raised in the countryside, dare to claim the title of the Xiang family's legitimate daughter and have become betrothed to the third prince, whom I adore. How could I possibly let you go? With each lash, the already bloodied garment of Chu Qianli tore, revealing the pristine, delicate contours of her skin. A glint of cold fury ignited in Chu Qianli's eyes as she discarded the whip, seizing a dagger instead, and spat with venomous envy. A hideous creature marked by red birthmarks, yet possessing such a graceful and exquisite figure. Do you still dream of marrying into the third prince's household? Let me enlighten you. The third prince has long declared that he shall marry no one but me. As the rope was severed, Chu Qianli fell heavily into the pool of her own blood, shattering not only her body, but also the affection she had harbored for years and the bond of sisterhood. I always regarded you as my sister. Had it not been for your mother's origins from the Su family, whose influence in the court is profound, the third prince would not require your assistance in winning hearts. With a fate deemed inauspicious, having caused the demise of your own mother, and coming from a rustic background, what right do you possess to be betrothed to him? Chu Qianli crouched down, a cold smile gracing her lips as she gripped the dagger, subsequently slashing it fiercely across Chu Qianli's cheek. Blood splattered forth, and Chu Qianli let out a piercing scream. Ah! With a face so marred by birthmarks, the difference between this wound and none at all is negligible, yet I find solace in inflicting this pain upon you. Chu Qianli's smile was one of utter satisfaction. Now, the entire world is aware of your engagement to the third prince. Even if it were to be annulled, it cannot tarnish his reputation. Hence, all blame must rest upon you. Chu Qianli stared at Chu Qianli, a profound terror welling up in her eyes. Bring forth the most potent aphrodisiac, administer it to her, and then cast her to those condemned prisoners. Remember, I shall not permit her to leave alive, nor shall a complete corpse remain. Yes, Chu Qianli was forcibly lifted, her mouth pried open, and a bowl of potent aphrodisiac was poured into her stomach before she was unceremoniously thrown into the adjacent room. Inside, 5 men with glinting eyes surged forward, their gazes greedily lingering on Chu Qianli. They had once been bandits, having committed heinous acts against many women, and had a depraved appetite for human flesh. Imprisoned, they awaited their impending doom, yet unexpectedly, they would savor the taste of a noble lady from the residence of the Prime Minister before their demise. Though her face was less than appealing, her figure was undeniably exquisite. With such thoughts, they lunged towards Chu Qianli without hesitation. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Qianli coldly raised the corners of her lips. Let us depart, do not tarnish our eyes. Return later to collect the remains, and perhaps summon more witnesses to behold how my dear sister is inherently dissolute and consorts with others. Understood. As the guards departed, just as the condemned were about to approach Chu Qianli, her tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open, despair and sorrow dissipating, replaced by an icy clarity. Having just regained consciousness, Chu Qianli beheld a man with glowing red eyes lunging toward her, emanating a foul stench and appearing deranged. Instinctively, she delivered a kick that struck him squarely in the chest. The man collapsed to the ground, yet contrary to expectations, he did not fly away. Realizing something was amiss, Chu Qianli felt a sharp pain in her cheek and recognized that her body was nearly incapacitated, lacking even her usual strength. Before she could ponder further, the remaining men, ignited by ferocity, charged at her with lethal intent. Chu Qianli's gaze turned cold as she delivered an elbow strike that shattered the throat of the first man to approach. A murder! Not granting the few remaining men a chance to resist, She systematically dispatched them in turn, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion afterward. Having completed all her tasks and amassed countless riches, she ought to be enjoying a luxurious and leisurely retirement. How then had she ended up here? Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in her mind, and the memories belonging to her original self flooded back. Chu Qianli exhaled softly, forcing herself to stand, and despite her best efforts at composure, she couldn't help but utter a curse. Time and space administration, I curse you to the depths of despair. According to recollection, the original self was the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister of Dongxian Kingdom. However, due to the untimely demise of her mother during childbirth, she was deemed to bring misfortune upon her parents and was subsequently sent to the countryside. Growing up in poverty was not an issue, yet fate took a turn when she inadvertently saved the life of the third prince. This act led to her being brought back to the Prime Minister's residence, where the prince's mother recognized her, recalling that she and the original self's mother had made a marriage pact during their pregnancy, thus petitioning for their union. This situation undoubtedly infuriated the current mistress of the Prime Minister's residence. Unfortunately, the original self was rather naive. She would readily open her heart to anyone who smiled at her, mistakenly believing the mistress daughter, Chu Qianli, to be a close sister. In her misguided attempts to persuade her uncle to support the third prince, she ultimately met a tragic fate, suffering to the point of death. A surge of warmth coursed through her body as Chu Qianli clenched her teeth. The original self had been force-fed an aphrodisiac. Very well indeed. After years of toil, all Chu Qianli desired was a tranquil retirement. Now that she had stepped back from her endeavors, even the mightiest of kings could not thwart her aspirations for a peaceful life in her twilight years. Chapter 2. Fear not. I am not responsible. Chu Qianli felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. In a desperate attempt to suppress the effects of the drug, she pressed her hand against an acupoint, yet the potency of the medicine surged even more aggressively. What kind of concoction had Chu Qianli administered to the original body? With no success in controlling it manually, escaping and seeking a solution became her only option. Glancing around the dungeon, Chu Qianli raised her hand to touch the wall. The dungeon was constructed with remarkable sturdiness and concealment, its small size suggesting it was a private creation. Given such circumstances, it was essential to avoid detection for ease of entry and exit, while also leaving an escape route in case of unexpected events. Indeed, she soon discovered a mechanism hidden within the wall. Prying loose a brick, the wall shifted, revealing a dark passageway. Without hesitation, she stepped inside. As her consciousness began to fade, the effects of the aphrodisiac intensified violently, its inferior quality causing significant harm. It was imperative to resolve the situation swiftly. Fortunately, the exit was not far, but as she emerged, she was nearly toppled by a sudden surge of flames. All around her, charred and desiccated vegetation surrounded her. Flames roaring with ferocity, the heat so intense that it felt as though a mere touch would reduce her to ash. Retreating would mean certain death, and forging ahead posed its own challenges. With a cold, resolute gaze, Chu Qianli bit down hard on her tongue, using the pain to keep her senses sharp. Having traversed countless worlds and witnessed the annihilation of realms, no one would disrupt her serene existence. With that thought fueling her, she summoned all her strength and charged directly into the inferno. In the next moment, the scene before her shifted abruptly. The flames vanished, replaced by a dense, stagnant fog. She took a couple of steps, only to find herself back where she had started. A chaotic five-element formation? Chu Qianli felt a stir in her heart. How could such a complex formation exist here? Never mind, I shall break it first. With focused determination, she began to tread upon an intricate and mysterious path, her figure gracefully advancing towards the heart of the formation. The moment she set foot at its core, the mist dissipated instantly, revealing an open space where a man clad in resplendent crimson lay, utterly oblivious. A man? The effects of the potion surged within her, compelling Chu Qianli to approach without a second thought, her gaze widening in astonishment. The man on the ground was enveloped in a fiery red garment, his tall frame and superb physique strikingly alluring. His raven hair cascaded elegantly onto the ground, and his exquisitely chiseled features were flawless. Beneath his long brows, his eyes remained tightly shut, his high nose and slightly pale lips contributing to an ethereal beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. As the potency of the potion surged once more, Chu Qianli let out a soft moan, her form swaying precariously as she nearly toppled. She glanced at the unconscious man, silently whispering, "I am truly sorry." Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a small hut not far away and exerted great effort to drag the man towards it. It was no simple task to counteract the effects of the drug. With that, she unfastened the man's crimson garment. In the next instant, his tightly shut eyes abruptly flung open, and he felt an unexpected chill on his chest as delicate. Icy hands made contact. The man stiffened, a torrent of murderous intent surging from within him, a chilling and overwhelming aura enveloping the air. Who is it? Hello, young sir. You are awake. I know, you cannot move, can you? Rest assured, I shall swiftly assist you in resolving this predicament. Chu Qianli remained unfazed by the man's imposing presence. Her movements undeterred. She silently swallowed hard, once again extending her heartfelt regards to the Temporal Management Bureau, having been preoccupied with completing her mission and subsequently retiring. She had never engaged in a romantic relationship, remaining a solitary entity for centuries, and now, for the first time, she found herself compelled to exert force against a man. The man, his gaze laden with animosity, fixated on the bloodied Chu Qianli, wishing he could annihilate her with mere eyes, yet his body remained utterly immobilized. Leave. Chu Qianli replied with a smile. I shall depart shortly. Fear not. I assure you, I will not be held accountable. Once the ordeal concluded and the effects of the drug subsided, Chu Qianli exhaled in relief. The man lying on the ground bore a faint blush on his cheeks. His eyes intently fixed on her, his profound gaze imbued with a palpable intent to kill. This woman. A flicker of guilt washed over Chu Qianli as she belatedly realized the gravity of the situation. She reached out to gently close his eyes, a gesture reminiscent of granting peace to the deceased. Dear sir, saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. Should the opportunity arise, I shall repay you handsomely. The man's chest heaved violently twice, his elongated arms straining to rise, ultimately grasping her wrist, only to encounter her bloodied hands. With great effort, he shifted his gaze, finally noticing the ghastly wounds that marred her body, yet she remained unfazed. Chu Qianli, her smile tinged with trepidation, replied, Dear sir, let us converse amicably. You. In the next moment, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his lips, and he abruptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 3. The young man's fate is not yet sealed. Chu Qianli hurriedly felt the pulse of the man, and was immediately struck by astonishment. His pulse was chaotic and feeble to the utmost degree, seemingly on the brink of cessation, clearly a portent of imminent demise. She glanced around the empty room, letting out a sigh. My dear, it is not that I am unwilling to save you. Alas, I am bereft of even a single silver needle, rendering me utterly powerless. After her retirement from the task, all her tools had been reclaimed, leaving her in a predicament akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Very well, I shall tidy you up, allowing you to depart in beauty. You saved my life, and I shall ensure you receive a proper burial. With meticulous care, Chu Qianli wiped away the blood from the man's lips. In a moment of distraction, a drop of blood stained her wrist, followed by a wave of warmth, as a faint phoenix pattern began to materialize on her skin. The blood jade bracelet of the phoenix? You have arrived as well? A profound delight flickered in her eyes. This bracelet had been a serendipitous acquisition, devoid of significant power. Yet it had remained with her as one of her few cherished mementos. In the next instant, the radiance faded, the abrasion on her wrist healed, and the intricately carved blood jade bracelet, depicting a phoenix, adorned her slender arm. With a sense of nostalgia, she reached out to touch it, and in a heartbeat, 9 golden needles manifested in her palm. The blood jade bracelet possesses such a capability? It seemed this young man was indeed not meant to perish. With her thoughts grounded, she grasped the golden needles and plunged them into the unconscious man's body, each needle striking a vital point, penetrating deeply, their tips trembling incessantly. The 9 needles of the ghost gate, each one lethal, in the hands of another, their usage would spell certain death, yet for her, they could bring one back from the brink of oblivion. As the 9 needles descended, Chu Qianli deftly manipulated the golden needles, awakening the vital energy concealed within the man's acupoints. Each movement had to be executed with utmost precision. Any misstep could result in immediate death. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Qianli resolutely withdrew the last needle, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his complexion pallid. His current frail state was indeed a burden, but fortunately, the man's pulse had stabilized. Young sir, I have saved your life. Now you owe me one in return. And we shall part ways, never to meet again. Faint voices drifted from outside. Chu Qianli glanced down at his tattered robe, then picked up the man's crimson cloak to wrap around himself before leaping through the window of the small room. Moments later, the man slowly opened his eyes, sensing the renewed vitality coursing through his body, and was momentarily stunned. Was he not meant to remain in a state of suspended animation for 3 months before regaining movement? Why was he able to move now? At that moment, the guards rushed in, their faces lighting up with astonishment upon seeing the man sitting upright. Master, you can move. Wait, why is the master unclothed? Close your eyes. Yes. The guards quickly turned away, kneeling on the ground. After a brief moment, the man, clad in red, stepped forward, his voice icy and commanding. Find a woman bearing a red birthmark, with a scar on her left cheek. A woman? Master, for these years, every bird around you has been male. How could there possibly be a woman? Who is this woman you seek? Find her, Ling, quickly. 5 years later, in the shadowless valley, a vast courtyard cradles a century-old peach tree, and at this moment in March, the blossoms are in full bloom, clustering together like a sea of delicate pink clouds. Beneath this ethereal canopy, a swing bench dangles from the sturdy branches of the tree, adorned with a fox fur and brocade. A woman clad in white reclines upon it, gently swaying. Her figure is slender and elongated, exuding grace, lying sideways. Her curves become even more pronounced and beautiful. Suddenly, a high-pitched cry breaks the tranquility from above. Mother! A snow-white eagle circles overhead, and as it glides past the courtyard, a diminutive figure leaps from its back. Upon closer inspection, it reveals a cherubic boy, exquisitely crafted like porcelain. Despite plummeting from the air, the boy displays no trace of fear. Instead, he beams with a radiant smile, his large, round eyes shimmering with a hint of rosy brilliance in the dawn light. Just as the boy is about to land, the woman on the swing finally opens her glistening eyes, and in a flash, she appears 3 yards away, catching the boy in her embrace. Thank you, Mother. He looks up, revealing his rosy cheeks and pearly white teeth, his face alight with triumphant joy. Chapter 4. The beginning of a leisurely life with a gentle release. The boy lands squarely on his bottom. Xing Bao, you are already a 3.5-year-old child. Refrain from indulging in such trivial games, the woman remarks, stifling a languid yawn, her enchanting eyes glimmering ever more with a watery sheen. Her beauty was picturesque, with porcelain skin and a cascade of dark hair that flowed like a waterfall. Even in a languid yawn, she exuded an enchanting allure. The little child nimbly rose from the ground, clearly accustomed to such movements, and approached the woman with a cheerful grin. Mother, today I went to the mountains with Big White to search for my brother. Look, is this good enough? As she spoke, the child produced a century-old, fully intact purple ginseng from her bosom. The woman reclined back on the swing, lazily casting a glance at it. Not acceptable. This woman was Chu Qianli. 5 years prior, after curing herself of poison, she intended to find a place to recuperate, only to discover a month later that she was with child. After grappling with her dilemma for over 2 months, she ultimately chose to embrace a peaceful life, wishing not to bear a burden. However, she unexpectedly felt the first stirrings of life within her, compelling her to retain the child against her original intentions. While nurturing her body and the unborn life, she found that this little spirit voraciously absorbed her medicinal energy and vitality. Had it not been for the serendipitous drop of the phoenix blood jade bracelet into the spirit spring, she might have met an untimely end. To make matters more complicated, this child possessed a Nezalite constitution, lingering within her for a staggering 15 months, during which she nearly succumbed to the urge to perform a cesarean section on herself. Still not good enough. The child, disheartened, sighed and cast the purple ginseng aside before climbing onto the swing and nestling into Chu Qianli's embrace. Mother, is it only the ginseng you find that can transform into a child? Chu Qianli's lips curled slightly. Ah, perhaps. Alas, when the child pondered the origins of her existence, she should not have whimsically claimed that she was the essence of ginseng discovered in the mountains. Consequently, the child became infatuated with the idea of procuring another brother for herself. Mother, may we go find another brother? No. Why not? With her lips pouted, Qianbao endeavored to feign a tearful expression. Because I am weary. Chu Qianli gently patted Qianbao's chubby bottom. Mother is hungry and wishes to savor ginseng chicken stew. Very well, I shall fetch it at once. Qianbao swiftly rose, dramatically sighed. Brother, it seems we must wait until later for Mother to retrieve you. With this thought, he dismounted the swing and diligently adjusted Chu Qianli's fox fur cloak, ensuring her comfort. Basking in the warm sunlight and inhaling the delicate fragrance of blossoms, Chu Qianli contemplated the mouth-watering ginseng chicken stew that awaited her, releasing a contented sigh. How delightful. This is the essence of a life of leisure. In Wuying Mountain, a disheveled group guarded the central figure, Chu Lingxian, whose pallid complexion and blood-stained arm betrayed her distress. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "We shall spare no effort in locating the purple Xian ginseng to rescue the third prince." In a small courtyard, wisps of smoke gracefully ascended. An alluring aroma wafted through the air, mingling with the distinctive medicinal fragrance of ginseng, rendering it irresistibly appetizing. Seizing the moment while the chicken stew simmered, Qianbao carried a small bucket to the edge of the fields outside the courtyard. Though the plot was modest, it was densely populated with ginseng, each plant plump and robust, flourishing from his diligent efforts in gathering them. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, but ultimately found no one with the potential to become his brother, leaving him no choice but to evenly distribute his attention. Meanwhile, the group, led by Chu Qianli, inadvertently provoking a pack of wolves, stumbled chaotically into a valley. "Miss, I can't hold on any longer." Chu Qianli appeared even more disheveled than before, her hair in disarray, and a trace of blood staining her cheek. "Why are these beasts relentlessly pursuing us?" The guards, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it, understood that the pack harbored resentment, having killed a wolf cub in a fit of rage over her failure to find the purple Xian ginseng. Chu Qianli had naturally incurred the wrath of the entire pack. Just then, wisps of smoke began to rise, prompting a bloodied guard to exclaim, "Miss, there is smoke ahead. There must be someone there." The presence of others signified a chance for assistance. "Hurry." As the wolves closed in, they suddenly halted before a smooth rock face, shrinking back in fear, ultimately exchanging a few howls before retreating slowly, realizing that the wolves had not pursued them further. Chu Qianli and her companions breathed a heavy sigh of relief and made their way toward the source of the rising smoke. Chapter 5. The end of retirement life. After nearly a quarter of an hour's journey, a courtyard appeared before them. Surrounding the courtyard was a fence, waist-high and entwined with lush green vines, upon which delicate pink flower buds tightly closed. Within the courtyard stood a towering peach tree, blooming like clouds at dawn, its sweet fragrance wafting through the misty mountains. The Wuying mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles, boasts a complex terrain and dense forests, where even the brightest sunlight struggles to penetrate, thus earning its name, the Shadowless Mountain. At the highest peak of the mountains, where the flight of birds is but a distant memory, there stands a remarkably charming courtyard, shrouded in the embrace of dense woods, an anomaly in the wilderness. Could this be a ghost? What kind of ghost? In broad daylight, where could a ghost possibly come from? Chu Qianli, with a hint of impatience, exclaimed, "Go take a look and fetch someone to open the door. We require a moment of respite and need them to prepare provisions." "Yes," the guard responded promptly, advancing towards the courtyard. Yet, as he approached, he suddenly froze in place. After waiting for a brief moment, Chu Qianli, growing increasingly impatient, stepped forward and inquired, "Why are you standing there?" "Zishuan ginseng." The courtyard was filled to the brim with Zishuan ginseng, and a small boy, appearing about 3 years of age, was meticulously watering the plants with a tiny watering can. Upon noticing the disheveled figures of Chu Qianli and her companions outside the courtyard, the boy's clear eyes widened with astonishment, his fair face flushing with excitement. He timidly asked, "People? Are those people?" "Oh my, it's people." Chu Qianli gazed at the Zishuan ginseng with an unusually bright expression. It was no wonder she could not find any in the mountains. They had all been excavated and brought here. She could hardly contain her joy, her dry lips instinctively licking with anticipation. With Zishuan ginseng, she could save the third prince, and thus, none would possess the authority to thwart her path to marrying into the third prince's household. The little boy, gripping his watering can tightly, looked nervously at Chu Qianli and said, "Auntie, you've been hurt. Would you like to come to my home to rest for a while?" Chu Qianli's gaze sharpened. As a young lady of noble birth, to be addressed as any? Truly, these impoverished folk of the mountains lacked proper etiquette. Yet, despite her thoughts, a smile graced her lips. "Brother, who else is in your home? Is it convenient for us to enter?" "There is only our mother, but she enjoys her slumber. As long as you do not disturb her, it is of no consequence." Come in, come in." Song Bao greeted them with enthusiasm. However, the smile on Chu Qianli's face had vanished. With just a mother to consider, there was no need for further hesitation. "Seize this boy and extract all the purple ginseng. We shall depart at once." "Understood." The guard kicked open the fence and swiftly lifted Song Bao. Song Bao was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Chu Qianli paid him no mind, her gaze fixated solely on the clusters of purple ginseng. These precious herbs, worth their weight in gold, had long been elusive in the market. Countless individuals yearned for them. The ginseng before her not only held the potential to cure the third prince, but could also forge beneficial connections, thereby paving the way for her future endeavors. As she watched the precious herbs being uprooted, Song Bao grew increasingly anxious. "You mustn't touch my brother." Chu Qianli shot him a glare, her impatience evident. "You insolent brat. Behave yourself. I shall grant you a reprieve for the sake of these purple ginseng, but should you continue to defy me, I will bury you alive right now. You." Song Bao's cheeks flushed with anger. "Put me down, and return my brother, and I shall forgive you." "Ha ha." Chu Qianli laughed heartily, her expression one of disdain. Whether you forgive or not is of no concern to anyone. These purple ginseng are rightfully mine now that I have laid eyes upon them. You have forced my hand." In the midst of the mountain valley, the little figure of Canbao was hoisted aloft by the guard. His tiny hands cupped around his mouth as he called out, "Mother, the ginseng chicken soup is ready." Chapter 6. An Unexpected Encounter. The echoes of his childish voice resonated through the valley, yet no response came forth. Initially anxious, Chu Qianli could not help but let out a derisive laugh, her irritation bubbling to the surface. "You little rascal, are you just putting on a show?" Suspended in midair by the collar, Canbao crossed his arms and huffed in defiance. "You don't understand. I need to give my mother a moment to gather herself." "Huh, what difference does it make if your mother arrives? Can she possibly contend with my guards?" Chu Qianli retorted coldly, her gaze falling upon Canbao's fair cheeks as she raised her hand to pinch him, venting her pent-up frustration. Having been pampered since childhood, this arduous journey into the mountains had been a bitter trial for her, a necessity born of desperation. 5 years prior, the wretched Chu Qianli had vanished without a trace, leaving her no choice but to murder a maid and disfigure her own face to assume the maid's identity, thus tarnishing her reputation in the capital. She maneuvered her father into pleading for forgiveness before the emperor, thereby swapping her engagement to the third prince. Establishing herself as his fiancé, she had anticipated a swift and splendid marriage into the third prince's household, yet his mother had persistently disdained her. Moreover, following the death of the empress dowager, 3 years of mourning had prohibited any marriages, causing further delays in her union with the third prince. Now, with the period of national mourning concluded, his mother continued to obstruct her path. Time was not on her side, for the third prince had unexpectedly fallen victim to a lethal poison. This was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. As long as she could bring back the purple Xian Shun and save the third prince, she would smoothly ascend to the role of his consort. However, she never anticipated that, despite entering the shadowless mountain with 100 guards, only a few would remain by her side, leaving her in a most disheveled state. How could she not be infuriated? "Ah, you wicked person." The pain on Shanbao's cheeks brought her to tears, and in a fit of rage, she kicked towards Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli deftly evaded the attack, her gaze turning icy. "Eliminate him and bury him right here." She intended for the third prince to understand that the purple Xian Shun was something she had painstakingly retrieved from the depths of the shadowless mountain, not something seized from others. Therefore, the mother and child in this courtyard could not be spared. Though the guards hesitated, they raised their blades. "Kid, in your next life." Suddenly, the guard holding the sword froze. A companion beside him reached out and patted his shoulder. "What are you?" In the next instant, the guard collapsed to the ground, rigid. Seizing the opportunity, Shanbao dashed towards the approaching woman. "Mother, mother." Chu Qianli scanned the fallen guard and noticed a needle as fine as a cow's hair embedded in his wrist, causing her heart to shudder. Soon, she heard the surrounding guards inhaling sharply. The woman advancing slowly wore a gown of pure white, immaculate and unstained. Her long black hair elegantly pinned with a white magnolia hairpin, cascading down her slender back like soft satin. Her steps were deliberate yet silent, revealing a delicate figure and slender waist that, while devoid of any overt allure, captivated the onlookers completely. The young woman lazily raised her hand to stifle a yawn, her shimmering eyes casting a languid glance, imbued with an air of nonchalance. Yet, her demeanor was imbued with an exquisite elegance akin to the luminous moonlight, coupled with an enchanting beauty that seemed to suggest she was destined to exist in a realm unblemished and above all others. Cheng Bao tightly grasped Chu Qianli's sleeve, rubbing his cheek excitedly as he exclaimed, "Mother, look, it's a person." Chu Qianli cast a fleeting glance, replying, "Indeed, it is. Not merely a person, but an old acquaintance from her former life." The moment their eyes met, a flicker of residual awareness within her stirred to life, banishing her drowsiness while simultaneously inducing a sense of breathlessness and an accelerated heartbeat, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. Ah, the tranquility of retirement should be marked by a serene heart, undisturbed by tumult. Yet, her heart was racing, diminishing the quality of her leisurely existence. Chu Qianli felt an inkling of familiarity towards the woman before her, yet upon closer inspection, it eluded her grasp, leaving only a profound sense of jealousy and disdain. What business could a woman of such beauty have, dwelling alone in the depths of the mountains with a child? Seize this enchantress and the child at once. Chu Qianli commanded coldly. She must possess this Zishuan ginseng. Yes. Chapter 7. The situation has escalated upon hearing Chu Lingshuan's orders. The guards rushed forward. Cheng Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mother, be gentle." He still wished to study these individuals closely. Chu Qianli remained rooted in place, flicking her sleeve, a faint glimmer of cold light scattering outward. aimed directly at the advancing guards. In the next moment, the guards all stood rigidly in place, including the slightly contorted face of Chu Lingxian. Chu Qianli yawned and nodded toward Cambao beside her, instructing, "The guards are yours to handle." "All right. Thank you, Mother," Cambao replied promptly, stepping forward to kick each guard's legs, toppling them to the ground. He then picked up a small water ladle from the floor and began to strike their heads. Thud, thud, thud. "This is for capturing me. This is for digging up my brother." Seeing Sanbao's delight, Chu Qianli walked toward Chu Lingxian, drawing a dagger from her pocket as she approached. Chu Lingxuan's eyes widened in terror, her body frozen in place. What are you doing?" Chu Qianli stepped closer, brandishing the dagger near Chu Lingxuan's cheek before suddenly slicing downwards, creating a wound identical to the one inflicted on her original self. "Ah!" Chu Lingxian shrieked. "Which? How dare you harm me?" Chu Qianli languidly rubbed her chest. Although the feeling of shortness of breath had momentarily subsided, the suffocating resentment and hatred remained thick and unyielding. This could pose quite a dilemma. Could her tranquil retirement truly continue without settling the score? Contemplating this, Chu Qianli made her way to the kitchen, and moments later emerged wielding a long whip, delivering a fierce strike toward Chu Lingxian. Each lash mirrored the scars from the past. "Ah!" Chu Lingxian glanced at the immobile guards around her, suppressing her rage and masking her eyes with a veiled intent to kill. "I am the future consort of the third prince. If you treat me this way, the royal family will undoubtedly not spare you." Upon hearing the mention of the third prince, a sharp pain pierced through Chu Qianli's heart, an overwhelming surge of resentment and fury clouding her mind, profoundly affecting her emotions. With a grave expression, she halted her whipping motion. It seemed that merely retaliating against Chu Lingxian would not suffice to fully alleviate the original owner's grievances. The situation had escalated significantly. Seeing her pause, Chu Lingxian mistakenly assumed she was intimidated. "Hand over the purple ginseng, and I shall spare your life." Chu Qianli cast a cold glance her way, suddenly lifting her skirt and delivering a kick right to Chu Lingxuan's chest, toppling her to the ground. Just as she was beginning her retirement life, still within the confines of her postpartum period, it was about to be snuffed out in its infancy. "How dare you!" After dispatching the guards, the ginseng treasure organized the ginseng brethren and turned to see her mother's stern countenance, prompting her to rush over. "Mother, what troubles you?" Her mother was confronted with a grievous dilemma. Ah, how grievous. Grievous enough to rob me of sleep and appetite for ginseng chicken. The ginseng treasure's eyes widened in shock, her little face adopting a serious demeanor, anxiety rising within her. "What shall we do then? For my mother, nothing is more important than eating and sleeping. Yet now, she cannot do either, which feels akin to the heavens collapsing." After a moment, Chu Qianli sighed deeply. "Darling, would you like to venture outside?" "Outside? Indeed. Since vengeance is not an option, there is no way to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Thus, we must first eliminate those who harbor grievances against the original owner." In summary, this elderly individual requires care. Even in the absence of adequate conditions, one must create circumstances for their care. Is it truly possible to venture outside? The eyes of the ginseng treasure shone with an unusual brightness. "Alas, even though my mother does not wish to leave, circumstances do not permit it." Chu Qianli cast a glance at Chu Lingxian and the guards, slightly narrowing her eyes to suppress the frustration within. "Is the ginseng chicken stew ready?" "Yes, mother." "Can you eat now?" "I can barely manage half of it. Please bring it out. Once we finish eating, we shall pack our belongings, so you can decide what to take." "Very well, mother." Chu Qianli sat upon a stone bench, her frail body leaning against the stone table, letting out a soft sigh. Caring for the elderly is no simple task. Confounded Temporal Management Bureau. Chapter 8. Leaving the mountain, the ginseng treasure presented the ginseng chicken stew and, with great thoughtfulness, prepared a plate of fruits, setting the table with bowls and chopsticks. Oblivious to her own meal, she joyfully busied herself with packing. Chu Qianli savored a chicken leg, releasing a contented sigh. Carrying the ginseng treasure during her pregnancy had been extraordinary. The child's development was exceptional in every aspect. By the age of less than 1, he could run and jump, articulate his words fluently, and by 2, his strength surged, rivaling that of an ordinary adult male. Moreover, he effortlessly grasped the languages of birds and beasts, and subsequently exhibited an extraordinary talent for learning. Naturally, due to a mother's personal desires, the first skill he mastered was culinary arts. The fragrant aroma wafted into the nostrils of the Chu family guards, who were dining al fresco in the mountains, causing them to swallow repeatedly. Chu Lingxian lay on the ground, her body marked with lash wounds, her eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. This wretched individual, who dared to lay hands on her, would undoubtedly face a gruesome fate once they left the mountains. She would have her vengeance. Chambao emerged, dragging a heavy wolf pelt behind him. Mother, there seems to be quite an abundance of items, he remarked. Chu Qianli expelled a smooth bone from her mouth, languidly glancing at the guards on the ground. Did someone not assist you? Please, feel free to tidy up. With a sigh, Chambao replied, Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Allow me to take another look. Upon seeing the snow wolf pelt, which still exuded an air of majesty even in death, the guards could not help but swallow hard. This wolf, Chambao, catching their awe, chuckled and clarified, This is the king of the mountain wolves, who howled incessantly, disturbing my mother's sleep. And now, well, it has become a pelt, hasn't it? The fur quality is rather poor and too coarse, so it can merely serve as a footrest for mother. He rolled up the pelt and added with a grin, Ever since my mother skinned the wolf king in front of the pack, the wolves in the mountains have not dared to howl again. They have become quite well behaved. The guards swallowed hard again, feeling an increasing stiffness in their bodies. Discreetly glancing at the woman devouring chicken, Chu Qianli appeared somewhat distracted, mistaking a purple ginseng for a chicken leg and taking a bite immediately. Her mouth was filled with a slightly bitter medicinal taste. Her delicate brow furrowed, and she casually tossed aside the sizable purple ginseng, akin to a radish. Chambao noticed and quickly brought over a cup of water. Mother, I was so excited earlier that I forgot to pick out the purple ginseng. Please rinse your mouth with some water. Chu Qianli took a sip, slowly swallowing it down. Alas, it seems this year brings misfortune. The guard's eyes widened in astonishment. That is the purple ginseng, a rare treasure that is difficult to obtain. How could they simply discard such a substantial piece? They should consume it, even if it has fallen to the ground, covered in dirt. After an hour, Sambao finished organizing the items, and each guard was burdened with large bundles of luggage. Mother, only the ginseng brothers remain. Chu Qianli brought Sambao into the room and extended her wrist. On her slender, fair wrist, a resplendent phoenix blood jade bracelet appeared, its hue seemingly more vibrant than before. Sambao approached with a cheerful smile, gently caressing the bracelet, causing the wrapped ginseng on the table to vanish instantly. Thank you, Mother. Once we find a suitable place, I will take my brothers out and replant them. Chu Qianli cast a glance at the blood jade bracelet, silently muttering, Traitor, as long as you are happy. This blood jade bracelet had accompanied her for many years, merely serving as an ornament until 5 years ago, when it accidentally absorbed a man's blood and dropped a golden needle, unlocking its true potential. However, its functionality was sporadic, and subsequently, several items had appeared, all intended for Sambao. Now, only Sambao could access and store items within it at will. Sambao was her flesh and blood, so gifting it to him was acceptable. But this cursed bracelet stubbornly remained on her wrist, as if it were glaringly proclaiming her role as a mere tool, causing this retired overlord considerable frustration. Nevertheless, retirement necessitates a more tranquil mindset. Let us depart from the mountains. Chapter 9. Want to escape? In the courtyard. Upon observing Chu Qianli entering the house with the precious herb, Chu Lingxian glared at the nearby guards with clenched teeth. Where is the antidote you carry with you? Find a way to consume it. We must escape immediately. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the efficacy of the antidote had waned. The guards struggled desperately for a while, but eventually they managed to move, hastily ingesting the antidote and discarding their bound luggage. They hurried to assist Chu Lingxian to her feet. Gritting her teeth, she felt the pain in her cheeks and body, her gaze seething with hatred directed towards the house. Once she was outside, she would promptly send more guards into the mountains, framing that enchantress with the crime of seizing her precious Sichuan ginseng, ensuring her utter demise. Miss, we must leave quickly. The thought of the coveted Sichuan ginseng, so tantalizingly close, caused her heart to bleed. Suddenly, she spotted a half-root of Sichuan ginseng on the ground, marked with bite marks, and bit her lip in determination. Go, retrieve that half-root of Sichuan ginseng. We shall depart. Yes, even if it had been cooked and bitten. It was an invaluable treasure, potentially capable of saving the third prince. The guard picked up the half-root of Sichuan ginseng, carefully wrapping it, and assisted Chu Lingxian in hastily making their way towards the exit of the courtyard. However, as they approached the fence, the previously closed pink flower buds on the fence quietly bloomed, releasing an enchanting fragrance that wafted into their nostrils. Chu Lingxian and her companions abruptly halted, and soon thereafter, they began to froth at the mouth, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The verdant vines gradually detached from the fence, entwining themselves around Chu Lingxian's wrist, pulling her towards the roots. While these tendrils appeared lush and vibrant, they possessed the alarming ability to swiftly erode a layer of skin upon contact. Hearing the commotion, Cambao rushed over and, upon witnessing the scene, promptly approached the vines. Xiaofan, what are you doing? These individuals are here to assist me with my luggage and to help carry my mother. They are not meant for your consumption. As if realizing its mistake, the vine quickly released Chu Lingxian, nuzzling against San Bao's shoe in a playful manner before reattaching itself to the fence. Chu Qianli stepped out slowly, surveying the group with a lackluster gaze, casting a disheartened glance at the sky. It is getting late. Upon seeing Chu Lingxian, the longer the wait stretched, the more intense her emotions surged within her, rendering her restless and thoroughly vexed. Very well, mother, please take a seat. Bao produced a small porcelain vial containing honey that shimmered like gold. With a serious expression, he administered a drop to each person. Chu Lingxian and the guards quickly regained consciousness, shivering at the languid gaze of Chu Qianli. Bao, we require payment. Yes, mother. The bloodthirsty vine ensnares its victims in an invisible poison, leaving them helpless as it drags them away to be devoured. My mother and I have just saved your lives. And considering the damage you inflicted upon the fence and my ginseng plot, the total amounts to 500 taels. Cough, cough. Chu Qianli cleared her throat. When one is away from home, how can one sustain oneself without silver? Therefore, when the time comes to extract, one must do so decisively. Bao immediately added gold. Cough, cough. Chu Qianli lamented, wondering how her precious child could be so innocent and benevolent. Bao quickly added, 500 taels of gold for each person. Chu Lingxian felt as though her wrist might fracture, having initially felt fortunate to be alive. She nearly spat blood upon hearing this proclamation. Why didn't this mother-son duo resort to robbery? I do not possess such wealth. Chu Lingxian gritted her teeth and endured. No, it's all right, Chu Qianli replied with a smile, her enchanting eyes sparkling with amusement. Bao, have Xiaofan drag this woman away and sever her arms. The verdant vines stirred restlessly, sending chills down Chu Lingxuan's spine, her face paling drastically as she hastily removed all the gold and silver ornaments adorning her. No, I'll provide it. I promise. I simply do not have that much gold on me. Chu Qianli's smile remained gentle. That's fine. Just write an IOU, sign and seal it. I will surely find a way to reclaim what is owed. Chu Lingxian felt as if her chest might explode with frustration. Once I escape, I shall surely exact vengeance upon this enchantress. Bao promptly fetched paper and ink, and as soon as Chu Lingxian completed her writing and pressed her seal, it was swiftly presented to Chu Qianli. Mother, take a look. Chu Qianli cast a fleeting glance at it, then fixed her gaze upon Chu Lingxian with a teasing smile. You offer me only 500 taels. What are the lives of your guards? Are they to be disregarded? Those useless servants, if you wish to kill them, then do so. Chu Lingxian silently gritted her teeth. She had no intention of wasting silver on those ineffectual individuals. The guards widened their eyes in disbelief, anger surging within them as they looked toward Chu Lingxian. They loyally accompanied Chu Lingxian to this place, and from over 100 brothers, only 7 remained. In the end, all they received was the derisive label of mere servants. TSK. Chu Qianli cast a glance at Chu Lingxian, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, truly worthy of the future consort of the third prince. Her heartlessness was unparalleled. Alas, Bao, have those guards draft an IOU as well. The guards fell silent, and as one brushed past Chu Lingxian, it appeared unintentional when they forcefully knocked her to the ground. Chu Lingxian scraped her hand and glared in fury. You. Forgive us, young lady. We are but useless beings, blind to our surroundings. The guard's unwavering gazes sent a shiver through Chu Lingxian, igniting her rage, yet she found herself unable to unleash it. Wretched people, all of them. Once she escaped, she would ensure that their heads rolled. Chapter 10. Minor Injuries. Major Insults. Seeing Chu Lingxian at a disadvantage, Chu Qianli felt a sense of relief wash over her, even experiencing a refreshing clarity. Does that mean she could refrain from emerging? As this thought crossed her mind, she was suddenly seized by a wave of discomfort, her heart racing. Must she truly go out for vengeance? Chu Qianli's frustration deepened. However, as long as Chu Lingxian faced setbacks, she could find temporary solace in her own discomfort. Thus, the retired individual remained indifferent, wishing only to lounge about like a salted fish. Bao glowered at the guards as they repacked their belongings, selecting the 2 strongest among them. Both of you, please carry the armchair out, and be cautious while lifting my mother. If she falls, I shall cast you down from the mountain peak. The guards, now subdued, could only hope to escape the shadowy mountains alive. As the armchair was brought outside, Chu Qianli donned a veil, her skirt fluttering slightly as she languidly settled into the chair, propping her head with one hand while casting a sidelong glance at Chu Lingxian. You shall carry me. Chu Lingxian froze at her command, nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration. I lack the strength. I cannot lift it. Chu Qianli shot her a dismissive look. If you do not lift, I shall bind you with bloodthirsty vines and send you rolling down a hillside. You. Chu Lingxuan's anger surged, her scalp prickling at the cruelty of this enchantress. Chu Qianli's brow furrowed with impatience. Will you lift or not? I will lift. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Lingxuan's eyes as she stepped forward in humiliation. However, after 2 attempts, she still failed to elevate the armchair. I truly have limited strength. Utterly useless. Chu Lingxian fell silent, adopting a demeanor of resignation. A flicker of amusement ignited in Chu Qianli's gaze, revealing a radiant smile that enhanced her already striking beauty, rendering her utterly captivating. No matter, I have some hemp rope at home. You can tie yourself with it and pull me along. I would find that quite delightful. Chu Lingxian was momentarily taken aback to be tethered with hemp rope. What did she think of herself? 15 minutes later, Cambao stepped out cheerfully, his little legs moving swiftly, followed closely by a guard carrying luggage and accompanied by Chu Qianli, who reclined comfortably in a soft chair. The chair was lifted by 2 guards, while in front, the rigidly tensed Chu Lingxian was tethered by a rope. Chu Qianli felt a refreshing clarity within her heart and let out a resigned sigh. This seemingly innocuous, yet deeply humiliating act appeared to bring an unusual joy to the original soul. It was hard to fathom what grievances this enduring victim had faced within the Chu family, leading to such profound obsessions even after death. Cambao, would you like to come and sit with me? Cambao shook his head, offering a sweet smile. Mother, Cambao is not tired. The chair was too small for him to squeeze in beside her. Chu Qianli's heart softened, genuine warmth glimmering in her eyes. Regardless of the hardships endured or the near brushes with death, having Cambao in her life was the wisest decision she had ever made. If you feel tired, just tell me. All right. Although young, Cambao moved swiftly, his spirit exuding an air of freedom as he traversed the mountains and forests, as if nothing here posed a threat. The guards, increasingly unsettled, recalled the rumors of strange creatures dwelling within Wuing Mountain, and when they had encountered this child named Cambao, he had excitedly called out to them. Appearing quite thrilled, glancing at his extraordinarily beautiful mother only deepened their unease. After approximately 2 hours of travel, they finally reached the valley's exit. The terrain of Wuing Mountain is peculiar, with many landscapes defying logic. For instance, just after exiting the valley, one encounters a sheer cliff, towering 100 feet high. With only a narrow path, scarcely 2 men wide, allowing for passage, ascending and descending is a laborious endeavor. As Chu Lingxian gazed at the approaching valley entrance, she clutched the hemp rope tightly, a flicker of calculation flashing through her mind. Should someone tumble from the soft chair atop the mountain, it would be no wonder if they were to meet a tragic fate. As the cliff loomed ever closer, Chu Lingxuan's anxiety intensified, and she furtively glanced back at Chu Qianli. Leaning against the soft chair, Chu Qianli had his eyes shut tight, seemingly lost in slumber, while Shun Bao, ever watchful, spotted a delicate flower nearby and hopped over to pluck it, oblivious to the unfolding events, secretly signaling her surrounding guards with a subtle glance. She slightly altered her course towards the cliff. The guards felt a tightening in their chests, unwilling to oppose Chu Lingxuan's decision, silently praying for a favorable outcome. The cliff approached ever nearer, yet Chu Qianli remained unperturbed, his eyes still closed. A flash of malice gleamed in Chu Lingxuan's eyes as she forcefully shoved the foremost guard, chair and all, down the precipice. A cry of alarm erupted. The remaining guards reacted swiftly, tumbling to the ground at the cliff's edge, gripping the earth with all their might to avoid plummeting, their eyes wide with terror. Miss. Chu Lingxuan's face was alight with satisfaction. To dare insult the legitimate daughter of the Chu family would lead to such a bone-crushing demise. Shun Bao rushed over. Panic etched across his face. Mother. A chill swept through Chu Lingxuan's gaze as she approached Shun Bao, seizing him by the nape of his neck and unceremoniously casting him down as well. Mother. San Bao did not resist, his eyes filled with deep concern. Mother. San Bao has come to save you. Chapter 11. If you dare to do anything else, I shall sever your hand. In midair, Chu Qianli suddenly opened her eyes, shedding her previous languor, replaced instead by an aura of sharpness and brilliance. As Chu Lingxian prepared to strike, she could have effortlessly evaded. Yet the phoenix blood jade bracelet on her wrist unexpectedly emitted a force that bound her movements tightly. Mother. San Bao's heart-wrenching cry echoed through the air. A chill swept through Chu Qianli's gaze, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from her being. She moved with the grace of a swan, her toes touching lightly upon a pine tree at the cliff's edge, propelling herself forward to catch San Bao. San Bao, eyes tightly shut and face streaked with tears, was evidently terrified. Little man, why are you crying? Chu Qianli felt a pang of sorrow. Suddenly, San Bao opened his eyes, and upon seeing Chu Qianli, clung to her like a koala. Mother, you're all right. How wonderful. As Chu Qianli began to descend, the phoenix blood jade bracelet continued to exert its force. Her gaze turned icy, and a fierce aura surged forth from her, enveloping her in an atmosphere of wrath and chill. I care not what you are. If you dare to control me again, I shall sever my wrist to destroy you. The phoenix blood jade bracelet flickered, its resplendent red light gradually dimming. Chu Qianli felt a lightness envelop her, quickly stabilizing her form as she leaped towards the base of the cliff. With a resounding cry, an eagle's call echoed through the mountains. Nestled in Chu Qianli's embrace, Sanbao eagerly waved at the sky. Dabai, we are here with mother. Dabai swooped down, cutting through the winds, and landed gracefully before the two. Holding onto the precious Sanbao, Chu Qianli was still filled with trepidation. Why did she not summon Da by the moment she fell? Did she not realize how perilous the situation was? Had it not been for her mother catching her, that delicate little body would have surely been reduced to mere pulp. Sanbao promptly wrapped his arms around Chu Qianli's neck and showered her cheeks with affectionate kisses. Mother would undoubtedly protect Sanbao. He simply wished to descend quickly and reunite with her, hardly having time to think of himself. Feeling a mix of sorrow and tenderness, Chu Qianli could only pat his little backside and sigh. No more of this. It is imperative to safeguard oneself, for mother will be just fine. Her aspirations for a tranquil life had only just begun, and she could not bear the thought of demise. Yes, mother, it's all that wicked person's fault. Is she the legendary old witch? She pushed the guard and deliberately caused mother to fall. The mere thought of Chu Lingxian ignited Jinbao's fury. His cheeks flushed with indignation. Sensing the rising tide of resentment within her, Chu Qianli narrowed her eyes slightly. Rest assured, no one has ever harmed mother, and she continues to thrive in this world. At that moment, Dabai suddenly let out a call, nudging Chu Qianli's sleeve with its head. What was the matter with Dabai? Jinbao explained, Mother, Dabai is anxious. It urges us to rescue someone. Rescue someone? Yes, it says. It's a beauty. Chu Qianli was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze filled with astonishment as she looked at Dabai. Who would have thought there was an alluring figure within this snow sculpture? Mother, what is an alluring figure? It is something not suitable for children. You are still young and need not understand. Yes, Jinbao will be obedient and not curious. He initially made a note of it, intending to inquire with his mother once he matured. Let us allow that Chu Lingxian to revel in her moment of triumph. My mother shall subsequently bestow upon her a grand gift. Shall we proceed to rescue the individual? The large white creature eagerly approached, once more emitting its endearing whines. Let us observe and discern what the beauty in the eyes of the large white creature truly resembles. The large white, being a snow sculpture, would likely be enamored with a figure of substantial stature, a hawk-like nose, and remarkably lush hair. The very thought evokes a sense of curiosity. On the other side, atop the cliff, Chu Lingxian could not ascertain the situation at the base, but from such a height, even one with a body of steel and bones would undoubtedly face no chance of survival. Miss, the guards appeared somewhat at a loss. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and rummage through that enchantress's belongings. We must locate those purple ginseng. Understood. The guards promptly began to unfasten the luggage, which contained an array of everyday items. Yet the sought-after purple ginseng was nowhere to be found. Chu Lingxian furrowed her brow in distress. Could it be left in that courtyard? The guards exchanged worried glances. Miss, there are bloodthirsty vines on the fence of that courtyard. The bloodthirsty vine possesses an exceptionally strong spirit, with toxins that strike unexpectedly. Its tendrils are incredibly resilient, impervious to ordinary mountain fires, and they are prone to retaliate fiercely. They are truly not to be trifled with. Just then, a wolf's howl echoed nearby, signaling that a pack had gathered not far off. Miss, the wolf pack has not yet given up. We must flee. Thus, the group hastily retreated, making their way towards the outskirts of Wuying Mountain. At the base of the cliff, Chu Qianli followed the snow sculpture, the large white creature. For a quarter of an hour, and unexpectedly discovered a waterfall cascading down the sheer cliff face. Beneath the waterfall, a pool of emerald water cradled a man who lay unconscious at its edge. He wore a dark robe, partially unfastened, revealing a fair and well-proportioned chest. From the side, his prominent Adam's apple and elongated neck conveyed an alluring elegance. Chu Qianli, taken aback, noted that from his silhouette, this man must be a striking beauty. How surprising that such an aesthetic had not faltered. Chapter 12. Not only exorcising evil but also preventing conception. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Sanbao hurried over. Upon glimpsing the man's visage, she froze in place, and after a moment, jumped back in shock, clutching her chest. Mother, it's blinding. Chu Qianli approached, increasingly captivated as she drew near. The man's inky hair was damp, gently cascading in the water, accentuating the contours of his shoulders and neck. His profile was exquisite, even evoking a sense of familiarity. Yet, when she finally beheld his face, she halted, her lips twitching as she comprehended the stark contrast. The allure of his silhouette was eclipsed by the harshness of his features. The beauty of his back was rivaled only by the grotesqueness of his face. A large black birthmark marred the left side, while a substantial purplish scar disfigured the right. In truth, he was not merely exorcising evil, he could also serve as a means of contraception. Indeed, the aesthetic sensibilities of the snow-carved were undeniably peculiar. Sambao tugged at Chu Qianli's sleeve with one hand, while shielding her eyes with the other. "Mother, is it blinding?" Chu Qianli cleared her throat and guided him to sit upon a nearby stone. "Sit quietly, mother will attend to him." "All right." Chu Qianli reached out to grasp the man's garment, and upon the slightest contact with the pond's water, she couldn't suppress a shiver. The water was unexpectedly frigid, penetrating to the bone, and with just a touch, it felt as if it could freeze one's very blood. She hastily pulled him from the water and set him on the bank to examine his pulse. The pulse was faintly trembling, his internal organs depleted, and crucially, his meridians were severed, blood not returning to its rightful place. How could he still be alive? "Mother, what is the situation?" "It is not grave." Chu Qianli produced 9 golden needles, deftly piercing the man's vital points on the ground. In previous years, while nurturing the precious ginseng, she had been continuously drained of vitality, and medicinal supplements could no longer sustain her. Thus, she relied on daily puncturing of her own vital points to stimulate her life force. Fortunately, the ginseng emerged after 15 months. Had she delayed even a few more days, she would now be a mere corpse. Yet, fortune and misfortune coexist. After 3 years of recuperation, the extraordinary meridians within her had spontaneously opened, allowing her to unconsciously absorb spiritual energy, endowing her with greater means of self-preservation. Lost in her thoughts, the man before her suddenly convulsed and spat out a mouthful of foul blood, slowly opening his eyes. Feng Xuandu, upon recognizing Qianli, felt a jolt of emotion in his gaze and instinctively reached for her arm. "It is her. I would never mistake those eyes. Young brother, if you wish to live, do not move recklessly." Chu Qianli promptly pressed her hand against his chest. The chill of her touch stirred within Feng Xuandu memories of 5 years prior, causing his cheeks to flush. In the intervening years, he had endured the torment of raging flames of karma, commanding his subordinates to seek her whereabouts. However, they had scoured nearly the entire continent without success, never anticipating that he would encounter her by mere chance. The woman who had occupied his thoughts for 5 long years had to be addressed today. "Young man, as one traverses this life, it is essential to maintain a perspective that is open and accepting. Though your appearance may not be pleasing, succumbing to despair is not the answer. Submerging oneself in the cold abyss will not resolve your issues." Chu Qianli withdrew the golden needle, tucking it away, and surveyed the man's visage. Taking a quiet breath, with a face like that, it is indeed quite a challenge to endure. Feng Xuandu was taken aback, but as he reflected on his current appearance, his expression darkened. "I have no intention of seeking death." He merely sought to harness the cold waters to suppress the infernal flames within him. "Well, aren't you remarkable?" Chu Qianli responded, clearly skeptical. Feng Xuandu stiffened. What did this woman mean? Wait a moment. Had the infernal flames within him truly extinguished? All pain dissipated completely, leaving an unusual sense of comfort. Recalling the moment he had just been reborn and was able to move freely, a tremor ran through his heart. So, it was her assistance that had facilitated his previous liberation? Chu Qianli rose, cradling the child in her arms. "Son, we have saved you. Let us depart." "Very well, mother." "Wait." Only then did Feng Xuandu notice the child beside them, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "You, son? Ah, what is it?" The child, holding on to Chu Qianli's neck, blinked his clear, wide eyes at the man, only to shut them tightly upon comprehending his appearance. Oh dear. This uncle is truly hard to behold. A surge of unnameable fury welled up within Feng Xuandu. This woman had taken him for her own, yet bore a child with another? You saved me, and now I wish to accompany you. Chapter 13. Little brother, one should not repay kindness with enmity. Hiss. Chu Qianli inhaled sharply, casting a glance at Feng Xuandu. You cannot be suggesting that a life-saving grace must be repaid with a pledge of devotion, can you? Seeing her astonished expression, a flicker of displeasure crossed Feng Xuandu's heart. And if I am? He retorted. As the esteemed leader of the Feng clan, the most revered figure across the entire Qingwu continent, could she truly harbor disdain? Chu Qianli deftly produced a golden needle, her demeanor turning serious. I shall not render aid any longer. If you wish, I can revert you to your previous state, and you may pretend that nothing transpired. Feng Xuandu's chest heaved with indignation. You truly look down upon me. Fear not, dear brother. It was but a jest. No longer a pledge of devotion? No. With a sigh of relief, Chu Qianli affirmed, that is more like it. Little brother, in the future, do not engage in such acts of ingratitude. Now, let us depart. Feng Xuandu observed as Chu Qianli cradled the child and made her way outside. He hastily adjusted his garments and followed closely behind. Once again, Chu Qianli brandished the golden needle. What are you planning? I too wish to leave the valley, and furthermore, my affliction cannot be wholly cured. It occasionally resurfaces, and I seek your medical expertise. It was truly unexpected that he, the illustrious Feng Zun, would be regarded with such disdain. Was it not the case that his visage had been marred by the flames of nirvana? In times past, when he was handsome, this woman had so eagerly approached him. Now, she addressed him as little brother, when previously she had unabashedly called him handsome brother. How shallow. Seeking medical assistance? Chu Qianli glanced at Feng Xuandu, who appeared to be on the verge of collapse, and spoke. Seeking my medical expertise does not come without a cost. My family is the wealthiest in Dongxian, and our riches are inexhaustible. Chu Qianli's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her gaze shimmering with delight. Then your family's living conditions must be quite splendid? Naturally. Since our meeting is fated, I shall endeavor to save you completely. In return, should you not take good care of your savior? Chu Qianli's smile grew increasingly enchanting. Indeed, Feng Xuandu seemed momentarily lost in thought. 5 years ago, she was in dire straits, her appearance nearly akin to her current self. Little did he expect that, with the scars and birthmarks gone, she would be so breathtakingly beautiful. That is reassuring. Money may not solve all problems, yet a lack of it is indeed crippling. As Chu Lingxian and the guards departed, she and Sambao set off in search of food, enduring the elements with a sense of hopelessness. Now, with the tycoon presenting himself, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Half an hour later, by the cold pool, Chu Qianli languidly reclined against a smooth stone, while the snow-white sculpture of a bird sheltered her from the sun with its wings. From the water, Feng Xuandu emerged, his expression stoic as he tossed a small silver fish onto the shore. The esteemed Feng Zun, reduced to fishing? Sambao hurried forward to pick it up, his large eyes gleaming like crescent moons. Mother, look, Uncle Chu has caught a fish. I will roast it for you. Chu Qianli, still drowsy, opened her eyes and nodded in response. Very well. Feng Xuandu wiped away the water stains and glanced at the 3-year-old child, who was squatting with his bottom up, preparing to start a fire. He then looked at Chu Qianli, whose cheeks were faintly flushed in slumber, and felt that the roles of the two were somehow reversed. He approached the riverbank, wrung out the water from his sleeves, and after a brief pause, he made his way toward Kinbao. Kinbao produced 2 luminous stones from his bosom, rubbing them against each other, and immediately, the withered grass ignited with sparks. Feng Xuandu's gaze sharpened. Feng Yin stones? How could this child possibly possess the Feng clan's Feng Yin stones? Kinbao tucked the stones into his small pocket, tilting his head to look up at Feng Xuandu with a sweet and soft smile. Uncle Cho, thank you for catching fish. The little boy's features were exquisite, and his smile was radiantly clear and bright. His large eyes, reminiscent of his mother's, curved beautifully whenever he smiled. Looking at him, Feng Xuandu felt an inexplicable softness in his heart, suddenly desiring to draw closer to him. You're welcome. The silver fish from the cold pool was only about the size of an adult's half palm and was translucent. Kinbao let the flames burn, found a sharp shard of stone, and skillfully cleaned the silver fish, scaling it with practiced ease, clearly accustomed to such tasks. Do you do all the cooking at home? Yes. Kinbao is the man of the house and must take good care of his mother. And your father? Feng Xuandu asked, compelled by an inexplicable concern. I do not have a father, Kinbao replied, shaking his head. Feng Xuandu's brow furrowed. A wave of unnameable anger surged within him. Could it be that a heartless person had abandoned these mother and child? Kinbao broke off a fresh branch, stripped the bark, and carefully skewered the silver fish, tending to it with meticulous care as he roasted it. Feng Xuandu sat by the fire, and after a moment of silence, he spoke in a low tone. Your father is not a good man. Do not pay him any mind. Huh? Kinbao glanced at Feng Xuandu's cheek, blinking in confusion. As long as you are happy, Uncle Cho. He was a ginseng spirit and had no father at all. However, this was not something he could express. Feng Xuandu. Chapter 14. With me here, there are no surprises before long. The delightful aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Chu Qianli slightly twitched her nose and opened her sleepy eyes. Mother, you have awakened just in time. The fish is ready. Come and eat, Kinbao called back. All right. Chu Qianli stretched lazily, her sleeves slipping down to reveal her exquisitely delicate arms and wrists, resembling pure jade. The phoenix blood jade bracelet, resplendent in hues of pristine white and vivid red, exuded an awe-inspiring beauty. However, Feng Xuandu suddenly froze in place, his gaze fixated on her wrist, his heart laden with astonishment. The phoenix blood jade bracelet, a treasure lost by the Phoenix clan for centuries. How could it possibly be on her? Wait, the phoenix blood jade bracelet, the phoenix tears stone, the child. Feng Xuandu gradually turned to look at Kinbao, who was assisting Chu Qianli in taking a seat, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Kinbao, how old are you? I am 3.5 years old. Why do you ask, Uncle Cho? 3.5 years, with a gestation period of 15 months. If one calculates the time, it aligns perfectly. Yet, could an ordinary mortal woman truly bear the child of a phoenix? Feng Xuandu slowly extended his hand, tentatively reaching out to touch Kanbao's forehead. Could it be that Kanbao is truly his child? Just as his fingertips were about to touch Sanbao, a silver needle suddenly struck, piercing his wrist and pinning him in place. Cho, what are you doing? Chu Qianli cast a languid gaze, her eyes shimmering with an icy glint. Sanbao is sweating, and I wanted to help him wipe it off. Upon meeting Chu Qianli's gaze, Feng Xuandu felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. If Sanbao truly were her child, how had she endured alone? What hardships had she suffered? Oh. Chu Qianli retracted the silver needle. Sanbao, if anyone intends to harm you, do not hesitate to retaliate. Mother will dig a grave for them. All right, Sanbao remembers. Mother eats fish. MHM. Fortunately, the man named Cho had no ill intentions. Otherwise, she would have shot a poison needle instead. Feng Xuandu had no choice but to suppress his excitement and quietly rise to gather fruits for the mother and child, until he confirmed Sanbao's identity. He could not afford to leave. After consuming 2 cold pond silver fish, Chu Qianli finally regained her spirits, her eyes sparkling with vitality. This silver fish is delightful. Sanbao rubbed his belly, equally content. MHM. Feng Xuandu washed the fruits he had gathered and placed them on a leaf, witnessing the mother and child sitting side by side, mirroring each other's actions of rubbing their bellies. His usually cold eyes involuntarily softened. Here, fruits. MHM. As Chu Qianli consumed the fruit, dusk had fallen, and the evening glow painted the sky. From the base of the cliff, a delicate veil of mist mirrored the radiant hues of the sunset, gently swirling above, resembling a brocade adorned with enigmatic patterns. The hour was growing late. Feng Xuandu nodded. Shall we be on our way then? It is time for rest. As Chu Qianli spoke, her previously vibrant demeanor shifted to one of languor and fatigue. Sanbao cast a worried glance at Chu Qianli. Mother, without a soft sedan chair, and with stones all around, how will you manage? Indeed. Chu Qianli sighed, realizing that resolving the animosity of her original self was imperative to return to a peaceful retirement sooner rather than later. Feng Xuandu began to speak. You wish to carry me? Chu Qianli turned to face him, her watery eyes suddenly gleaming with excitement. Do not worry about exhausting yourself. I assure you, with my presence, there shall be no unforeseen circumstances. You what? Are you reluctant to bear the weight of your savior? No. Then it is settled. With that, Chu Qianli stepped behind Feng Xuandu, leaped upward, encircling her arms around his neck and wrapping her legs around his waist, urging him onward. Let us depart. The warmth of her touch against his back sent a shiver through Feng Xuandu's heart, prompting him to instinctively support her with his hands. Soon after, a surge of anger welled within him. As a woman, how could she be so intimate with a man she had just met? Zhanbao circled around Chu Qianli, nodding in satisfaction. Mother, Uncle Cho carries you quite well. Let us set forth. The trio, 2 adults and a child, ventured towards the mountains of Wuying as the sun began to set. Chapter 15, The Shameless Witch, returned my ginseng half a month later, in the capital's Xiang residence. Chu Lingxian glanced at the scar on her cheek, irritation prompting her to toss the scar removal ointment onto the table. Mother, must I truly bear this scar forever? Beside her sat a woman adorned with an elaborate golden hairpiece, her visage remarkably well-preserved, skin delicate and complexion radiant, embodying the opulence of the Xiang residence as matriarch. Madame Wu, foolish daughter, after enduring countless hardships to find the purple Xian ginseng in Wuying Mountain and saving His Highness the 3rd princess life, that scar serves as proof of your merit to the royal family. Even if you wish to remove it, you must wait until His Highness comes to marry you in a grand procession, she replied. Chu Lingshuan's spirits lifted slightly. Indeed, mother is right. The 3rd prince has promised to resolve the poison and will soon set a wedding date. His mother, consort Qi, has also consented. Exactly. Just await your splendid marriage. Madame Wu smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, a voice echoed through the air above the residence. Shameless witch, return my ginseng. The childish yet piercing cry resonated loudly, circling above the Xiang residence. Chu Lingshuan's smile instantly froze, her hand gripping Madame Wu's tightly, hatred simmering in her eyes. Mother. That wicked woman and her demon child have come knocking. Although she could not find the purple Xian ginseng among Chu Qianli's belongings, she managed to preserve the half-root that had been bitten by Chu Qianli. Despite having lost some of its medicinal properties after a single boiling, its efficacy was still sufficient to save the life of the 3rd prince. Upon returning to the capital, she naturally refrained from disclosing her embarrassing experiences in the mountains. instead repeatedly emphasizing the arduous journey she undertook to procure the purple Xian ginseng, claiming she had encountered assassins attempting to seize it. The injuries on her body and face were said to be marks of her valor in protecting the precious ginseng, earning her countless accolades. What? Wu's expression darkened as she replied, "Did you not say those two fell to their demise from the cliff? How could a normal person survive a fall from such a height?" Her daughter believed they were undoubtedly dead. "This is pointless. First, we must restrain those two. You are on the verge of marrying into the third prince's household, and we cannot afford any such complications." Understood. The area surrounding the mansion was already bustling with activity, with citizens filling the streets to witness the spectacle. Is that a hawk soaring in the sky? Indeed, it was, and not just any hawk, but a rare sighting of a snow hawk. I just witnessed it ascend into the sky, carrying a boy of over 3 years on its back, quite an impressive feat. The boy was shouting for the return of his ginseng. Could he possibly be referring to the recently sensational purple Xian ginseng? It must be. On the ornate carriage before the mansion, Feng Xuandu observed the languid Chu Qianli with a slight furrow of his brow. "Are you truly sending the ginseng out like this?" Chu Qianli lifted her eyelids and beheld the increasingly unsightly visage of Feng Xuandu, marred by a frown, prompting her to hastily close her eyes once more. What was amiss? The little one, Sambao, was merely 3 years of age, and that snow sculpture was a fierce bird, soaring so high. What if he were to fall? Since suspecting that Sambao was his son, he felt an ever-deepening kinship, traversing a path fraught with the unreliability of that mother, a constant weight upon his heart. Rest assured, he won't fall. This woman, her heart is not merely expansive, she seems utterly devoid of it. The sound of the grand door opening echoed, and Chu Qianli gradually opened her eyes. At the entrance of the residence, Madame Wu, adorned in resplendent attire, bore a countenance of solemnity, flanked by a retinue of respectful matrons and maidservants. With her brow slightly furrowed, Madame Wu refrained from speaking directly, instead allowing one of the matrons beside her to step forward and voice an inquiry. "Who dares to cause a commotion before the residence?" In midair, Sambao, observing the crowd below, noted the absence of Chu Lingxian, yet continued to shout loudly, the golden trumpet in his hand gleaming brilliantly. "Thieving witch, utterly shameless. Stealing my ginseng. How brazen." Within the chamber, Chu Lingxian clenched her teeth in anger, the scar upon her cheek throbbing painfully, yet her mother forbade her from stepping forward, leaving her to bide her time in silence. "Wretched woman, when I lay my hands upon you, you shall witness my retribution." Chapter 16. Who isn't a 1,000-year-old painted skin? Upon hearing Sanbao's cries, Madame Wu's expression darkened as she glanced towards the halted carriage at the entrance, gesturing for the inquiring matron to withdraw, and spoke in a low, measured tone. "It is perplexing, my lord, that you would instruct a child to create a disturbance at the entrance of my residence. Such covert actions hardly reflect the demeanor of a gentleman." As Wu spoke, the carriage remained silent, yet she exhibited no signs of anger. She continued, "It appears you are reluctant to reveal yourself. My household has never harmed the innocent. Even if you have incited this child to cause trouble, I cannot allow him to remain in peril as he hovers in the sky. Come forth and bring down that snow eagle to rescue the child." "Yes," replied the guard, immediately drawing his bow and aiming at the white eagle circling above. Jimbao promptly urged Dabai to ascend higher. The old which steals and deceives, a vile alliance, devoid of morality. Wu's complexion darkened as more and more onlookers gathered, many from the nearby officials' residences keenly observing the spectacle. "Save the child." "Yes." The guard released the arrow, which whistled through the air towards the soaring snow eagle. In the next moment, the curtain of the carriage suddenly fluttered, and a long sword spiraled out, its sharp edge slicing through the air and severing the arrow's mid-flight, narrowly missing Wu's cheek. Her face drained of color as she staggered back, a strand of hair falling to the ground. Had the sword deviated even slightly, it would have marred her visage. The curtain moved once more, revealing a tall man clad in dark robes who descended from the carriage. His attire was resplendent, his demeanor poised, and he wore an exquisite silver mask that concealed most of his face, leaving only his deep, piercing phoenix eyes visible, exuding an air of unattainable grandeur. Wu felt a jolt of surprise. Though she had never encountered this man before, his refined mannerisms suggested he was far from ordinary. The man dismounted from the carriage, only to turn back and lift the curtain, as if to welcome someone. In the next moment, a delicate hand emerged, its fair wrist resembling snow, elongated and graceful, adorned with a magnificent phoenix blood jade bracelet that swayed gently. The onlookers could not help but hold their breath when the woman revealed her full visage. They collectively gasped in astonishment. The capital was teeming with beauty, yet even the most exquisite among them remained tethered to the mundane. However, the woman before them was breathtakingly stunning, untouched by any earthly taint. Clad in flowing white garments, her long hair was elegantly gathered, merely complemented by a white jade hairpin, devoid of any further embellishments, which imparted an impression akin to a lotus emerging from clear waters, unadorned and natural. The most striking aspect was her veil, which concealed her entire face, rendering her utterly captivating. At that moment, she appeared languid, leaning gently against the man beside her, her shimmering eyes lifting to cast a glance that could enchant all who beheld her. "Madam, I acted out of a fervent desire to save the child, and in my haste, I nearly marred your lovely visage. I humbly beg your forgiveness for any offense." Draping a cloak of benevolence over her malicious actions, she was but an ancient trickster, masquerading as a pure-hearted lotus. Wu, observing Chu Qianli, felt a deep-seated wariness. There was something familiar in the woman's gaze. Chu Qianli scrutinized Wu, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as emotions belonging to her original self surged within her like a tidal wave, vivid images flooding her mind. The second wife of the residence, Wu, was a serpent cloaked in the guise of a saint, replete with cunning schemes. Originally, when the original owner saved the third prince, the Wu family, under the guise of a grand reception, brought her from the countryside into the residence, while privately chastising her worse than a servant. Under the pretext of teaching her manners, the matron subjected the original owner to relentless torment, depriving her even of a maid to attend to her. Especially after she became the third prince's fiancé, the original owner faced relentless scrutiny, being deprived of food and water for 3 days. When hunger drove her to sneak into the kitchen, the Wu family seized her and administered 30 lashes, leaving her bedridden for half a month. Had it not been for the newly established marriage pact and the necessity of her maternal family's support for the third prince, she might have met a fatal end. Chu Qianli furrowed her brow gently, raising a finger to massage her temple. Indeed, the plight of the unfortunate often harbors their own faults. Despite the torment inflicted by the Wu family, the original owner still placed her trust in Wu's daughter, Chu Qianli. It was a grave error, deserving of her fate. However, having assumed control of this body, I, Chu Qianli, shall bear this grudge. Rest assured, I will reclaim everything that was owed to you, every slight and disdain you suffered. For the sake of a peaceful retirement, I am willing to risk it all. Chapter 17. A ruckus at the residence as her heart's violent throbbing began to subside. The emotions belonging to the original owner gradually receded. Chu Qianli felt a sense of relief and looked up at the flying companion, Sambao, beckoning him with her hand. Sambao promptly directed the great white creature to descend, leaping down as usual when it was not far from the ground. Just as Chu Qianli reached out to catch him, the man beside her moved even faster, stepping forward to embrace Sambao, his voice deep and commanding. "Do not act so recklessly." With a playful flick of his tongue, Sambao dashed over to Chu Qianli, affectionately calling out, "Mother." A chorus of regretful murmurs arose from the surrounding crowd. Such an unparalleled beauty. And yet she was already a mother? Feng Xuandu, sensing the emotional turmoil of those around him, felt his countenance darken further, a nameless fury surging within him. He strode back to his previous position, only to find that Chu Qianli held on to Sambao, no longer leaning against him as she had before, which only intensified his vexation. Chu Qianli turned to Madame Wu. "Madam Minister, I kindly request that you hand over the thief who has stolen my purple Xian ginseng." Madame Wu's expression became grave. "Miss, our house has no enmity with you. Who has incited you to come here and slander us? The purple Xian ginseng has become extinct, and now it is worth its weight in gold to find a single root. Chu Qian may have purloined my purple Xian ginseng, yet she claims to have obtained it from Wuying Mountain. As her mother, you support her baseless claims. Is the minister's residence known for its audacity? Such nonsense. The purple Xian ginseng was painstakingly acquired by my daughter from Wuying Mountain. You fail to provide your name or any background, yet you accuse her of theft. Do you have any evidence? And if you assert that Chu Qian obtained the purple Xian ginseng from Wuying Mountain, who can vouch for that? The guards who accompanied her into the mountain can testify. Then let us summon those guards and confront each other here and now. Madame Wu regarded Chu Qianli with a cold smile. "My dear, as the minister's wife, my willingness to speak with you stems from a desire to prevent you from swaying public opinion and tarnishing the reputation of our residence. Do you think this is a place for such antics? You come here to slander without any evidence, and you expect the minister's residence to cooperate with you? My lady, you may not be aware that I possess some medical knowledge, which allowed me to leave certain traces on the thief who stole from me that day." Upon hearing this, Madame Wu was taken aback, having heard from Chu Qian about this woman's methods. "Do not spread alarmist tales here. This is the esteemed minister's residence. If you accuse a high-ranking official, you ought to face justice. Whatever you have to say, take it to the authorities. Someone, Apprehend this woman and deliver her to the Shuntian prefecture. As long as we can control her, even if she has indeed left something behind, we can interrogate her slowly. Under severe torture, even the toughest bones can be reduced to pulp. Chu Qianli raised her gaze, the slight upward tilt of her eyes revealing a hint of coldness. My lady, are you implying that you intend to shield that little thief and refuse to admit your mistakes? What wrongdoing has the minister's residence committed? Do you not regret this? Chu Qianli sought confirmation once more. There is no need for the young lady to put on a show. The minister's residence stands firm and upright, conducting all matters in accordance with the laws of the court. Why should we regret? Chu Qianli turned to the side and addressed Cambao. My son, have Debeza take action. Understood. Cambao raised the exquisite golden trumpet in his hand and called out to Debezu, who was soaring high in the sky. Debezu, take action. With a piercing cry, an eagle's call resonated through the heavens, and Debezu swiftly dove towards the minister's residence. Panic ensued within the minister's residence, and Chu Qianli casually glanced around before leaning against Feng Xuandu, gently nudging his arm with her elbow. Feng Xuandu felt a sudden clarity wash over his previously troubled mind, allowing him to relax his shoulders just enough to lean closer. However, after a brief moment of anticipation, the other party remained silent. What is the holdup? Summon the third prince. Such a splendid performance cannot proceed without him. I have no one at my disposal. Feng Xuandu glanced at the crowd of onlookers, his expression darkening slightly. His subordinates had hidden themselves exceedingly well, yet they had been detected. Enough of this. Half of those watching are merely gauging your reactions. Feng Xuandu's gaze sharpened. Understood. Madame Wu's face turned ashen. Miss, you are being rude, if that is the case. I shall not be courteous either. Seize her at once. Yes. Chapter 18. The salted fish? The deep-sea shark. The guards surged forward, encircling Chu Qianli and the others. Instinctively, Feng Xuandu positioned himself protectively in front of Chu Qianli and Sanbao, an aura of frost gathering around him. Chu Qianli lifted Sanbao and nimbly leapt, placing him atop the carriage before drawing the whip from her waist. She had been a salted fish for 2 years, but who, before becoming a salted fish, was not a deep-sea shark? Crack! The whip, as agile as a serpent, coiled around the foremost guard and struck directly towards Madame Wu, who stood at the entrance of the residence. Madame Wu was struck squarely, letting out a piercing scream, causing further chaos among the officials. Sanbao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cheered for his mother from the carriage roof. Mother is magnificent. Mother is the best. Chu Qianli wielded her long whip with a fierce grace, sending the guards sprawling to the ground wherever she went. Hearing her son's encouraging call, she turned with a smile, flicking her whip to draw 2 guards closer, arranging them on the ground in a heart shape. The young boy, excited, blushed and playfully blew a kiss, exclaiming, Mother, moi. With a triumphant cry, the snow-white eagle soared into the sky, clutching a jade box in its talons. Mother, I have found the purple Xian ginseng. Chu Qianli's lips curved into a radiant smile, her eyes shimmering with delight. Well done, Dabai. When you return, I shall prepare a stew of purple Xian ginseng chicken for you. Quickly, the boy raised a golden trumpet to translate, as Dabai circled joyfully in the air before gleefully dropping the jade box. Wu, having struggled to her feet, nearly exploded with rage at the sight. This which dares to command beasts to steal the purple Xian ginseng from my residence? Someone, alert the Shuntian prefecture and the 9 Gates general. There are thieves rampaging through the capital. We require their assistance. Yes. With a deft flick of her whip, Chu Qianli snagged the jade box and opened it, her lips curling slightly in satisfaction. Realizing that the original owner's lingering anger could hinder her peaceful retirement, she had begun her preparations. The reason she had bitten into half of the purple Xian ginseng was a moment of distraction, but discarding it was a deliberate act. It spoke volumes of Chu Lingshuan's desperate need for the ginseng, as even a pampered young lady from a noble family was willing to venture into the mountains for it. Even if this ginseng was flawed, she would not relinquish the opportunity to possess it. This half-piece of purple Xian ginseng represented her chance to return to the Prime Minister's residence with legitimacy. Stop this at once. Suddenly, a sharp command resonated, and a multitude of guards hastened forward. The third prince has arrived. Wu's eyes sparkled with joy as she promptly adjusted her attire and stepped forward to pay her respects. Your Highness, the third prince, you have finally come. The crowd knelt in unison. Chu Qianli turned to observe a young man dismounting from his horse, clad in a celestial blue robe adorned with exquisite silver bamboo leaf patterns. He possessed a tall and slender figure, his countenance resembling a jade crown, with a pallor that, while slightly ashen, could not conceal his noble and aloof demeanor. Surrounded by the throng, he stood out like a precious gem amidst rubble, undeniably captivating. The third prince, Yin Qinggui. Chu Qianli's heart raced tumultuously, the emotions of her original self surging forth, echoing relentlessly in her mind, a vexatious disturbance. What is the commotion? Have you never seen a man before? If this continues, I shall scatter a potion that will surely render Yun Qinggui more disheveled than a beggar. As Yun Qinggui steadied himself, he felt an almost tangible gaze sweeping over him, causing a slight tremor in his heart. He raised his eyes to meet Chu Qianli's enigmatic smile, momentarily taken aback. The young woman's face was veiled, obscuring her full visage. Yet the features that were visible were extraordinarily enchanting, particularly her eyes, which shimmered with brilliance, radiating an alluring light. They held a hint of a delicate smile, as if capable of drowning one in their depths. My lady, are you the one who pilfered the purple ginseng that I had stewed, bitten, and discarded on the ground? Chu Qianli seized the initiative. Yun Qinggui was momentarily dumbfounded, then his brows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean, my lady? Chu Qianli lazily waved her hand in front of her, expressing concern about her breath while speaking to you. Considering that half a stick of purple ginseng was carelessly thrown in the mud, its appearance truly. Mrs. Wu's face was taut. Enchantress, cease your baseless slander. His Highness the Third Prince, this woman has come uninvited to the residence, causing a disturbance and injuring both myself and numerous guards, while also commanding. With a sharp snap, Chu Qianli opened the jade box in her hand, disdainfully pinching the purple ginseng with her fingers, presenting it before the onlookers. Madam Prime Minister, think carefully before you speak. Words once uttered are akin to something vomited, and truly difficult to retract. Chapter 19. Do you think only you can turn the tables? The previously halved stick of purple ginseng was further reduced, as Chu Lingxian was exceedingly concerned about the third prince and dreaded that the physician administering the medication might discover any discrepancies, utilizing only the unblemished portion. Given the rarity of the purple ginseng, she refrained from destroying the remaining evidence. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Indeed, there were bite marks on the purple ginseng. This implies that a young lady from the residence had stolen something belonging to another girl, while claiming it was obtained through great hardship. Mrs. Wu's expression shifted drastically as she instinctively glanced at the third prince, her mind racing to devise a counter-strategy. She could not allow the third prince to harbor any ill feelings towards Lingxian. At that moment, a soft and feeble voice broke through. Your Highness the Third Prince, Mother. Chu Qianli turned to the entrance of the residence, her brows slightly raised, relaxing her body against Feng Xuandu's shoulder, appearing as though she were preparing to watch a performance. Feng Xuandu's gaze subtly shifted, the corners of his lips beneath the mask curling upward slightly. Humph, I wondered how long you could maintain your faade. Are you not merely relying on support now? Chu Lingxian emerged slowly, clad in a flowing white gown, her hair half loosened, with delicate brows slightly furrowed. Her exquisitely beautiful face appeared as pale as snow. With the assistance of her maid, she gradually made her way forward. Madame Wu hastily spoke. Lingxian, you are still recovering from your injuries. How can you possibly rise? Mother, the daughter replied. I heard that someone has caused a commotion over the matter of the purple Xian ginseng, which has even resulted in your injury. How could I rest at ease? Dear child, your health is of utmost importance. I would never blame you, her mother reassured her. Moreover, His Highness the Third Prince has come swiftly upon hearing of your predicament. He would not harbor resentment over a few trivial rumors. The third prince, Yun Qinggui, cast a gentle glance towards Chu Lingxian. Madame Wu speaks wisely. Miss Chu need not exert herself unduly. Chu Qianli felt a discreet shiver run down her spine, marveling inwardly. Ah Cho, one must ponder how blind a man must be not to perceive the splendid performance Chu Lingxian is putting on. Feng Xuandu glanced over briefly, his disinterest palpable as he withdrew his gaze, dull, stretching languidly. Chu Qianli discarded the remaining purple Xian ginseng onto the ground and playfully kicked it towards the third prince with her toe. Behold, these bite marks are my handiwork. If you are to defend someone blindly, at least raise a banner of righteousness to shield yourself from the whispers of others. Lest it be said that the third prince of the royal family is shielding his fiancé for private reasons. The third prince's expression slightly altered. This young lady. Your Highness, Chu Lingxian signaled for her maid to withdraw, stepping forward alone to bow to Chu Qianli. Miss, I confess that I took the purple Xian ginseng. I acknowledge my mistake, and I implore you not to create a disturbance. Upon uttering these words, a flurry of discussions erupted around them. Wu's heart tightened. Lingxian, what nonsense are you speaking? Mother, the situation is, never mind, I admit my fault, but I do not regret it. A wounded guard strode forward. Kneeling directly before Chu Lingxian, weeping sorrowfully, Miss, please do not speak further. It is my fault, and I willingly accept the punishment. Chu Lingxian hastily bent down to assist the guard. Uncle Luo, what are you doing? The guard remained kneeling, bowing his head to both Chu Lingxian and woo. I, Luo Xiang, have been fortunate that the Lord did not abandon me. I led 100 guards to protect the young lady into Wuing Mountain to search for the purple Xian ginseng, accompanying her over numerous peaks, encountering landslides, venomous snakes, and packs of wolves pursuing us for miles. Out of over 100 guards, only 6 remain, and the young lady herself is gravely injured and unconscious. Uncle Luo. Chu Lingshuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Please, young lady, allow me to finish. When we were at our wits' end, we stumbled upon a gorge in the mountains, where we happened upon half a purple Xian ginseng on the ground. At that moment, it truly felt like a divine revelation. The ginseng bore bite marks and signs of having been cooked, but it had already been discarded on the ground. When we picked it up, can it truly be considered theft? The onlookers displayed contemplative expressions. Indeed, did not the young lady claim that she had discarded the purple Xian ginseng after cooking and biting into it? How could it possibly be deemed theft if Chu Xian merely retrieved it? The guard, Luo Xing, glared fiercely at Chu Qianli. The young lady had nearly lost her life while escorting the purple ginseng down the mountain, and now this girl was causing a ruckus at the residence, attempting to dismiss all of the young lady's efforts and contributions with mere accusations of theft. What was her true intention? Chu Qianli raised her gaze, her eyes wide with innocence, asserting that her purpose was indeed to save someone. What? Chu Xian and the others stood frozen in disbelief upon hearing her words. Suddenly, Luo Sheng's expression shifted dramatically as he clutched his chest and coughed out a spurt of blood. It was as if this act had triggered a chain reaction. Chu Xian followed suit, coughing up blood as well. The third prince, poised to offer his concern, staggered and also expelled blood onto the ground. Wu Shi was left at a loss, exclaiming, "What is happening? Quickly, summon a physician." Chapter 20. Do I bear any resemblance to my former self? Chu Qianli gently caressed her chest, seemingly filled with compassion. I can prepare a soup with purple ginseng, which indicates that I do not hold this item in high regard. Yet, I traveled a great distance only to call out for you to return the ginseng. Does this not illustrate the issue at hand? The onlookers displayed expressions of confusion. Do you not understand? Chu Qianli sighed softly and proceeded to explain. I have a penchant for culinary exploration. Not long ago, I prepared a soup with purple ginseng, unaware that I had added something harmful. One bite nearly poisoned me, prompting me to discard the ginseng in the courtyard. Little did I expect that someone would come to my courtyard to collect it. Collect it from the courtyard? Is that not still theft? The crowd glanced at the bloodied Chu Xian and the others, their sentiments gradually shifting towards Chu Qianli. It mattered little that one had picked something up. The pressing concern was the swiftness of their departure. Consuming that poisonous ginseng could indeed be fatal. How could I afford to delay? I pursued them relentlessly, but alas, I lost their trail. After much effort, I finally inquired and located them, only to be met with the unyielding insistence of the Prime Minister's wife to apprehend someone without discernment. This was truly disheartening. Madame Wu's expression was stiff as she supported Chu Xian, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the physician. You hastily proclaimed your intent to find the thief of your purple ginseng, yet you failed to mention its toxicity. I sought the thief of the ginseng, and did the Prime Minister's wife not also refrain from acknowledging it? Oh, it is my fault for not articulating it clearly. I was unaware that within the Prime Minister's residence, the term steal was interpreted as picking something up from the ground. Had I known, I would have altered my phrasing, inquiring who had collected the poisonous purple ginseng from my courtyard. The air around them was suddenly filled with suppressed laughter. Given the matter concerning the third prince, the physician arrived promptly. However, after examining the pulse, his face turned ashen. Your Highness, the toxins within you have recurred, and their mixture is more perilous than before. My humble medical skills are insufficient. Please forgive me, Your Highness. A thick hatred simmered in Chu Lingshuan's eyes, which glimmered a fierce crimson. It is this enchantress who has acted maliciously. It must be her. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Wu cast a cold glance towards the guard, Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng struggled to kneel before Chu Qianli. Miss, I confess to stealing the ginseng. At the time, the young lady was unconscious and entirely unaware. If you wish to vent your anger, I offer my life in exchange for the antidote to save both the third prince and the young lady. As she spoke, she drew her long sword and pressed it against her throat. Chu Qianli flicked her whip, sending the sword flying. Are my words not clear enough? I traveled a great distance solely to rescue you. Why do you insist on seeking death? As long as the payment is sufficient, I assure you a long and prosperous life. Wow, what? How? You stole my purple ginseng, forcing me to journey so far, and now you require my aid. Yet you intend to withhold payment? I am but a mere guard. Luo Xing was left dumbfounded. If you lack funds, the minister's residence should have plenty, right? As a guard, you have followed your young lady from Wuing Mountain, ensuring her safety through the treacherous wilderness, a solitary man accompanying a woman back to the capital. Even when your young lady fell into a coma, you did not abandon her, but instead sought to gather ginseng for her. Surely, she will save you in return. Wu's expression changed abruptly. What do you mean by treacherous wilderness and solitary man and woman? Are you slandering Ling Xuan's virtue? Miss, I implore you to choose your words carefully. Oh, my apologies. As a rustic from the mountains, my speech may lack coherence. I merely said what came to mind, and you all listened. The expressions of those around them grew increasingly subtle. Chu Qianli yawned. So, will the payment be provided, or not? Yes. How much do you require? 500 taels. Chu Qianli said with a slight smile, in gold. Wu's eyes widened in shock. The minister's residence does not possess such a sum. Writing an IOU would suffice. The esteemed minister's residence would surely not default on its debts. Wu felt as though her heart was bleeding. She was merely a guard, a scapegoat at that. How could she possibly bear to spend 500 taels of gold to save someone? Yet now, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, having just proclaimed Luo Sheng's merit in protecting Chu Lingxian, failing to act would render the residence of the marquis as ungrateful. The third prince, Yun Qinggui, rose, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Chu Qianli, producing a golden token. I shall first pledge the prince's order to you. Deliver the gold by tomorrow, and you shall save her. Chu Qianli narrowed her eyes, snatching the token and tossing it to the onlooker perched atop the carriage. Shenbao, His Highness, the third prince, is quite generous. Antidote. She retrieved a vial of medicine, casting a pill to Luo Sheng, who promptly prepared to hand it to the prince. However, Chu Qianli halted him, saying, no need. Afterward, she produced 2 more pills, smiling as she presented one each to Yun Qinggui and Chu Lingxian. This pill not only neutralized the poison from the Zishuan herb, but also eradicated the toxin within the third prince. The royal physician hurried forward to examine it, exclaiming in astonishment, Ninglu pill? Your Highness, this is the long-lost antidote of legendary status. The third prince paused, his gaze inquisitive as he turned to Chu Qianli. How much silver? Give it to you, and Chu Lingxian. No need for silver. Why is that? Surely it is due to our relationship? Relationship? Yun Qinggui frowned, increasingly perplexed. Chu Qianli raised her hand, slowly unveiling her face. Fiancé, dear sister, it has been a long time. Do you see how much I resemble my former self? Chapter 21. Randomly selecting 5 to slay. As the veil was lifted, Chu Qianli's breathtaking beauty was fully revealed to the world. Her flawless complexion was as fair as congealed fat, with delicate brows, shimmering eyes, a finely shaped nose, and rosy lips that appeared translucent and inviting. She stood there with a gentle smile, her figure exquisitely proportioned, with a slender waist that made the very heavens dim in comparison. Before the grand gate of the mansion, an oppressive silence enveloped the crowd. Words failed them, and only one thought lingered in their minds: beauty. Wu's family was the first to regain their composure. Utterly astonished, Chu Qianli? Is this woman truly Chu Qianli? How could this be possible? At that moment, emissaries from the Shuntian prefecture and the 9 Gates commander hastened to arrive. We have seen His Highness the third prince. May we inquire as to the whereabouts of the rebel? Chu Qianli lazily raised her gaze, observing the third prince and Chu Lingxian, whose complexions had returned to a healthy hue after consuming the restorative pill. Fiancé, dear sister, are you prepared to show ingratitude to your savior? You? Chu Lingxuan's face was a canvas of shock, utterly forgetting to control her expression. You are Chu Qianli? No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity upon their first encounter. She never anticipated that the once unattractive girl had transformed into an unparalleled beauty. With a slight movement of her eyes, Chu Qianli cast a reproachful glance at Chu Lingxian. How can you treat me, a legitimate daughter of the mansion, with such disrespect? Dear sister, address me as your elder sister. Chu Lingxuan's lips trembled, her voice stifled as if gripped by an unseen hand, leaving her with nothing but a heart brimming with resentment. How could it be? That wretched Chu Qianli cannot possibly still be alive. Chu Qianli retracted her gaze, feeling a sense of disdain. Clearly, Chu Lingxian's psychological resilience was lacking. She then turned her attention to the third prince. Your Highness, do you have anything to say? The third prince, Yun Qinggui, suppressed the astonishment within, his expression a mix of complexity and skepticism. Are you truly Chu Qianli? The former Chu Qianli was not only unappealing in appearance, but also timid in nature, too afraid to even meet my gaze directly, perpetually cowering in the corner. In my memory, she was no different from a mere brick or a handful of dirt. 5 years can transform one's looks. But can one's character truly undergo such a profound metamorphosis? Chu Qianli raised her eyes and smiled lightly, her lips parting to release a melodious voice. On the 16th day of the first lunar month 8 years ago, You journeyed to Jizhou to provide relief to the victims of a snow disaster. On your return to the capital, you were beset by heavy snowfall that blocked your path and were ambushed by assassins, sustaining grave injuries. You lay abandoned in the snow by the roadside when I found you, carrying and dragging you through the blizzard for 3 miles, your cheeks, arms, and toes frostbitten, leaving behind deep scars. A flicker of emotion passed through Yun Qinggui's eyes as his fingers tightened slowly beneath his sleeves. Subsequently, I brought you home, where you remained in a high fever, unconscious. I pawned all the belongings in my house to procure 2 doses of medicine for you. Yet I was unable to find the snake gall needed as an ingredient. Amidst the heavy snow, I searched the mountains for hibernating snakes, but in my haste, I slipped and fell down a slope, fracturing my leg and injuring my internal organs, forcing me to endure over 3 months of recuperation. As Chu Qianli approached Yun Qinggui with measured steps, fragments of her original self's memories flickered through her mind, stirring her emotions and causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. 7 years ago, on the 20th of August, after our engagement, during the royal autumn hunt, you inadvertently wandered into the depths of the forest while pursuing a white fox, only to be pursued by spies from a rival nation. I shielded you from 3 arrows, each embedding itself painfully deep, compounded by poison that gnawed at my very core. The surrounding populace was engulfed in shock. They had heard of Chu Qianli's life-saving grace towards the third prince, but remained oblivious to the intricate details. Many still clung to the belief that, despite her life-saving act, her unattractive appearance rendered her unworthy of him. Yet, upon hearing these revelations, their hearts ached for her. What did it matter if she was deemed plain? The sincerity and sacrifice that Chu Qianli exhibited towards the third prince were sufficient to overshadow any shortcomings in her appearance. Beside them, Feng Xuandu radiated an aura of coldness. His gaze fixed intently on the third prince, a flicker of vibrant red glimmering in his eyes, hinting at a thread of concealed malice. Wasn't he merely a pretty face, lacking even a fraction of the allure he once possessed? How could this woman lay bare her heart before him? Was she not coveting that pretty face's charm, calling him little brother as she had done before? Chu Qianli smiled softly, her eyes a pool of calm. Your Highness, do you wish for me to continue? Yun Qinggui's expression was complex. No need, I believe you. Before me stands Chu Qianli. With a gentle smile, Chu Qianli remarked, that is well. Coupled with today's life-saving grace, you now owe me 3 lives. Indeed, before the assembly, the third prince found himself at a loss for words. Mrs. Wu supported Chu Lingxian, pinching her arm sharply to rouse her spirits. Qianli, I truly did not anticipate such a transformation after 5 years. Mother is simply overjoyed. Mrs. Wu's face radiated delight. Chu Lingxian promptly lifted her smile. Sister, welcome back. I cannot believe that 5 years have passed, and your child has grown so much. Where's brother-in-law? The mention of a child snapped the crowd back to attention, directing their gaze towards the golden trumpet held by Cambao. Realizing the collective scrutiny, Cambao enthusiastically waved and greeted everyone. Oh, how peculiar. All these people. Chu Qianli approached the carriage, extending her arms toward Cambao. In an instant, Cambao discarded the trumpet and leapt into Chu Qianli's embrace. Mother. Chu Qianli held him close, her smile tender and sweet amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. This is my son, 3.5 years old. Cambao, allow me to introduce you. This gentleman before you is your mother's fiancé. You may address him as uncle. The lady who found ginseng in our yard is your aunt, and the woman beside her is your maternal grandfather's second wife. By tradition, you may hesitantly refer to her as grandmother. Cambao promptly wrapped his arms around Chu Qianli's neck, his little face turning fearful, skillfully playing his part. Mother, the uncle has brought people to harm us, and my aunt has stolen our ginseng. She even pinched the face of my precious ginseng. Grandmother's gaze is so terrifying. Do they not like my ginseng? That's not true. My ginseng has no father. They must be scolding it. With a quivering lip and tearful eyes, I feel overwhelmed. Chu Qianli quickly pats his back to provide comfort. No one will scold you. If they do, just tell mother. And I will randomly select 5 people each day to punish. Within 3 days, I assure you no one will dare to insult you again. As her child, she vowed to protect him from any grievances, no matter the circumstances. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd around them gasped in shock. 5 people to punish each day? Suddenly, a flurry of chirping sparrows filled the air. Chu Qianli looked up, her sleeves fluttering gracefully. And the sparrows perched at the eaves of the mansion abruptly fell silent, dropping to the ground. She noticed others were trying to soothe their children. The incessant chirping was indeed bothersome. Those nearby focused intently on the sparrows, which bore no marks of injury yet appeared lifeless, eyes tightly shut, devoid of breath. The onlookers instinctively stepped back from Chu Qianli, as if a noose had been tightened around their necks, and all murmurs ceased. Regardless of how the sparrow met its end, They were certain they did not wish to become one of the 5 to be punished. Chapter 22. Wasn't it just to spare you the effort? The officials from the Shantian prefecture and the German commander quickly turned their gazes toward the third prince. Your Highness, this is a misunderstanding. We appreciate your efforts. But there is no need for concern. Yun Qigui suppressed her complex emotions and spoke, regardless of what has transpired with Chu Qianli. The mere fact that she has saved my life once again today compels me to stand by her side. Even if she were to bring down the residence of the Marquis. Indeed, we shall take our leave now, the officials replied. In such divine conflicts, it is prudent for us insignificant figures to refrain from involvement, lest we face dire consequences. The third prince turned to Chu Qianli, saying, Miss Chu, your survival brings me great joy. No matter what has occurred, you are my savior, and I shall never forget this debt of gratitude. Chu Qianli maintained her smile. We are on the same side. There is no need for formality. After all, we are still bound by our engagement, are we not? The original self held this engagement in the highest regard, thus it must be addressed with utmost seriousness. No, Chu Lingxian could not restrain herself. The third prince was her most cherished person. Even aware that speaking up at this moment was unwise, she could not help but exclaim, I am to be the future consort of the third prince. Oh, Chu Qianli raised an eyebrow. Has my engagement to the third prince been annulled? Chu Lingshuan's voice grew urgent. Sister, you have been missing for 5 years and have borne a child with another man. How can you still claim the title of the third prince's consort? Chu Qianli narrowed her eyes slightly. Let me ask you, has the engagement been annulled? The engagement remains intact. It is merely that the chosen one has changed to me. When did this change occur? 5 years ago, after your disappearance. Chu Qianli coldly smiled. You acknowledged that this change happened after my disappearance. I was absent, thus the engagement was transferred to you. Now that I have returned, this engagement rightfully belongs to me. I firmly believe that the third prince is not the sort of ungrateful and treacherous individual. However, you already have children. What does it matter? Once married, the child can simply call him father, which would undoubtedly save the third prince a considerable amount of effort. Upon uttering this statement, a wave of laughter erupted. The child is already over 3 years old, and indeed, it would save effort. Yet, such a labor is unlikely to be willingly borne by any man. Meanwhile, the chilling aura surrounding Feng Xuandu intensified. What? Does this woman intend to remarry? Taking her son along? Does he think he is dead? No. If she dares to marry, he will eliminate Yun Qingui. With this thought, he stepped forward and grasped Chu Qianli's arm, affectionately calling out, Qianli. Chu Qianli was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile and gently patting Feng Xuandu's arm. Be good, don't make a fuss. I will accompany you later. Feng Xuandu's posture stiffened slightly. What tone was this woman using? Has she forgotten who carried her out of the valley, who crafted the most splendid carriage, and laid down the softest brocade? How shallow. How ungrateful. Feng Xuandu mused. Yet his hand obediently released her arm. The glances from those around them grew increasingly intriguing. Feng Xuandu, despite his unattractive face, was now masked, rendering his appearance indiscernible. However, his stature and demeanor were impeccable and regal, embodying excellence. Now, an extraordinary man of such noble bearing willingly followed behind Chu Qianli, acting as her support during moments of repose. How could this not provoke the imagination? The third prince not only has a son before marriage, but may also gain a brother to share a wife? Truly exhilarating. Yun Qinggui's gaze was heavy. Yet she wisely refrained from further entangling herself with Chu Qianli over the matter of their engagement. Miss Chu, your journey back has been arduous. And after finally reuniting with your family, it would be best for you to return home and rest. Considering the time, the Prime Minister should be returning shortly. He will undoubtedly be overjoyed to see you, she suggested. Wang spoke up quickly. His Highness the Third Prince is right, Qianli. Over the years, your father has longed for you deeply. It was imperative to prevent Chu Qianli from causing further disturbances that could jeopardize Ling Xian and the Third Prince's budding relationship. Chu Qianli raised her gaze toward the Prime Minister's residence, where the golden plaque hung high, exuding an air of authority. The grand crimson doors were adorned with gilded rivets, each intricately carved with auspicious patterns, polished to a dazzling shine. My father misses me? Chu Qianli smiled faintly. But how could it be that upon my arrival in the capital, I hear whispers of a rebellious daughter from the Prime Minister's household, whose illicit affairs led to a tragic demise? Chu Lingshuan's expression faltered as she met Chu Qianli's penetrating gaze, a chill sweeping through her heart. The scandal that had tarnished Chu Qianli's name was orchestrated by her own hands. She had believed that with Chu Qianli's disappearance, the matter would fade into obscurity. After all, with her sister's timid disposition, a few pointed words would suffice to silence her. However, to her astonishment, Chu Qianli had transformed, not only in beauty but also in character. Now a stark contrast to her former self. Was her return driven by a desire for vengeance? This could not be allowed. She must devise a strategy. Indeed, they had discovered the corpse of a woman clad in her sister's garments, and with her sister missing, it was only natural for the family to misconstrue the situation. Yet, their parents had always held a deep yearning for her sister. As Chu Lingxian spoke, she gracefully stepped forward to take hold of Chu Qianli's arm. Hoping to hasten her entry into the mansion, Chu Qianli cast her gaze downward. Within her shimmering eyes lay a faint chill that effectively paused Chu Lingxuan's hand in midair. The wound on her wrist, which had begun to heal, throbbed subtly, rendering her hesitant to touch her sister again. Sister, if you long for me so dearly, why not open the door for me swiftly? Open the door? Chu Lingxian was taken aback. Chu Qianli gazed at the main entrance of the mansion. The rightful and only legitimate daughter of the family had returned, having even saved the life of the third prince. Surely, she was entitled to enter through the front gate? Anger surged within Chu Lingxian. Was Chu Qianli truly the sole legitimate daughter? What did that make her? The third prince's brow twitched slightly as he glanced at Madame Wu. Conveying a sense of urgency, they could not allow Chu Qianli to continue her commotion any longer. Madame Wu, startled, suppressed her dissatisfaction and stiffly instructed the nearby matron. Go and open the main gate to welcome the young lady back. Yes. The heavy vermilion door creaked open, revealing a beautifully carved screen depicting auspicious clouds and cranes not far within the mansion. The slanting rays of the setting sun spilled through the entrance, casting a radiant glow upon the lofty staircase. Chu Qianli, leading Shabao, ascended step by step. Memories of her former self surged within her mind, echoing with waves of grievance and sorrow. When she was brought back to the mansion, it had been a grand affair, yet she had entered through the servants' entrance. At that time, she had been blissfully ignorant, bowing in gratitude to Madame Wu, unaware that from the very moment she stepped into the mansions, she had become a mere jest. Chu Qianli stood firmly at the threshold of the central gate, a subtle smile gracing her features. She then lifted her foot and forcefully stepped down upon the exquisitely carved threshold. With a resounding crack, the threshold shattered, reduced to mere rubble beneath her heel. Her gaze remained indifferent as she declared, "Original self, I shall reclaim every grievance you endured in the past. Once your wishes are fulfilled, you may depart in peace, allowing me to embrace a tranquil life of leisure." Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Chu Qianli. In the Eastern Xin Kingdom, the threshold of an official residence symbolized the status of its master, and the residence of the minister, being a prestigious household, boasted a threshold of unparalleled elegance and craftsmanship. Yet now, with a single step, Chu Qianli had obliterated it, as if intending to trample the entire ministerial estate underfoot. How infuriating! Wu felt a surge of rage, her chest tightening as darkness threatened to obscure her vision, while Chu Qianli paid her no mind. "Can Bao, please choose a courtyard carefully. We shall temporarily reside here." "All right, Mother," Can Bao replied, joyfully grasping Chu Qianli's hand as they skipped along. "We will settle here, cultivate ginseng, and await my younger brother." Chapter 23. Is it you who has become lofty, or have I become unable to wield my sword? Feng Xuandu furrowed his brow and followed closely in Chu Qianli's footsteps into the ministerial estate, leaving behind a throng of eager subordinates. Should we report to the Grand Elder that the esteemed master was taken away merely for a gentle touch? The illustrious Feng clan's supreme leader, it seems, is reduced to playing the role of a convenient father. The Grand Elder's remaining hair must surely be thinning in despair. Outside the estate, the third prince had intended to enter the residence to meet Chu Qianli privately. However, he was intercepted by his mother, Princess Qi, who sent for him to return to the palace, compelling him to depart. Wu brought Chu Lingxian back to the residence, where the chaos caused by the intrusion of Bai left the surroundings in disarray and the servants in a state of trepidation. Frowning in displeasure, she remarked, "What a commotion this is! Forgive me, my lady." The servants immediately knelt down in apology. "All of you, withdraw and restore order to the estate." "Yes." Chu Lingxian shook off her maid and approached Wu. "Mother, is that woman truly Chu Qianli?" "Who else could it be?" Wu replied. "But how could Chu Qianli possess such beauty? Her birth mother was Su Qingya, the legitimate daughter of the Su family, renowned as the most stunning beauty in the capital. Do you think she would be lacking in allure?" It was no wonder she found those eyes somewhat familiar. They resembled those of the Su family. Yet, she had previously appeared rather unsightly, especially with the dark birthmarks on her cheeks. A surge of jealousy coursed through Chu Lingxuan's heart. That is not the only reason. Wu abruptly halted her words. In any case, Chu Qianli's return this time is vastly different from before. We must tread carefully. "Mother, I am the sole legitimate daughter of the Xiang residence. Chu Qianli cannot be allowed to remain." A deep-seated hatred flickered in Chu Lingxuan's eyes. "Rest assured, my dear. I have succeeded in eliminating her once. I shall certainly do so again. If she dares to return, the Xiang residence will be her grave." Just then, Wang Mama hurriedly approached. "Madam, that young lady has set her sights on the floating jade garden and is requesting entry." "What?" Wu's expression changed dramatically. The floating jade garden was originally constructed by the Prime Minister Chu Qianli for his first wife, Chu Qianli. Since her passing, the garden has remained sealed, forbidding anyone from stepping foot inside. Not far from the entrance of the floating jade garden, in a small pavilion, Chu Qianli languidly sat on a stone bench, propping her forehead with one hand as she watched Feng Xuandu unlock the door. From her bosom, Cambao retrieved a clean fruit wrapped in a handkerchief and presented it to Chu Qianli. "Mother, after all that talk, you should have a fruit to soothe your throat." Chu Qianli lazily took a bite, her movements resembling a phone on the brink of dying, as if it could cease functioning at any moment. Cambao felt a pang of concern. "Mother, don't you wish to eat something? Cambao will make it for you." Chu Qianli's eyes lit up. "Ginseng chicken? Yes, yes. That sounds good." Cambao nodded eagerly and, while Feng Xuandu was distracted, gently touched the phoenix blood jade bracelet, retrieving a plump purple ginseng. "Mother, as I traveled here, I heard that the appearance of these creatures relates to their original forms. Since I am a tender white ginseng, it must mean I am a white-skinned one." Chu Qianli blinked. "Ah, perhaps." Cambao gasped in horror. "If my brother were to turn out purple and splotchy, he would surely be too ugly, like Uncle Ho, causing one's eyes to ache. So, therefore, Cambao decided that all purple ginseng would be reserved for Mother S chicken, and in the future, he would seek out white-skinned ginseng. Cambao clenched his chubby little hand, silently resolving. Only those who are pure and tender deserve to be his brother. Chu Qianli gently curled her lips. "As long as you are happy, I knew that my mother would support me. So I set out to gather firewood to prepare a chicken stew for her. As I glanced around, I quickly spotted a tall pine tree. 'Mother,' I exclaimed, 'pine wood is the best for cooking chicken.' With that, I decided to chop down the tree. Meanwhile, Feng Xuandu pretended to struggle with the iron lock on the gate, while discreetly observing the movements of Chu Qianli and her child. Upon hearing Sanbao's mention of white ginseng, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Ever since leaving Wuying Mountain, he had yet to find an opportunity to confirm Sanbao's lineage. And that thought had completely slipped his mind. What were these talks of purple ginseng and white ginseng? Sanbao was undeniably a noble descendant of the Phoenix clan, entirely unrelated to those plant spirits. Lost in his musings, he inadvertently tightened his grip on the heavy lock, leaving 2 imprints from his fingers. He quickly tried to pry it open, but to his surprise, the rusted lock could not withstand the pressure and snapped into 2 pieces. The gate swung open. Returning to the pavilion, Feng Xuandu found Chu Qianli languidly seated, prompting him to furrow his brow. In frustration, he tossed the lock onto the ground and approached her. It was still spring, and the stone bench carried a chill. "I shall have someone deliver goods to the residence," he stated. Throughout his journey, he had come to realize just how delicate this woman was. She demanded the finest silks and the most nourishing dishes, would throw a fit if awakened too abruptly, and would sulk if her walks were prolonged. Even a prolonged slumber that left her arm numb would bring forth a frown of displeasure. In essence, she resembled a meticulously crafted jade doll, best suited for a life of luxury and opulence. Such indulgence could only be afforded to her. Others would surely not be granted such leniency. Chu Qianli lazily lifted her gaze, having lost the sharpness she exhibited at the entrance of the minister's residence. Her eyes softened to an extreme degree. "As a merchant, are you not afraid of the minister's residence causing you trouble?" "Not at all. Not only the minister's residence, but the entire eastern Xian kingdom has never been of concern to me." Chu Qianli cast a deep glance at Feng Xuandu, her lips curving into a faint smile. "Hurry up. The people within the minister's residence are nearly exasperated with me and will certainly not assist in preparing anything. It would be foolish not to take advantage of an opportunity presented. As for why a wealthy individual would not fear the powerful minister's residence, she had no interest in delving into that matter." Beneath his mask, Feng Xuandu's lips curled upward. "Understood. Huh, woman, does she not still rely on him? By the way, what should I be called now? Having assisted her, she ought to address him as little brother, should she not? Big brother?" Feng Xuandu's expression darkened, and he flicked his sleeve, turning away. "Who wants to be your brother?" Chu Qianli straightened herself with some effort. "Then what do you wish to be called?" Feng Xuandu snorted, striding towards the exit, displaying a petulant demeanor. Chu Qianli widened her eyes in surprise. "Ah Cho, have you become arrogant, or is it that I can no longer wield a knife?" A long-term benefactor throwing a tantrum at her, Sanbao hurriedly scampered over, nestling into Chu Qianli's embrace. "Mother, do not be upset. Be careful or you may not be able to enjoy the ginseng stewed chicken later." At once, Chu Qianli's frustration dissipated, and she tenderly hugged Sanbao before leaning back against the table. "Forget it. Anger is not conducive to nurturing. I shall deal with him when the time comes. I will not be unable to manage you. Sanbao, dear child, is so considerate. Hee hee." The eyes of Sanbao were crescent-shaped with laughter, for he was undoubtedly the most cherished child of his mother. Chu Qianli, Wu Shi, accompanied by Chu Lingxian and old Madame Wang, hurriedly approached, her expression darkening upon witnessing the damaged gate of the floating jade garden. The master has ordered the sealing of the floating jade garden. How dare you defy his command? Chu Qianli raised her gaze slightly, responding, "This is my mother's domain. What is there for me to fear? You are truly insufferable," Wu Shi exclaimed, her demeanor one of heartfelt distress. Chu Lingxian swiftly stepped forward to support Wu Shi's arm, saying, "Mother, please take care of your health and do not let anger overwhelm you. Sister may not have acted with malice." Wu Shi's frustration intensified. "Even if you disregard me as your stepmother, surely you must consider your father's reputation?" Chu Qianli casually twirled the purple celestial ginseng that Sanbao had fetched, casting a mildly astonished glance at Wu Shi. "Am I mistaken in my memory? When have I ever shown favor to those of the Xiang residents?" Wu Shi's complexion darkened further at her words. At that moment, Sanbao's innocent voice rang out, "Oh dear, be careful." Chapter 24. Why seek permission from others? Wu Shi suddenly felt a shadow loom overhead. Looking up, she saw a tall, robust pine tree slowly toppling towards her. In her frantic attempt to evade, she collided with the fleeing Chu Lingxian, and a thick branch struck her back, causing her to faint from a mix of anger and pain. Chu Lingxian, struggling to rise, felt the sharp sting of a branch that left a deep red mark across her cheek. "Chu Qianli, just wait. When father returns, he shall not let you off easily." Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, flicking her fingers towards Chu Lingxian, startling her into a hasty retreat. After a brief moment, finding herself unscathed, she realized she had been played by Chu Qianli, inciting her to the point of spitting blood and rage. "You, just wait." Chu Qianli replied nonchalantly, "All right, I shall wait for you." Feeling apprehensive, Chu Lingxian gritted her teeth and lashed out at the servants nearby. "What are you standing there for? Quickly help my mother up and summon the physician." "Yes." Once Chu Lingxian and the others departed in a flurry, Sanbao emerged from behind the grand tree, coughing. Observing the dust stirred up by the fallen tree, he hurried to Chu Qianli's side. "Mother, did you choke?" Chu Qianli, surprised by the sight of the toppled tree, turned her gaze to Sanbao. "Sanbao, have you grown strong enough to uproot pine trees?" "No, mother. I merely made a small incision in the trunk with a knife, then stuffed it with dry grass and flint stones. The flint stones are incredible. It didn't take long before they burned through most of the trunk. Seeing them bully you, I kicked the tree, and it fell." Chu Qianli sighed in relief. Thank goodness. She had almost thought her son had transformed into a superhero. The flint stones had fallen from the Phoenix Blood Jade bracelet, a peculiar item only Sanbao could wield, and such unique abilities were somewhat understandable. Feng Xuandu had instructed his subordinates to deliver items and soon returned. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the massive pine tree lying on the ground, its base scorched by the flint stones. "What happened?" With a proud chest, Sanbao exclaimed, "Uncle Chu, I have driven away the wicked witch and her mother. Protecting my dear mother." Feng Xuandu's gaze softened as he stepped forward to lift Sanbao into his arms. "Sanbao is quite remarkable. Hee, Uncle Chu, please put me down. Without the witch, I can prepare ginseng chicken for mother." Reluctantly, Feng Xuandu released him, feeling a tinge of loss in the absence of the weight he had held. Chu Qianli lazily lifted her gaze, observing the seamless cooperation between the two as they began to cut branches. Soon, methodical servants entered the floating jade garden to tidy up, thoughtfully bringing a special clay pot for ginseng chicken for Sanbao. Chu Qianli settled onto a soft couch adorned with plush fox fur, with tea and fruits at her side. A gentle breeze wafted through, and she instinctively tucked her chin down, feeling the delicate fur graze her cheek, imparting a soothing warmth. Coupled with the lingering warmth of the setting sun, it culminated in 3 simple words. "Ah, so comfortable." In a drowsy haze, Chu Qianli drifted into sleep, her flawless complexion radiating a peach blossom-like glow, her lips slightly upturned in a serene expression. Feng Xuandu rose to his feet, the light in his eyes softening involuntarily. When he was domineering, he bore the force of a tempest. In his languor, he resembled a gentle, harmless cat, truly an enigma to behold. Sanbao quietly retrieved the purple ginseng and made a shushing gesture towards Feng Xuandu and the servants. "Mother is exhausted today. We must not disturb her rest." The subordinates glanced between Sanbao and their master, their hands trembling as if afflicted by advanced Parkinson's. The doll's eyes bear an uncanny resemblance to those of the esteemed master. The subordinate was filled with anxiety, pondering whether to report this to the Grand Elder. Moments later, a wisp of smoke began to rise within the residence, accompanied by the distinctive aroma of ginseng chicken stew. Sanbao squatted before the clay pot, fanning the air while casting glances towards Chu Qianli, a glint of mischief sparkling in his eyes. Before long, Chu Qianli indeed twitched her nose, her long eyelashes fluttering, and she gradually opened her eyes. How delightful the fragrance is. Sambao hastily dashed over, leaning against the soft couch. Mother, the ginseng chicken is ready. You have worked hard these past few days. So I placed an entire purple Xian ginseng in the pot. Very well, thank you, Sambao. Feng Xuandu ladled the ginseng chicken into bowls and meticulously arranged the utensils on the stone table in the small pavilion. The floating jade garden had been uninhabited for quite some time, yet it had undergone continuous maintenance. Now, after a thorough cleaning and airing, it was ready for habitation. Chu Qianli stretched lazily, the motion accentuating her exquisite curves, causing Feng Xuandu to grip the utensils a bit too firmly, almost shattering the bowl. Unaware of the commotion, Chu Qianli felt as if she could devour an entire cow. Dinner is served. Mother, enjoy the drumstick. Just as the three of them were joyously about to commence their meal, a cacophony of footsteps abruptly echoed. Sambao halted his movements and turned towards the source of the noise. A middle-aged man strode forth with an imposing presence, clad in dark red court attire, adorned with an official hat and a necklace of court beads around his neck. His countenance was stern and devoid of expression, and his deep-set eyes were sharp as an eagle's. Even before approaching, his overwhelming aura weighed heavily upon the hearts of those present. Chu Qianli placed another chicken leg into the bowl of Shenbao, disapprovingly remarking, "My dear, reflect upon yourself. How can one be distracted while dining?" Shenbao lowered his head, diligently gnawing at the chicken leg. "Yes, mother." Chu Qianli. A cold voice pierced the air as a middle-aged man halted a short distance from the gazebo, his gaze heavy and grave upon Chu Qianli. She lifted her head, her fair fingers casually gripping a chicken leg. "Father, have you eaten?" Her father, Chu Yanqing, was the esteemed and powerful prime minister of the realm. He surveyed the opened floating jade garden and the felled pine tree, an intense fury igniting in his eyes. "Rebellious daughter, who permitted you to open the floating jade garden, and who allowed you to destroy the pine tree I personally planted?" "I, Chu Qianli, need no one's permission to act," she replied, a slight smile gracing her lips, her voice neither loud nor meek, yet resonant with conviction. Chu Yanqing's forehead throbbed with veins, his eyes ablaze with rage. "That pine tree was planted the year your mother and I became betrothed, symbolizing the enduring bond between us. Your actions are a profound act of filial impiety." Chu Qianli scrutinized her father before suddenly letting out a light laugh. "Father, while you have taken in new concubines and continuously fathered children over the years, you still reminisce about my late mother, occasionally composing poems in her memory, disturbing her peace even in death. Did you ever seek permission for that?" The esteemed prime minister seems to have forgotten that in his early years, he faced significant obstacles in his career, feeling despondent and unfulfilled. He has also overlooked the fact that it was only after marrying the biological mother of the original body that he ascended to prominence with the support of the Su family. "How dare you? Do you speak to your father in such a manner?" Chu Yanqing gazed at Chu Qianli, his eyes revealing a profound sense of wariness and disdain. Chu Qianli replied with a languid smile. "In the past, I was subservient, and my father lamented my lack of the Chu family's grace. Now, in my audacity, he finds me disrespectful. Pray tell, what do you wish for me to be? I shall see if I am inclined to perform for you." "You, father." Chu Lingshuan's voice, tinged with sorrow, reached them. "You have finally returned. Please, go see mother first. She has fainted from her injuries." Chapter 25. Among all professions, I excel the most. As soon as Chu Yanqing exited the palace, he was met with news of the turmoil at the prime minister's residence. Upon returning home, he learned that Chu Qianli had been causing a ruckus at the floating jade garden. Without changing from his official attire, he hurried over, completely unaware of the situation concerning Madame Wu. "What has happened to your mother?" Chu Lingxian wept inconsolably. "My sister had someone cut down the pine tree that you personally planted, and mother was injured while trying to intervene, struck by a branch. The physician we summoned declared that her internal organs were shaken and she requires meticulous care and nourishment." Chu Yanqing turned to Chu Qianli, his disdain deepening. "You entered the house and immediately harmed your mother. You truly are remarkable." A flicker of cold derision flashed in Chu Qianli's eyes. Indeed, the branch had struck Wu, but to cause internal injury, it would have needed to break several ribs first. Wu was in perfectly good condition when he was carried away. It was all an act. "I appreciate your praise, father. I suppose I am indeed living up to my reputation." Chu Yanqing had long forgotten the sensation of someone so audaciously defying him. Upon hearing Chu Qianli's words, he found himself momentarily incredulous. "What do you mean by that? Has it been said throughout the manor that I caused my birth mother's demise? Furthermore, it was for this very reason that father sent me to the countryside to be raised. Now that I have just returned, the lady of the house addresses me as mother a few times, and suddenly she is injured and shaken internally. It seems my ability to bring misfortune is truly remarkable. You take pride in this rather than feeling ashamed?" Chu Yanqing's face turned ashen. "In every profession, there are those who excel. If I call someone mother, Must they then suffer severe injury at my hands? I believe there would be many willing to pay handsomely to have me as their honored guest, simply for the privilege of my words. Who knows? In the future, when the family declines, it may be my voice that sustains the remnants of our former glory. After finishing her thought, Chu Qianli took a hearty bite of the chicken leg, exuding an air of reckless defiance. Chu Lingxian wore a look of accusation. Sister, how can you provoke father so? Chu Qianli seized the purple ginseng boiled in the pot and hurled it toward Chu Lingxian, nearly striking her face. What place do you? A mere thief. Having this conversation? Do you truly think that by framing a guard, no one would uncover your misdeeds? Chu Lingshuan's complexion turned pale as she tightly grasped Chu Yanqing's sleeve, her voice trembling as she said, Father, look at my sister. Chu Qianli. Lingxian is your biological sister. My birth mother has only one daughter, and you regard me as your own. It is through this bond that I am connected to Chu Lingxian. However, if you continue to refer to me as a rebellious daughter, I shall no longer feel obliged to be courteous to your other children. Chu Yanqing, infuriated, felt his chest rise and fall with agitation, his deep-set eyes ablaze with anger. Do you believe that I would not hesitate to cast you out at this very moment? Instantly, Chu Lingshuan's eyes sparkled with hope. If father were to expel Chu Qianli, she would become the sole legitimate daughter of the residence, paving the way for her to marry the third prince without hindrance. Chu Qianli discarded the chicken bone in her hand, delicately took a handkerchief to wipe her hands and the corners of her lips. And a radiant smile suddenly illuminated her exquisite features, presenting a breathtaking elegance. She lifted her gaze, quietly meeting Chu Yanqing's stare, her watery eyes resembling two fathomless jade pools. Serene and undisturbed. Father, you would never do such a thing. You could not bear to. Chu Yanqing clenched his jaw, his expression subtly shifting. The news of Chu Qianli's return had already spread throughout the capital, and having just saved the third prince's life, along with possessing the rare purple Xian ginseng and Ninglu pills, he would not be inclined to dismiss her based solely on these factors. Yet, he had not anticipated that Chu Qianli would so swiftly unearth his intentions. The daughter who had once been timid and unrefined had undergone a remarkable transformation in just 5 short years. What could have brought about such a change? After a moment, Chu Yanqing cast a deep glance at Chu Qianli before turning to leave. Chu Qianli set aside her silk handkerchief, the smile at the corners of her lips unwavering. Father, I shall reside in the floating jade garden, and I harbor a profound aversion to pine trees. What is this talk of eternal greenery? In plain terms, it is merely green. I will uproot every pine tree surrounding the courtyard. Furthermore, I possess a solitary disposition and dislike unwarranted intrusions into my domain. Otherwise, the consequences shall be dire. Chu Yanqing's footsteps momentarily faltered before hastening away in a fit of rage. Chu Lingxian stood rigidly in place, her expression betraying a forgotten sense of grievance. How could this be? Why did father so easily overlook Chu Qianli? The smile on Chu Qianli's face gradually faded as she withdrew a long whip from her waist, striking directly at Chu Lingxian. Crack. Ah. Chu Lingxian instinctively raised her arm to shield herself, only to receive a harsh lash against her forearm. Chu Qianli sneered, I will count to 1. If you do not depart, I shall throw you out. You, Chu Qianli, we shall see. Regardless of my status as the legitimate daughter of the Xiang residence or my title as the betrothed of the third prince, I will not relinquish my position to you. 3, 2. Just wait. Chu Lingxian retorted, her bravado belied by her inner trepidation, before swiftly turning to leave, her skirts in tow. Chu Qianli retracted her whip with a soft click of her tongue. She had spoken with such resolve, had Chu Lingxian not fled so hastily. She might have exhibited a modicum of poise. Mother is truly formidable, remarked Cambao, as he served Chu Qianli a bowl of ginseng soup. Indeed, noticing his mother's good spirits, Cambao eagerly inched closer. Mother, might there be ginseng in the outskirts of the capital? Shall we venture to gather our younger brother another day? It is said that the capital is a land rich in remarkable talents. Perhaps the younger brother here has grown exceptionally wise. Chu Qianli felt a fleeting wave of despondency. I shall not go. Feng Xuandu's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the flat and slender abdomen of Chu Qianli, which appeared delicate enough to be encompassed by a single hand. In the next moment, Chu Qianli's melodious and gentle voice broke the silence. Ah Cho, what are you gazing at? Feng Xuandu averted his eyes, resolutely focusing on the chicken ribs before him. The ginseng chicken stew was delectable, yet overly nourishing. With the arrival of spring and the warming weather, indulging in it for too long would become tiresome. Chu Qianli slightly narrowed her eyes, leaning closer to Feng Xuandu. Pray tell, what should one consume in spring? Snow ginseng and crucian carp soup, he replied. It is best to select a century-old white jade snow ginseng, discarding the tangled roots and reserving only the midsection. The crucian carp should come from the tender belly, devoid of bones and possessing the finest texture. When stewed, The broth gleams snow-white, the fish meat fragrant and subtly sweet, truly a heartwarming and appetizing dish for spring. The esteemed Feng Zun would certainly not shy away or falter. He simply felt an unexpected craving for snow ginseng and crucian carp soup. Chu Qianli's eyes suddenly sparkled, shimmering with brilliance. Treasure of ginseng. Mother wishes to savor snow ginseng and crucian carp soup. The treasure of ginseng promptly nodded. Very well, mother, do not worry. Tomorrow, Dabai and I shall seek out the snow ginseng. What a splendid child treasure of ginseng is. Over the course of 3 years, she has discerned many patterns. It seems that treasure of ginseng is inherently favored by the heavens. Whenever he earnestly desires to accomplish something, the results swiftly follow. Upon learning that he had transformed into a ginseng spirit, he embarked on a quest within the shadowy depths of Wuying Mountain to seek out his ginseng sibling. In a matter of days, he stumbled upon the precious purple ginseng, and soon enough, more and more appeared, ultimately culminating in a flourishing ginseng field. In the capital, it was inconceivable for the rare white jade snow ginseng to grow spontaneously. However, there remained the foundation of a phoenix blood jade bracelet. As long as the ginseng treasure yearned for it daily, the emergence of white jade snow ginseng was inevitable. Having feasted and sated his appetite, accompanied by the anticipated snow ginseng and crucian carp soup, Chu Qianli momentarily forgot to contend with Feng Xuandu, lazily stifling a yawn, disinclined to move any further. As Sanbao tidied the dishes, Feng Xuandu offered assistance, yet was halted by Sanbao's refusal. Uncle Chu, please carry my mother back to the courtyard to rest. Very well. Simply leave the dishes on the table. The servants will take care of them. Sanbao can manage on his own. Shaking his head, Sanbao declined Feng Xuandu's kind offer. Throughout their journey, Feng Xuandu had come to understand the child's independent nature and did not insist, rising to embrace Chu Qianli instead. Chapter 26. To live is to have aspirations. Chu Qianli, languid and seemingly melted by the sun like a cat, leaned comfortably against Feng Xuandu's chest when lifted. Feng Xuandu's shoulder stiffened, and beneath his mask, his lips pressed together slightly. The woman in his arms was delicate and soft, as if she could be harmed by the slightest pressure, yet she had, with her mortal form, nurtured a child for him. The mere thought stirred profound emotions within his heart, which had lain dormant for centuries. The floating jade garden spans a vast expanse, its vegetation having remained untrimmed for many years, resulting in a wild and untamed appearance. The servants have removed the more unsightly weeds, leaving the courtyard feeling rather desolate. Despite the exquisite craftsmanship of the structures, time has eroded their beauty, leaving them with a patina of age. Not far from the main hall, a swing lies collapsed on the ground, its ropes frayed and broken. Chu Qianli, unsure of when he had opened his eyes, surveyed the surroundings of the courtyard. Feng Xuandu slowed his pace, aware of Chu Qianli's attachment to this place. Thus, he had only permitted the cleaning of the unsightly weeds, leaving the rest of the arrangement untouched. Chu Qianli lifted her gaze to the intricately designed silver mask adorning Feng Xuandu's face, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Ah Cho, despite your unappealing appearance, you possess a surprisingly delicate heart. My original visage was truly splendid. You used to call me Big Brother. Indeed. Splendid, splendid. Chu Qianli felt the need to protect her fragile spirit, which had long served as both a source of sustenance and a free seat. Sensing her nonchalance, a wave of anger surged within Feng Xuandu. In a year's time, once he had regained his true form, he would ensure that she regarded him with newfound admiration. Envisioning the moment she would rush towards him, as this thought crossed his mind, a warmth crept into his ears. Regardless, he determined to make her gaze upon him with delight. Chu Qianli took another look around the courtyard before closing her eyes once more. Ah Cho, let the general layout of the garden remain unchanged. Let everything else be arranged as it pleases. Very well. Yawning, I shall now take my rest. Feng Xuandu gently placed Chu Qianli upon the bed, tenderly draping a light quilt over her. He then proceeded to ignite a tranquil incense, designed to soothe the mind and promote restful slumber, before stepping outside the chamber. Upon his emergence, the subordinates tending to the courtyard hastily approached him. Tianshu pays respects to the esteemed master. Feng Xuandu's gaze grew cold and tranquil, his previously gentle aura receding, replaced by an air of aloof superiority, as though he existed beyond the mundane realm. However, at that moment, the deliberate lowering of his voice significantly diminished his imposing presence. Prepare the floating jade garden promptly. Additionally, seek out the century-old white jade snow ginseng and deliver it to the Xiang residence. Yes, my lord. Tianshu, too intimidated to raise his voice, swallowed hard, holding back his breath. My lord, the Grand Elder has sent a message, expressing concern for your health and requesting your swift return to the Feng clan. I shall not return. The Grand Elder has stated that should you refuse, he will personally seek you out. Indifferent. Understood. Just then, Kim Bao dashed in through the doorway. Uncle Cho, Mother says she dislikes pine trees. Shall we go chop some down together? Feng Xuandu descended the steps, lifting Kim Bao into his arms and using a handkerchief to wipe the child's lightly freckled face. Very well. Observing his master's demeanor, Tian Shu swallowed hard, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. How could the esteemed Feng Zun exhibit traits of a devoted husband and loving father? Grandelder, please hurry. Outside the courtyard, Kim Bao, clutching a Feng Xian stone, eagerly approached several pine trees, ready for action. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Xuandu stepped forward and slowly extended his finger towards the child's forehead. The surge of ethereal energy emanated from his fingertips, and as it materialized, it was immediately drawn into the center of Sanbao's brow. In the next instant, the originally clear and round eyes of Sanbao underwent a sudden transformation. A magnificent and resplendent crimson light surging forth from the depths of his pupils. At the center of his fair and smooth brow, a flame-shaped red mark appeared. Concurrently, the dwindling reserves of mystic energy within Feng Xuandu were entirely invoked by Sanbao, rushing eagerly through his meridians towards the diminutive form of Sanbao. The mask on Feng Xuandu's cheek fell away, revealing a visage marred by scars, yet at that moment, an ethereal shadow enveloped his face. Within the shadow, the scars on Feng Xuandu's cheek gradually receded, unveiling a stunningly handsome visage. The elongated phoenix eyes gleamed with a brilliant vermilion hue, and his long hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind, the dark strands carving sharp arcs through the air. Moments later, Feng Xuandu coughed up a mouthful of blood, the surrounding phantoms dissipating, and he reverted to his scarred and unsightly appearance, the scars appearing even more pronounced than before. Meanwhile, Sanbao had closed his eyes, drifting into a sweet slumber. Feng Xuandu hurriedly caught him, cradling him tightly in his embrace, allowing himself to finally wipe the blood from the corner of his lips. He lowered his gaze, watching the child in slumber, who was blissfully smacking his lips as if dreaming of delightful treats, and within his chest, his heart raced violently, a wave of bittersweet emotion surging forth. A child. My child. Sanbao is truly his child. Though he had always believed, the tangible confirmation at this moment filled him with overwhelming excitement. After a considerable pause, he managed to temper his exuberant emotions and, with great effort, lifted Sanbao, making his way towards the floating jade garden. He barely managed to place the precious item beside Chu Qianli before the internal flames overwhelmed him, causing him to faint. Sensing Feng Xuandu's approach, Chu Qianli felt little apprehension. It was only when the precious item was cradled in her arms that she groggily opened her eyes and beheld Feng Xuandu, who lay unconscious by the bedside, instantly dispelling any remnants of sleep. Ah, Chu Qianli placed the precious item on the inner side and rose to pull Feng Xuandu onto the bed, then carefully checked his pulse. Again, she found severed meridians and a depletion of vitality. What affliction could this be? Her expression grew slightly grave. Based on her previous experience using the 9 needles of the Ghost Gate to save Feng Xuandu, even if his old ailment had recurred, it should not have manifested so swiftly. What a troublesome fellow, she muttered. Yet her hands moved with unwavering resolve as she retrieved 9 golden needles to treat Feng Xuandu once more. A quarter of an hour later, she tucked the needles away and took a sip of tea. Slowly, Feng Xuandu opened his eyes, feeling the internal flames once again suppressed. A slight smile graced his lips as he turned to the languidly reclining Chu Qianli. Qianli, thank you. His gratitude was pronounced with a solemnity that caught her off guard. Chu Qianli glanced at his cheek, then quickly averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Bad news? Feng Xuandu inquired tentatively. You are still alive. And the good news? You have become even less handsome. Feng Xuandu was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously responded. Isn't that the reverse? Shouldn't being alive be the good news? In terms of ugliness, you have consistently set new records, standing out in a rather miraculous way, which could be considered good news. However, to have descended to such depths of unattractiveness and yet still be alive truly requires a certain level of courage and fortitude. Chu Qianli quietly turned her head to glance at Feng Xuandu. Then, unable to bear the sight, closed her eyes. Feng Xuandu was momentarily choked up, the previous sentiment dissipating in an instant. To be as ugly as you are, it is indeed quite unfortunate. Never mind. Chu Qianli thought it appropriate to offer some consolation to her long-term benefactor. Though you lack beauty, you possess wealth. Once your old ailment is cured, you can invest heavily in acquiring a few beautiful wives. The resulting children would likely be greatly improved. Feng Xuandu rose, adjusting his disheveled collar, his gaze falling upon Chu Qianli's exquisite features, suddenly imbued with deeper meaning. This proposal is quite commendable. If I were to seek a partner, it must be the most beautiful in the world, Surely, the offspring would be as intelligent and charming as a precious gem. Chu Qianli inhaled sharply, then displayed the most genuine of false smiles. One must have ideals in life. Who knows what success might bring? I have faith in you. Chapter 27. How do you wish to meet your demise? In the residence of the Duke, at Songtao Courtyard, Chu Lingxian sat by Wu's bedside, tears brimming in her eyes as she carefully fed her the medicinal soup. Wu, her head wrapped in a blue velvet turban, leaned against the headboard, her complexion pale. After taking a few sips of the medicine, a hint of irritation crossed her brow. Has your father gone to concubine Zhao's side again? No. Father is sleeping in the study tonight. Concubine Zhao came to deliver soup, but was not permitted to enter. Ah, Chu Qianli has returned. Her eyes strikingly reminiscent of the Su family S. Naturally, your father is preoccupied with reminiscing about his first wife, Wu said, her voice laced with an inexplicable mockery. Mother, was Su so extraordinary? Chu Lingxian pondered, perplexed. The deceased are always revered, but in life, their true nature often remains concealed. Mother, when father encountered Chu Qianli today, that wretched girl was undeniably disrespectful, yet father chose not to reprimand her. This thought filled Chu Lingxian with resentment, her expression tinged with jealousy. Chu Qianli clutched the precious purple Xian ginseng and condensation pills in her hand, both invaluable for survival. Your father would certainly hesitate to provoke her. Yet if she were to vanish, even if it meant striking her down before your father, he would not flinch. A spark of realization illuminated Chu Lingxuan's eyes. Mother, do you mean to imply? Do you have a plan? What of Luo Sheng and the guards? They are all confined in the dungeon. Release them and cast them before Chu Qianli. We shall thoroughly investigate her origins. Wu's gaze was heavy with contemplation. Mother, would Chu Qianli really expend such precious resources to save a few servants? If she does, it would indicate that she holds even greater assets in reserve. If she chooses not to, the entire capital will soon know her as a callous being. Wu's voice was icy. Your foresight is commendable, mother. I shall issue the order at once, Chu Lingxian replied, her eyes sparkling with determination. In the stillness of midnight, within the floating jade garden, Chu Qianli nestled comfortably beneath a finely woven cloud brocade blanket, lost in sweet slumber. Not far away, on a small bed partitioned off by a screen, Sambao lay in a disheveled manner, soon kicking off the blanket and revealing his round little belly. Feng Xuandu rose and approached, his heart filled with helplessness upon seeing the child's appearance. He gently pulled the small blanket over Sambao, tucking it in carefully. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed through the air. Miss, please, miss, help. The desperate cries resonated throughout the courtyard, startling Sambao awake, his eyes wide open. Feng Xuandu quickly leaned down, gently patting him. Do not be afraid. I will go take a look. Uncle Ho, Sambao exclaimed, his eyes widening as he grasped Feng Xuandu's wrist, pulling aside his blanket and signaling him to hide quickly. Feng Xuandu was taken aback. Hide? Shoo! Sambao urged him to be silent. Without further ado, dragging him onto his small bed, managing to wrap both of them tightly in the little blanket. In a hushed tone, he explained, My mother can be grumpy upon waking. Grumpy upon waking? Feng Xuandu inquired, gradually understanding the situation. On the other side, Chu Qianli, in the depths of a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened, slowly opening his eyes. In the next moment, a surge of hostility and murderous intent erupted from him, enveloping the entire room and rendering the air thick and suffocating. In the inner room, Feng Xuandu's gaze sharpened. Even he felt an intense pressure in that moment. Chu Qianli sat up slowly, his once sparkling eyes now slightly lowered, their deep pupils reflecting the dim light of the night. Cold and chilling as a predator of the dark, she rose from the bed, her ebony tresses cascading down, draping over her delicate shoulders, accentuating the pallor of her exquisite face. With an impassive expression, she waved her arms. In the dim light of the night, glimmers of silver needles danced around her fingertips, occasionally vanishing and reappearing, each needle's tip imbued with a distinctive dark hue from its venomous treatment. As she stepped outside, she retracted the silver needles, and with a flick of her sleeve, a glimmering dagger materialized in her palm, spinning rapidly like a blooming flower. Upon reaching the doorway, the dagger vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, and her slender fingers deftly assembled a concealed crossbow. Feng Xuandu, cradling the wrapped-up Sambao, peeked from behind the screen. After scrutinizing for a while, he silently pursed his lips. Huff. Sambao exhaled deeply. Uncle Ho, we can breathe easy now. My mother has gone to deal with the unfortunate soul who disturbed her slumber. Your mother reacts this way when awakened? During the day, it's not an issue. My mother has a light sleep, and with some enticing delicacies, she can usually awaken peacefully. However, at night, especially in the dead of night, disturbing her is rather dire. What happens if you disturb your mother at midnight? That largely depends on the distance. Distance? Feng Xuandu queried, puzzled. When my mother wakes up at midnight, she prefers to switch her tools of assassination while walking, be it poison needles, daggers, concealed projectiles, or dark darts. Upon reaching her destination, the method she employs will determine the fate of the one who interrupted her rest. They will certainly die? Regardless. The manner in which one deals with the wolves and tigers in the mountains that disturb her slumber is such. As for the matters concerning humans, the truth shall soon be revealed. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuandu felt a sense of relief in his heart. Fortunately, throughout his journey, he had never disturbed Chu Qianli during the night. Otherwise, given his current physical condition, he would not have been able to withstand much more torment. Qianbao, having wriggled free from his blanket, wrapped his arms around Feng Xuandu's neck. Uncle Chu, let us quietly approach the door and take a look. All right. Feng Xuandu deemed it necessary to gather some experience in advance. He carried Qianbao to the door, striving to minimize their presence. Luo Xiang knocked forcefully upon the door, accompanied by 5 guards whose chests bore bloodstains, their faces as pale as specters. Mississippi. Bang. In the next instant, the tightly shut door was kicked open from within, and Chu Qianli, enveloped in an aura of coldness, approached Luo Xiang like a wraith, sending him flying with a single kick. Luo Xiang soared to Xiang before crashing to the ground with a thud, immediately feeling an excruciating pain in his chest, from which he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Qianli's gaze lowered, her long lashes casting a small shadow upon her pale cheek, as she prepared to strike the remaining guards on the ground. Miss. Luo Xiang, enduring the agonizing pain, crawled back and knelt directly before Chu Qianli. Please spare me, miss. Chu Qianli gradually halted her movements, the night breeze brushing against her, bringing her a heightened sense of clarity. Disturbing my sleep comes with consequences. Miss, I am willing to submit to your judgment, but I beseech you to spare the other guards. They are on the brink of death. What concern is that of mine? Miss, after all, it concerns the lives of 5 individuals. Chu Qianli scoffed coldly. You are all mere guards who accompanied Chu Lingxian into Wuying Mountain. Had it not been for my ability to protect myself, both I and Xianbao would have long since become your victims. Mississippi. Luo Xiang's face was filled with shame. At the entrance of the residence, you spoke such nonsense, aiding Chu Lingxian in evading the charges of stealing the purple Xian ginseng. When did I, Chu Qianli, ever give you the impression that I am some benevolent saint? Chu Qianli slightly bent forward, her ink-black hair cascading down, rendering her as an exquisite yet heartless enchantress amidst the night. This servant knows he has no face to implore the miss, yet the remainder are my brothers. Bound by life and death, I cannot bear to witness their demise. Chu Qianli lifted her gaze slightly, the silver needle at her fingertips halting abruptly. Then what are you prepared to offer? Chapter 28. The relationship with the benefactor. Luo Xiang struggled to rise and kneel properly, hope flickering in his eyes upon hearing Chu Qianli's words. This servant's life is of little value, with no attachments. The only concern lies with my brothers, with whom I have shared life and death. I am willing to offer my life to the Mississippi. You yourself have stated it is a worthless life. What use would it be to me? The glimmer of hope in Luo Xiang's eyes was extinguished. This servant. Chu Qianli's gaze stirred slightly. Are the others the same? Yes, as long as the miss is willing to save us. We are all prepared to serve her with utmost loyalty. Chu Qianli retracted her silver needles and cast her gaze upon the other guards, who, writhing in excruciating pain, yet striving to kneel properly, awaited her words. After a brief moment, she began to speak. You once pledged your loyalty to Chu Lingxian, ravaged my courtyard and belongings, and nearly cost me my life. Logically, I should have no inclination to save you. However, as I traverse the world, I find myself in need of some lackeys. Do you believe you can fulfill this role? The servants vowed to exert their utmost effort. No. It is a matter of life and death. If you succeed, you shall live. If you fail, you shall perish. Indeed. Stretching her limbs, Chu Qianli felt the slight chill that the night air brought. Feng Xuandu, cradling Xianbao in one arm, draped Chu Qianli's outer garment over her shoulders with a solemn expression. Chu Qianli narrowed her eyes slightly, gesturing to Feng Xuandu. Do you see? This is your exemplar. Feng Xuandu's gaze darkened as he contemplated Chu Qianli's exquisite visage, ultimately deciding to remain silent. Mother, Xianbao quickly descended and nestled beside Chu Qianli. What do you need lackeys for? To exert authority, Chu Qianli replied generously. There are precisely 6 of them. I shall allocate 3 to you. Thank you, mother, but they are all servants of the residence. What if they rebel at a moment's notice? It matters not. Should they rebel, they shall be struck down on the spot. Then Xianbao shall provide them with the condensation pills. Very well. Luo Xiang gratefully accepted the vial of medicine from Xianbao's hands and hurriedly administered it to the other guards. As he observed their gradually recovering countenances, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Rest assured, young master and young lady, we, your humble servants, are willing to sign a bond of loyalty, pledging never to betray you henceforth. In the mountains, Chu Lingshuan's reluctance to save our lives for the sake of gold has already sown seeds of distrust within us. Upon returning to the residence, Chu Lingxian further imprisoned us in the dungeon under the pretense of inadequate protection. Had it not been for her threats against several of my brothers, I would never have stepped forward to confront Chu Qianli at the gates of the residence. This night, with Chu Lingxian and Madame Wu pushing us forth, their intentions are clear. They desire our demise. Even a fool could discern that continuing our loyalty to Chu Lingxian would lead to a grim fate. Chu Qianli adjusted his clothing and stifled a yawn. Enough of this talk of bonds. I place no faith in the written word, but rather in my own capabilities. You would dare betray Chu Lingxian to preserve your own lives, and should peril arise again, you would abandon me without hesitation. Therefore, I shall seize your lives into my own hands in advance. We, your servants, are willing to endure the young lady's tests. Then tonight, set forth to retrieve my belongings. Belongings? In the Wuying Mountains, you discarded the items I brought along with Shanbao, and thus you must assist in recovering them. Is this beyond your capabilities? Luo Sheng and the others nodded vigorously, affirming their commitment. Very well. At dawn tomorrow, the city gates will open wide, and you shall exit the city with exuberance. As loyal followers, you must demonstrate utmost fidelity and enthusiasm towards your master. Do you understand? Yes. If you comprehend, why do you linger? Yes. Chu Qianli glanced at the damaged courtyard door and let out a languid yawn. Qin Bao tightly grasped her hand, saying, Mother, it's all right if we don't take those belongings. Didn't you mention 5 days ago that you wished to play with the bamboo dragonfly I made for you? She had crafted numerous small toys for Qin Bao, and the bamboo dragonfly was among those belongings. Qin Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it for me, Mother? Of course, she replied. Thank you, Mother. I am so happy. Chu Qianli gently lifted the corners of her lips. Time for sleep. Qin Bao eagerly declared, I will warm your bed first. With that, he dashed off towards the room. Chu Qianli took a step, then lethargically halted in her tracks. Feng Xuandu, sensing her fatigue, stepped forward and swept her up in his arms. Acho, you are becoming increasingly considerate. Feng Xuandu lowered his gaze, a hint of petulance in his tone, more considerate than your other sycophants. Oh, how can you be a sycophant? She teased. Who was it that just said that? In another era, you would be the father, the benefactor. Feng Xuandu did not quite grasp her meaning, yet felt that the term benefactor did not align with the nature of their relationship. Close your eyes, sleep. All right. Feng Xuandu carried Chu Qianli back to the room, where Qin Bao had already shifted to a different spot to ensure that Chu Qianli could rest in the warm blankets. After carefully tucking her in, Feng Xuandu regarded Chu Qianli's somewhat pallid complexion, a trace of concern flickering in his gaze. Once she had fully succumbed to slumber, he slowly spoke. Qin Bao, has your mother always been such a heavy sleeper? With a concerted effort, Qin Bao lowered his voice, for his mother cherished her sleep, particularly during the night. Feng Xuandu extended his fingertip, gently reaching towards Chu Qianli's cheek. Upon being roused from slumber, her condition appeared rather unsettling, and it was improbable for an ordinary person to sleep for such extended periods each day. The most likely explanation was that the burden of carrying his child had imposed an unimaginable strain on her body. Qin Bao swiftly grasped his finger, his eyes glimmering with vigilance. Acho, uncle, while you often hold mother to rest, you cannot touch her without cause. I shall refrain from doing so in the future. Feng Xuandu withdrew his hand, lifting Qin Bao and placing him in his own small bed. Qin Bao was always mindful of protecting his mother, which was commendable. His cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling a bit bashful at the praise, it's not that remarkable. Mother endured great hardship to bring Qin Bao into the world, so it is only natural for me to protect her well. Indeed, Feng Xuandu felt a warmth in his heart. Sleep now. I will be right next door. Call for me if you need anything. All right. Acho, uncle. Good night. Good night? Yes, mother said it means to sleep well. Indeed. Upon entering the adjacent guest room, Feng Xuandu's breath deepened. Tianshu, the sentinel outside, immediately appeared. Your Excellency, immediately dispatch someone to the clan to send a message for Phoenix blood. I have an urgent need for it. The deficiency arising from nurturing the bloodline of the Phoenix tribe could only be marginally remedied with Phoenix blood. Henceforth, he would continue to seek out more treasures for nurturing her health, ensuring she would be well looked after. Upon hearing this, Tianshu was taken aback with astonishment. Your Excellency, the Phoenix blood is indeed a treasure of our clan, and only the heart's blood extracted during the nirvana can condense into blood essence. There are only 3 in total within the clan, all prepared for you. Feng Xuandu cast a cold glance. Shu felt a sudden halt in his breath and quickly ceased his words. Yes, I shall convey the message at once. Chapter 29. Stirring up trouble after awakening the following day, the sun ascended high into the sky. Chu Qianli, groggy, opened her eyes and was greeted by an exceptionally sweet fragrance. This aroma was not as overpoweringly rich as ginseng chicken soup, yet it seemed to permeate the air subtly, awakening her appetite completely. How delightful. Is it the ginseng treasure? Surely, my dear son is cooking something wonderful again. Song Bao, clad in his shoes, came trotting over, rubbing his drowsy eyes. Mother, did you call me? Chu Qianli was somewhat surprised. Aren't you the one cooking? No. Song Bao wrinkled his little nose, and his eyes suddenly brightened. It smells so good. Feng Xuandu strolled in, wearing a silver mask, his dark garments speckled with traces of smoke. If you do not rise soon, the snow ginseng and crucian carp soup will grow cold. Chu Qianli swiftly donned her silk robe and lifted Song Bao. Hurry, dear. Let's wash up. All right, mother. Moments later, Chu Qianli and Song Bao had completed their grooming and sat obediently at the table. Feng Xuandu entered with the prepared snow ginseng and crucian carp soup. Upon meeting the bright, eager expressions of mother and child, he could not help but pause. At the outset of preparing the soup, I felt that the esteemed Feng Zun washing his hands to concoct a broth was somewhat beneath his dignity. However, now, confronted by the gazes of the two, I instead felt a surge of accomplishment. Thank you, Cho. Thank you, Uncle Cho. The voices of mother and child resonated simultaneously. As the words fell, Bao deftly lifted a large bowl and served a generous portion to Chu Qianli. Mother, please eat first. Thank you, Bao, she replied with a giggle. As she savored a spoonful of the pristine crucian carp soup, warmth enveloped her throat and stomach, bringing forth boundless comfort and warmth. Chu Qianli marveled. Could it be that a chow's culinary skills surpass even those of Bao? What a treasure I have unearthed. Feng Xuandu observed the mother and son, engrossed in their meal, and a faint smile graced his lips. The Baiyu Shuishan, having matured for a century, had enhanced its medicinal properties, though its aroma had diminished. If it were to thrive for a millennium, the entire plant would attain a jade-like quality, devoid of any flavor, yet capable of extending one's life by 30 years. Chu Qianli acknowledged as she drained her bowl of soup. Bao, while replenishing his mother's bowl, gazed at Feng Xuandu with admiration. Uncle Cho, you possess such vast knowledge. I wish to learn from you, so that I may take mother to savor the culinary delights of the world. If you wish to learn, I shall certainly teach you. Yet, as Feng Xuandu returned to his senses, yearning for a sip of soup to reward himself, he discovered the pot had already run dry. Chu Qianli wiped her mouth, not sparing a glance at Feng Xuandu, and took Bao by the hand to rise. Bao, what shall we do after we are full and well rested? Sleep some more. Bao promptly exclaimed. Chu Qianli paused for a moment, sensing that her teachings might have strayed somewhat. Ahem, no. Indeed, we should find something to occupy ourselves with today. Mother is right. We must engage in some activity. Bao immediately followed suit, enthusiastically endorsing the notion. Then, dear mother, what shall we do? Let us go collect debts. Observing the retreating figures of the mother and son, one tall and the other short, Feng Xuandu was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a resigned chuckle. Truly, one cannot afford to be distracted while dining. Shu entered to clear the dishes, and upon hearing this, he involuntarily shuddered. Could it be that the esteemed master is on the verge of starvation? Master, shall I prepare something special for you? How unfortunate for the master, who not only had to cook for himself, but also was denied sustenance. What a tragic comedy of human existence. No need. Simply prepare a carriage and ensure it is stocked with delicacies from Xiang Zai, Feng Xuandu commanded as he rose. Understood. The ornate carriage proceeded leisurely towards the residence of the third prince, amidst a cacophony of discussions that occasionally infiltrated the vehicle. Did you see? Early this morning, the guards of the Xiang residence paraded out, beating drums and announcing their loyalty to the young lady who has just returned to the Xiang family. They even ventured to Wuying Mountain to retrieve her belongings. Such a commotion could not have gone unnoticed. In the leading guard, if memory serves, was named Luo Xiang, who had previously escorted the second young lady of the Chu family into Wuying Mountain in search of the Zishuan ginseng. With Chu Qianli's return, the status of Chu Lingxian naturally shifted back a position. Who could deny it? Previously, she assisted the second young lady of the Chu family in testifying that she did not steal the purple ginseng, but rather picked it up. Now, she has become a subordinate to the eldest young lady, which is indeed perplexing. In a grand residence, there may be hidden motives at play. Inside the carriage, Bao overheard the gossip and leaned closer to Chu Qianli. Mother, did you hear that? Luo Xiang and the others have made a ruckus leaving the city. Alas, I have missed the opportunity to witness the commotion. He lamented, though he was quite astute. Chu Qianli took a bite of a pastry, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Cho is indeed the wealthiest in Dongxian. The pastries from Yunxiang Pavilion in the capital are produced in limited quantities each day, and he managed to acquire half of them, which is quite impressive. Astute? Shenbao queried. Do you think Luo Sheng and the others appeared outside your courtyard in the dead of night for no reason? Was it the witch who directed them? Indeed. That Chu Lingxian is far from magnanimous. Having witnessed her disgraceful behavior in the mountains, Luo Sheng and his companions would surely not spare them. The reason they did not act against her initially was merely because they were present, serving as evidence of her arduous ventures into Wuying Mountain. Shenbao suddenly understood, so that is how it is. Chu Qianli took a sip of water and continued her explanation, with mother suddenly returning to the residence and possessing so many valuable items. Wu and Chu Lingxian must certainly wish to probe my depths. Luo Sheng and his cohorts are the ideal pawns. However, mother, what prompted you to praise their cleverness just now? As a servant, one is indeed bound by fate. Luo Sheng and others wish to pledge their loyalty to me. Yet it hinges upon whether Chu Lingxian is willing to relinquish control. Their boisterous display announcing their departure from the capital under my name catches Chu Lingxian and her associates off guard, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. So it is. Shenbao. The women of the deep courtyard possess narrow minds and malicious tactics. Should anyone pose a threat to you, remember, strike first and do not hesitate to eliminate them. Chu Qianli earnestly imparts her wisdom. Shenbao promptly nods. Yes, mother, I shall remember your teachings. If one respects me an inch, I shall reciprocate a mile. If one offends me an inch, their entire clan shall suffer. Well said. Feng Xuandu, seated nearby, observed the exchange between mother and son, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Chu Qianli has indeed instructed Shenbao exceptionally well. The carriage gradually comes to a halt, and Tian Shu's voice resonates. Miss. Young master, we have arrived at the third prince's residence. Very well. Chu Qianli alights from the carriage, stretching leisurely, her gaze rising to the third prince's estate. For her original self, this abode represents a dream both coveted and unattainable. Even standing there evokes a heart full of anticipation and excitement. Sensing the original's emotions, Chu Qianli lets out a soft sigh. Silly girl, had you approached with composure, you might have preserved a semblance of delightful fantasy. However, your intrusion upon my retirement shall allow you to experience the shattering of dreams. Shenbao leaps down from the carriage, gazing curiously at the residence before him. Chu Qianli places a specially crafted golden trumpet into Shenbao's hands and gently ruffles his hair. Darling, summon the Great White and assist your mother in collecting debts. Yes, mother. Today, she intends to be a merciless dream crusher. Chapter 30. Come, let us perform the formality, Great White. With hands on her hips, Zhanbao raised the golden trumpet high and directed a childlike shout towards the heavens. Caw. Moments later, a resounding eagle cry echoed, followed by the swift and agile figure of the snow sculpture slicing through the sky like lightning, diving directly towards Zhanbao's position. Mother. Zhanbao turned, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chu Qianli, playfully speaking. Chu Qianli flexed her wrist and looked over with a hint of exasperation. Just this once? MHM. As the snow sculpture approached Zhanbao, Chu Qianli swiftly lifted her, tossing her into the air. The snow sculpture, in perfect sync, moved forward to catch Zhanbao on its back. Then without a moment's pause, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Feng Xuandu's gaze sharpened, and his heart skipped a beat. This is so dangerous. Even though Zhanbao has the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, she remains fragile in her youth. Chu Qianli clapped her hands, seemingly unconcerned. No worries. If she were to fall, how could her tiny body withstand it? As her mother, you must. Chu. Chu Qianli turned to Feng Xuandu, raising her delicate finger to her lips and softly hushing him. Do you hear? Hear what? The sound of Zhanbao's laughter. Feng Xuandu stood frozen, as Zhanbao's clear and carefree laughter rang out from the sky, untroubled and devoid of any shadow of gloom. Chu Qianli gently lifted the corners of her lips. Cho, when you have children in the future, be sure not to teach them yourself. Am I not capable of teaching well? Feng Xuandu retorted, his lips pressed together. I dare to throw him into the sky, for I possess the ability to catch him when he falls. Even if I cannot protect him entirely, I shall not confine him due to my own inadequacies. Chu Qianli raised her gaze to behold the snow sculpture soaring through the heavens, carrying the precious child, her eyes filled with indulgence and yearning. I may not be the meticulous and attentive mother, but I can offer my child a joyful and carefree childhood. Having traversed the tumultuous realms of the temporal administration, she had chased after supreme power, indulged in opulence, and lost herself along the way. Yet ultimately, she persevered, becoming one of the few who reached retirement. Among the myriad memories of centuries, the most vivid one remained from her first life, the scene of her mother cradling her in her arms, fiercely protecting her. Perhaps it echoed the adage, fortunate individuals are eternally healed by their childhood, while the unfortunate spend their lives healing it. Therefore, now that she possesses the ability, why not dote upon her child? Feng Xuandu gazed up at the spiraling snow sculpture, his expression growing distant and intricate. As a member of the Feng clan's direct lineage, reborn through a century of trials, his childhood was marked only by endless pain and suppression. The pure, clear laughter of the child resounded, and moments later, he subtly lifted the corners of his lips. Perhaps it is not too late to practice catching a child with bare hands starting today. After a hearty laugh, Kimbao promptly set about fulfilling the task assigned by his mother, brandishing a large megaphone as he directed his voice towards the expansive mansion below. Debts must be repaid. Upon witnessing this familiar spectacle, the surrounding estates erupted into a flurry of activity, with even some commoners subtly gathering nearby. However, the royal residence remained an esteemed place. Preventing them from drawing near, they could only observe from a distance. Why isn't the young master reciting his usual rhymes today? Someone called out, eager for entertainment. Young master, say a few more lines. A spectator, reveling in the commotion, shouted towards Kimbao. His eyes sparkling with delight, Kimbao contemplated for a moment before cheerfully responding. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Failing to do so brings shame. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, the atmosphere becoming lively. At that moment, a steward from the third prince's residence hurried out, his face etched with shock upon seeing Chu Qianli, and he quickly approached to pay his respects. I have the honor of meeting Miss Chu. Leaning languidly against Feng Xuandu's shoulder, Chu Qianli raised her gaze to the steward and succinctly commanded, collect the debts. My lady. The third prince is still in the palace attending the morning court. Might you consider waiting briefly in the residence? The steward, drenched in cold sweat, recalled the previous incidents involving the Xiang residence and dared not allow Chu Qianli to create a scene. Very well, Chu Qianli replied readily, but my feet are sore. The steward quickly acquiesced. I shall have someone prepare a sedan chair at once. The palanquin was inadequate, having been engaged to the third prince for several years. This marked my inaugural visit to his residence. I felt it imperative to thoroughly admire the scenery within. Thus, I requested a comfortable chair to facilitate my viewing. The steward, drenched in cold sweat, hurried away, soon returning with a soft chair in tow. Miss, the chair is ready. Should I summon the young master? After all, flying about in the skies can be perilous. Chu Qianli stepped forward gracefully, adorned in a gown of cloud-like brocade, its hues transitioning from a pure white to a delicate pink at the hem and sleeves. As she moved, she resembled the blossoming peach trees of March. Captivating in her singular beauty, she elegantly seated herself upon the chair, reclining slightly to one side, resting her hand on her brow, her smile radiating charm and grace. The steward, anxious to the point of nearly bubbling over, realized he could not offend Chu Qianli. He discreetly dispatched two groups, one to the Xiang residence seeking assistance, and the other to the palace in search of the third prince. Nearby, at the entrance of another residence, a man clad in red burst into laughter, his folding fan rhythmically striking his palm. Jinji, how has your cousin become so amusing? Beside the man in red stood Su Jinji, dressed in a plain robe, his slender frame and pallid complexion betraying not a hint of color. At this moment, he gazed at Chu Qianli as she was graciously ushered to a soft chair, respectfully brought into the third prince's residence. In his deadpan gaze, a ripple seemed to arise, only to vanish without a trace moments later. Let us go, said the man in crimson, Xiao Junyi, momentarily taken aback. Jinji, since yesterday you have sought news from me, and today you have waited long to see Chu Qianli. Is it not for the purpose of recognition? Why do you wish to depart after merely stealing a glance? A gentle breeze wafted through, scattering the willow catkins of spring. Cough, cough. Su Jinji could no longer suppress a slight cough, though subtle. It drew beads of cold sweat upon his brow, rendering his countenance even more pallid than before. Knowing she was still alive was one thing. Xiao Junyi's expression darkened as he grasped Su Jinji, who was intent on leaving. Then consider it an opportunity to enjoy the spectacle. Such a commotion at the third prince's residence is a rare occurrence. Come. With that, he pulled Su Jinji towards the third prince's abode, leaving no room for refusal. Meanwhile, Chu Qianli settled into the soft chair as she entered the third prince's residence, surveying her surroundings with a slight upward curve of her lips. Her heart raced violently, stirring a wave of emotions unique to her original self, excitement and bittersweet nostalgia. Having been betrothed for 2 years, the original self had never had the chance to step foot in this place, a testimony to her utter insignificance, unlike Chu Lingxian, who frequently attended banquets. Feng Xuandu, who followed closely beside the chair, furrowed his brows tightly upon observing Chu Qianli's expression. Why did she suddenly smile? Could it be that she truly intended to remarry the third prince with her son? Chapter 31. The bag becomes sentient. Feng Xuandu inquired. What do you think of the scenery here? As Chu Qianli's gaze subtly shifted, Cho proved to be remarkably considerate. Just as she pondered how to shatter the dreams of her original self, he initiated a conversation. Hearing that the third prince had a particular fondness for bamboo, she found it to be true upon seeing the estate. This was indeed the prince's residence, yet it exuded no ostentation or extravagance. Instead, it was adorned with lush bamboo groves, embodying tranquility amidst chaos. It aptly illustrated the adage, a cottage amidst the world, yet free from the clamor of carts and horses. Feng Xuandu's expression darkened. It was evident that this woman harbored thoughts of Yun Qinggui, for how else could she sing his praises so fervently? Planting some bamboo could signify nothing more than a mere quest for reputation. This was not solely about bamboo. The scenery within the estate, meandering corridors, babbling brooks, and an air of refreshing elegance, could only be crafted by someone who, amidst the clamor, retained their true essence. Chu Qianli sensed the emotions of her original self swelling within her, and her smile deepened. If I am not mistaken, a painting must hang in the main hall of the third prince. A painting? Feng Xuandu furrowed his brow. Indeed. Such a setting would inspire me to create a piece of calligraphy for the main hall. On the left, simplicity to clarify one's aspirations, and on the right, tranquility to achieve greatness. Not far behind, Xiao Junyi looked on in astonishment. Jinji, my cousin, has guessed correctly. Surely, she had never visited the third prince's residence before? Su Jinji suppressed the discomfort in her chest caused by her brisk pace, her eyes reflecting equal surprise. This line of reasoning was not something the previous Chu Qianli could have articulated. Feng Xuandu was taken aback by Chu Qianli's words. Is it truly possible to do such a thing? Seated in a plush chair, Chu Qianli slightly tilted her body, the corners of her lips curving upward. Some individuals are merely sacks come to life. They possess an extraordinary capacity. If the third prince were genuinely detached from desires and ambitions, why would he have previously insinuated his original self to seek the support of the Su family? He has thoroughly drained them of their resources. Moreover, why would he expend such effort to entangle himself with the Xiang residents? The facade of a graceful gentleman and the pretense of tranquility akin to a chrysanthemum serve only to cloak his insatiable greed in the guise of nobility. Behind her, Xiao Junyi grasped Su Jinji's sleeve, curiosity evident in his voice. Jinji, what does it mean to be a sack come to life? Su Jinji tugged at her sleeve, yet lacked the strength to pull it back. I do not know. Unaware, Xiao Junyi continued to follow her, eavesdropping. The plush chair advanced, soon arriving at the reception hall. The steward discreetly wiped away his cold sweat. Miss, please take a moment. His Highness the Third Prince will return shortly. Upon entering the hall, inspired by Chu Qianli's earlier remarks, Feng Xuandu began to scrutinize the paintings adorning the room. Indeed, flanking the central ink-wash landscape painting on the wall were the glaring phrases, detachment clarifies ambition, tranquility leads to vast horizons. This only darkened his mood further. How could Chu Qianli possess such profound insight into Yun Qinggui? What else could she possibly discern? Chu Qianli turned her gaze toward the steward beside her. Will there be no tea served? Yes, I shall fetch tea for the young lady right away. The steward promptly instructed a maid to prepare. Chu Qianli raised the corners of her lips. Do you believe that the tea from the third prince's residence is undoubtedly last year's bamboo tea, brewed with the pure dew from the bamboo grove? Feng Xuandu's brows slightly furrowed. Is this something you could deduce? The third prince has consistently proclaimed his fondness for cicadas, extolling their graceful descent as they drink in the morning dew, their sounds resonating through the sparse paulownia trees. He has even earned the elegant title of Gentleman of Pure Dew. He is a staunch advocate of frugality, having garnered praise from the emperor and possessing a vast bamboo grove. He would certainly refrain from squandering silver on renowned teas transported from Jiangnan. The intentions of the crafty one are quite transparent. Feng Xuandu's brows knitted tighter. And what of the tea? For a prince of noble stature, consuming mere bamboo leaf brew seems rather ignoble, does it not? Yet, if the tea were brewed from the tender tips of the leaves, embodying purity and untouched by the mundane, it would then reflect simplicity and elegance. Outside the main hall, a man in crimson halted the serving maid bringing the tea, lifting the lid of the teacup to reveal it, his eyes instantly sparkling with delight. It truly was bamboo tea. Su Jinji beside him gasped slightly, equally astonished. Could it be that Chu Qianli truly possesses the ability to discern the hearts of men? Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and upon seeing the figures in the corridor, the third prince, Yun Qinggui, could not help but frown slightly. Jun-yi, young Master Su. How is it that you both arrive at my residence without sending word? Xiao Junyi turned to face the third prince, a smile gracing his features as he appraised him. Cousin, I suddenly thought of you, so I made a special trip to visit. He wished to scrutinize where precisely his cousin bore resemblance to a mere sack. Yin Qinggui's gaze deepened. Xiao Junyi is the offspring of the late princess, born in her twilight years. As the elder sister of the emperor, the princess has enjoyed unceasing favor over the years, which in turn has rendered Xiao Junyi's position in the court quite exceptional. Even though he is frivolous and devoid of scholarly pursuits, he still receives the emperor's affection and trust. For him, entering the prince's residence is a mere commonplace occurrence. Yet he still feels the need to show deference. Beside him stands Su Jinji, the last remaining scion of the Su family, a cousin of Chu Qianli, now rendered incapacitated and facing a precarious fate. Should he inadvertently perish within the confines of the third prince's estate, it would surely invite misfortune and provoke a furious backlash from the remnants of the Su family's power, a situation fraught with peril. The simultaneous appearance of these two individuals today raises the question, are they here to bolster Chu Qianli? Yet, has Su Jinji not harbored a profound disdain for Chu Qianli all along? It seems that today, accommodating both might be rather inconvenient. Xiao Junyi, fanning himself, stepped forward and said, Cousin, I am your brother. Jinji nearly became your brother-in-law. There are no outsiders present, so there is no need for formality. Please, go inside and do not keep Miss Chu waiting. Yin Qinggui's expression darkened. Junyi, do not speak carelessly. Very well, I shall remain silent. You ought to proceed. Xiao Junyi replied. With no other choice, Yin Qinggui furrowed his brow and entered the main hall. Hearing the footsteps, Chu Qianli slowly lifted her head, her gaze shifting slightly as she beheld Xiao Junyi and Su Jinji entering behind the third prince. She was not prepared to encounter members of the Su family so soon. Has His Highness the third prince returned? Yin Qinggui's gaze was heavy, his handsome visage marred by solemnity. He had pledged, under the watchful eyes of many, to mortgage the prince's token and promised to provide Chu Qianli with silver, never intending to default on his word. Yet, he had lingered in court longer than anticipated, only to find this woman boldly seeking him out. She showed no regard for their past kindness, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Miss Chu, Your Highness, the third prince, as I am of higher rank, it would be more fitting for you to address me as Miss Chu, Chu Qianli replied with a smile. Very well. Miss Chu, I have already arranged for the gold. Why are you in such a rush? And why command a child to cause mischief in the prince's residence? Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, her long lashes fluttering with a lively spark. She leaned in closer, her words laced with implication. Your Highness, given our relationship, a few soft-spoken words from you, a little flattery, and I would be indifferent to the gold. As he beheld her flawless features, Yin Qinggui's composure momentarily faltered. Sister. At that moment, Chu Lingxian hurriedly entered, her complexion pale and her breath slightly labored, clearly having rushed in haste. Her eyes, filled with reproach, were fixed upon Chu Qianli. How could you do this? Xiao Junyi tightened his grip on the folding fan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Look, the show is about to begin. Chapter 32, Do Not Snatch. There is opportunity for all. Chu Qianli propped her chin on her hands, a playful glint in her eyes. What have I done? Chu Lingshuan's face was a portrait of indignation. You are well aware of my betrothal to His Highness the Third Prince, our mutual affection. How can you so brazenly interfere? How can Chu Lingxian, the mistress who has intruded upon her own sister's marriage, possess the audacity to question others? Huh? Xiao Junyi could not restrain his laughter, hastily raising his folding fan to conceal his face. Chu Lingxian was momentarily rendered speechless, nearly gasping for breath. Sister, I understand your discontent, yet my marriage with His Highness, the third prince, is already settled. The Empress has even arranged for the wedding preparations. Moreover, you have given birth and are accompanied by a stranger. Before you entangle yourself further, it would be wise to reflect upon your own situation. Chu Qianli slightly lowered her head, mused, reflect? I examine myself thrice daily. Why am I always so exquisite? Ha. Xiao Junyi could not help but exclaim, Cousin Qianli speaks truth. In terms of beauty, you are indeed unparalleled. It is truly unexpected that this legendary daughter of the Chu family, who hails from humble origins, possesses such charm. How had I not noticed this before? The young master has an impeccable eye. Chu Qianli smiled sweetly at Xiao Junyi, grateful for his contribution to the already awkward atmosphere. Chu Lingxian was on the verge of exploding with rage. Is Chu Qianli truly so shameless? Xiao Junyi was momentarily taken aback, gripping his fan tighter, his ears flushing with warmth. The woman before him smiled radiantly, like summer blossoms, both enchanting and beautiful, yet her aura was distinctly noble, aloof, untouched by any vulgar charm, exuding an alluring yet intimidating contradiction that stirred one's heart while keeping them at bay. Feng Xuandu rose, casting a glance at Chu Qianli, feeling an inexplicable twinge of jealousy. Hurry and collect your debts, Do not let my son grow bored. Yet, was this another pretty boy worthy of such delight from her? Upon hearing Feng Xuandu's urging, Chu Qianli nodded. Your Highness, the third prince, it seems you are unwilling to appease me to settle your debts? Yun Qinggui, coming back to his senses, felt a weight in his gaze. What did Chu Qianli take him for? He was a dignified prince, needing to ingratiate himself with a woman to repay a debt. The money would be delivered in full. What purpose does this serve? Chu Qianli glanced at Yun Qinggui, then at Chu Lingxian, confirming once more. Have you truly made up your mind? Chu Lingxian sensed the third prince's ire towards Chu Qianli, and her mood lightened considerably. Sister, please refrain from deliberately causing trouble. The third prince's esteemed status would never allow him to compromise his nature for mere gold and silver. I implore you to show him respect. Very well, Chu Qianli smiled, her enchanting eyes shimmering slightly. Let me emphasize once more, I shall uphold the choices I have made, even if it means kneeling. How delightful. She need not set any traps. These individuals were already rushing in, and she would not hesitate to act. Yun Qinggui's expression turned stern. Naturally. Chu Qianli's lips curled into a smirk. As initially agreed, I shall not charge for the Ninglu pills consumed by His Highness and my sister. However, for the other 6, including Luo Sheng and the guards, each will incur a cost of 500 taels of gold. What 6 people? Chu Lingxian exclaimed in surprise. When escorting my sister out of Wuying Mountain, aside from Luo Sheng, there were 5 other guards as well. I know my sister is kind-hearted and would never disregard those who ensured your safety, especially since you have shared a bond forged over a month of hardship in the mountains. Sister, cease your nonsensical talk. Well, if you insist on silence, I shall remain quiet. Chu Qianli exhibited remarkable obedience. Your Highness, the third prince, will you bestow those 3,000 taels of gold or not? Under the intense gaze of Chu Qianli, Yun Qinggui felt a wave of irritation swell within him. I shall give it to you. Chu Lingshuan's expression was one of profound gratitude. The third prince's compassion for his subjects, extending even to ordinary guards, was truly touching. However, Luo Sheng and his companions were protectors of the residents. As for their silver, I shall repay it myself. Yun Qinggui and Chu Lingxian exchanged a glance, their expressions softening. No matter, since I have promised, I shall not go back on my word. The third prince's integrity is genuinely admirable, and thus, it is all the more essential that he does not suffer any loss. Chu Lingshuan's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze filled with admiration. Chu Qianli extracted a stack of promissory notes from her sleeve, her smile radiant and sweet. There is no need for either of you to vie for it. Both of you have your chances. Upon seeing the items Chu Qianli presented, Chu Lingshuan's expression abruptly froze. Those were the promissory notes she had been coerced into signing in the Wuying Mountains. Chu Qianli retrieved her sister's signature, unfurling the document. Your Highness, sister, take a look. Who shall repay this debt? Yun Qinggui's brow furrowed. What is this? A promissory note. Chu Qianli patiently elucidated. My sister and the other guards came to my courtyard to borrow purple Xian ginseng and inadvertently found themselves ensnared by bloodthirsty vines. To rescue them, I utilized the fragrant honey derived from the bloodthirsty vines, which is even more precious than purple Xian ginseng. However, we are all family, so I shall not be overly meticulous about it. Thus, one life is worth 500 taels of gold. Chu Lingxian was utterly astonished. Sister, you collected 500 taels of gold from each person at the gate of the minister's residence. Why must the previous sum still be accounted for? Chu Qianli cast a curious glance her way. Is your life at the minister's door more valuable than the lives lost in Wuying Mountain? I saved you twice. Thus it is only natural to charge you for my services. Is there any need for doubt? This is simply unreasonable. It seems you are intent on evading repayment, aren't you? The smile faded from Chu Qianli's face as her fingers moved, revealing several silver needles at her fingertips. I detest suffering losses. If you refuse to repay, I shall simply take the trouble to return the bloodthirsty vine poison to you. A wave of fear washed over Chu Lingxian. Sister, do you not feel even a shred of sisterly affection? If I did not, you would have long passed your 7th day. Enough. The third prince, Yun Qinggui, wore a solemn expression as he observed Chu Qianli, his irritation intensifying. Chu Qianli, I will repay you the gold in full, but henceforth, you are not to use this matter as a point of contention. Your Highness, you truly live up to the promise of our engagement. Fear not, I shall not pursue this matter further, Chu Qianli replied with a smile. Very well, Steward Qi. Prepare the gold. Your Highness. The steward hesitated to speak. Chu Qianli interjected with a smile. In addition to my sister's IOU, there are also the debts of 6 other guards. However, one guard unfortunately met his demise falling from the cliff while descending the mountain. I shall not collect on that one. Might I ask that you assist in settling the others as well, third prince? Very well, I shall give it to you. Your Highness. The steward hurriedly intervened. Hand it to her. Yun Qinggui let out a cold admonition. The steward's face was filled with hesitation. The total amount, inside and out, amounted to a staggering 6,500 taels of gold. Why the delay? Yun Qinggui's impatience grew. Indeed, soon. Boxes filled with gold were being brought in one after another. Chu Qianli rose, opened a box, and meticulously inspected its contents, even taking out gold ingots to compare their quality. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of disdain crossed Yun Qinggui's eyes. No matter how stunning her appearance, it could not disguise her coarse and greedy nature, which was incomparable to the gentle and innocent Chu Lingxian. Chapter 33. Thus, the question arises seeing Chu Qianli holding a gold ingot. Chu Lingxian could not help but scoff. Sister, there's no need to scrutinize. His Highness the Third Prince is known for his integrity. Since he has made a promise, he will not resort to trickery over a mere few thousand taels of gold. Chu Qianli took out 2 gold ingots and clinked them together, producing a clear, melodious sound. My dear sister, your status is indeed noble, and your experience is vast. Before you lies a fortune of 6,500 taels of gold, yet you can only describe it with such meager words. Have you encountered even greater wealth? Chu Lingxian retorted with disdain. Oh, sister, our Chu family is a prestigious government house. Your astonishment is truly a disgrace to our lineage. The laws of the Eastern Xian dynasty clearly stipulate that a first-rank official receives a monthly salary of 80 stones of rice, equivalent to 213 taels of silver, totaling 2,556 taels of silver annually, in addition to seasonal allowances, such as winter and charcoal subsidies. The total annual income of the government house amounts to approximately 3,000 taels of silver. Listening to the various figures, Chu Lingxian felt somewhat bewildered. What purpose do you have in sharing this with me? Meanwhile, Yun Qinggui's expression shifted slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Chu Qianli wore a faint smile. Of course, although the court stipulates that officials must not engage in commerce or compete with the populace for profit, there are no restrictions on their family members. Who knows? Perhaps your esteemed mother, Madame Wu, is a business prodigy, effortlessly drawing wealth to her household. She may not regard the sum of 6,500 taels of gold with any significance. And what of you, your Highness the Third Prince? I do not comprehend your meaning, Yun Qinggui replied, a tightening sensation in his chest, acutely aware that he might have made a grave misjudgment. Your Highness, 6,500 taels of gold equates to over 70,000 taels of silver. You possess no title, and as an ordinary prince, your salary is only marginally higher than that of a first-rank minister. Let us estimate your annual stipend at 5,000 taels. The question thus arises, how long would it take for you to amass the gold you have presented to me today? Chu Lingxian found herself momentarily stunned. Though she had received an education, she was not particularly adept at calculations, yet she sensed something was amiss with the figures. The third prince's complexion began to pale subtly. This woman was ensnaring him. Chu Qianli maintained his smile. Given the esteemed status of the third prince, allow me to answer this question. It would require 14 years. However, another issue arises. One cannot possibly refrain from eating and drinking for 14 years solely to save money, particularly not as a prince. Social obligations, seasonal festivities, gifts, and the upkeep of the estate, all these necessitate expenditure. Is it not permissible for His Highness to possess his own enterprises? Chu Lingxian interjected in defense. But before her words could fully escape her lips, she was abruptly silenced by Yun Qinggui's reprimand. Lingxian, refrain from speaking frivolously. Chu Qianli scoffed. Oh, dear sister, did you not hear my earlier words? Even officials must not vie for profit against the commoners. The third prince, exalted as he is within the royal family and lauded by the emperor himself, would never contravene the laws of the court. Naturally, he possesses his own enterprises. And given his noble stature, those eager to curry favor with him are as plentiful as fish in a river. A mere reach could garner thousands of taels of silver. Yet, would he dare to acknowledge such wealth? He would not. The moment he admits to it, a report from the censors could bury him alive. There are ambitious princes at court, not limited to just the third prince. Many would seize the opportunity to ruin his prospects and sever his lifeline. The third prince clenched his jaw slightly, his gaze piercing as it bore into Chu Qianli. Was this intentional on your part? He finally grasped that her repeated inquiries had been a prelude to this very calculation. Or had she devised this scheme even before arriving at the prime minister's residence? When had this woman cultivated such profound cunning? Your Highness, do not be anxious. The accounts have yet to be settled. Chu Qianli continued to tap on the gold ingot in her hands, the rhythmic sound resonating as though striking at the very hearts of those present. The salary I just calculated pertains to the third prince's adulthood. Prior to that, as a prince raised within the palace, he neither received silver nor engaged in monetary affairs. After 5 years of establishing your residence, This manor was originally funded by the emperor with 200,000 taels of silver. However, a cursory glance reveals that such a sum could never have crafted a dwelling of such exquisite elegance and extraordinary beauty. Merely the bamboo, tortoise-shell bamboo, Xiang bamboo, and golden inlaid jade bamboo, when transported from various regions to the capital and nurtured with such care, would require the expenditure of tens of thousands of taels of silver. The third prince's gaze turned exceptionally cold, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chu Qianli, what exactly are you trying to convey? Your Highness, there is no need for alarm. I am merely offering a kind reminder, considering our past as betrothed. With utmost sincerity, she continued. Your Highness's efforts to present yourself as refined and frugal before the emperor is commendable. Standing up for ordinary guards at the gate of the residence and promising them gold for their service is also praiseworthy. However, sometimes, excess can be detrimental. In this vast world, there are many bargains. One cannot monopolize them all. With a slight upward curve of her lips, her eyes sparkled with boundless charm. Your Highness, I have calculated carefully. The favored consort Qi has been cherished for many years and must possess considerable savings. Coupled with the support from the Qi family, it should be feasible for your Highness to procure 6,500 taels of gold. However, Chu Qianli paused momentarily. This would undoubtedly deplete the savings of consort Qi and her family over the years. Thus, it seems that your Highness and the Qi family shall soon experience the hardships of the common populace. The third prince clenched his teeth, his fury and murderous intent surging within him. You have long since plotted this. How could this be considered a plot? It is merely a heartfelt reminder for your Highness. Chu Qianli replied with a smile, though her eyes were filled with derision. I recall the first meeting after my engagement with His Highness, adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin atop my head. When His Highness beheld me, he did not hesitate to reproach me, before numerous guests, for my perceived indulgence and lack of frugality. Since that moment, despite my status as the legitimate daughter of a noble house, I have been stripped of all gold, silver, and precious jewels, reduced to consuming inferior and filthy food, scarcely better than that of a common servant. Now, it is time for this third prince to experience the bitterness of eating mere chaff and drinking water, unless he personally endures the suffering I have faced. How can he truly empathize and grasp the essence of repentance? The third prince furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. His typically gentle and humble demeanor contorted in rage. Thus, you wish for me to subsist on meager rations and conserve our wealth. Would he not become a source of ridicule for the world? Not only for himself, but for the Qi family as well. Of course, he enjoys the support of countless officials in the court and is currently entangled with the second daughter of the prime minister's family. He could very well accept the contributions and assistance from the officials. If we were to endure a half year of such deprivation together, it might just suffice. A subtle smile danced in Chu Qianli's eyes. This half year is merely an estimate, the specifics depending on the detailed assets of those officials who support His Highness. I have heard of an Inspector Guo in the court, known for his sharp wit and fearless nature. Remarkably, he is also skilled in arithmetic. I believe he would take great interest in overseeing such matters. The third prince clenched his fists tightly, his anger surging uncontrollably, the pressure in his chest threatening to burst forth. Are you threatening me? He had never imagined that the seemingly insignificant Chu Qianli would one day rise above him. Chu Qianli quickly shook her head. How could this be considered a threat? His Highness, with profound understanding of righteousness, voluntarily accepted the supervision of the imperial censor, and his initial intention of offering silver was to save the lives of ordinary guards. What a noble character this is! Perhaps he would even secure a place in the annals of history. Well, Chu Qianli, I shall remember today's events. He had underestimated her, thinking she was merely greedy for wealth, unaware that she harbored a calculating mind akin to a venomous serpent, and he had unwittingly stepped into her trap. With the outside world in an uproar, countless eyes were fixed on the third princess residence. He could not afford to tarnish the image he had painstakingly maintained for years and had no choice but to swallow his pride. Chu Qianli smiled sweetly, seemingly unfazed. Your Highness, do not be modest. So, are you prepared to accept the support of your loyal ministers? Or will you rely on the future assistance of the Yu family? Or perhaps, with unwavering resolve, you will embrace a life of frugality, consuming only the barest sustenance to save your funds? Chapter 34. Truly experience the suffering of humanity. The third prince's expression remained stoic, a cold and serious aura enveloping the entire hall. Chu Qianli met his gaze with a smile that never wavered. Meanwhile, Xiao Junyi felt his heart racing, nearly suffocating under the weight of the tension. After a lengthy pause, the third prince clenched his teeth and forced out a response. I will save my own money. His Highness, the third prince, is indeed benevolent. With such an exemplar in the royal family, a wave of frugality and integrity will surely sweep through the court. Chu Qianli sincerely applauded the third prince. then turned her gaze towards Chu Qianli. Sister, you often speak of your affection for His Highness the Third Prince. Now that he is about to experience the trials of the mortal world, shouldn't you accompany him in this? A sudden tremor gripped Chu Qianli's heart. Having been nurtured in luxury since childhood, she had never endured hardship. Yet, in the presence of the Third Prince, she could not refuse, thus displaying a visage of unwavering determination. I will certainly share both joy and sorrow with His Highness. Excellent. Chu Qianli clapped once more. Rest assured, we reside nearby. I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Chu Qianli seethed with resentment. Do you truly think your feigned kindness is necessary? Chu Qianli returned the gold ingot to its box. The world is in a frantic rush, merely to gain a few pieces of silver. Yet it is these very coins that can alleviate the sorrows of existence. The lofty Third Prince may feign integrity and frugality, but throughout his life, he would never imagine that his esteemed status could falter over mere tens of thousands of silver taels. Well then, as a person fond of wealth, I shall not linger in the virtuous abode of the Third Prince, lest I taint this tranquil place with the stench of money. Ah Cho, bring forth the gold. We shall depart. Understood. Feng Xuandu replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, his heart brimming with admiration. Chu Qianli's strategy was a brazen yet cunning ploy. For someone as shrewd and adept at disguise as Yun Qingue, nothing could be more discomforting than being exposed to the glaring light of day. Truly, she is the mother of his son. Soon, Tianshu entered with a group, their hurried steps carrying gold away. Xiaojun hastily urged Su Jingji to follow. Jingji, let us depart. Upon exiting the residence of the Third Prince, Chu Qianli immediately summoned Cambao. Cambao commanded the majestic Da Bai to descend, who then leapt into Chu Qianli's embrace. Mother, we must hurry. Da Bai just spotted the witch's father approaching. Chu Yanqing? Very well. Xiaojun, pulling Su Jingji along, was captivated by Cambao and the striking snow sculpture nearby. Jingji, you must go and properly meet our sister. Su Jingji furrowed his brow. Do not speak nonsense. We are good brothers. What is yours is mine. If you do not formally introduce me to your sister today, I shall pester you for an entire month. With a frown and a slight tightening of his pale lips, Su Jingji was engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. After a moment, he quickened his pace and positioned himself in front of Chu Qianli's carriage. Chu Qianli lifted the curtain of the carriage, scrutinizing the youth before him. Dressed in simple robes, his complexion was as pale as snow, and his figure was slender. Having rushed a few steps, his breath was uneven, each inhale seeming to be forced from his chest. Su Jingji was the cousin of Chu Qianli's uncle. In his memories, he recalled first encountering Su Jingji as a young and illustrious deputy general. His handsome features complemented by arched brows and bright eyes, clad in dark martial attire atop a steed. His high nose and sharp lip line resembled a drawn sword, emanating an undeniable aura of brilliance. Yet, all of this had been irrevocably marred by the original self's obstinate ignorance. Feeling the original self's fear, a chill coursed through Chu Qianli's heart. Should I possess the ability to summon souls, I would undoubtedly call forth the spirit of my original self. Delicately cleanse her eyes, with a heart brimming with joy towards the Third Prince, known for his harshness and lack of gratitude. I find myself inexplicably gripped by fear when confronted by Su Jingji, who has valiantly protected me. One may be blind to the world, yet one must not be blind of heart. Cousin, the peril of halting the carriage on this treacherous path is great. I must attend to certain matters first, and once concluded, I shall seek you out to reminisce. At last, Su Jingji managed to steady his breath, his brow furrowed, striving to maintain his composure, suppressing any signs of frailty. You have offended the Third Prince. Do you grasp the danger? The identity of the true danger remains uncertain. The sound of galloping hooves approached, and Chu Qianli turned to behold the approaching Chu Yanqing, her purpose for this journey suddenly weighing heavily upon her. She seized Su Jingji's clothing, forcefully pulling him into the carriage. Chu Qianli, Su Jingji's expression shifted dramatically. Once an undefeated champion among his peers in the martial arena, he now found himself effortlessly lifted by a woman. Meanwhile, Xiaojun watched with eager anticipation, hastily joining in and leaping onto the carriage. Cousin Qianli, I can manage myself. Chu Qianli commanded, let us depart for Tianxian Tower. The carriage sped towards its destination. Within the confines of the carriage, Chu Qianli embraced Shun Bao, seated at the innermost side, while on either side were Feng Xiandu and Xiaojun. The atmosphere between Su Jingji and Chu Qianli was subtly charged. Su Jingji adjusted his attire, coughing persistently until he finally ceased, the metallic taste of blood lingering in his throat. Chu Qianli gently caressed Shun Bao, offering him an awkward yet polite smile. The earlier incident had truly been a moment of desperation. Sensing his mother's gesture, Shun Bao hastily shifted aside, exclaiming, Mother, I am heavy. I do not wish to weigh you down. Su Jingji's expression grew colder as her gaze fixated on Shun Bao, her brows furrowing with increasing intensity. Chu Qianli, where on earth have you been these past 5 years? You have lived unburdened and found the time to bear a child. Chu Qianli replied with a smile. And what of the child's father? He tragically passed away in his youth, came the response. Feng Xuandu's gaze sharpened. The corners of his lips pressed into a displeased line beneath his mask. He is quite well. Su Jingji's eyes bore into Chu Qianli's face, her lips tightly pressed together. You should not have returned. Yet, Chu Qianli maintained her smile. I did not wish to return either, but circumstances did not permit it. Who does not long for a peaceful retirement, to live a life of leisure? Alas, possessing the original body's form has entailed numerous complications. I care not why you have come back. I merely advise you to restrain yourself and cease your involvement in matters concerning the third prince and Chu Lingxian. Su Jingji warned, her tone laced with caution. That is unlikely, Chu Qianli countered. She has only glimpsed the surface of the third prince, without exposing his true face. The original body will not relinquish its desires, and thus I must persist in my endeavors. Su Jingji presumed that Chu Qianli still harbored affection for the third prince. Her chest heaving with agitation, a pallor transforming into an unhealthy crimson hue. Have you not been foolish enough already? Has the Su family not suffered enough because of you? My father is no longer the formidable general he once was 5 years ago. He is now disabled in his lower body and has resigned from his position, unable to offer any assistance to the third prince. As for myself, I have become as good as useless. Whatever you desire is inconsequential to me. But should peril befall you, the Su family is utterly incapable of rescuing you. Chu Qianli's gaze shifted slightly. Even now, Su Jingji still spoke of their inability to save her, rather than dismissing her plight entirely. Alas, my original self, you truly are utterly reckless. Cousin, it has been a long time since we last met. There is no need for such fury. I have grown considerably more sensible. If you truly possess wisdom, you ought to vanish completely from sight, rather than bringing a child to the capital and entangling yourself further with the Chu family. Su Jingji shouted in indignation. Feng Xuandu's aura turned frigid, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he raised his hand and struck. How dare this person point fingers at Chu Qianli? Stop. Chapter 35. Roll away. Feng Xuandu, now bereft of power, did not exert much force in his strike. However, Su Jingji was unable to evade it and, upon being struck, spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, how wretched. Chu Qianli, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, rushed forward to deflect Feng Xuandu's hand aside, then reached to check Su Jingji's pulse, wishing to assist him. Su Jingji forcefully swatted Chu Qianli's hand away, clutching his chest with a face full of frost. Miss Chu, there is no need for your misplaced kindness. Even if I were to perish, it would bear no relevance to you. Just then, the carriage came to a halt. Su Jingji braced himself and, with a sudden motion, flung aside the curtain of the carriage and leaped out. In his haste, he inadvertently collided with a man, prompting a chorus of malicious taunts to erupt around him. Is that you, the useless Su Jingji? Oh, what is this? Have you been beaten to the point of spitting blood? Get lost. Just a worthless wretch daring to flaunt his authority before me? Do you still fancy yourself the illustrious young martial champion you once were? Now, with your skills rendered useless, your dantian destroyed, and your physique weaker than a delicate maiden, do you believe I couldn't crush you with a mere finger? Inside the carriage, Xiaojunyi wore a face full of fury and stood to exit, only to be restrained by Chu Qianli, who grasped his arm. Wait, she urged. Xiaojunyi furrowed his brow, initially thinking that Chu Qianli intended to abandon Su Jingji. His expression turned icy. Miss Chu, the one outside, is Wu Qi, who has always been at odds with Jingji. He relishes in mocking him and is not above resorting to violence. Wu Qi has ties to the Xiang family. If you wish to avoid trouble, that is your prerogative. But I must protect my brother. Don't move. Despite Xiaojunyi's insistence, he remained resolute in his intent to rise. In an instant, Chu Qianli's delicate hand settled firmly upon his shoulder. Though she did not exert much force, it rendered him immobile. The smile on Chu Qianli's face vanished, and her calm gaze turned cold. Wu Qi, the nephew of the Wu family, had, upon the original's return to the Xiang residence, ostensibly usurped the position of the Xiang family's legitimate daughter and had even entered into a betrothal with the third prince. Under the instigation of Chu Lingxian, this Wu Qi had not ceased to bully and humiliate the original host. Outside, the exchange continued, Wu Qi's voice dripping with arrogance and self-satisfaction. Su Jinch, why are you silent? I have heard that after the decline of the Su family, you and your worthless father can hardly afford medicine, relying solely on the charity of former colleagues. Are you here to broaden your horizons before you meet your end? Wu Qi, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Su Jinch replied coldly. Do you think I wish to squander my time with a useless person like you? Look, You just sullied my shoes. Now kneel and clean them. Then get off this street, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, today I will have your legs removed. Su Jinch clenched her jaw, veins bulging at her neck. You must be dreaming. As a member of the Su family, I would rather die standing than live on my knees. Ha ha ha, it just came to mind, 5 years ago, when Chu Qianli met her demise due to infidelity. You broke your hands to protect that vile woman's reputation. You said the same back then, didn't you? Now that the wretched woman has returned, are you also making your presence known? Silence. What can you do if I refuse to be silent? Wu Qi remarked, his gaze shifting to the carriage behind Su Jinch, which bore the Chu emblem. He narrowed his eyes, his voice booming. Could it be that Chu Qianli is inside the carriage? Su Jinch's expression changed, her breath faltering as she replied, no. Ha ha ha, your anxious reaction betrays you. She must be inside, right? Ha ha ha, I have heard that the little harlot has changed her appearance. Previously, her lack of beauty could not deter her from seducing several men, and now that she is more attractive, isn't it all the more outrageous? Su Jin's fists were clenched tightly as she exerted every ounce of her strength to strike at Wu Qi, exclaiming, shut your foul mouth. Wu Qi effortlessly sidestepped her attack, leaving Su Jin to collapse helplessly to the ground. Ha ha ha, Su Jin, it seems you've forgotten the lesson from before. 5 years ago, you sought justice for Chu Qianli at the Xiang residence, but I treated you like a mere ball to be kicked. However, my kind-hearted sister Ling Xian advised me to spare you. Truth be told, I have yet to satiate my desire to kick you. Today is perfect. Consider this a penalty for soiling my shoes. Wu Qi rolled up his sleeves, his gaze towards Su Jin brimming with malice. Just then, wasn't Chu Qianli returning? This would be an opportunity for that wretched maid to witness the fate of a powerless fool. In the next instant, the tightly drawn curtains of the carriage were abruptly flung open, revealing a lithe figure that seemed to glide through the air like a specter, charging directly at Wu Qi. Chu Qianli's expression remained impassive, but a chilling glint flickered in her cold eyes. As she approached Wu Qi, she raised her foot high and delivered a powerful kick, sending him soaring into the air. Ah! Wu Qi cried out in alarm, flailing his arms in desperation. With a deft flick of her toes, Chu Qianli leapt once more. And as Wu Qi was about to land, she closed in again, landing a decisive kick to his chin that propelled him into the air once more. What a useless fool. He was so infuriatingly kickable. Wu Qi, slightly plump in stature, had become even more indulgent in his vices, particularly under the patronage of the Wu family, resulting in a notably round abdomen. Chu Qianli soared through the air, relentlessly kicking at Wu Qi, alternating between striking hands and legs, as if toying with a large human-shaped ball. Ah! The anguished cries of Wu Qi resounded, drawing the attention of patrons in Tianshan Tower, who emerged to witness the spectacle. Without hesitation, Chu Qianli executed her movements with precision, leaving traces of her fierce agility in mid-air, culminating in a final powerful whip of her leg that sent Wu Qi crashing to the ground. Wu Qi's arms and legs contorted awkwardly behind her neck, reducing her to a bizarre spherical shape, which rolled directly towards Su Jinji's feet upon impact. Chu Qianli landed gracefully, the edges of her pale pink skirt blooming like petals, as she approached Wu Qi with a frigid expression. Ah! Wu Qi maintained her ball-like posture, shrieking in agony, occasionally emitting dry heaves. Wu Qi, were you not just eager to see me? You, young master. The cries of Wu family's servants filled the air as they pushed through the crowd in a desperate attempt to rescue her. Chu Qianli unsheathed the long whip from her waist and lashed out at the servants, sending them sprawling aside, her gaze coldly sweeping over them. In a foul mood today, she sought to vent her frustrations by inflicting pain upon 2 individuals. The Wu family members, having merely received a single lash, fell to the ground in unison. As if acting in concert, Chu Qianli diverted her gaze and stepped upon the spherical form of Wu Qi, a chill emanating from her presence. As a dog, should you not live with your tail tucked? Did you seek out this thrill? A soldier may be slain but not humiliated. 5 years ago, how deeply had Su Jinji suffered from the humiliation inflicted by Wu Qi, treated as a mere ball to be kicked. The original self, do you see? It is not that your life has been wretched. Rather, you have failed to appreciate the treasures you once possessed. Chapter 36. Revenge and gratitude. Wu Qi felt as though every bone in his body was about to shatter, a profound fear surging within him. Are you truly Chu Qianli? His face was swollen from a kick, his eyes squinting into mere slits. Yet he was still overwhelmed by the astonishing beauty of Chu Qianli. How could the once ugly duckling have transformed into such a stunning swan? For the past 5 years, you have lingered in my thoughts, yet upon our meeting today, you fail to recognize me? Xiao Junyi descended from the carriage, utterly stunned by Chu Qianli's display. Is this really so impressive? He stifled his excitement and quickly helped the equally dazed Su Jinji to her feet. Jinji, is this truly our sister? Could she be a celestial being descended to Earth? He had previously harbored doubts about his cousin. He felt utterly foolish. As Su Jinji regained her composure, suppressing her astonishment, she approached Chu Qianli. Wu Qi is the one causing trouble for me. There is no need for your kindness. You should leave quickly. After all, Wu Qi was the nephew of the Prime Minister's wife, and with Chu Qianli residing in the Prime Minister's residence. Who knew how Wu would react once he lodged his complaint? Chu Qianli casually kicked Wu Qi, then raised her gaze to Su Jinji, her expression softening slightly. Cousin. With Wu Qi here, aren't you going to kick him a few times for some relief? Uft. Xiao Junyi erupted in laughter. Wu Qi. Ha. The name is quite apt. Su Jinji's lips twitched. Come on, I could use a good kick. Chu Qianli continued to entice. Su Jinji coughed twice. Feeling a flicker of emotion, perhaps it was best to let him go. What a pity, but it matters not. Wu Qiu resides in the capital. And whenever my cousin wishes to engage, I shall summon him. After speaking, Chu Qianli delivered a fierce kick to Wu Qi. Ah! Wu Qi cried out in agony as a bent arm fell limply from his neck. With a composed gaze, Chu Qianli lifted her foot and brutally crushed Wu Qi's fingers. In the next moment, the sound of bones shattering echoed. After years of absence, I have taken the liberty to present you with this parting gift. Please, do not be modest. Ah! Wu Qi let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, before abruptly losing consciousness. Chu Qianli withdrew her foot and took a few steps back. Then, with a running start, she lifted her leg and, like a football player taking a shot, kicked Wu Qi with tremendous force. Off you go. Wu Qi rolled forward, heavily crushing the fallen guards of the Wu family, before finally coming to a halt. Chu Qianli dusted off her hands and glanced towards Tianxian Tower. The time has come. The auction is about to commence. We must hurry inside. She had pressing matters to attend to. Feng Xuandu approached, cradling the treasured item, and handed her a cloth. Clean your hands. Wu Qiu is rather filthy. The treasured item sparkled with admiration, gazing up at Chu Qianli with wide eyes. Mother is amazing. I want to learn how to roll people into balls too. Very well. When you are older, I shall teach you. The Wu family dared not meet Chu Qianli's gaze, begrudgingly rising to carry the rolled-up Wu Qi away, leaving in a state of disgrace. Su Jinji took note of this as he approached Chu Qianli. Today's events are dictated by me. You should find a place to take refuge, Wu family. Chu Qianli cast a glance at Su Jinji. Despite his frail physique and disordered breath, he held his back straight, as if no amount of suffering could crush the pride within his heart. Cousin, did you notice that I only crushed 5 fingers of that Wu Qiu? Su Jinji was momentarily taken aback, unsure why she brought this up. What? Originally intending to purchase something and then seek out her uncle and cousin at the Su family, she was taken by surprise by today's encounter. Chu Qianli raised her gaze towards Tianxian Tower, her eyes reflecting a hint of coldness. Cousin, I have left the remaining 5 fingers of Wu Qiu for you. Su Jinji was stunned. He initially thought Chu Qianli was mocking him. Yet, meeting those clear and resolute eyes, he found no trace of jest. Do you understand that my meridians are severed and my dantian is destroyed? It is already exceedingly rare for me to survive until now, with no hope of cultivating martial arts in this lifetime. I am well aware of that. But I also know that the cycle of all things will never completely sever a person's vitality. Just as your body, although ruined for many years, can still rise anew. Su Jinji's emotions surged suddenly. He clenched his fists tightly and bit his tongue hard, suppressing the turbulent blood surging in his chest. Why must you tease me further? Throughout Dongxian, there has never been a waste like him with a chance of recovery. Cousin, the auction at Tianxian Tower is about to begin. Shall we enter and discuss while we observe? Chu Qianli did not elaborate further. Without evidence, she too would not believe it. Su Jin's eyes flickered with great intensity, and he understood that the servants of the Wu family would certainly return with reinforcements. If he did not flee now, he would undoubtedly find it difficult to extricate himself later. However, upon hearing Chu Qianli's words, a flicker of hope ignited in his desolate heart. If he were to regain his former strength, could it be possible to save his father? If the Su family could rise again, then not only the Wu family, but even the Prime Minister's residence would pose no threat. Seeing the emotional turmoil in his gaze, Chu Qianli gently lifted the corners of her lips. We must hurry. Once the auction begins, entry will be impossible. Xiao Junyi seized the moment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Cousin Qianli, I frequently visit Tianxian Tower. Before he could finish, he was abruptly pushed aside by Feng Xuandu, who was cradling a child. Feng Xuandu thrust the child into Chu Qianli's arms and led her away from Su Jin and Xiao Junyi. I inadvertently offended him just now. I must apologize to young Master Su. You take the child and go ahead. Oh, Chu Qianli replied. Earlier, in the carriage, she had discerned that Feng Xuandu's strike lacked significant power. It could only be said that Su Jin was currently too vulnerable. This vulnerability was a consequence of the debts incurred by the original owner 7 years ago. At the royal hunting grounds, the original owner had been injured by an arrow while attempting to save the third prince. At that time, her skills were mediocre, and her survival was solely due to Su Jin's selfless protection. Her heart and mind were consumed by thoughts of the third prince, and upon realizing he was gravely wounded, she focused solely on his escape, leaving Su Jin behind. Injured, Su Jinji once again encountered assassins and was captured and tortured, completely destroying his meridians and dantian. Although he was ultimately rescued, he was rendered a complete invalid. Chu Qianli carefully sensed the situation and found that her heart harbored no emotional response from the original self. Her eyes flickered, a glimmer of coldness flashing through the shimmering depths. Chu Qianli had always believed in repaying grudges and debts in kind. Since she sought to sever the ties of the original self's past, she would thoroughly resolve all grievances. The injustices suffered by the original self would be avenged. The debts owed would be repaid. Only then could the karmic ties be severed, leaving no further connection. Esteemed guests, do you possess an invitation to the Tianxian Tower? At the entrance of the Tianxian Tower, the guards halted Chu Qianli and the others. Feng Xuandu's brow twitched. He had previously received an invitation from Tianxian Tower, a place known for auctioning rare treasures. The invitation had meticulously listed the items to be auctioned that day. Feng Xuandu glanced at it, realizing he had not mentioned his intention to attend today, hence he had not brought the invitation with him. However, as Tianxian Tower was an establishment under the Seven Stars Guard, his token would suffice for entry, though he feared it might expose more than intended. Just as Feng Xuandu was about to present his token, Chu Qianli produced a medallion engraved with the likeness of celestial bodies. I do not have an invitation, but is this medallion acceptable? Chapter 37. A tangle of jealousy. Upon seeing the medallion, the guard immediately bowed respectfully. Please wait, esteemed guest. I shall inform the steward to welcome you. No need. Please provide us with a private room. We are merely here to purchase a few items. Understood. Soon, a gracefully attired attendant approached, a young gentleman clad in white with a handsome visage. Upon noticing the token in Chu Qianli's hand, his eyes sparkled with eagerness. I have met the young lady. The room is on the second floor, and I have prepared fruits, tea, and snacks for you. Should you require anything else, please do not hesitate to command me. His voice was exceedingly gentle, imbued with a hint of unspoken significance. Feng Xuandu's gaze darkened, a chill emanating from his breath. Is this the sort of nonsense that Tianquan's subordinates concoct? It seems he ought to be dispatched to the far north to cool his head. Chu Qianli, preoccupied with her intended purchases, spoke directly. Lead the way. Of course. A flicker of regret crossed the attendant's eyes as he bowed his head respectfully to guide her. The private room was spacious, resembling a meticulously arranged parlor for guests, complete with all manner of furnishings and utensils. Behind a screen, there even lay a bed draped in crimson gauze, recalling the attendant's earlier demeanor. Feng Xuandu's expression darkened further. I shall give orders to have Tianxian expelled at once. The auction was soon to commence. Inside the room, Chu Qianli exhaled deeply, languidly reclining against the chair. What a tiresome day. The itinerary has felt akin to a relentless race. It is most detrimental to one's health. Seeing her mother's fatigued state, Shan Bao felt a pang of sympathy and hastily selected the finest fruit to offer to Chu Qianli. Mother, please eat this fruit. I just tasted it. And this red one is the sweetest. Chu Qianli bit into the fruit, the sugary flavor awakening her senses. Delicious. Then you should eat more. No need to move. I shall feed you, Shan Bao insisted. After feeding Chu Qianli a bite, San Bao thoughtfully took out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth, displaying an unparalleled attentiveness. Feng Xuandu observed San Bao's meticulous demeanor and suddenly felt a twinge of annoyance regarding his son. Was it not more appropriate for an adult to handle such tasks as feeding fruit and wiping lips? Xiao Junyi gazed at Chu Qianli, whose expression had shifted in an instant, and held his breath for a while before finally exhaling. The woman before him possessed a beauty so exquisite. It seemed as though every feature had been meticulously sculpted by skilled hands. Her elongated brows and shimmering eyes, along with every smile and frown, created a scene of unparalleled elegance. At this moment, she lounged lazily against the corner of the table, her figure enchanting, a smile gracing her lips, as if a mere glance could inspire one to willingly traverse fire and water for her sake. Jinji, please introduce me, she requested. Su Jinji was lost in an internal struggle, her brow furrowed tightly, appearing as if she wished to inquire, yet feared the shattering of her hopes. Completely ignoring Xiao Junyi, he gazed at Chu Qianli, feeling his heart race with fervor. Cousin Qianli, would you like to buy? I would gladly purchase it for you. Though it was their first meeting, he was certain that no other woman in the world could captivate his heart as profoundly as Chu Qianli did. She raised her gaze and shook her head. Sambao, translating on the side, said, "Uncle, my mother said she is gold and does not wish to trouble you. Did your cousin acquire that from the third prince?" He asked. "You might as well keep it to purchase some rouge, powder, or fine silks for yourself." Chu Qianli shook her head once more. "Thank you, kind sir, but it is unnecessary." The downfall of the Su family was chiefly due to the third prince. In the present day, to heal Su Jinch and to assist her uncle Su Yi in recovering from his injuries, it is only just and equitable to extract funds from the third prince. Once both Su Jinch and Su Yi are fully recuperated, she intends to take them to the third prince's residence to witness the performances, allowing them to see firsthand how the prince toils for their financial support, which she anticipates will be quite gratifying. Amidst the high platform, the auctioneer's voice resonated. Next up was the yumming grass, a rare and highly toxic herb, with its other properties remaining largely unknown. The starting bid was set at 2,000 taels of silver, with increments of 1,000 taels. Chu Qianli slightly straightened her posture and rang the bell beside her. The yumming grass was precisely what she sought. Observing the few guests in the private boxes bidding, those who had previously shown interest in the herb soon withdrew. The Tianxian building held significant influence, to the extent that even the royal family hesitated to offend it. Being granted access to a private box indicated that one was regarded as an esteemed guest, and it was crucial not to antagonize anyone capable of establishing beneficial relationships. Although the yumming grass was rare, it was fundamentally just a highly toxic substance, with its other effects remaining undisclosed, rendering it unworthy of their investment. Without much effort, Chu Qianli procured it for 5,000 taels of silver. Once the auctioneer confirmed the final price, her earlier enthusiasm dwindled, reverting to her previous languid demeanor. Xiao Junyi, filled with curiosity, observed her slightly lowered gaze, feeling that compelling her to speak would be an injustice, thus suppressing his inquiries. After a brief pause, Chu Qianli regained her composure and successfully bid for a jiudong flower, expending 20,000 taels of silver, thereafter refraining from further bids. As the auction concluded, the attendant, who had awaited the end, led the goods into the room for Chu Qianli to inspect and settle the payment. Observing the items quietly resting within the jade box, Chu Qianli exhaled softly, a smile finally gracing her features. "Cousin, I still have preparations to make. In 3 days, I shall visit the Su family to see you." Su Jinji gazed at the object in Chu Qianli's hands, the flickering flame of hope within him slowly extinguishing, his cold eyes growing even more profound and desolate. The nether grass and 9-passage flower were both deadly poisons. Consuming them would undoubtedly lead to demise. There is no need to continue deceiving me. It would be wiser to devise a strategy against the Wu family. Noticing his skepticism, Chu Qianli produced a small vial and handed it over. "Cousin, take this back with you and ensure that you and uncle each consume one daily." Su Jinji shook his head in refusal. "There is no need. Over the years, I have consumed countless medicines. There is no necessity to experiment further. It would be futile." Xiao Junyi, sensing the urgency, tugged at Su Jinji's sleeve, his anxiety palpable. "Jinji, Qianli cousin means well. My brother is merely stubborn. If he truly did not care, why would he have dragged his broken body to fight after the news of Chu Qianli's demise 5 years ago? Why endure half a year bettered from injuries?" Chu Qianli remained unfazed by Su Jinji's rejection, resolutely pressing the vial into his hand. "For the next few days, do not let your emotions fluctuate too greatly. Maintain a light diet and refrain from alcohol." Su Jinji furrowed his brow. "You." Chu Qianli yawned dismissively. Feng Xuandu stepped forward, cradling the precious ginseng, allowing her to lean against his arm. She had returned. Well, as Chu Qianli boarded the carriage, Su Jinji clutched the medicine vial, her heart a tumult of emotions. The carriage vanished from sight, and Xiao Junyi tugged at Su Jinji's sleeve. "Jinji, quickly see what your sister has sent you." It was likely just a restorative tonic. Su Jinji held little hope, casually opening the vial. Instantly, a refreshing scent wafted forth, penetrating deep into her being. Just a single inhalation brought forth a gentle, soothing potency. "What is this?" Xiao Junyi inhaled sharply, feeling invigorated solely by the aroma, a sensation of clarity enveloping him. Su Jinji hastily secured the vial, having never encountered such pills before, yet certain that its contents were invaluable. "We must hurry." Chapter 38. All for the sake of sleep inside the carriage. Chu Qianli rested her head on Feng Xuandu's shoulder, her thick lashes fluttering in a half-asleep state. The gentle rhythm of her breath brushed against his ear, and Feng Xuandu felt the weight on his shoulder, a tingling sensation spreading through his heart, causing a slight warmth to rise at his ears. He turned his head slightly, lowering his gaze, his voice softening. "If you wish to sleep, then do so." "Not yet." Chu Qianli yawned, her dreamy eyes glistening with moisture. "Over at the manor." Chu Yanqing and the Wu family must be waiting for me. Alas, service personnel have no rights. 18 days have passed since I bid farewell to the days of sleeping whenever I desired. How I long for those moments. Feng Xuandu's gaze sharpened. And beneath the mask, a hint of resplendent crimson flickered in his profound eyes. I just caught a whiff of the sweet scented osmanthus cake. Shall I go down and procure some for you? Chu Qianli's eyes brightened slightly, and he quickly turned his head to lean against the carriage wall. Thank you for your hard work, Cho. Just wait a moment. As the carriage came to a halt, Feng Xuandu disembarked and made his way toward a nearby stall. Behind the stall stood a young man clad in simple garments, who, upon spotting Feng Xuandu, suddenly tensed, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. Respectable. Feng Xuandu lifted his gaze towards his subordinate Tian Xian, who was disguised as a vendor, his cold and penetrating eyes emanating an air of chilling indifference. Respected guest, please, feel free to command. Tian Xian, adept in business dealings and possessing a skillful, versatile nature, was well informed. Given the lateness of the hour, would it not be the most suitable time for slumber? Slumber? Tian Xian scrutinized Feng Xuandu's face, attempting to glean some insight into his true emotions from the magnificent silver mask. Feng Xuandu narrowed his eyes. Was his message not sufficiently clear? Tian Xian recalled a prior message from Tian Shu and felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It seemed that the esteemed master was currently in the company of an unmarried woman with a child. Could it be that slumber? It appeared he had stumbled upon something significant. Yes, indeed, it was imperative to sleep. Tian Xian swallowed hard, his tone unusually resolute. Feng Xuandu, satisfied, commanded, wrap up some pieces of the sweet cake. Today, Tian Xian successfully resolved the matters at hand, allowing for the consideration of not exiling him to the farthest northern reaches. Indeed. Esteemed guest, please take care. As Feng Xuandu departed with the sweet dumplings in hand, Tian Xian smiled and watched the carriage fade from view, before hurrying back to Tian Xian Tower. How goes the situation at the Prime Minister's residence? My lord, the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's household clashed with the Wu family at the entrance, resulting in serious injuries to Wu Qi. The Wu family has now brought her to the Prime Minister's residence, awaiting the return of Miss Chu. If this escalates, it could indeed disrupt the master's slumber. However, with the situation at hand, extricating anyone from the Prime Minister's residence is no simple task. Tian Xian swiftly donned a black cloth to mask her face. Your Highness, the third prince, my apologies, Wu family. Even if the king himself were to arrive, it would not hinder the master's rest. After a significant passage of time, Chu Qianli returned to the Prime Minister's residence in a swaying carriage. She sat upright, stifled a yawn, adjusted the long whip at her waist, and savored the lingering fragrance of osmanthus in her mouth. Her spirits lifted slightly, feeling capable of overcoming 10 adversaries. Let us proceed to confront the irate Chu Yanqing and the Wu family. As she disembarked from the carriage, she caught sight of Chu Yanqing swiftly departing on horseback. What is amiss? Her curiosity piqued. She then observed the Wu family hastily carrying Wu Qi out of the Prime Minister's main gate, casting her a fierce glare before hastily climbing into their carriage and departing. What exactly transpired? Feng Xuandu's gaze shifted slightly as he approached Chu Qianli, cradling the treasured ginseng. It seems that Tian Xian has successfully resolved the matter. Now, it appears that a restful slumber may finally be within reach. Chu Qianli's eyes brightened, the previous fierce demeanor dissipating in an instant as she leaned against Feng Xuandu, her voice weak and weary. So tired. Feng Xuandu held the child in one arm and the child's mother in the other, his steps somewhat laborious as he made his way toward the floating jade garden. So heavy. Chu Qianli lifted her eyelids slightly, granting herself the opportunity to reorganize her thoughts. Fairy maidens are weightless beings. Even though she currently felt like a mere idle fish, there remained an untouchable taboo. Perhaps I misjudged. This was undeniably the weight of beauty. Suddenly, 3 glaring golden characters of survival instinct flashed through Chu Qianli's mind, inexplicably urging her lips to curve upward. I suppose you have a sweet tongue. The corners of Feng Xuandu's lips slightly tightened, the warmth at his ears intensifying. It was his first attempt at coaxing someone. 15 minutes later, Chu Qianli successfully reclined upon the soft, large bed, falling into a deep slumber as her head met the pillow. Shenbao, too, was fatigued, rubbing its eyes before burrowing into Chu Qianli's embrace. Adjusting her sleeping position, Chu Qianli instinctively sheltered Shenbao beneath her arm. The mother and child nestled together, surrendering to sleep. Feng Xuandu retrieved a thin blanket from beside him, gently covering them before tiptoeing into the outer room. His body, having exhausted its mystic energy while testing Shenbao's bloodline and enduring the backlash of karmic flames, now felt profoundly fatigued. Yet, his heart resisted the thought of retreating to the adjacent room for rest. After pondering for a moment, he dragged a soft couch to the nearest position within the inner chamber and reclined upon it. Upon awakening from a particularly restful slumber, Chu Qianli was enveloped by the enticing aroma of snow ginseng and crucian carp soup. How delightful! Shenbao had already roused, quietly playing with his fingers while serving as a living pillow for his mother. Upon hearing her voice, he swiftly turned around. "Mother, you're awake. Uncle Cho has visited you twice. The fish soup is about to grow cold. Then let us rise quickly." On the dining table outside, an array of snow ginseng crucian carp soup and assorted delicacies awaited, including a vibrant assortment of steamed dumplings. Chu Qianli's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily overwhelmed by the feast before her. "Cho, did you prepare all of this?" "Some of it, while the rest was crafted by the chef. I wish to cook, but there are certain dishes that I must still learn, and I have yet to find the time." "Wow," Chu Qianli exclaimed, hastily sitting down and picking up her chopsticks to indulge. Ever since giving birth to Shenbao, she had felt an insatiable hunger upon waking, as if no amount of food could suffice. If nourishment was delayed, she might even faint from hunger. Yet, her pulse showed no anomalies, and though puzzled, she chose to set that concern aside for the moment. After relishing a few delectable steamed dumplings and savoring a sip of the sweet snow ginseng crucian carp soup, she sighed contentedly, her gaze drifting towards Feng Xuandu with a hint of lament. Feng Xuandu tightened his grip on his chopsticks. "What troubles you? Cho, I fear that my appetite may become spoiled by your culinary delights. What shall I do when you are no longer by my side?" It is only now that she comprehends the varying standards of comfort in the art of nurturing. In the past, life in the shadowy mountains was carefree. Yet the remoteness of the deep forest made comings and goings rather inconvenient, and the absence of servants rendered life somewhat crude. A subtle smile graced Feng Xuandu's lips as a flicker of secret joy coursed through his heart. "It is enough that you recognize my significance. This woman, having fled so decisively 5 years ago, now cannot deny her dependence on me, can she? Truly, her words betray her heart." Chu Qianli's gaze shifted toward Cambao, and an idea suddenly struck him. Chapter 39. If it doesn't drive you to despair, I shall consider myself defeated. Chu Qianli looked at Cambao. "Who do you cherish the most?" "Mother," Cambao replied eagerly. "What fine family traditions do the Chu family uphold? One must do one's own chores and take the initiative in mother's affairs. And if mother wishes to learn culinary skills? Mother, the kitchen is filled with smoke and fire, which would mar your beauty. Let Cambao handle it." Cambao immediately raised his small hands in protest. But Cambao is just a child. Cambao is a little man. Cambao can do it, he assured, thumping his tiny chest. Chu Qianli leaned slightly, planting a kiss on Cambao's tender cheek. "Thank you, Cambao. You are truly remarkable." He. Feng Xuandu mused. He never stated a desire to leave. He merely wished to underscore his own importance. Why then did this lead to Cambao learning to cook? If Cambao mastered it, what would become of him? With a round belly full of food and bolstered by his mother's sweet encouragement, Cambao eagerly set out to seek a chef and inquire about recipes. Feng Xuandu, upon noticing Chu Qianli lazily lounging on the soft couch, deliberately approached to shield her from the sunlight streaming through the window, enveloping her entirely in his shadow. At that moment, Chu Qianli felt quite content and opened her eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. "Cho, is it amusing to trick Sambao?" It wasn't particularly entertaining, but having deceived him, she felt no guilt about manipulating the child. The corners of Chu Qianli's lips lifted slightly. Shouldn't he once seize the opportunity to tease their son? After all, if not, her son would soon belong to his wife, leaving her with no place in his life. Feng Xuandu, feeling a twinge of defiance, retorted, "Then why don't you ask me to stay by your side? As the esteemed richest man of Dongxian, would he willingly remain as her cook? You didn't even inquire. How can you know I wouldn't be willing? Perhaps, if you coaxed me as you did with Sanbao, I might just agree to stay." Being the illustrious Feng Zun, with extraordinary talent, wouldn't he learn culinary skills faster than Sanbao? Chu Qianli sat up, leaning slightly towards Feng Xuandu. "Cho, why do I sense something amiss with you?" Feng Xuandu's body stiffened slightly as he caught a whiff of the unique fragrance emanating from Chu Qianli. The scent was subtly cool, not overwhelming. Yet it permeated his very bones and blood with each breath, silently and dominantly captivating all his senses. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Chu Qianli turned her gaze towards the entrance. Bang! The recently repaired courtyard gate crashed to the ground once more as Chu Yanqing, accompanied by a throng of servants, made a grand entrance into the floating jade garden. Chu Qianli stretched languidly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Today marks the dawn of a new day. Someone had come to seek her assistance. "You wretched Chu Qianli, come forth at once." Rising from her repose, she gently smoothed the sleeves of her attire and strode steadily to the door, a smile illuminating her face as she beheld the grim and austere expression of Chu Yanqing. Today, she donned a long robe of silver gauze adorned with ethereal patterns, paired with a matching skirt. The wide sleeves and fitted waist accentuated her graceful stature, rendering her all the more elegant. "Father, you have come early. Have you had your meal?" Chu Yanqing's garments were those he had worn when he departed from the residence the previous evening. Although pristine, the hem bore slight creases, a testament to the prostrations he had undertaken. His countenance was stern, yet his eyes betrayed a tempest of anger and anxiety, with dark circles and bloodshot corners indicating a sleepless night. Had he returned only after the sun had risen? Upon witnessing the faint smile on Chu Qianli's face, he perceived it as a mockery of his state and could not restrain a sharp rebuke. "Kneel." The smile on Chu Qianli's visage faded somewhat. "Father, must you act this way before so many servants?" It was evident that a matter of great consequence had transpired, compelling the chancellor to labor throughout the night with such vexation. Could it be that after forcing the third prince to endure meager fare, further troubles had arisen? At that moment, Chu Lingxian rushed in, her eyes reddened with distress as she charged towards Chu Qianli. "Chu Qianli, you dare to harm the third prince? I shall slay you." As Chu Qianli's gaze flickered, she raised her foot high the moment Chu Lingxian rushed towards her. Caught off guard, Chu Lingxian collided heavily with her foot and fell to the ground. Chu Qianli retracted her foot, casually adjusting her dress, in front of so many onlookers. While it was one thing for her sister to engage in brawls, resorting to such tricks was utterly beneath her. With a fragile demeanor, Chu Lingxian supported herself on her knees, grasping the hem of Chu Yanqing's garment, tears streaming down her face. "Father, you must stand up for your daughter," she cried. "Chu Qianli, you are arrogant and overbearing. First, you caused a scene at the minister's residence, then disrespected your stepmother, resulting in her injury, which has left her bedridden. Moreover, you have been rude to His Highness the Third Prince, injuring a scion of the Wu family, and today, you have kicked your own sister. As your father, I shall teach you a proper lesson." Chu Yanqing could no longer contain his fury, tearing away the facade of civility as he forcibly suppressed Chu Qianli under the guise of paternal authority. A glint of coldness flickered in Feng Xuandu's eyes at his side. Tian Shu and others were taut with tension, ready to act at a moment's notice, capable of toppling the entire minister's residence with a single command. Chu Qianli's smile turned frigid. It is the father's failure when a child is not taught. "Chu Xiang, you have never even raised me. So what right do you have to speak so arrogantly?" Chu Yanqing's face darkened completely, rendered speechless by her words. "Have you harbored resentment against me all along? Indeed, you ought to be grateful that Dong Xian prioritizes benevolence, for the laws of the court dictate that one must pay with their life for murder. Otherwise, the grass on your grave would have likely begun to sprout. You. Chu Yanqing's eyes were filled with rage, his hand trembling as he pointed at Chu Qianli. "You ungrateful wretch! You wicked child! Be careful, Prime Minister," a voice warned. "You hold great power now. If you were to succumb to anger and suffer a stroke, it would bring joy to your enemies and sorrow to your kin." Upon hearing this, Feng Xuandu's icy demeanor softened slightly, and a faint smile graced his lips as he cleared his throat, deliberately interjecting. "Qianli, it is indeed a joy for enemies and sorrow for kin. But as for me, this conceals no sorrow at all." Chu Qianli feigned innocence, while the individual poised to replace the prime minister seemed momentarily caught off guard by a sudden pang of grief, unprepared for the confrontation. "Chu Qianli," Chu Yanqing's temples throbbed. "Wretched child, be silent." "Huh, a father who only begets without nurturing, and is infinitely biased. Do you expect me to heed your words? Truly, you overestimate yourself. You. Chu Qianli drew a long whip from her waist, flicking it lightly. In her past, she had donned male attire and verbally vanquished her opponents in court, leaving hundreds of officials weeping and wailing. From that moment forth, the mere mention of the name Chu Qianli would send shivers down their spines, akin to a modern case of PTSD. Now, Chu Yanqing's capacity for endurance seemed but that of a novice. "Prime Minister, you are well aware that I cannot be restrained, so why subject yourself to such humiliation?" she taunted. "Now, in front of so many subordinates, you have lost face, leaving them to live in constant fear. After all, the lineage of the Prime Minister's household is deeply concerned with reputation. One can never know when silence may be imposed upon them." At that moment, Madame Wu, supported by Nurse Wang, approached. Upon seeing Chu Yanqing's face flushed with anger, she hurried forward to assist him in regaining his composure. "My lord, please calm your anger. Qianli is the only remaining bloodline left by your sister. Is there anything that cannot be discussed amicably?" With that, she turned her gaze towards Chu Qianli. "Qianli, I understand that you harbor resentment towards the third prince for rejecting your engagement in favor of Lingxian. However, resorting to assassination against the third prince is unacceptable. Furthermore, to protect the Su family, you clandestinely set fire to the Wu family ancestral hall." Chapter 40. Do not regret. Chu Qianli's eyes flickered, finally comprehending the events of the previous day. The third prince was attacked, and the Wu family ancestral hall was ablaze? Indeed. The Wu family gazed at Chu Qianli, their expressions filled with anguish. There is no need for you to conceal the truth any longer. Your father and I have already ascertained that you are responsible. Last night, your father was summoned to the palace and has been preoccupied all night because of your actions. Today, your disdain for him is quite ungrateful. The third prince is dead? Absurd. Chu Yanqing exclaimed fiercely. Chu Qianli, if you wish to throw your life away, that is your choice, but do not implicate the entire residence. The third prince is under the emperor's protection and will certainly turn misfortune into fortune. Chu Qianli clicked her tongue softly, appearing rather regretful. I had thought something significant had occurred. You wretched child, the emperor has ordered me to escort you to the palace to plead for forgiveness. Today, whether you live or die, I shall not concern myself with you. Chu Lingxian gripped her handkerchief, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. Chu Qianli, this time, your fate is sealed. Upon hearing this, a cold mockery surfaced in Chu Qianli's gaze. To enter the palace to plead for forgiveness? So that is the purpose. Chancellor Chu, why not speak plainly about your intention to nearly beat me to death and then deliver me to the palace to meet my demise? Why must you invoke the banner of filial piety? A cold demeanor enveloped Chu Yanqing as his thoughts were laid bare. He indeed planned to inflict a severe beating upon Chu Qianli before presenting her to the palace, leveraging this to extract information about the purple Xianshun and the Ninglu pills, thereafter sealing her fate. Chu Qianli. Several assassins have been captured by the third prince's residence in the Wu family. They have confessed to your instigation and possessed your token. If you comply and accept your punishment, perhaps the emperor, moved by your grave injuries upon entering the palace to plead for mercy, might spare your life. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for acting against kin in the name of justice. Chancellor Chu, have you truly contemplated this? Are you prepared to deliver me to the emperor? The corners of Chu Qianli's lips curled slightly. This sin, you must bear. Suddenly, she smiled, her eyes shimmering with a captivating brilliance, her countenance aglow. I maintain my stance. One must tread the path of their own choices, even if it means doing so on one's knees. Very well, I shall accompany you to the palace. Feng Xuandu's gaze shifted. Qianli? Chu Qianli raised her eyes to meet Feng Xuandu's, a gentle smile gracing her clear gaze. Ah Cho, can I entrust the precious treasures to you for the time being? Her entry into the palace is of little concern, but I fear for the safety of the treasures should Chu Yanqing and the Wu family seize this opportunity. Naturally, I shall ensure his protection. Moreover, if you are reluctant, such a splendid opportunity is one I could hardly wish for more. Chu Qianli beamed, her eyes reflecting a profound and enigmatic significance. Observing the expression on Chu Qianli's face, Chu Yanqing felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. What had once seemed an assured plan suddenly appeared to lack foundation. With that thought, he hurriedly dismissed all doubts. This time, he had made meticulous arrangements. No matter how eloquent Chu Qianli might be, she would undoubtedly find herself at a loss for words. Chu Qianli summoned Cambao, cradling him in her arms and placing him within Feng Xuandu's embrace. Cambao, listen to Uncle A Cho. Mother is going to deal with those two scoundrels and will return shortly. Cambao obediently nodded. Cambao will wait for mother. Good. Chu Qianli gently ruffled his little head and turned to Chu Yanqing. Minister Chu, prepare the carriage. As a criminal, you are obliged to enter the palace on foot. With her arms crossed, Chu Qianli's expression turned impassive. Oh, then I shall not go. Why should she walk such a distance? What a fanciful daydream. You. No matter what you say, I will not walk there. Someone. Chu Qianli flicked the long whip in her hand. Why bother? Recalling the tragic scene before the minister's residence, where those guards jostled each other yet none dared to step forward, Chu Yanqing's gaze darkened as he abruptly flung his sleeve. Prepare a carriage for her. Yes. The guards collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It was preferable to avoid confrontation. Chu Qianli smirked derisively. Isn't this what should have been done from the start? Once Chu Qianli boarded the carriage and departed, Chu Lingxian hastily tugged at Wu's sleeve, her gaze directed toward Cambao. Mother, that wretched child? Feng Xuandu's expression grew somber, a chilling aura suddenly enveloping the air. Tianshu, strike her. A shadow flashed before her eyes, and before Chu Lingxian could react, a heavy palm struck her face. The sound was sharp. Chu Lingxian felt a ringing in her head, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted, a large handprint swelling on half of her cheek. Wu's gaze sharpened. You. Audacious servant. Someone. Seize that wild man and his illegitimate child. Feng Xuandu raised his hand to cover Sanbao's eyes. Act. Tianshu's figure trembled, a surge of profound energy emanating from him as he swung his palm towards Wu, sending her flying a great distance, crashing to the ground with a thud, rendered unconscious. Meanwhile, the other servants sprang into action, and in a matter of moments, the entire minister's residence was engulfed in silence. Was Wu not supposed to be internally shaken? Since she was injured, she ought to rest in bed for several months to recuperate, erasing all traces after the altercation. Understood, Tianxu replied promptly. And after inflicting further injury on Wu, he employed his profound energy to erase her memories. To Tianxin Tower. Yes. Upon exiting the minister's residence. Kebao chirped with a sweet voice, Uncle Cho, can I open my eyes now? Feng Xuandu looked at the obediently closed eyes of Kebao. A flicker of affection passing through his gaze. Kebao, just now. Uncle Cho, you won't harm me and mother, will you? Of course not. That's good. I'm not curious about anything else. Sanbao's face radiated with innocent joy as he covered his little ears. Mother said that curiosity can not only be deadly for cats, but can also bring ruin to ginseng spirits. He was utterly indifferent to knowing. Feng Xuandu paused momentarily, then gently ruffled his hair, promising, I will tell you in due time. It was no matter if he refrained from speaking. At the palace gates, a carriage marked with the character Chu came to a slow halt. Chu Qianli leaped from the carriage, immediately attended by guards who proceeded to search her and assist with her attire. A frosty demeanor enveloped Chu Yanqing's eyes as he anticipated Chu Qianli's reckless antics, which would undoubtedly provoke the palace guards to execute her. Chu Qianli glanced back at Chu Yanqing, offering a playful smile as she obediently followed the guards. Humph. Chu Yanqing let out a heavy scoff and strode into the palace ahead of her. Chu Qianli was ushered into a secluded chamber where 4 eunuchs entered, their eyes gleaming with lascivious intent as they scanned her figure. One of them, unable to contain his base desires, licked his lips hungrily, swallowing hard. In terms of appearance and form, this young lady of the Chu family was indeed unmatched in the capital. Chu Qianli clicked her tongue lightly, her fingers deftly conjuring 4 silver needles at her fingertips. How crude and tedious. After a brief moment, Chu Qianli adjusted her sleeves and cast a sidelong glance at the 4 eunuchs huddled in the corner like a puddle of mud. Have you completed your inspection? Why yes, please spare us, miss. Then lead the way. Yes. The 4 scrambled forward, fearing any delay would subject them to yet another harrowing experience akin to descending into hell. The journey was smooth, and as Chu Qianli walked, she took pleasure in admiring the grandeur of the palace. The Yun family of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, having seized the realm, revered an atmosphere of majestic splendor. The entire palace exudes an imposing grandeur, with its splendid architecture and vibrant flowers lining the pathways, all radiating an air of opulence. Soon, the eunuch guided Chu Qianli to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Chu Qianli lifted her gaze towards the lofty steps and the imposing guards clad in armor on either side, her expression serene and devoid of any turbulence. In the next moment, the announcement echoed across the expansive palace corridor, declaring Chu Qianli's audience. Chapter 41. I wish to withdraw from the engagement. With a subtle flutter of her gown, Chu Qianli ascended the steps at a deliberate pace, each footfall steady as she entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Inside the grand hall, dragons coiled gracefully, adorned in gold and brilliance, with reflections shimmering from every surface. Chu Yanqing stood with a slightly bowed head on the left, while on the right knelt Wu Qiong, the current head of the Wu family and the biological father of the prime minister's wife, along with other officials, physicians, and guards, all submissively prostrated on the floor, not daring to lift their heads. In the vast hall, the silence was palpable, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, save for the distinct sound of Chu Qianli's footsteps as she entered. Upon coming to a stop, Chu Qianli raised her head slightly. In an instant, she encompassed the scene before her. Upon the dignified throne sat the emperor, clad in robes adorned with 5-clawed golden dragons and wearing a crown. He appeared somewhat portly, seemingly in his 50s or 60s, his complexion slightly aged, particularly with bags under his eyes and a somewhat vacant gaze. Aside from his regal attire, he exuded little of the majesty befitting an emperor. In contrast, beside him sat the weeping Qi concubine, resplendent in a gown of vibrant colors and intricate gold embroidery, adorned with a gilded phoenix hairpin. Her exquisite visage remained fair and enchanting, showing little sign of the passage of time. The noble lady, Chu Qianli, paid her respects to the emperor, kneeling gracefully. Her movements were meticulous, adhering strictly to the protocols of reverence, yet her expression bore a gentle smile, exuding an air of composure. As she bowed, her back remained straight. When she rose, her motions were elegant, devoid of any trepidation typically associated with an audience before a sovereign. Instead, she seemed to showcase her unique beauty in a different light. Upon encountering Chu Qianli, the Eastern Xian Emperor, Yun Qing, was slightly taken aback, an involuntary glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. You are Chu Qianli? He inquired. Indeed, Your Majesty, she replied. Concubine Qi, her voice tinged with sorrow, interjected, "Your Majesty, Chu Qianli has orchestrated an assassination attempt on Qinggui and set fire to the Wu family ancestral hall. Such blatant disregard for the law is exceedingly arrogant and malicious. You must impose severe punishment upon her." The emperor gently patted concubine Qi's hand in a gesture of reassurance, then turned his scrutinizing gaze toward Chu Qianli. "Chu Qianli, do you confess to the events of yesterday?" "Your Majesty," she responded calmly. "I did visit the third prince's residence yesterday and had an altercation with Wu Qi of the Wu family. However, afterward, I returned to my abode from Tianxian Tower and slept soundly until dawn. Beyond that, I am unaware of any other occurrences." Concubine Qi suddenly turned her head, her tear-filled eyes ablaze with anger. "You still wish to argue? The assassins you commanded have confessed. Your Majesty, I should not meddle in this matter. But since Qinggui was gravely injured and nearly lost his life, as a mother, I can no longer remain silent." Hearing this, Chu Qianli lifted her head directly, a hint of confusion adorning her countenance. "Your Majesty, could it be that the third prince was pierced through the heart by an assassin? Or perhaps had half of his head severed? Such impudence!" The Empress Qi exclaimed coldly, "Do you dare to curse the crown prince?" Chu Yanqing, filled with shame, stepped forward, appearing as though he could vanish into a crack in the ground. "Your Majesty, it is my failure to properly educate my daughter. I, believing her to be the bloodline of the Su family, have been overly lenient, which has led her to become so unruly and unrestrained. I beseech your Majesty to impose punishment." Wu Qi's father, Wu Xiang, immediately knelt a couple of steps forward, lamenting aloud. "Your Majesty." Not only did Chu Qianli curse the crown prince and show disrespect to her biological father, but she is also narrow-minded and malicious. My son merely greeted her and exchanged a few nostalgic words, yet she turned him into a ball and even crushed 5 of his fingers. Empress Qi clasped her chest, gasping as if startled. "Your Majesty, for a woman to be so cold-blooded and vicious is truly excessive. Initially, I thought of the bond once shared with the Su family during our youth and hoped to see Chu Qianli fulfill her engagement with Qinggui. Little did I expect that after 5 years of absence, she would return with a child of over 3 years, relentlessly clinging to Qinggui, and even out of love turned to hatred, sending someone to assassinate him." As Empress Qi spoke, her tears flowed more abundantly, yet her exquisite makeup remained untouched. "Your Majesty, this time I have given it considerable thought. Despite the deep bond one once shared with the Su family, I cannot allow it to hinder Qinggui's pursuit of happiness. Therefore, I boldly beseech your Majesty to issue a decree to sever Qinggui's ties with Chu Qianli, allowing him to proceed peacefully with Lingxian." The others spoke in succession, denying Chu Qianli any opportunity for rebuttal, and she appeared disinclined to defend herself. It was only when the noble consort Qi mentioned the severance of their relationship that she slowly lifted her gaze towards her. Consort Qi, Chu Qianli's expression was tranquil, yet her eyes seemed to flicker with a tempest of emotions. Upon her return, the original owner was met with the Su family's grasp on military power. While this individual feigned warmth towards the original owner, she covertly instructed the palace servants to make things difficult for her, harboring deep disdain. Each time the original owner was summoned to the palace, the attendants would cite Consort Qi's rest as an excuse to impose various rules upon her. The original owner naively believed such palace regulations were standard, enduring no less than half an hour on her knees. It was only upon witnessing Chu Lingxian being treated with utmost care that she realized the contempt and coldness directed towards her. Yet, in her devotion to the third prince, the original owner bore it all, only to be met with further scorn. As Consort Qi met Chu Qianli's gaze, an involuntary tightness gripped her heart. The once plain and timid Chu Qianli, who had endured 2 hours of kneeling until her knees turned bruised without daring to move, now bore a transformed visage and demeanor that were strikingly different. Under her scrutiny, Consort Qi felt an inexplicable unease. "What is this? Chu Qianli, with evidence against you present, do you still wish to absolve yourself?" When one seeks to impose guilt, there is no shortage of pretexts. Chu Qianli's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile tinged with bitterness, and she then turned her gaze towards the emperor, whose expression remained unchanged. "Your Majesty, since you are devoid of affection, I shall take my leave. Today, before the emperor, I, Chu Qianli, audaciously declare the annulment of my engagement to the third prince, Yuan Qinggui." As these words fell from her lips, the emotions that belonged to her former self surged violently, sharp and frenzied. A pain akin to shattering radiated from her heart, rendering Chu Qianli's complexion pale as death, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. A steely resolve flickered in her gaze as she summoned the spiritual energy within her, suppressing her physical discomfort, while an icy chill swept across her expression. "I have consented to rectify the past for you, yet I adhere to my own principles. No one shall control me by any means." The tumultuous emotions were dispersed by her abundant spiritual force, and Chu Qianli's breath steadied as she forcibly quelled all discomfort within her. You. The concubine Qi stood abruptly. Her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded Chu Qianli. His Highness the Third Prince is of royal blood, while you are but a woman of tarnished virtue and shattered reputation. What qualifications do you possess to annul an engagement with him? Should this matter come to fruition, even the mere whisper of the annulment would bring great shame upon my son, Yin Qigui. This Chu Qianli truly deserves her fate. Unfazed, Chu Qianli maintained her calm demeanor, her gaze steady upon the emperor as she awaited his response. The emperor lifted his eyes, his expression cold and indifferent as he regarded her. To defy the crown, especially to offend the royal family, is a grave offense. Upon hearing this, concubine Qi's gaze flickered momentarily, a wave of scorn flashing through her mind. Chu Qianli truly considered herself a person of significance. With the emperor's decree, coupled with the accusations of assassinating a prince and the arson of the Wu family ancestral hall, she had no path to survival today. Chapter 42, Surprise or Not. Standing tall and resolute, Chu Qianli showed no reaction to the emperor's remarks about offending the royal family. Your Majesty, it is indeed a grave offense to insult the royal family, yet I wish to inquire, in the face of ingratitude, coldness, and the harm inflicted upon an unwed wife, should one not also bear the weight of responsibility? Her voice, melodious yet firm, echoed in the chamber. The Empress Qi tightened her fingers. What do you mean by that? Did Chu Qianli intend to hold the third prince accountable? Raising her head, Chu Qianli's clear gaze seemed to penetrate the very hearts of those before her. I, Chu Qianli, lost my mother at birth and was sent to the countryside to be raised before I had even reached a month old. Surviving to the age of 13 in tranquility was only possible due to the third prince's life-saving grace, which led to my recall to the capital and thrust me into this tumultuous conflict. You owe a debt of gratitude to the third prince. Initially, I also implored the emperor to arrange a marriage between you and the third prince. What grievances do you harbor? Empress Qi, you previously stated that the marriage was granted out of respect for my late mother's old ties. Yet now it has transformed into a recognition of my past kindness towards the third prince? Empress Qi paused. Both reasons are valid and not contradictory. Very well. I concede that point. But what comes next? After being engaged for 2 years, I saved the third prince once more along the way and persuaded my uncle to support his highness, enabling him to excel repeatedly. Do these not count as acts of kindness? You are betrothed to the third prince, and it is your duty to uphold this bond. Furthermore, the Su family has always maintained a position of neutrality, and the third prince has never engaged in overly intimate relations with the court officials. Chu Qianli, speaking recklessly before the emperor is a grave offense. The Empress Qi's voice was cold. Then allow me to pose a question to your highness. During the 2 years of our engagement, has my conduct as a fiancé been improper? The Empress Qi felt a pang of anxiety but reluctantly nodded. It has been relatively acceptable, yet you must not attempt to assassinate the third prince. In those 2 years, aside from Chu Qianli's unappealing appearance, which drew criticism, everything else was indeed beyond reproach. This was evident to all, and she could not outright deny it in front of the emperor. Then let me ask another question. Your highness, do the actions of the third prince truly reflect the affection I hold for him? Chu Qianli's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the bitterness of past years surged within her. I saved his life twice, devoted myself to his protection, and supported all his endeavors. Yet in the end, 5 years ago, I was wronged by treacherous individuals, and he, as my betrothed, failed to investigate the matter or seek justice for me. Is this not an act of betrayal, a display of ingratitude? 5 years ago, you engaged in an illicit affair, yet you have the audacity to speak here? Did your highness witness this affair with her own eyes? I did not, but the truth remains. Even first-hand accounts can be misleading, and hearsay is even less reliable. 5 years ago, they claimed I was dead, yet here I stand in good health. The Empress Qi felt a quiet frustration. When had Chu Qianli become so eloquent? Others may be unaware, but Yin Qigui understood the situation all too well. In those early days, I would have willingly entrusted my life to him, resolutely refusing any connection with other men. Chu Qianli tore open her sleeves, revealing a profound scar concealed beneath the phoenix blood jade bracelet. This scar was a testament to a time when someone had seized me, threatening the third prince with the intent to tarnish my purity. To spare him from distress, I chose to face death rather than submit. Years have passed, yet the scar remains grotesque, a stark reminder of the past, its depth visible to the bone. As a recipient of salvation, failing to repay my benefactor is an act of ingratitude. As a fiancé, harboring suspicion and indifference towards my betrothed, remaining indifferent to her plight is an act of disbelief. After rumors of my fiancé Yi's demise spread, Immediately turning to form a new engagement with her younger sister is an act of treachery. Chu Qianli delivered her final remark, striking a significant blow to Empress Qi. Yet, it is precisely such an unjust, unfaithful, and disloyal individual who enjoys the most esteemed reputation among the royal offspring. Is it not laughably absurd? Empress Qi's expression shifted abruptly as she hastily cast a glance at the emperor. Your Majesty, this Chu Qianli has lost her mind. Her words are nothing but absurdities. To prevent her from showing you disrespect, it would be prudent to have her removed. Your Majesty, Chu Qianli interrupted Empress Qi. I demand to see the third prince personally to annul our engagement and sever all ties. The emperor's gaze grew somber and inscrutable, her words piercing his mind like nails, leaving a shadow of doubt in his heart. In recent years, the third prince's reputation has indeed soared. Summon the third prince at once. Empress Qi felt a surge of panic, sensing that the situation was spiraling beyond her control. Your Majesty, Qingyu has sustained severe injuries at this moment. Did the imperial physician not declare that no vital areas were harmed? The emperor cast a cold glance. Soon, the third prince entered, supported by a eunuch. Your son greets father and mother. Chu Qianli looked toward Yun Qinggui, whose complexion was ashen, and the originally gentle and jade-like demeanor now bore the frailty of illness. In a sudden burst, Chu Qianli drew the jade hairpin from his head and aimed it at Yun Qinggui. A shiver ran through Yun Qinggui's heart as he met Chu Qianli's gaze, which was rife with an overwhelming aura of murder. The oppressive sensation of impending death compelled him to retreat swiftly, evading Chu Qianli's strike with remarkable agility. Yet, Chu Qianli did not relent. He propelled himself off the ground, launching another attack toward Yun Qinggui. Feeling a sense of alarm after dodging, Yun Qinggui realized that after so many years, he had never revealed his martial prowess. If his abilities were exposed now, it would undoubtedly incite the emperor's suspicion. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself to endure Chu Qianli's assault. Concubine Qi gasped. Someone. A tearing sound echoed as fabric ripped. Yun Qinggui felt a chill against his chest and suddenly opened his eyes, realizing his robe had been completely torn open, sparking his indignation. How dare you, Chu Qianli? What are you trying to accomplish? I merely wish to see where you have been injured. Concubine Qi, still shaken, barked in anger. Quickly, someone, drag this disrespectful Chu Qianli away and execute him. As her voice fell, the grand hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. The empress realized something was amiss and abruptly glanced at the chest of the third prince, her heart racing uncontrollably. The bandages wrapped around him had been torn away, revealing a wound that was once gruesomely bloody, now reduced to a faint red mark. Upon closer inspection, one might mistake it for a mere scratch made by a careless nail. How could this be possible? Just yesterday, the dagger-inflicted wound had been a sight to behold. The third prince's complexion was equally pale. Moments ago, he had felt a warm sensation coursing through his chest, followed by a faint itch at the site of the wound, which had miraculously healed in an instant, once a gaping injury down to the bone. Father, Your Majesty, I. The emperor's gaze suddenly sharpened, an oppressive aura emanating from him, his previously vacant expression now filled with intensity. His piercing eyes directed at the third prince and the empress, devoid of the earlier tranquility. Was it not said that he was gravely injured? If this wound had healed any later, it might have completely mended itself. The third prince fell to his knees with a thud, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Father, I was indeed severely injured, and the palace physicians can attest to it. Should he fail to explain this adequately, it would be a grave offense of deceiving the emperor. Chu Qianli spoke calmly. Your Majesty, His Highness the third prince has not deceived you regarding his grave injury. The third prince was taken aback. He had not expected Chu Qianli to defend him at such a moment. Gazing at her exquisite and beautiful visage, he felt an unexpected stir of emotion. The emperor's expression grew even more scrutinizing. Oh? So the wound healed of its own accord? Chu Qianli shook her head. The swift healing of wounds can be attributed to the residual medicinal power of the essence pills I previously administered to His Highness, the third prince, before the gate of the residence, for the duration of these 3 months. No matter how severe the injury, provided it does not involve piercing the heart or severing the head, recovery will be remarkably swift. The third prince's gaze became fixed, intensely focused on Chu Qianli. She met his gaze with calmness, her eyes glimmering with a hint of frost. When something is offered freely, one must inevitably pay a price. Her advocacy for the third prince was not intended to absolve him of guilt, but rather to ensure he was firmly entrenched in the depths of despair. Chapter 43. The greatest regret in life. As Chu Qianli's words fell, the emperor's gaze sharpened, a flicker of light igniting within it. Chu Qianli, are you speaking the truth? Your Majesty, I hail from humble beginnings and am not well versed in deceit, whether in the presence of His Highness, the third prince, or before you now. All I say is the unvarnished truth. Can a mere essence pill possess such efficacy? This is a life-preserving gift from my master. Were it not for the dire circumstances faced by His Highness, I would never have consented to its use. Chu Qianli gently lowered her gaze, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing her exquisite features. There are 10 essence pills in total. My master assured me that if utilized wisely, they could safeguard both my life and that of my child. The emperor's gaze grew increasingly piercing. Only 10? How many do you have remaining? 5 years ago, I suffered grievous injuries and found myself stranded on a cliff. In a desperate attempt to rescue me, my master administered a precious pill. Subsequently, at the gate of the residence, the third prince, my sister Xiang, and 6 guards consumed a total of 8 pills, leaving only 1 remaining. The individuals in the grand hall were utterly dumbfounded, scarcely able to believe their ears. Such a significant treasure, capable of saving a life, was so casually relinquished? Princess Qi, sensing impending trouble, spoke up urgently. Chu Qianli, if that Ninglu pill truly possesses such miraculous effects, could you bear to part with it? Chu Qianli raised her head, casting a puzzled glance at Princess Qi. Your Highness, I have stated my deep affection for His Highness the Third Prince. What harm is there in sacrificing for his life? Princess Qi was momentarily taken aback, her countenance resembling one who had swallowed a pound of iron nails, causing her insides to ache. And what of the other guards? Are those servants truly deserving of such a precious remedy? The third prince once remarked that he favored kind-hearted maidens. If I can save someone, I must do so. To uphold my image in his heart, I would willingly relinquish even the most treasured possessions. Emulating the demeanor of her former self, Chu Qianli softly concluded, her complexion paling slightly as she drew a deep breath to suppress the nausea rising within her. Alas, in the pursuit of scheming, she had uttered such foolish words. She was indeed desperate. Princess Qi suddenly choked, recalling the former Chu Qianli, a wave of blood rising in her throat. This was indeed the sort of folly one would expect from a simpleton. Chu Qianli gently sighed, realizing how, despite her sacrifices, she seemed to hold little significance in the eyes of His Highness the Third Prince. Chu Yanqing found himself at a loss for how to respond. He had believed that the purple xianshan was the most precious item, entirely unaware of his own limited perspective and lack of discernment. Had he known better, he would have never subjected himself to such a predicament. Chu Qianli's eyelids fluttered, a crystalline tear poised to fall. I have presented the most invaluable treasure to save the life of His Highness, the Third Prince. How could I possibly, overnight, allow love to turn into hatred and send someone to assassinate him? Moreover, I am aware of his vulnerabilities. If I truly intended to take his life, it would not merely involve a simple stab. I would ensure the complete severance of the third prince's head. At that moment, the emperor was wholly indifferent to the notion of assassination, his focus solely on the Ninglu pill. Do you possess another Ninglu pill? Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, forcing herself to suppress her tears. The emperor must surely doubt the efficacy of the Ninglu pill, right? In that case, why not select a death row inmate? Have him ingest it, and then I could plunge a dagger into him 20 or 30 times, ensuring each thrust drew blood, yet he would remain alive. After all, those who commit capital crimes are irredeemably wicked. A few stabs would hardly render me as malicious or heartless. The emperor, the third prince, and Chu Yanqing were left speechless. Was Chu Qianli's mind not functioning properly? Such a significant elixir, and she suggested using a condemned prisoner for experimentation? However, Chu Qianli seemed oblivious to any impropriety in her suggestion. Even now, though I had resigned myself to the third prince, I did not wish for him to misconstrue my character. If she possessed such an item, then where is that Ninglu pill? The emperor inquired, his tone tinged with urgency, culminating in a low cough. Your Majesty, your health is in decline, which is unfortunate. Regrettably, only one Ninglu pill remains, and it must be validated. It cannot help the emperor restore his vitality. Chu Qianli sighed once more. Since my master passed away, I have devoted these years to researching the restoration of some ancient remedies, yet I am uncertain when they will yield results. The emperor's eyes sparkled. You have mentioned your master several times. Who was she? I am not privy to my master's origins. I only know that she lived beyond a century, her hair as dark as ink, her complexion akin to jade. Were one unaware, they might mistake her for my elder sister. Yet my master often said, no matter how beautiful one's appearance may be preserved, it is but a mere facade. Eternal youth? The emperor recalled the royal manuscripts that had been preserved, a flicker of shadowy light flashing in his eyes. The more one knows, the clearer it becomes that mortals are but ants. True masters possess the ability to retain their youth, command the winds and the rains. However, such beings disdain mingling with the mortal realm, leaving ordinary individuals with no glimpse of their grandeur. Could it be that Chu Qianli's master is one among them? If so, he must seize this opportunity. Qianli, do not grieve. Remember your master's teachings. To restore the ancient remedies is to grant her spirit solace in the heavens. If Chu Qianli can present the Linglu pill, is it possible she might possess even more precious items? The emperor's words resonate. I have resigned myself to this fate and can now focus wholeheartedly on the legacy my master left behind. Chu Qianli's resolve fortified. Your Majesty, my master taught me that in this life, one must act with integrity and sit in dignity. I have never assassinated the third prince nor instigated the burning of the Wu family. I implore your Majesty to discern the truth. The third prince's complexion turned pale, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He could hardly fathom that the gel pill administered by Chu Qianli possessed such astonishing efficacy, and during her years of absence, she had encountered a mysterious mentor. Had he known this earlier, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within him. Indeed, upon her return to the capital, Chu Qianli had unveiled numerous extraordinary qualities, and her character had undergone a profound transformation, particularly her appearance, which had evolved from an unsightly figure marred by birthmarks into a visage of ethereal beauty, strikingly exquisite and unparalleled. It was unfathomable that such a metamorphosis could occur without genuine talent. The emperor cast a penetrating gaze toward the third prince and Wu Qiang. I have heard of yesterday's events and sensed an anomaly therein. I summoned you to the palace merely for a routine inquiry. Thereafter, this matter will be referred to the Ministry of Justice for thorough investigation and handling. Chu Qianli raised her head to meet the emperor's gaze, her expression radiating joy. Thank you, your Majesty. I knew you would never allow the innocent to suffer. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Longevity is paramount. Only then can Dongxian enjoy peace and prosperity. The emperor suddenly erupted into laughter, seemingly casual as he remarked, You, child, speak with such unvarnished candor. Is a person's lifespan predetermined? Where then lies the concept of man triumphing over fate? Nay, if it were truly predetermined, how could humanity ever overcome the heavens? I still possess several century-old purple Xian ginseng. I shall present them to your Majesty for your health regimen, ensuring your longevity and well-being. Chu Yanqing clenched her palm tightly, her countenance paling in an instant. Century-old purple Xian ginseng? And you possess several? He believed that Chu Qianli would regard the Zishuan ginseng as her ultimate lifeline, only to be revealed in the face of life or death. However, to his astonishment, this precious ginseng, so rare and sought after, seemed utterly trivial to her, as she casually offered it away. Had he known this, what one ultimately regrets is realizing, only after irrevocably offending someone, that the person harbors hidden depths. Someone one cannot afford to offend. Ha ha, the emperor chuckled once more, appearing immensely pleased. Well, your heartfelt gesture shall be accepted. Nowadays, children with such kind and straightforward natures as yours are indeed rare. Your Majesty jest, Chu Qianli replied with a bitter smile. If I were truly as admirable as you claim, how could I possibly incur the disdain of His Highness the Third Prince? Your Majesty, I once again dare to implore you to grant permission for me to withdraw from the engagement with His Highness the Third Prince, so that I may bless him and my sister to live in love and harmony together. Chapter 44. The feng shui turns vigorously. The emperor's gaze sharpened. Yun Qinggui hastily interjected, Father, I did not anticipate that yesterday's assassination attempt was shrouded in misunderstandings. Now that it has been clarified, yet, the emperor did not allow Yun Qinggui to finish. Matters of marriage should be based on mutual affection, since you and Qianli are fated to be apart, and she is now willing to let go. I shall take charge henceforth. Your engagement is hereby annulled. A sudden chill enveloped the third princess' heart, a wave of cold sweeping through his very being. His father had actually acquiesced. Did this mean he would become the only prince of the Eastern Xian kingdom to be rejected by a woman? How shall one establish oneself in the world henceforth? Chu Qianli stood in a daze for a moment, quietly remaining still for quite a while, before regaining her senses and respectfully bowing. Your Majesty, I am grateful. She spoke in a slightly languid tone, imbued with melancholy and a sense of relief. Third Prince, you are the only person I have ever truly loved. I only knew to exert all my efforts, yet I was unaware that the more I endeavored, the more I would invoke your boundless disdain. The third prince fixed his gaze intently upon Chu Qianli. What more did this woman wish to achieve? Did she not feel sufficiently humiliated? My mentor had long ago asserted that if one harbors affection for another, one's flamboyant demeanor is merely a manifestation of a unique character. However, if one does not favor someone, even the gentlest demeanor can be criticized for shedding fur. I had once doubted this, but now I am finally convinced. As he looked into Chu Qianli's eyes, glistening with moisture, Yun Qinggui felt a momentary disorientation. Was this woman truly the same timid and ineffectual Chu Qianli of yore? Chu Qianli adeptly concluded her performance, taking a deep breath. Your Majesty, I have The Ninglu pill and purple Xian ginseng are located in the residence outside the palace. I shall retrieve them immediately. The emperor readily acquiesced. Very well. Yet these items are precious, and given the recent events that sought to frame you, it is possible they are targeting the purple Xian ginseng. I shall dispatch 100 imperial guards to ensure the safe delivery of the items to the palace. Yes, Your Majesty. As Chu Qianli took a couple of steps towards the exit, she suddenly turned to Wu Qiang. Your Majesty, I almost forgot about the Wu family. Though I did not burn the ancestral hall, it is true that I did strike Wu Qi. You have a forthright nature, which can lead to impulsiveness. Such behavior must be avoided in the future. The emperor was utterly consumed by thoughts of the dew-condensing pill and the purple mysterious ginseng. Not even the death of a nameless Wu Qi, or even the head of the Wu family, would have stirred his concern. Indeed, I shall exercise greater caution before taking action in the future. Chu Qianli cast a cold smile at Wu Qiang before turning gracefully, her skirt fluttering as she departed. Within the grand hall, Qi Fei stood in stunned silence, having believed that Chu Qianli was doomed. Yet, to her astonishment, not only was she unharmed, but she might even turn the tables in her favor. Your Majesty, Qi Fei, the emperor's piercing gaze softened. It is time you properly instruct the third prince. From my perspective, aside from her somewhat straightforward nature, Chu Qianli possesses no significant flaws. Qi Fei's face turned pale at the emperor's blatant disregard for her and the third princess' dignity. If such words were to spread, it would become common knowledge that she and the third prince lacked discernment. Yes, Your Majesty, it is my fault. Chancellor Chu, do you have anything to add? In response to Your Majesty, I have failed to adequately guide Qianli, allowing her to behave so disrespectfully towards His Highness the Third Prince. It is truly enough. You may all leave. Chu Yanqing felt a tremor in his heart. Despite years of imperial favor, this was the first time he had been interrupted mid-sentence. Yes. The third prince and Chu Yanqing exited the hall, their spirits fraught with anxiety. They were momentarily dazed until they caught sight of Chu Qianli, who was leaning against a railing, her poise graceful and her movements casual. She gently raised her arm. A delicate little bird perched upon her slender fingers. Her ruby lips parted slightly, as if she were whispering something. Upon hearing the footsteps of two individuals, she lifted her gaze, raising her arm, causing a bird to flutter away in a swift motion. Chu Qianli straightened her posture. Her long lashes stirred slightly, and a glimmer of mirth instantly gathered in her eyes. She gently brushed her hair aside, the pearl earrings adorning her earlobes swaying delicately, shimmering with brilliance. Minister Chu, how fares your mood, Your Highness the Third Prince? Chu Yanqing's countenance darkened, his lips quivered, yet he ultimately swallowed the unspoken reproach. It seemed he was indeed in a foul mood. Knowing that you are unhappy instantly brings me joy, Chu Qianli remarked, her smile brazen and unabashed. Qianli, Chu Yanqing suppressed his rising ire, attempting to ease the tension between them. We are family? Must you be so obstinate? Chu Qianli scoffed. Minister Chu, perhaps you should spend some time before a mirror to assess your own worthiness. Chu Yanqing was left astounded by her audacity, wishing fervently to confront her then and there. Yet with the Taiha Hall behind him and 100 imperial guards poised in the square, awaiting her command, he could not act recklessly and could only stifle his indignation. Chu Qianli shook her head. TSK, your capacity for endurance seems lacking. In times past, the officials I chastised would pursue my carriage for 3 miles, all while spewing blood and vociferously condemning my alleged transgressions. However, it appeared that the third prince's fortitude was somewhat better. Contemplating this, she shifted her gaze. Your Highness, how fares your mood? Yun Qinggui gazed at Chu Qianli, emotions surging within her, taking a considerable time to suppress them. Qianli, I never anticipated that this misunderstanding would lead you to sever your feelings and utter the words of withdrawal from our engagement. Should you come to regret this, Chu Qianli scoffed. TSK, I was right. Your Highness truly possesses an exceptionally thick skin. Yun Qinggui pressed her lips tightly together. In that case, I feel reassured. Now that we have dissolved our engagement and are no longer connected, it is only proper that I extend some parting wishes. Yun Qinggui's brow furrowed deeply. Chu Qianli smiled gently. Wishing you a splendid future is far too insincere. If I were to voice such sentiments, Your Highness would likely not believe them. Therefore, I shall wish you a life of unfulfilled aspirations, impoverished and destitute for the latter half of your days, ever haunted by thoughts of my virtues, losing sleep over them. She would make Yun Qinggui realize that the one person who had genuinely cared for him throughout his life had been irrevocably destroyed by his own hands. The corner of Yun Qinggui's eye twitched, his gentle countenance suddenly contorting. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Chu Qianli, are you touched by my heartfelt wishes, Your Highness? There is no need for that. The wheel of fortune turns, and the suffering that the former Chu Qianli endured will inevitably be yours to bear. Upon finishing her words, Chu Qianli felt a sense of relief wash over her, no longer needing to suppress the emotions of her original self with her spiritual power. Oh, it seems my initial act of vengeance has borne some fruit. Chu Qianli's mood instantly brightened. Chancellor Chu, since I entered the palace, Madame Wu and Chu Lingxian have not tampered with my belongings, have they? Chu Yanqing abruptly lifted his head, his eyes widening in shock, the crimson veins in his eyes becoming increasingly prominent. What do you mean? Nothing much, she replied. Madame Wu was merely brushed by a pine branch, yet she feigned a visceral disturbance, as if attempting to extort something from me. The nature of the Wu family came to mind, and it felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over me, solidifying my very blood. This must not be the case. It is for the best. After all, as I have concealed the dew condensation pills and purple Xian ginseng within the courtyard. What would I say to the emperor if Madame Wu were to inadvertently destroy them during her visits? I glared fiercely at Chu Qianli, wishing I could slay her with my gaze. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, Madame Wu would have undoubtedly targeted that child, the treasure of the ginseng, and the floating jade garden would be in disarray. Yet, Chu Qianli had the audacity to claim that the dew condensation pills and purple Xian ginseng were hidden in the floating jade garden. If I were to return with such a formidable guard and fail to locate the items, Chu Qianli would surely slander me, asserting that Madame Wu had taken them. At that moment, the residents would face the full wrath of the emperor. You are deliberately waiting here? Chu Qianli smiled, of course. I am waiting for Prime Minister Chu to return to the residence. Should any unforeseen events arise, it would not be ideal for me to be blamed as the orchestrator. Shall we? Chapter 45. Who among us cannot be slandered? A grand procession of 100 elite guards marched in unison behind Chu Qianli's carriage, their steps echoing as they exited the palace. This imposing display drew countless citizens to the streets, who curiously speculated about the purpose of this entourage. Chu Qianli's carriage advanced steadily, neither hastening nor slowing. Chu Yanqing glanced around several times, hoping to find a servant from the Chu family to return and inform Madame Wu. However, after a long while, he saw not a single soul. What could be the reason? Typically, at such a time, shouldn't Madame Wu have dispatched someone to wait? His heart grew increasingly anxious, while Chu Qianli remained entirely indifferent. After expending considerable effort within the palace, she was now keen to seize the moment for a brief respite. The carriage finally came to a halt before the residence of the Xiang family. Following closely was Gao Lin, the chief steward serving Chu Qianli, who hastened forward with an obsequious smile, his voice exceedingly gentle. Miss Chu, we have arrived at the Xiang residence. Might you wish to disembark? Chu Qianli opened her eyes, preparing to rise, while Gao Lin diligently lifted the carriage curtain, his movements meticulously graceful. Didn't you see that the young lady intends to alight? Hurry, be considerate, and provide a boost. As Gao Lin recalled the emperor's instructions before leaving the palace, his demeanor grew even more deferential. Another young steward rushed forward, kneeling on the ground to serve as a footstool, with a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Chu Qianli stepped onto the back of the kneeling steward before descending from the carriage, casually tossing a golden peanut in his direction. Thank you for your trouble. Chief Steward Gao Lin's smile blossomed even brighter. Miss Chu is truly kind-hearted. I heard that upon your entry into the palace, you faced some difficulties from a few unwise individuals. Worry not. I shall take care of them and ensure you receive due recompense. Chu Qianli chuckled softly, remarking on the palace dweller's unparalleled ability to adapt to circumstances. With you handling matters, Gao Gonggong, I am assured. However, I have heard they are merely pawns under someone else's command, which is indeed a tragic fate. In the palace, there are many unfortunate souls. Yet not everyone has lost their heart and will do anything. Moreover, offending the young lady and being brutally punished for it seems a fitting end for them. Therefore, I must trouble you, esteemed eunuch. I have observed that your complexion appears insufficient, and your breath becomes labored with each step, indicating a certain frailty. I possess some slightly damaged purple ginseng root. If you do not mind, perhaps you could take it home and steep it in water, which might prove beneficial. Gao Lin's eyes brightened, and he immediately became even more respectful towards Chu Qianli, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young lady. This truly is a blessing cultivated over several generations of servitude. Not at all. Chu Yanqing, who was listening to their exchange, felt a wave of dark clouds pass through his eyes. Although Gao Lin served as an inner servant, he had been in attendance to the emperor since childhood, earning the utmost trust and reliance. The level of importance and favoritism he received from the emperor far surpassed that of any court official. Now, he was fawning over Chu Qianli with a sycophantic demeanor, which made one wonder how much of this was his own maneuvering and how much was by the emperor's design. Today, he has truly taken a wrong step. Regret fills his heart. Chu Qianli, basking in Gao Lin's flattery, soon arrived at the floating jade garden. Upon reaching the entrance, She was met with the sight of Shenbao, whose swollen cheeks were stained with tears, rushing out in distress. Help! Someone is hurting the child. Shenbao? Chu Qianli's expression shifted dramatically as she hurried forward to embrace Shenbao. What has happened? Who has harmed you? Seeing Chu Qianli, Shenbao grasped her like a lifeline. Mother, you have finally returned. Second aunt wants to kill me. What? At that moment, a furious Chu Lingxian stormed out, wielding a dagger in her hand. The chief eunuch Gao Lin's eyes widened in alarm, his agitation palpable as he paced anxiously, his elegant fingers poised in distress. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and protect Miss Chu and the young master. In an instant, the Imperial Guard surged forward, encircling the armed Chu Lingxian. In the embrace of Chu Qianli, Cambao blinked up at his mother. Chu Qianli lowered his gaze, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, and gently prodded the small bulge on Sanbao's cheek. The little bump shifted position immediately. Sanbao's large eyes widened in surprise, and he hastily rubbed his cheek, rearranging the small protrusion. Mother, he exclaimed. Having received news from a sparrow, he hurried back to the residence with Uncle Cho to make arrangements, only to find his mother teasing him upon arrival. Chu Qianli quickly adopted a look of concern. Cambao, what happened? Out of the blue, why did your aunt strike you? Cambao was at a loss. With his little head drooping, his big eyes filled with innocence, he silently conveyed his plight. Baby knows nothing. Baby feels very wronged. The injury on the young master's face was truly heart-wrenching. Chief Eunuch Gao Lin's expression was one of deep sorrow, his demeanor more pained than if he himself had been struck. Cambao promptly seized the opportunity to climb higher, exclaiming, "Oh, mother, it hurts so much that second aunt hit me. Cambao, doesn't he know where the purple ginseng is? Please don't hit me anymore. All right?" Gao Lin's expression shifted as he involuntarily cast a glance at Chu Yanqing. Could it be that the Chu family orchestrated this commotion to force Chu Qianli and her child to surrender the purple ginseng? Chu Yanqing's complexion changed, and he strode up to Chu Lingxian, shouting angrily, "Lingxian, what are you dawdling about?" Chu Lingxian suddenly snapped back to reality and hurriedly discarded the dagger in her hand. "Father, I..." Upon seeing Chu Qianli, her eyes widened in disbelief. Did father not say that this time, Chu Qianli was certainly doomed? Why was she still alive? And what was the meaning of these Imperial Guards? Chu Yanqing's face darkened to an extreme. "You frightened Sanbao. Go and apologize at once." "Father?" Quickly, Chu Lingxian was taken aback by the roar. As the most favored daughter, she had never experienced such a scolding, and her eyes reddened with grievance. However, the fury etched on Chu Yanqing's face compelled her to comply. "Sanbao, I..." Upon seeing Chu Lingxian turn around, Sanbao burst into tears as if confronted by something terrifying. "Mother." Auntie hit Sanbao, and even had people destroy Sanbao's courtyard. Sob sob. Hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Chu Qianli's face. The courtyard was ruined? The chief eunuch, Gao Lin, was even more anxious than Chu Qianli, hastily leading a group to investigate. Upon entering, he nearly collapsed in shock. The entire floating jade garden lay in disarray. Doors, tables, chairs, and windows were all ravaged, and the blue bricks on the ground had been forcibly pried up. One could say it resembled a scene of excavation. "Miss Chu, you must check if the Ninglu pills and purple Xian ginseng are still here. Those are items desired by the emperor, and if they are damaged, it would be a grave offense punishable by death." An oppressive fury radiated from Chu Qianli as she turned to face Gao Lin. "Eunuch Gao, please escort the men outside. There are matters I must inquire about." "But, miss, the emperor awaits." "Rest assured, I am aware. His Majesty shall not be kept waiting long." "Very well. Your servant shall await outside with the men." As Gao Lin led the Imperial Guards away, Cambao hastily descended from Chu Qianli's embrace, spitting out the fruit he had been holding in his mouth, and rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "Mother, my cheeks ache." Chu Lingxuan's eyes widened as she approached Chu Yanqing with a grievance. "Father, you see, that little savage is feigning it all, deliberately framing me. I do not know why, but I became dizzy and lost consciousness. When I awoke, the courtyard was in such disarray, but I had nothing to do with it." Chu Qianli moved aside, casually riding a stone stool and languidly sitting upon it, regarding Chu Yanqing with a mocking smile. Ignoring Chu Lingxuan's protestations, Chu Yanqing fixed his gaze upon Chu Qianli. "Chu Qianli, what is it that you desire?" "Kneel." "What?" Chu Yanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Chu Qianli gestured towards Chu Lingxian, her movements filled with arrogance. "I said kneel." Chapter 46. Speak your piece on your knees. Chu Lingxian stared at Chu Qianli, her eyes filled with hatred. "What nonsense are you spouting? To kneel before her? How dare she?" Chu Qianli clicked her tongue softly, a hint of impatience in her eyes. Prime Minister Chu, Eunuch Gao, and 100 Imperial Guards await outside. In the heart of Chu Yanqing, dark clouds churned. Agreeing to let Chu Lingxian kneel would signify his utter defeat in this day's contest. "Qianli." You must continue to reside within the Chu family. As a young woman, even if you do not wed the third prince, you will still need the support of your maternal family. Do you intend to? Chu Qianli's exquisite brows furrowed slightly, offering no opportunity for Chu Yanqing to further elaborate on the pros and cons. It seemed that the esteemed official had already made his choices. In that case, Master Gao. Suddenly, Chu Yanqing interjected forcefully. Qianli, your father acknowledges his numerous shortcomings and recognizes the debts he owes you. He understands his mistakes. If you can safely present the items to the emperor today, the Chu family will treat you well in the future. Minister Chu, you should feel fortunate that, despite my disdain for you, I still harbor a modicum of respect for the last vestiges of blood ties. Otherwise, it would be you kneeling here today. Chu Qianli's gaze turned frigid, her once sparkling eyes now encased in an icy veneer, exuding an unbounded chill. Furthermore, what use is it to merely acknowledge one's wrongs? You, all of you, should endure the suffering I have once faced, and only after that, come to apologize with true sincerity. Under the formidable pressure of Chu Qianli's imposing aura, Chu Yanqing stumbled back 2 steps, seething with anger, his head buzzing, as the veins at his temples threatened to burst. You. Chu Qianli's eyelids quivered, the sudden shattering of the ice in her eyes transforming her back into her previous languid demeanor. I have stated my position. Any further discussion must occur on your knees. Chu Yanqing gasped heavily, and after a considerable moment, turned his stiff body to gaze at Chu Lingxian. Go. Kneel before your sister. Chu Lingxian stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face. Father, you want me to kneel before Chu Qianli? Just moments ago, he had intended to detain Chu Qianli and demand an apology in the palace. How could such a monumental shift in status occur so swiftly? I refuse. You rebellious child. Do you dare defy your father's command? The daughter trembled, yet protested, but that is Chu Qianli, the one I have always despised and scorned. She had once looked down upon this person as if they were mere mud beneath her feet, and now, in the blink of an eye, she was to kneel before them? No, she could not accept it. Kneel. Chu Yanqing roared in fury, akin to a cornered beast striving to uphold its last vestige of authority. Chu Lingxian trembled at his shout, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with humiliation. Chu Qianli observed coldly, her gaze devoid of any emotion. Chu Qianli rose impatiently. Grand Eunuch Gao, what the emperor desires is. Chu Yanqing strode up to Chu Lingxian and delivered a resounding slap. Kneel before her. Stunned by the blow, Chu Lingxian could not comprehend why it hurt so intensely, as if her face had endured some past assault. Her mind spun in confusion, and she found herself kneeling, her knees crashing against the ground with a dull thud that sent a shiver of discomfort through the onlookers. The palace eunuch, Gao, who was stationed at the entrance, promptly led his entourage into the courtyard. Observing the scene, his countenance remained unchanged. Miss Chu, have you located the items His Majesty requested? Excellent, and undamaged, I see. Chu Qianli entered the residence and soon emerged with a large wooden box and a wrapped brocade cloth. Eunuch Gao, the purple profound ginseng to be presented to the emperor is within this box, and the dew condensation pills are in the sole porcelain vial. This kerchief contains a gratuity for you, sir. Gao Lin, visibly elated, carefully cradled the box and kerchief. Miss, His Majesty's errand brooks no delay. This old servant must return to the palace to report. Very well, safe journey, eunuch. Gao Lin departed with 100 imperial guards in a grand procession, their pace exceedingly hurried. The onlookers were filled with curiosity. Surely, such a display was excessive even for the confiscation of property. No, we must inquire and learn more. It was not only the common folk whose curiosity was piqued. Those within the residences of officials were equally eager for gossip, especially given their ability to gather information. Consequently, the news that Chu Qianli had, in a fit of anger, renounced her engagement to the third prince before the emperor spread like wildfire, shocking the entire capital. Within the floating jade garden, upon seeing eunuch Gao depart contentedly with the items, Chu Yanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to assist Chu Lingxian. Chu Qianli cast a cold glance. Prime Minister Chu, nothing in this world is obtained without cost. After today's events, you ought to understand this principle. Chu Yanqing's hand froze in midair. What are you implying? Let Chu Lingxian remain kneeling, allowing her ample time to reflect upon the transgression she has committed over the years. With her lips firmly bitten, she felt an anguish that seemed to seep into her very soul. Chu Qianli, cease your nonsensical prattle, she exclaimed, attempting to muster some semblance of defiance. Look how vibrant I am, after all. Chu Qianli approached her, his gaze descending upon her with a smirk that bordered on mockery. Do you remember when you invited me to your courtyard, only to later accuse me of thievery? Was I not made to kneel for 3 hours as punishment? You did this merely for revenge? Indeed, to exact my revenge brings me great delight, he replied with a light chuckle. Should there be even the slightest deviation from those 3 hours, I shall require you to return the favor tenfold. Tears blurred Chu Lingxuan's vision as she turned her gaze towards Chu Yanqing, her eyes pleading for salvation. Father? Chu Yanqing, his expression inscrutable, slowly turned away, choosing not to meet her gaze again. Chu Qianli raised his eyes, interjecting, Chu Chancellor, my quarters are in dire disrepair. As I shall be residing here for a while longer, a thorough renovation is imperative. Chu Yanqing clenched his teeth. Very well, provide the blueprints. And I shall instruct my men to assist you. There is no need for blueprints. Simply restore the courtyard to its original state as it was in the floating jade garden. This place belonged to my late mother, and as a mere passerby, I see no need to leave any unnecessary traces. Agreed, as you wish. He conceded. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if you could inform the Wu family that I expect to hear of Wu Qi's arrival to offer her apologies by tomorrow. Yanqing's countenance was ashen, his clenched fists trembling uncontrollably, a clear indication of his extreme fury. State all of your demands at once. Lastly, she continued, my late mother, though deceased for many years, entered the Chu family with great fanfare and a resplendent dowry. Now that I, her daughter, have returned, should her dowry not be restored to me? What? Chu Yanqing's expression faltered. Chu Qianli lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes concealing her emotions. In those days, the Su family's splendor was such that displaying the dowry took 3 whole days. Therefore, Prime Minister Chu, do not attempt to fob me off with paltry offerings. I have only just broken off my engagement and am in a foul mood. If I were to act rashly in my displeasure, it might disrupt our harmony. It was time to help Chu Yanqing recall precisely how much he had deprived the original body and her mother over the years. Chapter 47, not cowardice, but prudence. Chu Yanqing, filled with shame and anger, stormed away, leaving Chu Lingxian dumbfounded, unaware of the events in the palace. She scoffed at Chu Qianli's demand that she kneel for 3 hours and immediately attempted to rise. Chu Qianli cast a cold glance and, drawing her long whip, struck Chu Lingxuan's leg. Do you take my words as mere whispers in the wind? Chu Lingxian screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Chu Qianli, how dare you treat me this way? Chu Lingxian, were it not for the protection of the Prime Minister's estate, you would have perished countless times by now. You are insolent. Observing the perplexed Chu Lingxian, Chu Qianli found little desire to engage her further in trivial conversations, for she had matters of her own to settle. If you dare to rise today, I shall break your legs. Do not say I did not forewarn you. Chu Qianli declared, then turned her gaze to the side, seeking Zhangbao. Zhangbao, where is Chu? Yesterday, Chu Yanqing and the Wu family left in haste, which was decidedly peculiar. Considering the events that transpired, the root cause of my day spent wandering the palace must surely be Chu. Uncle Chu mentioned that mother would return from the palace famished. Thus he had someone procure Mingxiang fruit, claiming it was suitable for tea and would help in calming the mind and spirit. Chu Qianli narrowed her eyes slightly and leaned closer to Zhangbao. Zhangbao blinked his large eyes, his tiny paws tightly clenched together, resembling a plump little twist of dough. What bribe did Chu offer you? None. Zhangbao quickly shook his head, his wide eyes unable to meet Chu Qianli's gaze, as if the words guilty conscience were written plainly upon his face. Oh? Chu Qianli's lips curved into a slight smile, her amusement deepening. Mother. Zhangbao hurriedly grasped the sleeve of Chu Qianli, pulling her down to his level, before planting a kiss on her cheek. Uncle Chu, forgive me for this betrayal. He said he unintentionally caused trouble. Thus he promised to help me find the most beautiful white jade ginseng to present to you, so that I may coax you and prevent you from being angry with him. Chu Qianli pinched the delicate tip of Zhangbao's nose. So, a few stalks of white jade ginseng have bought your loyalty? No. Sambao cherishes his mother dearly and would never wish to see her unhappy. Therefore, Sambao wholeheartedly supports his mother in seeking retribution from Uncle Chu. Outside the courtyard wall, Feng Xuandu overheard the exchange between mother and son and silently inhaled sharply. The ungrateful little one, had they not arrived at a mutual understanding previously? In this critical moment, his son still sided with his mother. Chu Qianli caught the subtle sound of breath and, gripping his long whip, turned his gaze towards the western courtyard wall. Chu, must I still summon you? Feng Xuandu stifled a breath, cleared his throat, and stepped into the courtyard. Instantly, Chu Qianli displayed a radiant smile, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Feng Xuandu approached with hands clasped behind his back, and before Chu Qianli could unleash his wrath, he produced an exquisite white jade vial from behind. The fragrant fruit had been located, infused with white jade honey and combined with the spring water from the cold pool, yielding a refreshingly delightful flavor, perfectly balanced between sweet and sour. After a long day's toil, a sip of this elixir would rejuvenate and invigorate the body. Would you care to sample it? A true man must act from the heart at the appropriate moment. This is by no means cowardice. outside the wall. The bruised Tianxin stumbled upon hearing this, colliding headfirst into the wall. This, is their esteemed leader? No, he could not believe it. The heavens were not collapsing, nor were the realms in turmoil. How could their leader possibly lower himself to placate others? Qianli cast a disdainful glance at him, silently distancing himself. The Grand Elder should have received the news by now. One could only wonder about his capacity to endure such news. Chu Qianli narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of hesitation passing through his gaze. Feng Xuandu's gaze shifted slightly as he lifted the lid of the jade bottle, releasing a refreshing and delightful fragrance that tantalized the senses. Chu Qianli suddenly felt a wave of languor wash over her hand reluctant to wield the whip any longer. Shall we have a taste? Feng Xuandu suggested, thoughtfully bringing the jade bottle to her lips. The cool, fragrant fruit tea burst upon her palate, its sweet and sour notes enveloping her like a gentle rain, evoking an almost miraculous sense of comfort. Feng Xuandu stepped closer, allowing Chu Qianli to lean against him, exhaling softly in relief. Previously, he had never cared about the opinions of others, but now he found himself unwilling to see her discontent. Fortunately, he managed to placate her, albeit with some effort. The floating jade garden had been utterly destroyed, and its restoration would require time. I have arranged for a residence in the capital. Perhaps you could stay at my garden for the time being? Chu Qianli surveyed the chaotic surroundings, feeling somewhat vexed. Just as she was about to respond, a voice called from outside the courtyard. Miss, young master, there is a young gentleman surnamed Xiao outside, eager to see the Mississippi Xiao? Chu Qianli raised her eyes. The only person she knew with that surname was Xiao Junyi. His hurried arrival suggested there might be trouble with the Su family. Please let him in. Yes. Feng Xuandu furrowed his brow. It seemed that every time a crucial matter arose, someone would interrupt, and he could not establish a barrier to isolate them all, which was quite irksome. Xiao Junyi rushed in, his heart aching at the sight of the disarray in the courtyard. Only upon seeing Chu Qianli safe and sound did he finally breathe a heavy sigh of relief. Qianli, dear cousin, it is truly a relief to see you well. Your concern is much appreciated. All is well. That is indeed good news. Xiao Junyi managed a forced smile, his expression revealing an unspoken turmoil. What troubles you? There are some issues concerning the Su family. Chu Qianli's gaze sharpened. What has transpired? Early this morning, Wu Qi entered the Su residence with his entourage, revealing to Lord Su and Jean that you have been summoned to the palace. He also accused you of attempting to assassinate the third prince and setting fire to the Wu family ancestral hall, suggesting that you may face severe consequences, even the death penalty. Given their frail health, the news caused them great distress. Chu Qianli's countenance grew serious, and she instinctively straightened. What of the medicine I provided them? Did they not consume it? If they had taken the medicine, they would not have been so easily shaken. The medicine was taken from them. Xiao Junyi's face darkened with palpable anger. Blame me. I received the news too late. Had I acted sooner? Chu Qianli furrowed her brow, her expression becoming fiercely resolute. It seems that as she was coerced into the palace to plead for forgiveness, the Wu family sought trouble with her uncle and cousin. They are intent on her demise within the palace, aiming to ensnare all those connected to the original Chu Qianli. What a cunning scheme by the Wu family. And what of my uncle and cousin now? Their situation is dire. I had intended to stay and assist. However, Lord Su and Jean were preoccupied with your well-being and asked me to confirm your safety first. A pang of sorrow struck Chu Qianli at such a critical moment. Her uncle and cousin still prioritized the original her. We must hurry to the Su family. Very well. Chu Qianli, accompanied by Sambao and Feng Xuandu, made her way outside, with Xiao Junyi hastily trailing behind. In the courtyard, Chu Lingxian knelt on the ground, watching Chu Qianli and the others depart in haste, her teeth clenched in frustration. She was determined to uncover the events transpiring within the palace before settling accounts with Chu Qianli. Just as she was about to rise, a young man with a face bruised and swollen approached, swiftly drawing his sword and pressing it against Chu Lingxuan's forehead. Second miss. The master has commanded that you kneel for 3 full hours. The time has yet to arrive, and you cannot rise. You, a mere servant, dare to dictate to me? Chu Lingxian retorted, exasperated. Is it with the sword's edge that you threaten me? You, just wait. Chu Qianli is leaving. Surely my father and mother will send someone to rescue me. Chu Lingxuan's thoughts were optimistic, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that at this moment, Chu Yanqing and Lady Wu were utterly preoccupied and had no intention of inquiring about her. Chapter 48. The Heights of Oppression upon exiting the floating jade garden. Chu Yanqing sought out Lady Wu. Upon finding her pale and languid in bed, a surge of irritation washed over him. How could she still feign illness at such a critical juncture? Madam, why did you not send someone to wait outside the palace today? Had we been informed sooner, I would not have found myself so passive before Chu Qianli. Lady Wu lay there in a stupor, every breath causing her internal organs to ache. Hearing Chu Yanqing's accusation, she laboriously lifted her gaze, feeling an overwhelming chill in her heart. "My lord, do you not see my current state? Enough of this pretense. There are no outsiders present." Chu Yanqing, filled with impatience, snapped coldly as he advanced and grasped Wu's arm, intending to pull her up. However, to his astonishment, a sharp crack echoed as her wrist dislocated. "Ah!" Wu emitted a sudden, piercing scream, causing Chu Yanqing, whose face had been alight with anger, to turn pale with fright. "What has happened to you?" Wu clutched her wrist, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow from the pain. "My lord, I feel utterly unwell. Even breathing causes sharp pains in my chest, akin to being pricked by needles." Observing her distress, Chu Yanqing could not help but feel a surge of unease. Could it be that Wu's current condition was the result of some underhanded maneuver by Chu Qianli? If so, how profound and terrifying must her schemes be? What hidden tactics lay concealed in the shadows? He promptly summoned a physician while taking a seat in a nearby chair, his expression fraught with discomfort. "My lord, did your visit to the palace not go smoothly?" Wu inquired, unable to contain herself. Had everything not been arranged to perfection? Was there an unforeseen complication? At her words, Chu Yanqing's eyes flickered with profound weariness. This time, not only had he failed to outmaneuver Chu Qianli, but he had also suffered a significant loss of face. What exactly transpired? Wu's heart raced with alarm. Chu Yanqing, his voice heavy, recounted the events within the palace, his brow furrowed deeply in concentration. Upon hearing his account, Wu was left utterly dumbfounded. If this were the case, then not only had they failed to hold Chu Qianli accountable, but she had also audaciously annulled her engagement to the third prince while gaining the emperor's favor? Yet, this was not the most critical issue. What else had occurred? In recent years, the emperor's health has waned, and he has often adopted a stance of detached observation regarding the fierce rivalries among the princes. After all, contention is inevitable among them. Only those who emerge victorious from such struggles possess the merit to ascend as sovereigns. As Chu Yanqing reflected upon the emperor's demeanor today, a profound sense of regret enveloped her heart. However, the uproar caused by Chu Qianli today has undeniably undermined the third prince's years of endeavor, reducing it by at least half. Is it not a farce for a prince to be rejected by a mere minister's daughter? Nevertheless, Xiang is undoubtedly superior to Chu Qianli in countless ways. Although the third prince's reputation may have suffered a slight blow, once he marries Xiang and demonstrates greater merit, he could very well transform his misfortune into fortune. Chu Yanqing slowly opened her eyes, uncertainty flickering within them. Yet, is Xiang truly more capable than Chu Qianli? Madame Wu was momentarily taken aback by this remark. "What do you mean, my lord? Xiang is the product of our careful nurturing, while Chu Qianli grew up in the countryside, likely unable to read much at all. What right does she have to be compared with Xiang? All that can be done now is to hope that Xiang can prevail over her. Otherwise, this annulment shall become an inescapable nightmare for the third prince and our family. If ever Chu Qianli surpasses Chu Xiang, how will the world remember the third prince's lack of discernment and our family's folly in choosing a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon?" Madame Wu's expression grew distant, and a sense of bleakness regarding the future suddenly washed over her. "Moreover, have you diligently safeguarded the dowry from the Su family?" Wu suddenly roused himself. "Why does the master inquire about this? Chu Qian had requested that I prepare everything for her in the coming days." What? Wu's expression shifted slightly, a hint of evasion flickering across her face. She had utilized a significant portion of Su's dowry. What could she possibly offer to Chu Qian? "I recall having used part of Su's dowry previously and hastily replenished it. Given the current uncertainty, we must prioritize stability and absolutely avoid further disturbances." Chu Yanqing sighed deeply as he spoke. "Furthermore, during this period, ensure that Xiang minimizes her appearances before Chu Qian and refrain from any disputes with her, lest she exploit the opportunity to retaliate. For now, we must avoid her wrath. Is it truly that serious, master? The situation may indeed be more dire than anticipated. In any case, you must look after Xiang, and I shall endeavor to create opportunities for her to overshadow Chu Qian. As long as her prominence surpasses, everyone will recognize that the third prince's choice is indeed correct, and our residence bears no fault." Understood. The two were engrossed in conversation, completely oblivious to the sparrow perched on the branch outside the window. The sparrow fluttered its wings and swiftly departed towards the estate's outskirts. Meanwhile, on the other side, the carriage sped towards the Su family. Upon disembarking, Cambao cast a worried glance at the dilapidated courtyard before him. "Mother, is this the home of Uncle Jean we visited yesterday?" Yes. The residence before them appeared exceedingly worn, and the narrow steps leading to the entrance were littered with foul-smelling refuse. Upon the battered outer door, marked with footprints and the scars of forceful collisions, A deeper inspection reveals a broken bolt, exposing splintered wood that silently narrates the events that transpired here. The frail form of Su Jinji flitted through Chu Qianli's mind, stirring a wave of concern within him. Dismounting his steed, Xiao Junyi beheld the steps and the door besmirched with deliberate filth, a surge of rage boiling beneath his gaze, prompting him to mutter an imprecation. The Wu family, truly despicable and shameless. Without hesitation, Chu Qianli strode through the grand entrance, his eyes narrowing slightly upon entry. Inside the gate, the courtyard lay in ruins, even more devastated than the floating jade garden, a scene of utter disarray and filth, with even the tiles upon the roof smashed to fragments. In front of the dwelling, Su Jinji knelt upon the ground, coughing softly as he struggled to fan the flames of a makeshift stove constructed from 3 stones, the smoke billowing, yet the fire refusing to ignite. He trembled violently, as if crushed by some unseen weight, and with a sudden, forceful motion, he struck the earth with his fist, his fingers, already stained with blood, becoming increasingly drenched. A pang of unease rippled through Chu Qianli, an inexplicable heaviness settling in his heart. Cousin? Su Jinji froze, his body stiffening abruptly. Chu Qianli approached, crouching down to inspect the earthen pot, his gaze quivering as he furrowed his brow tightly. The pot contained numerous medicinal herbs, yet the water for brewing appeared merely tinted with a hint of color, an unmistakable sign of irregularity. Cousin, what is this? Upon closer examination, he realized that the contents were not intact herbs, but rather the remnants of repeatedly boiled medicinal dregs. Su Jinji lifted her gaze, and the once tranquil depths of her eyes became increasingly hollow, resembling cold jade that had been stripped of its last glimmer of light, leaving only a chaotic wreckage and shattered remnants. A surge of fury welled up from her heart, filling her entire chest. Chu Qianli's eyes darkened, the icy aura of lethal intent echoing within her. This time, the emotions were not those of her original self, but distinctly her own. Wu family, you have truly gone too far. Chapter 49. The Wu family comes knocking? We have been awaiting your arrival. Su Jinji gazed at Chu Qianli, and upon confirming her well-being, the ripples in her eyes faded once more. You are well, she murmured, relief washing over her. Cough, cough, cough. A stifled sound of coughing echoed from within the room, persistent and unyielding. Su Jinji's expression shifted dramatically as she struggled to rise, hastening her steps toward the bedside. As Chu Qianli entered the chamber alongside her, a mingling of musty and medicinal odors assaulted their senses. The floor was strewn with the shattered remnants of tables and chairs, fragments of teacups and utensils littering the ground, alongside traces of blood. Cough, 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 cough. Father. Su Jinji rushed to the bedside, her face paling further with the tide of her emotions, as if she might collapse at any moment. Upon the wooden bed lay a gaunt figure, a man whose complexion was sallow, eyes sunken, and cheeks hollowed, presenting a truly harrowing sight. He was racked with coughs, his breaths resembling the wheezing of a broken bellows. A sharp pang of sorrow pierced Chu Qianli's heart, as the poignant emotions of Su Jinji's original self surged within her. Originally, Sui, the protagonist's uncle, was an indomitable and valiant general on the battlefield, inspiring dread in his adversaries. In his prime, adorned in silver armor and mounted on horseback, he was a figure more radiant than the sun. Now, he struggles for every breath. Protagonist, this is all your fault. After a prolonged fit of coughing, Sui expectorated a mouthful of dark red blood, finally suppressing the irritation in his throat. He slowly raised his head, his gaze somewhat dazed as he looked at Chu Qianli, who was standing by the bed. Qingya. Su Jinji clasped Sui's hand, helped him sit up, and gently reminded him, Father, not aunt, it's aunt's daughter, Qianli. Sui paused, and after a moment, the excitement in his eyes gradually coalesced, ultimately converging into a grand delight. Qianli. Under such a gaze, Chu Qianli's heart stirred, as if something had collided with it, causing a slight ache, but more so a surge of poignant emotions. At that moment, she could no longer distinguish whether the emotions in her heart belonged to the original host or to herself. Uncle, it's me. Good. You've returned safely. Good. That's wonderful. Sui's expression was incredibly complex. He tried his best to raise the corners of his lips, as if wanting to smile, but his eyes were filled with tears, streaming down his withered face. Chu Qianli lowered her eyes slightly and clenched her fist tightly. After so many years, she felt her eyes stinging again, with the urge to shed tears. She quickly composed herself, took out a porcelain bottle, poured out a pill, and handed it to him. Uncle, please ingest these pills promptly. Stabilizing your physical condition is paramount. Observing Sui and Su Jinji, it was evident without palpation that they were both at their last gasp. Sui slowly shook his head. Qianli, I am sorry. I intended to return the medicine you provided today, but unexpectedly. He coughed intermittently. Su Jinji was filled with remorse. Father, It is not your fault. It was my oversight that I did not detect the Wu family trailing behind us upon our return. Uncle, cousin, neither of you should blame yourselves. If culpability must be assigned, it is I who struck Wu Qi, thereby instigating this predicament. The fault lies with me, Qianli interjected. Qianli, Sui attempted to speak further, but Chu Qianli stepped forward, sat by the bedside, and offered the pills. Uncle, we can discuss other matters later. It is imperative that you and cousin take the medicine first. However, such precious commodities are too extravagant for our use. You ought to conserve them carefully. Uncle, have you ever heard of a physician skilled in alchemy lacking medicinal pills for personal consumption? Chu Qianli gazed at Sui with unwavering sincerity. Sui was momentarily taken aback. Uncle, today I entered the palace and dissolved my engagement with the third prince, and I have also severed ties with Chu Yanqing. I am currently contemplating reclaiming my mother's dowry, but as a solitary figure accompanied by a child of 3 years, I find myself isolated and helpless. Chu Qianli lowered her head slightly, her eyelashes quivering and glistening with moisture. At present, Sui cherishes none more profoundly than the original Chu Qianli. This sentiment was evident when, in the immediate aftermath of the incident, he prioritized her safety over his own, dispatching Xiao Junyi to ascertain her well-being. It is this bond that fortifies his will to survive. At that moment, Cambao approached, clutching Chu Qianli's sleeve, revealing a grimy face and tearful eyes. In concert with his mother's theatrics, he had intentionally soiled himself. In their hurried journey, he had not cleansed the dust from his face, presenting a truly pitiable figure. Su Yi's gaze faltered. Did Chu Yanqing mistreat you? Chu Qianli opened her mouth to speak, but then swallowed her words. Her reddened eyes, however, spoke volumes. After a moment of silence, Sui accepted and ingested the pill. It dissolved upon contact, and its potent medicinal properties coursed through his veins, causing him to exhale a long breath of stale air. Sui opened his eyes, his gaze resolute. Qianli, fear not. You have your uncle and cousin. As long as we draw breath, you will have those upon whom you can rely. Chu Qianli finally smiled, nodding emphatically before turning to Su Jinji, offering him a pill. Cousin, see, uncle has already taken one. Su Jinji stiffly accepted the pill, placing it in his mouth. Chu Qianli felt a sense of relief, as their lives were now provisionally secured. Uncle, cousin, there was a slight incident in my courtyard at the Chu residence. It was quietly wrecked. I shall reside here with you for the next few days. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to thoroughly purge the toxins within their bodies, reshaping their meridians and restoring their original strength. Sui was momentarily taken aback, his brow knitting in concern. Could it be that Chu Yanqing could not tolerate you so? This place, dear uncle, is your home. You may reside here for as long as you wish. However, the condition of this small courtyard has become quite deplorable. Xiao Junyi swiftly stepped forward, producing a 30-tael silver note from his possession. Master Su, the silver note you previously provided me remains unused. You may first take refuge in an inn while I arrange for the tidying up of this courtyard. He extended the damp silver note, clenched tightly in his hand. Uncle. Chu Qianli paused, clearly perplexed. They had already exhausted the medicinal residue, leaving no surplus silver. Xiao Junyi pressed his lips together slightly, his gaze dimming. The silver had been hastily acquired by pawning the cherished token of affection between Master Su and his late wife, leaving him unable to even afford medicine. All in a bid to gather information and assist Chu Qianli. Su naturally handed the silver note to Chu Qianli, who accepted it. Noticing the subtle change in Xiao Junyi's expression, Chu Qianli could not help but ponder deeply, refraining from further inquiries and simply accepting the silver into his hands. At that moment, the guard Tianshu entered to report, Miss, the head of the Wu family, Wu Qiong, has arrived with Wu Qi to offer their apologies. Su Jinji clenched her teeth, her eyes gleaming with intense hatred. If he still possessed even a fraction of his former strength, she would stop at nothing to eradicate the Wu family. Chu Qianli slowly raised his gaze, a cold glint shimmering in his eyes. Your arrival is impeccably timed. Uncle and cousin, please wait here while I parley with the Wu family. With her presence today, should the Wu family dare to act insolently, she will ensure their utter undoing. Qianli. Sui interjected with haste. Qianli, how can you possibly manage this alone? Chu Qianli paused, realizing that she had just feigned vulnerability. Her uncle would undoubtedly be apprehensive about her venturing out alone. Yet, if she allowed her uncle to confront them, what if the Wu family provoked him? Feng Xuandu, standing nearby, his gaze subtly shifting, stepped forward. An overwhelming aura emanated from him. He retrieved the dislodged lock and, with a gentle squeeze, left a profound indentation. Lord Su, there is no need for concern. I shall be here to safeguard her, he declared. Sui was taken aback, only then noticing the masked Feng Xuandu. Such formidable power and terrifying strength were something he could only achieve in his prime. Dealing with a few members of the Wu family would certainly pose no challenge for him. In that case, we are indebted to you, young sir. Chapter 50. Never let the sun set on a grudge outside. Wu Qiang surveyed the disarray surrounding the Su family's humble abode, casting a venomous glare at Wu Qi, who was being supported by others. A complete failure. Before his summons to the palace, he had been confident that Chu Qianli was doomed. Therefore, when Wu Qi mentioned seeking retribution from Su Yi and Su Jinji, he had dismissed it as inconsequential. However, to his utter astonishment, Chu Qianli had defied all odds, gaining the emperor's favor and thoroughly subjugating the third prince and Chu Yanqing. Shortly after his return to the manor, an imperial attendant, accompanied by the imperial guard, conducted a thorough inspection of the residence. They subtly hinted that the fire in the ancestral hall was a deliberate act of sabotage and cautioned him against further antagonizing Chu Qianli. The imperial attendants and the imperial guards epitomized the emperor's will. Before he could even catch his breath, he learned that Wu Qi had led men to ransack the Su family and seize their elixirs, an act that filled him with utter dread. The emperor was closely monitoring Chu Qianli's medicines, and if she were to add fuel to the fire with a few choice words, the Wu family would surely incur the emperor's disfavor. Therefore, he hastily summoned Wu Qi and brought him to apologize. Apologize sincerely later, and be sure to appease Chu Qianli. Do you understand? Wu Qi, feigning severe injury and struggling to stand, cast a disdainful glance. I understand. He thought to himself, it's just Chu Qianli. So what if the slander failed once? Why is father so terrified? Wu Qiang led Wu Qi into the Su family's courtyard and instructed his men to guard the gate, preventing anyone from approaching without permission. I have brought my son to offer our apologies to Miss Chu. Wu Qiang composed himself, his voice tinged with humility and flattery. Within the dilapidated room, however, there was no response. Wu Qi muttered impatiently, Father, she's deliberately trying to intimidate us. Silence. Wu Qiang retorted. Miss Chu, would you be willing to grace us with your presence? His words were met with silence. Annoyance flickered in Wu Qiang's eyes as he cursed the ungrateful wretch inwardly. But he maintained a smile, feigning patience. Just as their feet began to ache, the door finally creaked open. Chu Qianli casually pulled out an intact armchair, placed it in the doorway, and gracefully seated herself, her sleeves fluttering and her skirt swaying. Master Wu, after such a protracted wait, I had anticipated a modicum of decorum in your apology, but alas, reality has proven disillusioning. A wintry glint flashed across Chu Qianli's gaze as she surveyed Wu Qi. The man she had struck was intended to be bettered in for at least 3 months. His present ability to stand indicated a flagrant theft of the medicinal concoctions meant for her uncle and cousin. A reckless transgression, indeed. Wu Qiang interjected hastily, Miss Chu. I am well versed in the customs of offering redress. Behold, I have procured restorative herbs and 50 taels of silver. 50 taels of silver? A blatant attempt to deceive. Xiao Juni could not restrain himself, stepping forward in indignation. Master Wu, how dare you proffer such a paltry sum? Over the years, your Wu family has surreptitiously controlled the capital's medicinal trade, subjecting both Lord Su and Jinji to countless verbal affronts whenever they sought remedies. Furthermore, you have inflated the prices of essential ingredients to exorbitant levels. Wu Qiang's countenance shifted, vehemently denying the accusation. Young Master Xiao, I implore you not to fabricate such allegations. When have I ever had affiliations with the medicinal trade? One must not speak recklessly. The truth resides within your own conscience. Wu Qiang feigned innocence. Miss Chu, please do not be swayed by these fallacies. Our Wu family holds Lord Su in the highest esteem. A hint of mockery flickered in Chu Qianli's eyes. I find 50 taels to be quite sufficient. Wu Qiang's eyes brightened. Miss Chu, your magnanimity is truly appreciated. However, has the Wu clan leader perhaps overlooked the most crucial element? Indeed. Wu Qiang produced a vial of medicine, extending it towards Chu Qianli. As Wu Qi departed, he discovered the servants had been unscrupulous, surreptitiously pilfering items from the Su family. Upon this discovery, I immediately had the offending servant flogged to death and hastened to return the vial. Chu Qianli did not accept the vial, allowing Wu Qiang to continue holding it aloft. Clan leader Wu, what I provided to my uncle and cousin was the revitalizing elixir, capable of nourishing the body and rapidly replenishing vital energy, possessing remarkable efficacy for those grievously wounded. There were 10 pills in total. I wonder how many you are returning? 10 pills. Wu Qiang faltered, then exclaimed in haste. Miss Chu, my Wu family has come with the utmost sincerity to apologize. Surely you would not attempt to slander us under such circumstances. There were clearly only 8 revitalizing elixirs in total. Oh, then where have the missing 2 vanished? Chu Qianli cast a frigid gaze upon Wu Qi. Wu Qiang followed her gaze, his heart sinking with uncertainty. Could it be that his son had consumed them? Surely not. Chu Qianli unsheathed the long whip from her waist, lashing it towards the seemingly feeble Wu Qi. Her possessions were not to be consumed with impunity. Ah! Wu Qi shrieked, swiftly dodging to the side with remarkable agility, belying his previous appearance of infirmity. Wu Chang's countenance underwent a sudden transformation. No wonder he had sensed something amiss with Wu Qi during their journey. It turned out he had secretly ingested the Su family's medicine. What a troublesome wretch. Madam Chu, while my son's recovery may be swifter than most, it hardly constitutes definitive proof, does it? Chu Qianli turned her gaze towards Wu Qiong. Is the head of the Wu family contemplating reneging on our agreement? How could you construe this as reneging? Wu Qiong forced a chilling smile, a calculation flickering through his mind as he considered the efficacy of the pills. This is merely a proposition, Madam Chu. Everyone harbors their own secrets and self-interests. For instance, you informed the emperor that only a single pellet of the remained. Yet in the blink of an eye, you produced an even more astonishing elixir. Does this not indicate a degree of personal reservation? Should the emperor become aware? And what if the emperor were to become aware? The emperor's heart is an enigma. Should the emperor discover that Madame Chu has deliberately concealed such a treasure, it would undoubtedly breed displeasure. Would Madame Chu truly benefit from such a revelation? Therefore, let us each concede a point. I shall refrain from disclosing your possession of superior elixirs, and you shall reclaim merely 4 of the. How does that sound? A glint of avarice flashed in Wu Qiong's eyes, a tentative probe. He had witnessed Wu Qi's injuries firsthand, anticipating a recovery period of several months at the very least. Yet, after merely 2 pills, he was frolicking about with renewed vigor. Who could resist coveting such a remarkable item? Chu Qianli regarded Wu Qiong with a frigid gaze, a sudden sneer etching itself upon her face. It has just occurred to me that thee and me are not identical in nature. The latter, designed for detoxification and replenishment, necessitates swift action, hence its instantaneous dissolution upon ingestion. The, however, intended for the restoration of vital energy, operates at a more gradual pace, requiring 12 hours for complete dissolution. What? Wu Qiong stammered, taken aback. Evidently, there is still time to dissect Wu Qi and retrieve those 2 pills. She has always been the one to threaten others. How dare Wu Qiong be so audacious? Chapter 51. A belated apology. What are you implying? Wu Qiong stared wide-eyed at Chu Qianli's earnest expression, feeling a frantic throbbing in his heart. To dissect someone would surely be fatal. Wu Qi, overcome with terror, turned and fled towards the exit before Chu Qianli could continue. Chu Qianli did not attempt to stop her, appearing to await a spectacle. As expected, the next moment, Wu Qi, having reached the doorway, was kicked back inside, landing with a thud like a sack of potatoes. The door swung open, and Chief Eunuch Gao Lin, accompanied by imperial guards and physicians, flooded into the courtyard. Gao Lin, having hurried, bore beads of sweat on his brow, yet his smile was radiantly cheerful. This humble servant greets the eldest young lady. You may dispense with the formalities. Eunuch Gao, I wonder if you overheard what was said earlier? Every word of it, indeed. It is truly unimaginable that the Wu family harbors such treacherous ambitions. Gao Lin, with a flourish of his orchid fingers, cast a glance at Wu Qiong and Wu Qi, his expression akin to regarding the deceased. Wu Qiong's legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Could it be that Chu Qianli deliberately stalled for time, awaiting the arrival of the palace's representatives? But wouldn't Chu Qianli fear that the matter of her possessing pills would be revealed to the emperor? Chu Qianli sighed, indeed. It seems one can never truly know another's heart. Gao Lin noticed the vial in Wu Qiong's hand, a glint of avarice flashing in his eyes, and promptly directed the imperial guards beside him. Quickly, seize that vial and return it to Miss Chu. The imperial guards advanced, and Wu Qiong promptly relinquished the vial, not daring to delay. While he might jest with Chu Qianli, he would not trifle with Gao Lin, who invariably represented the emperor's will. Gao Lin received the vial, meticulously wiping it with a handkerchief before presenting it to Chu Qianli. Miss Chu, henceforth, such precious items must be carefully safeguarded, lest some should covet them in secret. Chu Qianli uncorked the vial and gently swirled it. With her sleeve concealing her actions, the phoenix blood jade bracelet on her wrist flashed crimson. Subsequently, she arched an eyebrow slightly. This is not right. What I delivered to the Su family was the revitalizing pill, capable of nourishing the body and rapidly replenishing vitality. What the Wu family pilfered and returned not only falls short in quantity, but consists of mere mud pellets. What? Mud pellets? Gao Lin exclaimed, hastily approaching. Chu Qianli furrowed her brow and upturned the vial into her palm, revealing a collection of dark, muddy spheres. Gao Lin promptly beckoned the attending imperial physicians, esteemed physicians. Examine these forthwith. Wu Qiong was instantly drenched in a metaphorical torrent of cold water, his face paling as he stammered, esteemed eunuch Gao. There must be no mistake with the pills. The physicians swiftly completed their examination, holding the vial as if it were a treasure. Esteemed eunuch Gao, this vial is imbued with a rich medicinal fragrance. Merely inhaling it invigorates the spirit and refreshes the mind. It is undoubtedly a panacea for nourishing the body and replenishing vitality. Gao Lin's eyes gleamed with interest. Then what are those in Miss Chu's hands? Merely ordinary mud, shaped into the form of medicinal pills. Gao Lin pivoted abruptly, his gaze so intense it seemed he wished to tear a piece of flesh from Wu Qiang. Lord Wu, he demanded, it is in your best interest to disclose the whereabouts of the elixir within the vial. His Imperial Majesty was elated upon beholding the purple profound ginseng and the congealed dew pellet. As there was but a single pellet of the congealed dew, and it had not yet been verified, he dared not ingest it rashly, instead directing the imperial physicians to extract a modicum of powder with golden needles for examination. However, upon consuming a portion of the purple profound ginseng, His Majesty's health improved markedly, an undeniable truth. Consequently, His Majesty has been preoccupied with thoughts of Chu Qianli. Upon learning that the Wu family had seized the elixir, he was consumed with fury, repeatedly emphasizing that more pellets must be procured from Chu Qianli. Now that the elixir has been transmuted into mere mud, how is he to offer an explanation to the emperor? Wu Qiang frantically shook his head, exclaiming, Esteemed eunuch Gao, before the elixir was returned, I myself opened the vial and beheld fragrant, rich elixirs. It is impossible for them to have turned to mud. Chu Qianli arched an eyebrow subtly. Lord Wu, this elixir was pilfered by your Wu family. Since its return, the vial has remained in your possession. I have only just received it. Young Master Xiao, eunuch Gao, and the esteemed physicians and imperial guards can all attest to this. Surely, you are not suggesting that the elixir vanished into thin air? This. Wu Qiang stammered, his eyes wide with terror. It cannot be. What I returned was indeed the elixir. Lord Wu. Gao Lin's voice pierced the air with a sharp, cold rebuke. His Majesty awaits my report. If you fail to produce the elixir this day, then prepare to witness the fall of the Wu family. In his wrath, the emperor might well decree the extermination of the Wu clan to the 9th degree. Nay, Wu Qiang hastily turned to Wu Qi, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. Wu Qi, you incorrigible wretch, did you consume all the medicinal pills? Gao Lin's discovery of the pills meant that the emperor was undoubtedly aware of the matter. If the emperor were to learn that the Wu family was vying for the medicine, dire consequences would ensue. At this juncture, he could ill afford to consider his son. Preserving the Wu family and his own life was paramount. Wu Qi vehemently shook his head. No, father, I did not. Wu Qiang delivered a sharp slap. Dare you deny it? You were in possession of the vial throughout the journey. You must have surreptitiously ingested them along the way. Wu Qi finally grasped that Wu Qiang was prepared to sacrifice him, and he was instantly overcome with dread. No, father, I did not. I truly did not. Gao Lin, disregarding the father and son's lamentations, cautiously approached Chu Qianli. Young miss, does the medicinal pill genuinely take 12 hours to dissipate? Indeed, though its efficacy is significantly diminished. Gao Lin narrowed his elongated eyes, fixing a chilling gaze upon Wu Qi's abdomen. Even with diminished potency, it remains an invaluable treasure. Wu Qi, sensing the intent gaze, shuddered violently. No, I have not ingested any medicinal pills, truly. Father, save me, save me. Wu Qiang cast Wu Qi aside, lifting his gaze to Gao Lin. Esteemed eunuch Gao, it is my failure to discipline my son that has led him to commit such a grave error. I am utterly mortified. Gao Lin regarded him coldly, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Is that so? It is hardly appropriate for a menial such as myself to be addressed in the same manner as esteemed Master Wu, especially considering this item belongs to the esteemed Miss Chu. A momentary rigidity seized Wu Qiang's countenance, his smile betraying a hint of strain. Venerable eunuch Gao, not long ago, I had the pleasure of sharing libations with you and the Prince Yu. Surely, you recall. Memory serves me now, Gao Lin remarked. Is it not the case that Consort Yu, one of the prince's consorts, is the sister of Master Wu? A flicker of delight momentarily illuminated Wu Qiang's eyes. Indeed. Your Excellency possesses an exceptional memory. Well, how does that bear any relevance to whom Master Wu should be seeking atonement from? Gao Lin inquired, his gaze tinged with derision. Wu Qiang froze, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Your Excellency, was Gao Lin so bold as to disregard even the Prince Yu's stature? What then of the Chancellor's manner? Your Excellency, my elder sister is the daughter of Chancellor Chu. Master Wu, His Majesty awaits my return to deliver a report. And time is of the essence. Wu Qiang's vision swam, a mouthful of blood threatening to choke him. Yes. Miss Chu, it is I who failed to properly discipline my son. I offer my sincerest apologies. Chapter 52. Unyielding disapproval. Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, directing a frigid stare towards him. Master Wu, The object of your apology should not be me, but rather my uncle and cousin. Chu Qianli turned her head, casting a glance into the room. Su Jinji gently guided Su Yi, seated in a wheelchair, forward. Within the chamber, the light was subdued. While the doorway was bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the father and son advanced slowly, as if transitioning from the depths of darkness into the radiant embrace of light. Chu Qianli stepped forward, taking over from Su Jinji to position Su Yi before the entrance. Wu Qiong's breath hitched, his form rigid as he remained rooted to the spot. Emaciated and frail, Su Yi was a mere skeleton in a wheelchair. Yet his gaze remained clear and impartial, embodying a magnanimity that seemed to encompass the world. Lord Wu, it has been a long time. Wu Qiong recoiled abruptly, nearly losing his balance. Lord Su. A wave of trepidation washed over Wu Qiong, an irrepressible dread seizing his heart. Lord Su, my son's impudence is deeply regretted. I implore you to pardon him. I am now but a commoner. You may simply call me Su Yi. Su Yi's words were measured, yet each syllable resonated with unmistakable clarity, striking Wu Qiong's heart like stones. I dare not. The former Su Yi, a solitary figure on horseback before an army, commanded silence and respect. Even now, confined to a wheelchair and nearing his end, he remained a formidable presence. Chu Qianli raised her eyes to Wu Qiong. Lord Wu, is a mere pardon sufficient as an apology? Wu Qiong's heart clenched. Gritting his teeth, he hauled Wu Qi to his feet and kicked him behind the knee, forcing him to kneel. Apologize to Lord Su and young Master Su. Wu Qi, terrified by the earlier threat of disembowelment, knelt without resistance. I am sorry, Lord Su, young Master Su, I am truly sorry. Su Yi's expression remained impassive. Beside him, Su Jinji clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and gloom. Approaching Wu Qi, Chu Qianli beheld his left hand, largely restored by elixirs, and with deliberate force crushed it beneath her heel. This time, she purposefully employed her spiritual energy, ensuring that regardless of any medicinal aid, the bones could never mend. Wu Qi's agonizing scream pierced the air, his face paling as he was drenched in a chilling sweat. Witnessing this, Wu Qiong's eyes flared crimson with rage. Aghast at Chu Qianli's mercilessness, retracting her foot, Chu Qianli turned to Su Jinji, stepping aside to grant him space. Cousin, the other hand is yours. Su Jinji descended slowly, his gaze fixed upon Wu Qi. Had looks the power to kill, Wu Qi would have perished 1,000 times over. Wu Qi attempted to recoil, but the Imperial guards held him firmly, his uninjured right hand pinned to the ground, immovable. I was wrong, young Master Su, I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. I would never dare to do it again. Su Jinji raised his hands, stained with blood, some wounds raw and exposing bone. These were the marks of Wu Qi's assault. Grinding his hands into the earth during the disturbance, the humiliation surged within him like a tempestuous sea, yet the fractured meridians and empty dantian starkly reminded him that, even with his tormentor subdued before him, he lacked the strength for retribution. Chu Qianli, sensing Su Jinji's turmoil, felt a sharp pang in her heart. She advanced, placing her hand firmly on his shoulder, and forcefully mobilized the spiritual energy within her. In an instant, the energy emanated from her, surging into Su Jinji's meridians, coursing through the damaged pathways towards his legs. Su Jinji, as if struck by a revelation, stood in stunned silence, gritted her teeth and urged in a deep voice, Cousin, make haste. Compassion may be a flaw, but one she was unwilling to rectify. As if stirred by an awakening, Su Jinji abruptly regained his senses, raised his foot high, and brought it down with crushing force upon Wu Qi's right hand. Wu Qi instinctively heaved a sigh of relief, believing that even with his utmost effort, this sickly invalid could only inflict temporary pain. However, before the breath could fully escape his lips, he felt an immense force, akin to a mountain stone, pressing upon the back of his hand. In the next instant, the sound of bones splintering echoed once more, and a wave of excruciating agony engulfed his entire being. Su Jinji, his teeth clenched tightly, ground his foot mercilessly into Wu Qi's hand. Tears streamed down his face, and a flicker of life finally sparked within his desolate eyes. He recalled the humiliation of being kicked like a ball, the agony of having his fingers forcibly broken, the demeaning rejections from various apothecaries, and the constant degradation and blows inflicted by Wu Qi over the years. With each memory, the pressure of his foot intensified. After so many years, he had finally vented his pent-up resentment. Sui exclaimed, abruptly jolting Su Jinji back to his senses. He lifted his foot, revealing Wu Qi's right hand utterly ruined beneath, seeping with traces of blood. Breathed a sigh of relief and slowly withdrew her spiritual energy. Su Jinji turned around and beheld the pale-faced Chu Qianli, a profound and intricate emotion flickering in his eyes. Qianli, my cousin. It was she who came to my aid. Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a radiant anticipation. Cousin, are you happy? The tip of Su Jinji's nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions, rendering his throat seemingly constricted by cotton. Speech eluding him momentarily as he could only nod vigorously. Chu Qianli's smile blossomed suddenly, her exquisite visage becoming even more dazzling with this expression of joy. As long as you are happy. Wu Qiong, eyes reddened, struggled to suppress the hatred rising within, inquiring, Miss, we have already apologized. And Wu Qi's hand has been rendered useless by you. Is that not sufficient? Chu Qianli smiled gently, turning her attention to Gao Lin. Master Gao, while the returning vitality pill is indeed potent, it is only suitable for those on the brink of death, as it replenishes vital energy and restores life, likely saving a life. However, should it be consumed by one in good health, it may appear effective at first, yet the side effects are equally evident. Thus, this elixir is not appropriate for His Majesty, which is why I refrained from mentioning it. Upon hearing this, Gao Lin let out a slight sigh of relief. I see. Wu Qiong, too, felt a weight lift from his heart. Given the numerous restrictions surrounding the use of the returning vitality pill, which was unsuitable for the emperor, the loss of a few pills was not a grave matter. As long as they managed the relationships well, they could undoubtedly secure Wu Qi's life. Observing Wu Qiong's expression, Chu Qianli began to speak again. Wu Qi was gravely injured, yet he was not in a life-threatening condition. Therefore, the side effects of the pill would soon manifest. His father-in-law could take him to the palace, allowing the imperial physicians to thoroughly examine him, thus proving the truth of my words. Wu Qiong abruptly lifted his head, his complexion turning ashen. Chu Qianli, are you toying with me? He had presumed that the earlier apology would suffice. Believing that Chu Qianli would advocate on his behalf and cease to pursue the matter of the recovery pill, little did he expect that Chu Qianli would turn around and stab him in the back. Sending Wu Qi to the palace for the physicians to study, was there any hope left? Sir Wu, Chu Qianli retracted her smile, positioning herself beside Sui. Her voice resonating coldly throughout the courtyard. When one errs, one must apologize and face the consequences. This is a truth even a 3-year-old understands. We have all apologized. What more do you desire? A mere utterance of sorry cannot erase the malevolence of your past actions. You, Chu Qianli, let out a chilling laugh. Looking down upon the agitated Wu Qiong, let me enlighten you. What you have done, I, Chu Qianli, and the Su family, shall never forgive. Chapter 53. Consider this an early contribution to your wedding gift, never to be forgiven. The emphatic declaration resonated powerfully, causing Su Yi's heart to tremble. A flicker of comforting smile emerging on his withered visage. Su Jin's throat tightened further, the hope in his eyes transforming from illusion to reality, finally piercing through the long-standing darkness that had shrouded his heart. Threads of light filtered through, illuminating the long-decayed scars. Wu Qiong was momentarily stunned, staring fiercely at Chu Qianli. Wishing to tear her apart, Gao Lin glanced at the unconscious Wu Qi, signaling to the guards, who promptly stepped forward to drag Wu Qi away. The young lady's words, naturally, carried weight, yet His Majesty required tangible evidence. Thus, this individual must be taken back. Only through verification would the emperor believe in the true efficacy of the recovery pill. Chu Qianli nodded in agreement. With the matter satisfactorily resolved, Gao Lin felt a sense of relief wash over him, his smile growing ever more radiant. Furthermore, this courtyard appeared quite unsightly. The emperor had expressed concern upon learning of Miss Chu's residence in the minister's estate being destroyed, and had thus ordered the original General's mansion to be reopened. The young lady could move there with Lord Su and young Master Su. Upon hearing this, Su Jinji abruptly lifted his head, a flash of ecstatic joy shimmering in his eyes. The General's mansion, his home. Were they truly able to return home? Gratitude filled Chu Qianli's gaze. Thank you for the Emperor's grace. Please convey to him that I will diligently study the formulas left by my master and strive to develop more beneficial elixirs for the body. The Emperor would surely be delighted to know of the young lady's intentions. Suddenly, Wu Qi convulsed violently for a moment, then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Following that, blood began to seep slowly from her facial orifices. Chu Qianli's expression turned cold. Gao Gong. The side effects of forcibly administering the recovery pill have manifested. Gao Lin was taken aback, realizing that Chu Qianli's words held true. Young lady, allow this servant to escort Wu Qi back and report to the emperor. While he still breathes, it is prudent to deliver him for accountability. Very well. The imperial guards dragged Wu Qi away. Wu Qiong hastily stepped forward, casting a pleading glance at Gao Lin. Esteemed eunuch, my son is but a child, naive and ignorant. I implore you to speak favorably on his behalf before the emperor. At the very least, grant him his life. Gao Lin turned back, his expression a blend of amusement and mockery as he regarded Wu Qiang. Lord Wu, you would do well to return to your residence and await the emperor's decree. It shall be forthcoming. With that, he let out a cold laugh and departed with quick strides. Wu Qiang stood frozen in place. An imperial decree? What could it possibly entail at this juncture? Upon hearing this, Chu Qianli turned to him, offering a gentle smile. As you mentioned, Lord Wu, I harbor grudges, my heart is narrow, and I am one to retaliate in kind. Since I have declared my unwillingness to forgive you, rest assured I shall seek another opportunity for retribution. What do you mean? If you are so eager to know, I shall enlighten you. Wu Qi is merely the first, but certainly not the last. None of your family shall escape, for those who have wronged me and my uncle shall face my wrath. Wu Qiang's eyes widened in disbelief, a torrent of hatred and fear engulfing him in an instant. He clutched his chest tightly, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. Master! The servants of the Wu family approached anxiously, hastily assisting him to his feet. Wu Qiang glared at Chu Qianli, his eyes aflame with palpable enmity. Chu Qianli remained motionless, while the previously silent Feng Xuandu stepped forward. Tianshu, dispose of him. Chu Qianli tugged at Feng Xuandu's sleeve, silently indicating the 50 taels of silver. Feng Xuandu picked up the silver, sweeping his sleeve to send the ingots crashing toward Wu Qiang. 50 taels of silver served as a preliminary gift for the Wu family. A gift? The Wu family had no recent joyous occasions, leaving only the somber opportunity of mourning. Wu Qiang gasped, his face turning a shade of green with rage. You, throw it away. Yes. Tianshu, accompanied by his men, unceremoniously tossed the Wu family members onto the street. Su Jinji felt a wave of satisfaction and turned to speak with Chu Qianli, only to find her complexion even paler, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Cousin Qianli. Feng Xuandu supported Chu Qianli, allowing her to lean against him, his deep eyes flickering with a shadowy red hue, betraying a hint of concealed concern. The day's relentless back and forth had left Qianli quite exhausted. Chu Qianli nodded hastily, offering a reassuring smile to Su Yi and Su Jinji. I will help Qianli lie down in the carriage for a bit, and then let Tianshu tidy up the items in the courtyard to move them to the Su residence. Su Jinji nodded. Thank you for your trouble. It's no inconvenience. Feng Xuandu assisted Chu Qianli into the carriage, then silently handed her a handkerchief, unable to hold back any longer. Chu Qianli felt a surge of blood rising in her throat, and she coughed up a mouthful of crimson, wrapping it in the handkerchief and stowing it away in her sleeve. Acho, thank you. Chu Qianli curled into a small ball, her delicate features drained of color, as though all her strength had been sapped away, leaving those around her deeply concerned. Feng Xuandu's gaze darkened. Did it hurt? He had distinctly sensed a powerful surge of energy, different from the familiar mystic force. This energy appeared more gentle and harmonious. Yet it was evidently not at the stage capable of breaking through the body. To forcibly manipulate such power would inevitably result in backlash, a torment akin to having one's heart and liver crushed, a ceaseless agony. Chu Qianli blinked, revealing a faint smile. Not bad. Feng Xuandu took a deep breath and couldn't help but gently tousle her hair. I will have someone prepare more fragrant fruit tea. It calms the mind and nourishes the meridians. I fear we will need it in the days to come. Chu Qianli lazily blinked again, intending to utter a teasing remark. But the warmth radiating from his palm soothed her, and she closed her eyes, drifting into a deep slumber. Feng Xuandu watched her, delicately arranging her hair. Noting the discomfort reflected in her frowning brow, his gaze momentarily pausing. In the next instant, he clasped Chu Qianli's hand tightly, channeling a trace of the mystic energy he had just regained into her. After a while, her brow relaxed, and she sank into a more peaceful sleep, her complexion recovering considerably. Feng Xuandu leaned weakly against the carriage wall, feeling the emptiness of his own mystic force, and he sighed silently. Perhaps he had indeed lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he bear to see even a hint of discomfort or grievance on her face? At this rate, he wondered when the scars upon his own visage would ever return to their former state. Chu Qianli turned, her cheek resting upon Feng Xuandu's hand. He sighed once more, maintaining his position to avoid disturbing her. The curtain was lifted, revealing the round little head of Sanbao. Uncle Ho, mother. Shu. Feng Xuandu gestured for him to enter the carriage, his free hand enveloping him in an embrace. Your mother is merely tired and has fallen asleep. Let her rest well. We shall not disturb her, shall we? Sanbao glanced at Chu Qianli's rosy cheeks and finally sighed with relief, obediently nestling into Feng Xuandu's arms. Uncle Ho. I feel a bit sleepy too. Then you should sleep. I will keep watch over you both. Uncle Ho. Feng Xuandu lowered his gaze. You were truly kind. Sanbao stirred his little lips and soon closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. Chapter 54. A suitable place for ginseng. Brother, the news of the long-sealed general's residence being reopened swept through the capital like a tempest, captivating the attention of all. Simultaneously, the announcement of the third prince's broken engagement and the unrest within the Chu family added to the stir, igniting widespread astonishment. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, they all inevitably recalled one name: Chu Qianli. The carriage came to a gentle halt before an imposing mansion, and Feng Xuandu cast his gaze downward, tenderly rubbing Sanbao's rosy little face. Sanbao, it's time to wake up. Sanbao, still drowsy, opened his eyes briefly before closing them again, burrowing his head deeper into Feng Xuandu's embrace. Sanbao is so sleepy. Be good, Sanbao. You can sleep again tonight, all right? Sanbao remained unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to the words. As Feng Xuandu contemplated allowing himself a few more moments of slumber, Sanbao gradually rose, gently patting his cheeks, revealing a soft and endearing smile. Uncle Chu, I am awake. Witnessing such a perceptive child, especially his own son, softened Feng Xuandu's heart. Sanbao is truly remarkable. Sanbao's smile widened with joy, and he then leaned against Feng Xuandu's leg, peering closely at his mother. Mother is still asleep. Feng Xuandu handed a piece of pineapple pastry to Sanbao, who immediately beamed with delight and brought the treat close to Chu Qianli's nose. At that moment, Chu Qianli's steady breathing shifted. Without opening her eyes, she reached out, took the pastry, and promptly stuffed it into her mouth. So fragrant. Mother, you are awake. Chu Qianli, her cheeks puffed, stretched lazily as the abundant spiritual energy within her flowed smoothly, restoring her previously damaged meridians to their resilient and unblemished state, showing no signs of injury. Chu Qianli scrutinized her physical condition with astonishment. Logically, she should have required a recovery period of 10 days to half a month, yet after merely one night's rest, she had completely rejuvenated. Achoo! She lifted her gaze, only to find Feng Xuandu silently moving his arms, particularly the one she had been resting her head upon. His fingers, distinct and elegant against his dark attire, were surprisingly beautiful. What is it? Feng Xuandu noticed her gaze and looked up at her, startled. Chu Qianli realized she had been lost in thought while observing a man's hand. It is nothing, merely the feeling that upon awakening, you appear to have become less attractive. Upon finishing her words, Chu Qianli suddenly knelt upright, drawing near to Feng Xuandu. She reached out to caress the edge of his mask, the mockery in her gaze retreating, replaced by solemnity and earnestness. Previously, your mask fit perfectly, the edges flawlessly concealing the scar upon your face. Why now does it reveal a line? Xiang moved closer, the sensitivity of her features invading his entire being, rendering his already frail body even more feeble in an instant. Feng Xuandu instinctively leaned back, pressing against the carriage wall. A tingling sensation coursed from his cheek to his heart, causing his ears to flush, and he could not help but purse his lips. However, Chu Qianli halted her actions, shifting to examine his pulse, her brow furrowing tightly. What affliction plagues your body? Her medical skills, if not unparalleled, were certainly formidable. Yet she found herself unable to discern the ailment afflicting Feng Xuandu. She had thought he had improved, yet in the blink of an eye, his vitality had diminished, his meridians rendered insubstantial. Chu Qianli produced a vial of healing pills, directly offering it to Feng Xuandu. Take some medicine, whether you have matters at hand or not. Upon glimpsing the vial, Feng Xuandu's gaze trembled slightly. Is this one of the 8 returned by the Wu family? Yes. I used a bit of sleight of hand to conceal it. After all, the Wu family is not known for their integrity. Did you not mention that these are only to be consumed by those on the brink of death? Chu Qianli was just about to dismount the carriage when she heard this, turning back to him with a sigh. Ah, my dear brother. Being overly honest in this world may lead to your downfall. She is a skilled practitioner in both medicine and poison. Manipulating matters is merely a matter of moments. Following closely behind Chu Qianli, Sanbao glanced back at Feng Xuandu with clear eyes. Uncle Cho, although you are honest and have become less handsome, I still like you. Feng Xuandu found himself in a humorous predicament. His current appearance was a result of the influence of this mother-son duo. Understood. Yes, Uncle Cho. Let us visit my uncle's home. All right. Chu Qianli alighted from the carriage and waited a moment longer until Sui and Su Jinji arrived, albeit fashionably late. Uncle, cousin. Sui had changed into a light blue garment that was somewhat oversized and had faded slightly from washing, yet it appeared remarkably tidy and clean. As he sat in his wheelchair, the fabric smooth and unwrinkled, Chu Qianli approached to push the wheelchair, guiding him to the entrance of the Su residence. The former general's mansion still towered majestically, but after 5 years of abandonment, it had accumulated a layer of dust. Su Jinji stood side by side with Chu Qianli, his hands clenched tightly into fists at his sides, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the familiar estate before them. 5 years prior. A plaque embossed in gold letters hung above the Vermilion Gate, proclaiming the Su family's esteemed lineage, but with the family's downfall, That emblem of ancestral glory had been forcibly removed, trampled underfoot, and ultimately reduced to dust. Noticing the oppressive emotions emanating from the two, Chu Qianli felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. However, what must be confronted could not be avoided. She turned her gaze to Feng Xuandu, offering him a subtle gesture. Feng Xuandu nodded gently. Tianshu, open the door. Yes. The heavy door creaked open, emitting a dull sound that startled a few birds, causing them to swiftly soar into the sky. The courtyard was strewn with fallen leaves, presenting a desolate scene that starkly contrasted with the pristine streets outside. It seemed even the vibrant spring breeze had forgotten this place, as the yard was filled with a withering yellow, devoid of any hint of greenery. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, a small cheer broke the silence. Kinbao dashed into the entrance like a gust of wind, his footsteps stirring the brittle leaves beneath him into a soft rustle. Mother, Kinbao loves it here. What a vast courtyard, perfect for planting his ginseng brother. Chu Qianli was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Su Yi release a relieved chuckle. He straightened his clothing and spoke with a light-hearted tone. Kinbao has a discerning eye. As for our Su family's courtyard, it certainly offers ample space. Kinbao dashed about, his large eyes brimming with delight as he explored every corner. Mother, these leaves are just right for turning over and burying in the ground. This way, the soil will become rich, and the ginseng brothers will surely thrive. Chu Qianli couldn't help but smile. Kinbao, you mustn't plant the ginseng brothers in the front yard. Though Su Yi couldn't quite grasp the concept of ginseng brothers, he had no reservations when it came to indulging the child. If Kinbao likes it, he can plant them wherever he pleases. Kinbao's eyes sparkled as he ran to Su Yi's side, assisting Chu Qianli in pushing the wheelchair. Thank you, uncle. Kinbao is such a good boy. Su Yi gazed at the myriad of fallen leaves scattered throughout the courtyard, then turned his attention to Chu Qianli and Sanbao. A profound sense of nostalgia and joy flickered in his eyes, ultimately coalescing into a profound tranquility. The trials and tribulations of the past 5 years had culminated in Qianli's safe return, which, for him, was an immense source of happiness. Let the sorrows be like the fallen leaves, buried deep within the earth, transformed into nourishing soil, never to be mentioned again. Chapter 55. A beautiful day begins with chicken at Feng Xuandu's command. Tianshu promptly summoned the staff to clear the fallen leaves and tend to the land. Before long, the front courtyard was revitalized. Sanbao, with an exuberant spirit, dashed about, hands clasped behind his back, earnestly selecting a suitable spot for planting his ginseng brother. Chu Qianli and Su Yi, seated beneath the freshly cleaned corridor, observed Sanbao's lively demeanor, their lips curving into smiles in unison. Sanbao, why didn't you plant your ginseng brother in Fuyuyuan? Chu Qianli inquired. Of course, it's because the ginseng brothers disliked that place, Sanbao replied with utmost certainty. Su Yi and Su Jin were somewhat intrigued. Qianli, what exactly is this ginseng brother? Can it truly be planted in the soil? Su Yi asked. Reluctantly, Chu Qianli began to explain the essence of the ginseng spirit to the two. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chu Qianli with a mixture of disbelief and resignation. How can you deceive a child like this? Claiming that the child is a found ginseng spirit. This mother is truly unreliable. Su Jin gently cleared his throat, his expression subtly shifting. Father, I recall asking you a similar question when I was young. At that time, you seemed to say that I was a toad spirit dug from a muddy pit. Su Yi's expression instantly froze as he hurriedly lowered his head to lift the teacup before him, taking a sip to mask his discomfort. When he met the simultaneous gaze of Chu Qianli and Su Jinji, he silently cleared his throat. Is that true? Su Jinji affirmatively nodded. Indeed. I wept for 2 days over this matter, insisting on searching the pond for my true kin. In the end, mother nearly chased you away with a knife. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yi shot a glare at Su Jinji, convinced she must have been mistaken. Su Jinji, however, preserved some semblance of dignity for her father, replying, perhaps. Su Yi then turned to the smirking Chu Qianli, swiftly stating, Qianli, you mustn't believe Jinji's nonsense. Uncle certainly never said such a thing. Of course, uncle. I wholeheartedly trust you. Chu Qianli replied earnestly, though the corners of her lips betrayed her amusement. Feng Xuandu pushed the teacup closer to Chu Qianli, remarking, if you cannot suppress your laughter, it is better to shield it somewhat. As night descended, light-hearted memories unfolded, and the group tacitly refrained from mentioning the painful experiences of the past 5 years, hoping the present ease would linger a while longer. After tidying up the front courtyard, Chu Qianli took Shinbao to rest. However, the candlelight in Su Yi's room remained unextinguished. Inside, Su Jinji retrieved her mother's spirit tablet, setting it up and lighting incense before kneeling reverently, bowing in respect. Mother, we have finally returned. Su Yi adjusted his light blue garments, only to notice the silk threads at the sleeves had worn thin, creating a small tear, causing his gaze to dim slightly. Xianger, it is my fault for damaging the garment you painstakingly crafted for me." The father and son stood in silence, gazing blankly at the ancestral tablet, neither uttering a word. As the night passed, the sun ascended the next day, and Chu Qianli rubbed her eyes, finally awakening. "Where are Sambao and Cho?" The room was eerily quiet, and surprisingly, both were absent. What could they be up to? Chu Qianli rose and changed her attire, only to find Tian Shu waiting at the door, beside which lay a basin and other washing implements. "Miss, you are awake. Young master and little young master have gone to the front courtyard to plant ginseng." "I see." After completing her morning rituals, Chu Qianli made her way to the front courtyard. Upon reaching the edge, she spotted Sui and Su Jinji lingering under the corridor, appearing lost in thought. "Uncle." "Cousin." Sui and Su Jinji turned, and upon recognizing Qianli, they struggled to regain their composure. Qianli, the younger brothers of Sambao. In the front courtyard, several paths had been cleared, and the remaining soil had been tilled into small plots of land. Feng Xuandu, with sleeves rolled up, wore a stoic expression as he planted clusters of white, jade, snow ginseng into the earth. On the other side, Sambao, wielding a small watering can, attentively followed behind, joyfully watering the snow ginseng. Upon noticing Chu Qianli, Sambao's eyes brightened, and he hurried over, eagerly asking in a hushed tone, "Mother, have you discerned which ginseng holds the most potential?" "My brother needs your affirmation." Under the watchful gazes of Feng Xuandu, Sui, and Su Jinji, Chu Qianli raised her hand to gently rub her belly. "Dear mother, you wish to savor ginseng chicken," said Shenbao, promptly discarding his small ladle. "Very well, mother. I have taken the liberty of researching, and I believe that a dish of white jade snow ginseng chicken would also be delightful. Today, let us indulge in something different." With that, he ventured into the fields, scanning left and right until he discovered the plumpest ginseng plant, which he uprooted and proceeded to wash clean of dirt in preparation for the pot. Chu Qianli strolled languidly to a chair on the porch and settled into it with an air of leisure. Indeed, snow ginseng chicken should be quite palatable, he mused. Su Yi and Su Jinji exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. Feng Xuandu, having washed his hands, brought forth fragrant fruit tea and snacks. "You rose early. However, the snow ginseng chicken will require some time. Have a bite to tide you over," he suggested. Chu Qianli regarded him with appreciation. "Ah, Cho, you are truly considerate." After a moment, Sui spoke, his demeanor tinged with complexity. "Qianli, what are these white jade snow ginseng?" "Uncle need not worry. These snow ginseng are a gift from Acho to Shenbao," came the reassuring reply. "A gift?" Suyi's eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. "White jade snow ginseng. An invaluable treasure, bestowed upon a child as a present? If this were to circulate, it would likely be regarded as the stuff of legends. Such precious ginseng planted in the courtyard seemed rather imprudent." Concern gnawed at Sui. A common man is innocent, yet to possess a treasure is to invite trouble. Given the current state of the Su family, they lack the means to protect Qianli and the child. "Rest assured, uncle, the more precious the treasure, the less likely others are to act rashly. Besides, if Shun Bao can cultivate snow ginseng, he can certainly grow other things as well. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, gaining entry into our Su family may not guarantee their exit." Su Yi gazed at Chu Qianli, who wore an expression of calm indifference, momentarily taken aback. As Chu Qianli finally realized that she was still playing the part of the pitiful one, Feng Xuandu stepped forward to alleviate the situation. "Rest assured, Lord Su. The martial prowess of Tian Shu and the others is unparalleled. I will ensure they vigilantly guard the ginseng field. No one would dare to cause trouble." Sui nodded, seemingly relieved. "I appreciate your efforts, young master. There is no need for such formality, Lord Su." The enticing aroma of ginseng chicken soup soon wafted through the air. And upon learning that the young and talented Cambao had remarkable culinary skills, Sui and Su Jin's expressions grew increasingly complex as they observed Chu Qianli. Eagerly, Cambao distributed a chicken leg to each of the adults, then looked up at Chu Qianli with sparkling eyes. "Mother, I added extra chicken legs so that there would be enough to share." "How clever of you, Cambao." Chu Qianli, engrossed in her meal, took a moment to praise Cambao, who puffed out his small chest, radiating sheer delight. "Uncle Cho, the casserole seems a bit small. Could you arrange for a larger one?" Feng Xuandu took a sip of the soup and nodded in agreement. "Certainly. Thank you, Uncle Cho." Sui and Su Jin exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity as they ate the chicken, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint exactly what was strange. Was it perhaps an issue of their own? Chapter 56. The detoxification process having eaten to their satisfaction, Cambao continued to tend to his ginseng brother. In his spare time, he erected a fence around the edge of the ginseng field and planted a small, vibrant green vine. The vine swayed gently in the breeze, its thick leaves rounded and exquisite, presenting a most charming sight. As Sui basked in the sun, he remarked, "This green vine is truly beautiful." Upon hearing this, Qianbao promptly nodded. "Uncle, her name is Xiaofan. She is quite well behaved." The creature, adorned in a vibrant green hue, amusingly bore the name Xiaofan. Sui cast a fond glance towards Qianbao. Meanwhile, Tianxiu observed the docile, yet swaying, bloodthirsty vine, discreetly stepping back to create distance. Indeed, it was visually captivating, charming, and intriguing, yet when it came to devouring its prey, it exhibited a rather ruthless demeanor. Chu Qianli, having prepared the necessary items, approached Su Yi and Su Jinji. "Uncle, cousin, I am ready to assist you in detoxification and the reformation of your meridians. Who shall go first?" Her tone was unassuming, akin to casually inquiring if one had dined that day. However, Su Yi and Su Jinji stood frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend her words. Detoxification? Reformation of meridians? Su Jinji, having heard Chu Qianli mention this matter before, reacted more swiftly. "I will go." Even if success eluded them, it would grant cousin Qianli a measure of experience, aiding her in her efforts to heal her father. Very well. Sui was about to speak when Chu Qianli had already taken Su Jinji by the hand, leading her to the specially prepared pharmacy. Feng Xuandu stepped forward to assist in pushing the wheelchair, all the while admonishing Tianxiu, "Ensure the safety of the Su residents. Let not a single bird or insect draw near." Understood. Moments later, an enigmatic force enveloped the Su residents, casting a protective shroud over the entire estate. Su Jinji nervously followed Chu Qianli into the chamber. Inside stood a tall wooden platform, ample enough for a person to recline upon. Beside it lay an array of meticulously polished instruments of varying sizes, more than sufficient for a thorough dissection. Chu Qianli skillfully extracted the knife resembling a cleaver from the edge, sprinkling some water onto the nearby whetstone before grinding it slowly. Su Jinji silently swallowed, feeling somewhat akin to a fish upon the chopping board. Chen Bao, having washed his hands, entered the room, curiously surveying the surroundings. "Mother, is this the surgical knife you mentioned?" "Indeed," Chu Qianli nodded, turning to look at Su Jinji. "Cousin, undress and lie down." At her words, Su Jinji's pale face instantly flushed crimson. "Undress? Completely?" Feng Xuandu's gaze flickered, his brow furrowing tightly. Chu Qianli remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety. "Hurry up, cousin, the medicine will be ready soon." "Just a moment." Feng Xuandu maintained a serious demeanor and swiftly returned with a white robe in hand, made of silkworm silk. It does not hinder the needle's application or the absorption of the medicinal properties. Chu Qianli blinked, inspecting the knife with scrutiny. "Acho, you truly deserve the title of a qualified tycoon to have such a trivial item in your collection. Aside from covering the body, does it serve any other purpose?" Feng Xuandu responded earnestly. "I believe this is an exceedingly useful item." He felt immensely grateful that he had not discarded the robe. While Chu Qianli was indifferent about her own state, she was particularly concerned about others. Even with family, she felt deeply uneasy. "Cousin, please change into it quickly." Su Jinji let out a heavy sigh of relief. All right. Having donned the robe, the medicinal concoction in the clay pot was ready. Chu Qianli poured a full bowl and handed it to Su Jinji. "Drink it down and remain fully conscious. It is imperative that you do not lose consciousness." "I understand." As the thick, scalding medicinal concoction entered his mouth, Su Jinji felt a surge of excruciating pain coursing through his damaged meridians, as though molten lava were incessantly searing him. The intense agony caused his veins to bulge dramatically. Chu Qianli lowered his gaze, his fingers deftly moving as golden needles were precisely inserted into the acupoints, each one penetrating deeply, with only their tips quivering incessantly. Instantly, the potency of the medicine within him was reignited, and the pain escalated to a new level. Su Jinji felt as if his internal organs were on the verge of being crushed, unable to suppress a low growl that threatened to escape his lips. Chu Qianli's expression darkened as he retrieved a piece of white cloth from the side and stuffed it into Su Jinji's mouth. Then, with a deft twist of his fingers, he grasped a gleaming surgical knife, contemplating where best to make the incision on Su Jinji's body. Su Jinji's heart constricted, momentarily forgetting to struggle, his chaotic thoughts suddenly sharpened. Fully alert, yet too fearful to even breathe. In the next instant, Chu Qianli turned to Feng Xuandu and said, "Acho, come lend a hand. Help him into the bath." Chu Qianli lifted the lid of the bath, revealing the dark, roiling medicinal liquid within. Su Jinji then realized that the tub was made of iron and was heated by burning charcoal beneath it. "Do not be afraid, cousin, it will be over soon," he reassured. As Su Jinji was lowered into the tall bath, Chu Qianli pressed him down and added the crushed nether grass and 9-passage flower into the mixture. Almost immediately, the medicinal concoction within the tub began to boil and bubble more violently. Su Qianli widened his eyes in horror. This was not a swift remedy, but rather a rapid descent into oblivion. Beside them, Su Yi remained utterly still, though he believed that even if Chu Qianli could not cure Jinji, she would not take his life. Yet, in this moment, he was filled with astonishment. Chu Qianli gently pressed down on Su Jinji's head, saying, "Cousin, let your head soak as well." Without any power to resist, Su Jinji was easily pushed down. After a brief moment, the initially bitter medicinal aroma began to transform into a series of delightful scents. Shen Bao twitched his nose and exclaimed, "Mother, it smells wonderful. Add some fire, and the fragrance will intensify," he suggested. Very well. Sui felt a dryness in his throat, with the fragrance already wafting through the air. It must be at least half cooked, he thought, gazing at his son. After another incense stick's worth of time, Chu Qianli flexed her wrist and called out, "Ah Cho." Feng Xuandu stepped forward and swiftly lifted Su Jinji from the tub, laying him flat on a wooden platform. The exposed skin of Su Jinji had turned a deep, dark purple. Chu Qianli summoned her spiritual energy, deftly manipulating the golden needles, pulling them out one by one. As the tips of the needles emerged, her movements became increasingly cautious, for beneath each needle tip lay slender, blackened threads of blood. The blood had already congealed, and as it was extracted from the body, it emitted a foul odor. In this manner, once all the golden needles had been removed, Chu Qianli's complexion had turned pale. Yet Su Jinji's breathing gradually steadied, and the dark hue on his body began to recede. With a sigh of relief, she finally extracted the last golden needle and exhaled deeply. "Cousin, how do you feel?" Su Jin felt the blood coursing rapidly through his veins, and his breathing was smoother than ever before. His body, long burdened by weakness and fatigue, finally sensed a resurgence of strength. However, that surge of internal energy barely traversed his meridians before gradually dissipating. "I feel much better." "That's good," Chu Qianli nodded. "Cousin, I have both bad news and good news. Which would you like to hear first?" Su Jin hesitated. "Good news? I just discovered that your dantian cannot be restored." Su Jin was taken aback. He had endured immense pain just moments ago, but now his eyes brimmed with tears. If his dantian could not recover, then despite his improved health, he would merely be stronger than an ordinary person, unable to protect the Su family or Chu Qianli. Hope shattered, despair enveloped him anew, and he felt an even deeper darkness descend, stealing his breath away. "Cousin, aren't you going to ask about the bad news?" "What is the bad news?" Su Jin mechanically echoed, wondering how things could possibly worsen. "The bad news is that I discovered your body is fully open to the flow of energy, making it particularly suited for practicing a unique martial art. Once mastered, your internal pathways could form a dantian, its power exponentially surpassing that of a singular dantian." "Huh." Su Jin's eyes widened, the agony of detoxification and the tumult of his emotions nearly causing him to faint. Was there a chance the good and bad news had been reversed? As he grappled with how to respond, Chu Qianli resumed, playing with a few gleaming surgical knives. Su Jinji strained to muster the last vestiges of her strength, inadvertently uttering a single word, "knife." Those knives seemed to have merely gestured without truly being wielded. Chu Qianli responded with a soft "oh," explaining that the process of detoxification could be quite painful and that he would help to divert her attention while simultaneously sharpening his own knives. Upon hearing this, a surge of indignation welled up within Su Jinji. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Chapter 57. My mother, the ginseng spirit, is allergic. Chu Qianli examined the pulse of the unconscious Su Jinji and nodded in satisfaction. "Uncle, cousin is fine now. After I rest for a day, I will assist you with the detoxification. I also need to prepare some other things in the pharmacy." Su Yi was so astonished that he was at a loss for how to react. "I am not in a hurry." What had transpired in the 5 years of his niece's disappearance? What kind of people had she encountered, and what knowledge had she acquired? Yet, her manner of speaking and her playful disposition bore a striking resemblance to that of his sister in her youth. "Qianli, you must be exhausted as well. Go and rest. I will keep watch over Jinji." "Very well, I shall prepare the medicine, but it requires boiling for an hour, so uncle, please keep a close eye on it." At this moment, sending Su Yi back would not alleviate his concerns. It would be better to focus on brewing the medicine to distract himself. Agreed. Chu Qianli returned and indulged in a refreshing afternoon nap. Upon waking, he discovered Cambao perched at the edge of the table, playing with a shimmering jade gem. "Cambao, where did you procure these items?" "Mother, you are awake. These were sent by that esteemed grandfather Gao. He said they were a royal gift. When you were still asleep, they simply left the items and departed." Chu Qianli paid no heed. "If you like it, feel free to play with it." "Thank you, Mother," said Cambao. "By the way, Mother, An invitation has arrived from the palace. An invitation? Yes. Qianbao handed over a golden invitation. Upon opening it, Chu Qianli raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh, the birthday banquet of Empress Qi. Mother, will you attend? Of course, a banquet hosted by the palace requires my presence. Qianbao gazed at Chu Qianli with eager eyes. All right, I shall take you along. Qianbao was overjoyed and leaped up to embrace Chu Qianli, planting a kiss on her cheek. Mother, I will go help Uncle brew medicine. Yes. And please prepare a bowl of ginseng soup for me as well. I could use some nourishment, Chu Qianli instructed. Okay. Qianbao dashed out merrily, swiftly making her way to the apothecary. By the apothecary, Su Yi was tending to the fire, lost in thought, unaware of his surroundings. Uncle? Su Yi snapped back to reality, his eyes instantly brightening. Qianbao is here. Qianbao placed the white jade ginseng and purple ginseng into a clay pot, then poured in the spring water from a porcelain bottle, igniting the stove to simmer the concoction with remarkable skill. Observing her, Su Yi slowly inquired, Qianbao, how have you and your mother been over the years? A child, so adept at brewing medicine and cooking, surely indicated a time when no one had cared for her. Mother and I have been living well on Wuying Mountain, enjoying ginseng chicken soup every day. With sparkling eyes, Qianbao replied, Uncle, you need not be sorrowful. Qianbao is quite capable and can take good care of Mother. Su Yi was taken aback, surprised by the keen perception of the 3-year-old child. It was all thanks to Qianbao. Qianbao smiled brightly, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the bubbling potion pot before Su Yi. After a moment of hesitation, he leaned closer to Su Yi. Uncle, are you worried about Uncle too, just as Qianbao is concerned for Mother? Indeed, your uncle is my son, so naturally. I am worried about him. Then should Qianbao assist you? How does Qianbao intend to help? Qianbao appeared somewhat anxious, glancing around before tiptoeing closer to Su Yi's ear. Uncle, you must not tell anyone. This is a secret. Qianbao is not a human, but a ginseng spirit. Su Yi's expression shifted, and he quickly feigned surprise. A ginseng spirit? Yes. Qianbao's bright eyes sparkled. Qianbao has read storybooks that say ginseng spirits are extremely precious, and even our saliva can be a healing treasure. I could add some to the potion for Uncle. Saliva? Su Yi was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Have you ever added it when making medicine for your mother? No. Qianbao shook his head regretfully. I asked Mother, and she said it was not allowed. Why? Su Yi inquired, bewildered. Qianbao sighed, expressing his regret. Mother said she is allergic to the saliva of ginseng spirits. Su Yi nodded gently, clearing his throat softly. There is no need to add anything to your uncle's medicine can. Is Uncle allergic too? Indeed. It seems that the members of the Su family possess an inherent sensitivity to the essence of ginseng. Qianbao expressed his regret. What a pity. Yes, indeed. Outside the room, Feng Xuandu lowered his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, he did not ask Qianbao to assist him in brewing the medicine. As the day passed, with Qianbao's incessant chatter, Su Yi gradually felt less anxious about Su Jinji. The following morning, Chu Qianli unusually rose early. As she opened the door, she was met with the sight of Su Jinji standing outside. Cousin? In the morning dew, Su Jinji's hair, hanging beside his cheeks, bore a hint of moisture, and it was uncertain how long he had been waiting outside. You've come. Why didn't you call for me? Su Jinji looked at Chu Qianli, suddenly stepping forward to bow respectfully. Qianli, I thank you. Chu Qianli stepped closer, firmly supporting his arm. If you speak thus, you truly do not regard me as family. Su Jinji shook his head nervously. No, I merely do not know how to express my gratitude to you. Cousin, your injury resulted from my actions. It is only right that I heal you. Instead, I owe you an apology. The debts incurred by the original self cannot be settled with 1,000 apologies. Su Jinji quickly shook his head. The sons of the Su family must defend their kin with their lives. Otherwise, how could they have the right to battle? Protecting you is my duty. Regardless of the outcome, he harbored no regrets within his heart. Chu Qianli smiled gently and said, Cousin, since we are family, there is no need for further words. Wouldn't you agree? Su Jinji's expression faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by a hint of a smile. His countenance had not yet fully recovered, yet the desolation had dissipated from his demeanor. Beneath the smile, his handsome features exuded a sense of clarity and openness, his bright eyes sparkling with vitality. Indeed, from now on, as long as I draw breath, I shall exert every effort to protect my sister Qianli and Sanbao. Chu Qianli stretched lazily, her spirits buoyant. The day is still young, perfect for a nap. Su Jinji quickly interjected. Qianli, there is one more matter, the technique you mentioned earlier for storing internal energy. Oh right. However, cousin, the reason I referred to it as bad news is that practicing this technique is exceedingly arduous. While a typical individual can attain inner strength and fill their dantian to enter the innate realm, you, with your numerous meridians, will require an extraordinary amount of time and energy to fill them all. I can do it, Su Jinch replied without hesitation. After enduring 5 years of hellish experiences, what was there to fear? He could withstand any pain or humiliation, but he could not abide the thought of being unable to protect his family in times of peril. Very well, I shall write it down shortly and have someone deliver it to you. Chapter 58, a name that sounds invincible. Half an hour later, Su Jinch arrived at the front courtyard, clutching a booklet, appearing utterly dazed. In the front yard, Su Yi sat in a wheelchair. Following behind, Can Bao as he tended to the precious white jade ginseng in the garden. Over the past couple of days, his spirits had lifted, and with the delightful consumption of yuan dan sugar beans, complemented by ginseng chicken soup at every meal, his previously pallid and withered visage visibly blossomed with vitality. Jinji, did you not wait for Qianli to awaken? No, my sister has already risen, Su Jinji replied absently. Then does this mean the martial arts technique was not acquired? It was obtained. Then what ails you? Sui inquired, perplexed. After a moment of hesitation, Su Jinji passed a booklet to him. Upon opening and perusing its contents, Su Yi's posture straightened instinctively and his expression turned grave. It took him a while to finish reading, and astonishment marked his features. This martial arts technique. Within the imperial family, there existed secret manuscripts, and the Su family, having been a prominent lineage for generations, naturally retained some esoteric lore. He was aware that while Dongxian appeared formidable, in the eyes of truly powerful factions and esteemed families, a nation was but a mere drop in the ocean. Su Jinji nodded. Father, the master whom my sister encountered during her 5-year absence must be no ordinary person. Can Bao, clutching a small watering can, silently patted a tiny flower. What is a master, anyway? I have no knowledge of such matters. Uncle, is it not a commendable martial arts technique bestowed by mother? Su Yi was suddenly roused from his reverie. No, it is indeed exceptional. In the 300 years of Dongxian's legacy, the number of martial artists who can enter the innate realm is exceedingly rare. Even during the peak of my physical prowess, I merely brushed against the threshold of the innate realm. In this moment, the cultivation method bestowed by Qianli reveals that the innate realm is merely the beginning, a revelation that is nothing short of astonishing. Can Bao, perplexed, blinked in confusion. What issue remains? Sui shook his head, closing the tome of techniques. It's nothing. Can Bao, fret not. Jin Jiyu. As he spoke, his gaze was abruptly drawn to the title inscribed on the last page of the manuscript, the exceedingly exhausting yet invincible snail-crawling technique compendium. Ahem. Su Yi's composed demeanor was instantly shattered. Su Jinji raised her eyes, a hint of schadenfreude flickering within them. Father, now you understand my earlier expression, do you not? Qianli, that child. Su Yi could not suppress a light chuckle. You shall diligently practice with this, invincible technique, memorize it, and then destroy the tome, leaving no trace behind. Su Jinji nodded in agreement. Understood. Chu Qianli luxuriated in a full day of rest, and on the following day, her internal spiritual energy had rejuvenated completely. She took a moment to sense her surroundings, perhaps due to the frequent use of spiritual power in recent times. Even without formal cultivation, the accumulation of energy had accelerated, doubling from before. She extended her hand, shimmering light coiling around her fingertips. In the next instant, a flurry of colorful butterflies fluttered through the window, swirling around her in a graceful dance, seemingly eager to approach, yet hesitant to trespass or defile. As Chu Qianli withdrew her spiritual energy, the butterflies circled her twice more before reluctantly taking their leave. Feng Xuandu stood at the doorway, captivated by the breathtaking scene unfolding before him. Ah, what a sight! Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, her clear eyes sparkling with mirth. A mere glance seemed to possess an ethereal grace that captivated. Feng Xuandu felt as though his heart was disturbed by fluttering butterflies, beating erratically in a tumultuous manner. Tomorrow, you plan to take Sanbao to the palace? Indeed, Sanbao delights in lively gatherings and is curious about the flavors of the imperial cuisine. I shall take him for a bit of fun and to make a brief appearance, allowing the people of the capital to witness something extraordinary. And what about me? You? Do you wish to join? Then take your time to ponder. Upon concluding her words, Chu Qianli left behind a trail of laughter and strode out. Feng Xuandu was taken aback and hurried after her. Wait a moment. Chu Qianli quickened her pace, her toes barely grazing the ground as she departed the courtyard like a gust of wind. Tianxian, holding the spirit wine lingbo, intended to approach Feng Xuandu to redeem herself for her previous blunder, but was met with a chilling breeze as the two figures swiftly passed by, causing her to take a couple of steps aside. She instinctively grasped Tianshu's arm. Ouch, Tianxian, Are you trying to get yourself killed? Does it hurt? Let me pinch you and see if it doesn't. Tianshu shot back. Back in the day, the master, clad in red, exuded an air of grandeur, rarely smiling and always carrying herself with pride. Yet just now, I witnessed her running past. Tianshu rubbed her arm. It's quite astonishing. Ever since 5 years ago, our master has shunned the color red. Tianxian tightened her grip on the Lingbo spirit wine. Tianshu, this wine is truly exquisite. I have decided to present it to Miss Chu. Oh, weren't you planning to offer it to the master? With a wooden head, you failed to comprehend. A glimmer of pride flickered in Tianxuan's eyes as she turned away to find embellishments for the spirit wine bottle. This gift for the future matriarch of the Phoenix clan required particularly meticulous adornment. Chu Qianli soon arrived at the front courtyard, joining Sui and Kimbao for lunch. Sui wore a constant smile, yet it was evident that his mind was elsewhere. Chu Qianli set down her chopsticks, stretched her arms, and smiled at him. Uncle, I feel rejuvenated. Today, I shall assist you in detoxification. Suyi's hand, which clutched the chopsticks, suddenly froze. Qianli, there is no rush. The sooner we remedy the poison, the sooner you shall be free from suffering, uncle. Kimbao rushed over to grasp Suyi's hand, reassuringly stating, Uncle, fear not. Mother is here. There will be no mishaps. Sui nodded, his gaze settling back to a state of tranquility. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Qianli. After a day and a night of preparation, the apothecary was filled with numerous new items. Su Jinshi hurriedly arrived, her anxiety palpable as she beheld the array of gleaming surgical instruments. Attempting to ease the atmosphere, she remarked, Sister Qianli, surely father does not require those tools to divert his attention? Chu Qianli, engaged in sterilizing the instruments, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, these tools will serve uncle well, and there is no need for distraction. Su Jinji's eyes widened in astonishment. They will be of use? Cousin, when you were poisoned, your internal strength was not particularly profound, and coupled with the destruction of your dantian, the amount of poison you endured was minimal. However, uncle is different. He had already touched the threshold of the innate realm, enhancing his resistance to toxins. To reduce him to his current state, it requires depleting internal energy, severing his meridians, injuring his internal organs, and shattering his bones. Su Jinji stood frozen, having personally experienced the agony of severed meridians, which felt akin to being in a purgatory. What of her father, who continuously bears the pain of internal injuries and shattered bones? At this thought, a wave of profound sorrow surged from her heart. Su Jinji stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Sui, filled with self-reproach. Father, why have you never spoken to me about this? Sui revealed a faint smile, his gaze remaining calm and serene. It's all right. For the past 5 years, he had been Su Jinji's sole support and the driving force for her to persevere. If he were to falter, then truly, his child would have no home. Tears welled in Su Jinji's eyes as she tightly grasped Su Yi's hand. Father, your son will accompany you. Now, she could be her father's support, ensuring he would not have to walk alone in the darkness. All right. Chapter 59, Unknowing, Unaware. Unfamiliar Chu Qianli felt a pang of sorrow as he watched from the side and quickly took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Cousin, please help uncle change his clothes. Additionally, Cho, I must trouble you with the matter of guarding the Su residence. Feng Xiandu nodded. Rest assured. Su Yi donned the long robe made of celestial silk, and Su Jinji lifted him onto the elevated wooden platform. Chu Qianli lowered his gaze, guiding Sui to lie on his side. He examined his spine and legs. Uncle, years ago, your spine was injured and rendered immobile, and your leg bones were maliciously shattered. 5 years have passed, and the bones have healed in a deformed manner. To restore them now, they must be rebroken, aligned properly, and then reinforced, during which the bone fragments must also be removed. Su Jinzis listened, her body trembling involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yet, Su Yi's expression remained calm as he looked at Chu Qianli with trust. Qianli, I believe in you. Proceed with confidence, even if the outcome is not satisfactory. I will still find joy in your efforts. Chu Qianli nodded, offering him a reassuring smile. Uncle, rest assured, as long as you remain conscious and do not faint, I will handle the rest. If it were merely a matter of broken bones, she could administer a powerful anesthetic to render Su Yi sensationless. However, the crucial aspect was the need to reshape his meridians, which required him to stay awake and fully receptive, enabling her to guide the spiritual energy seamlessly. Having made up her mind, Chu Qianli took a piece of white cloth for Su Yi to bite down on, then held his legs firmly. With a surge of spiritual energy, she struck decisively. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Su Yi's eyes widened, his jaws clenched tightly, sweat pouring down his forehead. Su Jinzis felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if that strike had landed upon her own. Chu Qianli's gaze remained calm and collected. After retrieving a golden needle to staunch the bleeding, she deftly unsheathed a surgical knife and made a precise incision. Shattered bone spurs and fragments were meticulously extracted. As Chu Qianli deftly realigned the remaining skeletal structure before swiftly suturing the wounds and securing them with splints. Her movements were rapid, yet the agony she endured was ineffable. Sui clenched his teeth, resolutely enduring in silence throughout the ordeal. After cleansing her hands, Chu Qianli presented a concocted herbal elixir to Sui. He spat out the white cloth from his mouth and swallowed it down in 2 gulps. "Uncle, hold on just a little longer," she implored. With that, she channeled her spiritual energy directly into Suyi's body, fully activating the medicinal properties of the potion. Realigning the bones was merely the initial step. Expelling the toxins was of paramount importance. The yumming grass and jiotong flower each bore a lethal potency capable of claiming lives. Over the years, Suyi's internal organs and bones had been ravaged by these toxins, which clung to him like parasites. Only by employing poison against poison could he be brought from the brink of death to a renewed existence. Were it not for her spiritual energy, which rendered her impervious to all harm, even she would have struggled to eradicate such venom entirely. Her gentle energy abruptly transformed into a razor-sharp force, fierce as a raging inferno, incinerating and eroding the toxins in its path. Even someone as resilient as Sui could not suppress a muffled groan. His steadfast gaze marred by bloodshot veins, each pulsing with fervor. Unfazed, Chu Qianli continued to administer various potions to him. An hour later, Suyi's gaze became vacant, the relentless torment having plunged him into a state of near chaos. "Uncle, just a bit longer, it will be over soon," she reassured him. As she sustained the flow of her spiritual energy, all toxins had been purged, leaving only a trace within his dantian. The duration of her perseverance had stretched too long. At this moment, she was already at the brink of exhaustion. Just as the toxins were being expelled, and she prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, a formidable force surged from Suyi's dantian, charging directly towards Chu Qianli's meridians. A sharp gasp escaped Chu Qianli as she furrowed her brow, a muffled groan escaping her lips. The force was fierce and violent, akin to a trapped beast rampaging through her meridians, wreaking havoc in its path. In the next instant, she felt a metallic taste in her throat, a rush of blood surging within her. "Qianli." Feng Xuandu stepped forward, supporting her with a look of astonishment. "Xuanli? How could Sui harbor such mysterious power within him?" 200 years ago, he had severed the boundary mountain with a sword, re-establishing order across the entire Qingwu continent. He had prohibited practitioners from stepping into and interfering with the realm of mortals, and forbade the use of mysterious powers against ordinary people. Over the years, tales of practitioners had become mere legends. It was inconceivable that a practitioner could cross the boundary mountain, let alone attack an ordinary martial artist. What on earth had transpired? Seeing this scene, Su Jinji felt a surge of panic. "Sister Qianli, do not move." Feng Xuandu coldly admonished Su Jinji, forcibly channeling his mysterious energy to save Chu Qianli. At that moment, Cambao rushed in front of Chu Qianli, tears welling in his eyes. "Mother, please do not frighten Cambao." Chu Qianli's complexion turned pale as the mysterious energy relentlessly sought a breakthrough, aiming directly for her heart. Should it succeed, she would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Suddenly, Chu Qianli opened her eyes wide, forcefully pushing Feng Xuandu aside. She then sat cross-legged on the ground, her fingers forming a secretive gesture, a chill rising from her body. "The one capable of taking my life has yet to be born." In the next moment, a fierce wind spiraled up from the Su family courtyard, sweeping through the entire capital city. In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Feng Xuandu's gaze became fixed. Mere mortals could not perceive it, yet as the sovereign of the Feng clan, his keen eyes could behold the secrets of the world. He observed as a circle of arcane runes enveloped Chu Qianli, shrouding her entirely. The previously inert energy of the mortal realm transformed into the power of the 5 elements, momentarily coalescing into a river of stars, all of which were drawn into Chu Qianli's being. The spiritual energy within her condensed, forming a sharp blade that sliced through the chaotic energy into fragments, subsequently converting it into spiritual power for absorption. With the crisis averted, Chu Qianli opened her eyes, dispersing her fingers, causing a wave of spiritual energy to emanate from her, returning to the heavens and the earth as if in a nurturing embrace. Feng Xuandu, closest to Chu Qianli, felt a gentle and profound force wash over him, revitalizing his parched meridians, an exquisite sensation that made his soul tremble. Sanbao stared blankly at Chu Qianli, his mouth agape in disbelief. Noticing his tear-streaked face, Chu Qianli quickly lifted him into her embrace, offering comfort. San Bao. Mother is fine. Mother. San Bao reached out cautiously to touch Chu Qianli's cheek, his tear-stained face flushed with excitement. Su Yi also regained consciousness. And like Su Jinji, he stared at Chu Qianli, rendered speechless for a long time. Chu Qianli blinked and turned to the only other relatively lucid person, Feng Xuandu. What is the matter? Feng Xuandu's heart quivered. Chu Qianli's beauty was originally exquisite and unparalleled. Yet now she seemed to have been thoroughly cleansed by the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, each movement imbued with an aura untouched by the mundane world. Her visage was utterly breathtaking. Her delicate features, like porcelain ready to shatter, were perfectly framed by brows that harmoniously balanced in hue, accentuating her shimmering eyes that sparkled with a captivating allure. Her nose was elegantly high-bridged and delicately sculpted, while her cherry-like lips exuded a natural rosy hue, untouched by artifice. No amount of ornate language could adequately convey her splendor. In the next moment, a chorus of astonished voices erupted from outside. Tian Chu, with an incredulous tone, reported, "Young master, I have just learned that a myriad of flowers has suddenly bloomed throughout the capital, and countless birds are singing in unison, heralding an extraordinary omen from the heavens." Chapter 60. Not related to the lazy fish, Feng Xuandu cast a glance at Chu Qianli, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He had instructed his men to guard the Su family against external threats, yet he never anticipated that she would create such a commotion herself. Chu Qianli, cradling the precious ginseng, averted her gaze from Feng Xuandu, maintaining an expression of calm indifference as she earnestly cautioned Su Yi, who was now rejuvenated by the spirit energy. "Uncle, although your leg has healed, it still requires nurturing with medicinal herbs, so you must refrain from walking for 3 months and temporarily use a wheelchair. Furthermore, regarding the power concealed within you, I have never encountered its like before. Do you have any insight into its nature?" Su Yi's gaze flickered, his heart filled with trepidation. I do not know. I nearly caused you harm. Qianli, I am truly sorry." Noticing his apprehension, Chu Qianli chose not to delve deeper at that moment. "It is a trivial matter. You need not dwell on it, uncle." Sighing, he reflected, "I never intended to seriously cultivate my abilities. After all, what strength does a mere idle fish require for a life of leisure? Unexpectedly, I have begun my journey into the path of cultivation through a series of unforeseen circumstances. However, there are no stipulations that one cannot remain idle while embarking on this endeavor. As long as she resolutely remains still, I refuse to believe anyone can compel her to make a move." Feng Xuandu fixed his gaze upon Chu Qianli, leaving her no room to evade. Outside, the blossoms are in full bloom. Chu Qianli tightly embraced San Bao, shaking her head with determination. "I do not know. I am unaware. It bears no relevance to me. In short, it has nothing to do with her, the idle Chu." San Bao clung to Chu Qianli's neck, assisting her mother in elaborating. "Uncle Ho, my mother possesses such exquisite beauty that she should eclipse the moon and shatter the flowers. Thus, those occurrences outside must surely have no connection to her." Chu Qianli stifled a smile and placed a gentle kiss on San Bao's cheek. "San Bao is truly clever." San Bao nuzzled against Chu Qianli's cheek, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Mother's face is so smooth. When we return, I shall concoct a children's face mask for you, ensuring your complexion is smoother than that of a freshly shelled egg." San Bao's vanity seems to have inherited from someone. Yes, thank you, mother." San Bao's eyes shone even brighter. She was determined to become an exquisitely refined little boy. Su Jinji glanced over slightly apprehensively. "Qianli cousin, do you have any good or bad news to share?" Chu Qianli shook her head. "Uncle is doing quite well. Do not worry, cousin. Once his legs have fully recuperated, his strength will swiftly return to its former glory. As for you, it seems that your snail-like cultivation technique will require considerable time before yielding any results. What lies ahead?" Given the urgency of the recent situation, Su Jinji felt an undeniable sense of unease. What comes next? Dining, resting? He let out a soft chuckle. He too had benefited from the earlier surge of spiritual energy. Although he was utterly fatigued, he remained alert, not succumbing to unconsciousness. "Jinji, it's all right now." Su Jinji grasped Su Yi's hand tightly, and after a moment, a relieved smile finally graced her face. Yes, outside, the extraordinary occurrences within the capital swiftly reached the palace, prompting the emperor to summon all officials for a conference. It was not until the night had deepened that the officials began to emerge in succession. Chancellor Chu Yanqing, his face alight with barely contained joy, returned home and immediately called for Chu Lingxian to come before him. Chu Lingxian, her knees swollen and red, was assisted by a maid to stand. "I have seen father. Lingxian, please sit down. The events of earlier have caused you distress. I am unscathed. Father need not worry. However, my sister has not returned to the residence for several days. Should someone be sent to check on her? Do not concern yourself with her. A flicker of disdain passed through Chu Yanqing's gaze before he turned his attention back to Chu Lingxian. Lingxian, your knee is injured. Will you still be able to perform the flying swan dance in 2 days? I have practiced the flying swan dance since childhood. It is already etched into my very being. But did you not say, father, that such a skill should not be easily displayed before others? Now is the time. The daughter, puzzled, implored her father for clarity. Do you know why I was summoned to the palace just now? The capital has unexpectedly witnessed a magnificent scene of blooming flowers. Indeed, the auspicious scene has appeared at a most opportune moment. The benevolent Lady Qi, along with her family, has devoted their collective efforts to gather gold to aid the third prince in rescuing several guards. In doing so, she has pledged to embrace a life of frugality and vegetarianism. With such a noble heart, is it not sufficient to move the heavens? Chu Lingshuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly the case? As long as we believe it to be true, it is indeed so. After all, Lady Qi's birthday is approaching, coinciding with such fortuitous circumstances, she mused with excitement. If that is the case, Lady Qi's status will surely rise alongside the tides. In a couple of days, there will be proposals for the emperor to bestow her the title of empress. Once that is achieved, the third prince's identity will be that of a legitimate heir. Our dynasty has always been clear about the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. With the title of legitimate prince, the position of crown prince will be his by right. Chu Lingshuan's eyes sparkled with hope, and the pain in her knees suddenly seemed trivial. Then what about my engagement to His Highness the third prince? Chu Yanqing revealed a gentle smile. You and His Highness are undoubtedly a match made in heaven. Becoming the crown prince means he will be the future sovereign. Who would dare to speak ill of that? Moreover, the emperor has already decided to host a grand birthday banquet for Lady Qi, inviting all officials of the third rank and above along with their families. This is a rare opportunity that you must seize. Chu Lingshuan's gaze was resolute. Father, rest assured, at Lady Qi's birthday banquet, I shall make a remarkable impression and earn honor for our Chu family. Excellent. The 2 days passed swiftly, and Chu Qianli was sound asleep when he was awakened by Shen Bao with a fragrant cup of tea. Shen Bao, what is the matter? Mother, have you forgotten? Today is the banquet in the palace, and you promised to take me with you. Chu Qianli awoke from her slumber, her drowsy eyes gradually opening. She stretched languidly, her supple waist appearing almost boneless, revealing the exquisite curves of her figure. The moment Feng Xuandu entered the room, he involuntarily paused, his heart racing as if the red silk gown in his hands had suddenly become considerably heavier. You. Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, her eyes slightly arching. A hint of blush, left over from her earlier position, captivatingly enchanting. Ah Cho, has your old ailment recurred? Why are your exposed ears so flushed? Wait. That redness seems to be spreading towards your neck. Chu Qianli rose to help him take his pulse, for she could not afford any mishap with her long-term benefactor and support, San Bao. Feng Xuandu placed the red gown he was holding into Chu Qianli's arms, and then swept San Bao into his embrace. Hurry and change your clothes. San Bao and I will wait outside. The banquet is about to commence. Are you truly all right? I am fine. Then why do you seem so off? Chu Qianli murmured, noticing his indifference, and she had no choice but to don the gown. TSK, this dress is strikingly crimson. It inexplicably reminded her of that young man she had once compelled 5 years ago. I wonder how he is faring now? As she pondered, Ah Chao's visage suddenly filled her mind, replacing the vivid red figure from her memories. Pfft. Chu Qianli chuckled softly. If the person she met 5 years ago had been Ah Cho. Huh? What am I thinking? How could that even be possible? Chapter 61. I fear you might die of anger. Chu Qianli, having changed into her attire, stepped out of the courtyard. Su Jinji, Xiao Junyi, and the others collectively inhaled sharply. Hiss. Feng Xuandu slightly lost his composure for a moment, then gently raised the corners of his lips. He had always known that Chu Qianli was most suited to such resplendent red. Xiao Gongzi, cousin, why are you all waiting here? Xiao Junyi's cheeks flushed crimson. He dared not gaze upon Chu Qianli, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. He clutched Su Jinji's sleeve tightly, almost causing it to slip from his shoulder. Su Jinji, with a hint of disdain, promptly pushed him aside. The palace has also sent invitations for my father and me to attend the banquet together. That's splendid. We shall consider it a gathering, Chu Qianli replied, stepping forward to take San Bao's hand, walking side by side with Feng Xuandu towards the exit. Anxious, Xiao Junyi tugged at Su Jinji's sleeve, eager to follow. But despite his efforts, he found himself unable to pull him along. Quickly, we must go, cousin Qianli is all ready. Xiao Junyi abruptly turned around, hesitating for a moment before tentatively pushing towards Su Jinji. Su Jinji remained steadfast, unmoving. Jinji, you. A smile graced Su Jinji's lips as he nodded in acknowledgement to Xiao Junyi. This. Ha ha ha, splendid. Xiao Junyi's excitement rendered his face a deeper shade of red as he reached out, examining Su Jinji with fervor. I knew it. When I saw you earlier. Your complexion was splendid. I never expected. Truly unexpected. How wonderful. By the way, what of Lord Su? Su Jinji smiled. For now, that remains a secret. Xiao Junyi is his closest confidant. Without his unwavering support over the years, I fear I would have succumbed long ago. Therefore, there is no need to conceal this news from him. Rest assured, this secret will remain forever locked within me. 2 carriages, one behind the other, made their way towards the imperial palace. Chu Qianli seized a moment to catch up on sleep within the carriage. Upon awakening and disembarking, she was greeted by a waiting eunuch at the palace gates. Greetings, Mississippi. There is no need for excessive formalities, she replied. I have been instructed by Lord Gao to await your arrival and guide you, to prevent any unwarranted encounters. Just as Chu Qianli prepared to enter, a gentle voice called from behind. Sister? Chu Lingxian approached, accompanied by her maid. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, and she wore an apricot-hued gown embellished with golden threads, a delicate floral pattern, complemented by a layer of lotus petal silk. As evening approached, the slanting sun cast a soft golden hue upon her sheer veil, enhancing her delicate beauty. From a distance, she resembled her sister, and to her surprise, it truly was her. Yet, why was her sister wearing a veil today? Chu Lingxian regarded Chu Qianli, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. If she possessed Chu Qianli's beauty, she would undoubtedly revel in the adoration of others daily, never wishing to conceal herself. Yet Chu Qianli chose the opposite path. Did she perhaps have something amiss with her appearance? Contemplating this, she strode directly towards Chu Qianli, and as she drew nearer, an exceptionally unique floral fragrance enveloped the air. Chu Qianli shot a glance at the maliciously intent Chu Lingxian, her eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. The fragrance emanating from the sachet worn by Chu Lingxian lingered in the air, an intoxicating aroma that captivated the senses, subtly infused with a hint of spiritual energy. Though faint, this ethereal essence was perceptible to the sensitive noses of certain insects and butterflies. Had Chu Lingxian crafted incense from the flowers that blossomed under her spiritual influence? What was her intention, luring bees and butterflies? Chu Qianli let out a light chuckle. Remove the veil, lest it suffocate you. With a flick of her finger, the hidden spiritual energy within the sachet transformed dramatically. She held a strong aversion to others casually using her belongings, particularly someone like Chu Lingxian, who clearly harbored ulterior motives. You. Chu Lingxian gasped, taken aback. Did Chu Qianli not realize the insincerity of her own words? With so many guests gathered today, did she truly not care about her reputation? Chan Bao emerged from Feng Xuandu's embrace, making an effort to lower his gaze, resembling a cat suffering from sudden ear pressure, baring his tiny, gleaming teeth at Chu Lingxian. Step aside, do not frighten my mother. Feng Xuandu swiftly covered Chan Bao's eyes, drawing him back into his arms, and stated solemnly, do not look, it is an eyesore. Unable to restrain her laughter, Chu Qianli's melodious giggles attracted attention, yet she remained unperturbed. You too. Chan Bao pushed aside Feng Xuandu's hand, grinning broadly at Chu Qianli. Mother, she is too ugly. I shall assist you in scaring her away. Next time, do not pay her any mind. With a bamboo skewer, mother could string her up like a necklace. With that, he strode forward, guided respectfully by the palace attendants into the inner sanctum. Chu Qianli initially believed that Feng Xuandu would be intercepted, but to her surprise, he calmly produced an invitation from the palace and cast a triumphant glance in her direction. Chu Qianli averted her gaze, silently huffing in disdain. Childish. Chu Lingxian stood rooted in place, struggling to breathe steadily, her face a tumult of green and red. Chu Qianli, you wretched girl. We shall see about this. The attendant, meticulously attentive, guided Chu Qianli to her seat before retreating. As Chu Qianli ushered Sui into his place, a wave of suppressed murmurs swept through the grand hall. Is that General Su? Indeed, it had been over 5 years since anyone had laid eyes on him. The transformation was truly remarkable. Prior to their arrival, Sui had taken great care to disguise his recovery, appearing only slightly improved compared to when he first met Chu Qianli. Hadn't the emperor seized the general's estate? Why then invite him today? Was it not due to a favorable niece? The crowd regarded Chu Qianli with diverse expressions, secretly lamenting the fates of Sui and Su Jing. While they feigned sympathy, their eyes gleamed with arrogance and delight, as if dragging once untouchable deities into the mire would elevate their own status, allowing them to transcend the mundane. Soon, Chu Yanqing entered alongside Chu Lingxian, prompting the assembly to rise and welcome, their demeanor respectful and smiles sincere. Moments later, the announcement resounded abruptly. As the emperor arrives, accompanied by Empress Qi and the third prince, Chu Qianli's gaze shifts. The presence of the third prince alongside the emperor is indeed a rare honor. The crowd rises to pay their respects, yet Feng Xuandu remains unmoved, calmly cradling his treasured pet. Chu Qianli observes this display of confidence. At ease, commands the emperor, prompting an immediate rebuke directed towards Feng Xuandu. How dare you remain standing before his majesty? Feng Xuandu lifts his gaze, the exquisite mask upon his face glinting momentarily. However, he merely inclines his head toward the emperor seated upon the throne, remarking, Your Majesty, I offer my respects. Step back. Do not show disrespect to the Lord of Tianjin Tower, the emperor asserts. He regards Feng Xuandu with a glimmer of concealed fervor and apprehension. He had not anticipated that following his discovery of Chu Qianli's potential ties to practitioners, he would encounter yet another Lord of Tianjin Tower. It appears that fortune indeed favors this individual. Feng Xuandu nods at the emperor and resumes feeding his pet delicacies from the table. Lord of Tianjin Tower? Chu Qianli reflects on the legends surrounding Tianjin Tower and cannot help but chuckle. From the wealthiest individual of Dongxian to becoming the Lord of Tianjin Tower, one wonders what further transformations await him. Chapter 62. Lighting a candle for you above, the emperor speaks. 2 days prior, a magnificent display of blooming flowers graced the capital, coinciding with Empress Qi's approaching birthday. This brings me great joy. I thought it was an opportune moment to share some merriment with you, my esteemed ministers. We are deeply grateful for your majesty's benevolence. The third prince, Yun Qinggui, responds, rising gracefully. Clad in resplendent royal attire, he possesses a countenance akin to jade. His eyes warm and gentle. He bows elegantly, his demeanor exuding grace and nobility. Your Majesty, the arrival of auspicious omens is an unprecedented event in a century. Surely a testament to heaven's recognition of your illustrious wisdom and virtue. Furthermore, my investigations have revealed that in the region of blooming flowers, an elderly individual miraculously regained his black hair overnight, truly a divine phenomenon. Many of the common folk have spontaneously erected longevity tablets in your honor, and I believe it is prudent to conduct a ritual at the ancestral temple to proclaim this extraordinary occurrence to the world. Ha ha ha, my dear. The emperor felt a warm satisfaction from the third prince's words, yet he had not fully discerned the origin of these auspicious signs. How could he announce it to the realm? Very well, today marks the birthday of your mother, so sit down and share a drink with her. I appreciate your guidance. Father. The third prince returned to his seat, eyeing the sumptuous spread before him with a troubled expression. Father, as I am currently adhering to a vegetarian diet for self-cultivation, may we remove the meat dishes from the table? The emperor's gaze flickered slightly. Very well. Chu Qianli observed this exchange, inwardly clicking her tongue. It was evident that the third prince was coerced into abstaining from meat, yet now, in Yun Qinggui's words, it was transformed into a pursuit of self-cultivation. Truly, this third prince is remarkable, adept at concealing his true motives. The atmosphere in the grand hall was vibrant, with many guests subtly extolling the virtues of concubine Xi and the third prince. As the toasts concluded, Yun Qinggui stood with a smile. Father, mother, my betrothed, Ling Xian, has prepared a dance to celebrate your birthday. The emperor nodded in approval. Excellent. A portion of the candlelight in the hall was dimmed, casting a softer glow. In the next moment, the sound reminiscent of golden pearls falling onto a jade plate resonated, capturing the attention of all present with its crisp clarity. Immediately, an ethereal fragrance wafted through the air, and Chu Lingxian, adorned in a resplendent red dance attire, descended from the heavens, swirling gracefully with a crimson silk ribbon in hand. Her skirt unfurled like a blooming flower, a vision of beauty that was dazzlingly captivating. The melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments filled the atmosphere, accompanied by the gentle, lilting voice of the songstress. In the southern lands, there exists a beauty, dancing lightly with a slender waist. At the grand banquet, amidst the autumn twilight, her flowing garments brushed against the clouds, evoking a sense of rain. Chu Qianli gazed at Chu Lingxian, who danced in harmony with the music, and silently marveled. Truly remarkable. Despite Chu Lingxuan's disagreeable disposition, one must admit that her stunning dance was nothing short of breathtaking. The emotions belonging to the original self echoed within him feelings of repression, jealousy, and an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Chu Qianli chose to disregard these sentiments, savoring his drink while delighting in the performance. He watched as Chu Lingxian leaped like a celestial being, her delicate form as airy as a feather, and he couldn't help but applaud her rhythm. Feng Xuandu pushed a fruit towards Chu Qianli, his tone tinged with an unnoticeable hint of petulance. What is so captivating about this? Ah Cho, do you find it unappealing? Chu Lingxian, if judged solely by her appearance, was undoubtedly a beauty. Could it be that a Chow's taste was questionable? Not appealing at all, he replied. The Feng clan is renowned for their dance, In ancient times, the phoenix's dance was seen as an omen of prosperity for the world. As the phoenixes grew increasingly rare, their dances became even more uncommon. In contemporary times, members of the Feng clan only donned their colorful attire to perform during courtship rituals. Though he had no particular fondness for dancing, if she truly cherished it, it was a possibility worth considering. Chu Qianli leaned in slightly, sensing Feng Xuandu's somewhat awkward emotions. A flicker of inspiration crossed her mind. "Acho, do you think I am beautiful?" Feng Xuandu's breath caught, and he lowered his gaze to meet the sparkling eyes of Shen Bao, his ears involuntarily turning crimson. "What are you saying in front of the child? You are merely average." A sharp intake of breath escaped Chu Qianli as she examined Feng Xuandu from head to toe, and after a moment, she reached out to pat his shoulder. If someone as beautiful as her appeared ordinary in his eyes, then Acho, provided she wasn't blind, must certainly be inclined in another direction. As long as you're happy. As a retired luminary with a wealth of experience, she felt no discomfort in transforming a long-term benefactor into a close friend. Feng Xuandu furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying discord. Do not overthink it. He simply dislikes her admiring others. Suddenly, a chorus of exclamations broke out. Chu Qianli turned to see a flurry of dazzling butterflies fluttering into the grand hall, surrounding the dancing Chu Lingxian. The vibrant colors of the butterflies, dusted with golden powder, cast a radiant glow as they flitted about. Was it the dance that had summoned the butterflies? Undoubtedly. With a mesmerizing dance, countless butterflies lingered, a sight befitting the third prince. Chu Qianli set down her wine cup and straightened her posture, her emotions becoming quite intricate. Had Chu Lingxian truly lured the butterflies with that floral fragrance? Moreover, it has attracted a multitude of vividly colored long-winged phoenix butterflies, which seemed to be sprinkled with golden powder, as if to hasten their demise. Chu Qianli gazed at the delighted Chu Lingxian, silently lowering her head to drink. Everything possesses its advantages and disadvantages. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent, forming the duality of yin and yang. Her spiritual energy can nourish all beings. Yet all things are also divided between good and evil. Take for instance the long-winged phoenix butterflies before her. Their striking colors are indeed captivating, yet their inherent toxicity, though not potent, is amplified by the spiritual essence. Meanwhile, Chu Lingxuan's dance was drawing to a close. She gradually gathered the crimson silk and respectfully bowed to the emperor seated upon the throne. This humble servant offers this dance to wish the emperor longevity and health, and hopes that Empress Qi remains forever youthful. The emperor's gaze reflected a hint of astonishment. An official stepped forward, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this dance is a relic from the flourishing Tang dynasty, though it has gradually faded from memory due to the high demands placed upon the dancer. To perform it, one must begin practicing from childhood, enduring a decade of rigorous training to perfect their display on stage. That Miss Chu can execute it so flawlessly is truly admirable. Your Majesty, before us blooms a scene of abundant florals, and behind, the enchanting dance captivates the butterflies. This is truly an auspicious omen heralding good fortune. In the coming year, our Dongxian shall surely remain stable and harmonious. Indeed, Your Majesty, observe that though the dance has ceased, these butterflies continue to swirl about. A testament to the elegance of Miss Chu's performance." Hearing these words, Chu Lingxian felt a surge of excitement in her heart. She had endured countless hardships in her training since childhood, all for the sake of earning genuine acclaim from the masses. The tribulations of the past have finally borne fruit today. The noble lady expresses her gratitude for the emperor's praise, revealing that she has prepared a gift to personally present to Lady Qi as a token of her respect. The emperor turns to the radiant Lady Qi and nods in approval. A group of carefully selected palace maids approaches, delicately carrying a flower pot draped in silk cloth, moving with utmost caution to avoid any tremor. Upon reaching the center of the grand hall, Chu Lingxian steps forward, gently unveiling the silk covering from the flower pot. The assembly is momentarily struck with astonishment. Inside the pot blooms a resplendent peony, the esteemed Yao Huang variety, in full flourish. Its blossoms are grand, richly hued, and each petal and leaf appears meticulously nurtured, devoid of any imperfections, with not a single scar from prior growth upon its branches. Chu Qianli, who had been quietly sipping wine, pauses at this sight, secretly admiring Chu Lingxuan's choice. It is evident that this peony has been carefully selected from a myriad of blooming flowers. Yet, the world only perceives the beauty of the blossom, failing to recognize that it was the land itself, enriched by her spiritual essence, that nurtured it. The flower's bloom is merely a manifestation of its absorption of the earth's vitality. If left planted in the soil, it could thrive for 3 to 5 months without fading. However, uprooting it deprives it of the essential energy, leading to an inevitable decline. Alas, Chu Qianli has essentially dug her own grave, burying herself beneath a ton of soil. When one is intent on self-destruction, there is little that can be done to avert it. Chapter 63. A joyful moment turns to sorrow. Upon seeing the peony, Empress Qi could not restrain herself, rising from her seat and descending the steps towards the pot of Yao Wang. Chu Qianli, with a humble expression, spoke in a melodious tone. This humble subject was aware of your highness's fondness for peonies, hence I nurtured this pot early on. However, I have always feared that the blooming of the peony would not coincide with your highness's birthday, which has caused me much regret. As she spoke, she gently lowered her gaze, while the surrounding butterflies momentarily paused their fluttering, seemingly reflecting their empathy for her sentiment. Chu Qianli, however, distinctly sensed that the spiritual essence of the peony was on the verge of dissipating. The humble subject had not anticipated that, just 2 days prior, this peony would suddenly burst into full bloom. Upon seeing it, she instantly recognized it as a gift to celebrate your highness's birthday. Empress Qi, her face aglow with joy, stepped forward to assist Chu Qianli. Qianli, your filial piety is commendable, and this gift truly delights me, she declared. Turning to the emperor, she smiled gracefully, her countenance radiant. Your Majesty, this peony must have absorbed the auspicious aura of the blooming flowers in the capital. I humbly present this floral tribute to you. With Empress Qi's striking beauty and Chu Qianli's exquisite attire, surrounded by fluttering butterflies, the scene appeared as if plucked from a dream. The emperor rose and approached, his expression filled with delight. Yet, in the next moment, the peony, which had just been in full bloom, suddenly exhibited signs of wilting, its blossoms drooping, petals falling, and branches snapping, transforming almost instantaneously into a mass of withered twigs and leaves. Without the allure of spiritual energy, the previously enchanted butterflies suddenly regained their senses. Chu Qianli still carried a sachet that attracted butterflies, yet the fragrance within had become exceedingly ferocious. Under its influence, the butterflies, as if driven mad, recklessly swirled around the emperor, concubine Qi, and Chu Qianli. The golden powder from their wings scattered, carrying the unique toxins from their scales, which were inhaled by the onlookers. A piercing scream erupted, as concubine Qi felt a searing pain in her cheeks, and her vision blurred, leading her to cry out in despair. Yun Qigui abruptly rose, his face turning pallid at the unfolding chaos. How could the peony king wither? What was happening with those butterflies? He felt as if he had plunged into icy waters. Yet he had to shatter the frost and devise a response. Someone quickly drive away those butterflies. Fortunately, the emperor, standing at the edge, took 2 steps back, escaping the butterfly's range of attack, though his throat burned painfully, and a vivid rash blossomed on the back of his hand. Gao Lin exclaimed, Your Majesty, call the imperial physician. Hurry. The imperial guards swiftly entered, promptly exterminating the butterflies on the spot. Concubine Qi collapsed to the ground, her exquisite palace gown marred by footprints. Yet, she paid no heed, raising her hand to touch her face, only to gasp in pain. Ah, my face. Chu Qianli glanced over, then quickly averted his gaze. Concubine Qi's face was already swollen and red, her alluring eyes reduced to mere slits, a sight even more shocking than when he first encountered her. Chu Qianli's plight was even more harrowing. Her once exquisite visage had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, and the toxins had rendered her figure bloated. The once form-fitting dance attire now constricted around her, presenting the unfortunate illusion of a struggling caterpillar laid low. The emperor's countenance darkened ominously. His previously serene demeanor transformed into one of palpable intensity. Gao Lin, your servant is here. Dispatch someone to investigate the blooming flowers outside. Yes, your Majesty. As the sovereign, his thoughts traversed further and deeper. The flourishing of flowers was a harbinger of fortune, yet what if those blossoms, like the peony before him, withered overnight? The emperor's eyes narrowed in a sudden realization. He could scarcely fathom the turmoil that might ensue. Gao Lin had arranged for the inquiry, and soon thereafter, he entered with the royal physician in tow. Your Majesty, we must have the physician examine you at once. The physician, kneeling, was instantly drenched in cold sweat upon witnessing the state of consort Qi and Chu Qianli. What manner of poison could so grotesquely alter a person's form? The emperor resumed his seat upon the throne, and the physician hastily approached, kneeling to assess the situation and take the pulse. What is the verdict? I report to your Majesty. My colleagues and I possess limited medical knowledge, and we are truly unable to ascertain the cause. Incompetent fools. The emperor's voice was frigid, an aura of fury enveloping him. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Your Majesty, please spare me. The physician trembled uncontrollably, prostrating himself in fear. The rash had intensified, now beginning to itch and break the skin. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Consort Qi struggled to rise, pleading, please save me. Her visage was now unrecognizable, the vibrant hue of the rash seemingly draping her face in a ghastly sheen. The emperor's gaze was filled with astonishment as he turned to glare at Yun Qigui. Yun Qigui, what on earth is happening? Father, please forgive me. I do not know, Yun Qigui replied, his heart brimming with dread, utterly bewildered as to how a splendid banquet had transformed into such chaos. Chu Qianli was also in a state of utter panic, kneeling on the ground, devoid of color in his face. Suddenly, Chu Qianli rose to her feet and turned to look at Chu Qianli. Your Majesty, I am unaware of why such an incident has occurred today. But my elder sister surely possesses a remedy for the poison. Did she not previously present the Ninglu pill? It is a divine antidote. And with merely a few butterfly toxins, she must have a solution. Chu Lingxuan's heart was consumed with frenzy and malice. If Chu Qianli could lend her strength, as her own sister, she could avert disaster today. But if Chu Qianli was also powerless, then she would drag her down into the abyss. Chu Qianli narrowed her eyes, instantly discerning Chu Lingxuan's intentions. Prompted by this realization, Chu Qianli also shifted his gaze towards Chu Qianli. Your Majesty, Qianli is exceptionally capable and must understand the nature of those butterflies. Qianli, do not hesitate to step forward and diagnose the emperor. Yun Qigui chimed in, denying Chu Qianli the chance to refuse. Qianli, I understand that you have harbored grievances due to my and Lingxuan's matters, but the current situation concerns our father. Surely, you will be magnanimous and prioritize the greater good, will you not? Chu Qianli was nearly sickened by these words. To be magnanimous and prioritize the greater good? If she refrained from assisting in the antidote, would she then be petty and unable to distinguish between personal and public matters? The emperor glanced over, his expression unreadable. Qianli, what is your perspective? Chu Qianli rose to her feet and addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, both you and consort Qi have been afflicted by the venom of the long-winged butterfly. However, the potency of this toxin is particularly intense, rendering the symptoms more severe than they might otherwise appear. Is there an antidote? Indeed, an antidote exists, but as I am within the palace, I am forbidden from carrying any medicinal substances. The necessary pills for detoxification are not at my disposal. Were it solely my inclination, I would have no qualms about allowing Chu Lingxian to face execution at your hands, thereby simultaneously bringing ruin to the Xiang residence in the Third Prince. Yet, the original self seems to harbor a lingering resentment, with tumultuous emotions clashing within, causing a distressing ache in her heart. Alas, the scheme to torment Chu Lingxian remains unfulfilled, and thus this entanglement cannot be resolved, which is indeed troublesome. Therefore, it falls upon me to rectify this predicament. Nevertheless, I have never engaged in unprofitable ventures. I merely hope that Chu Lingxian and Yun Qigui will not lament their fate once I take action. Upon hearing that Chu Qianli had a solution, the emperor's eyes brightened with hope. Where is the antidote? I shall send someone to retrieve it immediately. At that moment, Cambao recalled the numerous ginseng siblings residing within the Su residence and eagerly raised his small hand, exclaiming, Your Majesty, Cambao shall go. It was imperative to keep the brothers hidden from prying eyes, especially as a small pink guardian was stationed nearby. Should it go berserk, the consequences could be dire. The emperor raised an eyebrow, bemused. You are but a child. Without hesitation, Cambao produced a small jade whistle from around his neck and, puffing his cheeks, blew a resounding call. In an instant, a clear and melodious sound echoed, reminiscent of a snow sculpture-esque song. Your Majesty, Zanbao swiftly mounted the great white creature. And I am well aware of where Mother keeps the vial. A snow sculpture descended from the heavens, its expansive wings unfurling, stirring up a tempestuous wind. The robust and agile claws gleamed with a metallic sheen, as if ready to rend the very sky asunder, even in the gathering darkness of night. Its majesty and grace remained undeniable. The guards stationed at the palace gates immediately assumed a defensive posture, knowing that should the snow sculpture launch an attack, it would result in either death or injury. At that moment, the emperor's authoritative voice resonated. Very well, then make haste and return promptly. Zanbao nodded vigorously and hurried to the entrance, waving towards the great white creature. Here, Dabai. The snow sculpture, Dabai, gracefully spiraled downward and obediently landed before the grand hall, lowering one wing in an inviting gesture towards Zanbao. Grasping Dabai's feathers, Zanbao made an earnest effort to ascend, while Dabai thoughtfully assisted him with a gentle lift of its wing. Chu Qianli rose and approached the entrance of the grand hall, tenderly stroking Dabai's lowered head. Ensure Zanbao's safety and return swiftly. Just then, Feng Xuandu stepped forward, standing beside Chu Qianli, and produced a pearl the size of a baby's fist from his sleeve, offering it to Zanbao to hold. As night has fallen, use this pearl to illuminate your path. The pearl radiated a soft glow, yet its luminescence seemed impervious to distance. illuminating the entire hall and the plaza before it with a brilliant clarity. Ah! Someone gasped in astonishment. Could that pearl be the fabled Highly Pearl? There are whispers of a pearl in the East China Sea, once placed by a dragon upon its head, submerged in the depths, where the waters gleam as brightly as day, while above the surface, the vast sky is shrouded by the stars and moon. The young master, Shenbao, clutched the pearl tightly, thanking Uncle Chu. Having spoken, he gently patted the great white creature and ascended straight into the heavens, the pearl in hand. His speed was so remarkable that the radiance of the sea glass pearl seemed to struggle to keep pace, trailing a luminous streak across the night sky. When the brilliance finally faded, the onlookers turned their attention to Feng Xuandu, suddenly recognizing his esteemed position as the master of Tianshan Tower. It was no wonder he did not kneel before the emperor. Such treasures he could casually bestow upon a child to illuminate the darkness, a testament to his profound depth of wealth and power. Moreover, this master appeared to share a unique bond with Chu Qianli, having entered the capital alongside her. And there were whispers that they lived and dined together within the residence. As these thoughts circulated, the crowd involuntarily glanced at Chu Lingxian. Upon seeing her, they nearly succumbed to their nausea, on the verge of expelling the very food they had just consumed. At this moment, Chu Lingxuan's appearance was several times more unappealing than that of Chu Qianli 5 years prior. A mere glance was enough to make one wish to gouge out their own eyes. As for the third prince, he appeared pallid. Yet there was an unmistakable hint of green about him. The atmosphere within the grand hall was tense, with Yun Qingui, Chu Yanqing, and others kneeling on the floor, resembling prisoners awaiting judgment, their minds racing to devise a means of absolution. They could not simply concede defeat. A quarter of an hour later, the sound of flapping wings echoed through the hall. Gao Lin rushed to the entrance of the grand hall, exclaiming in astonishment, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Young Master Shenbao has returned." The emperor felt a sense of relief, only to notice the crowd near the grand hall gazing in astonishment at the scene unfolding outside. As if witnessing an unprecedented spectacle, Chu Qianli stood frozen in place, her eyes fixed on the flock of birds trailing behind Cambao and Dubai. A mix of incredulity and amusement swelling within her. How could a single Highly Pearl incite such a commotion? Leading the procession was Dubai, followed by various birds soaring in a majestic display according to their size, creating a truly magnificent and lively scene. At that moment, the already astonished members of the palace gasped once more. A few white cranes and peacocks had joined the aerial procession, presumably raised within the palace, boasting resplendent feathers and slightly rotund figures, struggling yet determined to keep pace. In Dongxian, white cranes symbolize auspiciousness, and no one dares to harm them. As for peacocks, they are well regarded, having once been titled the king of birds. Dubai descended swiftly, its wings stirring a gust of wind. The breeze swept Chu Qianli's veil aside, sending it fluttering to the ground. She turned to face the assembly, standing tall, her hair dancing gently in the wind. "Your Majesty, Cambao has returned, and I have not failed in my mission." The crowd gazed in rapt attention at the unveiled Chu Qianli, the silence in the grand hall palpable enough to hear a pin drop. The woman before them stood bathed in soft light, her resplendent red garments accentuating her snow-white complexion. Behind her, the Highly Pearl illuminated the heavens, while below, a myriad of birds bowed in submission. She stood elegantly, her neck elongated, with smooth lines and graceful curves accentuating her delicate waist, even with her skirts obscuring her legs. The traces of their long, slender form remained evident. As the onlookers indulged in their musings, an unexpected chill swept through the grand hall. As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, their gazes were drawn to the flawless visage of Chu Qianli, whose shimmering eyes held a hint of a delicate smile. It was undoubtedly a smile, yet it carried an icy chill, reminiscent of frost delicately settling upon the tranquil surface of a pristine lake. Under her penetrating gaze, all present instinctively lowered their eyes and bowed their heads, fearing that a direct glance might betray their ignoble thoughts and provoke her disdain and aversion. Feng Xuandu gently lifted the treasured item from the back of the great white beast and handed the vial of medicine to Chu Qianli. "The antidote," he said. Chu Qianli accepted it, stating, "Your Majesty, the antidote is here. However, it is quite precious, and I possess only 5 pills, all of which are present." Gao Lin hastily reached for the pills, intending to present them to the physician for examination, but the emperor waved his hand, halting him. "There is no need. I trust Qianli. However, how should this medicine be administered?" Previously, the emperor had consumed the Zishuan ginseng and was in excellent health, with only a mild case of poisoning. 1 pill daily for 3 days would suffice. Yet, the situations of concubine Qi and sister Lingxian were far more dire. To eradicate the toxins completely, they would require at least 7 days of medication, but there were not enough pills available. A look of vexation crossed Chu Qianli's face, though her heart was shrouded in coldness. Thus, You must fend for yourselves, she thought. She had agreed to tidy up the mess, but had not promised to do so with thoroughness. Having endured so much humiliation due to her previous appearance, she was determined to let concubine Qi and Chu Lingxian experience the scorn of the world for their own lack of beauty. Chu Lingxuan's heart brimmed with hatred. Her countenance nearly contorted in anguish. Why, she wondered, could Chu Qianli once produce the miraculous detoxifying pill, yet this time bring forth an antidote that would not cure all? What folly it is to consume the pills for a mere 7 days, when only 5 remain. Does she dare to vie with the emperor or consort Qi? Is she seeking her own demise? Wretched woman, this vile creature deserves 1,000 deaths. Chapter 65. Kneel properly. The emperor withdrew a pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Almost instantly, the sharp pain in his throat and the rash on his arm began to subside. Indeed, consort Qi fixated on the vial in the emperor's hand, her eyes brimming with desire. Your Majesty, I. The emperor's expression shifted, and ultimately he proffered another pill. Consort Qi, you ought to express your gratitude to Qianli. Yes, Qianli, I thank you. Consort Qi forced a smile, yet the visage was ghastly. Once, Chu Qianli had knelt before her, and she had regarded her with disdain. Now, their positions had inverted, compelling her to thank Chu Qianli. Anger surged within her, causing a painful constriction in her chest. Once she navigated through this ordeal, she would not let Chu Qianli escape unscathed. Consort Qi, do not be modest. After taking the medicine, you should rest, for the banquet must continue shortly. Consort Qi abruptly lifted her head, exclaiming, what banquet can possibly continue in my current state? At that moment, the guards who had ventured out to investigate returned with a report. Your Majesty, all remains well beyond the city. The flowers bloom resplendently. Upon hearing this, the emperor's tense demeanor relaxed. If the auspicious signs had not vanished, then the day's ill fortune could solely be attributed to Chu Lingxian and consort Qi. Indeed, considering the peony, the queen of flowers, did consort Qi, a mere concubine, truly deserve such honor? It is undoubtedly due to her ambition for higher status than heaven. Recognizing her lack of virtue to match her position, has sent forth a warning. With this thought, a flicker of disdain crossed the emperor's eyes, swiftly concealed. Excellent. The guard continued to report. The young master rode on the snow sculpture to the Su family to fetch medicine. Wherever he went, a radiant glow surrounded him, and 100 birds followed in his wake, entering the palace, causing the common people to mistakenly believe it was a divine phenomenon, prompting them to kneel in reverence outside. The emperor's expression shifted. Miracles and reverence. These would naturally please him as a sovereign, but directed towards a mere child? Chu Qianli discerned the emperor's thoughts, a chill suddenly slicing through her heart. Indeed, those in power cannot tolerate even the slightest challenge to their authority. However, she harbored no desire to elevate herself through the fame of the treasures, nor did she possess any interest in imperial power. Thus, she stepped forward and forcefully toppled the pot of withered Yewang peonies to the ground, casting a cold glance at Chu Lingxian. Sister, let today's lesson be a reminder for the future. If you cannot tend to flowers, do not attempt to cultivate them. Look at what you have nurtured. Not only did it harm concubine Qi, but it nearly disturbed the emperor as well. The emperor lifted his gaze to the overturned pot, his expression instantly softening. Qianli speaks the truth. Chu Lingxian, henceforth, refrain from employing such beneath-the-surface tactics. The flowers belonged to Chu Lingxian. If a mishap occurred, it was her responsibility to bear the consequences, and it bore no relation to the auspicious signs in the capital. Chu Qianli then continued, Your Majesty, earlier, you inadvertently sustained injury to your dragon body, which attracted the 100 birds in concern. Truly, you are the son of heaven, blessed by divine protection. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, but soon a hint of amusement graced his features. So, the myriad of birds had come for me? The emperor's well-being was intrinsically tied to the long-term stability of the eastern Xin realm. After all, across the land, all territory belonged to the sovereign, and all creatures, both avian and terrestrial, fell under his dominion. Was it not natural for them to be concerned for the emperor's welfare? Chu Qianli spoke with a tranquil tone, her gaze clear and sincere, as if she were simply stating an undeniable fact. The emperor fell into a brief silence before suddenly chuckling. Indeed, enough of this farce. Let it not be spread further, lest the common folk find amusement in it. Upon hearing this, Yin Qigui felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the emperor's decree to keep it from circulating, his mother and Chu Lingxuan's pitiful state would remain unmentioned, thus allowing him to maintain a semblance of control over the situation. The emperor resumed his seat upon the dragon throne, casting a glance at the withered peony, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Chu Lingxian, the flowers you nurtured have brought calamity upon concubine Qi. Now, kneeling outside the hall with your blossoms, you shall remain there until concubine Qi grants you forgiveness. Chu Lingshuan's heart sank. The poison of the long-winged butterfly had already left her in torment, and to be punished further by kneeling could very well cost her dearly. Your Majesty, I beseech your pardon. This humble daughter acknowledges her faults. Drag her away. Gao Lin immediately ordered his men forward. Hurry. Yes. Chu Lingxian was swiftly taken outside the palace gates, and the pot of peonies was removed alongside her. Upon witnessing the intact flower pot, Chu Qianli felt a sense of satisfaction with her earlier strength. Fortunately, she had not shattered the pot, for that would have caused inconvenience for Chu Lingxian. The grand hall had been meticulously cleaned, and the emperor turned his gaze toward the visibly anxious Qi Fei. My beloved consort, please don your veil and return to your seat. The palace banquet had descended into chaos, and it was uncertain how many whispers would circulate thereafter, potentially inciting unrest among the populace. Therefore, this gathering must conclude with great fanfare. Yes, Your Majesty. Qi Fei bowed her head deeply. After consuming the antidote, clarity returned to her mind. She wished she could turn back time and strangle her earlier, panicked self. With so many women in the harem, her years of favor had relied not only on her maternal lineage but also on her captivating beauty. Now that her appearance had been utterly ruined, and she had presented this disfigurement to the emperor, how could he ever regard her with favor again? The mere thought filled Qi Fei with regret to the point of nausea. As for Chu Lingxian, kneeling outside, she wished nothing more than for that wretched woman to break her legs, preferably to fall gravely ill and pass away suddenly, thus relieving her of the need to devise a way to eliminate her. The emperor paid no further heed to Qi Fei and instead focused his attention on the kneeling third prince and Chu Yanqing. Chu Yanqing hastily crawled 2 steps forward, bowing deeply and touching his forehead to the ground. Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty as a father, leading my daughter to commit such a grave misdeed. I am truly deserving of death. Please, Your Majesty, impose punishment. The absence of parental guidance falls squarely upon the father. Indeed, you deserve punishment. Yet, take solace in the fact that aside from the unfilial Chu Lingxian, you are blessed with a commendable child like Qianli. Thus, today's incident shall serve as a minor reprimand with a significant lesson, a penalty of 2 years' salary reduction and 10 strokes of the cane, intended to deter others from similar transgressions. Chu Yanqing's complexion paled in defeat. Yes, I accept my punishment. I am grateful for Your Majesty's benevolence. 10 strokes of the cane, while not severe, are a disgrace for one holding the esteemed position of Prime Minister, reducing his dignity to mere dirt beneath a boot. Yun Qinggui, without waiting for the emperor to speak, stepped forward to accept blame. Father, I too bear guilt. I failed to discuss with Chu Lingxian beforehand and neglected to thoroughly inspect the flowers she cultivated. The emperor's eyes flickered with impatience. Chu Lingxian is your fiancé. Her faults are ascribed to you. Now that your mother suffers, once the banquet concludes, you shall return to your residence for 3 months of seclusion, transcribing the book of filial piety 100 times, and earnestly pray for your mother's well-being. Yes, the third prince's misfortune invigorated the other princes, particularly the first prince, Yin Qifan, who had long been suppressed. His mother, concubine Liang, has always been at odds with concubine Qi, and he had been in fierce competition with the third prince. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to strike a fallen rival. Father, I have heard that my third brother is exceedingly filial towards concubine Qi. This time, in addition to having his fiancée perform a dance, he even invited a circus troupe from the common folk. If the dance performance left Yun Qinggui in disarray, one wonders what spectacle the circus might unveil. Chapter 66. Former companions. Yun Qing's heart trembled violently as he recalled his original plan, his heart racing uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His Majesty, in his scheme, at this moment, Chu Lingxian would have concluded her dance, and Qi Fei would have already garnered accolades and praise from all. Thus, it would have been even more advantageous to scheme against Chu Qianli. Consequently, he orchestrated a grand spectacle within the circus, eagerly anticipating its impact on Chu Qianli, intending to suppress her and reveal to the masses that no matter how much Chu Qianli transformed, she could never rival Chu Lingxian. However, the situation had taken a drastic turn. Chu Qianli had captured their father's special attention. At this juncture, should he proceed with his machinations and fail, it would only serve to layer an additional sheet of ice upon his already precarious predicament. The emperor nodded. Very well, let us enjoy the festivities and dispel the gloom. The crown prince Yun Qifan bore a smile imbued with ulterior motives. Third brother, why do you not hasten to prepare? Yun Qin had no choice but to acquiesce. Indeed, I shall request His Majesty, the Empress, and all esteemed officials to witness the spectacle before the hall. The emperor advanced, followed by the throng. Sanbao tightly clasped Chu Qianli's hand, his curiosity piqued. Mother, what is a circus? Having lived with Chu Qianli in the mountains since his youth, He had not encountered this term until now. The origins of the circus lie within the military, initially serving as a method of training wherein horses were employed as mounts to showcase a myriad of martial skills. Over time, this practice transcended the military realm and flourished in civilian life, evolving into a vibrant spectacle. Horses gallop swiftly, while performers adeptly maneuver atop their saddles, skillfully shifting their bodies and gracefully bending to retrieve flowers from the ground. The myriad forms of performance are often laced with an element of danger, captivating the audience and provoking spontaneous applause and admiration. San Bao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Mother, I wish to see." "Yes, soon you shall," came the reply. Chu Qianli sensed to gaze upon her and, upon looking up, met Yan Qinggui's trembling eyes, stirring her curiosity. What could be causing such distress? Was there some hidden scheme within the circus? The third prince contemplated whether to instruct his attendants to annul the plans, seeking a safer course of action. Yet, the first prince, Yun Qingfan, remained steadfastly at his side, offering him no alternative. On another front, Su Jin pushed Su Yi along, not intending to jostle forward. As they were familiar with the circus from their time in the military, where soldiers often engaged in friendly competitions and various events were held annually, filled with merriment. However, a palace maid approached them, saying, "Miss Chu, His Highness the Third Prince has prepared special seating for you. Please follow me." Upon hearing this, Chu Qianli's wariness intensified. "Uncle?" Sui nodded. "It's fine. It will be good to take a look." "Indeed, the night air is cool. Please take care of your health, uncle." She remained concerned about Yun Qinggui's potential schemes. "Do not worry." Su Yi smiled and nodded, indicating his understanding. Soon, in the open space before the grand hall, the palace guards formed a large circle, brandishing torches that illuminated the entire square. As the sound of a gong reverberated, a circus troupe led their horses into the center of the square. With a flourish, a young performer seized a bottle, poured its contents into his mouth, and ignited a firecracker by his lips, subsequently exhaling a flame over a meter long. "Bravo!" Someone couldn't help but cheer. Sanbao perched on Feng Xiandu's arm, but his short stature hindered his view, causing him to feel a twinge of urgency. With a resigned smile, Feng Xiandu lifted him onto his shoulders. From this vantage point, the view was splendid, and Sanbao immediately clapped his hands, joining the crowd in their exuberant applause. Chu Qianli stood nearby, a hint of relaxed amusement gracing his lips. The horses galloped swiftly as the young performer leapt onto one, performing flips and handstands, his movements as graceful as a swallow, mesmerizing the audience. The emperor nodded in approval, remarking that he would reward the performers later. Yun Qing's thoughts wandered, and at the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Chu Qianli's breathtaking beauty in the moonlight. A wave of deep regret surged within him. If he had not dismissed Chu Qianli in the past, if he had only waited a little longer, would their circumstances have been vastly different? As long as his father was pleased. Soon, the performer was replaced. This time, two horses, one from the east and one from the west, stood opposed to each other, each with a petite woman gracefully poised on its back. Suddenly, the crack of a whip echoed, and the two horses charged towards one another at a rapid pace. At the moment when the two horses intertwined, the woman atop one of them unexpectedly leapt, swapping positions and landing upon the other's back. What a spectacle! The crowd erupted in applause, their spirits thoroughly enlivened. However, the next scene revealed several robust men who forcefully led a blindfolded black stallion forward. Yun Qing's heart felt as if it were suddenly gripped tightly, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Gradually, his thoughts cooled. With the situation as it stood, he could only take a leap of faith. Even if he could not outmaneuver Chu Qianli, he would find a way to exonerate himself. The audience watched intently. The horse, though somewhat aged, was tall and well-proportioned, yet appeared rather gaunt. Despite being forcibly pulled forward, it moved with a measured grace, each step seemingly deliberate, exuding an indescribable aura of composure. Chu Qianli's gaze flickered, and a realization dawned upon her. This horse must be a retired war steed. Moffing. A low whisper reached her ears. Amid the surrounding clamor, had she not been paying close attention, she might have missed Su Yi's dazed utterance. "Uncle, did you just mention Moffing? Does that mean you know someone involved in the equestrian performances?" Su Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, his fingers gripping the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, his lips trembling as tears welled in his eyes. "Moffing, that horse, is Moffing." Su Jin's expression shifted. "Father, wasn't Moffing supposed to be cared for in the military after retirement? How could it possibly end up in a circus?" To soldiers, war horses are far from ordinary livestock. They are brothers who fight alongside them on the battlefield, sharing life and death, and are unwavering in loyalty. In particular, Mo Feng, after his father was injured and disabled in battle, carried him step by step from the vast, sandy wasteland back to the military camp. It was during that arduous journey that Mo Feng's hooves became worn and injured, rendering him incapable of swift galloping. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianli suddenly turned to gaze at Yun Qinggui, who stood beside the emperor, a chilling sense of foreboding rising within him. It was he. No wonder his gaze had been so unsettling from the beginning. His target was not Chu Qianli, but rather her beloved kin. Yun Qinggui sensed Chu Qianli's intense scrutiny. A wave of icy dread coursing through him, freezing his very insides, compelling him to divert his gaze. In the plaza, the performance had commenced. Several robust men took turns testing the black stallion, but as soon as they approached, the horse would whinny in defiance, refusing to allow any contact. Chapter 67, Life and Death Protects You. Whispers arose from the crowd. This was a horse training demonstration. Historically, our Eastern Su dynasty was founded upon the backs of horses, making such exhibitions essential for every circus troupe. Indeed, spectators never tire of it. This circus is truly worthy of the third prince's attention. Although the horse appears aged, its rebellious spirit against taming is exhilarating to behold. In the square, the group of men, seeing the black steed refuse to yield, brandished their long whips and struck fiercely at the horse. The crack of the whip echoed as it left a long, crimson mark upon the steed's neck. Chu Qianli's gaze turned icy, and she shouted, "Stop." Had she not administered the antidote to her uncle and cousin in advance, their previous weakened state would have rendered them incapable of enduring the sight of Mo Feng being beaten or even tortured. As her voice rang out, the black steed, seemingly provoked by some unseen force, reared up on its hind legs and let out a pained whinny. The third prince hastily positioned himself beside the emperor. Alarmed as he exclaimed, "Protect his majesty. The horse is panicking and may go wild. We must eliminate it." Upon hearing this, the imperial guards swiftly drew their swords and charged towards the black steed. In the next instant, a fiery red figure streaked across the night sky. Wielding a piece of red silk she had snatched up, sweeping it towards the assailants. The silk, though soft as water, transformed into a formidable weapon in her hands, toppling the guards in its wake. Chu Qianli, draped in crimson attire that blazed like fire, wielded the red silk with a fierce intensity, her cold, piercing eyes outshining even her vibrant garments. "Mo Feng," she cried out, hoping to quell the steed's rampage. Yet, Mo Feng seemed oblivious to her call, continuing to thrash about wildly. The third prince's expression tightened as he scoffed, "Chu Qianli, this mad horse may endanger his majesty. Yet you step forward to defend it. What is your intention?" Chu Qianli's gaze was as cold as ice. "Your Highness, this steed, Mo Feng, is my uncle's mount. Having accompanied him on the battlefield, where it achieved remarkable feats, to call it a hero would not be an exaggeration. Yet now, you have ordered the execution of this valiant companion. I must inquire, what is your intention?" Mo Feng, war horses are rigorously trained, and Lord Su's steed follows commands without fail. But this horse, you just called it, does it show even the slightest reaction to that name? Yun Qinggui demanded sharply. Feeling a sense of unease, Chu Qianli hastily approached Mo Feng, intending to regain control and prevent the imperial guard from continuing their assault. However, the formidable spiritual power she usually wielded seemed to have lost its efficacy as Mo Feng remained wild and unyielding. "Mo Feng? Mo Feng," she called out loudly. Yet the black stallion showed no sign of acknowledgement. Her uncle would never mistake his companion. What, then, was amiss with Mo Feng? The third prince barked, "Chu Qianli, cease your delay. If you do not step aside, in the interest of our father's safety, I shall order your execution as a traitor." The emperor's gaze darkened as he regarded the overstepping third prince but refrained from immediate response. Other officials knelt in submission, pleading, "Your Majesty, for your safety, please retire to the palace." The emperor's voice remained devoid of emotion. "If so many cannot protect me, then what purpose do they serve?" At that, the others fell silent, daunted into obedience. Yun Qinggui was acutely aware of his impatience, yet he found himself ensnared in a predicament where retreat was not an option. He intended to compel Chu Qianli to commit even more audacious acts, thereby overshadowing her previous accomplishments and ensuring her condemnation. "Chu Qianli, I will count to 5. Step aside, or do not blame me for being merciless." Unfazed, Chu Qianli paid no heed to Yun Qinggui, her gaze swiftly scanning Mo Feng. Upon noticing the fresh wound inflicted upon the steed, her attention sharpened. The injury bore the venom that could drive horses into madness. It was no wonder that Mo Feng had gone berserk after just one lash. Her fingers subtly moved, retrieving a concealed antidote pill, which she crushed into powder with her spiritual energy. With a flick of her sleeve, she scattered it over Mo Feng's wound. 4, 3. Moments later, the once frantic Mo Feng gradually calmed, eventually coming to a standstill. A sigh of relief escaped Chu Qianli as she approached. Yet she was still met with Mo Feng's avoidance, spurred by its earlier frenzy. 1. Attack, and slay that mad horse along with Chu Qianli. Who dares? Chu Qianli suddenly turned, her long ink-black hair swept by the night wind, her fierce eyes brimming with lethal intent. Her formidable presence momentarily paralyzed the Imperial guards. Emophone, disturbed once more, let out a shrill cry. Chu Qianli, do you presume that your merit in rescuing the Emperor and Empress grants you the audacity to rebel? Yun Qinggui's words pierced like daggers. I have stated, this horse belongs to my uncle. No one is permitted to harm it. And how will you prove that? Yun Qinggui retorted sharply. I can provide proof. The sound of a wheelchair rolling echoed as Sui, pushed by Su Jinji, arrived at the open space of the plaza. Suyi's gaze was firmly fixed upon the ebony steed before him, his excitement rendering his lips quivering uncontrollably. Your Majesty, His Highness the Third Prince, I can attest. Yun Qinggui's attention was suddenly seized. This horse had undoubtedly been tampered with, and regardless of the circumstances, it could never recognize Sui. Sui gestured for Su Jin to step aside, then laboriously maneuvered his wheelchair, inching closer to the dark stallion. Chu Qianli felt a surge of anxiety. Uncle? She feared that Emophone might go into a frenzy, potentially harming Sui. Yet, Qianli remained motionless. As Sui approached Emophone, the horse emitted a low whinny, seemingly sensing something amiss, and did not evade as it had previously. Emophone, it is I, Sui. The stallion's hooves trampled the ground restlessly, still unresponsive to the familiar voice. With unwavering determination, Sui drew nearer, trembling as he placed his hand upon the horse's leg. In that instant, all of Emophong's movements ceased, the creature standing as still as a statue. Emophone, my dear brother. A series of heart-wrenching whinnies echoed, laden with boundless sorrow and longing. Subsequently, Emophone lowered his head, slowly bending his forelegs, and knelt before Sui. A shiver coursed through Sui's body, tears streaming down his face. You still remember, when he was grievously injured and on the brink of death, unable to mount the horse. Emophone had knelt just so, gently assisting him to ascend. As Sui remained motionless, Emophong's whinnies grew increasingly hoarse, filled with desperate concern. Emophone. I am well, truly well. There is no need for concern. Sui strained to lean forward, clutching Emophong's neck tightly, and inadvertently tumbled from the wheelchair. Yet, he remained unperturbed, unwilling to release his grasp for even a moment. He had believed that Emophone would be retained within the military camp, that it would be safe. But the harsh reality was that they would not even accommodate a single horse. Why? Why must it be so? Chapter 68. Some are worse than beasts. Chu Qianli's eyes were reddened, her hand clenched into a fist at her side. She hesitated to intrude upon the intimate moment between her uncle and Emophone, yet she sensed something amiss with Emophone. Uncle, could you perhaps soothe Emophone, allowing me to approach and examine it? Sui wiped the tears from his face, gently caressing Emophong's neck, his voice laden with sorrow. Emophone had previously resisted due to its vow to never acknowledge another master, yet regardless of its struggles, it remembered the military order to never harm the innocent. Qianli, you may come. A tremor coursed through Chu Qianli's heart. No wonder that when the circus performers stepped back, Emophone stood frozen, ever unwilling to inflict harm. Such an obedient and loyal horse, how could they bring themselves to hurt it? She steadied her resolve and cautiously approached, gently removing the black cloth that covered Emophong's eyes. In the next instant, an overwhelming fury erupted from her being. Emophone. Sui too gazed intently at Emophone, his eyes filled with a deep crimson hue. Emophong's eyes had been brutally destroyed, leaving behind festering, dark scars, from which pus and blood now flowed. Emophone, unaware of the unfolding events, sensed the formidable aura of Chu Qianli and shifted closer to Sui, striving to shield him. Chu Qianli hastily suppressed her overwhelming presence, fearing it might frighten Emophone, and approached to examine its ears and nostrils. Her anger intensified upon discovering the truth. No wonder it had not responded to her calls. Its ears were deafened, rendering it unable to hear, and its nose was poisoned, depriving it of scent. Yun Qinggui had effectively severed all of Emophong's means of recognizing others, which led him to confidently assert that it was a mad horse, deserving of immediate execution. A chilling wrath coalesced within Chu Qianli as she raised her gaze, fixing her icy and fierce eyes upon Yun Qinggui. She vowed that this man would pay a price. Sensing the weight of her stare, Yun Qinggui's heart quivered, and an uncontrollable surge of anxiety welled up within him. The Emperor's voice cut through the tension. What is happening? Why has Yi's steed, Emophone, appeared in the circus? Yun Qinggui feigned surprise, replying, reporting to father. I too am unaware. This circus was merely a chance encounter for me. The crown prince, Yun Qingfan, let out a mocking laugh. Third brother, your actions have always been meticulous. Since you decided to bring the circus into the palace, surely you conducted thorough investigations into their backgrounds? How could you overlook such a crucial lead as Emophone? Yun Qinggui lowered his head slightly, acknowledging that his younger brother had perhaps not considered all aspects. However, the retired war horses were to be managed by the Ministry of War, and the Minister of War was none other than their elder brother's maternal uncle, Lord Liang. Suddenly, The crown prince raised his gaze, fixing a piercing stare upon Yun Qinggui. Third brother, are you implying that the Ministry of War is inept in its management? The younger brother replied, no, merely expressing some confusion. Silence. The emperor's voice rang out sharply, his countenance revealing deep displeasure. Both Yun Qingfan and Yun Qinggui immediately ceased their dispute, falling silent. In the square, Chu Qianli gazed at Mo Feng with a heart full of tenderness, tentatively reaching out to touch the horse's neck. Mo Feng's coat quivered suddenly, but after Sui gently patted it, the horse stood tall, shedding its fear. Mo Feng is truly magnificent, Chu Qianli whispered in admiration, placing her hand on the horse's neck and channeling her spiritual energy to heal its wounds. In that moment, she felt grateful for having embarked on the path of cultivation. Had it been in the past, her limited spiritual energy would have rendered her unable to assist, no matter how willing she was. As Mo Feng felt the pain subside, it recognized Chu Qianli's aid and emitted a low whinny, brimming with gratitude. A trail of crimson tears trickled from its ravaged eyes. Sui continued to gently stroke Mo Feng's cheek, offering constant reassurance. Upon touching the marks of its tears, his fist clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, tears streaming down his face. Mo Feng, wait for me. I shall avenge you. Chu Qianli had healed a significant portion of Mo Feng's internal injuries before retracting her hand and raising her gaze to Yun Qinggui, who stood upon the steps. A loyal steed protects its master, unwavering in life and death. Some individuals, maligning the meritorious, exploit emotions and disregard life, are indeed worse than beasts. Uncle, why wait for vengeance? Certain grievances must be avenged on the spot to alleviate the torment in one's heart. Chu Qianli stepped forward and bowed to the emperor. Your Majesty, as you can see, this horse is none other than my uncle's steed, Mo Feng. It acted out in madness due to the cruel lashes and unbearable pain. I, the humble servant, offer my sincerest apologies on behalf of Mo Feng. The emperor's gaze flickered, and after a moment, he rose. There is no need for your apologies. Mo Feng, who once followed Sui into battle, has also achieved numerous feats. However, I am perplexed as to how he ended up among the common folk. I shall have this matter investigated thoroughly, to provide an explanation for both Sui and Mo Feng. Although the once mighty Sui family has fallen, the military still reveres Sui as a legendary figure. As an emperor, he cannot, nor should he allow others to perceive that the royal family has wronged the Sui family or its loyal subjects. Chu Qianli straightened and looked up. Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, Mo Feng's presence has disrupted this performance, wasting the efforts of the third prince. Therefore, Qianli shall make amends. Yun Qinggui furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition rising within him. Father, the hour grows late. Yet the emperor raised his hand to silence him. No matter, Qianli, how do you intend to make amends? Since the finale has been ruined, I must offer a performance in return for your Majesty and the esteemed lords. Very well. Chu Qianli turned to Feng Xuandu. Cho, keep an eye on my uncle and Mo Feng. Rest assured. Feng Xuandu stepped forward, assisting Sui to rise from the ground, guiding him and Mo Feng to the edge of the square. Su Jinji cast a worried glance at Chu Qianli. Qianli, my cousin, she is aware of the situation. Chu Qianli grasped the red silk in her hand, her arm slightly raised, and the red silk moved like a spirited serpent, coiling around the sword at the waist of a nearby guard, swiftly drawing it from its sheath. With a gentle flick of her toes, her live figure soared into the air, seizing the long sword in her hand. Then, an icy aura enveloped her, and the fluttering red silk shattered and snapped, scattering like crimson petals in the wind. The twirling red shadow blazed like fire, as one person wielded a sword, radiating brilliance. Despite the absence of music, the onlookers beheld Chu Qianli, sword in hand, and it seemed as though a grand and resounding battle hymn echoed in their ears. Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, her sparkling eyes piercing through the darkness, and the long sword in her grasp appeared as an unstoppable divine weapon, slicing through the air with chilling brilliance. Feng Xuandu's eyes trembled, a deep astonishment flickering within. The Feng clan, the dance of the sword. He rose and moved to the side, where a war drum from the acrobat troupe remained unremoved. Grasping the drumsticks, he struck heavily upon the drumhead. Boom. The deep and resonant sound seemed to resonate within the hearts of the crowd, momentarily entrancing them. Chu Qianli's eyes glimmered, her sword dancing with an overwhelming momentum. As she moved, strands of spiritual energy subtly enveloped the entire square and the front hall, encompassing everyone within. Yun Qinggui, do you not revel in slaughter? Today, you shall experience the sensation of being the prey, as you become the fish on the chopping block. Chapter 69. What is the taste of being tormented? Feng Xuandu sounded the war drums, heralding the battle song of the Phoenix clan. Though the rhythm was simple, it was captivating and stirred the soul. With an almost divine inspiration, Chu Qianli swiftly disseminated her spiritual energy, skillfully establishing a profound mystical formation. The emperor and the officials gazed upon her, entranced by her swordplay. Their eyes reluctant to blink for fear of missing a single movement, their hearts brimming with admiration, as if a celestial archer were shooting down the suns. Her grace was reminiscent of the mighty dragon soaring among the emperors. She descended like thunder, commanding fury, and withdrew like the tranquil waters of a vast river. Suddenly, a dazzling spectacle unfolded before their eyes, accompanied by the thunderous sound of countless troops marching, causing their hearts to race and their blood to surge with fervor. In an instant, the scene of battle materialized, as if a general clad in crimson stood valiantly at the forefront, his sharp sword cleaving through the smoke of war. Yet, the third prince's experience was starkly different. From the moment Chu Qianli began her dance with the sword, he felt an oppressive weight descend upon him. As if he were sinking into a quagmire, his struggles only deepening his plight. Boom! A deep, resonant drumbeat echoed, and he abruptly sensed a transformation in his surroundings, realizing with shock that he had become a black warhorse. The cacophony of battle erupted around him. Swords, spears, whips, and stones relentlessly assaulted him, each strike piercing his very soul. He let out a harrowing scream, yet his mouth was bound by the bridle, rendering him voiceless. He yearned to flee, but searing pain coursed through his limbs. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that all four hooves were grievously injured, each step leaving a trail of blood that soaked the yellow sand beneath him. "Release me, Chu Qianli. How dare you plot against me?" The struggle of Yun Qigui was relentless, each effort sapping his strength, yet the reins that bound him only tightened, rendering his attempts futile. Suddenly, Chu Qianli, clad in crimson garments, materialized before him, her cold gaze devoid of warmth or emotion. In an instant, she raised her sword, its tip aimed directly at his eyes. No. Without hesitation, the sharp blade pierced through his vision. Yun Qigui screamed in agony, the fury of betrayal ebbing away, leaving only the remnants of pain and terror. Chu Qianli, spare me, I beg you." The ominous drumbeats resounded, each thud akin to a death knell. Yun Qigui received no response, and then a sudden, excruciating pain enveloped his senses, followed by an eerie silence as all sound vanished in an instant. The desolate, dark expanse around him was utterly still, no matter how fiercely he struggled or cried out. He could not glimpse a sliver of light nor hear a whisper of sound. No. With his eyes blinded and his sight stripped away at that moment, Yun Qigui felt himself plummet to the depths of helplessness, engulfed by an overwhelming despair that wrapped around him, dragging him relentlessly downward. I was wrong. I truly realized my mistakes. In the past, he had commanded the brutal slaughter of Mo Feng, dismissing it as the act of a mere beast, an expendable pawn in his plans. At this moment, he transformed from a man into Mo Feng, finally grasping the meaning of empathy. As Chu Qianli's sword dance reached its conclusion, the triumphant song of victory echoed in the ears of the crowd, heralding the army's glorious return. As they set forth, a vigorous spirit surged, yet upon their return, only a pitiful remnant remained, a sight marred by devastation. Though victorious in battle, countless brothers in arms were forever interred beneath the desolate sands of the Gobi. The battle songs resonated with poignant sorrow, conjuring images of a shattered army returning to their homeland. The sky was filled with white banners fluttering, and heart-wrenching cries pierced the soul. For miles, no one tended to the bleached bones, and at every city's edge, families mourned and buried their dead. With a resounding thud, the final drumbeat echoed, causing Chu Qianli to abruptly hurl his long sword aside. The blade sliced through the air, finding its mark back in the scabbard held by the guards. Only then did the crowd awaken from their reverie, feeling the chill on their cheeks, realizing that tears streamed down their faces unbeknownst to them. The emperor's gaze was similarly tinged with red, yet as a sovereign, he had long since relinquished many emotions, rendering him the most composed among them. Just then, someone noticed the unusual behavior of the third prince, who had inexplicably curled up on the ground, his face ashen and drenched in cold sweat. "Your Highness, the third prince?" Suddenly, he let out a harrowing scream, flailing his arms and knocking down the official who attempted to assist him. He seemed ensnared by a nightmare, trembling uncontrollably, his entire being emanating an aura of despair. "Get away. All of you, just get away." The emperor furrowed his brow. "Qigui, what are you doing?" Yun Qigui remained oblivious, acting as if possessed, dashing down the steps in haste, only to lose his footing and tumble down the stairs. The Empress Qi gasped in alarm. "Qingui, what has happened to you? Your Majesty." Qinggu seemed somewhat unwell. He must surely be ill. Indeed, he must be sick and not intentionally neglecting his decorum before the court. "I beseech your Majesty to forgive him." The emperor's gaze turned colder, and he commanded, "Take the third prince away. If he is unwell, let him recuperate properly. If he cannot recover, he should refrain from wandering about." Previously, Yunqing had been in good health. How could he suddenly fall ill? It must be that he was disturbed by Chu Qianli's remarkable performance. While I once regarded this son as young, yet composed and strategic, it is now evident that his temperament is indeed questionable. Empress Qi sought to intercede, but the emperor, growing impatient, cut her off. Enough, the banquet is concluded. You should return to the palace and rest. With that, he gestured for the palace maidens to assist Empress Qi away. The emperor turned his attention back to Chu Qianli, a smile gracing his features. Qianli, you have truly excelled. I shall reward you handsomely. Observing the seemingly dazed Yunqing, Chu Qianli felt her ire dissipate somewhat. Your Majesty flatters me. I have merely grown up in the countryside, lacking formal training in dance. I merely played with the sword, showcasing my ineptitude. To wield a sword in such a manner and consider it ineptitude is to suggest that no one in the entire Eastern Xian kingdom would dare to dance with a long sword again. Pray, tell me, what kind of reward do you desire? Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, her flawless visage shrouded in a soft, ethereal glow beneath the night sky, rendering her even more enchanting. Your Majesty, I dare to request the return of Mo Feng to the Su family, to be cared for by my uncle and cousin personally. The emperor's expression shifted slightly. Mo Feng was originally Su Yi's war steed. It is of no consequence to him, so there is no need to squander such an opportunity. Chu Qianli shook her head. Your Majesty, the laws of the court stipulate that retired warhorses must remain in the warhorse division of the Ministry of War. This is the rule, and neither my uncle nor I can disregard the law. Therefore, I can only beseech your Majesty for your gracious approval. The emperor's demeanor softened. Well, I greatly admire your character. It is permitted. Thank you, your Majesty. Su Yi, seated in a wheelchair and pushed forward by Su Jinji, respectfully bowed to the emperor in gratitude. Having just witnessed the tragic scenes of battle during the sword dance, the onlookers now regarded Su Yi with a mixture of emotions. The emperor spoke. Enough, the banquet is concluded. Chu Qianli and the master of Tianjin Tower shall remain. The rest may take their leave. Yes. Chu Qianli and her companions returned to the grand hall alongside the emperor. The emperor turned his gaze towards Su Yi in the wheelchair, concern evident on his face. Qianli, your medical skills are unparalleled, as I have witnessed firsthand. Your ability to concoct such miraculous pills is extraordinary. Is there any way to cure Su Yi and Su Jinji? Reporting to your Majesty, I have examined the injuries of my uncle and cousin. Both are afflicted by rare poisons, and I can attempt to resolve them. However, my cousin's dantian has been destroyed, and my uncle has suffered from leg disabilities for many years. Even I am powerless in this matter, Chu Qianli replied, her expression tinged with regret. As her words fell, she distinctly sensed the emperor's sudden relaxation, prompting her to let out a cold laugh. The heart of a sovereign is indeed quite tainted. However, one wonders whether the concealed power within my uncle is somehow linked to the royal lineage. Chapter 70. You must lose. Perhaps you shall weep. The emperor exhaled deeply, his expression filled with profound regret. Su Yi, do not be overly anxious. I have faith that with Qianli's capabilities, there will come a day when you are healed. Su Yi slightly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, your Majesty. The mere chance to retain my life and reunite with Qianli and Qin Bao is a fortune beyond measure. As for anything else, I dare not wish for more. The emperor's gaze shifted, meeting the sparkling eyes of Qin Bao, which elicited a gentle smile. I nearly overlooked the contributions of this child during my tireless quest for medicine. You are Qin Bao, are you not? Qin Bao immediately straightened his posture and nodded vigorously. Indeed, your Majesty, I am Qin Bao. The emperor appeared momentarily taken aback. Your Majesty? He recalled hearing this title at the banquet, but the urgency of the situation had prevented him from pondering it further. He now felt a curious intrigue. By lineage, you ought to refer to me as grandfather. Qin Bao blinked his large eyes. But your Majesty is not old at all. Only those with gray beards should be called grandfather. And what does your Majesty imply? Mother says your Majesty is an honorific, reserved for the most formidable individuals. I have carefully observed, and among everyone present, only your Majesty is truly the most formidable. As Qin Bao spoke, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Yi, upon hearing this, felt a pang in his heart. Just yesterday, Qin Bao had declared that his uncle was the most powerful, and in the blink of an eye, had he fallen from grace? The emperor could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, is that what your mother said?" Indeed, she mentioned that his Majesty was the most formidable, and she intended to diligently study the medicinal pills. Upon hearing this, the emperor's smile deepened. At merely 3 years of age, San Bao's words were undoubtedly sincere, revealing that Chu Qianli's character was genuinely commendable, and her respect was heartfelt. After all, she was but a young lady. Very well, since San Bao has assisted, I shall reward you. Is there anything you desire? Su Yi felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that San Bao might voice an excessive request. With innocent eyes, San Bao replied, I want some snacks. I haven't had my fill, so I would like many snacks. Haha, splendid. I shall instruct the imperial kitchen to prepare ample snacks and send them to the Su residence. Thank you, your majesty. Sanbao joyously leaped in place, her body twisting with delight, melting the hearts of all who beheld her. The emperor turned his gaze towards Chu Qianli, inquiring, Qianli, is it possible to recreate the antidote you previously provided? Your majesty, the formulation of that antidote is exceedingly complex, and it contains a rare herb, the light rami flower, which was left by my master and has now become extinct. I shall document the recipe and collaborate with the physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau to explore alternative medicinal materials. Very well. The emperor felt a sense of satisfaction. Possessing the recipe was far more valuable than merely having a few antidotes. With all matters addressed, there remained an unspoken intention from the emperor to keep them in the palace, prompting Chu Qianli to cast a glance towards Feng Xuandu. Feng Xuandu slowly spoke, Your Majesty. The highly pearl was originally intended as a gift for the banquet, but unforeseen circumstances arose, and I could only present it to Shun Bao for illumination. Now, I wish to offer it to your majesty as a token of my sincerity. The emperor's eyes brightened. The highly pearl is indeed a rare treasure. I cannot take what belongs to another. The highly pearl was once regarded as a precious artifact of the dragon clan, and as the true dragon sovereign. It is only fitting for you to possess such a divine gift from the heavens. Haha, very well. Since you are so considerate, I shall accept it. Moreover, I shall have some rewards prepared to send along with the snacks requested by Shen Bao to the Su family. Thank you, your majesty. Now, you may all return and rest. Yes. As they exited the grand hall, a hint of scorn flickered in Chu Qianli's eyes. This old emperor truly was insatiable. The group exchanged no further words and made their way directly to the palace gates. However, not long after leaving, their carriage was obstructed. Anger flashed in Chu Qianli's gaze. It is far past my sleeping hour. Those who disturb my slumber shall face divine retribution. Who dares? Upon hearing Chu Qianli's voice, Yunqi Gui, pale as death, trembled all over. The fear that enveloped his heart surged again, nearly robbing him of breath. Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli impatiently lifted the curtain of the carriage, looking down from her elevated position at the quaking Yunqi Gui. Oh, it's you. Crown Prince, what guidance do you seek from me? Yunqi Gui forced himself to maintain a fixed gaze on Chu Qianli, even as his heart shrank in terror, refusing to flinch or evade. If he does not compel himself to confront the truth today, then in the future, Chu Qianli will become an everlasting nightmare, one he will struggle to overcome. Previously, within the palace, it was your doing. Other officials remained unscathed, yet he found himself ensnared in an illusion. How did she manage this? Chu Qianli gazed at him with icy contempt. It was I? What do you intend to do? Indeed, it was you. Yunqi Gui forcibly restrained the trembling within his heart. Chu Qianli, our conflict has only just commenced, and I shall not yield. Huh. Chu Qianli suddenly let out a cold laugh, lifting her foot to deliver a kick to his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. My apologies. But I too desire victory, hence you must lose, perhaps even to the point of tears. Let us depart. Indeed, the carriage departed swiftly, leaving the third prince to struggle to his feet, clutching his chest, from which he spat a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and struck the ground with great force. Chu Qianli, we shall see about this. Chanbao, exhausted, nestled between Feng Xuandu and Chu Qianli, soon fell asleep. Observing Chu Qianli with her eyes cast down, Feng Xuandu softened his tone. You too are weary. Lean on me for a moment's rest. Upon arrival at the Su residence, I shall carry you both down. Chu Qianli relaxed, resting against Feng Xuandu, closing her eyes without uttering a word. Feng Xuandu gently embraced Chanbao, reflecting on how Chu Qianli had not rested properly all afternoon, fostering an even greater disdain for the Eastern Xian royal family. It appears a pretext must be found to impose sanctions upon Eastern Xian, lest they confuse their imperial title with a sense of superiority. The carriage continued its journey, gradually coming to a halt before the Su residence. Feng Xuandu was about to embrace someone when he noticed that Chu Qianli had opened her eyes, devoid of any drowsiness. Not asleep? She murmured. Chu Qianli replied, her gaze falling upon the rosy cheeks of Canbao as she gently stroked his hair. I will go visit my uncle and cousin. All right. Feng Xuandu watched her figure depart, a flicker of concern stirring within him. Had her spirits sunk so low that she could not find rest? Thus, Yunqi Gui and the others must bear the blame. Mo Feng trailed alongside the carriage, while Sui sat atop the yoke, guiding it steadily back home. Mo Feng, we are home, he said. Mo Feng lowered his head, nuzzling gently against Suyi's palm, emanating an aura of trust. Chu Qianli approached, and with Sui as her companion, coupled with the healing powers at play, Mo Feng grew familiar with her presence, showing no signs of resistance. Uncle, Mo Feng's ears, as well as his mouth and nose, can still be healed, and his hooves can be restored. However, his eyes. She lamented. Mo Feng's eyes had been entirely gouged out, rendering them irretrievable. Sui nodded, his mood still heavy. Qianli, it is already a significant improvement. You have worked hard. Uncle, the world is vast and filled with wonders. What appears hopeless now may yet hold promise in the future. Therefore, you must regain your strength swiftly and not remain ensnared in sorrow. Su erased his gaze, his eyes softening as they met Chu Qianli's. Uncle understands, do not worry. You have labor today. I shall stay with Mo Feng. You should return and rest. Very well. Chapter 71. You must hold me in the palm of your hand. Chu Qianli escorted Su Yi back to his courtyard before returning to her own residence. As she stepped into her yard, she noticed Feng Xuandu waiting for her beneath the willow tree. Acho, why are you still awake? He inquired. I was waiting for you, she replied. As Chu Qianli's gaze shifted, she spotted 2 exquisite wine jars placed upon a stone table beneath the tree. The jars were meticulously wrapped in pink silk gauze, secured at the mouth with a large, elegant bow. This aesthetic inexplicably reminded her of Death by Barbie Pink. Are those yours? She asked. Acho, this not only bends the truth, but also reveals a distinctly distorted sense of beauty. Feng Xuandu furrowed his brow. No, they are a gift from Tianxian. When the master makes a mistake, the subordinate bears the consequences. That is only fair. Indeed. I wholeheartedly believe you, she replied. Approaching the table, Chu Qianli leaned over and gently touched the pink bow with her fingertip. Strangely, the longer she gazed at it, the more she found it appealing to her youthful sensibilities. Beneath a chow's wretched visage, did a delicate little fairy soul truly lie hidden? Chu Qianli couldn't help but chuckle softly. Feng Xuandu, observing her smile, felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. Could it be that her spirits had lifted? As she untied the bow, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. Chu Qianli's eyes sparkled with delight. Having spent so long at the Time Management Bureau, she had not only rested but also cultivated a few personal hobbies, one of which was indulging in wine. However, the mere mention of her drinking often sent the leaders of the Bureau into a state of panic, more alarming to them than the prospect of a temporal collapse. It is said that this matter has been listed among the 8 great unsolved mysteries by the newcomers of the Temporal Management Bureau. One cannot discern the reasons behind it. Perhaps it stems from jealousy over her remarkable tolerance for alcohol, fearing that she might deplete their supply. What a farce. Is she truly the sort to consume others' drinks entirely? How delightful. Feng Xuandu mysteriously produced 2 goblets, filling them to the brim before placing them beside Chu Qianli. Shall we indulge? In a melancholy mood. Perhaps a couple of sips would lull her to sleep. Chu Qianli lifted the goblet, gently inhaling the aroma, feeling her inner spiritual energy invigorate as she marveled at the exquisite wine. What a splendid vintage. Feng Xuandu nodded in agreement. The Ningbo spirit wine is indeed a rare treasure within the cultivation realm. After savoring the fragrance, Chu Qianli raised the goblet and drank it all in one go. Do not consume it in such a manner, this wine. The liquid was slightly viscous yet glided down her throat with remarkable smoothness. However, following the rich bouquet, a wave of potent alcohol surged forth, instantly flushing her cheeks a vibrant crimson. Chu Qianli's eyes sparkled even brighter, without needing Feng Xuandu's assistance. She seized the wine jar and poured herself a generous mouthful. Ah, truly delightful. She had a penchant for strong spirits. Feng Xuandu furrowed his brow slightly. The after effects of Ningbo wine are quite potent. You shall soon be intoxicated. Being drunk is of little concern. Are you not here with me? With a companion by her side, what was there to fear? A rosy hue adorned Chu Qianli's delicate cheeks, her eyes taking on an enchanting softness in the nocturnal ambience. She tilted her lips into a smile, leaning slightly closer to Feng Xuandu, her breath infused with the crisp aroma of Ningbo wine. Feng Xuandu gazed intently at her, sensing an underlying disquiet. Have you had too much to drink? How could that be? Chu Qianli lazily leaned against Feng Xuandu, her arms slightly lifted, embodying a posture of commanding authority, reminiscent of a sovereign surveying her realm. Are you familiar with the notion of 1,000 cups without inebriation? Chu Qianli could only recall moments of indulgence, having once drunk to her heart's content. Entirely oblivious to her current frail constitution that could scarcely withstand alcohol. Earlier, at the palace banquet, she had already consumed several cups of fruit wine, and now, combined with the Ninging Ling wine, she found herself utterly overwhelmed. Having spoken, she gently toppled to the side. Feng Xuandu hastily wrapped his arm around her slender waist, drawing her back into his embrace with utmost care. Be cautious, he urged. Chu Qianli straightened herself, suddenly recalling something that rendered her gaze icy and resolute. Acho, do you believe Yan Qigui deserves to die? Whether you wish for his demise or not, He must perish, Feng Xuandu replied with an indifferent tone. Yun Qigui had once entered into an engagement with Chu Qianli. His transgressions, betraying and wounding her, rendered him utterly unworthy of existence. I too believe he ought to die. Yet, some hold a contrary view, compelling me to exert effort in entanglement, squandering my precious time meant for repose reflecting on the tumultuous thoughts of her former self. Chu Qianli's mood darkened further. Feng Xuandu, ever attentive, supported her carefully. If you find it inconvenient, allow me to take charge. Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, pondering for a moment before gently shaking her head. Some scoundrels must be dealt with by my own hand. I can assist you. It would expedite the process. No, I am capable on my own. With a fierce determination, Chu Qianli struck the table, only to tenderly cradle her hand afterward, blowing gently upon it. Observing this scene, Feng Xuandu felt a mixture of pity and bemusement. Do not drink any further. I shall escort you to rest. No, I can still drink. She, Chu Qianli, who could drink countless cups without faltering, how could she possibly collapse after just 2 sips? Isn't there a saying that goes, as long as Qingdao stands? I shall stand. If the snowflakes do not drift, neither shall I. Where did I see that? I can't quite recall. Chu Qianli stood up to fetch the wine jar, but lost her balance and stumbled sideways once more. Feng Xuandu swiftly caught her, holding her in his embrace. Be careful. Chu Qianli felt a flash before her eyes and instinctively covered her head with her hand, speaking in slight panic. Don't sway. Feng Xuandu, mistaking her discomfort for something more serious, asked anxiously, what's wrong? I'm about to spill. Huh. I'm a glass of strawberry milkshake. Chu Qianli furrowed her brow, casting a reproachful glance at Feng Xuandu. You must hold me properly. You cannot spill. Hold you properly? Feng Xuandu gazed at her lips, tinged with a rosy hue, and suddenly felt his throat parched, swallowing hard. How am I to hold you? Are you truly asking how to hold a glass of strawberry milkshake? Have you lost your mind? Chu Qianli's tone was slow, her voice tinged with a low, enchanting lilt, sounding almost like a playful pout. Feng Xuandu attempted to lift her, but she resisted. I told you, don't sway. Shall I carry you horizontally back to rest then? You rogue, are you attempting to harm this milkshake? How could a milkshake be carried horizontally? Ultimately, Feng Xuandu had no choice but to grasp her waist with both hands, lifting her high into the air. Is this satisfactory? Chu Qianli looked down to assess her height, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, you may reward yourself with a sip of strawberry milkshake. Feng Xuandu's heart raced suddenly, its rhythm thrown into disarray. What nonsense is being spoken? How can one be so lacking in restraint? As the esteemed leader of the Feng clan, he would never take advantage of another's vulnerability. Yet, if Qianli insisted, he could not defy the wishes of his life-saving benefactor, could he? Chu Qianli slightly lowered her head, striving to bring her forehead closer to Feng Xuandu's. Just one sip. A tiny sip. Feng Xuandu's heart beat quickened even further as he cautiously set her down, gently encasing her in his embrace. Qianli, you. Chu Qianli, feeling released, immediately grew dissatisfied. She raised her hand and removed Feng Xuandu's mask, then froze in place, gasping a moment later. Wow, how ugly. Feng Xuandu's excitement plummeted, as if he had suddenly fallen from a volcanic peak into a glacier. You. Chu Qianli blinked her dazed eyes and softly added, however, if it is Acho, then perhaps it does not matter. Chapter 72. This example is utterly heartbreaking. Feng Xuandu realized for the first time that someone could elicit such a tumultuous swing of his emotions between the depths of despair and the heights of elation with just a few words. He gazed earnestly at Chu Qianli, recalling the sight of her wielding a longsword, stepping to the rhythm of the Feng clan's war song. Her form ethereal, as if she were a celestial being. His steady heartbeat once again became a chaotic symphony because of her. Why does it not matter if it is me? The after effect of the Ningpo wine intensified, and Chu Qianli's gaze grew increasingly dreamy. Because you are Acho. Chu Qianli let out a light laugh, then buried herself in Feng Xuandu's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. This milkshake is going to sleep now. You mustn't move. But what about the reward you mentioned? Weren't you supposed to reward me with a sip of milkshake? After a prolonged silence without a response, Feng Xuandu cautiously lifted Chu Qianli, only to discover that she had already fallen asleep. You are not true to your word. You are not a good milkshake. Although he was unaware of what a milkshake truly was, being untrustworthy was undoubtedly wrong. Chu Qianli slept soundly, and upon sensing a change in position, she instinctively nestled closer into Feng Xuandu's embrace. After a moment, he began to walk, carrying her back to her room. Once he had carefully tucked her in, he sat quietly at the edge of the bed, his expression serene. I do not wish to kiss you, but rather to assist you in becoming a person of integrity, Feng Xuandu murmured, as if persuading himself. And he slowly leaned down, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. His dark eyes gradually became infused with a radiant red, as he gazed intently at Chu Qianli. A profound warmth and tenderness flickering in his features. How fortunate he felt, having experienced the wonders of the world, to encounter his one true affection. Sleep well. The following day, when Chu Qianli awoke, the sun was nearly at its zenith. Sunlight poured through the window, warming half of the blanket, and she felt enveloped in the scent of sunshine. Stretching her arms luxuriously, just as she was about to sit up, a frown creased her brow. As Feng Xuandu entered, he was greeted by the sight of her in a daze, causing him to momentarily pause in his steps. What troubles you? He inquired. Had she recalled the events of the previous night? Ah Cho, upon awakening, I discovered that I have remarkably improved. She exclaimed. According to the classification of spiritual power, cultivation is divided into 9 stages: spirit practitioner, spirit scholar, spirit master, grand spirit master, profound spirit master, spirit sovereign, spirit venerable, spirit saint, and spirit emperor, with each major tier further subdivided into 9 ranks. Merely 2 days prior, she had embarked on her journey of spiritual cultivation, and last night, she had exhausted her energy in an effort to heal Mo Feng. To her astonishment, this morning, she had transcended 5 minor tiers to become a 7th-rank spirit practitioner. Feng Xuandu's gaze sharpened slightly. Do you recall what transpired last night? Last night, did we not indulge in drinks together? And then what? Did I drink too much? Chu Qianli's eyes widened in disbelief. The renowned 1,000 cups never falter had actually overindulged? And then what? Feng Xuandu felt a twinge of anxiety. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qianli smiled and replied, I must have fallen asleep. I never cause a scene when inebriated. My drinking etiquette is impeccable, Feng Xuandu remarked. Such a pity for the strawberry milkshake from last night. Chu Qianli rubbed her stomach, feeling hungry and longing for Sambao. Where is Sambao? Is he still asleep? In the front courtyard, accompanying Lord Su while watching over Mo Feng. Let us join them and have lunch together. Very well. Upon reaching the front courtyard, Chu Qianli was met with Sanbao's irate voice. What difference does it make if you give an example? You are nothing but a lazy worm. Gah! In the courtyard, 2 plump white cranes stood face to face with Sanbao, flapping their wings in a display of excitement. Su Yi sat in his wheelchair, using a brush to groom Mo Feng's fur while smiling at the spectacle. Upon seeing Chu Qianli, his smile grew even wider. Qianli has arrived. Uncle, where did these cranes come from? They look somewhat familiar. They were sent as a gift from the emperor, 2 of the cranes that danced with the Bai yesterday. They happened to be raised in the palace and were sent over to entertain Sanbao. Sanbao hurried over to Chu Qianli, wrapping her legs in an embrace, looking utterly aggrieved. Mother, I'm going to be furious. The cranes, upon noticing Chu Qianli, instantly brightened. Caw, caw. Chu Qianli glanced down at Sanbao. What are they arguing about? Still sulking. Sanbao translated with a straight face. The beauties are looking at me. Ah, I'm doomed. Sui widened his eyes slightly in surprise. Feng Xuandu's expression darkened, a brilliant red glint flashing in his deep phoenix eyes. The once elegant cranes transformed into quivering ducks, as if someone had grasped their necks, shrinking together in fear, no longer daring to make a sound. Seeing their silence, Sanbao looked at Chu Qianli with confusion. Mother, they aren't speaking anymore. Chu Qianli's lips twitched slightly. Truly, one could not underestimate those raised in the palace. Their silver tongues were remarkably skilled. Feng Xuandu narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with an indescribable danger. Turning back, let Tianjin search for the red cloud ginseng to stew with the white cranes, which will invigorate the qi and nourish the blood, and is exceedingly delicious. Ah. Translate to Xinzhou, Great One. Spare me? Chu Qianli paused, glancing at Feng Xuandu. Do the 2 white cranes understand what you were saying? Xinzhou possesses the ability to communicate with birds and beasts, so naturally, its words could be comprehended by the white cranes. But what about Acho? Feng Xuandu shook his head, his expression unchanged. It must be a coincidence. If they could understand my words, they would undoubtedly possess some extraordinary qualities, and we should immediately prepare a cast-iron pot to stew them. Chu Qianli turned to observe the 2 white cranes, which were now preening their feathers, showing no unusual reactions. Indeed, it must have been mere coincidence. Chu Qianli ruffled Xinzhou's hair. Why were you upset just now? Xinzhou immediately pouted, its delicate face scrunching up as it began to complain. Mother, I came with my uncle to see Moffing, and these 2 white cranes were sent along. I said Moffing must feel very sorry. He must have been quite sad when he was injured. Chu Qianli glanced at Moffing, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Xinzhou dashed to the side of one white crane. Then, this white crane said, Come, let me give you a more heart-wrenching example. Then, Xinzhou ran over to the other white crane, and it said, I won't demonstrate. Xinzhou returned to Chu Qianli, tugging at her sleeve. Then I became very curious and asked it to provide an example, but it still refused. That made me angry. Chu Qianli furrowed her brow and remarked, to deal with the disobedient white cranes, a single beating should suffice. If that fails, then perhaps two. Suddenly, Sui erupted into a violent fit of coughs. His facial expression quite peculiar. Uncle, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Chu Qianli inquired with concern. Sui directed his gaze toward Feng Xuandu and explained, in truth, it is not the fault of the two white cranes. They have made their statements clear. Chu Qianli pondered this carefully. Could you provide a heart-wrenching example? I shall not. This requires careful consideration. Upon reflecting, Chu Qianli could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Cambao, bewildered, widened his eyes and asked, Mother, what is so amusing? Chu Qianli laughed until tears nearly streamed down her face. Cambao, indeed, it is not the fault of the two white cranes. They have actually conveyed their message. But they have not given any examples. Cambao protested. Chu Qianli affectionately ruffled his hair, striving to suppress her mirth. You will understand when you grow older. Sanbao's large eyes immediately drooped, an even greater expression of grievance enveloping him. Chapter 73. The jealous big shot Sui promptly beckoned Cambao over, lifting him onto his lap. Disregard those two white cranes. Speak to your uncle about what Mo Feng is saying at this moment. Cambao, indeed, possessed the ability to communicate with birds and beasts. Truly a child favored by the heavens. Mo Feng is admonishing the white cranes, stating that one must not make noise before the commander, lest they face the consequence of having their tails severed. Upon concluding, Cambao instinctively covered his small bottom. Uncle, is what Mo Feng said true? The ginseng spirit, devoid of a tail, nevertheless felt a tinge of fear. No, Chanbao is not afraid. Uncle Joey will protect you. Sui immediately reassured him. Only then did Chanbao relax, responding with a soft Moffing, though inherently cautious, harbored a particular fondness for Chanbao. Under Chu Qianli's care, despite the mere passage of a night, Moffing's injuries had remarkably healed, with its hearing and sense of smell restored, along with an innate ability to discern sounds and their origins. Walking was no longer a challenge. At this moment, it followed the sound to find Chanbao, insisting that he ride upon its back, while it circled the two white cranes, occasionally letting out a shrill cry. The cranes stood side by side, trembling and leaning against each other for comfort. Chanbao, acting as their translator, interjected, You too, stand properly. Uncle Moffing has stated that improper posture will result in military discipline. The two white cranes gazed pitifully at Chu Qianli, but as their eyes shifted, they encountered Feng Xuandu's icy stare, causing them to shiver in fear and refrain from looking around any further. How tragic and sorrowful. It seems the master has no mercy on the cranes. Feng Xuandu withdrew his gaze, feeling increasingly vexed by the presence of the two cranes. Would you care for a dish of red cloud ginseng stewed with white cranes? Chu Qianli chuckled softly. Never mind. It is rare to come across such amusing creatures. Let them remain for Moffing's companionship. Sui observed Moffing, who had finally exhibited a hint of joy, allowing his previously tight heart to ease somewhat. Chu Qianli glanced over. Uncle, it appears you did not rest well last night. You should take a break. I will keep an eye on Moffing. No need. I shall exercise nearby, striving for a swift recovery. In all matters, haste leads to failure. Thus, my uncle should not be overly anxious. Chu Qianli reflected inwardly, recognizing that her uncle was undoubtedly stirred by Mo Feng's condition, prompting him to seek a swift recovery of strength for revenge. She was resolute in her intention to assist him diligently from the sidelines. After Sui spoke, he raised his gaze towards the cheerful and smiling Cambao. Recalling the way he admired the emperor within the palace, a pang of bitterness coursing through his heart once more. He yearned to regain his strength swiftly and prove to Cambao that his uncle was indeed the greatest. Cambao and Mo Feng frolicked for a while, and upon noticing the exhausted expression of the beleaguered white crane, he felt a sense of satisfaction and joyfully urged Chu Qianli to join him for lunch. The midday meal was lavish, featuring the essential purple ginseng stewed chicken and snow ginseng cushion carp soup, the fragrant aromas wafting throughout the courtyard, enticing even the little pink creatures rooted in the soil to stir restlessly. The white crane stood cautiously to the side, gazing longingly at the hem of Chu Qianli's skirt. It was not that they lacked the desire to lift their heads, but rather they cherished their lives, fully aware of the formidable presence nearby. Chu Qianli inquired of Cambao, What are they saying? Cambao, munching as he spoke, replied, They lament, questioning how much sorrow a crane can bear, much like watching others feast while drooling. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Chu Qianli asked, Cambao, do the two white cranes have names? No. Does mother wish to name them? Indeed. The one on the left with a touch of red feather on its forehead shall be named Dogen, and the slightly plumper one beside it shall be called Pengjian. Dogen and Pengjian, do you remember? Upon hearing the delightful sounds of the freshly performed Xiang duet, Sanbao's gaze instantly shifted towards the source. Ah, mother, they seem to relish it. A radiant smile illuminated Chu Qianli's eyes. After finishing their meal, she took Sanbao's hand and said, Uncle, Sanbao has arrived in the capital but hasn't he had the chance to explore properly. Since today is a rather leisurely day, I shall take him for a stroll. Su Yi nodded, instinctively reaching for his purse, only to realize that for quite some time, it had been Chu Qianli who provided for their needs. Filling him with a sense of guilt, he resolved to restore his strength as swiftly as possible and diligently earn money to support both Qianli and Sanbao. Chu Qianli feigned ignorance of this moment, secretly contemplating how to discreetly gift her uncle some silver without raising suspicion. At that moment, it would be fortuitous if an opportunity presented itself. Uncle, we shall take our leave now. Very well, I shall await your return at home. With a nod, they exited the gate, where Feng Xuandu cradled Sanbao in his arms, walking in tandem with Chu Qianli. Was this truly just for shopping? She glanced back at the grand entrance of the Su residence, pondering a lingering question she wished to pose to the esteemed young Master Xiao. However, she had been preoccupied with detoxifying her uncle and cousin, leaving no time to do so. Today, it seemed, provided the perfect opportunity to clear her mind. Xiao Junyi? Feng Xuandu felt a twinge of jealousy. If you wish to know something, simply ask me. I can have Tian Shu investigate it for you, thus sparing you the trouble. Isn't this also a splendid chance to accompany Sanbao on an outing? Chu Qianli remarked, gently tousling Sanbao's hair. At that moment, Xiaobao eagerly leaned out and planted a hearty kiss on Chu Qianli's cheek. Smack. Mother is the best. Feng Xuandu's gaze sharpened, instinctively pulling Xiaobao aside. What are you doing? A man should not be so overly affectionate. Unaware of the awkwardness, Chu Qianli boarded the carriage and set off towards the main street. Soon, they arrived in front of a tavern. Xiao Junyi had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Qianli's carriage, he instinctively straightened his attire and approached the vehicle, ready to assist her in disembarking. Cousin Qianli. Feng Xuandu was the first to alight, holding Sanbao, and shot a cold glance that effectively sidelined the eager Xiao Junyi. Chu Qianli lifted the curtain of the carriage, her toes lightly touching the ground, as she gracefully descended. Young Master Xiao. To facilitate her movement, Chu Qianli had donned a veil inside the carriage, revealing only her enchanting eyes, which shone with an arresting beauty. Xiao Junyi's cheeks flushed instantly. Cousin Qianli, your sword dance performance in the palace was truly magnificent. After speaking, he nearly stumbled over his own tongue. In the past, he could effortlessly craft a myriad of compliments. Yet now, confronted with Chu Qianli's captivating gaze, he felt his words falter. Chu Qianli offered a gentle smile. Thank you for your kind words, young Master Xiao. I invited you today to inquire about a matter. Xiao Junyi quickly composed himself. Please, Cousin Qianli, ask away. I shall divulge any knowledge I possess. On that day, when young Master Xiao visited the residence, he brought with him 30 taels of silver notes from my uncle. I intended to express my gratitude. But before I could complete my thought, the smile on Xiao Junyi's face gradually faded. Regarding this matter, I had yet to apologize to Lord Su and Jin Zi. Apologize? What does this mean? Chapter 74, The Unwelcome Visitor. Upon hearing Xiao Junyi mention an apology, Chu Qianli felt a surge of astonishment. Xiao Junyi sighed deeply. My cousin must have discerned that both Lord Su and Jin Zi are not the type to trouble others lightly. Indeed, Chu Qianli nodded. When Lord Su encountered misfortune and lost his official position, the Su residence was also reclaimed by the court. Many wished to extend their assistance. Yet all were rebuffed by Lord Su, which led to their relocation to that dilapidated courtyard. Chu Qianli nodded in understanding. I am aware, hence my confusion. At that time, when I was coerced by Chancellor Chu to enter the palace and apologize, my uncle and cousin could barely afford medicine. Yet, they presented 30 taels of silver notes, striving to aid me in my predicament. I wonder if they pawned something of significance for my sake. Xiao Junyi nodded, his expression growing increasingly remorseful. The item pawned was the token of affection between Lord Su and his wife, a pair of mandarin duck jade pendants. I received the news and hurried over. But I arrived too late. Jin Zi had already pawned the pendant for 30 taels of silver and urged me to find you swiftly. Thus, the pain in Chu Qianli's heart intensified. The token of affection must be something my uncle cherished dearly. Otherwise, it would not have been preserved until now. To which pawnshop has it been sent? I shall assist my uncle in retrieving it. Xiao Junyi's expression was one of distress. This was precisely the matter for which I sought to atone. On the day you and Lord Su returned to the Su residence, I went to the pawnshop in search of that jade pendant, but alas, I could not find it. You searched that very day, and in just a few hours. The pendant had already been purchased by someone else. The pawn was not a dead contract. Yet the shop claimed the pendant was no longer available and offered to compensate me with 1,000 taels of silver. What use have I for silver? Even when I threatened to smash the pawn shop, I could not retrieve the pendant. Chu Qianli furrowed her brow tightly. Xiao Junyi hastily reassured her, Cousin Qianli, I have been discreetly searching for the whereabouts of that pendant these past few days. I shall certainly help Lord Su recover it. Chu Qianli looked up at Feng Xuandu and said, Ah Cho, I require your assistance in this matter. It was her fault for harboring doubts and not inquiring clearly at the time. She should not have delayed her questions until now. Feng Xuandu nodded in agreement. Very well. Tian Shu, investigate this. Understood. Tian Shu immediately set off. Upon noticing Chu Qianli's furrowed brow, Xiao Junyi felt an even deeper sense of guilt. It is my fault. Had I arrived sooner, she would not have had to pawn such a valuable item. Chu Qianli came to her senses and shook her head, saying, Mr. Xiao has already been of great assistance. I am grateful, and should there be any way I can be of service in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. No, I have not been of much help. Xiao Junyi believed that the guard named Tian Shu would likely return empty-handed, yet to his surprise, within merely the span of a tease brew, he returned. Miss, young master, my subordinate has gathered information. The jade pendant has been taken by a member of the Sun family. The Sun family? A fleeting thought crossed Chu Qianli's mind, conjuring the image of a woman, Sun Yuji. At that moment, a sparrow swiftly descended, landing upon Sanbao's shoulder, chirping animatedly. Sanbao's eyes widened in alarm. Mother, someone is causing trouble for uncle and my uncle. Chu Qianli's expression turned grave. We must leave at once. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Su Yi diligently channeled his inner strength, the long-standing stagnation in his meridians causing waves of discomfort, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Su Jinji practiced the invincible technique diligently by his side, his demeanor earnest. Suddenly, the jesters called out, Ga! Sui looked up to see a woman clad in a resplendent cobalt blue gown gracefully entering. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, bedecked in gold and silver jewels. The red pomegranate flowers on her skirt were intricately embroidered with golden threads, dazzling under the sunlight. Following her closely were Wu Shi and Chu Lingxian. Su Jinji abruptly halted, fixing a fiery gaze upon the woman. Who permitted you to enter my home? Su Jinji, is this how you address your aunt? Sun Yuji retorted with a cold smirk, her brows furrowing. If one has already become a mere shadow of themselves, I fear this path may soon reach its end should the rules be further disregarded. Su Jinji's anger flared. Silence. What happens to the Su family is of no concern to you. Sun Yuji turned to Su Yi, expressing her disapproval. Second brother, look at this child, showing not the slightest respect towards her elders. Are you not going to intervene? Su Yi gazed at Sun Yuji, a shadow of deep gloom flickering in his eyes. Sister-in-law, you are one who seldom visits without reason. What brings you here today? Huh? As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family, I will always have my place here as long as I desire it. How can you suggest that I am unwelcome? Su Jinji could no longer contain her anger. You are unworthy. How dare you, a mere child, speak to your aunt in such a manner? I believe a proper lesson is in order. Her eyes glistened with tears. My uncle has passed away, yet you refuse to observe the mourning rites. Instead indulging in wine and entertainment in the courtyard. Just a week after his death, you clamored to return to your maternal home, insisting on taking away my uncle's inheritance, further worsening the Su family's plight. Do you truly believe you have the right to be called my aunt? My husband is deceased, and there are no elders in the Su family for me to honor. What is wrong with my returning to my family? Your return is not the issue, but your entanglements with other men. You make it impossible for my uncle to rest in peace. Huh? In life? He regarded me as inconsequential. In death, you expect me to remain faithful to him. What a ludicrous expectation. You are utterly shameless. Su Jinji shouted in fury. If you were to remarry, that would be one thing, but you are clearly consorting with different men. You, a mere child. Do you understand the meaning of seizing the moment? Silence. Su Yi barked, his gaze shifting to Wu Shi and Chu Lingxian. Sister-in-law, may I inquire as to why you have brought these two here? Sun Yuji coldly snorted at Su Jinji before speaking. Su Yi, one is the wife of the prime minister, and the other is the future consort of the third prince. You, however, are merely an unremarkable individual. You ought to exhibit a measure of respect in your address. If you choose not to speak, then do not blame me for closing my doors to guests. Su Yi's voice was frigid. You, Sun Yuji offered a conciliatory smile to Madame Wu, then turned her cold gaze back to Su Yi. I have heard that Chu Qianli has returned and is embroiled in conflict with her biological mother and sister at the Chu residence. Su Yi's eyes flickered, quickly grasping Sun Yuji's intentions. You have come as an intermediary, requesting that Qianli provide an antidote for the second miss of the Chu family? Indeed, in my opinion, Qianli is rather unreasonable. They are sisters after all, and what grievances could possibly warrant such animosity? Logically, it would be more appropriate for her to deliver the antidote herself, demonstrating her understanding of familial bonds. Enough. Su Yi's voice cut through the air, his brow furrowed tightly. Sister-in-law, please take your leave. Qianli does not require anyone to dictate her actions. Sun Yuji's brows shot up in surprise. Su Yi, what do you mean by that? Do you disagree? What offenses have Madame Wu and the second Miss of Chu committed to provoke such ire from Qianli? They are well aware of their own actions. The medicine Qianli possesses did not come from thin air. Not only is it currently unavailable, but why should it be given to those who have previously subjected her to torment? Sun Yuji's face flushed with anger. Su Yi, why must you speak so harshly? Sun Yuji, I address you as sister-in-law out of respect for my elder brother, yet do not presume to exploit this relationship to entangle yourself with Qianli. I shall not permit it. Chapter 75. Your audacity has grown. Sun Yuji, upon witnessing Su Yi's blatant disregard for her authority, revealed a hint of malice upon her countenance. So, Su Yi, you grant me no respect as your sister-in-law? Respect must be earned, not bestowed by others, Su Yi replied coldly. The deeds Sun Yuji has committed over the years warrant her descent into the depths of disgrace, and she dares to speak of respect? She ought to reflect upon her own worthiness. With a derisive chuckle, Sun Yuji retorted, Very well, you have compelled me. As she spoke, she produced a jade pendant tied with a red cord, gently swaying it by its string. Look, I have uncovered something quite valuable. Su Yi's gaze sharpened instantly. Beside him, Su Jinji stepped forward anxiously, exclaiming, That is my mother's possession. How could it be in your hands? Ah. The token of affection between my younger brother and his spouse, preserved over the years, remains pristine, even as they reside in a dilapidated abode, unwilling to part with it. Such devotion is indeed touching. Su Yi fixed his gaze fiercely upon the jade pendant. Return it to me. Return it to you? Sun Yuji scoffed. You see, dear brother, this item was pawned by you and has found its way into my possession. How could I possibly relinquish it so easily? Su Yi's expression darkened. What is it that you desire? The antidote held by Chu Qianli. Impossible. Su Yi's voice was resolute, his denial unwavering. Sun Yuji initially believed she had certainty in her grasp, but upon hearing his response, a wave of anger surged within her. Su Yi, have you truly considered this? When Min Xian departed, everything associated with her was utterly obliterated, save for this jade pendant, which remains your final token. Su Yi clenched his teeth, shutting his eyes to conceal the anguish threatening to erupt. Observing his evident turmoil, Sun Yuji pressed on, You two share a bond profound and unwavering, pledging your lives to one another. Are you truly willing to disregard her last memento? I require the antidote for Chu Qianli. Once I obtain it, the pendant shall be returned to you. No. Su Yi opened his eyes, his expression resolute. My feelings for Xianer are engraved in my heart. If you wish to take the pendant, then do so. I will not allow you to leverage it to threaten Qianli. At these words, Sun Yuji, infuriated, raised the pendant high. If you refuse, I shall shatter it immediately. Do you believe me? Do as you please. Wu's heart raced with anxiety. Madam Sun, do not forget the promise you made to me. The other physicians are baffled by the poison afflicting Ling Xian. Thus, she must secure the antidote from Chu Qianli. Sun Yuji gritted her teeth. Su Yi, I shall ask you one last time. Will you grant the antidote? I will not. Very well. This is your choice. With a fierce determination, Sun Yuji brought the jade pendant crashing down towards the ground. No. Su Jin cried out in anguish, rushing forward in an attempt to catch the pendant, but it was too late. Su Yi shut his eyes in despair as a tear slid down his cheek. Xianer, I owe you an apology. Just at that critical moment, a whip shadow flashed by, perilously snatching the jade pendant just as it was about to touch the ground. With a sharp crack, the pendant landed in her palm, and Chu Qianli held it tightly, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Then, with a sudden flick of her long whip, she struck at Sun Yuji, exclaiming, Taking advantage of my absence to bully my uncle and cousin, you've grown exceedingly bold. Ah! Sun Yuji was struck by the whip, letting out a pained scream as she stumbled and fell to the ground. Upon seeing Chu Qianli, Su Yi felt the tension within him dissipate. Qianli, how have you returned? Chu Qianli strode in, solemnly handing the jade pendant to Su Yi. Uncle, I am truly sorry. If I had been more attentive, this distressing situation would not have unfolded, and my uncle and cousin would not have had to suffer. Su Yi was taken aback and quickly shook his head, saying, What are you talking about? It has nothing to do with you. Chu Qianli pressed her lips together slightly, transforming her inner turmoil into a fierce anger directed at Sun Yuji. Aunt, it has been years since we last met, and your demeanor has certainly become even more striking than before. Memories surged within her mind, filled with the original owner's feelings of resentment. Upon returning to the Su residence, both Su Min and Su Yi were away on the battlefield, having sent a letter instructing Sun Yuji to welcome the original owner to the Su family for a brief stay, allowing her to become familiar with her maternal family. Sun Yuji dutifully dispatched a maid to fetch the original owner. However, upon seeing her for the first time, she disdainfully covered her mouth and nose, ordering that she be cleaned up before being allowed to enter. In the depths of winter, the original self was drenched by the frigid waters of a well. Consequently, a sense of resentment took root, rendering her hesitant to approach the Su family, with this amiable aunt bearing the brunt of the blame. Sun Yuji, filled with indignation, turned around only to be momentarily frozen in place. Chu Qianli had returned in haste, and her veil had fallen unnoticed, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage that radiated an intimidating brilliance. In that instant, her calm gaze concealed a sharpness between her brows, her very presence akin to a drawn sword, dissuading any from meeting her fierce glare. Sun Yuji, gritting her teeth, rose to her feet and upon catching sight of Chu Qianli's countenance, a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in her eyes. She donned a smile anew, as though entirely unfazed by the earlier reprimand from Chu Qianli. After 5 years apart, could it be that Qianli's beauty had reached an unparalleled zenith? A subtle shift crossed Chu Qianli's expression. Sun Yuji's scrutinizing gaze felt akin to appraising an item for sale, instilling a profound discomfort within her. Did you come merely to assess my appearance? Certainly not. I am here for you. The esteemed aunt has learned of the misunderstandings between you and Ling Xian, and even your biological mother has worried over it. I am here to offer assistance, with nothing but goodwill at heart. Goodwill? Chu Qianli's gaze shifted towards the silent Wu clan matriarch and Chu Lingxian. Wu's complexion remained pallid, evidently still recovering from prior injuries. Lingxian donned a conical hat draped with a veil that cascaded to her waist, yet she wished it were even longer to shroud her entirely. As she lifted her head, her eyes, peering through the veil, met Chu Qianli's, sending a shiver down her spine. Moments later, she recalled Sun Yuji's assurance before her arrival that she would undoubtedly obtain the antidote, which instilled a newfound confidence within her. With a disdainful glare directed at Chu Qianli, she could not suppress her irritation. The subtle twitch at the corner of Chu Qianli's brow revealed her true intent, despite clearly seeking assistance. She maintained an air of superiority that was thoroughly irksome. Sun Yuji, sensing the palpable tension, broke the silence with a smile. Qianli, heed your aunt's advice. You are, after all, a young lady destined for marriage. How long can Su Yi and Su Jinji protect you in this state? Now that you have been forsaken by the third prince, and find yourself with child out of wedlock, bearing a child of uncertain paternity, you will have no family to rely on in the future. TSK. Feng Xuandu's gaze flickered, a shadowy glint of coldness passing through his eyes. Fury surged within Chu Qianli, yet she restrained herself from immediate retaliation, instead donning a frosty smile that halted her uncle and cousin, who were poised to interject. In that case, what would you have me do? She was keen to hear what this sharp-tongued, self-serving aunt truly had in store. Chapter 76. Step aside. I am about to begin my performance. Sun Yuji's eyes brightened. She was not qualified to attend the palace banquet, and the affairs of the Marquis's residence and the third prince's manor had been kept under wraps. Thus, in her mind, no matter how much Chu Qianli's appearance had changed, she remained at heart the impoverished girl who had returned from the countryside. Qianli, your aunt speaks these words solely for your benefit. Do not presume that your unparalleled beauty will grant you unassailable power over men. Your youth and allure are fleeting. When age diminishes your charm, who will be there to support you then? Are you not still connected to your maternal family and kin? Sun Yuji's voice brimmed with seduction. Therefore, if you present the antidote today, you and the second young lady shall remain good sisters. However, should you still harbor feelings for His Highness the Third Prince, once the second young lady weds and becomes the rightful consort, she may invite you to serve him. A position as a concubine would not be out of the question. Upon hearing these words, Chu Lingxuan's expression darkened abruptly, yet she suppressed her indignation. Beside her, Wu Shi's eyes flickered with resentment. Chu Qianli's antics had harmed her family. Now, with Wu Qi's fate uncertain and Wu Qiong dismissed from office, this grievance lingered in her heart. For Lingxuan's sake, she endured for the time being, but once she grasped Chu Qianli's weakness, she would ensure that the girl would wish for death itself. Meanwhile, Su Yi's face turned ashen with rage, the veins on the back of his hand protruding as he gripped the armrest of his wheelchair. What nonsense are you spouting? Qianli has endured so much humiliation, and just as she finally awakens, how could she possibly serve as a concubine to the third prince? Su Jinzhong clenched his fists tightly. My sister Qianli possesses both beauty and talent. Only the finest men in this world are worthy of her. Speak further nonsense, and I shall tear your tongue out. Chu Qianli herself was nearly sickened by Sun Yuji's words, struggling to comprehend the reasoning of these individuals. After all the turmoil she had caused upon her return, could they truly not see that she had utterly distanced herself from the third prince? The very notion of being a concubine, a primary wife reduced to such a status, was nothing short of a deliberate insult from Sun Yuji and Wu Shi. Chu Qianli refrained from responding on the spot, merely casting a glance at Su Yi and Su Jinzhong, signaling them not to be provoked by Sun's ignorance. Sun Yuji, however, mistakenly believed that her words had an effect on Chu Qianli, a fleeting disdain crossing her expression. Tear my mouth apart? I stand here unmoving. Do you dare to approach? She asserted. Qianli, do not heed Su Yi and Su Jinji. Obey me, and I shall help you fulfill your desires. However, if you continue this commotion and truly hurt your biological mother and sister's hearts, there will be no one left to pave the way for you. Indeed, she was a fool, possessing such beauty yet eagerly trailing after a man's heels. If such beauty were bestowed upon her, she could grasp the ambitions of the entire Dongxian kingdom within her hands. Contemplating this, Sun Yuji gazed at Chu Qianli with a glimmer of covert greed, her cheeks even flushing with a tinge of crimson, making her countenance appear exceedingly peculiar. Chu Qianli's gaze shifted, dismissing Sun Yuji's repulsive expression. It was then that she realized Sun Yuji's appearance bore no difference from 5 years prior, and she seemed even paler now. Yet, this pallor was decidedly unnatural. At a cursory glance, it appeared acceptable, but upon closer inspection, there was an eerie resemblance to a corpse that had been frozen. Chu Qianli voiced her inner doubts. I have already annulled my engagement with the third prince and harbor the utmost disdain for him. Do you not comprehend this? Ha, Qianli. Why must you continue to feign in our presence? Sun Yuji replied dismissively. Those tactics of retreating to advance and luring by feigned weakness are merely remnants of my own play. Your incessant commotion ultimately aims to attract His Highness the Third Princess' attention, does it not? Chu Qianli suppressed the nausea rising within her. Very well. Think as you please. As you gather here today, aside from demanding the antidote for Chu Lingxian, do you have any other matters to discuss? If you have finished speaking, she is ready to take action. Sun Yuji has thoroughly discerned Chu Qianli, her tone laced with a hint of arrogance. Furthermore, I have heard that upon your return, you brought back quite a trove of treasures, Zixin Shun, Ninglu pills, as well as Hui Yuan Dan and detoxifying pills. Each one of these is a priceless gem in its own right. A flicker of insatiable greed crossed Sun Yuji's eyes. Chu Qianli observed her expression, feeling increasingly nauseated. Indeed, there are many fine items. Are you interested? Sun Yuji cast a disdainful glance at Su Yi and Su Jinji. Qianli, given that Su Yi and Su Jinji's bodies have deteriorated to this extent, what good would it do to fill them with more? It would be akin to pouring into a bottomless pit. Su Jinji's eyes flashed with anger, ready to retort, but was halted by a glance from Chu Qianli. Pray, elaborate on that. What do you mean by not as good as? Not as good as you handing over the goods to me. Hand over to you? Chu Qianli frowned. Fear not, I shall not treat you unfairly. My esteemed aunt's son family has engaged in trade for quite some time, possessing numerous connections. With the assistance of your maternal aunt, Madame Wu, to safeguard you, should we convert the goods into silver, you would receive 40%, while my maternal aunt and I would each take 30%. How does that sound? Chu Qianli nearly wanted to dig at her own ears in disbelief. Listening to such shameless words made her feel as though her ears might go deaf. Ah, but wouldn't you and Madame Wu be at a loss then? We are all family. There is no need for such meticulous calculations. Sun Yuji delicately held a handkerchief, gently wiping the corners of her lips, releasing a sweet, intoxicating fragrance into the air. Chu Qianli's nostrils flared slightly as a wave of vigilance surged within her. The alluring scent. It could ensnare the mind and disorient one's thoughts. If used excessively, particularly when combined with other herbs, it could render a person utterly subservient, akin to a puppet. The mesmerizing fragrance in Sun Yuji's possession was clearly refined, for its potency could not be so strong otherwise. Moreover, it was infused with other substances, making it less detectable and easier to fall victim to. It was undoubtedly concocted by a master well-versed in pharmacology. Was there someone lurking behind Sun Yuji? Contemplating this, she feigned a slightly dazed expression, her voice taking on a monotone quality. What a pity, the Zixuan root and the last condensation pill had been given to the emperor, and the recovery pill had been consumed by the Wu family. Sun Yuji lowered her handkerchief, her expression swiftly shifting to one of irritation, as she urgently inquired. Do you have nothing left? I. Chu Qianli suddenly clutched her head, as if struck by some unseen force. My head hurts so much. Su Yi and Su Jinji immediately tensed up. Qianli? Feng Xuandu's gaze flickered as he subtly positioned himself to obstruct the advance of the two. Her body exhibited no signs of abnormality, nor did it draw upon the surrounding fluctuations of power. It was evident that she was deliberately putting on an act. It would be best to prevent Lord Su and Su Jinji from approaching, lest it disrupt her performance. Chu Qianli appeared to be enduring some torment. Gripping the long whip in her hand tightly and fiercely striking towards Sun Yuji and the Wu family. The belongings of the master cannot be given away. No one shall receive them. Sun Yuji was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, as a heavy whip struck her face, leaving a long, bloody mark on her cheek. Wu's situation was even more dire. Her internal injuries had yet to heal, and she had only managed to endure. Believing that Sun Yuji would surely handle things with ease, to witness the unfolding drama of Chu Qianli. However, she never anticipated that Chu Qianli would suddenly go mad, directly turning her into a rolling gourd. Sun Yuji, hurry. Stop her. Chu Qianli's demeanor was clearly amiss. Wasn't this wretched Sun Yuji claiming she had everything under control? How reliable could she be? Chapter 77. Bullying us, the orphans, and the weak? Chu Qianli stood there in a daze, her eyes wide open, entirely lost. Yet her actions were devoid of hesitation. The master's belongings cannot be given away. Crack. A long whip lashed out, creating lingering shadows in its wake. Sun Yuji clutched her face, wailing incessantly, her eyes filled with profound terror. She had been disfigured. Chu Qianli, you vile creature. Crack. The whip struck heavily against Sun Yuji's back, tearing her flesh. Lacking martial prowess, she could not resist and could only retreat behind Wu and Chu Lingxian. This suited Chu Qianli perfectly. Crack. 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 Several whip strikes rained down upon the three of them, accompanied by continuous cries of anguish. Sun Yuji managed to evade somewhat, while Wu, already injured, found herself unable to move, curling her body as much as possible, her voice hoarse from endless lamentations. In the midst of exceptional care, the conical hat deliberately obscuring Chu Lingxuan's features was removed, revealing a face marked with vivid red rashes. Mother, save me. Wu hurriedly called for assistance. Quick. Stop Chu Qianli. Feng Xuandu subtly gestured, and Tian Shu and Tian Xian promptly surrounded the front courtyard, blocking all servants from the Chu and Wu families outside. Feng Xuandu cast a disapproving glance at Wu and her companions, coldly warning, lower your voices. If you disturb Qianli, the consequences will be beyond your means. Upon hearing his words, Wu and Chu Lingxian, reduced to a state of disarray, nearly coughed up blood. Fear? Who, indeed, is causing fear? Only after the tension had subsided did Chu Qianli regain some clarity, though her complexion turned pale. She raised a hand to her head and, in a fleeting moment while turning, winked at Sui and Su Jin, flashing a mischievous smile. Sui stared at the scene in bewilderment, and after a while, he feigned weakness, clutching his chest with concern. Oh dear, Qianli must be terribly frightened. Su Jin, coming to her senses, nodded vigorously beside him. Yes. Splendid. Sister Qianli. Well done. Chu Qianli discarded the whip, her expression dazed as she inquired. Why does my head ache so much? What just happened? Oh dear. What has happened to you all? The three from the Wu family lay on the ground, their bodies marked by lashings, their opulent garments soiled and in tatters. Sanbao hurriedly stepped forward to support Chu Qianli's arm, assisting her in stowing away the long whip. Mother, do not be afraid. There is nothing to worry about. For Sanbao is here with you. Chu Qianli withdrew her long whip and lifted Sanbao into her arms. Her gaze filled with trepidation as she regarded the three members of the Wu family on the ground. At the same time, she summoned her spiritual energy once more, enveloping Sun Yuji in a beguiling fragrance, which she enhanced and then directly infused into Chu Lingxuan's nostrils. Suddenly, Chu Lingxian was overwhelmed by the intoxicating scent, losing all rationality as she seized a shard of stone from the ground and hurled it at Chu Qianli. Vile servant, do you dare to harm me? What are you doing? Are you using your status to bully us, the orphaned and vulnerable? Chu Qianli, cradling Sanbao, deftly evaded the projectile and felt a chill pass through her heart. The beguiling fragrance, when wielded correctly, could serve as a divine tool for manipulation, effortlessly achieving one's aims. Yet, if misused, it could amplify base desires, a poison that would unveil the innermost emotions of the heart. Even a bodhisattva has moments of fierce wrath. How much more so for someone as tainted as Chu Lingxian? She did not dare to seek an antidote from the Emperor and Empress Qi, instead choosing to pressure the Su family, thus revealing her cowardice in the face of strength. If that was the case, she intended to make Wu and Chu Lingxian comprehend that the Su family was no longer a place for their whims to run rampant, consumed by fury and pain. Chu Lingxian was further incensed at the sight of Chu Qianli's beauty. Chu Qianli, you wretched creature born of a mother, yet raised without one. Today I shall surely slay you. Chu Qianli gently patted Sanbao's rear and exchanged a knowing glance with him, before running towards the two white cranes, the jokester and the straight man, still holding him in her embrace. The avaricious old emperor's possessions are certainly worth utilizing. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Qianli sprang to her feet and dashed forward without a moment's hesitation. Wu, intent on stopping her, found herself incapacitated by the amalgamation of fresh and old injuries. Qian, you stop right there. Yet, Chu Qianli remained oblivious, her mind clouded by the enchanting fragrance, consumed solely by the desire to eliminate Chu Qianli. You insolent maid, halt at once. As several individuals surged towards Gigi, particularly the menacing Chu Qianli. It was as if she were in pursuit of the stars and the vastness of the sea. The sight was enough to send the two cranes into a state of panic. They stretched their necks and unfurled their wings, desperate to flee. Sanbao glanced at Dogen and Pangjin, casting a stern glare at the two white cranes, quietly issuing a threat. The red cloud ginseng iron pot boils. Caw, caw, caw. Such young ones, devoid of martial virtue. All they wished was to boil the white cranes in the iron pot. The two cranes, recognizing the blatant threat, dared not escape. Instead, they braced themselves and charged towards Chu Qianli, resulting in a chaotic melee. Caw! A heart-wrenching cry of the crane resounded, accompanied by scattered feathers, evoking tears from listeners and sorrow in those who heard it. Chu Qianli halted, turning back to provoke Chu Qianli further. Sister Qianli, no matter how furious you are, you cannot vent your wrath upon the white cranes. They are a gift from His Majesty. Look, you've even torn out their feathers. Beasts! You two beasts dare to disrespect me. You shall pay for this. Death is what you deserve. Chu Qianli roared, her already unsightly visage now contorted with rage. Sanbao quickly covered his eyes, trembling uncontrollably. My dear mother, I am feeling quite frightened, said Sanbao, his expression mirroring the sentiment of distress as he nestled closer to Chu Qianli. Mother, you two are afraid? Indeed, my child. What shall we do? Being orphans, vulnerable and frail, what options do we possess? Alas, mother, our plight is truly tragic. Yet, I shall find a way to protect you, uncle and granduncle, Sanbao declared resolutely. With determination, he leaped from Chu Qianli's embrace, slipping slightly before sprawling onto the ground. Rolling once before rubbing his little black hands against his cheeks and calling out to the sky, Dabai. Come quickly, Sanbao needs the emperor to save us. With a cry, Dabai swooped down, and Chu Qianli deftly tossed Sanbao onto its back. In seamless coordination, Dabai sped towards the palace with Sanbao. Wait, do not forget about the crane. Cleverly taking advantage of the commotion between the supporting and comedic roles, the crane flapped its feather-shedding wings, striving to keep pace. Sun Yuji and Wu Shi stood speechless, bewildered. Why was Chu Qianli, the scoundrel, appearing more aggrieved than they, the ones who had been struck? Qian, cease at once. You there, are you blind? Hurry and stop the young lady. Wu Shi commanded the servants of the Chu family with urgency. In Dongxian, the white crane is a symbol of auspiciousness. And these two cranes, bestowed by the emperor, are indeed imperial gifts not to be harmed lightly. Tianshu and Tianxian stood resolute as mountains, blocking the Chu family servants with unwavering resolve, regardless of their futile struggles. Wu Shi, left without recourse, turned to Sun Yuji and delivered a fierce kick towards her. Son, do not forget the promise you made to me. A flicker of resentment crossed Sun Yuji's eyes. Chu Qianli, I extended my goodwill in mediating for you. Yet you seized the opportunity to go mad, wielding a whip against your own mother, aunt, and sister. Truly, you exhibit a lack of filial piety and a heart as cold as ice. Chu Qianli raised a hand to gently caress his chest, a slight furrow appearing between his brows, his exquisite features betraying a hint of unease. Aunt, you were quite terrifying. I am uncertain what transpired, but I suddenly caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance. Based on my extensive experience in herbal studies, there must be something amiss with that scent. Sun Yuji felt a jolt of surprise. She had not anticipated Chu Qianli's keen sensitivity. Since acquiring the entrancing aroma from that influential figure, she had enjoyed unprecedented success without any missteps. What nonsense are you spouting? Where is this fragrance coming from? You must. Sun Yuji intended to demand that Chu Qianli apologize to Wu and Chu Qianli, but upon turning, she nearly gasped in disbelief. At that moment, Chu Qianli, weakened, was being unceremoniously sat upon by the great white crane, its expansive wings fanning her into a state of confusion. Wu, witnessing this scene, felt her heart lurch with both sympathy and fury. Qian, when has my daughter ever endured such indignity? Chu Qianli, I shall see you dead. Chapter 78. Summoning reinforcements on another front. Sanbao rode swiftly towards the palace on the great white steed, a cacophony of honking from a molting white crane trailing behind. Many curious onlookers emerged to witness the commotion. Within the palace, the emperor, having taken the detoxification pill provided by Chu Qianli, felt an overwhelming sense of relief coursing through his body. While combing his hair in the morning, The palace maid made a curious discovery. Some of his white hair had turned black. The emperor, increasingly delighted, could not help but call for song and dance, savoring his tea while enjoying the performance. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted in front of the palace. What was happening? The chief eunuch, Gao Lin, hurried out to investigate and, upon seeing the situation, gasped in astonishment. Your Majesty, the young master Cambao has arrived. The emperor immediately gestured for the music and dance to cease, and just as he was about to rise, he heard Sanbao's breathless cries. Your Majesty, save me. Someone is trying to kill Cambao and my mother. The emperor was taken aback, startled by the urgency of the young boy's words. As he stepped out of the grand hall, he witnessed the filthy Cambao tumbling down from the white crane, his heart sinking. Cambao, what has happened? Your Majesty, I beg of you, save my mother, my uncle, and my other uncle. Sanbao's face was streaked with tears. Do not cry. Tell me everything that transpired. That wicked woman, along with 2 other old hags, attacked my mother to steal her medicine and to harm my uncles. Your Majesty, you are the strongest. Please capture that wicked woman, and do not forget about the crane. The emperor, bewildered by the mention of a wicked woman and old hags, felt his expression darken upon hearing the crane's cries and observing its disheveled appearance. Has this white crane been harmed? Yes, it was the wicked woman who attacked it. My mother could not stop her and was driven to tears. The white crane was a symbol of auspiciousness, one he had bestowed as a mark of favor, widely known throughout the capital. However, he has been struck. Is this a manifestation of discontent towards him as an emperor? Summon someone immediately to investigate the Su family. Gao Lin hesitated before speaking. Your Majesty, I have indeed heard some rumors. The witch referred to by the young master seems to be the second miss of the Xiang family. Chu Qianli? The emperor furrowed his brow. Cambao immediately nodded. Yes, Your Majesty, it is indeed that witch. Chu Qianli? Stealing medicine? The emperor's expression darkened. I provided 2 antidotes to consort Qi. Did she allocate one to Chu Qianli? Gao Lin lowered his head, appearing hesitant to speak. This. Humph. The emperor scoffed coldly. Gao Lin, send someone to the 3rd prince's residence with my decree. Let the 3rd prince manage his fiancé properly. Understood. Additionally, you shall take 50 imperial guards out of the palace. Sui has made considerable contributions to Dongxian, and I cannot stand by and watch him be bullied. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall depart at once. Sanbao's eyes brightened, and he rushed forward to embrace the emperor's leg in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. The emperor paused momentarily, glancing down at Cambao, and suddenly felt a pang of compassion. Go, and protect your mother well. Yes, yes. Cambao quickly tugged at Gao Lin, urging him to leave. Uncle Gao, hurry, it is urgent. As soon as Cambao exited the palace doors, the great white falcon swooped down, grasping Cambao and then seizing Gao Lin's shoulder with its talons, carrying them skyward. Ah! A sharp scream gradually faded into the distance. The imperial guards stood in a daze for a moment before suddenly snapping back to reality, hastily pursuing the fleeing eunuch Gao. Gao Lin dangled in midair, the fierce wind buffeting him, rendering his eyes nearly unable to open. He recalled the chief steward he had encountered shortly after entering the palace. The steward had always advised him that in serving as a eunuch, one must tighten one's belt and grit one's teeth. Sound advice indeed. Had his belt not been securely fastened today, he would have plummeted straight down, exposed for all to see. As he lost himself in these thoughts, he suddenly felt the altitude decrease. Just as he rejoiced at surviving, a sharp voice pierced the air with a curse. Chu Qianli. I will surely kill you. Below, Feng Xuandu heard the call of the returning by he and commanded, Tian Shu, Tian Xin, release her. Naturally, a complete act was necessary, allowing Gao Lin to witness the arrogance of the Chu family. In the next moment, the servants of the Chu family finally broke through the obstacles. Madam, Nurse Wang hurried over to carefully assist Madame Wu. Ignoring her own condition, Madame Wu urged, quickly, save the young lady. Yes, the servants immediately rushed toward Bai He, who was fiercely guarding Chu Lingshuan's head. With a fierce stomp, Bai He would not relent, and the moment they approached, it screeched in desperation. Faced with the emperor's bestowed auspicious creature, the Chu family's servants were utterly helpless. After a struggle, they managed to grasp its wing and lift Chu Lingshan, only to be met with the piercing cry of the white eagle. Caw! Gao Lin finally landed, his eyes widening in astonishment at the scene unfolding in the courtyard. Such audacity. Ugh! Wu, startled by the sudden arrival of Gao Lin, still reeling from the shock when she hears the furious voice of Chu Qianli. Lord Gao, quickly save the white crane bestowed by His Majesty. It is in peril. A wave of alarm surged through Gao Lin as he glanced at the servants clutching the crane. You audacious knaves! Dare you lay a finger on that crane? I shall sever your heads from your bodies. Sun Yuji hastily rose, striving to arrange her dress. Lord Gao, what are you? Before she could complete her flattery, She witnessed Gao Lin's face shift dramatically as he doubled over and retched. Ugh! Ah! Sun Yuji gasped, unable to retreat in time, and was splattered with the repugnant filth. Once he had expelled the contents of his stomach, Gao Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him, ignoring Sun Yuji entirely as he bowed to Chu Qianli. Miss. I beg your pardon. Chu Qianli shook her head. Lord Gao, I am unharmed. It is I who have erred, failing to safeguard the two white cranes. I never anticipated that my aunt, Madame Wu, and sister Ling Xian would turn against them in their desperation for the medicine. Gao Lin glared furiously at Wu and Sun Yuji, his heart sinking as he observed their injuries. What have they done to you? The sight of their whip marks was indeed a dismal spectacle. Chu Qianli raised a hand to massage her temples. The injuries upon them were inflicted by me. I cannot fathom what transpired. Upon inhaling a fragrant aroma, I abruptly lost control. Subsequently, it seemed someone sought to demand something from me. Then, Feng Xuandu interjected. I can attest that the Sun and Wu families sought the purple Xian ginseng, Ninglu pills, and antidotes from Qianli, employing certain means that led to Qianli's sudden loss of self-control. The servant had encountered the master of Tianjin Tower before. Gao Lin, upon seeing Feng Xuandu, hastily bowed in respect. Master Gao, you must escort the Sun family back and have the imperial physician conduct a thorough examination. Clues ought to surface. Sun Yuji felt a jolt of alarm. Her methods could not withstand the physician's scrutiny. Master Gao, there is absolutely nothing to investigate. Gao Lin cast a cold glance. Whether or not there is something to uncover will be revealed upon investigation. In any case, both ladies and the second miss of the Chu family have harmed the royal gift of the white crane. They must go to the palace to atone. Upon hearing this, Sun's panic intensified. She could not afford to expose herself. She contemplated utilizing the misty fragrance once more, but was deterred by the recent frenzy exhibited by Chu Qianli and Chu Lingxian, fearing further complications. Master Gao, it is evident that Chu Qianli deliberately inflicted harm. Lady Wu and I, as well as the second miss, are the true victims. Chapter 79, I apologize. You listen on your knees. Chu Qianli's expression shifted, and a plan formed in her mind. The alliance between Sun Yuji and Lady Wu was certainly not fortuitous. Furthermore, the misty fragrance was sufficient to indicate that a formidable presence stood behind Sun Yuji. Thus, it would be prudent to draw the snake out of its hole and ensnare them all. Contemplating, she delicately moved her fingertips, drawing forth the elusive fragrance concealed within Sun Yuji, directing it towards Gao Lin's nostrils. In the next moment, Gao Lin's expression shifted in surprise, and he raised his fingers gracefully, retreating 2 steps while casting a wary glance at the Sun family. What business does a widow have in drawing so close to our household? Look at you, with those delicate fingers poised. Can you truly rival my elegance? Sun Yuji was momentarily taken aback. What just transpired? Had she truly unleashed the enchanting fragrance? Gao Lin then turned his gaze towards Wu Shi, disdainfully covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. What are you staring at? You should know that even gazing upon me is beyond your reach. Humph. Wu Shi's eyes widened, nearly rendered breathless by his words. She, the esteemed wife of the prime minister, would ever consider a eunuch? Chu Qianli blinked, sensing an oddity in Gao Lin's true disposition. At that moment, Chu Lingxian exhaled a long sigh, finally awakening from her stupor. Struggling to sit upright, she felt her head weighed down as though burdened by several times its usual heaviness. Good heavens, how did I end up looking like a pig? No, to liken myself to a pig would be an insult to swine. Do remain still. If you move, I fear the flesh upon your face might just fall away. Oh dear, it's too much to bear. Chu Qianli's lips twitched slightly. It was unexpected that this Gao Lin was, in essence, a veritable fountain of unfiltered commentary, one that struck indiscriminately. Wu Shi and Chu Lingxian nearly toppled to the ground in disbelief. You. Just as Gao Lin's gaze was about to settle upon Feng Xuandu, Chu Qianli hastily summoned his spiritual energy, dispelling the effects of the enchanting fragrance. She merely intended for Gao Lin to personally experience the sensation induced by the enchanting fragrance, without any intention of directing the nozzle towards himself. Gao Lin's expression shifted momentarily, and he stood frozen in place, awkwardly retracting his delicate fingers. Turning around, he met the astonished gaze of Chu Qianli. Your Excellency, you seemed somewhat off just now. I detected a fragrance, and then Gao Lin suddenly cast a sharp glance at Sun Yuji, a glimmer of coldness crossing his eyes. Bring Madame Sun aside, but be cautious not to let her interfere. At last, the Imperial Guards arrived and entered Su Mansion upon hearing the command. Yes, Gao Lin assured Chu Qianli. Rest assured, Miss, once we reach the palace, I shall thoroughly report the truth to His Majesty. This act of violence was not your desire. After experiencing the situation firsthand, he had completely come to trust Chu Qianli. Thank you, Your Excellency. Sun Yuji attempted to resist, but the imperial guards were unyielding as they unsheathed their swords. An aura of impending death emerged, compelling her to silence. Gao Lin then turned his attention to Wu Shi and Chu Lingxian. As for you two, I believe His Highness, the third prince, shall be arriving shortly. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of ceremonial greetings resonated at the entrance. We pay our respects to His Highness, the third prince. Chu Lingxian was momentarily taken aback, then gasped, Mother. In her current disheveled state, how could she face the third prince? Wu Shi hurriedly grabbed a nearby hat and placed it over Chu Lingxuan's head. Seeing this, San Bao's fury ignited, that which was indeed aware of her own unseemliness. Daring to bully his mother, he would not let her off lightly. The performer, initially sprawled on the ground, appeared to be on the brink of death. Upon hearing the voice of San Bao, he suddenly sat up with a start, flapping his bare wings in a frantic manner, inadvertently knocking off Chu Lingxuan's hat. Just as the third prince, Yunqi Gui, entered the courtyard. He had yet to utter a word when the sight of Chu Lingxuan's ghastly face struck him like a bolt from the blue. His expression shifted dramatically, stunned into silence by Chu Lingxuan's appearance, which was accompanied by a wave of nausea rising in his chest. In his memory, Chu Lingxuan had always been genuine and charming. A vision of delicate beauty, the scene before him shattered that cherished impression into countless fragments. Chu Lingxuan let out a cry, raising her sleeve to shield her face. Your Highness. Yun Qinggui was momentarily taken aback by her voice, which bore a hint of fragility, and he was nearly overwhelmed by the image of her swollen, crimson visage. Wu Shi hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, Your Highness, today's incident is merely a misunderstanding. Gong Wu approached and bowed, saying, Your Highness, you have received the Emperor's decree, have you not? Yun Qinggui clenched his teeth and raised his gaze to meet Chu Qianli's piercingly cold eyes, which instilled a sense of dread within him. Chu Qianli, today's incident was indeed a breach of decorum on Lingxuan's part. However, there is no justification for you to take action against Lady Wu and your own sister. Chu Qianli suddenly smiled. Your Highness, may I inquire whether it was Lady Wu and Chu Lingxuan who first pressed for the medicinal herbs? He interrupted Yun Qinggui. Answer me, was it or was it not? Yun Qinggui furrowed her brows slightly and replied, Indeed. Thus, it seems you have justly called Chu Lingxian impudent. Should she not offer me an apology? Yet, you resorted to violence. Do you not acknowledge your own fault? I may have erred, and I am willing to extend my apologies to her. But she must first render her due respect to me. Yun Qinggui's frown deepened. The smile on Chu Qianli's lips grew more pronounced. If His Highness the third prince disagrees with my assertion, perhaps we should present our case before the Emperor? A shadow of concern flickered in Yun Qinggui's eyes. At the birthday banquet of Consort Qi, he had already lost face, and now he was confined to the estate for reflection. He could not further provoke his father's ire. Without hesitation, he addressed Chu Lingxian. Lingxian apologized to Chu Qianli. Chu Lingxian, lifting her sleeves to shield her face, stood frozen in shock. Upon hearing his words, she nearly spat blood in disbelief. I apologize, Your Highness. Do you not even heed my words? The memory of that moment in Fuyuan, when Chu Qianli had compelled her to kneel, surged forth in her mind. How strikingly similar were the words of Chu Yanqing back then to those of the current third prince. Feng Xuandu cast a glance at Tian Shu, who promptly summoned a chair and placed it behind Chu Qianli. Meanwhile, Tian Xian approached with a teacup, smiling as he stood by in anticipation. Chu Qianli chuckled softly, his skirt swaying gracefully as he seated himself upon the chair behind him. I almost forgot. In our Eastern Xian kingdom, a formal apology requires one to kneel and serve tea. Therefore, dear sister Lingxian, let us adhere to tradition, shall we? Chu Lingxuan's heart bled with resentment, her fury igniting a tempest within her. Your Highness. At that moment, she could only hope that the third prince would reconsider his decision. Lingxian. Apologize. Yun Qinggui furrowed his brow, evading Chu Lingxuan's gaze, a barely concealed disdain flickering in his eyes. Chu Lingxian felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Once, her greatest pleasure had been to concoct various excuses to have Yun Qinggui punish Chu Qianli. Back then, Chu Qianli was undeniably Yun Qinggui's betrothed, yet it was she, Chu Lingxian, who basked in his favor. 5 years had passed, and she found herself engaged to the third prince, seemingly trapped in the very nightmare that had once plagued Chu Qianli. Why was this happening? What was the reason behind it all? Chapter 80. Was he dead? Chu Qianli sat in her chair, coldly observing as Chu Lingxian approached like a specter. In the memories of her former self, whenever Yun Qinggui and Chu Lingxian appeared together, she was invariably on her knees, endlessly pleading for mercy and forgiveness, a relentless nightmare overshadowing her existence, as if even breathing were a transgression. Though she was the third prince's fiancé, She had never heard a single word of defense on her behalf. Now that Chu Lingxian had painstakingly usurped her engagement, it was only fitting that she experienced the myriad grievances that had once tormented the original owner of this body. Trembling, Chu Lingxian lifted the teacup and slowly knelt before Chu Qianli. Sister, I am sorry. Chu Qianli gently lifted the corners of her lips. As sisters, I never intended for you to truly kneel. Why take it so seriously? Never mind, Lingxian, I too have my faults, and I apologize to you. Please be forgiving. Chu Lingshuan's eyes widened in shock. You. Chu Qianli took the teacup, and with a slight flick of her fingers, the cup shattered against Chu Lingshuan's knee, spilling tea all over her. Sister, my hand slipped. I couldn't hold it steady. Surely, you can understand, right? You. Chu Lingshuan's eyes flared wide. Her complexion a tumultuous blend of red and green. A cold smile graced the corners of Chu Qianli's lips. These words sound familiar, do they not? After all, you have uttered them on numerous occasions in the past. I possess a remarkable memory. All that you have said is etched in my mind, and I shall gradually repay you in kind. Chu Lingxian fixed her gaze upon Chu Qianli's frosty eyes, suddenly perceiving her own wretched and grotesque reflection within them. In that moment, she felt as if the world was spinning beneath her. The roles between her and Chu Qianli had irrevocably reversed, recalling her past misdeeds. A chilling wave engulfed Chu Lingxian, and she could no longer suppress the terror swelling within her, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless mass. Chu Qianli rose, lifting her gaze towards Yun Qigui. Your Highness, the third prince, are you satisfied with my apology? Yun Qigui stared intently at Chu Qianli, fully aware of her insincerity. Yet powerless to contest it, he could only grit his teeth in silence. Someone, assist Madame Wu in the second miss in returning. Upon hearing this, Madame Wu felt a surge of frustration welling up within her. Was the third prince not inclined to offer them any assistance? Your Highness, as her fiancé, and having garnered substantial support from the Xiang residents, how could he show no care or compassion for Lingxian in this critical moment? What more could Madame Wu hope for? Lingxian has been poisoned and requires an antidote. Otherwise, her visage shall be irrevocably marred. Lady Wu, let us proceed. The third prince's brow was heavy with concern. Chu Qianli had already conveyed that all the antidotes had been entrusted to the emperor. Even if she possessed any, she would not dare to present them, lest she be accused of treason. She was not foolish. Lady Wu naturally understood this reasoning, yet the third prince's stubborn silence sent waves of chill through her heart. Old Madame Wang stepped forward, assisting her as they made their way out, while Chu Lingxian was also helped to her feet, trailing behind in a daze. Gao Lin spoke up. Miss, it is time for me to return to the palace to report. Chu Qianli's thoughts stirred as she smiled gently. I am grateful for the emperor's protection in sending a eunuch to safeguard me and the Su family. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to the emperor in person and present him with a token of appreciation. Thus, the eunuch arranged for a carriage for the young lady to accompany her into the palace. Very well, I shall trouble you, Master Gao, to wait a moment while I change into more suitable attire. Indeed, miss, there is no need for haste. Gao Lin departed with his entourage to wait outside. Su Yi immediately inquired with concern. Qianli, you seemed quite unwell earlier. Did sun do something to you? Is your health affected? Uncle need not worry. It was merely a powder intended to bewilder the mind, a mere fade, which poses no threat to me. Then, regarding your entry into the palace, Chu Qianli's expression darkened slightly. Uncle, my maternal uncle's misfortune occurred approximately 6 years ago, soon followed by your own troubles on the battlefield, not to mention cousin's plight. Such coincidences seem rather too fortuitous. Su Yi furrowed his brow. Do you suspect that someone has interfered? It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. Chu Qianli's gaze was heavy. Moreover, the hidden power within you, which surfaced while aiding my uncle, cannot be easily explained away. Does all of this relate to Sun Yuji? I had previously suspected the royal family, especially since my uncle's Su family has fallen, allowing the royal family to consolidate military power and diminish the influence of the generals. Such actions inevitably raise questions. Yet now, it appears that Sun Yuji is equally suspect. Therefore, I must enter the palace, cast out some bait, and see what I can catch. Su Yi sighed deeply, glancing at his legs, which still could not bear his weight. Qianli, these matters should have been mine to handle. Yet now, all the burdens rest upon your frail shoulders. Uncle, focus on your recovery. Once you are well, there will be ample opportunities for you to support me. Chu Qianli replied with a smile. Very well, I shall take my leave. Chu Qianli went to change into appropriate attire for her palace visit. Feng Xuandu lifted Cambao, his phoenix eyes cold and devoid of warmth, channeling his power to communicate with Tian Shu and Tian Xian. Break one of her legs. They dared to insult him, interrupting his leisurely outing with Qianli, and even incited his followers to become concubines for other men? Ha! Did they think he, as the Phoenix sovereign, was helpless? Outside the gates of the Su residence, a throng of onlookers had gathered. Some were drawn by Canbao's arrival on the White Eagle to the palace, while others, curious about the large contingent of imperial guards, had come to witness the unfolding spectacle. They are coming out. As the crowd turned their attention, the servants of the Chu family endeavored to shield Wu and Chu Lingxian from prying eyes. However, just as they were about to board the carriage, Wu stumbled and fell abruptly from the yoke. Meanwhile, Chu Lingxian, lost in her thoughts, remained oblivious to the impending calamity. In the next moment, she was struck forcefully by Wu, sending her sprawling backward. The servants, in a flurry, rushed to support Chu Lingxian, managing to catch her just in time. Yet, as Wu attempted to rise, her legs buckled beneath her, and she inadvertently sat down upon Chu Lingxian's lower leg. A resounding crack echoed through the air, followed by a piercing scream. In a daze, Chu Lingxian caught a glimpse of her shattered leg before succumbing to unconsciousness. Wu was momentarily stunned, hastily retreating only to be inadvertently tripped by a servant, crashing to the ground. Her leg collided violently with the carriage seat, producing yet another sharp sound of bone fracturing. Her leg was broken as well. "Madam, miss." The third prince, eager to depart swiftly, was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Observing the disheveled and woeful state of Wu and Chu Lingxian, he felt an overwhelming wave of impatience and disdain rise within him, rather than concern. Hadn't Wu been the epitome of virtue and domesticity, and Chu Lingxian the embodiment of grace and courtesy? What had transpired to render them so incomprehensible and repugnant, even leading to mishaps while boarding a carriage? Assist them in rising and return them to the residence to summon a physician. I shall enter the palace to seek forgiveness from my father. Understood. Inside the carriage, Wu, on the brink of fainting from pain, recalled the look in the third prince's eyes as he departed, gritting her teeth to endure the agony. Return to the manor, quickly. Chapter 81. Today, the flavor is that of green tea and salted fish. Within the residence of the Xiang family, Chu Yanqing gazed at the distressed Wu and Chu Lingxian being carried in, his mind momentarily blank. What has transpired? Wu, her hands stained with blood, clutched Chu Yanqing's sleeve tightly, her face awash with tears. "Master, it is Chu Qianli. That wretched scoundrel assaulted both Lingxian and me, and he has secretly employed sorcery to sever our legs. You must avenge us, mother and daughter." Upon hearing these words, Chu Yanqing's temples throbbed in response to the sight of Wu and Chu Lingshuan's pitiful state, as if a sharp object were incessantly piercing his mind. What of Sun? Did you not take her to obtain the antidote? Do not mention her. Wu's face contorted with loathing. That wretched woman is utterly useless. Before she left, she assured us she would compel Chu Qianli to yield the antidote. Yet in reality, she was powerless against him, unable to employ any means. And what of His Highness the Third Prince? He came, but instead of assisting Lingxian and me, he forced Lingxian to apologize to Chu Qianli. Moreover, master, I cannot shake the feeling that His Highness's demeanor. What do you think? Wu's countenance was pained, a flicker of resentment hidden in her eyes. He seems to have grown weary of Lingxian. You have seen her current state. Do you think he might reconsider and annul his engagement with her? Chu Yanqing's expression darkened. He will not. My Chu family does not permit such a betrayal. Yet, as I observed his countenance, I could not shake the impression that his gaze towards Lingxian had become strikingly reminiscent of the way he once regarded Chu Qianli. Chu Yanqing fell silent. His admiration for the third prince stemmed from the fact that the young man's temperament closely mirrored that of the emperor in his youth, meticulous, thoughtful, and gracious. Gradually, he too became enraptured by the faade constructed by the third prince, forgetting the chilling indifference that lay within. It seemed the moment had arrived to summon Hanbai back. Hanbai? Wu's eyes sparkled with realization. My son Hanbai, indeed, once he returns, he shall undoubtedly find a way to deal with Chu Qianli. Chu Yanqing rose, instructing his attendants to prepare the court attire. Master, are you entering the palace? You and Lingxian have harmed the emperor's bestowed white crane. Can I refrain from seeking forgiveness? Chu Yanqing furrowed his brow, turning to exit. Wu lay on the bed, staring blankly at the empty doorway, until she was jolted back to reality by Chu Lingshuan's soft cries as she awakened. Lingxian, do not fear. Your brother will return soon. Once he does, Chu Qianli shall surely meet his end. Upon hearing this, Chu Lingxian finally managed to gather her spirits. Mother, you must urge my brother to return promptly. Rest assured. Within the palace, the eunuch respectfully reported, Your Majesty, Master Gao has returned with his entourage, and the third prince, along with the young lady of the Chu family, is waiting outside the hall. Let them enter. Yes. As Chu Qianli stepped into the grand hall, she immediately sensed the emperor's scrutinizing gaze upon her. She gently inhaled through her nostrils, her eyes flickering with a glimmer of crystalline tears. During her time at the Temporal Management Bureau, she had encountered a green tea spirit, from whom she had learned this subtle technique. To convey a sense of grievance, one must be both implicit and ensure clarity for others to perceive, thereby maximizing the likelihood of evoking sympathy from bystanders. It is said that upon her retirement, that green tea spirit was still lost in her own aquatic paradise, oblivious to whether her aircraft carrier had capsized. The noble lady, Chu Qianli, pays her respects to the emperor. Indeed, upon seeing Chu Qianli's demeanor, the emperor's expression softened considerably compared to earlier. Please rise. Meanwhile, Yun Qigui knelt down, his face filled with guilt and unease. Your son pays homage to his majesty. I have failed to properly restrain my fiancé, causing my father to suffer undue fatigue and worry. I am guilty and beseech his majesty to impose punishment. You may rise. The emperor's expression was inscrutable, oscillating between joy and anger. Now, tell me what transpired. Fearing that Chu Qianli might embellish her grievances, the third prince hastily interjected, in response to your majesty. After the palace banquet that evening, Xiang was consumed by guilt for having caused distress to both the emperor and the empress. Upon learning that the empress's illness had not yet improved and that the imperial physician was at a loss, she sought medicine from the Su family. Unexpectedly, influenced by the poison of the long-winged butterfly, she acted impulsively and inadvertently offended Chu Qianli in her words. The emperor, upon hearing this, revealed no immediate reaction, directing his gaze toward Chu Qianli. Qianli, do you concur with the words of the third prince? Your majesty, your highness. If he insists on saying it this way, then I, the humble servant, shall accept it. Chu Qianli raised her head to glance at Yun Qigui, and after a moment, forced herself to lower her gaze and remain silent. Yet this display spoke volumes, rendering the third prince utterly unreasonable. A sudden tightening gripped the third prince's heart, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. On his way here, he had devised countless strategies, eagerly awaiting a spirited debate with Chu Qianli, hoping to reveal her arrogance to their father, the emperor. However, he never anticipated that the previously domineering Chu Qianli would suddenly resort to theatrics before their father. The emperor, with a stern expression, turned his gaze towards Gao Lin. Gao Lin, you have also visited the Su family. Please recount what you observed. Your majesty. When I was taken there by the young master Cambao, I did not witness much, and it would be inappropriate for me to draw conclusions regarding the specifics. However, the two white cranes bestowed by your majesty have indeed suffered serious injuries. The third prince's eyelids twitched violently. Father, the injury to those two white cranes is indeed Ling Xuan's fault, but it was not of her own volition. She was manipulated. Manipulated? The third prince turned to glare at Chu Qianli, his hand raised in indignation. It is she. Father, Chu Qianli is insidious and cunning, skilled in the use of potions. She must have employed some means to provoke Xiang into an uncontrollable rage. With a look of innocence and indignation, Chu Qianli retorted, Your Highness, to accuse another requires evidence. Xiang has always been meticulous in her actions, adhering to established protocols. How could she possibly act against the two white cranes, knowing they were a gift from the emperor? Perhaps one might speculate that she harbors some dissatisfaction, feigning madness as a means of release. The emperor's brow furrowed slightly, a fleeting look of displeasure crossing his face. He had acquired 5 pills to counteract the poison of the long-winged phoenix butterfly, yet chose not to give even one to Chu Xiang, compelling her to seek out Chu Qianli and pressure him for the antidote, undoubtedly intensifying her grievances. At that moment, an inner servant hurriedly reported, Your Majesty. 2 white cranes have flown in from outside the palace. Chu Qianli quickly glanced towards the entrance. Your Majesty. The cranes must be frightened and have come to seek your aid. Your benevolence is boundless. Do grant them an audience. The emperor hesitated for a brief moment before instructing Gao Lin, bring the 2 cranes inside. The 2 cranes were carefully carried in by several servants. They drooped their long necks and legs, their feathers disheveled, stained with blood, appearing to struggle for breath. Chu Qianli's eyelids twitched. This performance has gone too far. Chapter 82. Strangle him. Grip his neck. Upon seeing the state of the 2 cranes, the emperor's heart sank. He realized they had been harmed, but was unaware of the severity of their injuries. The third prince suddenly sensed trouble. Father, these cranes were not so grievously injured before. It must be that Chu Qianli deliberately hurt them to frame Chu Xiang. The white crane opened its eyes and beheld the third prince. Its plump body trembled violently as it struggled to scurry to Chu Qianli's side, snuggling tightly against her. Chu Qianli hastily gathered the crane into her arms, gently stroking its bald head, wearing an expression of suppressed indignation. Your Majesty, the third prince's words are utterly unreasonable. If I had harmed the white crane or treated it poorly, how could it possibly show such affection towards a mere servant girl? Ah, fair maiden, please refrain from touching my head. There is little feather left. The white crane's feeble cry echoed, sounding utterly aggrieved. Chu Qianli inhaled deeply, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Your Majesty, the white crane was frolicking joyfully, carefree, and content, only to be nearly met with calamity. You must take a stand for them. Father. The third prince sought to intercede, but the emperor spoke decisively. The white crane is a portent of auspiciousness for the eastern Xian kingdom. To harm it invites punishment. However, since the auspicious being has only recently appeared in the capital, I am loath to witness bloodshed, lest it disturb the harmony of heaven. Chu Qianli has harmed the white crane. Let her kneel in repentance for 1 hour daily until both cranes are healed. The third prince's expression grew troubled. Father. This matter may be. What is it? Do you believe I have erred in my judgment? The emperor's gaze turned icy. Your son would not dare to suggest such a thing. It is merely that Chu Qianli, prior to leaving the Su family residence, inadvertently broke her leg, rendering her unable to fulfill the penance. Broke her leg? Spoke. Your Majesty, it seems that after Chu Qianli struck the white crane, she subsequently broke her leg. Could it be that heaven, displeased with her disrespect towards your bestowed treasures, has secretly punished her? Or perhaps she is simply cursed to bring misfortune to auspicious beings. The third prince abruptly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Chu Qianli, wishing he could slay her with his gaze. He retorted angrily, Xian is your own sister. How can you utter such words so casually? I was born without a mother, and both Madame Wu and Sister Xian claim that I brought misfortune to my parents. They can say it, so why can't I? Moreover, I am not mistaken. That pot of peonies she tended to also met with sudden misfortune. Chu Qianli argued defiantly. Silence. The third prince barked coldly. He was still betrothed to Chu Qianli, and if she were deemed unlucky, he would inevitably suffer the consequences as well. Chu Qianli was startled into silence and quickly stepped aside. The white crane at her skirt struggled to rise, fiercely pecking at the third prince's hair with its sharp beak. Ah, little rascal, dare to shout at my beauty? I shall pluck your hair and teach you what youthful recklessness entails. The third prince was caught off guard as the white crane clutched his hair tightly. Let go. The supporting crane beside them fanned the flames, cawing, peck his hair, choke him, strangle him. Chu Qianli watched in stunned amazement. The fighting style of this white crane was truly unique. The emperor, taken aback, took a moment to regain his composure before commanding, quickly separate the white crane and the third prince. Moments later, the two white cranes lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The third prince panted heavily. His hairpiece having been torn away, a few strands of hair yanked out, completely shedding his refined demeanor. The emperor, witnessing his son's state, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Enough, my third son. Look at you. Where is the semblance of a prince? Upon your return, reflect deeply in solitude. Father. The third prince felt a surge of frustration rising within him. As he prepared to pay his respects, an unpleasant odor wafted from his sleeve. Upon closer inspection, a sense of murderous intent struck his face. Feces? Those wretched, flat-haired beasts. The emperor sensed the turmoil within the third prince, his gaze turning icy. Was his son dissatisfied with him, the emperor? My son, upon your return, devote yourself to transcribing Buddhist scriptures and cultivate a tranquil heart. Yes, father. Kneel in peace. I take my leave. The third prince withdrew, leaving the emperor's expression still frigid. Gao Lin. Convey the decree. Concubine Qi has acted improperly before the emperor and shall be demoted to Qi Pin. Understood. Chu Qianli pondered. In the imperial harem, status is derived from maternal lineage, and maternal esteem is contingent upon offspring. Each is inherently interconnected. The emperor, it seems, cannot impose further punishment on the third prince, thus directing his ire towards his mother. How cold-blooded she admired this. This humble daughter expresses gratitude to His Majesty for advocating on behalf of the two white cranes. Additionally, I have a gift for you, in appreciation for your favor in sending Lord Gao and the Imperial Guards for protection. Sending a gift? The Emperor's expression shifted slightly. Many had received his bounties, yet few offered gifts beyond birthdays or festivals. Chu Qianli presented an ornate box to Gao Lin, sincerely stating, having received the Emperor's great grace, it is only fitting to express my gratitude. The Emperor's gaze brightened upon seeing the box. Crafted from jade, it was intricately adorned with exquisite cloud patterns, emanating a chill as his fingers approached. Your Majesty, within lies a white jade snow ginseng. One must be willing to part with something precious to gain favor. Thus, presenting valuable gifts would entice the old emperor's trust and simultaneously stir envy in those behind the Sun family. The emperor hastily opened the box, revealing a plump, snow-white ginseng. Its texture as flawless as jade, radiating a refreshing coldness. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "The white jade snow ginseng is a long-extinct treasure. How did you come by it?" He was aware of the connection between the lady and the proprietor of Tianxian Tower. This particular ginseng had been sought at her behest before her return to the capital, intended as a tonic for the third prince's health. However, upon her return, the ginseng had yet to be found. Initially resigned to the idea of its loss, she had been taken by surprise when good news arrived just yesterday. Reflecting on the events following Chu Qianli's return to the capital, the emperor felt a twinge of melancholy. You and the third prince. Perhaps it is best left unspoken. A bittersweet smile graced Chu Qianli's lips, yet she rallied herself, her facade of strength evoking a sense of compassion. Although the purple ginseng was also a revered remedy for health, it primarily focused on detoxification and healing, whereas the white jade snow ginseng was more suited for nourishing the body's foundation, making it particularly appropriate for the emperor's consumption. Therefore, she graciously offered it to him, hoping he would not take offense. Such a precious item, how could I possibly disdain it? The emperor carefully set aside the lid of the jade box, his expression lightening with a hint of a smile. Your Majesty, I must beg for forgiveness. Forgiveness? What transgression have you committed? The third prince mentioned that injuring those two white cranes was not the intention of Chu Qianli, which is indeed correct. The emperor slightly narrowed his gaze. So, you admit it was your doing? It was not I, but rather another masterful individual, Chu Qianli replied, a hint of trepidation on her face. Chapter 83. Adding fuel to the fire, another masterful individual? The emperor's brow furrowed once more, forming a deep line. Chu Qianli nodded. Your Majesty. Today I encountered my esteemed aunt. Sunday. I discovered she possessed refined, mysterious fragrance. The emperor's gaze sharpened, his posture straightening involuntarily. What fragrance did you say? Mysterious fragrance. Capable of manipulating the mind and ensnaring the spirit. Upon hearing Chu Qianli's explanation, the emperor's expression turned exceedingly stern. You claim that fragrance has been refined? Indeed. The method of refinement resembles that of my master's alchemical practices. They likely belong to the same lineage. The emperor slowly rose, descending the steps and pacing within the hall, his demeanor grave, emotions shifting in his eyes. To think, so soon there is a lead on practitioners. Are you suggesting that behind Sun there may be a master akin to your own? Yes. Can you ascertain the strength of that individual? I cannot. I can only affirm that this person is adept in alchemy and is likely fixated on me. The emperor abruptly halted his steps. Are you referring to the precious treasures such as the dew pill and the purple Xian herb? Indeed, it is so. Thus, I find myself in a state of disarray and have come to seek your Majesty's assistance. Chu Qianli gazed earnestly at the sovereign, her expression brimming with trust, revealing not a hint of doubt. The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze revealing both excitement and wariness. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly protect the subjects of Dongxian. Chu Qianli feigned ignorance to the emperor's ambiguous wording. The subjects of Dongxian? Ah, that is quite a broad scope. Your Majesty, how should we address the situation concerning the Sun family? Just as the emperor was about to respond, a eunuch entered to deliver a report. Your Majesty, Chancellor Chu has arrived. Upon hearing this significant news, the emperor's mind was preoccupied, leaving him little inclination to regard Chu Yanqing. Inform him that there is no need for him to plead for forgiveness. He may return. Chu Qianli's thoughts swiftly shifted. Your Majesty, perhaps we should meet with him. She was intrigued, for the Sun family was notorious for their liaisons with men, their reputation echoing throughout the capital. Chu Yanqing, a man who prized his reputation, had allowed the Wu and Sun families to draw near. Might this connection pertain to the enigmatic figure behind the Sun family? It would depend on what Chu Yanqing had to say upon his entrance. Very well, let him in. Your servant pays his respects to your Majesty. Upon seeing Chu Qianli, Chu Yanqing's brow furrowed slightly. Your Majesty, I have come to seek forgiveness. Seek forgiveness? Indeed. I was attending to affairs in my residence when I learned that my wife had taken our daughter Lingxian to inquire with Qianli about an antidote. I did not think much of it at the time, but later discovered that Lingxian had caused trouble at the Su family estate, injuring the white crane bestowed by your Majesty. The minister hastily inquired of her, only to realize something was amiss. What is wrong? The emperor spoke coldly. Your Majesty, I have discovered that a certain matron beside Lady Wu appeared flustered. When questioned, her words were evasive, suggesting something was amiss. Upon further interrogation, it was revealed that she harbored malicious intentions against her mistress due to her discontent over years of service without reward. Elaborate, commanded the emperor, his finger gently caressing the box adorned with white jade and snow ginseng. His gaze darkened. This matron purchased an intoxicating fragrance from the apothecary, intending to cloud Lingshuan's judgment and provoke a grave error. Yet, she feared exposure and thus applied the potion to the lady's son, who accompanied Lady Wu and her daughter. The emperor's voice turned grave. So, Lady Sun is innocent? Indeed, your Majesty. I have uncovered this truth and hasten to inform you of the situation. It is my failure to properly manage the servants in my household that has inadvertently implicated an innocent party. I am truly ashamed and beseech your majesty to mete out punishment." Chu Qianli blinked, silently offering a touch of sympathy. Her suggestion to bring Chu Yanqing into the fold had proven worthwhile. Her intention in entering the palace was to lay the groundwork for the emperor, to make him aware of the individual lurking behind Lady Sun, thus preventing future deception when that person emerged, seeking to ingratiate themselves and obstruct her plans. Had she not previously laid this foundation, the emperor might have dismissed Chu Yanqing's words as mere folly of a servant. Just now, she had mentioned the enigmatic figure behind the Sun family. Yet at this moment, Chu Yanqing hurriedly arrived to affirm their innocence, truly a case of there's no silver here. The mesmerizing incense, personally tested by eunuch Gao, was either meticulously crafted or procured from an apothecary. Once the emperor investigates, the truth will inevitably surface. In contrast, Chu Yanqing's vigorous defense not only fails to exonerate the Sun family, but also casts suspicion upon the relationship between these two. How exquisite. Given this, she shall push a little further. "Father, as you have stated, it is one of our own servants from the Chu family who has harmed Sister Lingxian, resulting in her loss of control and damaging the emperor's bestowed item?" Chu Yanqing's eyes twitched. "Indeed, that is the case. Father, your magnanimity is truly commendable. At such a critical juncture, even Sister Lingxian can be set aside for the sake of justice. Is this not the legendary act of righteousness that transcends familial bonds?" The emperor's expression deepened, his gaze resembling a profound abyss. At first glance, it seemed to ripple, yet no one could discern the hidden whirlpools and undercurrents lurking beneath. Chu Yanqing's complexion shifted slightly, her tone resolute. "As a court official, one must adhere to the truth." "I see. Then father should thoroughly investigate." The mesmerizing incense is no ordinary fragrance. Its ingredients are precious, worth 100 gold pieces, and it is not so easily acquired. Our Chu family servants cannot possibly possess such wealth and connections. Could there be someone orchestrating this scheme from the shadows? Chu Qianli, with a demeanor of concern for her well-being, astutely pointed out the inconsistencies in Chu Yanqing's words. The emperor's gaze grew heavier as he lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. Chu Yanqing's complexion turned pale, and he unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. Time was of the essence. There had not been an opportunity to clarify matters, but I would continue my investigation. That is well. During this time, Sister Lingxian has caused quite a few troubles. Not only has she fallen from grace, but she has also suffered a broken leg and succumbed to madness, bringing harm not only to consort Qi, but rather to Lady Qi, and her reputation in public is utterly disgraceful. Chu Qianli slightly lowered her gaze, sensing that the moment was ripe to stoke the flames further. Fortunately, the third prince shares a deep bond with her and has yet to withdraw from their engagement. Otherwise, she would be doomed to become an unwanted old maid. Chu Yanqing shot a fierce glare at Chu Qianli, wishing she could seal her lips. "After all, Lingxian is your sister. Why must you be so vindictive? I merely speak the truth. How can that be deemed malicious?" Chu Qianli retorted, her face flushed with indignation. The emperor's expression turned icy, and he gently tapped the jade box resting on the table, stating, "Enough. Father and daughter, do not let discord arise." Chu Qianli remained aggrieved, declaring that if Minister Chu deems me malicious, then I shall embrace that role. "Your Majesty, the two white cranes have sustained such severe injuries that to restore them to their former state, one must employ precious medicinal herbs for meticulous care. And it is essential to alleviate their psychological trauma." "Psychological trauma?" "Indeed, Your Majesty, the cranes were unjustly harmed and must harbor grievances, as they symbolize auspiciousness. Their discontent could taint the very essence of fortune with malevolence." The emperor nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the wisdom in the words spoken. "Thus, we must ensure the happiness of the white cranes." The minister's daughter contemplated the idea of constructing a splendid abode for the cranes at the Su residence, creating a place of recreation and selecting suitable attendants for their care and protection. Surely, this would bring joy to the white cranes, wouldn't it? "Very well," she concluded, turning directly to the emperor to express her gratitude for his approval. "Chancellor Chu, I have made a rough estimate of the initial expenses, which will amount to no less than 50,000 taels of silver. Surely, you would not renege on this agreement?" Chapter 84. I am a person of principles. Upon hearing Chu Qianli's mention of 50,000 taels, Chu Yanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Have you lost your senses? 50,000 taels for the initial expenses? What kind of crane abode could possibly warrant such an exorbitant sum? Clearly, you intend to swindle me." "Minister Chu," he continued, "that is a precious gift from the emperor, a symbol of auspiciousness, and must be treated with utmost respect. The implication was clear. If you have the audacity, confront me before the emperor and declare these cranes worthless." Chu Yanqing's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly knelt in contrition. I beseech the emperor for forgiveness. I had no such intention. Chu Qianli interjected. Then let us settle the financial matter. The emperor chuckled, exhaling with a demeanor of reluctance towards household affairs. Qianli still possesses some childish whims. Chancellor Chu, you may manage this as you see fit. Your Majesty, I am, of course, willing to compensate for the cranes. Well then, the emperor mused, since you, as chancellor, have committed to providing 50,000 taels. It is indeed true that the fright experienced by the 2 white cranes warrants compensation. Therefore, let us allocate 20,000 taels to Qianli to assist in alleviating the crane's distress. Chu Qianli's eyes brightened as he gazed at the emperor, his expression brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. The emperor nodded in satisfaction, his previously tense thoughts easing somewhat. An affinity for wealth is indeed a delightful pastime. However, one fears the individual who desires nothing, for they are truly inscrutable. Minister Chu, it is imperative to thoroughly investigate the servants in your household, lest compassion lead to grave consequences. Chu Yanqing promptly responded, Indeed, upon my return, I shall meticulously scrutinize the servants to ensure their unwavering adherence to the rules. You possess a generous nature, which may hinder your ability to be stern. Therefore, I shall instruct Gao Lin to select a number of capable palace attendants to bestow upon you, to serve as your subordinates. Chu Yanqing appeared astonished. Your Majesty, I am overwhelmed and dare not trouble you. Gao Lin, select 10 attendants for Minister Chu to take back with him. Yes, Your Majesty. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Chu Qianli's eyes. Bestowing palace attendants? As Cho remarked, Tian Xian is adept at management and has numerous informants. There are certainly many within the palace. Could a few be chosen and discreetly sent to the Chu residence? Thus, future arrangements could be executed with greater ease. Very well. Minister Chu, you may withdraw for now. I have a few matters to discuss with Qianli. Yes, Your Majesty. As Chu Qianli watched Chu Yanqing's retreating figure, a hint of sorrow crept into his gaze. The emperor noticed and remarked, Qianli, after all, Chu Yanqing is your father. Such demeanor may displease him. Your Majesty, my connection with Minister Chu is perhaps lacking in paternal warmth. The emperor appeared somewhat helpless. Alas, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall advocate on your behalf. Thank you, Your Majesty. In truth, constructing a nest for the white crane does not require such a substantial sum. I have received a total of 70,000 taels of silver from the Chu and Sun families. Today, having disturbed Your Majesty, I wish to present 5,000 taels as an apology. I hope you will graciously accept it. The emperor's gaze shifted slightly, and he smiled. There is no need. Keep it for yourself. You must have spent quite a bit on the white jade snow ginseng, did you not? Indeed. The gold I received from the third prince was insufficient, and I have exhausted a significant portion of my own assets, Chu Qianli replied, somewhat embarrassed. I shall bestow upon you an additional 500 taels of gold, 10 bolts of brocade, and 2 sets of headwear. Take good care of the white crane I have gifted you. Chu Qianli's heart soared with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. I am immensely grateful, Your Majesty. Rise. In a couple of days, the annual spring hunt will commence. I shall lead a party to the hunting grounds at the foot of Dian Mountain. You should accompany us and bring the ginseng as well. Yes, thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Qianli emerged from the palace, bearing the 500 taels of gold conferred by the emperor. As she reached the palace gates, she spotted Sun Yuji preparing to board her carriage. Upon seeing Chu Qianli, Sun Yuji raised her hand to cover the side of her face, where a painful injury was healing, her eyes flashing with a deep-seated hatred. Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli looked up in surprise, her heart racing. Given the passage of time, Sun Yuji's wound, inflicted by her whip, ought to have begun to scab over by now. However, the wounds on her face appeared slightly bruised, with some areas even taking on a pallid hue. What on earth had Sun Yuji consumed to render her body nearly lifeless? Aunt, do you have any words of wisdom? Sun Yuji cast a sinister glance in her direction. And as her gaze swept over Chu Qianli's flawless visage, an eerie smile suddenly emerged on her face. Oh, nothing. Just take good care of yourself. And be cautious not to bump or bruise yourself. With that, she stepped into the carriage and swiftly departed. Chu Qianli raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful look toward the direction of the departing carriage. You must also exercise caution. Mother. In the distance, Cambao hurried over. Chu Qianli immediately broke into a smile and bent down to embrace Cambao. Worried about mother? Cambao nodded vigorously, lifting a small hand to gently caress Chu Qianli's cheek. Mother, you weren't bullied, were you? Rest assured, I am fine. Feng Xuandu approached, taking Cambao into his arms. Noticing the hint of fatigue flickering in Chu Qianli's eyes, he slightly tilted his shoulder to beckon her closer. Shall we return for ginseng chicken soup? Chu Qianli's eyes brightened as she leaned against Feng Xuandu's shoulder. shedding all her defenses and feeling a sudden lethargy wash over her. Yes, that sounds wonderful. A little drink would make it even better. Chu Qianli had been longing for the exquisite Ningpo Ling liquor from that evening, but no matter how she pleaded, Feng Xuandu insisted it was all finished, refusing to yield. If I say there isn't any, then there truly isn't. Exhausted and famished, after exhausting half a day's thought, Chu Qianli felt as though each step she took was laden with immense weight. She decided to embrace Feng Xuandu's hand, allowing him to support her, thus conserving her energy. Suddenly, Feng Xuandu halted abruptly, a faint blush rising to his ears, his lips pressing together in a tight line. How could you act so coy? He thought, believing that her playful demeanor would coax him into offering her another drink, transforming her once more into a strawberry milkshake. Perplexed, Chu Qianli wondered why he was acting oddly when she merely sought a bit of assistance. In that instant, a deep, slightly hoarse voice resonated. 1 cup. Feng Xuandu remained steadfast and unyielding. He was a man of principles. Even if she were to act coy, it would not sway him, huh? Chu Qianli gazed at him, her clear eyes reflecting confusion. Feng Xuandu turned slightly, and their gazes met. In that moment, he felt as if her eyes held a pool of honey, stirring a flutter of excitement in his heart. 2 cups of Ningbo wine, no more than that. Deal. It became clear that the previous mention of a cup referred to wine. Fortunately, her quick wit saved the day. Otherwise, 2 exquisite drinks might have fled from them. Xiang, having caught wind of the Ningbo wine, was overwhelmed with curiosity. He eagerly wrapped his arms around Feng Xuandu's neck and exclaimed, Uncle Cho, I want some too. Feng Xuandu's resolve was unwavering. No, why not? Xiang pouted, feeling aggrieved. Because Chu Qianli, having just acquired the wine, felt elated and stepped in to alleviate Feng Xuandu's predicament. Because you are a ginseng spirit. Just imagine a plump little ginseng soaking in the wine. Bubbling away, forget the wine, forget it. In a fleeting moment, the once brave character transformed into a coward. It was not merely the alcohol that influenced him, but rather the alcohol that took advantage of him. How obedient. In Chapter 85, Phoenix Sovereign? I wonder if it is delectable. Upon witnessing Chu Qianli's safe return, Sui and Su Jin breathed a collective sigh of relief. Qianli, you have returned. Was everything well in the palace? Uncle, rest assured, everything proceeded smoothly. The Emperor. Chu Qianli recounted the events that transpired within the palace. Upon hearing that the Sun family was only fined 20,000 taels of silver, Su Jin could not help but feel indignant. What an unfair advantage for the Sun family. Sui comforted her. Jin, do not be anxious. If there is indeed someone orchestrating events behind the Sun family, we must tread carefully. Now that the Emperor harbors suspicions towards them, the situation has turned in our favor. Su Jin nodded, her lips pressed together. Just then, the comedic duo strutted in, preening and parading before the crowd. Why has no one come to praise the crane for its great contributions? Chu Qianli chuckled, a radiant smile illuminating her previously serene face. With a playful thud, the comedic performer landed at Chu Qianli's feet on the stone slab. Caw. The crane is on the verge of being overwhelmed by beauty. A kiss is in order. With a swift flick of his sleeve, Feng Xuandu sent a green leaf slicing through the air like a razor, embedding itself into the stone slab above the performer's head, severing the last 3 feathers atop his crown. Caw. Esteemed one, the crane possesses its own thoughts. Do you believe it? Chu Qianli turned, her eyes wide with astonishment. Feng Xuandu gently cleared his throat, slightly averting his gaze. A slip of the hand. Su Yi stifled a chuckle and turned to Su Jinji. Jinji, please assist your father in taking a stroll to the backyard. Su Jinji, perplexed, replied, Father, did you not express the desire to exercise and insisted on using the wheelchair? My hands are numb, hence you shall assist me. Very well then. Chu Qianli, puzzled, inquired, what is the matter with uncle and cousin? Feng Xuandu's eyes flickered. Perhaps they find the scenery of the backyard exquisite. The barren backyard boasts exquisite scenery? Well, as long as they are content. Suddenly, Chu Qianli recalled the matter of the palace attendants. Cho, does Tianxian have spies within the palace? Are you planning to monitor the emperor? No, the emperor has granted the Chu family 10 palace attendants, and I wish to insert a few of my own people. Your own people? He relished this term. Feng Xuandu's eyes shifted, a fleeting joy washing over him. Very well. Thank you. Chu Qianli stretched lazily, turning to seek out Can Bao for some delicacies. Tianxian approached. Master, how many of the 10 palace attendants do you wish to replace with your own? Feng Xuandu lifted his gaze. Why must we choose? Tianxian, taken aback, quickly responded. I understand. The more of our own people, the better. If he does not turn the Chu family into a sieve, he would not be worthy of the title of the master of Tianxian Tower. After the family finished their meal, Chu Qianli contentedly lay down on the bed, remaining motionless. Qin Bao mirrored her posture and soon fell asleep as well. Feng Xuandu entered cautiously, gently cradling Qin Bao and placing him onto the small bed in the compartment. Upon his return, he carried a cup of fragrant tea infused with citrus fruits. Drinking it before sleep would aid in slumber and enhance one's beauty. Chu Qianli opened her eyes and turned to smile at Feng Xuandu. "Ah Cho, I've noticed you becoming increasingly virtuous." Feng Xuandu was taken aback, feeling as if a feather had brushed against his heart. "Nonsense," he replied, pondering who might ultimately benefit from their dear Ah Cho. She needed to be vigilant. Such a splendid gem should not be carelessly bestowed upon anyone. Noticing the teasing glimmer in her eyes, he felt a sense of discomfort. Had he not been sufficiently transparent? "Drink it yourself. I shall take my leave. Come back." Feng Xuandu halted, pondering whether he would return merely at her behest. Was he, the esteemed Feng Zun, to lose face so easily? Moments later, he collected the empty teacup and set it upon the nearby table, silently taking a seat at the edge of the bed. "What else is there?" Chu Qianli propped herself against the headboard. "Ah Cho, you are aware of the power within my uncle, correct?" Feng Xuandu's expression grew serious as he nodded. "Did you perceive it? It wasn't mere speculation. Today, as Chu Lingxian and the Wu family departed, I sensed a ripple of power emanating from you, strikingly similar to that which resides within my uncle. That is Xuanli." "Xuanli?" Chu Qianli leaned closer to Feng Xuandu, urging him to elaborate. The refreshing flavor of the citrus tea mingled with a hint of honeyed sweetness wafted through the air, causing Feng Xuandu's throat to move slightly as his fingers instinctively tightened. In the land of Qinwu, divided into 3 realms, the lower realm is the mundane world, inhabited by ordinary mortals whose strength may reach the innate level at best. The middle realm is home to cultivators, whose lifespans vary according to their mastery of profound energy. But once one enters the ranks of practitioners, they can extend their life by at least 50 years, with some living for several centuries in the blink of an eye. Chu Qianli widened her eyes slightly, puffed out her cheeks, and silently paid her respects to the high-ranking officials of the Time-Space Management Bureau. What sort of arrangement had been made for her? Was it truly so difficult to find a peaceful place to grow old? And what of the third realm? Finally, there exists the upper realm, controlled by the 9 great families, where only those with exceptional innate talent may enter. Feng Xuandu remarked, adding with a hint of selfishness, that among these families, the Feng clan, though not included in the 9 great families, holds a position of respect in the upper realm, occupying 1/3 of its territory. The Feng clan? The phoenix? Chu Qianli's eyes widened in surprise. Was this truly the legendary creature? How exhilarating! The Feng clan is renowned for its stunning beauty and formidable prowess, among which there exists a phoenix sovereign, the most. Chu Qianli gently pinched her chin, her eyes glimmering with excitement. "Ah Cho, what do you think is the perfect match for a phoenix?" Feng Xuandu's ears instantly flushed crimson. How could this person be so straightforward in her inquiries? It's hard to say. Perhaps it could be immortal. Slurp. The thought of phoenix meat made her mouth water. How delightful it would be to savor such a delicacy. The size of a phoenix is so grand that it cannot be contained in a single pot. One could braise it on one side and prepare it spicy on the other. Feng Xuandu suddenly choked on his words. "What did you just say? Phoenix meat? You wish to taste it? If the opportunity arises, I shall capture that phoenix sovereign and share a wing with you." Feng Xuandu abruptly rose to his feet. "You. Don't be so agitated. What kind of relationship do we have? I have delectable treats, and I surely thought of you." Chu Qianli wore an expression that seemed to invite praise. "You." He believed that showering her with compliments would pique her interest, but to his astonishment, he found himself questioning whether he tasted good. "Ah Cho, I'm feeling a bit parched. I still desire some fragrant fruit tea." Unaware of the awkwardness, Chu Qianli beamed at Feng Xuandu. "Then take your time to ponder," Feng Xuandu declared, striding away decisively. Chu Qianli gazed at his retreating figure, which seemed shrouded in a cloud of gloom, perplexed. "What's wrong? Is my uncle here? We were just having a pleasant conversation, and then he suddenly became angry. Is it that every man has those days each month? Alas, as a long-term meal ticket and seat warmer, I shall tolerate it. Ah Cho, once you've calmed down, could you fetch me some tea? I want tea. Hurry, or I'll be too thirsty to sleep." Outside, Feng Xuandu lingered for a moment before letting out a long sigh. Indeed, he felt indebted to her. When he returned to the room with a freshly brewed pot of fragrant fruit tea, Chu Qianli was already nestled under a colorful quilt, sweetly asleep. Chapter 86. Online teaching with Sambao. 2 days later, Chu Qianli, accompanied by Sambao and Feng Xuandu, boarded the carriage heading to the Dayun mountain hunting grounds. Sambao leaned against the window, straining to look outside. Having left the capital, it felt as though they had also escaped the clamor. The road stretched wide, the hills lush and green. The azure sky adorned with wispy clouds was a sight to behold. The scenery invigorated the spirit. igniting a yearning to mount a horse and gallop through the vibrant spring landscape. Naturally, this does not include the devoted Chu Qianli. "Mother, I miss Uncle and Uncle Mo a bit," said Cambao with a sigh as he noticed the horseback guards flanking the sides of the carriage. Chu Qianli, rubbing her sleepy eyes, pulled him into her embrace, gently patting his back. "Uncle has the protection of Big White and Little Pink, and Uncle Mo is accompanied by Dogan and Pajin. Do not worry, the spring hunt lasts only 10 days, and we shall return thereafter." She had initially intended to bring her uncle along, but he was unable to leave the precious Bayou ginseng unattended, coupled with the difficulties of navigating the mountains in a wheelchair, so he opted to remain at the Sioux residence, allowing only her cousin to accompany them. "All right, mother." Cambao rolled over, playfully rubbing his cheek against Chu Qianli's nose. Whose mischievous darling is this?" Chu Qianli teased as she tickled Sanbao's armpit. "Haha, mother. He belongs to you." Feng Xuandu positioned himself at the edge of the carriage to prevent Cambao from rolling and injuring himself. Meanwhile, in the carriage behind, Xiao Junyi, having overheard the laughter from the front, gazed longingly at Su Jinji. "Jinji, shall we venture out for a horseback ride? You may go. I am unable to ride in my current state." Xiao Junyi silently huffed, casting a somewhat sorrowful glance at Su Jinji. He wondered who it was that had sent him sprawling 2 zhang away yesterday. "Well then, you can sulk here. I shall go find Cambao to play." After some playful antics with her mother, Cambao obediently got up, no longer wishing to disturb Chu Qianli's rest. Suddenly, the voice of Xiao Junyi called from outside the carriage. "Cambao, Cambao? Uncle Xiao?" Riding his horse beside the carriage, Xiao Junyi smiled at Cambao. "Come, Uncle Xiao will take you for a ride." "Great." Cambao eagerly turned back, looking expectantly at Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli nodded, yawning with her eyes closed. "Be careful." "All right, mother." Feng Xuandu's gaze darkened slightly, yet he did not impede the enthusiastic Cambao, merely casting a glance at Tian Shu and Tian Xian, signaling them to safeguard the child. Xiao Junyi lifted Cambao onto the horse and then trotted around, eliciting peals of laughter from Cambao. "Cambao, do you know what we are going to do? Mother said we are going to the hunting grounds." "Indeed, quite clever. Now tell me, what should we do if we encounter a tiger in the hunting grounds?" Xiao Junyi chuckled with pride, recalling his glorious achievement of encircling a tiger during last year's autumn hunt. Finally, finding an opportunity to boast, Cambao immediately raised his small hand and exclaimed loudly, "I know. Kneel down and call him daddy." Upon hearing this answer, Xiao Junyi nearly toppled off the horse. Why? Because a tiger does not eat its own cubs. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Junyi burst into laughter. "Huh?" Cambao turned his head, eyes gleaming with mischief. "Uncle Xiao, let me ask you. If you encounter a tiger in the mountains, and you are all alone, unarmed, calling out daddy will not help. What would you do then?" Then I would run." "How could you possibly outrun a tiger?" "Then what do you suggest?" "First, you must remain calm. Do not flee, for you cannot outrun it, nor can you fight, as you would be unable to prevail." Chanbao's expression was serious. Xiao Junyi, led by him, involuntarily adopted a solemn demeanor. "And then, you must fixate on the tiger's eyes, ensuring you do not break eye contact, and then slowly remove and discard your jade pendant and outer garments." Chanbao spoke with increasing gravity, and Xiao Junyi listened with growing fascination. "And then?" Chanbao smiled, his eyes narrowing with mirth. "And then it becomes considerably easier for others to ascertain the identity of the victim." Xiao Junyi. Inside the carriage, Chu Qianli turned over, suppressing a muffled laugh. Feng Xuandu's lips curled into a smile, and after a moment, he gently chuckled. Chu Qianli immediately shifted her posture, propping her head up to gaze at Feng Xuandu, a smile gracing her features. "Ah Chou, are you no longer angry?" These past few days, she could not fathom what had caused Ah Chou's silence, which left her feeling as though something was amiss. Feng Xuandu regarded Chu Qianli, ultimately exhaling a sigh. "Did you share this with Chanbao?" "Indeed. During the dull moments in the mountains, I would entertain Chanbao with jokes, never anticipating he would commit them to memory." Chu Qianli sat up, her gaze drifting to Chanbao, who was reveling in laughter atop the horse, her expression softening. Feng Xuandu, seated behind her, focused intently on her profile. After a while, he spoke. "In truth, one need not remain in the mountains to seek a peaceful life." He felt fortunate that Chu Qianli chose to venture out. Otherwise, he might have forever remained oblivious to how profoundly he had missed 2 significant individuals in his life. Chu Qianli gently lifted the corners of her lips, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. At the rear of the procession, in a carriage, Chu Lingxian nestled beside Madame Wu. The jolting of the carriage sent sharp pains coursing through her legs, causing her already flushed cheeks to break out in a cold sweat, rendering her utterly nauseous. Madame Wu was equally uncomfortable, yet she persevered, reminded of Chu Yanqing's admonitions. This spring hunt saw the third prince under house arrest, and Chu Yanqing, having suffered a beating, remained in the city by imperial decree. Chu Lingxian and Madame Wu had leveraged their connections with the Sun family and spent considerable silver to secure their passage here. Lingxian, bear with it, Madame Wu urged. Your brother has sent word that he will appear at the hunting grounds, and he will bring with him the medicine to treat our leg injuries. Your poison will be alleviated then. Chu Lingxian furrowed her brow tightly, a wave of irritation rising within her. If her brother could send a letter, why could he not dispatch the medicine to us sooner? Such precious items could not be carelessly entrusted to others. The thought of them being damaged or lost en route was heart-wrenching. Very well, she conceded, though an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. Dayun Mountain lay a day's journey from the capital. They had traveled from dawn until dusk to finally reach the periphery of the hunting palace. With great difficulty, Chu Lingxian descended from the carriage and, at a distance, spotted Gao Lin assisting Chu Qianli with her belongings. She furrowed her brow and directly seized the arm of a passing eunuch to inquire, "What is happening over there?" "The emperor has granted permission for Miss Chu to bring her entourage to stay in the palace," the eunuch replied. Chief Steward Gao is helping the young lady with her luggage. Upon finishing her words, the eunuch hastily rushed over, eagerly seizing an opportunity to assist in gathering wildflowers for the esteemed Chu family. The generous rewards bestowed by the eldest daughter of the Chu family had become common knowledge within the palace. Those lacking familiarity with the esteemed high eunuch had no chance of competing for such tasks. Sitting gracefully upon her chair, Chu Lingxian was consumed by jealousy and resentment, nearly grinding her silver teeth to dust. The hunting lodge was not extensive. Only imperial relatives and trusted confidants of the emperor were permitted to reside within its walls, while others were relegated to the tents below. In years past, being granted the honor of lodging in the hunting palace amidst the envious gazes of noble ladies had been a moment of great prestige for her. Now, despite her status as the future consort of the third prince, she found herself abruptly stripped of this privilege. It was all due to that wretched Chu Qianli. Just wait. Once my brother arrives, it shall be your demise. Chapter 87. Is this merely coincidental? From a distance, Chu Qianli sensed the palpable malevolence emanating from Chu Lingxian. With a broken leg and a disfigured face, how could she still muster the strength to attend the spring hunt? It could either be an act of recklessness or a calculated move. Gao Lin approached with a beaming smile, saying, "Miss, the room has been prepared. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command the servants, and I assure you it will be attended to promptly." "Thank you, high eunuch. And my gratitude extends to the diligent eunuchs assisting below. Please accept this modest token. Let us enjoy some tea together." Chu Qianli presented a purse to him. Gao Gong received the purse, feeling its weight in his palm, and his smile grew even more radiant. "Thank you." Mississippi Chu Qianli then produced a small silk handkerchief, presenting it to Gao Lin as a special token of appreciation for the eunuchs. Gao Lin hurriedly took the item, opening it to reveal the jade-colored roots within, promptly wrapping them in the silk handkerchief. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. There is no need for such formality. My lady, many have gathered at the hunting grounds this time. Nearly all who have interacted with you before are present. With so many eyes around, my lady should exercise caution. Chu Qianli's expression shifted slightly. "Thank you for the reminder, my lord." Feng Xuandu withdrew his gaze from the frantically running Shenbao. The Wu family, Chu Lingxian, and the Sun family have all arrived. Chu Qianli smiled and nodded, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Indeed, the big fish is likely not far off. After a peaceful night, the following day, Chu Qianli rose slightly earlier than usual. Upon waking, she was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. "How delightful!" Feng Xuandu entered with a clay pot, meeting Chu Qianli's sparkling gaze. "Ah Cho, what have you prepared?" "Red cloud ginseng, 8 treasures rice." Chu Qianli, astonished, rose quickly. "You found red cloud ginseng?" Shenbao strutted in proudly, repeatedly winking at Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli chuckled softly. "Did Shenbao find it?" Yes. I dug it out from the corner outside the hunting palace this morning." Shenbao trotted over to Chu Qianli's side, grinning broadly. "Shenbao is truly remarkable." Chu Qianli generously praised him, lifting Shenbao for a kiss, causing his cheeks to flush with joy. "Mother, let us eat quickly, for after we finish, Shenbao wishes to see if there are any other ginseng brothers here." Feng Xuandu prepared a hearty porridge for the mother and son. Observing their contented expressions as they savored every bite, his demeanor tinged with subtle complexity. The Feng clan, revered as auspicious birds of heaven and earth, especially the direct lineage, often enjoyed the favor of the divine. However, it was unprecedented for beings like him about to acquire whatever they desired so effortlessly. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Chu Qianli felt as if she were immersed in a warm spring, a sensation so delightful that it tempted her to indulge in a brief slumber. Raising her gaze, she noticed Feng Xuandu lost in contemplation. "Cho, what occupies your thoughts?" Feng Xuandu's eyes were fixed on the pot containing the slices of qi and ginseng. "I am merely curious as to how Cambao managed to unearth the qi and ginseng. Is it simply a matter of desire? Where could one find so much?" She paused, pondering. Wanting qi and ginseng is akin to wishing for a dish of qi and ginseng stewed with the white crane? Although imagining that plump white crane simmering, Chu Qianli took a silent sip of porridge and swallowed hard. "Cambao, let us keep the news of our discovery of the qi and ginseng to ourselves, shall we? After all, they assisted us significantly against Chu Lingxian and the third prince. It would be rather disheartening to continue coveting their meat." Cambao pouted slightly, wiping its mouth with a hand, and nodded in silent agreement. "Of course, mother." Feng Xuandu felt a slight shift in his gaze, a sense of helplessness stirring within him. Did this mother and son truly yearn for stewed white crane? If their desire was strong enough, it would not be impossible for Tianxian to capture a couple, just as Chu Qianli was about to enjoy a restful nap. A sudden commotion erupted outside. What has happened?" Curiosity brimming, Cambao tugged at Chu Qianli as they ventured outside. "Mother, let us go take a look." Upon stepping beyond the threshold, they noticed the palace servants and guards gazing skyward. Chu Qianli raised her eyes and immediately fixated on the spectacle above. In the sky soared a colossal purple bird, its wings unfurled gracefully as it glided through the air. With a golden beak, golden talons, a crimson crest, and plumage of deep violet, its powerful wings and splendid tail feathers conveyed an air of majesty. Though its flight was not swift, it exuded a commanding presence that was profoundly intimidating. In the next moment, the majestic creature let out a clear cry that resonated through the mountains, causing the very forest to tremble. Even the clouds atop the peaks rolled and parted, revealing a rift in the mist. "What is that? A divine bird?" Gasps of astonishment echoed as chaos erupted among the onlookers. Before long, the purple giant vanished into the horizon. Feng Xuandu's brow furrowed slightly, his phoenix-like eyes dimmed with concern. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Chu Qianli gently tugged at his sleeve. "Do you recognize that bird? It is a visionary eagle, known for its keen sight and ability to navigate through both dawn and dusk. It can cultivate profound energy, its cry capable of shattering cloud barriers, and it can adeptly find its way in treacherous terrains. In the central domain, many practitioners employ it as their steed. The one we just witnessed possesses strength comparable to a high-ranking practitioner." During this time, Chu Qianli had come to understand the hierarchy of practitioners' power. Similar to spiritual cultivators, there existed 9 tiers, each subdivided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. A high-ranking practitioner equated to a 9th-tier spiritualist, a significant leap above her current standing. Amount? A flicker of contemplation crossed Chu Qianli's gaze. With the presence of steeds, there inevitably exists a master. It appears that the forces behind the Sun family are becoming restless, perhaps preparing to let their mounts seize the initiative before making a stunning debut. That esteemed individual seems to appreciate a grand display. While contemplating this, a sudden tug on her sleeve caught Chu Qianli's attention. Lowering her gaze, she beheld Cambao, who was drooling in anticipation. "Mother, that purple-feathered chicken looks remarkably plump." "Purple chicken?" Chu Qianli squatted down, locking eyes with Cambao for a fleeting moment, and in perfect harmony, they brought their palms together. "Mother will catch it. Cambao will stew it. Deal." "Oh yeah." Feng Xuandu appeared momentarily taken aback. "You too." Chu Qianli rose gracefully, gently stretching her limbs, her enchanting eyes sparkling with the excitement of culinary delights. "Cho, what is the best way to stew that purple-feathered chicken?" "Qi and ginseng would be quite suitable." The eyes of Chu Qianli and Cambao gleamed even brighter. "How fortuitous, isn't it?" Feng Xuandu, having answered, suddenly regained his focus and hastily cautioned. "That purple-feathered. No, the Muyu eagle is rather formidable, particularly with its sharp beak and claws. Mere contact could result in injury." Chu Qianli nodded. "We don't need the beak. The claws can be quite spicy. It has also cultivated profound energy. I wonder if the meat will taste different?" Chu Qianli's curiosity intensified. "Cambao, go scout the area." "Understood, mother." Cambao whistled, and instantly, a little sparrow fluttered over, hopping about as it absorbed Sanbao's instructions before chirping excitedly and flying off. Before long, the entire forest came alive, filled with the jubilant sounds of birdsong. Feng Xuandu took a deep breath. I shall instruct Tian Shu to prepare a larger pot. Alas, if one wishes to feast, one must catch the prey themselves. Should it prove too formidable, I shall enlist the aid of Tian Shu and Tian Xian. However, this may inadvertently alert the quarry, complicating our efforts to ascertain the origins of that practitioner. Very well, I shall grant you a chicken claw. Then I am most grateful." We are allies. No need for formalities. Feng Xuandu contemplated that such situations might frequently arise in the future. Thus, he must hasten to restore a portion of his strength. After all, as the esteemed Feng Zun, he could not lack the ability to secure sustenance for his own, relying on subordinates each time. Chapter 88. An extravagant display at the pinnacle of Dian Mountain, a man clad in white stood tall. Upon seeing Mu Yuing return, a pleasing smile immediately graced his features. Mu Yuing, please take a moment to rest. When night falls, we shall astonish the entire Dongxian. Mu Yuing perched upon a massive boulder, preening her feathers, seemingly indifferent to the man's words. The man, undeterred, approached cautiously to assist her in grooming, subsequently presenting a handful of spiritual rice with utmost respect. With a haughty flap of her wings, Mu Yuing lowered her head to partake. Within the palace, due to the matter of the purple-feathered chicken, the emperor summoned the ministers for a meeting, while Chu Qianli nestled comfortably in her chamber with her treasured items. As Feng Xuandu entered with tea and refreshments, he beheld Chu Qianli extending her arm. Her sleeve lifted to reveal her fair wrist adorned with a resplendent phoenix blood jade bracelet. Sambao settled beside the chair, delicately cradling the blood jade bracelet, her lips moving in a rhythmic chant. Little bracelet, Sambao desires the silk of the merfolk. Sambao longs for the silk of the merfolk. Feng Xuandu paused, perplexed, and inquired. What are you doing? Chu Qianli, casually nibbling on a piece of pastry, replied nonchalantly, making a wish. How could that possibly work? Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, recalling her own naivety in times past. After years of relentless struggle within the Temporal Management Bureau, she had adhered to the belief that one must give in order to receive. However, upon witnessing the blood jade bracelet's peculiar affection towards Sambao, an epiphany struck her. As you sprint forward with unabated enthusiasm, others may have already taken the lead. Thus, one must simply adapt. Feng Xuandu chuckled softly, then shook his head. The blood jade bracelet was a treasured relic of the Phoenix clan, a symbol of the Phoenix Queen, primarily serving to enhance the clan's affinity for foreign flames and facilitate procreation. Beyond that, it held little significance. Suddenly, a sound echoed, and a strand of silk fell onto the table. Sanbao's eyes brightened as she planted a kiss on the blood jade bracelet. Thank you, little bracelet. Mother, look, is this acceptable? Chu Qianli picked up the item from the table and pinched it between her fingers, declaring, indeed. Mother, can we catch the purple-feathered chicken? Absolutely. Chu Qianli raised her wrist, shaking it gently, and bestowed a knowing smile upon the blood jade bracelet. Little bracelet, you truly are remarkable. A fleeting shimmer, barely perceptible, flickered across the surface of the blood jade bracelet before vanishing entirely. With a cold laugh, Chu Qianli remarked, at long last, she has uncovered the truth, hasn't she? I knew it all along. Those from the Temporal Management Bureau are all thoroughly subdued by her teachings. If they truly harbored malicious intentions against her, they would have crafted a deadly trap, rather than abandoning her here without a second thought. The strand of fishman's silk she possessed was acquired during her foray into a realm of supernatural beings. Crafted by the fishmen, it was impervious to water and fire. Woven into fabric known as fishman gauze, which could isolate spiritual energy and conceal one's presence, an unparalleled treasure of that dimension. Logically, such an artifact should fall within the purview of the Temporal Management Bureau for reclamation. Yet now, it had fortuitously slipped from the blood jade bracelet. Did this imply that this foolish bracelet had hidden away even more of her possessions? Sensing Chu Qianli's emotions, Cambao hurried over and tugged at her sleeve. Mother, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Chu Qianli gently ruffled his little head. No, dear, mother is in splendid spirits. Soon, I shall prepare stewed red cloud ginseng with purple-feathered chicken for you. Feng Xuandu, seated nearby, opened his mouth several times, only to ultimately suppress his astonishment in silence. Could the Phoenix blood jade bracelet truly grant wishes? A flicker of joy arose within him. Qianli, now that I am aware of the bracelet's capabilities, do you not fear I might covet it? Chu Qianli playfully tossed the fishman's silk in her hand, a glimmer of a smile dancing in her eyes. You may certainly give it a try. Perhaps not. Good. A quarter of an hour later, Tian Shu and Tian Xian arrived with others to secure the entire courtyard. In the room, Chu Qianli raised her arms slightly, the pale white tips of her fingers shimmering with a faint glow of spiritual energy. The fish silk, infused with this energy, became even more lustrous and resilient. Moments later, invisible threads of spiritual power unfurled throughout the chamber, intertwining, and the translucent fish silk began to weave through the pathways of energy, encircling to form a delicate net. Chu Qianli formed a complex spiritual formation with her hand gestures. And after a brief interval, she flipped her palm and forcefully imprinted the formation onto the fish silk net. It was a success. Chu Qianli swayed slightly, her complexion turning somewhat pale. Feng Xuandu hurried forward to support her shoulder, a slight frown creasing his brow. Was it truly worth exhausting oneself for a mere morsel? Chu Qianli stored the fish silk net away, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Everything was in place. All that was left was the purple-feathered chicken. In the hunting grounds, the emperor was too distracted to focus on the hunt due to the appearance of the Xiang eagle, merely going through the motions. As night fell and the hunt concluded, a bonfire feast commenced. Chu Qianli arrived with Shenbao and Feng Xuandu, casting a glance over the hunting grounds, only to notice that the guards at the palace had doubled since before. With the bonfire ablaze, Gao Lin sent over skewered deer legs for Chu Qianli to enjoy the pleasures of barbecuing. She handed a deer leg to Shenbao, who contemplated for a moment before passing it to Feng Xuandu. Uncle Cho, I need to save room for the purple-feathered chicken. Reluctantly, Feng Xuandu accepted the deer leg and set it by the bonfire to roast. They could only wonder if they would be fortunate enough to encounter the elusive purple-feathered chicken tonight. For now, they would prepare the deer leg, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry while they waited. Tianchu and Tianxian stood silently at the side, swallowing hard. Sigh, what can one say? It is merely a matter of habit. The emperor raised his wine cup. At this spring hunting bonfire banquet, let us toast together. The first cup is dedicated to heaven and earth. May our eastern Su harmonize with the heavens and merge with the earth. May eastern Su harmonize with the heavens and merge with the earth. The crowd rose in unison, lifting their cups, ready to pay their respects. In the next moment, a brilliant light suddenly surged forth from the forest, followed by a resonant melody that echoed like celestial sounds, albeit with a touch less of the ethereal and a hint more of martial prowess. Subsequently, the light spilled outwards, enveloping the entire hunting ground. Look, earlier, they had witnessed the dragon glass pearl, which had left them utterly astonished. But now, the orb suspended in midair shone even brighter, evoking an illusion of the sun blazing overhead, as the entire Dayun mountain instantaneously transitioned from night to day. Among the throng, Wu Shi and Chu Lingxian, who had been struggling to maintain their composure, suddenly revealed expressions of exhilaration. They had infiltrated the hunting ground, yet lacked the qualifications to partake in the bonfire banquet. Fortunately, the title of the future third prince's consort still held some sway. The attendants were reluctant to offend the third prince too severely and thus arranged a place for them at the edge. It must be Hanbai returned. Brother. It must be my brother. In the next moment, as anticipation gleamed in their eyes, a figure gracefully emerged from the forest. Clad in immaculate white silk robes and adorned with a purple gold crown, he was enveloped in radiant light, as if traversing the moonlit path. In an instant, he seemed to be at an immense distance, yet in the next, he was right before them, as if employing the legendary art of spatial contraction known only to celestial beings. Chapter 89, The Ornate Immortal. Someone could not help but exclaim, their wine cups slipping from their grasp, oblivious to the act. Chu Qianli blinked, raising her gaze to the brilliantly shining orb suspended behind the man. Goodness, it was not as if they were filming a short video. Why did he enter with his own background music and lighting? The radiance was exceedingly blinding. Surely no less than 3,000 watts. Sambao rubbed his eyes and gently tugged at the hem of Chu Qianli's skirt. Mother, my eyes hurt. Chu Qianli picked up Sambao and placed him in Feng Xuandu's embrace. Sambao, keep your eyes shut. The flickering light is not good for them. Upon saying this, she subtly directed a concealed stream of spiritual energy towards the orb hovering behind the man in white. With all this pomp, why could they not simply present the main event and summon that purple-feathered chicken? Did they not realize that children's eyes should not be exposed to intense light? Such morally deficient orbs must be dealt with. At that moment, the man in white came to a halt, his feet hovering an inch above the ground. The onlookers, their eyes reddened from the stimulation, finally discerned his features. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, possessing striking good looks, with slender eyes and thin lips, currently curving into a faint smile that inexplicably evoked a sense of profound mystery. The emperor gradually rose, his expression grave, filled with uncertainty. You, East Xin Emperor, I pay my respects to the esteemed Dao Yang. While he spoke the formalities, the man exhibited no inclination to return the gesture, not even nodding his head. Esteemed Dao Yang? Indeed. May I inquire whence you hail, and what brings you to East Xian? As Dong Xuandi caught sight of the true self, he couldn't help but wonder if he seemed familiar. The emperor's gaze sharpened. Could it be that he and the revered one had crossed paths before? The man merely offered a cold smile without responding, his eyes shifting to sweep over the crowd, ultimately resting upon Chu Qianli. Why did he not kneel and pay his respects upon seeing the true self? As the man's gaze passed over the assembly, they felt as if an enormous mountain pressed upon their hearts, rendering them nearly breathless. Just then, Chu Qianli lifted her gaze and offered a gentle smile. her aura subtly shifting, causing all the pressure to dissipate in an instant. Was the revered one addressing me? As the man clearly discerned Chu Qianli's features, his narrow eyes widened slightly, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his face. Is this the Chu Qianli spoken of by my mother and Ling Xian? Her appearance is indeed remarkable. She may prove to be of great use. Who else could it be but you? Suddenly, a flash of light erupted behind the man, accompanied by a sharp, grating sound. Alarmed, he felt a jolt within. This Jiao pearl was a precious gift from his master, flawless in its nature. Why did it feel amiss today? After the brief flash, the radiance remained. He secretly exhaled in relief, reasoning that perhaps the sudden descent into the mortal realm had disoriented the artifact. Surely, nothing given by his master could be flawed. In the next moment, a voice of excitement rang out. Elder brother. The crowd turned their attention to see Chu Lingxian, aided by a maid, laboriously approaching, their hearts brimming with confusion. Chu Lingxian. How did she come to be here? And she just called him elder brother? When did the Chu family produce such a remarkable individual? Wait, some officials suddenly recalled that 7 years ago, the Chu family had an eldest son named Han Bai, who ventured abroad for studies but never returned. The Chu family had never sought him out, and in recent years, they had ceased to mention him altogether. Could it be that this celestial being before them is none other than Chu Han Bai? As Chu Han Bai turned to glance, he was taken aback upon seeing the visage of Chu Lingxian. You, what kind of hideous creature are you? Elder brother, I am your sister, Lingxian. Chu Lingxian exclaimed, stepping forward with fervor. Her face, already marred with rashes, became increasingly flushed, and her swollen features trembled. Under the radiant glow of the dragon pearl, her appearance was all the more shocking. At last, her elder brother had arrived. She could finally suppress Chu Qianli completely. Lingxian, what has happened to your face? Chu Hanbai asked, struggling to mask his revulsion. It was Chu Qianli. Chu Lingxian exclaimed, raising her hand and pointing directly at Chu Qianli. It is this vile woman who has caused my suffering. Elder brother, you must stand up for me. Chu Hanbai narrowed his eyes slightly, a chill settling upon his countenance. Chu Qianli? How dare you harm my sister? You possess audacity beyond measure. The emperor's gaze flickered, his expression turning grave. Chu Hanbai, the eldest son of the Chu family? The officials below were left in astonishment, having thought the Chu family would languish in disgrace for an extended period, only to discover that the long-lost son had returned, having mastered celestial arts. Thus, the Chu family would not only avoid decline but could soar to unprecedented heights. Chu Qianli raised her gaze, meticulously scrutinizing the figure of Chu Hanbai before her, detecting a thick stench of blood and a chilling aura emanating from him. So it is you, Chu Hanbai. Do you dare to return? 7 years prior, Chu Hanbai claimed he was pursuing scholarly endeavors abroad, yet in truth, he had been driven to flee following a drunken incident wherein he insulted a woman and, in a fit of rage, accidentally took her life. Thus, he had to escape under the guise of study. At that time, the original owner of this body, unfamiliar with the surroundings having just arrived at the Chu family, inadvertently wandered into the courtyard where Chu Hanbai resided. In her fear of reprimand, she concealed herself behind a rockery, only to witness the scene of Wu Shi dragging the corpse away for disposal. Subsequently, it remains a mystery how Wu Shi managed to navigate the aftermath, for the incident did not escalate, nor did the victim seek justice from the authorities. With Chu Hanbai's departure, the original owner buried the memory deep within. Yet this only intensified her trepidation towards Wu Shi, leaving her too fearful to resist or defy. Suddenly, a grim expression darkened Chu Hanbai's face as he raised his hand, gathering a profound energy, and struck towards Chu Qianli. How dare you show disrespect to me? Such insolence shall be met with a fitting punishment to serve as a warning to others. The onlookers were immediately taken aback, utterly unprepared for Chu Hanbai's sudden aggression. The force of his strike was formidable, accompanied by a sound that pierced the air, beyond the capacity of any mere mortal to withstand. It was over. Chu Qianli's life was in grave peril. The emperor furrowed his brow, his eyes sharp as blades, fixated intently on the direction of Chu Qianli. Amidst the crowd, Chu Lingxian smirked with triumph, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Chu Qianli, today marks your demise." The jarring noise echoed once more, and in the next instant, the brilliance of the dragon pearl abruptly vanished. The sudden shift from light to darkness rendered the crowd's eyes incapable of adjustment, plunging them into total blindness. Similarly, Chu Hanbai found himself engulfed in darkness. Yet, with a swift motion, he struck out, unable to retract his hand, relying solely on his previous impression to aim a blow toward Chu Qianli's position. In the obscurity, Chu Qianli took a step back, drawing forth a long whip that ensnared Chu Lingxian, pulling her to the spot he had just vacated. Standing still to endure a beating? Such a notion was unthinkable. Chu Hanbai felt his palm connect with something tangible, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Chu Qianli, consider this a lesson. A reminder of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Yet, in the next moment, a piercing scream shattered the air, the voice oddly familiar. How could it resemble Chu Lingxian so closely? Behind them, Chu Qianli observed Chu Lingxian collapse and, with an elevated foot, launched a kick towards Chu Hanbai's chest. As the gust of wind approached, Chu Hanbai scoffed, stabilizing himself and remaining motionless, dismissing the impending ambush as inconsequential. Being a practitioner, he was not merely made of flesh and bone. With his foundational cultivation, he believed that standing still would render him impervious to any ordinary assault. However, in an unforeseen turn, he soon felt an irresistible force crash against his chest, propelling his body backward uncontrollably until he struck the ground with a heavy thud. Ugh! Chu Hanbai gritted his teeth, stifling a cry of agony. At least 2 of his ribs must have been fractured. Who was it? Who had delivered such a blow? Could there be another practitioner present? Chu Qianli retracted his foot, letting out a soft hum of satisfaction. Chapter 90. What the hell are you thinking? In the next moment, a crackling noise echoed once more, and the Jiao pearl began to emit a faint glow. To my astonishment, Chu Hanbai hurriedly rose, utilizing his mystical energy to erase the footprints on his body. He had just made a grand entrance. If anyone were to witness him in such a disheveled state, how could he establish his authority and fulfill his master's plan? Suddenly, the light intensified, prompting everyone to shield their eyes. It took a while for them to adjust to the brilliance and comprehend the unfolding scene. Gasp! There lay Chu Lingxian where Chu Qianli had previously stood, gasping blood profusely, her breath shallow and labored. Turning his gaze to Chu Hanbai, he observed him standing 2 paces away, his posture upright, his white robes billowing, though his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Chu Qianli lowered his gaze, shaking his head with a sigh. Such ruthless action. Look at the amount of blood she has expelled. Chu Hanbai fixed his gaze intently on Chu Qianli. She was the closest, and thus the most suspect, yet it was inconceivable that a woman could have delivered such a blow. Who else could it be? He discreetly scanned the entire hunting ground, finding no signs of anomaly. The hunting ground was filled with mortals, devoid of any traces of practitioners. How could this be? What had just transpired? In a flurry, Wu hurried over, dragging her severed leg, and upon witnessing Chu Lingxuan's dire condition, she let out a sudden exclamation. Lingxian! Hanbai! You! Chu Hanbai regained her composure, a flicker of impatience flashing in her eyes. Nevertheless, she produced a vial of pills and handed it over, explaining, Mother, my sister was just contaminated with something unclean, but I have dispelled it. Taking this pill will allow both you and my sister to recover from your injuries. Mrs. Wu promptly accepted the vial, which contained only 2 pills. She and Chu Lingxian each consumed 1. In the next moment, the red rashes that had marred Chu Lingxuan's face began to fade, and her slightly distorted legs returned to their normal state. With a soft whimper, she awoke, her complexion now pale and rosy, restored to her previous enchanting beauty. Mrs. Wu also stood up, the pain in her legs having vanished without a trace. Overwhelming her with joy, the onlookers were astonished. It's all better. Everything is well. My heavens, what kind of miracle is this? Could it truly be the work of a celestial being? Chu Qianli's gaze shifted slightly. He had clearly observed that when the pill was produced, it emanated a crimson glow and carried a scent of blood, which felt ominous even as the fragrance of the medicine wafted through the air. The emperor descended from above, glancing at the fully restored Mrs. Wu and Chu Lingxian, his expression softening. He had never anticipated that after 7 years, Hanbai would possess such celestial abilities. Chu Hanbai turned her head slightly, suppressing the tumult in her chest, and coldly spoke, Dongxian Emperor. You should address me as respected one. The emperor lowered his eyelids slightly before responding with a smile. Respected one, today a purple bird flew over the hunting grounds. I wonder if it is related to you? That is merely my steed, nothing extraordinary. With a subtle lift of his arm, Chu Hanbai unleashed a piercing screech that reverberated through the air. In an instant, a majestic purple Yueying soared into the sky, descending upon the imperial guards below with fierce intent. Regardless of who might be concealed in the hunting grounds, he was determined to showcase his prowess and instill fear in his adversary. The emperor's expression darkened. Esteemed one, what is your intention? Does the Eastern Xuandi truly regard mere mortals as prey for the Yueying? Mere mortals? Prey? A wave of trepidation washed over the onlookers, plunging them into a chilling despair. The thought that Chu Hanbai's steed could feast upon humans was utterly horrifying. Despite the elite training of the imperial guards, they found themselves paralyzed by the sight of the Yueying, compounded by the intimidating presence of the immortal Chu Hanbai. They could think of nothing but fleeing for their lives. The Yueying, brimming with audacity, raked its formidable claws down upon one guard, leaving a gaping wound that bled profusely. Observing the terror etched on the faces around him, Chu Qianli felt a surge of satisfaction, the frustration from his recent injury dissipating. Humph, a swarm of ants. The Yueying's might was undeniable, and surely the practitioner behind it would be shaken by this display, just as the Yueying's sharp talons were poised to pierce the skull of an imperial guard. Chu Qianli's brow twitched. A strange sound echoed, and the Jiao Pearl shimmered with light. Startled, Chu Qianli turned swiftly, attempting to summon the Jiao Pearl back. Yet his efforts yielded no response. In the blink of an eye, the Jiao Pearl's radiance vanished, shrouding the hunting grounds in darkness. With a swift motion, Chu Qianli propelled himself like the wind towards the Yueying's direction. The Muyu eagle, capable of perceiving objects in the darkness, let out a furious cry upon spotting Chu Qianli. With a frosty gaze, she gripped the silk net tightly and hurled it towards the purple-feathered chicken. The Muyu eagle's eyes filled with disdain, dismissing the mere net as an inadequate attempt to ensnare such a mystical beast. How foolish! It would tear that flimsy net apart and then shred the audacious woman who dared to challenge it. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the silk net suddenly tightened, binding it securely. In a state of panic as it struggled futilely, the Muyu eagle desperately attempted to ascend into the sky. Chu Qianli, her gaze unwavering, exerted force to pull it down from the heavens. With a resounding thud, the Muyu eagle crashed to the ground, its cry transformed by fear. Chu Qianli seized the silk net, swinging it with ferocity as if it were a mere ball, relentlessly smashing the Muyu eagle into the earth. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the ground on either side of her was marked by two deep craters created by the impact of the Muyu eagle, a mere purple-feathered chicken. And yet it dared to exude superiority, even attempting to prey upon others? How audacious! In the enveloping darkness, onlookers could only hear the thunderous crashes and feel the tremors beneath their feet, as if the very earth were quaking. After a painstaking moment, as their eyes adjusted to the gloom and they prepared to discern the unfolding events, a jarring noise erupted once more. With a crack, brightness flooded the scene, forcing everyone to shut their eyes once again. They blinked fervently, waiting for their vision to acclimate, only to find that the luminous pearl seemed intent on blinding them. The light growing increasingly piercing, Chu Qianli gazed at the unconscious Muyu Ying, which lay battered on the ground. He activated the spirit formation of the Jiao silk net, binding it tightly before casting it into the nearby woods. Subsequently, the Jiao silk net became invisible, completely obscuring any trace of Muyu Ying. At last, as his vision cleared, the crowd was met with the furious bellow of Chu Qianli. "Where's Muyu Ying?" Chu Qianli's face was a mask of rage, his heart racing with alarm. Muyu Ying was the steed of his master, a high-level cultivator. His master had asserted that with Muyu Ying in the mortal realm, one could traverse with ease. Yet now, after only a couple of cries, it had vanished. Chu Qianli gently flexed his wrist and exchanged a glance with Chu Qianli, offering him a subtle smile. Chu Qianli, preoccupied with anxiety, hurried to the spot where Muyu Ying had recently soared, momentarily oblivious to the ground beneath him descending, nearly toppling into a deep pit. He beheld two symmetrically placed, circular depressions in the once even terrain, as if struck by a colossal hammer. Connecting this with the earlier thuds, Chu Qianli's eyes widened in horror. Had calamity befallen them? Or had the cultivator who had previously kicked him returned to capture Muyu Ying? Chapter 91. Do not pretend. Pretending invokes thunder. With this thought, a chill coursed through Chu Qianli's heart as he recalled his master's admonitions before departing, compelling himself to regain composure. His master had instructed that should he encounter other cultivators, he should produce the sect's jade talisman and invoke the spirit formation, thereby revealing his identity as a disciple of the Qianji sect, which would surely instill dread in any other cultivators he might face. It was truly unexpected that he would need to resort to his most treasured possessions right at the outset. The thought alone made his heart ache. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions, revealing a smile that barely concealed his unease. In the realm of practitioners, the law of the jungle reigns supreme. He could not afford to show any weakness. The majestic eagle had likely flown away to another location, startling the Eastern Xian Emperor and his ministers. He felt a twinge of guilt and thought it wise to summon a gentle rain as a means of compensation for them. Chu Qianli's gaze flickered. Had her earlier provocation not been sufficiently subtle? Why had Chu Qianli not sought her out for retribution? However, this gentle rain? He was merely a novice practitioner, slightly superior to her, and she had already broken his rib with a single kick. Could he truly command the elements? In the next moment, her attention sharpened. Chu Qianli raised his hand high, tightly clutching a jade talisman. A flicker of spiritual light emanated from the talisman, and a spiritual array descended from the sky, enveloping everyone within its confines. Chu Qianli distinctly felt a force of dark energy attempting to siphon her vitality. Her expression hardened as she stepped forward, clasping the hands of Shun Bao and Feng Xuandu, using her spiritual power to shield them from the array's influence. The others felt a brief wave of weakness wash over them, and the next instant, a light drizzle began to fall from the heavens. It was raining? Indeed, it was raining. Chu Qianli's expression turned grave, a surge of killing intent coalescing within her, to drain the life force of mortals and transform it into rain. Sacrificing the lives of others merely to bolster the vanity of this Chu Hanbai? This was not the behavior of a practitioner, it was unequivocally sorcery. The first rule of the Temporal Management Bureau states that when confronted with malevolence, all must take action to eradicate it. Chu Qianli suppressed her mischievous thoughts, her feet moving as streams of spiritual energy permeated the earth, forcefully integrating into the operation of the spiritual formation. Subsequently, she adjusted the formation, abruptly constricting its range to encompass the very spot where Wu Shi and Chu Lingxian stood, a family of ferocious beasts, none of them virtuous. Since they dared to employ malevolent arts, they shall reap what they sow. Wu Shi and Chu Lingxian reveled in the nourishing rain, their hearts already envisioning future glories. Suddenly, they felt their legs weaken, as if something was swiftly siphoning away their life force. They wished to cry out for help, yet found themselves powerless, unable even to part their lips. A nearby onlooker gasped in alarm. You, look quickly. Originally rosy-cheeked, Chu Lingxuan's countenance had turned ashen, appearing on the verge of collapse. Wu Shi fared even worse. Her well-maintained visage was suddenly marred by deepening wrinkles, her hair subtly graying, hinting at a white hue. Chu Hanbai sensed something amiss, a look of terror dawning upon his face as he attempted to halt the formation's operation. However, in the next instant, the formation shattered with a resounding crash, all the energy surging back through his meridians. A mouthful of blood surged to his throat, but he forcefully restrained himself, his cheeks puffing as he swallowed the blood back down. He could not afford to display any signs of injury. Otherwise, all his prior efforts would have been in vain. The Eastern Xian Emperor, the nourishing rain had ceased. The esteemed one must depart to seek Mu Yuing. Thus I take my leave. The nourishing rain has ended, but only a few drops have fallen. The Emperor's gaze shifted, his eyes reflecting profound depths. Esteemed one, what of your mother and sister? They both consumed the elixir, unable to withstand their mortal forms, yet they would recover in a couple of days. There was no need for concern. With that, Chu Hanbai turned abruptly, striving to maintain his haughty demeanor as he gradually made his way into the forest. Chu Qianli's complexion paled slightly, but the coldness in her gaze was more piercing than ever. Did he think he could commit wrongdoing and simply flee? Such leniency was not to be had. Gripping her long whip, she ensnared the increasingly radiant Jiaozhu and hurled it towards Chu Hanbai's retreating figure. Chu Hanbai, don't forget your belongings. Of course, Chu Hanbai would not forget the Jiaozhu, but regardless of how he exerted his mystical energy to manipulate it, the Jiaozhu refused to respond to his commands. He could only leave first and devise a way to return for it. However, unexpectedly, Chu Qianli had thrown it back to him. A surge of joy filled his heart as he turned to catch the Jiaozhu, only to find it searing hot like a fireball, causing him to grimace in pain, nearly letting out a cry. In the next moment, an enormous explosion resonated. Flames soared into the sky, earth, grass, and trees were sent flying, and the crowd hastily sought refuge. It took a considerable while for the inferno to subside, leaving behind a vast, charred crater on the ground. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What had transpired? The Wu family and Chu Lingxian were also taken aback. They had anticipated that with Chu Hanbai's arrival, their fortunes would begin to flourish, yet he had disregarded them entirely, and now they risked annihilation. What was happening? The Emperor's expression hardened as he commanded, "The Imperial Guard, advance and assess the situation of the esteemed one." Yes. The Imperial Guards received their orders and approached the large pit with an uneasy heart. Inside, they found only a charred expanse, devoid of Chu Hanbai's presence. Had everything been obliterated? Surely not. After all, he was an immortal. Was there not a head or an arm left behind? Just as uncertainty hung in the air, Chu Hanbai's voice suddenly echoed above the hunting grounds. "Chu Qianli, your disrespect towards me shall invoke divine retribution." The crowd looked up in confusion. Yet the figure of Chu Hanbai remained elusive. So he was not dead. Chu Qianli narrowed his eyes, a cold smile creeping across his face. "Let me offer you a word of caution. Do not engage in arrogance, for arrogance invites calamity." After a moment's silence, the surroundings fell into an eerie stillness, with no further sounds emerging. Chu Qianli sheathed his whip and slowly approached Wu Shi and Chu Lingxian, his voice cold as he inquired, "How does it feel to have your lifespan reduced by 10 years? Wah, what do you mean?" Wu Shi clenched her fists, dark brown spots appearing on the backs of her hands, her skin slightly sagging. You shall gradually come to understand. Initially, Chu Qianli intended to display his might, extracting merely a fraction of vitality from everyone, an inconsequential effect. However, he had placed the spiritual formation beneath Wu Shi and Chu Lingshuan's feet, drawing all their life force. Consequently, the reduction in their lifespan became quite significant. The critical point was that forcibly extracting life force differed greatly from natural aging. The former carried numerous hidden dangers, with potential repercussions that could arise unexpectedly. This was undoubtedly sufficient to afflict Wu Shi and Chu Lingshuan. The emperor absorbed Chu Qianli's words, a fleeting glimmer of light flashing in his eyes before vanishing entirely. Wu Shi, Chu Lingshuan, what brings you both to this place? The two individuals were evidently aware of Chu Qianli's return, which is why they endured their injuries and chose to wait. Wu Shi and Chu Lingshuan, confronted by the emperor's frigid gaze, hastily bowed their heads. Your Majesty, please forgive me, your servant. Take them away, administer 20 strokes of the rod, and detain them for the time being. After the spring hunt concludes and we return to the capital, further measures will be decided. Yes, your Majesty, please forgive me. Wu Shi attempted to protest, but was silenced and dragged away by the palace guards under Gao Lin's direction. In the dead of night, as they prepared for an outdoor feast, Chu Qianli observed this scene, her eyes flickering slightly. The emperor had punished Wu Shi and Chu Lingshuan, intending to use them as leverage against Chu Qianli. However, considering Chu Qianli's indifference towards them, it was likely that the emperor's scheme would falter. The emperor spoke in a deep tone, "Let us conclude tonight's bonfire banquet here. The imperial guards will maintain their vigil. The rest of you may return to rest, and must not wander freely." Yes, the crowd responded promptly before hastily departing. The emperor turned his gaze upon Chu Qianli, concern evident in his eyes. "Qianli, you do not appear well. Return and rest. Once you have recuperated, I have matters to discuss with you." "Yes, your Majesty." Feng Xuandu stepped forward, taking Chu Qianli's hand and guiding her back to the courtyard. Leaning against his shoulder, her complexion was strikingly pale. She had expended an excessive amount of spiritual energy that day, and now her meridians ached. Particularly after the detonation of the Jiaozhu, her spiritual power was completely exhausted. San Bao, distressed, clasped Chu Qianli's hand, observing her discomfort with a puffed-up cheek, nearly bursting with indignation. That wicked scoundrel! That wicked scoundrel! Struck by lightning. As the fury of San Bao surged, a brilliant crimson light flickered in his eyes. In the sky, an elderly man was soaring swiftly, when suddenly, he sensed the furious aura of the phoenix cub. He halted abruptly, suspended in midair. A phoenix cub? Who dares to bully the offspring of my phoenix clan? The elder's hawk-like gaze sharpened, and an immense force of profound energy erupted from his being. The clouds in the sky, drawn by his power, collided violently, and in the next moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. By the edge of the hunting pit, the guards of the Forbidden Army lay sprawled on the ground. In the pit, Chu Qianli, who had concealed himself, noticed that the emperor and others had departed. He hastily scattered a handful of powder to incapacitate the surrounding guards. Then, with great effort, he attempted to turn over and climb out of the pit. Severely injured from the explosion, he expended the last vestige of his profound energy to create an illusion of his departure, while in reality, he employed a technique of concealment, hiding within the soil at the bottom of the pit. At this moment, having finally regained some strength and on the verge of climbing out, he was unexpectedly struck by a bolt of lightning that fell directly upon his head. Boom! Chu Qianli let out a cry and spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted within the pit. Soon after, a woman with her features obscured hurriedly approached the edge of the pit. Her eyes filled with concern upon seeing the unconscious Chu Qianli. She urgently directed her attendants to drag him out and make a swift escape. Meanwhile, Chu Qianli, startled by the lightning, realized it was not aimed at him, and the terror in his eyes gradually dissipated. She composed herself, gently stroking San Bao's small head, and reassured, "Mother is fine, just a little food will suffice." San Bao rubbed his reddened eyes and quickly replied, "Mother, what would you like to eat? I will prepare it right away." "How about stewed purple feathered chicken?" San Bao exclaimed, "But didn't the purple feathered chicken fly away? I haven't even tasted it yet. How dare it escape?" Chu Qianli, mustering her spirits, declared, "Let us go for a midnight picnic. Oh, and do not forget to invite cousin and young Master Xiao." Having embarked on the path of cultivation, her uncle and cousin must not lag behind. In her previous travels across various realms, many had merely been transient figures in her life. Now, at last, she could retire and savor the joys of life, cherishing those significant people and things without leaving any regrets. As for Xiao Junyi, though his personality was somewhat erratic, his unwavering loyalty to her cousin over the years had forged a bond, now that they were residing in the hunting grounds. They might as well share a tent and a blanket. Soon, Su Jinji and Xiao Junyi arrived, and upon seeing Chu Qianli's pale visage, their concern heightened. Qianli, how are you? I am well, just a bit hungry. A delicious meal will remedy that. Su Jinji remained uneasy and attempted to support Chu Qianli, but was held back by Feng Xuandu, who insisted on providing assistance instead. Thus, he carefully supported Chu Qianli and guided her slowly toward the forest. Tian Shu and Tian Xian promptly cleared a path, diverting the imperial guards to facilitate the young master's quest for the elusive purple-feathered chicken. Soon, Chu Qianli arrived at a clearing, exerting the last vestiges of his spiritual energy to manifest the silk net. The Muyu eagle, upon sighting Chu Qianli, was momentarily overtaken by a profound fear. It opened its beak to cry out, but was swiftly intercepted by Cambao, who dashed over, clenched his tiny fist, and delivered a punch to its forehead. You purple-feathered chicken. I'll teach you a lesson for exhausting my mother. Initially, the Muyu eagle had dismissed Cambao as insignificant, but as the furious little fish struck down, it felt a resounding thud reverberate through its head, nearly shattering its skull. Wah, you dare to strike me? I shall devour you. Sanbao's eyes widened as he stretched out his small hand, pinching the eagle's beak through the silk net, and once more delivered a fierce blow. Mother, this purple-feathered chicken is wicked. It is intentionally calling out to attract attention. Chu Qianli nodded in agreement. Drag it along. We shall proceed to the back mountain. Understood. Tian Shu and Tian Xian promptly stepped forward to assist as porters. Su Jinji and Xiao Junyi stood dumbfounded, their eyes widened in disbelief, even witnessing the scene before them. They struggled to accept the reality. Was this not the previously arrogant bird that sought to devour them? Now it was ensnared and subjected to a beating, rolling its eyes in defeat. Were they merely lacking experience, or was the world truly this fantastical? The duo moved mechanically, gazing at Sanbao's audacious display of dominance over the divine bird, lost in a daze. It was not until the divine bird had been thoroughly plucked that Su Jinji jolted back to reality, hastily bending down to collect the feathers. We must erase all traces. We cannot allow anyone to discover this. Finally, they arrived at a small stream at the back mountain, where Tian Shu and Tian Xian gently placed the Muyu eagle upon the ground. After a prolonged bout of exercise, the little one's face flushed a delicate shade of red, enhancing her exquisite cuteness. Chu Qianli sought a vacant spot, and, feeling languid, prepared to sit on the ground. With a frown, Feng Xuandu forcibly lifted her, retrieving a moisture-proof blanket from the bundle carried by Tian Shu. He then carefully placed her on the blanket in a sheltered area. Xiao Junyi observed in astonishment, glancing at Feng Xuandu, who, adorned in a mask and exuding an air of noble mystery, stirred a twinge of envy within him. Feng Xuandu, unfazed, procured a pillow from Tian Shu, ensuring Chu Qianli could rest comfortably against it, before nodding in satisfaction. Rambao approached, cradling a kettle and offering it to her. Mother, please sit and enjoy some tea. I will prepare chicken for you shortly. All right, Chu Qianli nodded, sipping the fragrant fruit tea and feeling her spiritual energy rapidly replenish, letting out a contented sigh. Concerned for Ranbao's safety from the threat of Mu Yuing, Feng Xuandu took a step forward to follow. Inside the silk net, Mu Ying's eyes darted erratically, his previously stern visage now swollen from the blows, his eyes squinting into mere slits. Ga, just wait. When the master arrives, each of you shall be turned into human fodder. Ranbao furrowed her brows in confusion. What are you saying? I don't understand. Ga, do you know what human fodder is? If you're scared, release this eagle immediately. Feng Xuandu's gaze darkened as he drew the longsword from Tian Shu's grasp, a cold glint flashing from his wrist. Ranbao scratched her head, realization dawning upon her. It must be cursing me. Ga ga ga. Why? Why do you need the sword? Amidst the tension, Sanbao exclaimed in irritation, I was right. The purple-feathered chicken is so agitated that its face has turned crimson. This purple-feathered creature, not only feasting upon humans, dares to berate them as well. Feng Xuandu stepped forward, his icy gaze emanating a chilling aura that had long been restrained, now revealing a mere hint of its might. The Muyu eagle, wide-eyed, lay prostrate on the ground, trembling in sheer terror. That slight aura, though minimal, seemed to transcend the ages, freezing time itself. The ingrained fear and sense of submission coursed through its veins, compelling it to bow low in the most reverent display of allegiance. Sanbao, witnessing this, was further incensed. Is it mocking me, suggesting that even lying still, I cannot slay it? Purple-feathered chicken, just wait. Chapter 93. The importance of learning a foreign language. The Muyu eagle protested. No, that's not it. Listening to the eagle's beastly tongue, Feng Xuandu slightly lowered his gaze and took Sanbao's knife into his own hands. Do not fret. I shall assist you in the task of slaying. Sanbao promptly nodded. Yes. Uncle Ho, let us hasten, Mother is hungry. Very well. I can serve as a mount. I am willing to toil like a beast. The eagle cried out. Feng Xuandu seized the Muyu eagle and dragged it to the banks of a stream, where Chu Qianli subtly stirred, undoing the constraints of the silk net. The eagle lay on the ground, looking up at Feng Xuandu with a pleading expression. Great one, do you think I still have a chance? Feng Xuandu's cold eyes shifted slightly. In your next life as a mystical beast, remember to master the common tongue of the mortal realm. The eagle responded with silence. A large cauldron was set upon a fire, the flames leaping high beneath it. Song Bao discovered his little bundle and, after some rummaging, pulled out a glistening red cloud ginseng. Xiao Junyi, having finished plucking the chicken feathers, felt his arms ache from fatigue. Upon seeing the item in Song Bao's hands, a look of eager desire instantly lit up his eyes. Wow, is this a red-skinned radish? Does it quench thirst? Song Bao pondered for a moment before placing the red cloud ginseng into Xiao Junyi's hands. Uncle Xiao, you give it a try. I'm not sure. With that, he turned and dashed back to extract another red cloud ginseng, which he sliced and tossed into the large pot. Xiao Junyi carried the red cloud ginseng to the stream, washed it thoroughly, then broke it in half, offering one piece to Su Jinji. Jinji, you should quench your thirst too. As Su Jinji looked at the half piece of ginseng, about to accept it, she suddenly sensed something was amiss. Is this a radish? Xiao Junyi glanced down, and the cut surface of the ginseng revealed a striking crimson hue, with glistening droplets of red dew accumulating on it, and a rich aroma of ginseng wafting through the air. Could it be? He stammered, fear rendering his words incoherent. Song Bao, having finished slicing the ginseng, turned to see both Su Jinji and Xiao Junyi gazing intently at the red cloud ginseng, curiosity etched on their faces. Uncle, Xiao uncle, isn't this supposed to quench thirst? Xiao Junyi quickly retrieved the two halves of the red cloud ginseng. Song Bao, this is ginseng. Song Bao slapped his forehead, recalling that Uncle Cho had mentioned that red cloud ginseng nourishes qi and blood, certainly not quenching thirst. Then you should try this, he exclaimed, rushing to his little bundle, kneeling down to sift through, and finally produced a white jade snow ginseng. The icy chill was rather pleasant. Xiao Junyi raised his hand to forcefully lift his jaw, which had dropped in astonishment. Jinbao, Uncle Xiao believes, that stream over there is utterly delightful. Upon finishing his sentence, he dashed to the riverbank, crouched down, and plunged his head into the water. Xiao Junyi, doesn't the stream quench your thirst? Do you still wish to request radishes from Jinbao? You are unworthy. You deserve only to drink the cool water. Jinbao was momentarily stunned. Uncle Xiao, if you find this unsuitable, I have other. Jinbao? Su Jinji hastily interrupted, sensing that if Jinbao were to finish his sentence, his good brother would plunge headfirst into the stream. You should go prepare the purple-feathered chicken. Uncle Xiao is fine. Oh. Jinbao nodded. The world of adults is so difficult to comprehend. Half an hour later, a rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizingly delicious. The sweetly slumbering Chu Qianli gradually opened his eyes and lazily sat up. By the stream, a table and chairs had been set up, and Feng Xuandu was assisting Jinbao in portioning the chicken. Mother, you're awake. The chicken is ready, Jinbao exclaimed joyfully. Chu Qianli stretched and felt his stomach grumble with hunger, happily declaring, then let us eat. At the table, Chu Qianli and Jinbao each had a large bowl before them, filled with the most delectable parts of the entire chicken. The feathers of the Muyu eagle were a striking purple, yet the meat was incredibly tender and white, and the chicken broth appeared creamy, utterly appetizing. Chu Qianli took a sip of the broth and then picked up a chicken leg to eat. The meat was tender and succulent, exuding a delightful aroma. With each bite, warmth enveloped him, and his spiritual energy surged higher. Wow, this truly is a chicken imbued with mystical essence. The flavor is extraordinary, Chu Qianli couldn't help but exclaim. Jinbao swallowed a generous mouthful of chicken, exclaiming, delicious. Mother, do indulge. By the way, have you saved some for Uncle? Yes. I have already asked Uncle Cho to set some aside for you. It will be sent to you shortly. Good. Across the table, Xiao Junyi bit into a chicken rib, and immediately his face flushed crimson, his body radiating heat as if a fire burned within him, accompanied by a rise in his internal power. Jinji. Su Jinji savored the delectable chicken, then gulped down a hearty portion of chicken soup. The rapidly increasing internal energy caused his meridians to ache painfully, yet his heart brimmed with joy. The more he learned, the more he recognized his own ignorance. Sisters Qianli and Shun Bao held countless secrets, and perhaps he would never be able to offer them substantial aid. However, even the slightest assistance he could provide was worth a lifetime of effort. He resolved to keep pace with Qianli and Shun Bao, striving not to fall too far behind. Eat quickly. Xiao Junyi observed him, his gaze shifting slightly. Then he picked up a chicken rib, mimicking his actions and earnestly stuffing it into his mouth. Half an hour later, Su Jinji and Xiao Junyi lay on the ground, deeply asleep, their bodies flushed and steaming, their clothes soaked through with sweat. Chu Qianli and Canbao collaborated to devour most of a majestic Muyu eagle, leaving them with full bellies as they reclined on the grassy blanket, contentedly rubbing their stomachs. "Ah, I'm so stuffed," Chu Qianli remarked, her eyes narrowing with pleasure, the aroma of stewed chicken lingering in the air. At that moment, her internal spiritual energy not only fully restored but surged upward, elevating her to the fourth rank of spiritualist. Canbao, cradling his round belly, had flushed cheeks and eyes that resembled crescent moons. "Mother, Canbao loves to eat the purple-feathered chicken. Mother loves it too." Chu Qianli swallowed hard, suddenly intrigued by the central region that Feng Xuandu had mentioned. If animals that could refine spiritual energy were so delectable, and they could also cultivate spiritual power, she simply had to venture forth to taste them. After all, a retirement devoid of gourmet experiences felt significantly lacking in joy. Canbao leaned closer to Chu Qianli, his bright eyes sparkling. "Mother, shall we go?" "Yes, once I deal with those nuisances, we shall set off." "That is wonderful." Canbao cheered, eager for the purple-feathered chicken. Chu Qianli smirked, teasing him. "How many shall we catch?" Recalling a game they once played, Canbao chuckled, his little belly quivering in delight. "5. Chu Qianli stifled a laugh. "Caught them." Canbao covered his mouth. "Jie." Chu Qianli replied in kind. "Jie." After their playful exchange, both turned their gaze to Su Jinji and Xiao Junyi, only to find them fast asleep, thus unapproachable. Subsequently, their attention shifted to Feng Xuandu, Tian Shu, and Tian Xian. Tian Shu felt a shiver run down his spine, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "Ga." Tian Shu ga. Feng Xuandu. He, the esteemed Feng Lord, would never engage in such childish games. Moments later, Ga. Chapter 94. An unpleasant sight in the skies above Dian Mountain. An elderly man concealed within the clouds observed the scene unfolding in the clearing by the brook, his hands covering his mouth as he stifled laughter, his face flushed with mirth. After a brief interlude, he pressed a hand to his chest, his eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. The offspring of the Feng clan were undeniably adorable. After 300 years, 7 months, 3 days, and 11 hours, the Feng clan had finally welcomed a new little one. Most remarkably, the Lord was right beside the child, even willingly assisting in preparing meals. One could hardly believe there was no connection between them. Oh, how joyous! Now, how should he present himself to ensure that the little one takes an immediate liking to him? Should he capture some Qingwan birds from the central domain as a gift? That purple-feathered chicken appeared rather unwholesome. The Feng clan's youngling deserves nothing but the finest. In that case, he could also play games with the little one. How many Qingwan should he catch? 1,000? 1,000,000? Ha! He could engage in play with the little one for years. Below, Chu Qianli rose to his feet, gazing up at the starry sky obscured by drifting clouds, his brow slightly furrowed. Feng Xuandu noticed and inquired with concern, "What troubles you?" "I cannot shake the feeling that someone is watching us," Chu Qianli replied. Feng Xuandu's heart stirred, and he focused his senses, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. Had the Grand Elder truly followed them? Still lurking behind the clouds, observing in secret, how truly peculiar. Surely it cannot be. When practitioners descend to the mortal realm, their powers are invariably suppressed. Few possess the ability to traverse the skies. Chu Qianli narrowed his eyes and gestured towards the clouds where the elder concealed himself. "There is something about that cloud that irks me." Feng Xuandu raised his gaze to the heavens, a flash of resplendent crimson shimmering in his eyes. The elder, hidden within the clouds, alerted by his warning, hastily concealed himself and ascended to greater heights, utterly astonished. Having attained the realm of Xianzun, even though his power was restrained in the mortal world, it was inconceivable that a mere mid-tier Xianshi practitioner could detect him. Just how astute is this future lady of the esteemed master? Chu Qianli furrowed his brow, bemused. Now it seems more agreeable. Perhaps its previous shape was unappealing. Well then, it is getting late. Let us return to rest. Very well. Tian Shu and Tian Xian each supported Su Jinji and Xiao Junyi, while Feng Xuandu cradled Xin Bao in one arm and leaned against Chu Qianli, gradually making their way back to the palace residence. Meanwhile, beneath the palace, within the tents, the charred Chu Hanbai slowly opened his eyes. Intense pain surged through his body, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. "Master, are you all right?" a gentle voice inquired. Chu Hanbai steadied his mind with difficulty, recognizing the figure before him, and his taut emotions instantly relaxed. "Sun Yuji?" "Yes, master, you have finally awakened. I was so worried for you." Sun Yuji, her face veiled and her gaze enchanting, spoke with unparalleled gentleness. Chu Hanbai abruptly pushed her away, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. How did I end up here? Sun Yuji quickly rose, respectfully standing to one side. The esteemed one fainted. It was I who brought you back. Chu Qianli recalled the flash of lightning, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. What transpired after I lost consciousness? Please elaborate. Esteemed one, it is all due to that Chu Qianli. She must have employed some nefarious means to ruin your precious artifact. Upon hearing Sun's account, Chu Qianli inquired. After the lightning struck, nothing else occurred? None at all. The sky was somewhat overcast. Thunder is not an uncommon occurrence, Sun responded. Chu Qianli narrowed his eyes slightly. Recalling his master's words, upon entering the mortal realm, one must refrain from wielding excessive mystical power. With his current strength, complemented by the Muyu Eagle, he was virtually invincible. However, the hidden practitioner who emerged yesterday seemed to have disregarded the rules. Could it be that the lightning was intended to confront him? Who else of significance might have appeared in the capital? In the mortal realm, where no mystical energy could be absorbed, practitioners who linger too long become increasingly constrained by the rules of the mundane world. Consequently, when they seek to elevate their powers, the barriers become ever more formidable, proving detrimental rather than beneficial. Thus, any practitioner that appears must have ulterior motives. It is inconceivable for them to remain inconspicuous. Sun Yuji pondered thoughtfully. The one drawing the most attention lately is undoubtedly Chu Qianli, a mere servant, unworthy of mention. Yesterday, I simply chose not to contend with her, but from now on. Humph. Chu Qianli's eyes brimmed with disdain. Sun Yuji quickly interjected with a smile. Indeed, revered one, your unmatched prowess naturally renders a trivial woman beneath your notice. Aside from her, there is the master of Tianxian Tower. What significance could a mere tower master possess? You dwell among mortals, lacking insight. The true esteemed place lies within the radiant light pavilion in the central domain, which dominates the vast majority of commerce in that realm, where none dare to show their bravado. Your words ring true, Sun Yuji replied humbly. Chu Qianli smirked with pride, but inadvertently drew upon a fractured rib, causing him to gasp sharply. Hiss, where are my mother and Chu Lingxian? They have been placed under house arrest by the emperor. House arrest? Indeed. Fury ignited in Chu Qianli's gaze. Having just witnessed the might of my presence, how dare the Eastern Xian emperor treat my kin so harshly? It is utterly preposterous. Unbeknownst to you, revered one, the emperor currently holds great regard for Chu Qianli, and that wretched servant has inexplicably procured a series of treasures, such as purple mystic ginseng and white jade snow ginseng, all presented to the emperor as flattery. Naturally, he favors her. Chu Qianli's eyes narrowed. The once elongated shape now nearly reduced to a mere slit. In the next moment, he abruptly shifted the topic. The quality of the beauties you have recently presented has diminished considerably. My master is quite displeased. Sun Yuji's expression faltered, and she promptly knelt down. The esteemed one, I have truly exerted myself. As you are aware, the laws in the capital are stringent, and when women go missing, their families are compelled to search for them. Thus they dare not act too conspicuously. Useless. Chu Qianli coldly admonished, those mortals are but mere ants. Being offered up for my master's enjoyment is a stroke of fortune they have accrued over several lifetimes. Sun Yuji grew increasingly fearful. Yes, yes. Chu Qianli scoffed. Currently, my master finds ordinary women to be excessively mundane, their bloodlines too base. Hence, he requires the daughters of nobility. Sun's eyes suddenly flickered. Esteemed one, is not Chu Qianli the most suitable candidate? In terms of lineage, she is the legitimate daughter of a prominent family, and as for her beauty, it is beyond compare. One cannot find anyone more striking in all of Dongxian. Indeed, Chu Qianli is quite remarkable. Chu Qianli recalled the visage of Chu Qianli, still captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Not to mention Dongxian, even among the celestial beings he encountered in the central domain, none surpassed her in looks. Sun Yuji cautiously observed Chu Qianli's expression, tentatively speaking. Esteemed one, I will do everything in my power to assist you in capturing Chu Qianli. However, I also have a humble request. If it would not be too much trouble for you to relay it to the elder, speak. Once the elder has finished with Chu Qianli, it would be a waste to discard her beautiful skin. Might it be possible for it to be returned to me? Chapter 95. The mode of annihilation officially commences. Chu Qianli glanced at Sun's face, and through the veil, he faintly detected an unpleasant odor. His eyes immediately filled with disdain. Is your face ruined? Sun Yuji's expression was instantly filled with animosity. Wasn't it all the doing of Chu Qianli? That despicable woman. Chu Qianli furrowed her brows and retrieved a vial of pills from her storage ring, tossing it to Sun Yuji. This is a reward from the master. If you desire to claim Chu Qianli's beautiful visage, I shall convey your request, but first, you must subdue her. Sun Yuji's eyes sparkled with delight as she caught the vial. Without hesitation, she opened it, and swallowed a pill. Soon after, the whip marks on her cheeks began to writhe, and in mere moments, her face was restored to its former glory. Indeed, Sun Yuji caressed her smooth skin, a glint of greed flashing in her eyes. No matter how splendid her recovery, it could not compare to even a fraction of Chu Qianli's beauty. Thus, she was determined to obtain that exquisite visage. The following day, the sky was clear. Chu Qianli awakened to find the sun already high in the sky. As she turned her head slightly, she noticed Feng Xuandu seated nearby, engrossed in reading a letter, clad in dark robes devoid of elaborate embroidery or precious adornments. He radiated an inexplicable elegance. He lowered his gaze, reading intently, while the sunlight streaming through the door enveloped half of his figure in a warm, golden glow, casting a kaleidoscope of light upon his inky hair and long lashes. Awake? Feng Xuandu raised his eyes, striving to compose himself, suppressing the flush that crept up to his ears. The moment Chu Qianli stirred, he sensed it and feigned concentration on the letter, yet to his surprise, she continued to gaze at him intently. What was there to admire? Her appearance has yet to fully recover, and her strength remains rather lacking. Moreover, after being scrutinized for an extended period, her heart has become somewhat uncooperative. Chu Qianli rose, her gaze filled with delight as it landed upon Feng Xuandu. Acho, I have come to realize that in a certain light, your disregard for appearances renders you quite handsome. The fluttering in Feng Xuandu's heart eased slightly. Disregard for appearances, you say? Chu Qianli paused in her motion to lift her teacup, then took a leisurely sip to moisten her throat, smiling as she replied, You are obedient and good. Let us not dwell on looks. Feng Xuandu stood up, his expression darkening immediately. Indeed, she still harbored disdain for him. Chu Qianli hurriedly grasped his sleeve. Do not be angry. Once my strength has improved, I shall surely assist you in remedying your appearance, all right? If I remain in this unattractive state, would you truly despise me? That cannot be, for you are, after all, my long-term source of sustenance and support. As she spoke, a raucous noise emanated from outside, punctuated by a particularly sharp and commanding voice. It was the chief eunuch, Gao Lin. Let us go take a look. Chu Qianli had not ventured far when she spotted Gao Lin, his fingers delicately poised, spewing forth a torrent of words, while a group of disheveled eunuchs knelt before him. Master Gao, what is the meaning of this? Upon hearing Chu Qianli's voice, Gao Lin quickly turned. This humble servant greets the young lady. There is no need for such formalities, Master Gao. These foolish servants have accepted silver they should not have and performed tasks they ought not to. I was contemplating whether to roast them over a fire or to stew them in oil. Tasks they ought not to perform? Indeed. Incorporating Madame Wu and the second young lady of the Chu family into the spring hunting party has caused considerable distress for the eldest young lady, not only the emperor. But even this old servant cannot let them off lightly. Chu Qianli's eyes flickered. As an experienced inner court steward, Gao Lin was indeed a master of cunning. Every word he uttered was meticulously considered. Thus, any public reprimand of the palace maids without the emperor's consent was utterly inconceivable. This act was most likely intended as a subtle demonstration of the emperor's stance regarding her relationship with the Chu family. With a gentle smile, Chu Qianli remarked, Master Gao, I wonder if the emperor is currently available. I wish to pay my respects. Having indicated his position and made his choices, it was now the opportune moment for her to decisively sever ties with the third prince and the Chu family. Naturally, if the eldest young lady sought an audience, the emperor would be at her disposal. This old servant shall convey your request at once, Gao Lin replied, his face beaming with delight. Before casting a fierce glare at the kneeling palace maidens, you shall remain here in supplication until further notice. Chu Qianli slightly raised her gaze before averting it, following Gao Lin towards the main hall of the palace. Their conversation extended for nearly an hour, and upon her exit, she wore a faint smile, her spirits notably elevated. The emperor, though greedy, was still a man of understanding. Thus, she felt liberated from excessive apprehensions in her endeavors. The mode of dismantling her adversaries was now officially activated. With each step, she pondered deeply, ultimately setting her sights on Madame Wu. The individual accompanied by Chu Lingxian constantly circled around her, causing her distress. Thus, the first act would be to take action against her. Haha, Uncle Xiao, do take your time running. Outside the palace, the cheerful shouts of Cambao echoed. As Chu Qianli stepped outside, she beheld Xiao Juni engaging Cambao in the delightful pastime of kite flying. On the other side, Su Jinji keenly observed Cambao, occasionally voicing reminders, fearful that Cambao might stumble. At that moment, Sun Yuji approached, catching sight of Chu Qianli from a distance, a flicker of enigmatic light flashing in her eyes. Su Jinji also noticed her, instinctively furrowing her brow and positioning herself protectively in front of Chu Qianli. What brings you here? Sun Yuji scrutinized Chu Qianli from head to toe. Today, she adorned herself in a delicate silk dress embroidered with lilies, paired with a satin skirt embellished with butterflies. Her tall stature and graceful curves, complemented by a hint of gentle smile on her exquisite face, radiated an ethereal charm, transforming the ordinary green trees and grass into a celestial realm. After all, if it were not a paradise, how could a fairy descend? The more she gazed, the more satisfied she became. This visage bore not a single flaw, utterly captivating. Chu Qianli, you have bewitched the emperor, punishing your own birth mother and younger sister, leaving them imprisoned. Truly, how cold-hearted and ruthless you are. Chu Qianli's gaze swept over Sun Yuji's cheek, though she still wore a veil. The wounds on her face had healed, and her complexion appeared even paler than before. Have you encountered Chu Hanbai? Sun Yuji's heart skipped a beat, and she held a handkerchief to her lips, forcing an unnatural smile. Such a celestial being, I am not fortunate enough to meet. Is that so? Chu Qianli smiled gently, yet the depths of her eyes held an unfathomable brilliance, as if capable of perceiving the very souls of those around her. A gust of wind swept through, lifting several fallen leaves, one of which gracefully settled upon her shoulder. Sun Yuji raised her hand, seemingly intending to brush it away, but was abruptly halted by Su Jinji, who forcefully swatted her hand aside. Step away. You shall not lay a finger on Qianli. Sun Yuji's brow furrowed, her face aflame with indignation. Su Jinji, I am your esteemed aunt, a dignified general's wife. How dare you show me such disrespect? Begone. Su Jinji suppressed his fury, feigning weakness. Had he not, he would have surely sent this brazen woman flying with a single kick. You, very well, just wait. Sun Yuji stormed off in a huff. Su Jinji anxiously turned to Chu Qianli. Qianli, pay her no mind, even standing in the same vicinity as her sullies my sauls. Chu Qianli's gaze swept over Su Jinji's arm, her eyes darkening as she focused on the direction in which Sun Yuji had departed. Cousin, it seems you shall endure some grievances in the coming days. Chapter 96. Preparing for the utilization of waste. Su Jinji, taken aback by Chu Qianli's words, inquired with confusion. Qianli, what do you mean by grievances? Her gaze fell upon Su Jinji's exposed wrist, where a tiny red dot had mysteriously appeared, barely noticeable at first glance. She grasped his hand, channeling her spiritual energy to compel the source of the anomaly. Moments later, a dark red goo worm was extracted through her powers. The agile insect, resembling a sinister embodiment of coagulated blood, emanated an uncanny aura. Forced out from within Su Jinji, it swiftly lunged toward Chu Qianli's brow, moving with lightning speed. With a mere flick of his wrist, Chu Qianli effortlessly ensnared the creature between two fingers, applying just enough pressure to reduce the struggling insect to mere powder. The heart-eating worm possesses the ability to manipulate one's psyche and sever vital connections, having been refined to infiltrate the bloodstream silently, thereby amplifying its potency. Su Jinji's expression abruptly shifted, her eyes ablaze with a tumult of wrath and hatred. Sun's faction. Was it not enough that she had divided the Su family? Now, she sought my life. She was but an accomplice. The true repugnance lay with the puppet masters behind her. With the emergence of the refined heart-eating worm, it became evident that Chu Hanbai was likely concealed within Sun Yuji's tent. Turning to Su Jinji, Chu Qianli proposed, Cousin, I shall provide you with a pill. Upon consumption, your body will exhibit the symptoms indicative of the heart-eating worm, and Sun's side will remain oblivious to any anomalies. Shall we turn the tables upon them? Su Jinji nodded immediately. Very well. Chu Qianli then proceeded to examine her pulse once more, a contemplative expression adorning his features. Cousin, the residual energy from the purple-feathered chicken within you is stagnant. We must find a means to refine it, allowing for complete absorption. Cousin, what are your thoughts on the path of cultivation? Although they had resolved to embark on this journey together, she felt the need to reconfirm with her uncle and cousin once more. Su Jinji immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Sister Qianli, I am uncertain of my own capabilities. Yet I shall exert every ounce of effort. Regardless of the hardships and trials I may endure, I will steadfastly remain by your side. A warm current coursed through Chu Qianli's heart, and she smiled in response. I understand. Then, cousin, prepare yourself. The path of cultivation is notoriously harsh, and for your future endeavors, you may find yourself facing considerable tribulations. I fear not the trials, Su Jinji replied, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Indeed. Chu Qianli's mind shifted. In that case, perhaps the worthless Chu Hanbai can still be of some utility? Soon after, Su Jinji sought the physician due to discomfort. Yet after a thorough examination, the doctor found no discernible issues, merely advising rest. Upon hearing this news, Sun was filled with smug satisfaction, her lips curling into a smile. How could the insect bestowed by the esteemed one be detected by mere mortals? Su Jinji, Sui. You shall obediently serve as my pawns to help me completely dominate Chu Qianli, stripping away her beautiful facade. In the ensuing days of the spring hunt, all remained tranquil without incident. Chu Qianli reclined on a newly erected swing frame in the tall woods, swaying gently while observing the clouds above shift in shape. Chuanbao, drenched in sweat, rushed over. Mother, shall we return to see uncle tomorrow? Just as Chu Qianli was about to rise, she noticed Feng Xuandu approaching. Kneeling to assist Chuanbao in wiping his sweat with a handkerchief, Chuanbao obediently tilted his head, and once his little face was cleaned, he broke into a sweet smile. Thank you, Uncle Cho. Do not mention it, Chu Qianli said, reclining once more and allowing Cambao to sit beside her, swaying together. Tomorrow, we shall return home. How delightful. Cambao was overjoyed. While he relished the adventures outside, he found himself yearning for Uncle Yi, Uncle Moffing, and Little Fun, as well as the comedic duo, Dogen and Peng Zhen, alongside the future Ginseng brothers. Suddenly, Chu Qianli narrowed her eyes. After waiting for several days, there had been no further developments from Chu Hanbai. It seemed she would have to compel him to take action. Cambao, do we still have the leftover bones from the purple-feathered chicken we ate that day? They have all been collected by Uncle Xiao. Aside from the portion reserved for Uncle Yi, the meat is gone. What about the feathers? Uncle has some. He said he would take them back to make wigs for Dogen and Pajin. Let us take 2 and toss them in front of Sun Yuji's tent. It is imperative to strike while he is weak. We cannot wait until he is robust and full of vigor to cause a disturbance. In the afternoon, while meditating, Chu Hanbai suddenly sensed a disturbance and abruptly opened his eyes. In the next moment, the tent flap fluttered in the wind, followed by 2 long purple feathers drifting into the tent. Mu Yuing? Chu Hanbai quickly rose and flung open the tent flap, only to find no one in sight. He hastily returned to retrieve the feathers, examining the aura upon them. Upon confirming they belonged to his master's steed, a look of horror crossed his face. Has Mu Yuing been captured? Just then, the tent flap stirred again, and a small paper ball bounced into the tent. Chu Hanbai once again flung open the tent flap and rushed outside, yet he found nothing amiss, only a few guards he had subdued standing to one side. Lowering his gaze, he unfolded a note, and his eyes widened in shock. The note was scrawled in a haphazard manner. Slurp, the flavor of the purple-feathered chicken is exquisite. Eaten? Impossible. That is a high-ranking cultivator's purple-feathered. Bah! Muyu Eagle. Who would capture it without treasuring it, striving to tame it as their steed? How could anyone dare to consume it? Someone must be deliberately trying to frighten me. No. I must act swiftly to seize what Chu Qianli possesses and bring her back to present to my master, lest delays lead to unforeseen consequences. With such a precious item in my possession, my master would surely overlook my loss of the Muyu Eagle. A glint of crimson flickered in Chu Hanbai's eyes as he recalled his master's methods of dealing with the useless. This time, success is the only option. Failure is not permissible. Sun's clan. Sun Yuji promptly rose to respond. Esteemed one, I am here. What are your commands? Deliver a message to His Highness the Third Prince. Understood. As the spring hunt concluded, the emperor dismantled the camp and, under the protection of numerous guards, proceeded grandly towards the capital. In the carriage, Chu Qianli leaned against Feng Xuandu's shoulder, feigning sleep with her eyes closed. At that moment, a flurry of wings flapping echoed in the distance, though far away. The gentle breeze carried the sound to Chu Qianli's ears. Slowly opening her eyes, she stretched and flexed her wrists. It was time to get to work. The eyes of Cambao sparkled with anticipation as he reached out to the window, calling forth a small sparrow. He gently urged it to convey a message to his uncle, Su Jinji. In the carriage behind, Su Jinji observed the sparrow hopping excitedly and solemnly nodded in acknowledgement, signaling to Cambao that he understood. The little sparrow, with a final hop, took flight into the open sky. Cambao, pleased with the message relayed, tenderly stroked the sparrow's head and offered it some crumbs of delicacies. Feng Xuandu also signaled to Tian Shu and Tian Xian to be on heightened alert. As the procession returning to the capital approached the city gates, a sudden layer of ominous clouds began to blanket the horizon, accompanied by a buzzing sound that swiftly approached the city. Chapter 97. You are doomed at the city gates. Countless citizens gathered, eager to witness the emperor's return to the capital. Although the Eastern Xian emperor had shown some inactivity in recent years, his earlier efforts to stabilize the borders and quell unrest had genuinely brought peace and comfort to the populace, earning him considerable respect among the people. Many children joined the throng, undeterred by the occasional scolding from adults, their laughter ringing joyfully as they ran with windmills, thoroughly enjoying the warmth of spring. Suddenly, a deafening buzz pierced the air, freezing the crowd in place as they stared, bewildered, at the sky. When they discerned the nature of the approaching swarm, the cheerful laughter shattered into screams of terror. Bees. No, not just bees. It was a swarm of deadly red-waisted wasps. Run, flee swiftly. The dark mass of wasps loomed like a shadowy cloud, descending upon them in an instant. Ah, oh, father, mother. Amidst the chaos, the crowd surged in a tumultuous wave, the cries of frightened children piercing the heart with anguish. The Imperial Guard, trained rigorously, though not fleeing like the common folk, found themselves besieged by the venomous red-waisted wasps that infiltrated the crevices of their armor. With each sting came an excruciating pain, swiftly followed by a wave of dizziness as the toxins spread through their veins. Protect the Emperor. Save us. The startled horses reared, their hooves striking the air in panic, some even trampling the fallen guards beneath their frantic gallop. The Emperor's carriage ahead was tightly encircled by the relentless swarm. Gao Lin, hoarse from shouting for protection, realized the Imperial Guard was utterly powerless against the encroaching mass of wasps. Your Majesty. Gao Lin desperately swatted at the wasps with his sleeve, but to no avail. Your Majesty, having served you for years, I would embrace death without regret. Allow me to lie atop the wasps. You may escape by stepping over my body. The Emperor's expression turned grave as he clenched his trembling fingers into a fist. Gao Lin. Your Majesty, there is no time. You must suddenly. A chorus of exclamations erupted. A celestial being. It is a celestial being. How wonderful. The Emperor's gaze sharpened, and he drew his sword, forcefully slashing through the curtain of the carriage towards the city wall ahead. There, atop the wall, stood Chu Qianli in white robes, the gentle breeze billowing his garments as if he commanded the wind itself. While the sky was filled with the swarming wasps, a pristine space surrounded him, untouched by the chaos. Upon witnessing him, a guard immediately knelt on the ground, pleading loudly for assistance. Esteemed Master Daoyong, we beseech you for salvation. Spare our lives, and we shall follow your lead. Chu Qianli opened his eyes, reveling in the lamentations of the mortals, his gaze shimmering with a thrill. What of the scions of noble houses? What of the high-ranking officials of the court? None could compare to the exhilaration of wielding such unrestrained dominion over the lives and deaths of these mere mortals. They were but ants, easily crushed underfoot. In that moment, he was a deity commanding the fates of these insignificant creatures. Coldly, Chu Qianli spoke. Demon spawn, calamity befalls you. Eastern Xian Emperor, do you comprehend your transgressions? The Emperor lifted his gaze, undeterred by the surrounding venomous wasps, stepping down from his carriage with poise, stating in a solemn tone, What wrong have I committed? Despite the poisonous wasp stinging his arms and cheeks, he remained steadfast, as if oblivious to the pain. You have indulged the demonists and punished the kin of this esteemed one, thus incurring the wrath of the heavens, resulting in this punishment that afflicts the innocent populace of the capital. Demonists? Whom do you refer to? Chu Qianli slowly raised his hand, pointing directly at the carriage where Chu Qianli resided. Chu Qianli. Inside the carriage, Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. She had anticipated that Chu Qianli would target them, yet he did not spare even the common folk. What a wretch. Song Bao, hidden in a corner of the carriage, noticed the crimson-waisted wasps attempting to infiltrate. Normally, he could communicate with them, but this time, regardless of his attempts, the wasps remained unresponsive. Upon hearing Chu Qianli's words, a flame of fury ignited in Chu Qianli's eyes as she turned to look at Feng Xuandu. Ah Cho, please take good care of Sam Bao. I shall return shortly. Tian Shu, Tian Xian, guard the young master closely. Feng Xuandu rose, grasping Chu Qianli's hand, his icy phoenix eyes radiating unwavering resolve. I shall accompany you. Chu Qianli's brow furrowed slightly. Your injury. Ah Cho is unable to wield profound power, isn't he? If trouble arises, you will save me, won't you? Feng Xuandu cast a glance back. Chu Qianli was momentarily taken aback, meeting the steadfast gaze of Feng Xuandu. She produced a pill and pressed it into his hand. Take one if you can no longer endure. Though dispatching a mere nuisance would not require much effort, such thoughtfulness was indeed rare. Very well. Chu Qianli and Feng Xuandu clasped their long swords and stepped forth side by side. In the next moment, two beams of sword light surged forth, cutting a path through the swarming crimson-waisted venomous bees, their momentum formidable. The bees halted their advance, seemingly cowed, fluttering about yet refraining from inflicting harm. Clad in crimson, Chu Qianli's ebony hair danced wildly in the wind, her skirts and sleeves billowing, producing a resonant sound. She surveyed the scene both inside and outside the city. The Imperial Guards were in disarray, their ranks utterly fragmented. Within the wide-open city gates, countless citizens knelt in fear, their bodies marred by wounds, the air thick with their sobs. The adults fared somewhat better, yet some children had been trampled in the chaos, bloodied and lying on the ground, uncertain if they still clung to life. Fury ignited within Chu Qianli's eyes as she lifted her gaze toward the city wall, her orbs as dark as the night, imbued with a chilling, murderous intent. Chu Qianli, you shall perish. Upon meeting that gaze, Chu Qianli involuntarily shivered, though he quickly steadied his composure. The enchantress. It is because of you that today we face the calamity of the rampant poisonous bees. Surrender at once, so that I may take you back and purify the demonic aura that envelopes you, restoring peace to the world. I hail from the Chu family, sharing the same roots as you. If I am an enchantress, then what are you? Your birth mother, Chu Qianli, is but a mere mortal, a wretched being. The Chu family, having wrought endless slaughter, has given rise to a multitude of inner demons, and you, born of the Chu family, are utterly unworthy to be considered a member of the Chu clan. What a farce! The Chu family has amassed great military achievements. Who does not know of their renown? How dare you claim that the Chu family harbors monstrosities? Chu Qianli leapt down from the city wall, causing the venomous bees to retreat in fear, unwilling to approach him. He cast his gaze towards the carriage where Chu Qianli resided and bellowed, "Do you not believe? Then I shall demonstrate it to you and to the world. Monstrous Chu Qianli, come forth and meet your demise." Does Chu Qianli not hold the Chu family in high regard? Has he not gone so far as to sever ties with the Chu family, incurring the wrath of his mother and sister? Today, he aims to utterly obliterate the Chu family's reputation in the eyes of the world, shattering their pride and backbone, and tarnishing Chu Qianli's name in the process. As his words fell, Chu Qianli unexpectedly tumbled out of the carriage. His face was pale, as if he were enduring immense suffering. Cold sweat glistened on his forehead, and the veins in his neck throbbed visibly. Gradually, a faint flush crept onto his face, rendering his expression increasingly terrifying. His aura grew more frenzied, and then he suddenly lifted his head, emitting a chilling roar. Chu Qianli, using the drug to stimulate the heart-devouring insect, felt a flash of triumph in his eyes. Such a mere mortal, easily controlled by a tiny insect. Young general, what significance do your illustrious military achievements hold when you are but a pawn in their hands? Mortals possess such little value. Chapter 98. Honor must not be defiled. Chu Qianli glared fiercely at the emperor. Eastern Xian emperor, do you see? Chu Qianli and Chu Yi have long succumbed to madness due to their excessive bloodshed. They are no longer sane individuals. Chu Qianli, like them, is ensnared in the same fate. The strange occurrences in the capital of late are divine warnings, yet you, Eastern Xian emperor, persist in your ignorance, further shielding this enchantress out of selfishness, which has led to today as calamity. The crowd gazed at Chu Qianli in shock. Madness? An aberration? The surrounding red-waisted venomous bees buzzed incessantly, their droning tightening the nerves of all present. Observing the distressing state of Chu Qianli, the thoughts of the onlookers gradually gravitated towards Chu Qianli. Had the once protective war god clan of Eastern Xian truly transformed into aberrations? Had they summoned this day as disaster? At that moment, a distraught woman from the Sun family rushed forth, collapsing to her knees before Chu Qianli. Esteemed one, I implore you to seek justice for me. Chu Qianli lowered his gaze. What grievance do you bear? Esteemed one, my husband is the distinguished General Chu Min, the elder brother of Chu Yi and the biological uncle of Chu Qianli. Yet, he has been conspired against and slain by the two of them. What? In the days of the Chu family, under the leadership of their venerable patriarch, boasted 3 valiant generals, unmatched on the battlefield. Whenever mentioned, they were hailed as war gods, the revered guardians of the citizens of Eastern Xian. Even at the borders, as long as the Chu family leads the troops, from the elderly to the youngest children, when faced with the iron cavalry of the enemy, not a single soul flees, nor a cry is heard. This unwavering resolve stems from their belief that with a Chu family general present, victory is assured and no enemy can withstand their might. 6 years ago, when General Chu Min fell on the battlefield, the citizens of the border towns donned white in mourning, their wails echoing for 7 continuous days. A profound sorrow that shook the heavens. Even after the passage of 6 years, the mere mention of General Chu Min brings tears to countless eyes. His passing is akin to a scar, lingering and unhealed. Now, whispers of suspicious circumstances surrounding his death have emerged, drawing the attention of many towards the Sun family. Someone boldly questioned Sun Yuji. Sun family, you claim that Chu Yi is responsible for your brother's demise. Do you possess any evidence? Sun Yuji wept, her face awash with tears. Chu Yi, as a brother, had always harbored jealousy towards his elder sibling's superior martial prowess, feigning kindness while secretly plotting against him. At the time, my husband, Chu Min, led his troops into battle, with Chu Yi positioned at the rear. How could it be that he perished on the battlefield under such circumstances? Chu Qianli suddenly rose, her throat constricted as anger and hatred surged within her. Silence! Silence! Sun Yuji glared fiercely at Su Jinji. Wretched creature, today, with a revered presence among us, I shall unveil your true nature. You. Chu Qianli stepped forward, casting a cold gaze upon Sun Yuji. In those years, when my great-uncle met with misfortune, you unhesitatingly severed ties with the Su family, absconding with 2/3 of their wealth. Over the years, your reckless behavior has entangled you with countless men. Now, by what right and what authority do you stand here to accuse my uncle and cousin? Had I not chosen to part ways, I would have long been ground to dust by Su Yi and Su Jin. Moreover, Su Yi, driven by lust for my beauty, dared to harbor illicit intentions towards me, his sister-in-law. Thus, it was imperative for me to separate from the family. Su Jin's eyes blazed with fury. Layers of inner strength ignited, and a palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth, shattering the confines of the medicinal effects, hurtling towards Sun Yuji. I will not allow you to tarnish my father's name. Ah! Sun Yuji shrieked. Respected one, save me. This demon has gone mad and seeks to silence me. Chu Hanbai abruptly raised his hand, channeling his mystical energy, and struck directly at Su Jin. Chu Qianli's gaze flickered, yet he remained motionless at the side. Su Jin's eyes were resolute. To uphold his father's honor, even at the cost of his life, he was determined to advance. A father's reputation must not be sullied. A cold smile graced Chu Hanbai's lips as he delivered a powerful blow to Su Jin. Su Jin crashed heavily to the ground, expelling a mouthful of blood. Demon, I am here. How dare you act with such impudence? Struggling to raise his head, Su Jin felt his internal energy churning. The surplus power accumulated from overindulgence in the meat of the mute eagle was scattered, gradually being absorbed through his meridians, transforming into a pure essence of inner strength. He rose to his feet, raising his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, the pain intensifying his fury. I, Su Jinji, am the son of Su Yi, a scion of the Su family. Born to stand tall and proud, I have nothing to be ashamed of, and I am no monster. Qianli is the sole daughter of my aunt, the eternal young lady of the Su family, and she is not a demoness. Chu Qianli felt a sharp pang in her heart, suppressing the impulse to rescue Su Jinji. Now is not the time. Chu Hanbai scoffed coldly, speaking with a chilling tone. Even when death is imminent, you still refuse to admit it. If that is the case, then today I shall end your life, flay your skin, and hang you on the city wall for 3 days, allowing everyone to see clearly that there is not a single good soul in the Su family. After finishing his words, Chu Hanbai made another move, channeling his energy directly towards Su Jinji. Chu Qianli's fingers trembled slightly, a deep concern sweeping through her heart. Feng Xuandu furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene, but was halted by Chu Qianli grasping his wrist. Wait. You. Feng Xuandu paused, seeing Su Jinji's predicament. A flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. You intend to use Chu Hanbai to assist young Master Su in refining his body? Indeed, replied Chu Qianli. Why seek out Chu Hanbai when Tian Shu and Tian Xian are equally capable? In the path of cultivation, one must either advance or retreat. To defy the heavens is imperative. My cousin S' refinement and transformation into a practitioner is his first step into the realm of cultivation. The life and death crisis he faces is precisely what he needs. The more perilous his situation today, the more it will awaken his full potential. Both the uncle and the cousin are formidable men, and she guides them on the path of cultivation, aiming to liberate them from the confines of the mundane world and reveal the vastness that lies beyond. To merely shield them behind her would, in essence, imprison them in another cage. Thus, she must act decisively, as this is the greatest respect she can offer her uncle and cousin. As Su Jinji landed heavily once more, his arm dislocated and ribs fractured. The strength stored within the eagle meat was dissipating rapidly, continuously mending the injuries within him. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Su Jinji pressed his hand against the ground, and with a sudden exertion, he realigned his arm. Observing his resilience, Sun Yuji added fuel to the fire. Su Jinji, your father's martial prowess has been rendered null, his legs are crippled, and you have been deprived of your dantian, your meridians destroyed. Both of you are nothing but worthless beings, and it is all your own doing. Worthless creatures should find a quiet place to perish, rather than intrude upon the living. Su Jinji raised his gaze, his eyes chillingly fixated on Sun Yuji. No matter how worthless I may be, I stand upright and just. Unlike you who has strayed onto the path of wickedness. Sun Yuji was momentarily daunted by his stare, anger flickering in her eyes. What use is it to walk the right path? The true measure lies in how far one can go. Today, you shall meet a gruesome end. Not only you, but also your crippled father, that enchantress Chu Qianli, and the wretched spawn by her side, will all perish. Su Jinji clenched his teeth, a torrent of hatred surging within him. If I do not die today, I shall surely kill you. As his words fell, the fury ignited his inner energy, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Chu Qianli gazed at Su Qianli, suddenly sensing something amiss. He had exerted merely 5/10 of his strength under such force. Su Qianli should have perished on the spot. Yet, astonishingly, she rose and dared to confront Sun Shi. This could not stand. He needed to resolve the matter swiftly. The time he could control the red-waisted poison bees was drawing to a close, and if he lingered here any longer, he too would suffer harm. Su Qianli, Chu Qianli, cease this futile chatter and prepare to meet your demise. With that, he channeled his energy once more, inciting the ferocity within the red-waisted poison bees, directing them to swoop down upon the innocent citizens below. He intended to manipulate the hearts of the populace to force the Su family to their doom. Chu Qianli, with a deft leap, sprang into the air. Chu Qianli, how dare you? Chapter 99, Fighting Side by Side. Forcefully suppressing the ominous buzzing of the red-waisted poison bees filled the air, signaling their imminent attack. Why have these bees resumed their stings? The terrified cries of the citizens echoed once more. Chu Qianli, no longer willing to wait, exchanged a determined glance with Feng Xuandu and nodded. In the next instant, both soared into the air simultaneously. Chu Qianli wielded her sword like a brush. The sweeping sword energy infused with spiritual power, swiftly sketching the outline of a calming formation in the vastness of the sky. Chu Qianli was taken aback. He had not sensed any spiritual energy from Chu Qianli, yet her actions unequivocally revealed her to be a cultivator as well. Realizing his broken ribs and recalling the missing Muyu eagle, Chu Qianli's eyes widened in shock. It turned out there had been no hidden cultivators lurking in the shadows. It had been Chu Qianli manipulating him all along. That wretched woman. Today, he aims to seize her, to obliterate her cultivation, and to present her as a sacrifice to his master, subjecting her to a torment that shall lead to her demise. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Chu Qianli bellowed to the four corners. Chu Qianli is commanding the crimson waste poison bees. Let us unite and bring her down. Sun lifted her gaze. Cursing with venomous fury, Chu Qianli, you wretched creature, even at the brink of death you refuse to surrender. Daring to command the poison bees to wreak havoc, such a crime deserves 1,000 deaths. At that moment, an enraged soldier from the Imperial Guard rose, brandishing his spear and hurling it fiercely at Chu Qianli. Slay the demoness. Protect the populace. Following suit, a dozen guards raised their bows, aiming at Chu Qianli as she inscribed the spiritual array in the sky. Below, many citizens, incited by rage, shouted curses at her. Damnable demoness, cease this at once. Feng Xuandu's gaze turned icy. Channeling his inner power, his sword transformed into a flurry of shadows, severing all assaults directed at Chu Qianli. She remained expressionless in midair, her movement steady as she continued to inscribe the spiritual array with her sword, showing no sign of panic. Waves of spiritual energy unfurled as she transformed the vast expanse of the sky into her canvas, inscribing intricate mystical patterns. As the spiritual array gradually took shape, Chu Qianli's complexion paled, yet her dark eyes held unwavering determination. She raised her delicate hand, her slender fingers forming intricate seals, gathering the purest essence of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Pressing it heavily towards the array, soothing the array, activate. With a silent hum, a wave of spiritual patterns rippled outward, resembling the gentle undulations of water. The frenzied red-waisted poison bees gradually calmed, their crimson eyes slowly transforming into a deep black as they converged within the spiritual formation. They underwent a cleansing by the spiritual energy, the medicinal effects of the Chuhan by within them dispelled by the spiritual force, causing the intricate patterns on their bodies to become increasingly vivid and profound, while their size gradually expanded. Ultimately, the bees began to encircle and form the design of the spiritual array. The onlookers on the ground gazed up in astonishment, mesmerized by the complex ethereal patterns slowly rotating in midair along with the breathtaking presence of Chu Qianli, nearly forgetting to breathe. Fairy sister, a child murmured, nestled in their parents' embrace. Lost in wonder, as the crowd regained their senses, they beheld the bees, now soothed and controlled, erupting in cries of joy. Miss Chu is saving us. She is not a demoness. She is saving us. Indeed, Miss Chu is not a demoness. The Su family has long been loyal and virtuous. They would never harm us. The sentiments of the populace swiftly shifted. The emperor stood upon the ground, his cheeks stung by a bee, yet his eyes sparkled with profound brilliance. My choice was indeed not in vain. A cultivator. He had believed that in this lifetime he would never have any contact with cultivators, yet unexpectedly, in his twilight years, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. He slowly raised the corners of his lips, his gaze towards Chu Qianli filled with an indescribable complexity. After a moment, he suppressed all emotions, returning to his previous calm and stern demeanor. Witnessing the red-waisted poison bees restored to tranquility, ceasing their attacks, Chu Hanbai's eyes flickered with profound disbelief. How is this possible? How could Chu Qianli possibly calm so many poison bees at once? No, I will not concede. I shall never be defeated by a mere servant. As he pondered, he extracted a substantial pouch of powdered medicine and abruptly scattered it towards the recently settled swarm of bees in the sky. Vicious red-waisted wasps. Sting everyone to death. The swarm became tumultuous once more, and those who had initially sought refuge near Chu Hanbai were now startled into scattering in all directions. Observing this, Chu Qianli suddenly amplified his spiritual energy output, forcefully stabilizing the swarm once again. At that moment, a glimmer of intense malice flickered in Chu Hanbai's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed a powerful palm strike at Chu Qianli, who was controlling the spiritual formation. Eliminate her to eradicate future troubles. Qianli. Su Jinji's eyes widened in desperation as he lunged forward with all his might, wrapping his arms around Chu Hanbai's waist and dragging him to the ground. Chu Qianli's gaze sharpened. Cousin. With his movements hindered, Chu Hanbai's fury reached a boiling point. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and struck towards Su Jinji's back. Unyielding, Su Jinji stood firm, blood gushing from his mouth. Even as he felt as if his very organs were being shattered, he resolutely held on. The men of the Su family stand tall, protecting their kin and the common people, unwavering until death. Alas, he could no longer safeguard his sister Qianli. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Xiao Junyi's heart shattered, and he let out a pained cry. Jinji. Finally, Chu Qianli managed to fully stabilize the swarm, her eyes brimming with tears. With a surge of rage, she grasped her longsword and struck down at Chu Hanbai with all her might. Chu Hanbai. This strike, infused with a tempest of fury, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, its force akin to the splintering of bamboo. Chu Hanbai's eyes widened in terror, filled with dread. He would die. If struck, he would surely perish. In the next moment, he resolutely shattered the jade slip bestowed upon him by his master for self-preservation, and a soft glow enveloped him. The long sword sliced through the air, striking fiercely against the luminous barrier surrounding Chu Hanbai, causing an abrupt halt. Feng Xuandu's eyes glimmered with cold light as he withdrew Chu Qianli's whip, channeling spiritual energy as it surged toward Chu Hanbai. With a resounding crack. At the instant the barrier shattered, Chu Hanbai swiftly seized Su Jinji and positioned him in front of himself. He resolved that even in death, he would ensure that Su Jinji would not remain intact. In the next heartbeat, another whip lashed out, ensnaring Su Jinji and yanking him aside. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Qianli's sword descended, severing Chu Hanbai's arm at the shoulder. A piercing scream erupted as Chu Hanbai collapsed to the ground in disarray. Gao Lin swiftly led the Imperial Guards forward to subdue him. Chu Qianli supported Su Jinji, urgently pressing on his wrist. The pulse was faint, as if on the verge of vanishing. She suddenly cried out, Cousin, concentrate on preserving your primordial spirit, channel your profound energy, and suppress it. You will succeed. Su Jinji's consciousness was already somewhat hazy, but upon hearing her words, an instinctive will to survive compelled him to comply. Moments later, a surge of profound energy began to swirl around Su Jinji, rapidly mending the internal injuries, while his breath gradually became steadier and color returned to his face. Chu Hanbai stared, dumbfounded, at Su Jinji, who was absorbing the profound energy, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Clutching his severed arm tightly, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood. How could this be? How could this be? The palm strike that had depleted his profound energy had inadvertently propelled Su Jinji, who was once deemed a waste, into the ranks of cultivators. How dare you? How could Su Jinji be worthy? Feeling a surge of intense grievance and unwillingness from Chu Hanbai, Chu Qianli suddenly raised her gaze, her eyes coldly fixed upon Chu Hanbai. Panic surged within Chu Hanbai. This is bad. I must flee. With this thought, he hastily activated the heart-devouring goo within Sun Yuji's body. A glimmer of malevolence flashed in Sun Yuji's eyes. Noticing that Chu Qianli was oblivious to her, she swiftly drew a hairpin from her head and lunged towards her back. The pin had been coated with a potent poison, and a mere scratch would render her unconscious while leaving her consciousness intact. In this manner, Chu Qianli would be alive for the ancestor's enjoyment, drained of her essence, and then her skin would be flayed to serve as a replacement for herself. A gleam of triumph flickered in Sun Yuji's eyes as the pin was about to pierce Chu Qianli's back. However, in the next moment, a long sword whirled through the air, radiating a blinding cold light. With a swift motion, the cold light sliced through the air, effortlessly severing her wrist that held the jade hairpin. A piercing scream erupted as Sun Yuji clutched her severed hand, writhing on the ground in agony. Feng Xiandu retracted his sword and stepped forward to shield Chu Qianli, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow to Sun Yuji, but was halted by Chu Qianli. Acho, do not kill her just yet. Simultaneously, an explosion resonated, toppling the Imperial guards protecting Chu Hanbai, who had vanished without a trace. Chu Qianli coldly regarded the direction of Chu Hanbai's escape. Today, fortune favored him. Chapter 100. One person can rival 1,000 armies. Qianli, you have worked hard. The emperor approached, shielded by Gao Lin and the Imperial guards. Chu Qianli approached the emperor, offering a slight nod as a gesture of respect. Your Majesty. The reason the Crimson Waste poison bee attacked without cause was due to the manipulation of the medicinal powder by Chu Hanbai. It has now regained its senses and will no longer harm anyone. The emperor nodded gently, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Qianli, you and Jinxi, along with this esteemed master of the tower, have safeguarded both myself and the ministers, as well as numerous citizens of the capital. This shall be regarded as a significant achievement. Chu Qianli spoke calmly. There is no need for accolades. It suffices that everyone understands that the Su family and I, Chu Qianli, have never been malevolent. I naturally trust you. Many citizens, upon hearing these words and reflecting on their previous doubts and scorn towards Chu Qianli, were suddenly filled with remorse, their faces flushed with shame as they lowered their heads. Miss Chu, we were mistaken. Miss, we were in the wrong. The Su family has long protected Dongxian. Their illustrious feats echoing through the ages, how could they have momentarily succumbed to folly and cast suspicion upon the Su family? Chu Qianli raised her gaze, her eyes calmly sweeping over the crowd. Upon noticing several severely injured children, her expression quivered slightly. In the next moment, she raised her hand and formed a series of intricate gestures, summoning ethereal runes that began to swirl around her. The earthly energies began to decompose once more, transforming into the powers of the 5 elements, which flowed into Chu Qianli's being. She leaped into the air, soaring above the soothing spirit array, using herself as a conduit to reinfuse the transformed spiritual energy back into the array. Suddenly, the spirit array expanded dramatically around her, enveloping all those below. Then, gentle droplets of rain began to fall, cascading upon the gathered multitude. Ah, no longer in pain? I too have recovered. The sting from the venomous bee has completely healed. Feng Xuandu tilted his head, gazing at the ethereal beauty suspended in midair, his heart momentarily ceasing to beat. After a brief interlude, he lifted the corners of his mouth, a profound joy and pride shimmering in his eyes. Indeed, she is truly his woman. A quarter of an hour later, the spiritual rain ceased, and Chu Qianli gracefully descended once more. The azure sky was pristine, the air invigorating. Before the city gates, the verdant foliage glistened with vitality, adorned with blossoms of various hues, carpeting the landscape as far as the eye could see. The officials of Dongxian stood in stunned silence, a heavenly downpour. This is the genuine celestial blessing. The goddess, safeguarding lives and healing ailments, how could she be deemed a demoness? She is evidently a divine being. The common folk knelt in reverence, for not only had the wounds inflicted by the venomous bees healed, but even long-standing ailments found relief. We pay homage to the goddess. Standing amidst the lush grass, Chu Qianli turned to face the kneeling multitude and spoke calmly. There is no need for such reverence. I am not a goddess. Merely an ordinary cultivator, like you all, born of Dongxian, a mere mortal. Upon concluding her words, Chu Qianli approached the emperor. Your Majesty, the bee venom has been expelled. I wish to enter the city promptly to check on my uncle. Chu Hanbai had intercepted her outside the city, yet the third prince had yet to make an appearance, and she worried for her uncle's safety. That is only right. Additionally, I must take one person with me for further proceedings. The emperor's gaze fell upon Sun Yuji. Her? The crowd followed the emperor's gaze towards Sun Yuji, and upon seeing her, they were nearly overwhelmed with shock. Her severed wrist oozed a dark, inky blood, devoid of any crimson hue. My heavens, how could this possibly be the blood of a living being? The stench emanating from it was unbearable. Could it be that she is the true monster? She must have intended harm towards the divine lady of Chu. She is undoubtedly a fiend. Chu Qianli observed her closely, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke in a grave tone. I have long suspected that the death of my maternal uncle and the injuries sustained by my cousin are highly suspicious. Now, with her slandering words and mention of past details, I shall interrogate her thoroughly. The blood within Sun Yuji's body bore traces of writhing parasitic insects, indicating that she had been under control for some time. Fine, the matter is entrusted to you. Moreover, I grant you the authority to act first and report later. The emperor's gaze remained composed. Having chosen to side with Chu Qianli in this contest, why not offer her a measure of support? Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Qianli's expression was cold as he approached Sun Yuji. Clutching her severed arm, she was covered in the marks of poisonous wasp stings, occasionally letting out pained cries as she lay on the ground. Chu Qianli, what do you intend to do? Sun Yuji struggled to retreat. her eyes filled with dread. Qianli, let us speak calmly. Observing her fear, Chu Qianli felt a surge of disdain. The Su family, with its century-long legacy and indomitable spirit, how could they have taken in such a cowardly wretch? Tianshu, take this Sun Yuji back to the Su residence. Yes. As Chu Qianli prepared to depart, a voice broke the silence, filled with urgency. Miss Chu, why are the wounds from the red waste poison bee stings not healed? The townsfolk turned their gaze toward the speaker, a member of the Imperial Guard, surrounded by others bearing similar injuries, like Sun Yuji, who had also remained untouched by the healing ray. Chu Qianli glanced back, her expression icy. Once you find yourselves in the dungeons, reflect carefully on your actions. The Emperor's voice rang out coldly, commanding, seize all those afflicted by the poison bee stings and imprison them in the celestial dungeon to await their fate. Yes. Within the city, at the Su residence, Su Yi heard the commotion outside and felt an unsettling disquiet settle over him. He wheeled himself out to the courtyard, tending to the seedlings in an attempt to alleviate his anxiety. Suddenly, a sharp cry from the attendant broke the air, alerting him. In the next moment, the door was forcefully kicked open, and the third prince appeared, flanked by his entourage. Su Yi slowly lifted his gaze, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He maneuvered his wheelchair forward with calm composure, hands clasped before him, his expression tranquil and unyielding. Your Highness, it is an honor to welcome you to my humble abode. What brings you here? Yun Qinggui scrutinized Su Yi, feeling a tightening in his chest. The sight of Su Yi, now confined to a wheelchair, was striking, yet. At this moment, he sat alone, emanating an aura as steadfast as a mountain. A flicker of surprise crossed his features, followed by a surge of astonishment. 5 years of disability, 5 years of suffering had not diminished his will. Instead, they had forged his resolve into something unbreakable. A single individual can rival 1,000 troops. Yun Qinggui gazed intently at Su Yi, his heart brimming with profound apprehension. Su Yi, your son Su Jinji and your niece Chu Qianli are both prodigies. And now they have been met with the righteous judgment of Dao Yang Xuanzhang. It is now your turn to confess your sins. Su Yi's expression shifted, his icy gaze crystallizing with chilling intensity. Prodigies? Su Jinji is a son of the Su family, and our men have always stood tall and resolute, unyielding like iron. He began his martial training at the tender age of 5, with the noble aim of safeguarding our homeland and ensuring the peace of Dongxian. He has shed blood on the battlefield, earning the title of a young general, and you dare to label him as a prodigy? Just look at the soldiers on the border and the common folk of the border towns. Will they acquiesce to such a claim? Yun Qinggui's eyes quivered sharply. People can change. Indeed, people may change, but the original intentions of the Su family shall remain unwavering. And what of Chu Qianli? She is not of the Su family, and since her return to the capital, every incident surrounding her has exuded an air of the bizarre. Sui coldly lifted the corners of his lips, yet a mocking glint gathered in his eyes. Yun Qinggui, the reason our Qianli has become what she is today is entirely due to your influence. Others may criticize Qianli, but you alone are unworthy to do so. Chapter 101. A man cannot be found wanting upon hearing Su Yi's words. Anger erupted on Yun Qinggui's face. Su Yi, to address this royal prince by name is a grave disrespect. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Su Yi let out a cold laugh. Ha, Yun Qinggui, do you know why I have endured disability for many years, yet still live unscathed? Yun Qinggui met Su Yi's gaze and, inexplicably, recalled Chu Qianli, causing a tremor in her heart as a sense of panic enveloped her. The royal family is unwilling to hold you accountable. No, it is that you do not dare to kill me. Su Yi's eyes were cold and resolute, his words resonating with a powerful, commanding presence. Should Su Yi perish, the Su family shall fall, and the war god of Dongxian will collapse in ruin. Outside, Shi Chuan and Bei Liang eyed them warily, while the barbarian tribes continuously probed for weaknesses. You must understand that it is not my Su family that requires Dongxian, but rather Dongxian that needs us. The Su family. Yun Qinggui abruptly stepped back, shutting her eyes tightly for a moment, then her entire being radiated a murderous intent. Su Yi, you are but a cripple. Do not overestimate your own importance. Today, I shall undoubtedly assist Dongxian in eliminating the scourge and eradicating the Su family. Someone seize Su Yi. Su Yi furrowed his brow, channeling all his internal energy, preparing for a desperate escape. In the next moment, a magnificent figure descended from the heavens. Caw! The snow eagle appeared. The third prince, having anticipated this, immediately commanded the archers to move forward. Fire arrows, slay that beast. Yes, a rain of arrows ascended, restraining the snow eagle and preventing it from nearing the ground. Caw! The supporting and teasing characters encircled Su Yi, their necks elongated, their heads trembling near his ear. yet they stubbornly refused to flee. You. Imo Feng advanced, emitting a determined cry, positioning himself in front of Su Yi to shield him. As Yun Qigui gazed into Imo Feng's vacant eye sockets, an unexpected sting pierced his own vision. The haunting memories of that tormenting night at the hands of Chu Qianli surged back, causing him to shudder involuntarily. It was a humiliation that would shadow him for life. Only by eradicating the beast known as Imo Feng could he emerge from this darkness. To slay that wretched creature. To kill. The guards closed in, their murderous intent palpable. Su Yi prepared himself for battle, ready to rise in fury, when suddenly, a flurry of verdant vines shot skyward. These tendrils grew swiftly with the wind, and in but a blink, they amassed into a formidable expanse. In the next instant, delicate pink blossoms unfurled upon the vines, releasing an ethereal fragrance that permeated the air. Thud, thud. In an instant, the guards accompanying the third prince collapsed to the ground. Su Yi felt an overwhelming weakness, unable to summon any inner strength. Imo Feng and the two white cranes were equally disoriented, sinking to the earth. Little Fin? The vine seemed to sense Su Yi's trepidation, extending the stoutest branch to gently touch his wheelchair. Then, with an air of superiority, they ensnared the guards and dragged them toward their roots, burying them in the earth. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Yi's mind raced back to a conversation he once had with Qin Bao. He had remarked, "These green vines are truly beautiful." To which Qin Bao replied, "Uncle, this is little Fawn. She is very obedient." Very obedient. Just as he pondered, he suddenly noticed little Fawn's tendrils digging to bury the fallen. Su Yi quickly exclaimed, "Little Fawn, you're doing it wrong. When burying someone, their head should not face downward, their feet should not point upward." The tendrils momentarily hesitated, altering their course as they sifted through the soil. Su Yi inexplicably sensed the inquiry embedded in their movement and nodded slightly in affirmation. Indeed, this was quite satisfactory. The lively tendrils of Xiaofan swayed rhythmically, their actions quickening as they dug into the earth. At that moment, Su Yi caught sight of a familiar figure being dragged into the ground by Xiaofan. Xiaofan. Wait, is that young Master Xiao? Xiaofan, oblivious to Su Yi's words, mistakenly interpreted his concern as admiration and began to excavate a pit near him, burying the hastily summoned Xiao Junyi at his feet. Having consumed the purple-feathered chicken, Xiao Junyi possessed a stronger resistance and had not completely succumbed to unconsciousness. Su. Lord Su. Young Master Xiao, my apologies. I am fine. I must thank you for your timely warning. Otherwise, I would have been unceremoniously buried headfirst in the soil. One must learn to be content in life, after all. Woe is me. Just then, Chu Qianli rushed over, witnessing Yun Qingui's panicked escape. His gaze sharpened, and he unsheathed his whip, lashing it towards him. Crack! Yun Qingui felt a sharp pain across his back, collapsing to the ground with a muffled groan. Ugh! Chu Qianli swiftly advanced, stepping on his back, and coldly inquired, "Yun Qingui? Where is my uncle?" Still reeling from the shock, Yun Qingui remained disoriented, surrounded by a chaotic dance of green tendrils. The enchantress! The enchantress! Chu Qianli skillfully ensnared him with a whip, pulling him forward with determined strides toward the Su residence. Upon seeing Sui sitting motionless in the courtyard, she exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. "Uncle, are you all right?" she inquired as she swiftly entered the yard, leaving a long trace on the ground from the cloud-like figure trailing behind her. After taking just a few steps, she spotted a group of guards buried up to their necks by the edge of the field. This scene is quite alarming. Su Yi scrutinized Chu Qianli closely, his excitement palpable. "Qianli, are you unharmed? This is splendid. Uncle, rest assured, both my cousin and I are safe. That is a relief." Sui quickly turned his gaze toward the ground where Xiao Junyi lay. "Qianli, please come help. Young Master Xiao has been accidentally injured by Xiaofan. Can you hurry?" Sanbao? Xiaofan, that mischievous sprite, had been confined to the guise of an ordinary plant for too long and was now flaunting its exuberance. Sanbao dashed in, and upon seeing Xiaofan, immediately placed her hands on her hips in exasperation. "Xiaofan, how could you have promised me that?" The verdant vines trembled violently before swiftly retracting into the earth, leaving only a small segment above ground, swaying innocently as if to feign ignorance. Sanbao hurried to Xiao Junyi, crouching down to grasp his head. "Uncle Xiao, do not fear. I shall save you at once." Xiao Junyi rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Sanbao, if you cannot pull me out, then do not bother." Without hesitation, Sanbao puffed up her small backside and firmly embraced Xiao Junyi's head. "Uncle Xiao, have no worries. I possess strength." Uncle Xiao feels a bit unwell." "Uncle Xiao, a man cannot admit to weakness." After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Junyi was finally extricated from the clutches of Qin Bao. He gradually rose to his feet, one hand clutching his neck while he struggled to inhale deeply. Suyi's gaze was filled with concern. "Young Master Xiao, are you all right? This appearance, Was it due to the mischief of the little one or the rough handling by Campbell? Xiao Jinyi exhaled a long breath, his eyes suddenly brightening. Lord Su, do not worry, I am perfectly fine. I merely felt an unexpected clarity. Surely due to the elongation of my neck, allowing me to draw in purer air from a higher elevation. Chu Qianli couldn't help but chuckle softly. But remembering that there were still Sun Yuji and Yun Qinggui to deal with nearby, she quickly suppressed her smile. She grasped the long whip in her hand and, with a sharp crack, threw Yun Qinggui down at Su Yi's feet. Uncle, how shall we deal with this person? Chapter 102. Aging memory fades. Yun Qinggui, having been thrown, felt pain coursing through his body. Gradually returning from his state of panic, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli, you are not dead? Do not worry. I am living quite happily and peacefully. However, your fate may not be so certain. With a swift motion, Chu Qianli yanked back the whip, catching Yun Qinggui off guard, causing him to crash to the ground once more, his face turning a deep shade of anger. You, how dare you treat me this way? Su Yi gazed at Yun Qinggui for a moment, his eyes slightly dimming. Qianli, the third prince has wandered into the Su residence. As subjects of Dongxian, it is our duty to escort him back safely. Chu Qianli had no objections. After all, she had reached a preliminary understanding with the emperor. Once he learned of Yun Qinggui's misdeeds, there would be no need for her to intervene. Others would naturally take care of him. Qianli, Sui raised his gaze and continued. Before the third prince arrived at the Su residence, he was inadvertently injured. Be cautious when you escort him back. Chu Qianli was momentarily taken aback. Uncle? Yun Qinggui's eyes widened in shock. Sui, are you insinuating that you want Chu Qianli to harm me? You must think carefully. I am a prince. Should you lay a hand on me, it would be an act of great disrespect, and my father will not let you go unpunished. Su Yi's expression turned grave, an imposing chill emanating from him. You may be a prince, but the Su family are loyal subjects of Dongxian. For generations, the Su clan has been steadfast in their loyalty, safeguarding the citizens of this land. I cannot tarnish the reputation of my ancestors due to personal grievances. However, I am also Qianli's uncle. If you mistreat her and display ingratitude, I would find it hard to forgive you so easily. Su Yi, how dare you? Yun Qinggui shouted in a fury tinged with trepidation. Chu Qianli suddenly smirked, drawing a long sword from Tian Shu's grasp, and without hesitation, she plunged it into the third prince's shoulder. Ah, Chu Qianli, I will kill you. Yun Qinggui bellowed, the intense pain coursing through him causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Chu Qianli's gaze was clear and bright. Despite the struggles and pain emanating from her original self, it did not diminish the smile gracing her lips. It was indeed her fortune to have her familial rules contravened for her sake. Grasping her sword, there was a glint of eagerness in her eyes as she turned to inquire of Su Yi. Uncle, when you first encountered the third prince, was he not injured on the shoulder? If her uncle contested this assertion, she would not hesitate to strike him twice more. If that proved insufficient, she could always carve a flower on Yun Qinggui's body. Yun Qinggui hastily attempted to evade her, yet was seized by Tian Xian and forcibly subdued to the ground. Observing Chu Qianli's delight, Su Yi's previously stern demeanor softened slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Age had dulled his memory. Perhaps both shoulders bore wounds? How simple. In the next moment, her sword struck again, piercing the other shoulder of Yun Qinggui. He collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from both sides. Chu Qianli, Su Yi, how audacious you are. I am a prince, the third prince of the realm. Chu Qianli discarded her sword, coldly regarding the disheveled Yun Qinggui. In the past, she had valued him as a person rather than his status. Now, she cared not even for his humanity. Thus, what worth did he hold? Yun Qinggui gasped for breath, her words cutting him like a blade, leaving him metaphorically riddled with wounds. Chu Qianli, use silence. She interjected. I have another matter to attend to, and soon. I shall send you both to where you belong. Upon hearing this, Tian Xian delivered a punch that rendered Yun Qinggui unconscious. The young lady's demeanor had effectively subdued the individual. Chu Qianli nodded appreciatively before directing her gaze towards Tian Shu. Without hesitation, Tian Shu seized Sun Yuji, thrusting her onto the ground. Trembling, Sun Yuji curled up on the floor, cradling her severed hand, too fearful to lift her head. As Chu Qianli observed her, her gaze momentarily sharpened. Typically, when a person suffers a severed wrist without prompt medical attention, they would bleed to death. Yet, to her astonishment, the wound on Sun Yuji's wrist had already formed a dark scab, exuding a foul, putrid odor. What has happened to her? Sui exclaimed in shock. Upon witnessing the dire state of the third prince, Sun Yuji's complexion drained of color. Chu Hanbai had lost an entire arm, and the third prince was equally incapacitated. Her last flicker of hope extinguished. Hearing Su Yi's voice, she hastily pleaded, Su Yi, my dear brother, I am your sister-in-law. Do consider the bond of family and spare me this once. I acknowledge my mistakes, I truly do. Su's brow furrowed, his expression icy, showing no sign of change upon hearing her words. In a desperate bid, Sun Yuji turned to Su Jinji. Jinji, your aunt truly understands her faults. Do you not remember? When you sought help from your aunt, I was there to assist you. Su Jinji responded with a chilling smile, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. I certainly remember. You offered me a handful of copper coins and scattered them on the filthy ground, forcing me to kneel and pick them up one by one. You even had someone strike me with a broom, claiming it would rid me of all misfortune. Fear flickered vividly in Sun Yuji's eyes. I acknowledge my mistakes. Jean, please forgive me. We are family. Family? Huh. You once said that when people depart, the warmth dissipates, and one should not cling to relationships over trivial matters. You even advised me that when a person becomes worthless, they ought to find a quiet place to perish, rather than annoy the living. Now you speak of family. Do you truly deserve such a term? Sun Yuji trembled in fear, ultimately gazing tearfully at Chu Qianli. Qianli, you must remember, when you returned to the capital, Andy treated you with great hospitality. Chu Qianli coldly laughed. I recall my initial return to the capital. At that time, you presided over the Su family's backyard and informed me that the threshold of the Su family is high. Not just anyone dirty or vile can tread upon it. What? Su Yi's expression darkened, furiously glaring at Sun Yuji. Did you utter such words to Qianli? Was it during her initial return to the capital? At that moment, Qianli was already anxious. How could she bear to hear such remarks? Sun Yuji trembled incessantly. Her eyes filled with terror. I merely have a sharp tongue, but my heart is not cruel. Qianli, I brought you fabrics and jewelry. Do you remember? Chu Qianli scoffed. A piece of plain silk and a wooden hairpin. Truly remarkable treasures indeed. Su Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened, anger coalescing in his eyes as he coldly questioned, Did you not claim to have gifted Qianli 10 bolts of brocade and 10 sets of head ornaments? Suddenly, Sun Yuji's body stiffened violently, and she began to convulse, frothing at the mouth, her complexion gradually turning ashen. Observing her distressing state, Su Yi exclaimed anxiously, What has happened? Before he could seek clarity, a dreadful realization struck him. Sun Yuji must not perish. The parasitic insect was rebelling. Chu Qianli furrowed her brow deeply and stepped forward, channeling her spiritual energy to strike at Sun Yuji's heart. Sun Yuji retched incessantly, and then suddenly expelled a mouthful of foul blood, within which lay a plump black insect writhing grotesquely upon hitting the ground. Xiaojun gasped, recoiling sharply, almost straining his long neck in the process. A slender green vine cautiously extended toward the insect. Sambao approached and grasped the leaves on either side of the vine, as if seizing a person's ears, tugging resolutely backward. Little Pink, if you dare to consume it, I shall ignore you. The vine squirmed in response, but seeing Sanbao's unwavering stance, it reluctantly withdrew. Su Yi was filled with dread. Qianli, what is this? The heart-eating insect, a rather rare species capable of both controlling and killing its host. The one within Sun Yuji had been nurtured to such a size, indicating it had been there for at least 20 years. At least 20 years? Su Yi's brow furrowed in concern. Did this not imply that the insect might have already been implanted in her when she married into the Su family? Indeed. Chu Qianli slightly narrowed her eyes. Logically speaking, the goo insect, nurtured over 20 years, should have already become one with its host, establishing a symbiotic relationship. With Sun Yuji's death, the goo insect would also perish. Under the instinct for self-preservation, it was impossible for the insect to act independently. Su Jin questioned, What purpose does killing Sun Yuji serve now? The act of murder was likely intended to silence her. Chu Qianli scrutinized Sun Yuji, and suddenly, her gaze sharpened. She gripped the long whip tightly and lashed out fiercely at Sun Yuji. She held nothing back. The strike sent Sun Yuji sprawling to the ground like a rolling gourd, her exquisite hairpin ornaments scattering everywhere. Overcome with pain, Sun Yuji crawled forward desperately, clutching Su Yi's garment tightly. Second brother, even if I have erred, I have never wronged Su Min during his lifetime. While you fought on the battlefield, I stayed behind to guard the Su family and care for our sister, Su Qingya. Though I may not have accomplishments, surely my efforts count for something? Su Yi furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Second brother, Jinji, I acknowledge my mistakes. I should not have treated you that way. I deserve this. Yet, I am still a member of the Su family, the lawful wife of Su Min. Do not forget, it was because of your delayed assistance that my husband, Su Min, met his demise. Su Yi's body trembled, his rage doused as if by a bucket of cold water, gradually dissipating. Seeing her words take effect, Sun Yuji's eyes brightened. I will admit my faults, reflect upon my actions, and from now on, I shall earnestly amend my ways. Second brother, please persuade Qianli to spare me. Chu Qianli stepped forward, lowering his gaze to pick up a cerulean hairpin adorned with a swallowtail, which was precisely the one that Sun Yuji had dropped earlier. "Aunt, how audacious you must be to don my mother's belongings and approach me in search of forgiveness." "What?" Su Yi's eyes widened in shock as he turned to look at the hairpin in Chu Qianli's hand. "Qianli, let me see that." Chu Qianli handed over the pin and spoke. "I recall my uncle once telling me that my mother was meticulous and had a fondness for various flowers. She would leave floral imprints on her jewelry." "Indeed, that is true," he confirmed. "This hairpin contains a preserved osmanthus petal." Upon this revelation, Su Yi abruptly raised his gaze towards Sun Yuji. "What is the meaning of this?" "A hairpin marked with an osmanthus imprint, an elegant piece of dowry. Her most cherished ornament. How did it come to be in your possession?" Sun Yuji appeared as if her throat had been constricted, rendered speechless. "Well, second brother. It was given to me by my sister while she was alive." "Preposterous." Sui interjected sharply, his eyes blazing with anger once more. "My elder brother and I gifted her an entire grove of osmanthus trees on her birthday, and she explicitly told us that she would engrave the osmanthus mark on her most beloved jewelry and would keep it with utmost care, never to part with it." Chu Qianli coldly interjected, reminding her, "Uncle, the jade pendant you pawned previously is now in her possession. Cannot one discern the intricacies of the matter? The Sun family, having risen through commerce, secretly controls countless shops and trade routes, with the pawnshop being one among them." Su Yi furrowed his brow. "A pawnshop? Could it be that the items belonging to my sister were pawned by the Wu family of the Prime Minister's residence, only to be retrieved by her? What on earth is happening?" "A thorough inquiry will reveal the truth." Upon concluding her statement, Chu Qianli subtly moved her fingers, manifesting a wisp of spiritual energy. With a flick of her hand, she directed it into Sun Yuji's brow, seizing control of her mind. The Sun family had suffered damage to their heart meridians from the heart-devouring goo. Although the insect had been forcibly expelled, it could not endure for long. Thus, it was imperative to clarify all doubts while she still drew breath. "Speak for yourself. How did you come by the hairpin?" As the spiritual energy penetrated her mind, Sun Yuji appeared momentarily dazed. In the next instant, her expression twisted into one of profound hatred and jealousy, and she shrieked with a piercing voice, "The hairpin? That is rightfully mine. I have assisted the Wu family immensely. She promised to share Su Qingya's belongings with me." Su Yi's heart sank heavily, and he coldly demanded, "What assistance did you provide to the Wu family?" The Wu family had long set their sights on Chu Yanqing. Yet Chu Yanqing had a legitimate wife, Su Qingya, whom he could not cast aside for another. Therefore, they must first eliminate Su Qingya. "What did you say?" Su Yi's eyes widened in shock, crimson rage swirling within. "They drugged her, poisoned her, and destroyed Su Qingya along with the child she bore, seizing her bridal dowry, killing 3 birds with 1 stone." Sun Yuji's countenance twisted with greed. "The wealth of the Su family belongs entirely to me. Why should it be given to an outsider? Therefore, they all deserve to die." Sun Yuji's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Su Yi stunned and motionless. Chu Qianli furrowed her brow, looking on with concern. "Uncle, the one who cares most about family is now confronted with the devastating revelation that Sun Yuji caused his beloved sister's demise. The anguish and shock he feels are unimaginable." Su Yi's complexion turned ashen, and for the first time, a bone-chilling murderous intent surfaced in his usually gentle and accommodating gaze. "Sun Yuji, you have killed Qingya, my dear sister?" Influenced by Chu Qianli's spiritual energy, Sun Yuji's emotions were magnified, rendering her oblivious to any sense of wrongness, her expression becoming increasingly deranged. "Yes, it was I. Su Min, that brutish man, is solely focused on military campaigns, as unrefined as a block of wood. Yet he constantly tended to you and Su Qingya, treating me as if I were invisible. Why should I continue to serve you all, if you were unwilling? Why did you go to such lengths to marry my elder brother?" "Huh," Sun Yuji sneered. "It was because I was with child." Su Yi's expression tightened, as if a realization struck him. Unable to contain his emotions, he abruptly rose to his feet. He disregarded his own physical condition, even forgetting Chu Qianli's admonition against standing. He laboriously approached and seized Sun Yuji by the collar. "What did you say?" Chapter 104, Death? "How ridiculously cheap she is," Sun Yuji declared with a triumphant smile. Her demeanor brazen. "Back when I was unwed and inexperienced, I unwittingly found myself with child during an encounter with a man. Yet, I was unwilling to simply settle for a hasty marriage. Naturally, I sought out a decent man to take responsibility." Su Yi gritted his teeth and questioned, "So, you orchestrated a scenario where you intoxicated him, engaged in intimacy with my elder brother, and then deceitfully claimed to be pregnant, forcing him into marriage?" "Indeed," Sun Yuji replied, her gaze lowering. her lips painted with rouge so vividly that they appeared to bleed. Su Min, of high status and straightforward character, a distinguished general, was utterly unguarded against a woman. Why shouldn't I take advantage of that? He remained oblivious to the fact that nothing transpired that day. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Yi struck Sun Yuji fiercely across the face. Her expression shifted abruptly, and she seemed to awaken, completely unaware of her earlier words, staring in terror at the furious Su Yi and Chu Qianli. What are you planning to do? Frowning, Chu Qianli released a surge of spiritual energy into Sun Yuji's mind, unsettling her, yet he did not intervene against Su Yi. Su Yi's fists were clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Sun Yuji, I never lay hands on women or children, but you deserve it. In a state of panic, Sun Yuji shrieked. No, Su Yi, I am your sister-in-law. Silence. Su Yi barked. You are unworthy. You are unworthy. Su Yi fixated intently on Sun Yuji, his crimson gaze seemingly infused with traces of blood and tears. Sun Yuji, my elder brother was ensnared by your deceit, bearing the shameful accusation of tarnishing a woman's virtue. At my father's command, he endured 100 strikes of the military cane and lay bedridden for 3 months. Afterward, upon learning of your pregnancy, he disregarded the slander circulating in the capital and knelt before our father for 3 long hours, insisting on marrying you. Sun Yuji looked at Su Yi in terror, stammering, But what transpired afterward? Once you entered the Su family, how did you conduct yourself? You showed no respect to your father-in-law and neglected your husband. While the Su family tolerated your behavior, you deliberately instigated a quarrel with my elder brother 10 days later and orchestrated a miscarriage, causing my father's heart to give out from distress, leaving my brother burdened with the guilt of defying his own father and the tragic loss of his child, doomed to suffer throughout his life. It has nothing to do with me. Sun Yuji's face was etched with panic. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianli's cold gaze flickered with a chilling, murderous intent. She stepped forward and grasped Su Yi's arm. Uncle, such a woman is unworthy of tainting your hands. Su Yi's hand felt as rigid as stone, the pain and hatred within him nearly overwhelming. Qianli, I am consumed with loathing, boundless loathing. He despised his inability to discern true character. He regretted not eliminating the source of calamity, Sun Yuji, sooner. She had harmed his father, his elder brother, his sister, Jinji, and Qianli. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he staggered violently, a mouthful of blood erupting forth, before he slowly collapsed to the side. Father. At that moment, Su Jinzi, who had just returned, witnessed the scene unfold. He hastily rushed forward to catch Su Yi. Chu Qianli quickly checked his pulse. Overcome by rage, he cannot bear the blow. Cousin, please take uncle back to rest. I will handle things here. Upon hearing that his sister had been brutally murdered and that his elder brother had been schemed against to meet a tragic end, how could uncle not feel furious? Su Jinzi carefully assisted Su Yi into a wheelchair, then abruptly rose, seizing the long sword from Tianshu's hand, and lunged directly at Sun Yuji. Wicked woman. I shall kill you. Chu Qianli stepped forward to block him, merely as Sun Yuji could not possibly possess such immense power. She needed to thoroughly investigate the connections between Sun Yuji, Chu Hanbai, and other practitioners. Cousin, Su Jinzi was nearly driven to madness by his fury. Qianli, today I must slay this venomous woman. Sun Yuji trembled, curling into a ball. Su Jinzi, do not act recklessly. Taking a life demands a life, if I die. You too cannot escape unscathed. Chu Qianli fixed a determined gaze upon Su Jinzi. Cousin, do you trust me? Su Jinzi paused, sorrow flooding his eyes. Qianli, my grandfather, your maternal grandfather, died because uncle insisted on marrying Sun Yuji, and subsequently caused her miscarriage, leaving him bedridden until death. My uncle, your granduncle, forever burdened by guilt for inadvertently harming his own child, sought atonement on the battlefield, ultimately perishing while guarding the borders. Su Jinzi cast aside the long sword, tears streaming down his face in an instant. Qianli, it was she who destroyed them, she who ruined the entire Su family. Chu Qianli's eyes were red-rimmed, and a wave of bitterness surged within her heart. Thus, death would be too lenient for her. Su Jinji gazed intently at Chu Qianli, reassuring her. Qianli, rest assured. I shall make her understand that those who commit sins will inevitably face retribution. If the heavens do not take action, I shall personally send her to hell. In Chu Qianli's eyes, a blazing fire ignited, radiating a brilliance that seemed capable of incinerating the heavens and the earth. As Su Jinji beheld this gaze, the oppression he had long endured suddenly found a release, and he crumbled, turning to kneel before Su Yi, gripping his father's hand tightly as he wept uncontrollably. Grandfather, uncle, aunt, Chu Qianli lifted her hand to wipe away the tears on her cheeks, and turned her cold gaze towards Sun Yuji. Sun Yuji's hair was disheveled, her makeup smudged, and cold sweat trickled down her face. You, Chu Qianli, do not act recklessly. Chu Qianli extended her hands, ethereal energy swirling around her slender fingertips as she deftly manipulated them. Mysterious runes surged forth in her palms, glowing with a golden radiance, the infused spiritual energy whipping her dark hair into a tempest. Her expression was as frigid as that of a merciless deity. And then she forcefully thrust the inscribed spiritual array into Sun Yuji's body. Immediately, Sun Yuji's memories flooded into her mind. The intense pain and pressure causing her complexion to pale dramatically, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her lips. The laws of heaven are impartial. With gain must come loss. Those who cultivate spiritual energy, drawing the purest essence from the cosmos, are bound to the most stringent of rules. Carving a spiritual array to forcibly extract another's memories is an act that fundamentally contravenes the natural order for practitioners of spiritual cultivation, and she must inevitably face the repercussions. Yet, upon discovering the deeds of Sun Yuji, she only laments not having accessed those memories sooner. Feng Xuandu's heart jolted, and he stepped forward to steady her waist. Qianli, it's all right. Waves of pain surged through her meridians, but Chu Qianli felt no remorse. She was determined to unearth the truth behind the atrocities committed against the Su family and lay it bare for the world to see. To bring solace to the souls of the departed, Chu Qianli raised her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth and spoke coldly, Sun Yuji, not only will I refrain from ending your life, but I shall also assist in your healing. I will ensure your survival. For only then can you spend the remainder of your life atoning for your sins. A mere woman, and a not particularly powerful Sun family, was simultaneously consorting with the third prince while colluding with the minister's residents, aiding Chu Hanbai in countless nefarious deeds, her transgressions too numerous to recount. She would ensure that each of these individuals paid the price. As the spiritual array surged within her, Sun Yuji trembled violently, suddenly breaking into a dazed laughter. Slowly, she climbed to her feet and erratically wandered outward, mumbling to herself, "What sins have I committed? If one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. I merely sought to secure more for myself and the Sun family. Those fools brought this upon themselves. Their exploitation is of no concern to me." Chu Qianli grasped the long whip and turned to face Tian Shu and Tian Xian. Tian Shu, proceed to the Sun residence immediately. Behind the artificial hill on the southeast side lies a concealed door, within which are hidden ledgers and documents that contain all of the Sun family's secrets and evidence. Bring them back, but exercise caution. Tian Shu promptly responded, "Understood, I shall depart at once." Tian Xian volunteered, "Miss, how may I assist?" "I intend to escort Sun Yuji back to her home. Acquire a bronze gong and accompany me outside, ensuring to attract attention along the way." Chapter 105. To bring about its downfall, first incite its arrogance. Upon hearing the matter regarding Sun Yuji, Tian Xian was already filled with righteous indignation. Inspired by her own collection, her eyes sparkled with determination as she soon produced a resounding gong. Following Qianli's guidance, she roused Yun Qinggui. With a whip raised in his hand, Chu Qianli's gaze was piercing, aimed directly at the third prince, Yun Qinggui. "You shall follow as well." The third prince, clutching his injured shoulder, widened his eyes in alarm and threatened in a low voice, "Chu Qianli, I am a prince, and I care not who you are." Chu Qianli retorted, snapping the whip forcefully against Yun Qinggui's form, his voice chilling and his presence formidable. "Will you come willingly, or shall I drag you out with this whip?" Yun Qinggui's eyes bulged with rage and humiliation, a wave of bitter sweetness surging in his throat. "Chu Qianli, have you no sense of mercy? Spare me your prattle, and move." Bang! The sound of the gong reverberated through the heavens, echoing across the entire capital in an instant. Upon hearing that Lady Chu Qianli was entering the city to see Su-yi, the common folk closely followed, their hearts laden with worry. As they hurried along, many engaged in hushed conversations, recounting the Su family's achievements over the years, and the more they spoke, the deeper their sense of shame grew. The Su family had been the valiant guardians of Dongxian, safeguarding the borders for decades. Even in their current decline, they could not be ungrateful. Lost in thought, a sudden clang of a gong resounded throughout the capital, drawing their attention to the gates of the Su residence. In the next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment. Why had Miss Chu brought Sun Yuji along? The Sun family was indeed the enchantress, a fact witnessed by all. Surely, the young lady intended to bring retribution upon her. We must not be swayed by the enchantress. We must support the young lady. Indeed, the resolute shouts echoed among the crowd, yet Sun Yuji seemed oblivious to their fervor. Laughing maniacally, even tearing open her collar with one hand to cast flirtatious glances at the men lining the streets. Beside her stood a bloodied man, supported by 2 guards, his disheveled hair and haggard appearance betraying his distress as he kept his head bowed, concealing his features from view. Upon learning that her granddaughter Sun Yuji had been taken by Chu Qianli, the matriarch of the Sun family hastened to the scene, aware that trouble had stirred at the city gates, yet unaware of the full details. Disembarking from her carriage, she beheld Sun Yuji's disarray and her expression shifted dramatically, her rage igniting. "Yuji, my daughter. Someone, quickly rescue the young lady." "Yes." Chu Qianli cast a cold glance at the approaching members of the Sun family. As a servant dared to touch Sun Yuji, she swiftly lashed out with her long whip. Crack. The force of the strike sent several servants flying. "You are Chu Qianli?" The matriarch of the Sun family raised her eyes, and upon seeing Chu Qianli, a flicker of uncertainty flashed across her gaze. Indeed, how remarkable. A mere junior showing such disrespect towards her own aunt. This is truly the daughter of Su Qingya. Chu Qianli's expression shifted, a chilling aura enveloping her exquisite features. "You are unworthy to mention my mother." With a slight movement of her fingertip, the spiritual formation inscribed within Sun Yuji was activated in an instant. Sun Yuji, swaying provocatively, raised her hand and pointed towards the array of handsome men surrounding them, laughing foolishly. "Ha ha ha, mother, you arrived just in time. Look at these fine gentlemen. Daughter invites you to choose first." The old matriarch's eyes widened in rage, indignantly exclaiming, "Wretched child, what nonsense are you spouting? Why should you be angry, mother? If you fancy any of them, take your pick. I would not dare compete with you," she retorted. At this proclamation, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically as they regarded the matriarch. Surely she must be at least 60 years of age? Could it be that she, like Sun Yuji, was still indulging in frivolous affairs with men? The thought filled the crowd with revulsion as they observed the old matriarch's frail and aged appearance. The Sun family was indeed a den of depravity, a nest of vipers. How utterly disgusting. Silence. The matriarch of the Sun family appeared pale, her heart enveloped in terror. "Yuji, you are succumbing to hysteria. Call for help, quickly. Take her back and summon a doctor for proper treatment." With a swift motion, Chu Qianli wielded her whip once more, striking the ground beside Sun Yuji with a resounding crack. In an instant, the flagstone beneath them shattered, cracks radiating outward for a full 10 feet before halting. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers. A whip capable of shattering stone would undoubtedly prove lethal if it struck a person. The eldest lady truly is a goddess. Her prowess is astonishing. Indeed. I intend to take a piece of that flagstone with me. Perhaps it will bestow some ethereal essence. Upon hearing this, countless eyes fixated on the shattered stones, their gazes alight with fervent desire. Meanwhile, the Sun matriarch, gripped by fear, felt her heart race as she steeled herself to confront Chu Qianli. "Chu Qianli, what is the meaning of this? I am escorting the matriarch of the Sun family back home." "What?" Chu Qianli raised her gaze with icy resolve. "Is my intent not clear enough? The matriarch is the legitimate wife of my uncle and thus my aunt. It is no small matter for her to return to the Su family. I shall see her safely on her way." Safely on her way? The Sun matriarch stumbled back 2 steps, nearly suffocating from the palpable aura of menace that accompanied those words. "You." This was not the Chu Qianli she once knew, who had been timid and halting in speech. Now, she appeared strikingly beautiful, her demeanor transformed into something fearsome. Chu Qianli turned her gaze towards Sun Yuji. "Madam Sun, how dull it is merely to walk about. I have recently returned to the capital and am unfamiliar with many places and people. Could you kindly make some introductions for me?" Sun Yuji twisted her body forward, her eyes suddenly sparkling as she pointed at a man and exclaimed, "Look over there. That is Wu Zhao. Despite his towering stature, he is rather inept. Far inferior to his father, Wu Qiang." Chu Qianli narrowed his eyes sharply. "Wu Zhao, Wu Qiang? How surprising that you do not spare either father or son. I never imagined that the Wu family would also be among the Sun family's guests. Truly, they are not discerning." Upon meeting Sun Yuji's gaze, Wu Zhao felt a wave of unease wash over him. Hearing her words, he nearly stumbled in shock and turned to retort angrily, "Sun Yuji, cease your nonsense." "What nonsense am I speaking? If you disagree, why not remove your trousers right here in front of everyone and let them see?" Sun Yuji smirked provocatively. Wu Zhao's face flushed crimson with anger. "Who doesn't know you are a shameless harlot? No one believes your words." The matriarch of the Sun family was already in a cold sweat from anxiety. "Yuji, you must stop this at once. Is she courting death? Such words cannot be spoken so openly." "Mother, what are you afraid of? I speak nothing but the truth. There is nothing shameful in it." The matriarch's gaze turned steely as she turned to the Sun family's servants, commanding fiercely, "The madam is having an episode. You must silence her and drag her back. If successful, I shall reward you with 100 taels of silver." Should anyone hesitate, they will be dealt with as if they conspired against the head of the household. To harm one's master is a capital offense. Controlling individuals comes with a reward of 100 taels of silver. Contemplating this, the servants of the Sun family swiftly rose and surged towards Sun Yuji. Chu Qianli furrowed her brow, having expended all her spiritual power on inscribing the spirit formation. She found herself at a disadvantage against so many desperate servants. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were filled with outrage. How could that demoness Sun Yuji act so recklessly? And what of the old matriarch of the Sun family? Was she to complicate matters for the young lady? Block their advance. A voice cried out, and in the next moment, the foremost citizens charged forth, resolutely clinging to the servants of the Sun family. Disrespecting the young lady? We will not let you scoundrels escape unscathed. Hold on. Grab his leg. Behind them, Feng Xuandu quietly sheathed his sword, realizing that his intervention was no longer necessary. Chu Qianli, momentarily taken aback, felt a warm sensation rise within her as she regained her composure. She gently pressed her lips together and offered a smile to the surrounding citizens. Thank you, dear townsfolk. The young lady mustn't stand on ceremony. Indeed, if the Sun family dares to act recklessly, they must first contend with us. Chapter 106. What morality is there to discuss with beasts? Chu Qianli cast a cold glance at the stunned matriarch of the Sun family. I am merely escorting Madame Sun home. Why must you be so anxious, Madame Sun? The old matriarch of the Sun family was utterly astonished, her heart in turmoil. What was the meaning of this? Why had these lowly commoners suddenly chosen to side with Chu Qianli? Here, beneath the Emperor's reign. How could they dare to act so wildly and harm others? I not only dare to act recklessly, but I also dare to overturn this heaven. Chu Qianli spoke coldly. Sun family, continue moving forward. All right, let's go. Ahead lies my Sun family's shop, the peaceful pawn shop over there, and the Xuanli gambling den, both of which are properties of the Sun family. Sun Yuji smiled with pride. The matriarch of the Sun family quickly grabbed a servant, biting her teeth in panic as she commanded, hurry, summon His Highness the Third Prince. The secrets that Sun Yuji possessed were numerous, each capable of stirring tremendous upheaval. Given Chu Qianli's formidable demeanor, the only recourse was to seek the Third Prince for intervention. Sun Yuji stood triumphantly between the two shops, declaring, in the gambling den, they cheat, leaving customers destitute, while the pawn shop charges exorbitant interest, ensuring that wealth multiplies and profits swell, draining every last drop of blood and skin. What? The common folk, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of indignation. On one hand, the gambling den swindles money, while on the other, the pawn shop reaps profits from interest. Is the Sun family truly a pack of wolves? How can they be so merciless? Chu Qianli let out a cold laugh. The Sun family is indeed impressive. Sun Yuji, clutching her handkerchief, smiled in an affected manner. Is this truly impressive? These are merely the visible industries, yielding little silver. The real key lies behind the gambling den and pawn shop. The matriarch of the Sun family glared fiercely, gasping for breath as she shouted, Sun Yuji, have you lost your mind? Ignoring her advanced age, she rushed towards Sun Yuji, determined to silence her. If this secret were to be revealed, the Sun family would be doomed. Chu Qianli tightened his grip on the long whip, recalling the memories imparted by Sun Yuji earlier, and aimed the whip directly at the matriarch of the Sun family. The temperament of Sun Yuji was meticulously nurtured by this elderly matron. It was she who orchestrated the scheme to frame her uncle. Do not be misled by her advanced age. The sins of the past are not easily absolved. The matriarch of the Sun family let out a harrowing scream as a whip severed her arm, causing her to collapse to the ground, her complexion as pale as parchment. Ignoring the excruciating pain, her sole focus was to buy time, awaiting the arrival of the Third Prince. Chu Qianli, we share a certain familial connection. Your direct assault on an elder is profoundly disrespectful. The onlookers were taken aback, with a few seizing the opportunity to incite public sentiment. Regardless of the circumstances, this matriarch was a woman in her 60s. Such an act of violence seemed rather excessive, did it not? Indeed, has the favor of the emperor granted one the license to act with impunity? What distinguishes this from the behavior of a tyrant? Oh, I once felt pity for Chu Qianli after her engagement was annulled, yet now, witnessing her haughty arrogance, one can understand why the Third Prince has developed affections for the second daughter of the Chu family. It is not without reason. Chu Qianli paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding her. Among the common folk, various spies had infiltrated, lying in wait for an opportunity to profit from the chaos. She gazed at Sun Yuji, and the spiritual formation was reactivated. Madam Sun, why do you fall silent? What lies behind the gambling house and the pawn shop? Sun Yuji showed no concern for her injured mother, instead reveling in her own achievements. What lies behind? Naturally, It is the countless individuals who have lost their fortunes, reduced to selling their sons and daughters. Women and young girls of exquisite beauty are delivered to the brothels of Chuguan, while those deemed less fortunate are bound by contracts and sent to serve in the households of others as maids, relaying messages. If fate smiles upon them, the Sun family might even reap substantial profits. Ha ha ha. Sun Yuji, silence yourself. The matriarch of the Sun family screamed, her voice hoarse, yet Sun Yuji remained unperturbed. Upon hearing Sun Yuji's words, Chu Qianli felt an even deeper chill within. It was utterly astonishing that such a small family as the Sun's was engaged in the trafficking of human beings. Do you not regard the laws of the court? Sun Yuji scoffed. When the populace remains silent, the officials take no action. Those who sell their sons and daughters do not speak out. So who will dare to intervene with the Sun family? Sun Yuji paused momentarily. Of course, among 10, there may be 1 or 2 who are resolute. But with my connections, a little persuasion will turn those resolute souls into lifeless ones, buried deep in the earth. Persuasion? How do you persuade them? Chu Qianli inquired further. By offering beautiful women and fine wines, presenting gold, silver, and jade, and then, of course, offering oneself. He, Sun Yuji chuckled. Obtaining pleasure while also reaping benefits. What a splendid business. The beauties you offer are merely those who cannot repay their debts, thus mortgaging their wives and daughters to you. Am I correct? Indeed. Chu Qianli coldly interrogated. Have you ever considered the plight of those women? Have you asked them if they are willing? TSK. Once they are in my hands, they become mere commodities for profit. Who, before conducting business, seeks the opinions of mere objects? Suddenly, a stone struck fiercely, hitting Sun Yuji's shoulder. Poisonous woman. This curse seemed to ignite the crowd, and the onlookers' emotions grew increasingly agitated. It was no wonder the young lady wished to parade her in public. It turned out she was indeed so malevolent. Kill her. Slay this venomous woman. Stones, vegetable leaves, and dry branches rained down upon Sun Yuji like a torrential downpour. You wretched commoners, how dare you treat me thus? Just wait. I shall exact my revenge upon you all. I have powerful patrons and ancestors behind me, each of whom will turn you into mere husks, leaving you without a grave. Sun Yuji cried out in fury, a stone having split her forehead, blood trickling down her cheek, further distorting her features. Patrons, ancestors? Chu Qianli's thoughts shifted. According to Sun Yuji's memories, the patron referred to as Chu Hanbai, while the ancestor she had never seen with her own eyes, only knowing of their formidable power. Likely from the central domain. Chu Qianli turned to signal Tianxian. With a heavy tolling of the great gong, Tianxian roused the crowd from their rage, and they turned their gazes toward Chu Qianli in unison. Chu Qianli inquired, then let me ask you again. Did the old matriarch of the Sun family participate in these deeds? Sun Yuji nodded sharply. Of course. It is entirely thanks to my mother's guidance that I have achieved my current standing. She is my strategist, my source of wisdom. Ha ha ha. When mother and daughter are united, victory is inevitable. Chu Qianli scoffed coldly, glancing at the old matriarch of the Sun family. Old matriarch. Take a moment to reflect. Do you not think it just that I strike you? The matriarch of the Sun family felt a throbbing in her head, and her vision darkened intermittently, enveloping her in utter despair. It was over. With these revelations, the Sun family was doomed. Chu Qianli's gaze was icy, and her voice resonated with unwavering conviction. I care not for your age, nor for any familial ties. I understand that what defines humanity is the adherence to propriety and righteousness. To act devoid of compassion and morality is the path of beasts. It is imperative to punish this family of brutes, regardless of age or the constraints of ethics. Her words were met with a chorus of approval from the gathered crowd. The young lady speaks the truth. They are a family of beasts, unworthy of mercy. I knew the young lady would never harm innocents. Execute them. The matriarch of the Sun family, racked with pain, fear, and despair, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the mounting fury around her. Chu Qianli, you act recklessly. I have already summoned the third prince. He will not let you go unpunished. Chu Qianli suddenly let out a scoff. The third prince? She raised her arm, directing her whip toward a man who was bowing his head, desperately trying to conceal his appearance. Is he not right before you? Chapter 107. Shattered teeth and blood to swallow. The matriarch of the Sun family widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at the bloodied and disheveled figure before her. The surrounding populace stood in stunned silence. The third prince. Yun Qinggui. Chu Qianli advanced, her cold gaze shimmering with mockery. His Royal Highness. The third prince, disregarding his grievous injuries inflicted by the faction of the Sun family, insisted on accompanying me to the streets to expose the nefarious deeds of the Sun clan to the public. Such an act of righteous courage is indeed commendable. Upon hearing this, Yun Qinggui slowly raised her head, questioning the motives behind her words. What sinister scheme was she concocting? My heavens, it truly is His Royal Highness. The third prince. How malicious the Sun family is, daring to inflict such harm upon our third prince. Such cruelty, leaving him in such a pitiful state. The surrounding murmurs and peculiar gazes assailed him relentlessly, making Yun Qinggui feel as if she had been stripped of all her garments. Her true self laid bare under the unforgiving light of day, exposing all her darkness and shame. Each moment stretched into a prolonged ordeal of humiliation and torment. Chu Qianli. Yun Qinggui, seethed with hatred, her eyes tinged with crimson veins, her voice hoarse and gritted. Chu Qianli slightly curled the corners of his lips and leaned closer to Yun Qinggui. I am here. Rest assured, Your Highness. I shall uproot the malignant tumor that is the Sun family. The matriarch of the Sun family, upon seeing Yun Qinggui, appeared as if someone had seized her throat. She gasped for breath, her eyes widening in horror. It's over. The Sun family is truly finished. Contemplating this, she could not catch her breath. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted completely. Chu Qianli's gaze darkened. Your Highness, we have a short distance left. Can you endure? Yun Qinggui fixed her gaze on Chu Qianli, her eyes bloodshot and her expression contorted like that of a vengeful spirit. Chu Qianli retracted her gaze and commanded, Tianxian, summon someone to carry the old matriarch of the Sun family. This reckoning is far from settled. Understood. The onlookers hurriedly followed Chu Qianli, their astonishment rendering them speechless. They were eager to uncover the extent of the Sun family's misdeeds and the countless innocent lives they had ruined. Chu Qianli cast a cold glance at Sun Yuji. Proceed. Keep moving. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuji immediately stepped forward, swaying her hips as she walked. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to a man in the crowd. Lordly? Why do you appear so indifferent upon seeing me today? Were you not always so eager before? The crowd swiftly turned their attention to Lordly, gasping in surprise. It was Li Wenjiu, the Minister of Rights. The third prince, Yun Qinggui, raised his eyes, his expression darkening. That man belonged to his faction. Li Wenjiu had also participated in the spring hunt and had come to investigate the commotion after hearing the loud gongs, only to be spotted by Sun Yuji. Preposterous. I have never been acquainted with you. What nonsense are you spouting? Never acquainted? We shared tender moments in the hunting grounds, and the marks of my nails still linger on your back. Is it that once you don your garments, you no longer recognize me? Sun Yuji mocked. You. Silence. Who grants you the audacity to slander a court official? Li Wenjiu's face turned ashen. Noticing the third prince, he appeared alarmed. Chu Qianli, did you harm His Highness? Your malevolence knows no bounds, and your crimes merit execution. Chu Qianli's gaze turned icy. She had yet to finish dealing with her own braids. And here she was expected to pledge loyalty to the third prince? She brandished her long whip and struck fiercely at Li Wenjiu. He hastily evaded. Yet the whip pursued him relentlessly, slicing through the air and tearing a gash in his garments. Li Wenjiu fell to the ground, revealing a back marred with scratch marks. Indeed, there were claw marks. Not just one, but several. It seemed as though his entire back had been transformed into a tattered rag. Truly, the world had descended into chaos. The surrounding onlookers erupted in commotion. Yun Qinggui was drenched in cold sweat, utterly unprepared for Chu Qianli's unreasonable behavior. Chu Qianli, standing tall. Her exquisite visage was laden with an aura of frost. Your Highness, this Li Wenjiu is in collusion with the Sun family, likely responsible for the deaths of countless innocents and the suffering of numerous women. Now, he refuses to acknowledge his wrongdoing and seeks to delay your Highness from exposing the Sun family. His heart is indeed dark and malicious. You. Yun Qinggui was nearly driven to the brink of spewing blood from indignation. There is no need for your Highness to be agitated. I understand you have always been gentle and refined, inclined towards benevolence. After all, you once offered a substantial sum of gold for the protection of a few from the Chu family. Hearing of so many innocent women being victimized, you could not possibly remain indifferent. Yun Qinggui felt the weight of the crowd's scrutinizing gazes, his heart seething with hatred. Yet he was forced to bite down on his own teeth and swallow his anger. At that moment, the first prince, Yun Qifan, arrived with a retinue. Yun Qinggui snapped back to reality and immediately called out, Elder brother, surely father has learned of the situation and sent someone to retrieve him. Upon returning to the palace, I encountered Father Emperor, who insisted that Chu Qianli must pay a price. Yun Qifan was taken aback by the appearance of Yun Qinggui, a flicker of hidden delight flashing in his eyes. Third brother, how have you come to look this way? It must be that. Third brother, I am aware that it was Miss Chu who rescued you, is it not? Miss Chu is truly benevolent, having just saved Father Emperor at the city gates, along with countless officials and citizens. And now she has also saved you. Her kindness is commendable, and Father Emperor praises her highly. Yun Qinggui's words of reproach lodged in his throat, his face shifting in hues of green and purple, ultimately managing to speak with great difficulty. Elder brother. What you say is, the Crown Prince, Yun Qingfan, dismounted and cast a disdainful glance at Yun Qinggui. The Chu Qianli he had once regarded with contempt had now become an unattainable figure, and to be beaten and injured without recourse was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Yun Qingfan approached Chu Qianli, a smile instantly gracing his face. Miss Chu, Father Emperor has heard that third brother was attacked after leaving the residence without permission and is quite angry. He has sent me to check on him and escort him back to the palace. Chu Qianli nodded. If His Majesty has spoken, then I shall leave him in the hands of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince and the third prince had never seen eye to eye. And now the Emperor's directive for him to retrieve the person was a clear indication of his unwavering stance against any form of favoritism. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a favorable disposition. Miss Chu is indeed remarkably principled, and I shall certainly convey this to His Majesty. Furthermore, regarding Lord Li Wenjiu and the venerable Lady Sunday, Yun Qingfan contemplated. While Yun Qing returned, the formidable faction behind him remained, and one by one, they must be eradicated. The Crown Prince shall be taken as well. I am grateful for Miss Chu's understanding. Thus, I shall refrain from interrupting your continued escort of the Sun family back to their residence. By the way, His Majesty has remarked upon the tumultuous state of the capital, and to prevent any indiscreet individuals from offending Miss Chu, he has dispatched 50 imperial guards for your protection. Henceforth, they shall serve as the household guards of the Su family, awaiting your and the Su family's orders. A designated person will deliver their service contracts shortly. Chu Qianli's gaze flickered. Was the Emperor seeking to placate her, to curry her favor? Very well, once I have resolved matters concerning the Sun family, I shall enter the palace to express my gratitude to His Majesty. I shall take my leave then. Yun Qingfan waved his hand, and the surrounding guards immediately moved forward to ensure the safety of the third brother, subsequently detaining Li Wenjiu and Lady Sun. Returning to the palace to report to the Emperor. As you wish. Chu Qianli observed as Yun Qing returned was led away, a subtle ripple passing through her eyes. From this moment on, Yun Qing was irrevocably distanced from the imperial throne. With the detachment of imperial guards sent by the Crown Prince to maintain order, the discordant murmurs among the populace dissipated. Lady Sun onward. Chu Qianli pressed forward, guiding Sun Yuji until they reached the gates of the Prime Minister's residence. Here lay her ultimate objective. Chapter 108. Come out. The common folk followed closely behind, and upon witnessing Sun Yuji halt at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, speculation arose among them. Might there be a connection between the Chu family and the Sun family? You may not be aware of this, but I have heard whispers that the sinister figure controlling the venomous bees hails from the Chu family. Indeed, I have heard it. Miss Chu herself claimed a shared lineage with that fiend. How absurd. A shared lineage, yet they are worlds apart. Chu Qianli raised her gaze, coldly surveying the grand estate before her. The original incarnation possessed an unappealing visage, which led to her exile to the countryside. However, after rescuing the third prince, she became a celebrated figure and was welcomed into the estate. Subsequently, the original self and the Su family were thoroughly exploited, only to be met with humiliation and treachery, leading to an inevitable demise. Throughout this ordeal, the Chu family had always prioritized their own interests above all else. To them, Chu Hanbai's disregard for human life was inconsequential. Siphoning the vitality of the living to bolster their fade was perfectly acceptable, as long as it served a purpose. Yet, this family, so enmeshed in avarice, espoused lofty ideals of benevolence and morality. Today, she would tear away the veil of shame that cloaked the Prime Minister's residence. Sun Yuji halted her steps, gazing at the Prime Minister's mansion, her eyes glimmering with greed and longing. The Prime Minister's residence, a splendid place indeed, but alas, the Prime Minister lacks appreciation for the finer things and fails to recognize my worth. Unable to solicit favors, I must resort to seeking wealth instead. What does it mean to seek wealth? It is, of course, the dowry of Su Qingya, the original wife of Prime Minister Chu. Those two simpletons, Su Min and Su Yi, proclaim that a man's ambitions lie beyond, tirelessly striving to support the family. Yet they have squandered nearly half of the Su family's fortune as her dowry. What was rightfully mine has been taken away, and naturally, I must devise a means to reclaim it. Upon uttering these words, countless individuals were left astounded, their jaws agape. What? Isn't this Sun family member the elder sister-in-law of Lady Su? Is she scheming for her sister-in-law's dowry? In ordinary households, utilizing a wife's dowry is considered a deeply disgraceful act, let alone in an official residence. Sun Yuji smiled with triumph. Chu Qianli, do you know what happened to your birth mother's dowry once it was converted into silver? Chu Qianli furrowed her brow. What did it do? It bribed officials. Delayed military action, leading to Su Min's death on the battlefield. Haha. Isn't it a matter of denying me my inheritance? Then I shall use this inheritance to bring about his demise. You have a cruel heart. Haha, and what of it? Who told Su Min to never believe that Chu Qianli died for you, always seeking to vindicate her innocence? He even wished to bring you back early? How naive. My birth mother's dowry is with the Chu family, safeguarded by the Wu family. So, it appears you two have long been in collusion? Indeed. Thanks to Wu's assistance. She possesses Chu Qianli's dowry, while I command the pawnshop and trade routes, a perfect match, ha ha ha. The surrounding townsfolk were filled with righteous indignation. They could hardly fathom how one could be so despicable and malicious. How outrageous. Collaborating with outsiders to scheme against one's sister-in-law and niece. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Truly deserving of the title of a fiend. Miss, we shall help you to vanquish her. Chu Qianli raised her hand, signaling for calm among the crowd, and then inquired of Sun Yuji. Do you have any evidence to support your claims? Certainly, I am meticulous in my endeavors. Remembering precisely with whom I share my bed each night, let alone the significant matter of arranging a marriage dowry. Sun's voice erupted with prideful laughter. I possess a document personally signed by Wu. Huh. That wretched Wu must never have anticipated that I remain ever vigilant against her. Hearing Sun Yuji's words, Chu Qianli nodded with a chilling demeanor. Excellent, splendid. As her voice trailed off, she tightened her grip on the long whip and turned her gaze toward the gates of the Prime Minister's residence. The mansion stood as grand and imposing as the first time she beheld it, its crimson gates and azure tiles exuding a solemn dignity, while the sunlight cascaded down, illuminating every corner with a dazzling brilliance. Yet, who would suspect that such a majestic abode harbored the most sordid of hearts? Chu Qianli clutched the whip tightly, striking fiercely at the vermilion door. Bang! Splinters flew as the wooden door splintered under the force of her strike. Wu Yanlan, come forth at once. Inside the residence, Wu trembled as she donned a veil, the corners of her eyes etched with deep wrinkles, gripping Chu Yanqing's robe in terror. She had just been ordered by the emperor to return home, believing he feared retribution from Chu Hanbai, only to find that in the next moment, Chu Qianli had arrived at her doorstep. Master, what should we do now? Chu Yanqing's face bore the scars of a vicious wasp sting, his expression dark and foreboding. At the city gates, the lowly commoners had been healed of the wasp venom by Ling Yu, yet he had derived no benefit whatsoever. Chu Qianli, indeed, is a harbinger of calamity. Initially, it was a grave mistake to allow her to survive. Wu, it is time for you to confess. What do you mean by that? Wu's eyes widened in shock. When comparing the tarnishing of a single person's reputation to the disgrace of the entire Chu family, which is of greater consequence? Wu struggled. If we can ruin the evidence in Sun Yuji's possession, she could be made to retract her slander. Do not forget, there is still Chu Qianli to consider. While you may deny the trafficking of Su's dowry, when she demands her mother's belongings, what will you offer in return? Chu Qianli? She might not even be aware of what exists. She has never seen the dowry list, so a bit of deception could suffice, right? But if Chu Qianli is unaware, does Su Yi remain ignorant? Over the years, your Wu family has repeatedly troubled Su Yi and his son. Why have you not eliminated them to eradicate future threats? The Su family has Xiao Junyi's support and numerous former members. How could I possibly act against them? Chu Yanqing abruptly flicked his sleeve. Enough. I do not wish to hear another word from you. You shall go out and apologize to Chu Qianli yourself. Wu's eyes blazed with intensity. If that is the case, I shall be utterly finished. I am Hanbai's mother, and Hanbai is an immortal, possessing divine abilities, with an incredibly powerful master behind him. Is the emperor not afraid? Chu Yanqing's countenance shifted, the pain from the wound inflicted by the venomous bee stinging deep within. This spring hunt, he had not been permitted to accompany the emperor. Upon hearing the news of the emperor's return to the capital, he had gone to greet him alongside the officials remaining in the city. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could welcome the emperor, he had first encountered the dreaded red waste poison bee. As Chu Hanbai summoned those venomous bees, he astonishingly failed to inform his biological father in advance, nearly resulting in a fatal encounter. Wu, you are Hanbai's birth mother. If he truly cared, he would undoubtedly rush to your aid. Yet, should he be indifferent, then he must devise a means to preserve himself and the Chu family. Chu Yanqing hesitated to doubt his own son, yet the swarming red-waisted bees left an indelible mark of suspicion in his heart. The memory of Chu Hanbai fleeing with a severed arm only intensified his unease, as he felt a relentless tension akin to a sword poised above his neck, ready to descend at any moment. Wu gritted her teeth resolutely. I refuse to plead guilty. I shall never concede. Chu Yanqing, after so many years of marriage, how could you be so cold-hearted at this critical juncture? What do you intend to do now? Wu produced a bone whistle and raised it to her lips, producing a sharp sound. In the next moment, several figures descended from the heavens, manifesting within the room. A fierce glint flashed across Wu's face. These were the assassins Hanbai had gifted her years ago, as long as the evidence held by Sun Yuji was destroyed. Who could prove that I embezzled Chu Qianli's dowry? Chapter 109. With your dark heart and shamelessness? Chu Qianli abruptly stood, his gaze fixed intently on Wu. Assassins? Given to you by Hanbai? He, as a father, was entirely unaware. Indeed. Wu coldly curled her lips, declaring, until the very last moment, I shall never concede. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the estate, Chu Qianli gripped his long whip, striking the Chu family's gate with fervor. In the depths of her icy gaze, her fury intertwined with the sorrow of her original self, giving rise to a complex and indistinguishable tapestry of emotions. With a thunderous crash, the gate finally succumbed to its burdens, collapsing with a resounding thud. Behind the fallen gates, the veiled figure of Madame Wu emerged. Chu Qianli lifted her eyes, coldly scrutinizing Madame Wu. Wu Yunlan, do you confess to having misappropriated my mother's dowry? I do not. Madame Wu fiercely clenched her teeth. The overwhelming presence of Chu Qianli pressed upon her, rendering her breathless. Yet, she could not resign herself to fate. She must strive to carve out a sliver of hope for herself. You will not shed tears until you see the coffin? Madame Wu retaliated. I returned your mother's dowry long before you came back to the residence. It was you who misappropriated it, only to turn around and slander me. How utterly malicious. Bestow it upon me? I was born in the residence, sent away for 13 years, then returned, only to depart again 5 years ago. In total, I have resided here for merely 2 years. Chu Qianli listened to Madame Wu's evasive arguments, her heart brimming with derision. During these 2 years, I have been fed, clothed, and treated even worse than an ordinary maid. Even then, I had to toil for everything. When did you ever bestow upon me even a single needle or thread? Madame Wu's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, yet she stubbornly clung to her denial. Chu Qianli, you claim I have mistreated you. Who can testify to your words? What evidence do you possess? Your baseless accusations against me. Once my son Hanbai returns, he shall surely bring you to justice. At this juncture, Madame Wu could only invoke the name of Chu Hanbai to intimidate Chu Qianli. In the next moment, the bystanders, who had merely been observers, suddenly erupted in anger. Dare you mention that demon, Chu Hanbai? She bore a villain like him. She is undoubtedly no good. A venomous woman. Wu, gritting her teeth, turned pale with rage upon hearing the chorus of insults around her. She shouted at the crowd, silence. My son is an immortal. Bah, an immortal saves people in peril, while a demon pushes others into the fire. Wu was nearly drowned in the spittle of the crowd, and she turned her furious gaze toward Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli, take your sycophants and quickly leave. Chu Qianli replied with a cold laugh. I had almost forgotten. The most remarkable trait of your entire Chu family is your thoroughly blackened hearts and faces thicker than city walls. Without concrete evidence, you will never confess. Wu was so enraged she could barely catch her breath, her lips bleeding beneath her veil from being bitten. You, Chu Qianli, do not forget. I am your legitimate mother, resorting to her status to intimidate me due to your guilt and unease. Unfortunately, that tactic will not work on me. If you do not acknowledge me, do you wish to sever ties with the Chu family completely? Wu fixed her gaze on Chu Qianli, coaxing her to respond. If ties were severed, Chu Qianli would no longer be considered a member of the Chu family and would have no claim to her dowry. Chu Qianli suddenly smiled coldly, her shimmering eyes radiating an insight that pierced the soul. I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Chu family, a rightful daughter of the minister's house. My mother's floating jade garden remains unfinished, and the promised 50,000 taels of silver from Prime Minister Chu for constructing the crane's nest has yet to materialize. Furthermore, there is a considerable dowry still unreturned. Severing ties? How naive. The original body, Chu Qianli, is the legitimate wife of the Prime Minister, born of his first marriage. Even if connections are to be severed, the Wu family, Chu Lingxian, and Chu Hanbai must first be expelled. The Wu matriarch, having her schemes exposed, was immediately consumed by rage, her teeth clenched in fury. How utterly insolent. Chu Qianli cast her gaze upward at the heavens. Wu, are you entangled with me here to deliberately stall for time, perhaps to secretly destroy evidence? A jolt of alarm shot through Wu, who retorted sharply, absolutely not. Is that so? At that moment, a voice cried out in panic, disaster. The Sun family is on fire. Upon hearing this, a flicker of wild joy ignited in Wu's eyes. If the evidence were destroyed, the previous accusations from the Sun family could swiftly turn into slander against Chu Qianli. Realizing this, Wu regained her confidence. Chu Qianli, your disrespect towards your biological father and stepmother, your lack of affection for your siblings, is indeed a mark of unfilial behavior. And now, you have brought the Sun family to defame me. This is a vile character that is intolerable by heaven's standards. Chu Qianli coldly lifted the corners of her lips, showing no signs of distress. Is that so? Wu continued her icy reprimand. I am unaware of the cunning methods you employed to manipulate Sun Yuji into uttering those nonsensical words. Let me make it clear. A daughter like you is unwelcome in the Chu family. Therefore, today, I shall take charge and expel you from the Chu household. The onlookers were incensed at the scene before them, their tempers on the brink of explosion. It was no wonder that Wu and Sun Yuji had become entangled. They were equally malicious and repugnant, utterly shameless. Chu Qianli let out a cold laugh, her gaze drifting to the side of the road. Soon, the crowd parted as Tian Shu approached, carrying a large chest, flanked by 10 apprehended men in black. His subordinates greeted the young lady, fulfilling their duty without fail. All evidence of the Sun family's misdeeds had been secured, alongside the capture of 10 individuals who had plotted to abscond with and destroy this evidence. These men were formidable, possessing hidden poison pouches within their mouths and various lethal toxins on their persons, clearly trained assassins. Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils trembling as horror surged within her. How could this be? Those were the people Han Bai had assigned to her, her most significant trump card. Had they been so effortlessly dismantled? Chu Qianli nodded at Tian Shu, commending him. You have worked diligently. Well done. It was my duty, he replied. Those assassins have already been subdued with drugs. As long as the young lady conducts a thorough interrogation, she will undoubtedly uncover the mastermind behind this. Rising to her feet, Chu Qianli gestured to open the chest, revealing a series of ledgers and contracts, each meticulously organized by date. She turned her gaze toward Wu, speaking deliberately. Shall we interrogate these assassins first? Or would you prefer to examine these ledgers and documents? Wu trembled increasingly, her eyes filled with terror. What should she do? What course of action remained? At that moment, a grim-faced Chu Yanqing strode forward with urgency. He approached with an aura of chilling intensity, taking strides that were both vigorous and deliberate, swiftly arriving before Wu. With a raised arm, he struck her face with a resounding slap. You treacherous woman, I entrusted you with the precious dowry of Qingya, instructing you to hand it over to her upon Qianli's marriage, yet you dared to seize it for yourself. Since the assassins in your possession have not destroyed the evidence, I must prioritize the preservation of the Xiang residence. Qianli, it is your father who has wronged you, and even more so, your mother. Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, meeting the sorrowful and remorseful expression of Chu Yanqing, which appeared to hold a semblance of genuine emotion. Lord Chu, have you taken upon yourself the charge of misappropriating the dowry of your legitimate wife on behalf of Wu? Chu Yanqing nodded solemnly. Yes, it is her fault. Wu, you have betrayed my trust. This is profoundly disappointing. Wu gritted her teeth, glaring at Chu Yanqing, wishing nothing more than to drag him down with her. Sir, you truly intend to? Mother. The anguished cry of Chu Lingxian rang out from behind. Wu halted mid-sentence, turning in a daze. Chu Lingxian stood pale, flanked by 2 of Chu Yanqing's most trusted confidants. Their faces were impassive, yet their eyes harbored a lethal intent. Wu felt as though an immense weight had descended upon her, obscuring all light. Chu Yanqing was indeed using his daughter as leverage against her. If she were to deny her guilt today, would Ling Xuan's safety be compromised? Chu Yanqing, you possess a truly merciless heart. Chapter 110, I demand your divorce. I was wrong. After Wu finished speaking, she sank to the ground as if all strength had drained from her body, her demeanor growing increasingly despondent and aged. Chu Qianli surveyed the situation within the residence, a glint of derision flickering in her eyes. Indeed, it was a case of dogs biting dogs, all tangled in fur. Chu Yanqing glanced at the dilapidated entrance and cast a heavy gaze upon Chu Qianli. Qianli, Wu has already acknowledged her mistakes. Can you not relent? Chu Qianli raised her eyes in response. What does Prime Minister Chu intend to do with Wu? What do you suggest? Divorce. Chu Qianli coldly articulated the 2 words. Among the gathered onlookers, some could not restrain themselves from exclaiming their approval, feeling as though the pent-up frustration within them had finally found release. In the past, Wu had boasted a reputation for virtue. Yet who could have anticipated that beneath the surface lay such filth and repulsiveness? Such a person, should she remain, would surely tarnish the festivities of the new year. Chu Yanqing's expression darkened. You wish for me to divorce Wu? Indeed. The corners of Chu Yanqing's eyes twitched, his heart torn. While he was indifferent to Wu, he held great concern for Chu Hanbai, who possessed the potential for immortality through the path of cultivation. Observing the turmoil in his expression, Chu Qianli mocked. A woman may be divorced for 7 cardinal offenses. Wu Yulan, for one, has repeatedly sown discord between you and your father, leaving me without a place in the Chu family. Secondly, she has embezzled my mother's dowry, and despite the irrefutable evidence, she still refuses to confess, showing no sign of remorse. Jealousy consumed the trio, envious of my birth mother, conspiring with the Sun family to bring harm upon her, even to the extent of sending me away to the countryside. Wu raised her head abruptly. No? Chu Qianli, I have never harmed your mother. Su Qingya had passed away many years ago, long since returned to dust, with no evidence to uncover. She would never admit to such an accusation. Chu Qianli's cold gaze swept over her. For every deed committed, there must be a trace, Wu Yunlan. I will uncover the truth. For now, I only request that Chu Yanqing divorce you. Once I gather the evidence, I shall exact vengeance upon my foes, avenging my mother. Chu Qianli's eyes were frigid, devoid of any emotion. Wu felt as if she were ensnared in an endless expanse of ice and snow, each breath piercing like a dagger to her chest. Unable to contain herself, Wu instinctively recoiled. You are not human. You are a ghost, a vengeful spirit, she exclaimed. Those who tread the dark paths often encounter phantoms. This is merely the consequence of your own misdeeds. Chu Qianli then turned her gaze towards Chu Yanqing. Chancellor Chu, Wu has committed 3 of the 7 crimes warranting dismissal. Will you divorce her or not? Chu Yanqing gritted his teeth, hesitating to provide an answer. Chu Qianli had anticipated this. It appears you and Wu share a profound bond. If so, I shall present this evidence to the emperor, making it public for all to judge. No, Chu Yanqing rejected vehemently, pausing for a moment before forcing out his response. I will divorce her. As husband and wife are one. If he did not sever his ties with Wu, even his position as chancellor would be in jeopardy. Master. Wu's face was etched with sorrow. Do you truly have the heart to be so cruel? It was you who erred first. Chu Yanqing resolved within herself, her tone instantly firming. I shall draft a divorce decree, outlining the reasons, and submit it to the authorities to sever ties with you. It indeed echoes that saying. Couples are but birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. Chu Yanqing, your treatment of me will surely lead to your regret. Silence. Chu Yanqing barked coldly. Someone, assist Wu in gathering her belongings and escort her back to the Wu residence. Yes. Wu's face was a mask of hatred. She wished to say more, but upon seeing Chu Lingxian step forward, she hesitated. Mother. Wu stood frozen, meeting her daughter's pleading gaze as if her throat had been constricted. Ultimately, she fell silent and staggered away. The murmurs of the onlookers grew increasingly loud, with some spitting contemptuously in the direction Wu had departed, their expressions rife with disdain and scorn. Many among them regarded Chu Yanqing with skepticism. Could it be that the prime minister remained oblivious to the numerous misdeeds committed by his wife and son? They certainly did not believe it. Chu Yanqing's expression darkened further as she cast her gaze upon Chu Qianli, her heart swelling with suppressed fury. Are you satisfied now? It was truly infuriating that a dignified prime minister had been cornered into such a predicament by Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli smiled coldly. Satisfied, but let me remind you. Esteemed sir, do not forget to retrieve all of my mother's dowry. Otherwise, this matter shall remain unsettled. Chu Yanqing's breath hitched, and with a stiff tone, he remarked. It is only fitting. He intended to postpone matters for the time being, at least until he could ascertain Chu Hanbai's condition, to see if he could summon his master. If he could successfully invoke that esteemed figure, then the indignities he endured today would be repaid 100-fold by Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli turned, her gaze falling upon the pale-faced and dazed Sun Yuji. Having resolved the Wu matter, there remained this issue to address. Her fingers twitched slightly, halting the operation of the spiritual formation. Sun Yuji trembled violently, and this time, she vividly recalled what she had said and done, her face instantly clouded with despair. Sun Yuji, will you confess your sins, or shall I assist you? Chu Qianli, I am innocent, Chu Qianli suddenly tightened her grip on the whip. Innocent? Behold the ledgers and contracts within this chest. Each book, each page chronicles your sins. Now you dare to claim innocence? I have my reasons. Yes, I was coerced. You witnessed it, I was cursed. And I had no choice but to comply. Sun Yuji pleaded hoarsely in her defense. Chu Qianli approached the chest, her gaze swiftly scanning the volumes, and abruptly raised her hand to extract a tome with yellowing edges. Sun Yuji's expression shifted dramatically, and in the next moment, she broke into a sweat, nearly fainting. Sun family, this ledger contains records dating back 23 years, documenting your illicit affairs. As Chu Qianli's words echoed, the crowd erupted in uproar. 23 years ago, Sun Yuji was still an unmarried young lady, if I recall correctly. She wed into the Su family 2 decades ago, during which time General Su Min was still in his prime. He was rumored to have sullied Sun Yuji's virtue, sparking quite a stir in society. It was not until news of her pregnancy emerged that General Su Min took her as his bride, and only then did the gossip begin to subside. Yet, hold on. If she was married into the Su family 22 years ago and had already compromised her virtue 23 years ago, does that not imply that she was already tainted before marrying General Su Min? The air was thick with indignant murmurs, recalling General Su Min's past glories. Someone could not restrain themselves and surged forward, delivering a vicious kick to Sun Yuji. Wicked woman, I shall avenge General Su. Kill her. No. No. Sun Yuji was engulfed in terror, each kick robbing her of strength to struggle. Chu Qianli observed the scene coldly, refraining from intervening. As Sun Yuji lay on the ground, a sudden recollection flashed through her mind, how Chu Qianli had once thwarted Su Jin's attempt to take her life. It felt as if she had grasped a final lifeline. Chu Qianli, you saved my life. You promised to let me live, to spare me. Chapter 111. Utter foolishness. Chu Qianli lifted her gaze, noting that Sun Yuji barely clung to life, before turning her attention to Tianxian. Tianxian struck the gongs loudly, instantly silencing the enraged crowd. Among the onlookers, many bore eyes reddened with fury. Miss Chu, we shall rid you of this monster, Sun Yuji, and avenge General Su Min. Indeed, your kindness prevents you from acting, but we shall not spare her. Indeed, she has met her demise, and we shall collectively bear our guilt at the magistrate's office. General Su Min is revered as a deity of war in their hearts, having safeguarded their peace and joy for over a decade. Now, seeking justice for their former protector. What fear do they hold in facing punishment? Chu Qianli sensed the indignation and resolve of the crowd, yet he shook his head. Dear villagers, my uncle lived a life of integrity. His spirit would not wish for you to contravene the law on his behalf and bear the burden of guilt. General. The crowd's eyes glistened with tears, some unable to restrain their quiet sobs. Chu Qianli turned to Sun Yuji. I may spare your life, but you must bow to my uncle 100 times, acknowledging your wrongdoing and repenting for your misdeeds. Sun Yuji stood in shock. What, do you refuse? Chu Qianli's brow furrowed deeply. No, I will bow. I admit my fault. With a swift kick, he turned Sun Yuji to face the west. My uncle perished in battle against Sichuan on the desolate plains, and according to his last wishes, his remains have not returned home, resting instead upon the battlefield where he devoted his life in loyalty, precisely in this direction. The setting sun cast a crimson hue across the western sky, the vibrant red reminiscent of bloodstains that refused to dissipate. Trembling, Sun Yuji knelt, gazing at the blood-stained horizon, bewildered by how she had fallen into such a predicament. Chu Qianli barked, Speak. What deeds did you commit against my uncle all those years ago? Sun Yuji stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. If she spoke, within a day, the entire Dongxian would learn of her transgressions. Hurry up and confess. A commoner raised a stone in a menacing manner, urging, Let us first crush you before seeking repentance from General Su Min. I had an affair before my marriage, and later, finding myself with child, with my mother's assistance, falsely accused General Su Min. Subsequently, Sun Yuji recounted her misdeeds in detail, inciting the surrounding populace's fury to a boiling point. Such a venomous woman had utterly tarnished the illustrious reputation of General Su Min, the revered warrior of their hearts. Venomous woman. Wretched harlot. The palpable aura of bloodlust enveloped Sun Yuji, leaving her trembling uncontrollably, nearly unable to maintain her stance. Chu Qianli commanded sternly, Bow your head. I shall bow. I shall bow. Sun Yuji exerted every ounce of her strength to rise, and with great force, she bowed her head towards the west. Thud. After several bows, blood began to flow from her forehead, yet she dared not pause. 12, 13. The crowd began to count in unison, their eyes fixed intently on Sun Yuji, ensuring she displayed no semblance of evasion or insincerity. Upon completing the 100 bows, Sun Yuji's face was drenched in blood, her forehead a gruesome sight. She anticipated fainting from the ordeal, yet unexpectedly, she found herself remarkably alert. Chu Qianli, I have completed my bows. Will you honor your word? Chu Qianli stood tall, his voice devoid of any emotion. My uncle was schemed against in life and in death. He will surely desire no association with a woman as toxic as you. Thus, Qianli. Suddenly, a voice, somewhat feeble, broke through. A sudden shock coursed through Chu Qianli's heart as she swiftly turned to her uncle. Uncle, how did you come here? Sui, seated in a wheelchair and gently pushed forward by Su Jinji, gazed at Chu Qianli's pale countenance. A glimmer of tears gathered in his eyes. I am sorry. It should have been my burden to bear, yet it has fallen upon your delicate shoulders. Chu Qianli shook her head. What are you saying, uncle? We are family. Since Sun Yuji has wronged my uncle, it is only natural that I hold her accountable. Su Yi advanced in his wheelchair, his gaze filled with warmth and emotion. Good child, let me handle the matters that follow. Chu Qianli opened her mouth, wishing to say more, but was interrupted as Feng Xuandu stepped forward, gently grasping her wrist. Let us take a moment. All right. Chu Qianli retreated to the side, leaning softly against Feng Xuandu's shoulder, her brow furrowing slightly in discomfort. Feng Xuandu's eyes brimmed with compassion as he held her hand, gradually channeling his spiritual energy into her. Acho, I am fine. There is no need to expend your energy. Chu Qianli shifted her fingers, curling them into his palm. However, Feng Xuandu pressed her fingers flat, resolutely transmitting all his energy to her. He continued until his energy was nearly depleted. The nirvana flames within him subtly beginning to surge once more before he finally ceased his efforts. Whether you need it is your affair, whether I give it is mine. A slight tremor coursed through Chu Qianli's heart. After a moment, she gently lowered her gaze, concealing all her emotions. Accustomed to navigating the labyrinth of the Temporal Management Bureau alone, I found myself momentarily taken aback by the presence of another at my side. Meanwhile, Sun Yuji, upon witnessing Su Yi's approach, was almost paralyzed by the overwhelming intent to kill that radiated from his eyes, nearly succumbing to terror. Second brother, Sun Yuji, you have plotted against the Su family, driven my father to the brink of madness, burdened my elder brother with insurmountable grievances, and schemed against Qingya to usurp her dowry, causing countless misfortunes to Qianli. Your myriad transgressions are beyond redemption. No, I do not wish to die, Su Yi declared coldly, fixing his gaze upon her. Today, I, Su Yi, will sever ties on behalf of my brother. From this moment forth, you shall have no association with the Su family nor with my brother, Su Min. I will present all evidence to the authorities. The law shall determine your appropriate punishment. And no, Sun Yuji's demeanor faltered, her eyes furtively glancing towards the large chest containing the account books and contracts. The numerous individuals entangled with her made her acutely aware that the contents of that chest held enough incriminating evidence to condemn her 1,000 times over. She was desperate to carve out a path to salvation. Second brother, you cannot be so merciless. As she spoke, she staggered, feigning weakness, before suddenly lunging towards the chest, activating a hidden mechanism on its lid. Sparks flew, and flames erupted, instantly consuming all the account books and evidence within. Heavens, the evidence! Gasped the surrounding onlookers, their hearts heavy with despair. Yet Sun Yuji erupted into laughter, exclaiming, without that evidence, who can prove my wrongdoing? How can you condemn me? Ha. With a furrowed brow, Chu Qianli was about to step forward, only to be restrained by Feng Xuandu. Qianli, it's nothing. Continue to rest, he said. Chu Qianli hesitated for a moment, noticing Feng Xuandu's calm demeanor, and bit her lip, remaining still. Sun Yuji laughed heartily, her pale face reflecting a manic, eerie expression. Sun Yuji. A furious shout rang out as officials arrived, surrounding her immediately. The prefect of Shuntian stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Su Yi. I pay my respects to Lord Su. Lord Lu, you are too kind, replied Su Yi. The prefect then cast a disdainful glance at Sun Yuji, his eyes brimming with loathing. Seize the venomous woman Sun Yuji and confine her to the dungeon, awaiting further judgment. Sun Yuji abruptly lifted her head, utterly dumbfounded. Why am I being arrested? There is no evidence against me. What crime have I committed? Su Yi responded coldly. Have you forgotten what you previously confessed? No. Those were not my sincere words. You and Chu Qianli conspired to coerce me into saying that, she retorted. The prefect barked, enough. Any further discussion will take place within the confines of the prison. Sun Yuji struggled with all her might. Let go of me. Chu Qianli slowly approached, standing beside Su Yi, her voice icy. Sun Yuji, I once believed you to be intelligent, yet you have proven to be utterly foolish. Sun Yuji's voice became shrill. Chu Qianli, are you angry out of shame? You didn't anticipate that I could launch a counterattack. So what if I enter the dungeon? Without evidence. I will still be released, ha. Chu Qianli sneered. Fool, without those threats of evidence, how many people desire to eliminate you and silence you for good? Sun Yuji's smile abruptly froze on her face. What do you mean? Without the dead evidence, do you not still have me, the living one? I will not speak. I have done nothing wrong, and I shall never plead guilty. She refused to betray her powerful connections, still waiting for them to come to her rescue, hoping to further entrench her ties with the ancestors behind Chu Hanbai. But who had just revealed those scandals on their journey here? Chu Qianli scoffed. How much trust do they still have in you? To take a step back. It is better to wrongfully kill than to let a guilty person escape. Surely someone like you understands such a ruthless approach? Chapter 112, United Family. Unyielding strength. Sun Yuji's eyes widened, engulfed by fear. She clearly wished to save herself, yet it seemed all paths to escape were severed. Chu Qianli stepped forward to push Su Yi's wheelchair. Uncle, let us return home. All right. Sun Yuji, restrained by the guards, suddenly went mad, desperately struggling towards Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli, Sui, the Su family values loyalty above all. You promised not to kill me. You must ensure my survival. The onlookers were appalled by Sun Yuji's shamelessness, their stomachs turning at her audacity. How can a vile woman like you even utter such words? Bah! Someone like you deserves to be torn to shreds and scattered to the winds. Lord Su, young lady, do not heed this venomous woman. Chu Qianli halted, turning to regard Sun Yuji with cold indifference. You will live. However, one might soon regret the decision to continue living. Sun Yuji was dragged away by the officials of Shuntian Prefecture. Chu Qianli cast a glance at the imperial guards dispatched by the emperor. You may return to the Su residence and await further instructions. Understood. The guards complied and departed. Chu Qianli escorted Sui to the carriage. Uncle, I must enter the palace once more. You and cousin should return home and wait for me. Sui shook his head. Qianli, I shall accompany you to the palace. Su Jinji quickly added, I shall go as well, dear sister Qianli. Regardless of what transpires, our family should face it together. Chu Qianli was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Cambao arrived, riding on a white bird. Mother, I shall accompany you. Cambao leaped down from the great bird, tightly grasping Chu Qianli's sleeve. Uncle said, with such a commotion caused by mother, the emperor must be furious and may punish her. I cannot allow that. Chu Qianli affectionately ruffled Sanbao's little head, then turned her gaze to the solemn expressions of Su Yi and Su Jinji, suddenly breaking into a smile. Uncle, cousin, I am entering the palace to receive a reward. Why do you appear so grave? A reward? Su Yi was taken aback. Qianli, do not deceive us. The third prince is the emperor's own son. Adept at twisting truths. Chu Qianli's smile radiated warmth. Rest assured, uncle, it is truly nothing to worry about. And Cambao, you should return to uncle and bring out the purple-feathered chicken. Haven't you been eager to present it to him? Cambao blinked anxiously. Mother, are you certain you do not need my assistance? Do you not yet recognize your mother's capabilities? Indeed, Cambao trusts mother. Very well, let us return for now. Chu Qianli glanced at Feng Xuandu, about to speak, when she noticed him step forward. I shall accompany you. That is acceptable. As Chu Qianli and Feng Xuandu departed, Su Yi's face was still etched with concern. Cambao turned around and quietly opened a small pouch sewn into her garment, from which two curled-up red-waisted venomous bees emerged. After being cleansed by spiritual energy, they had not only grown in size, but their stingers had also become darker and sharper, their abdomens adorned with a ring of gold. They flew swiftly and silently. Cambao murmured softly, You will follow mother secretly. If anyone poses a threat to her, sting those evildoers to death. Buzz, buzz. Oh dear. Fly quietly, no buzzing sounds. The red-waisted bees immediately shook up and down before swiftly trailing after Chu Qianli, moving so fast in the sunlight that their traces were nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. Su Yi and Su Jin were left in a state of astonishment. Cambao, caught in her act, Cambao puffed up her cheeks in embarrassment and clutched the small pouch tightly. Su Yi recalled that just moments ago, the two red-waisted bees had been concealed within it, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Cambao, do you have venomous bees hidden on you? Uncle. They are no longer bad bees. They are now Cambao's friends. Remembering Cambao's ability to converse with beasts, Su Yi swallowed hard. Are they truly capable? Certainly. The little bee informed me that they are currently incredibly formidable, capable of fatally stinging a person in an instant, and the stinger can be retracted and reused. Truly remarkable. These are the two most formidable members of the entire hive, and should they find themselves overmatched, they can summon the entire swarm for assistance. Defending mother is undoubtedly assured. Su Yi and Su Jin gazed at each other with widened eyes, their hearts gradually settling. Well done, Sanbao. He chuckled and said, Hey, uncle. Let us return and await mother's arrival. She will surely be famished, and Sanbao must prepare delicious food for her. Agreed. After Sui and the others departed, a slab of green stone on the ground stirred slightly, and then a vibrant green tendril emerged. It rose upright like a serpent, its two leaves swiveling left and right. But upon failing to detect Sanbao and Chu Qianli, it seemed to express irritation by tapping the ground. They didn't bring Little Fun along. Little Fun is going to be upset. In the next moment, the green vine burrowed back underground, extending its reach in pursuit of Chu Qianli's scent. At the palace gates, Chu Qianli dismounted from the carriage and was about to enter when Feng Xuandu called out to him. Wait, Tian Shu, bring the items over. Tian Shu retrieved a box from the carriage, filled with various account ledgers, slightly disheveled, some bearing charred marks, those that Sun Yuji had attempted to destroy. Miss. Some of the ledgers are soiled, yet their contents remain intact. Chu Qianli looked at Feng Xuandu in astonishment. You can retrieve objects from a distance? Not exactly. It is merely that Sun Yuji should not have employed fire. Playing with fire in front of the Feng clan is akin to inviting humiliation upon oneself, is it not? A slight application of cunning can indeed preserve these possessions. Chu Qianli was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Acho, you are truly remarkable." Feng Xuandu's gaze remained indifferent. Yet the corners of his lips could not help but curl upwards. It is merely adequate. A few more compliments would not go amiss. Chu Qianli nodded and promptly summoned the waiting eunuch at the entrance to carry the chest. "I shall first enter the palace. You wait for me here. And then we shall return home together." "Very well." Within the palace, Yun Qinggui knelt in the great hall, drenched in blood, his complexion ashen. His wounds had only been superficially tended to by the imperial physician, and the pain now pierced him more acutely. Gao Lin hastily entered, respectfully reporting, "Your Majesty, Miss Chu has arrived." The emperor, who had been resting with his eyes closed, gradually opened them. "Admit her." "Yes." As Chu Qianli entered, she slightly bowed in greeting. "Your Majesty, Qianli pays her respects. I have already stated that formalities are unnecessary henceforth." "Gao Lin, offer her a seat." Observing Chu Qianli's demeanor, the emperor's expression softened noticeably. Both Chu Qianli and Chu Hanbai were cultivators, and while the latter exhibited arrogance, the former understood the importance of reverence, which greatly pleased him. Gao Lin personally brought over a chair, to which Chu Qianli expressed her gratitude before taking a seat, casting her gaze upon the third prince on the ground. "Your Majesty, regarding the third prince's injuries, I am aware. It was the work of an assassin, and I must extend my gratitude to you and Sui for rescuing this unworthy son of mine." The emperor's gaze deepened with concern. Outside the city, Chu Hanbai had laid out the deadly formation of the red-waisted poison bees. Inside, Yin Qinggui had already taken action against Sui. To claim that these two had no clandestine interactions would be a statement only a fool would believe. Consequently, whether Yin Qinggui's injuries were inflicted by an assassin or were an act of retaliation by Chu Qianli, he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Chu Qianli smiled. "There is no need for your Majesty to be overly courteous. Dealing with astute individuals is invariably refreshing." A profound shock and disbelief flickered in Yin Qinggui's eyes. His father had shown no inclination to support him? No, this was unacceptable. He would never let Chu Qianli escape unscathed. "Father, the wounds on my body were inflicted by Chu Qianli herself, and she even coerced me to parade through the streets, subjecting me to utter humiliation. Your Majesty, though you have many sons and may disregard my plight, does Chu Qianli's blatant disrespect towards the royal family not concern you?" Chu Qianli's gaze shifted slightly, a trace of derision flashing through her mind. "Yin Qinggui, why subject yourself to further disgrace?" Chapter 113. Unwavering resolve, unchanging while kneeling upon the ground. Even with a wounded shoulder, Yin Qinggui made every effort to maintain an upright posture, for it was the only way to uphold the last vestige of his dignity. "Father, Chu Qianli has not only harmed me but has also caused a ruckus throughout the capital, lashing out at court officials and stirring the populace into a frenzy. Her actions display an unmistakable spirit of disrespect and defiance." Upon hearing this, the emperor's brow furrowed slightly, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. Chu Qianli, seated naturally on a nearby chair, casually twirled the phoenix blood jade bracelet upon her wrist, seemingly indifferent to Yin Qinggui's accusations. Yin Qinggui caught sight of her demeanor and felt akin to a mere jester, his resentment intensifying. "Father, the Su family was obliterated back then. Sui and Su Jin were successively harmed and rendered useless. Now, with Chu Qianli's return, seeing the Su family as her kin, do you truly believe she will exhibit loyalty and respect towards you upon witnessing their current plight? Preposterous." The emperor's sharp reprimand resonated, his formidable presence rendering the air thick with tension. The third prince, understanding the emperor's sentiments better than anyone, had struck upon the emperor's deepest concern. "I naturally trust Qianli. Your faith stems from your integrity and benevolence. Yet what of Chu Qianli? Does she merit this trust you bestow upon her?" Chu Qianli raised her gaze to meet the emperor's commanding stare and spoke with calm assurance. "Your Majesty, I possess something I wish to present to you." The chamberlain brought forth a chest laden with ledgers, while Gao Lin hastily stepped forward to assist in the counting and presentation. The emperor lowered his eyes to inspect the contents, his expression suddenly sharpening. "This is..." "You discern correctly, Your Majesty. Within lies evidence of Sun Yuji colluding with court officials and trafficking women. A cursory glance reveals that among those supporting Sun Yuji, 8 out of 10 are allies of His Highness the Third Prince." Yun Qinggui coldly retorted, "Your Majesty, the officials are loyal. Do not indulge in baseless conjecture and slander." "Do you even believe your own words?" "The pure shall remain untainted. My conscience is clear." Chu Qianli scoffed, tossing several ledgers before Yin Qinggui. "This brief line inscribed in this booklet encapsulates a vibrant human life. Purity amidst corruption? You stand amidst the bloodstains. How can you claim to be innocent? You spit venomous words. Elevated above all, the lives of ordinary citizens appear to you as mere ants, insignificant and unworthy of your concern. Your thoughts dwell solely on forging alliances with court officials to procure benefits, while the fates of those innocent women remain far from your mind. Chu Qianli, do you truly care? Are you not a cultivator? In your eyes, not even the commoners, let alone the emperor or the princes, are spared from your whims. They can be harmed or disposed of at your leisure. If I were indifferent to the emperor's dignity, I would not have dragged you into the streets nor discreetly delivered the accounts to the palace. Chu Qianli's voice was as cold as ice, calm yet resonating with authority within the vast hall. You are aware that the Sun family exploits women to ingratiate themselves with the officials, consolidating their power and relaying messages. However, you are oblivious to the fact that for every 5 or 6 women sold into her grasp, 1 or 2 vanish without a trace. Those lost souls have met their demise, with no hope of return. The emperor furrowed his brow tightly, abruptly closing the booklet in his hand. Qianli, what do you mean by this? Your Majesty, the third prince seeks to utilize Sun and Chu Hanbai. Yet he remains unaware that they view him merely as a pawn to be manipulated. Behind Chu Hanbai stands a master who demands that Sun and Chu supply 10 women each month. Yun Qinggui was taken aback, then retorted sharply, You lie? What use would a cultivator have for women? Chu Qianli coldly smiled. Since you are aware of practitioners, you ought to comprehend that all beings, regardless of their nature, possess a distinction between righteousness and malevolence. Practitioners are no exception. If there were no benefit to be gained, what compels them to choose you or Chu Hanbai? Do they genuinely extend a hand to assist the impoverished? The emperor inquired icily. Are you suggesting that Chu Hanbai's master is sacrificing the lives of those women to further his cultivation? Indeed, she replied. The emperor's expression suddenly darkened, a profound light flickering in his eyes, ultimately coalescing into a storm of tumultuous waves. Qianli, can you truly ascertain this? As a practitioner, I possess certain means to interrogate. If your Majesty harbors doubts, one may continue to question Sun Yuji in prison to ascertain the veracity of my words. Yun Qinggui abruptly regained his senses, his face contorted with a fierce expression. Impossible. How could this be? He believed himself to be a strategist. Yet he failed to realize he was merely a pawn within the game, now reduced to a discarded piece. Your Majesty, you have witnessed Chu Hanbai's methods. After I severed his arm, he will undoubtedly not retreat easily. When the truth of the Sun family and Chu Hanbai's allegiance to malevolent practices spreads throughout the eastern Xian, if I do not expose the third prince and clarify his relationship with the Sun family, it will be the authority and dignity of the royal family that are trampled upon. The emperor's pupils trembled violently as he slowly rose from his throne and approached Yun Qinggui. Fear engulfed Yun Qinggui's eyes. Father, Chu Qianli is slandering your son out of jealousy. She speaks lies in wrath. Please, do not believe her. Slap. The emperor, with a stern expression, raised his hand and delivered a harsh slap across Yun Qinggui's face. Unfilial son. Father, I am innocent. Silence. At this juncture, do you still fail to repent? Father, I truly am blameless. Gao Lin, take the third prince away. I do not wish to see him any longer. Yes. The emperor took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards Chu Qianli. Qianli, this matter owes much to your involvement. Chu Qianli calmly replied, Your Majesty, the situation is far from settled. Therefore, we must remain prepared. Qianli, you are the sole practitioner of our Dongxian, and this matter requires your guidance. I shall offer my utmost assistance. Very well. Upon hearing Chu Qianli's decisive agreement, the emperor felt a sudden tremor in his heart. He gazed into her tranquil eyes, attempting to discern her true feelings, yet ultimately gleaned nothing. Qianli, you have agreed? Indeed. Do you have no conditions to discuss with me? Chu Qianli gently lifted the corners of her lips. Your Majesty, the third prince spoke a truth. Upon my return, I regard the Su family as my closest kin. My uncle has stated that the Su family has guarded and remained loyal to Dongxian for generations. As a member of the Su family, I shall not contravene our family's principles and aspirations. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of intricate emotions passing through his eyes. Good, good. Your Majesty. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Wait. The emperor pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Qianli, the members of the Su family have been successively harmed. I intend to reclaim military authority. At that time, it was merely a matter of seizing the opportunity. I did not instigate it. Yet the outcome. Your Majesty, Chu Qianli interjected, the Su family is composed of individuals. After enduring various tribulations and experiences, it is impossible for them to harbor no grievances whatsoever. Nevertheless, the Su family remains steadfast in their original intentions and unwavering in their resolve. Should the Eastern Xian require assistance, the Su family will undoubtedly rise to the occasion. After 5 years of hardship, even if the Su family harbors feelings of discontent and indignation, they will still don their battle gear and mount their steeds without hesitation to defend the nation and its people when the Eastern Xian calls upon them. Therefore, there is no need for further discussion. The emperor sighed deeply. I understand. Chapter 114. The medical skills acquired through self-study. Chu Qianli turned to leave. The emperor gazed at her upright silhouette, a glimmer of determination gradually igniting in his eyes. Gao Lin, at your service. Have the secret guards organize the ledgers. Search for the list of missing women and interrogate Sun Yuji. Investigate the Sun family, both young and old, and seize the Sun residence. Spare none of the officials involved. Yes, your majesty. The emperor stood in the grand hall, lost in contemplation for a long while. Gao Lin instructed the men to transport the ledgers and then directed the secret guards to return. Seeing the emperor still unmoving, he stepped forward with concern. Your majesty. Miss Chu has already gone far. The emperor fixed his gaze, as if having made a momentous decision, and spoke in a deep voice. You are to issue an edict restoring General Su Min's title and stripping Sun Yuji of her status as principal wife. The title of General Su Yi, Defender of the Nation, has been conferred, with Su Jin receiving the position of Left General of Ling, rewarded with a sum of 10,000 taels of silver, and granted permission for the Su family to enlist 1,000 provincial soldiers. Furthermore, for his meritorious service in rescuing the emperor and protecting the court officials and countless citizens, Chu Qianli has been bestowed the title of princess, enjoying the right to meet the emperor without bowing, in addition to receiving 10 chests of gold, silver, and precious jewels. Gao Lin was visibly astonished. Such rewards were indeed unparalleled since the founding of the nation. Yes, your majesty, I have noted it down and will have the edict drafted immediately. Moreover, the third prince, Yun Qing, has exposed the treachery of the Sun family and suffered injuries from an assassin of theirs. The emperor expressed deep concern, ordering him to rest in seclusion and instructing the imperial physician to attend to him diligently. Additionally, 50 imperial guards have been dispatched to safeguard the prince's residence against any potential retaliation from the Sun family. Upon hearing of the third prince's distress and illness due to shock, concubine Qi also sent 2 physicians to provide care, instructing other palace ladies to refrain from unnecessary disturbances. Yes, Gao Lin replied, his demeanor increasingly respectful. It seems the third prince and concubine Qi will require prolonged recuperation. As Chu Qianli and Feng Xuandu returned to the Su residence, Gao Lin arrived bearing the imperial edict and a series of rewards. After a quarter of an hour, the edict was read in full, leaving Su Yi momentarily bewildered. Despite the third prince's ordeal, the emperor had not imposed any punishment. Instead, he had bestowed a multitude of honors, even reinstating both him and Jin in their official capacities. Su Jin, feeling the surge of profound energy within, began to grasp the significance of her father's new title as Defender of the Nation. It dawned upon her that the emperor had a need for the Su family. Gao Lin, beaming with delight, opened one ornate chest after another, allowing Chu Qianli to examine the treasures within. Princess, do take a look. Though these may be mere trifles and may not capture your fancy, their glimmering allure provides some amusement for the young lord to toss about. At that moment, Sanbao stepped forward, gazing at the boxes filled with jewels, his large eyes curving into crescent shapes. Thank you, Uncle Gao, Sanbao likes them. Gao Lin promptly bent down, his face creased with smiles. It is indeed a blessing for these trifles to be favored by the young lord. After a moment's thought, Sanbao reached into the small cloth pouch at his waist and produced a porcelain vial. This is for you. This. I cannot possibly accept such a gift. The elderly servant's voice trembled with humility. Sanbao turned to Chu Qianli, seeking assistance. With a gentle smile, Chu Qianli spoke. Uncle Gao, please accept it. It contains medicinal pills for nurturing health, to be taken morning and night for strengthening the body. The key point is that they taste delightful. Sanbao enjoys them like candy. Yes, the old servant is most grateful to the young lady and the young lord. I must now proceed to the third prince's residence to convey an edict. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Uncle Gao. After Gao Lin departed, Chu Qianli settled into a chair, blinking lazily as she rested her head on the table. Sanbao. Instantly, Sanbao discarded the jade stone in his hand. Mother, I have prepared many delicious treats. I shall fetch them for you. Very well. Sui, disregarding any notions of rewards, hastily poured a cup of water and offered it. Qianli, you must be exhausted. Have a sip of water. Su Jinch also chimed in. Sister Qianli, allow me to present you with a soft pillow for your comfort. An hour later, having feasted and refreshed, Chu Qianli reclined contentedly in the plush chair, while Sanbao leaned beside her, feeding her the sliced fruits. Mother, is Uncle all right? Just now, during dinner, Su Yi finally savored the purple-feathered chicken. After tasting it, his face flushed crimson, and he broke into a profuse sweat. Chu Qianli examined his pulse and encouraged him to attempt walking again, while Su Jinji silently stood guard nearby. It's nothing serious. Feng Xuandu set down the fragrant fruit tea. Noticing that Chu Qianli's gaze lingered on Su Yi, he couldn't help but press his lips together, and after a moment, he placed a hand over his chest and coughed softly. Ahem. Chu Qianli turned around. Acho, what's the matter with you? I'm fine. Feng Xuandu slightly bowed his head, his voice tinged with a hint of weakness. Chu Qianli quickly straightened up. Grasping his wrist with concern, you previously transferred a considerable amount of your spiritual energy to me. Has your old ailment resurfaced because of it? I'm not sure. I just feel a heaviness in my chest. Chu Qianli carefully checked his pulse, furrowing her brow slightly. It seems there's nothing seriously wrong. Feng Xuandu coughed again, and his face, visible outside the mask, paled further. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Is it possible that my medical skills are still lacking? Observing his demeanor, which seemed genuine, Chu Qianli began to doubt her own abilities. Her medical knowledge had been self-taught during her years at the Temporal Management Bureau. Initially, her studies focused on how to save herself after hanging from the city wall for 3 days, and as her challenges grew, she learned to restore her own missing limbs. Though she had continually improved, each time dimension possessed its own rules. Perhaps Ah Chao's illness surpassed her understanding? Ah Chao, let us observe for a couple of days before I delve deeper into the matter. She must certainly find a remedy for her long-standing source of sustenance and her seat. Feng Xuandu's gaze shifted slightly. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. We are family, so there is no need for formality. On the side, can Bao watch with equal concern? Uncle Ah Cho, would you like me to brew some medicinal concoction to nourish your health? He held a fondness for Uncle Ah Cho and wished not to see him in distress. Brew medicine? Feng Xuandu's spirits lifted. There is no need to trouble Can Bao. And moreover, Uncle Ah Cho will confide a secret to you. I too have a sensitivity to ginseng essence. Can Bao felt a bit disheartened. What a pity. Indeed, it is a pity. Chu Qianli paused for a moment, then suddenly chuckled softly. When did Ah Cho become aware of Can Bao's selfless nature? Feng Xuandu appeared somewhat embarrassed. Can Bao, there will be ample opportunities ahead. You shall surely encounter someone who does not provoke your allergies. Oh dear, help me. Is there anyone who can rescue this old man? Suddenly, a cry for help echoed. Can Bao promptly leapt from his small chair and hurried towards the entrance. Moments later, he scampered back, diving into Chu Qianli's embrace, whispering, Mother. There is an elderly gentleman at the door who has fallen on the steps and claims he is too hungry to move. Yet, I suspect he might be a fraud. Chu Qianli, intrigued, cast a cursory glance. What leads you to this conclusion? He claims to be hungry, but his complexion is flushed, and he does not appear emaciated. Most importantly, the old gentleman's hair is dark and lustrous, clearly not a sign of hunger. With a slight movement of his fingertips, Feng Xuandu cast a glance towards the entrance, his expression reflecting a complexity of emotions. He had not seen the Grand Elder for several days and presumed he had returned to the upper realm, yet here he was, unexpectedly at the Su family's doorstep. Tian Shu and Tian Xian also noticed the Grand Elder, their lips twitching as they hesitated to speak. The Grand Elder had finally arrived. Chu Qianli pondered the sudden appearance of the Elder. Could he be a messenger from Chu Hanbai? If so, it was wise to observe closely. Tian Shu, Tian Xian, lead him inside. Understood. Grand Elder, you must maintain the situation. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man was assisted into the room by Tian Shu and Tian Xian. Chu Qianli raised her gaze and could not help but exclaim, How dark! Chapter 115. The young one is always right. Su Yi and Su Jinji gasped in astonishment, nodding earnestly. So dark. The key was that it looked quite ethereal. Indeed, indeed. The old gentleman's hair is truly marvelous, Ban Bao exclaimed immediately. Instinctively, Chu Qianli raised her hand to touch her own hair and hairline, silently sighing in relief. Thankfully, she was not a bald little fairy. The duo, who entertained and supported, gazed at the Grand Elder's hair, their eyes brimming with tears in an instant. Why does the crane always weep? Because of that irretrievable hairline. Feng Xuandu's lips curled slightly. As for the Grand Elder's hair, in truth. Oh dear, thank you, kind young master, for your hospitality. The elder Feng Ming was deeply moved, his eyes sparkling as he gazed upon the precious child. Oh, the little arms, the tiny legs, the chubby belly. Those big eyes, truly adorable. Can't help but shiver with delight, thought Sanbao. Mother. This old man resembles a peculiar figure intent on capturing ginseng spirits for a stew. Chu Qianli cradled Sanbao in her arms, thoroughly assessing the elder, ensuring she sensed no malice emanating from him. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could he not be sent by Chu Hanbai? Good sir, may I inquire about your visit to the Su family? Elder Feng Ming turned his gaze to Chu Qianli and, after a brief appraisal, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Ah! This future lady of the revered master possesses a striking nose and captivating eyes, truly beautiful. Young lady, I find myself so famished that I can scarcely move. Might I impose upon you for a brief stay of a couple of days?" Listening intently, Chu Qianli's gaze involuntarily wandered to the elder's lustrous, flowing black hair and his remarkably healthy complexion. This if only you could feign hunger just a tad more convincingly, with such a resplendent head of hair and robust vitality. It hardly appears that you are starving. In the next moment, the elder raised his hand, deftly tugging at his hair, revealing a completely bald head. Hiss! Chu Qianli inhaled sharply. Nearby, Sui and Su Jin were caught off guard, choking on their saliva and breaking into fits of coughing. Sambao, wide-eyed in astonishment, stared at the elder's shiny, reflective bald head under the sun, suddenly reminded of the luminous pearl that day's enchanting brother had brought along. It bore an uncanny resemblance. The grand elder meticulously arranged the wig, ensuring it lay smoothly, before gracefully placing it atop his head. It was rather embarrassing. Hunger had rendered him bald, necessitating the use of this wig to maintain appearances. Feng Xuandu slightly closed his eyes, finding the scene before him quite distressing. Sambao grasped Chu Qianli's hand, speaking with a hint of guilt. "Mother, the old man is so famished that he has lost all his hair. He must not be a fraud." Chu Qianli, coming to her senses, nodded in silence. "Indeed. If he simply seeks a bowl of rice, we are not averse to providing it. Sambao, please fetch something for the old man to eat." A quarter of an hour later, Sambao leaned against the table, watching in awe as the grand elder devoured every morsel in front of him, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Grandfather, you are truly remarkable." The grand elder met Sanbao's luminous gaze, feeling as though a great hammer were striking his chest, causing his heart to race. "Young master, you too shall become extraordinary in time." Sanbao glanced at the grand elder's long hair and promptly covered his own head. So, being bald could also signify strength? Perhaps it was acceptable for him not to be as impressive. The grand elder was momentarily taken aback. However, the little one, awaited by the Feng clan for 300 years, 7 months, 14 days, and 6 hours, surely spoke truthfully. If not, then this world must be flawed. Not being extraordinary is permissible. The young master may choose as he pleases. Sambao, meeting the grand elder's indulgent gaze, suddenly felt as though he resembled a peculiar figure preparing to stew a ginseng essence. "Grandfather, now that you are full, allow me to give you some silver. You may take your leave." "Wow. Young master, the old man has nowhere to go. After traversing countless paths, not a single one leads home. Having gazed upon numerous mountains, none provide a refuge. Can you help me, young master?" The elder's words hung in the air, and the old man, sensing the hesitation, quickly added, "I have acquired a wealth of knowledge and can impart it to you. Teach me?" "Indeed, whatever the young master wishes to learn, I can instruct. I am a living treasury of the Phoenix clan." After a moment of contemplation, the young one replied, "But you are so famished that you can hardly eat. What could you possibly teach me? How to weave wigs?" "Mother." Chu Qianli gently placed the young one on the soft couch and turned to Tian Shu and Tian Xian. "This elder does not appear malevolent, yet he seems rather eccentric. Fetch some silver and offer it to the old man," he instructed. The elder immediately rose, declaring, "I will not leave. I must stay close to protect the little phoenix." Tian Shu and Tian Xian, feeling the pressure, approached him, realizing the elder's antics were rather unreliable. With such dramatic flair, it was certain that the young lady would refuse to take him in. "Old man," the elder shot them a piercing glare. "What mischief are you up to, you rascals?" Tian Shu and Tian Xian visibly flinched. Their childhood antics had often led to reprimands from the elder, leaving lingering shadows of fear. Young master. Esteemed lord, we are counting on you." Feng Xuandu gently cleared his throat and began to speak. "Qianli, I find this old man rather pitiable. Perhaps we should." Chu Qianli's eyes flickered slightly as she observed the reactions of Tian Shu and Tian Xian, then turned to Feng Xuandu, the corners of her lips curving into a faint, enigmatic smile. "Do you wish to keep him here? It's up to you." "Very well. Let him stay then. After all, the Su family is not lacking in provisions." Feng Xuandu met Chu Qianli's gaze and let out a soft sigh. "Shall I escort you to your room for some rest?" He knew he could not deceive her, thus decided to find a secluded spot to explain. "Sure." Chu Qianli extended her hand, and Feng Xuandu rose to carry her towards the backyard. The grand elder exerted a forceful grip, nearly tearing through the flowing strands of hair. "Master? Carrying someone? Has he become senile?" Tian Shu and Tian Xian exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with satisfaction at the grand elder's reaction. Another astonished member had joined the ranks, which was quite delightful. Meanwhile, Feng Xuandu gently placed Chu Qianli on the bed and meticulously tucked her in, his expression composed. Revealing no trace of guilt, Chu Qianli narrowed her eyes slightly. "Cho, do you have anything to say to me?" Feng Xuandu fell into silence for a moment before conceding. "That old man. I know him. We call him Uncle Feng at home. He is a family elder." "Feng, you say?" "Indeed." Feng Xuandu's gaze shifted, his heart tightening with apprehension. Since their acquaintance began, he had introduced himself as a Cho, and she had called him that without ever inquiring about his true name. Now, with the Grand Elder as a catalyst, surely she would ask. Nodded slightly, burrowing deeper into the covers. As long as it was someone from her side, she thought, I shall rest for a while. Feng Xuandu, observing her close her eyes and genuinely prepared to drift into slumber, reluctantly interjected, "Do you not have anything else you wish to inquire of me?" With drowsy eyes, Chu Qianli blinked in confusion. "What shall I ask? For instance, what is your surname? Since you call me a Cho, does that imply your surname is A as well?" Feng Xuandu retorted, "You all right? All right, I wish to sleep now." "You should go and keep Sanbao company," she replied. After a brief pause, Feng Xuandu noticed Chu Qianli's breathing had steadied. She truly had fallen asleep. A wave of frustration washed over him. My surname is Feng, and my name is Xuandu. Remember this well. Should you forget upon waking, I shall be compelled to repeat it. Chapter 116. A hero does not speak of past bravery. Feng Xuandu made his way to the front yard, where he beheld the Grand Elder confronting Sui and Su Jinji. At that moment, Sanbao nestled in Suyi's embrace, clinging tightly to his sleeve, appearing quite troubled. Su Jinji stood protectively beside Sui, anxiety etched across her face. The Grand Elder, with a stiff neck and flushed visage, was seething with indignation. A sense of alarm surged within Feng Xuandu. Chu Qianli held Sui and Su Jinji in high regard. If a conflict arose with the Grand Elder upon his arrival, the consequences could be dire. Before he could ponder further, the Grand Elder erupted with fury. "Letting the young master ride upon my shoulders is certainly no issue. Do not underestimate my age. My physique remains robust. I can carry the young master Sanbao for 2 hours without breaking a sweat." Tianshu and Tianxian exchanged glances, their expressions difficult to articulate. "Elder, it is imperative to breathe in the mortal realm." Sui firmly interjected. "Dear Elder, given your age, one must be cautious of straining one's back." "I have no back," the Elder retorted. "What need have I for a back when I bear the phoenix cub?" Sui was both amused and exasperated. "Elder, it is primarily that Zhan Bao is unwilling." Suddenly, the Elder froze in place, as if struck by an overwhelming blow. "Zhan Bao, my dear boy." Zhan Bao swallowed hard, recalling his mother's teachings to respect the elderly and cherish the young. He then leapt down from Suyi's lap and approached the Elder, taking his hand. "Grandpa, I prefer to walk on my own. Let me take your hand, and we shall stroll together." It was acceptable for the cub to ride on his neck, yet he feared he might inadvertently harm the Elder. Splendid. The tender little hand of the phoenix cub, so soft and delicate, with 5 lovely fingers, truly enchanting. Feng Xuandu let out a subtle sigh of relief, grateful that a conflict had been averted. Awakening to the bright light of day, Chu Qianli stretched languidly, preparing to rise, only to notice Zhan Bao tiptoeing inside. "Zhan Bao, why do you appear so guilty?" "Mother, you are awake." Zhan Bao quickly scampered over, climbing onto the bed and nestling into Chu Qianli's embrace. "What is amiss?" "I am hiding from Grandpa Feng." "Grandpa Feng, the elder from yesterday?" Yes, mother. I suspect Grandpa Feng to be a spy." Chu Qianli chuckled lightly. "What leads you to such a conclusion? How could an unseemly person possibly be a spy?" "Today." Upon rising, Sanbao heard Grandpa Feng remark that children should sleep more, going to bed early and rising late for their well-being. At first, I found no fault in this notion. However, when I sought counsel from Uncle, accompanying him in reading, the topic of humility arose. I inquired of Uncle the meaning of this term, to which he explained that it entails being modest. For instance, when others praise Sanbao's cuteness, he should humbly deny such compliments. Chu Qianli nodded in agreement, affirming Uncle's explanation. Sanbao concurred but was curious about another aspect, asking Uncle what if someone claimed he was not adorable. Grandpa Feng responded rather fiercely, suggesting a drastic reaction. Chu Qianli choked momentarily, casting a glance at the entrance where Feng Xuandu appeared. It was evident that Feng Xuandu had overheard Sanbao's words as he approached and lifted Sanbao into his arms. "Sanbao, Grandpa Feng is a respected elder, not a spy." Sanbao blinked in confusion, questioning whether Grandpa Feng was indeed spoiling him. "I do not wish to become a bad child. That would sadden Mother." "Not at all," came the reassuring reply. "Then I shall rest easy." Sanbao patted his little chest, recalling that Grandpa Feng intended to take him to gather ginseng siblings, prompting him to declare his readiness to go. "Off you go," Chu Qianli responded, turning to Feng Xuandu. Are you truly certain that Grandpa Feng poses no threat? Aside from a slight indulgence towards children, he is quite sound. Very well then, but I am curious. Since you are acquainted, why not approach directly instead of resorting to such tactics? The elderly often develop peculiar habits. He was still reluctant to reveal his identity so soon. Thus he had particularly cautioned the Grand Elder to act with discretion. However, he never anticipated that the Grand Elder would prove to be unreliable. Chu Qianli was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. All right then, what shall we have for breakfast? Uncle Feng had prepared a plethora of dishes. Enough to last the entire day. Why so much? Feng Xuandu sighed in resignation, recalling the scene in the kitchen earlier. Perhaps it is for the sake of his own vanity? Vanity. Originally, Qin Bao was supposed to cook, but Uncle Feng claimed he could do it. Receiving compliments from Qin Bao, and thus, the kitchen became somewhat overwhelmed. Chu Qianli silently rose and wandered into the kitchen, inhaling deeply. Feng Xuandu felt a twinge of anxiety. Don't rush. I've already sent Tian Shu and Tian Xian to procure the ingredients. Anything that cannot be consumed can be stored or given away. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Qianli was already balancing a platter of assorted shrimp dumplings in her left hand, a bowl of 8 treasure rice in her right, and an aromatic smoked chicken resting on her arm. As she walked, she exclaimed, "Acho, bring me a few more platters." What could be more delightful than waking up naturally to a lavish spread of delectable food awaiting you? It seems that everyone around Acho is a gem. Uncle Feng made a wise decision to take him in. Feng Xuandu was momentarily taken aback. Don't you think this is wasteful? Wasteful? Chu Qianli rubbed her belly. You know nothing of a foodie's appetite. Is a foodie's stomach merely a stomach? It is a black hole. Plus in the past, hand her a fork, and she could devour the earth dipped in salt and pepper. Then it became evident that true heroes do not boast of their past valor. In this instance, Chu Qianli had successfully indulged himself to the point of discomfort. Feng Xuandu, observing from the side, sighed in resignation and concern, pondering the necessity of such excess when sustenance would not be lacking in the future. With great difficulty, Chu Qianli rose, gesturing for him to assist, surprising even himself by opting not to succumb to slumber after the meal. Help me up, let us take a stroll, he implored. Feng Xuandu silently resolved that upon the return of the Grand Elder, he would insist on a significant reduction in the quantity of dishes prepared. At that moment, Tian Shu hurried over, urgency in his steps. Young master, miss, there has been an incident at the third prince's residence. Chu Qianli, supporting his waist with one hand, lifted his gaze in inquiry. Isn't Yin Qigui under house arrest by the emperor? Has he succumbed to despair? Not quite. It is said that after being ordered to recuperate at home, the third prince became exceedingly enraged and resorted to curses within his estate, only to find himself ensnared by unknown green vines, suspended from the rafters and punished throughout the night. Chu Qianli turned his attention to the bloodthirsty vine named Xiaofan, coiling around the nearby garden. Xiaofan gradually curled its body downward, revealing only 2 verdant leaves, swaying gently in a manner reminiscent of sunflowers. It is not Xiaofan's fault. It is merely a plant, devoid of knowledge or intellect. A mere blade of grass knows nothing. Grass possesses no mind. Feng Xuandu cleared his throat, stifling a smile that threatened to surface. The knowledge of Yin Qingui's misfortunes brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. However, as a dignified figure of the Feng clan, he understood the importance of concealing his glee. Qianli, the rumors speak of an unidentified green vine, entirely unrelated to Xiaofan. Little Pink suddenly became lively, with its leaves vigorously nodding downward. Chu Qianli raised a hand to massage her forehead and approached the edge of the herb field. She tugged gently at Little Pink's vines, easily pulling out several meters. You can already visit the third prince's residence? Little Pink, influenced by her spiritual energy, had grown more robust than before. Fortunately, it obeyed the commands of the herb, remaining quite docile since arriving at the Su family. Little Pink extended its leaves and gently brushed against Chu Qianli's fingertips. You naughty rascal, you deserve a smack. Although Chu Qianli could not communicate with Little Pink, its thoughts were easily decipherable. It surely still bore a grudge. As a vine, it must adhere to the rules. Henceforth, it should follow Mo Feng to learn proper conduct. At all times, it must not act recklessly or harm others without cause. Spiritual practitioners do not believe in deities, yet they uphold the law of cause and effect. Since Little Pink thrived under her spiritual nourishment, it must adhere to the regulations of her domain. Immediately, Little Pink nodded its leaves, obediently retracting its vines. Chapter 117. Strength is the true principle. Half an hour later, Chu Qianli finally felt less bloated from overeating and was preparing to rest when she saw Qin Bao rush in, excitedly carrying a small bundle. Mother, why are you so happy? Did you find a new ginseng brother? Speaking of which, after savoring that purple feathered chicken, even ordinary ingredients seemed lacking, despite their deliciousness. Chu Qianli pondered absent-mindedly, wondering when Chu Hanbai would come again to bring her more ingredients. Qin Bao immediately nodded enthusiastically. Mother, look, Grandpa Feng took me out of the city, and there are so many ginsengs in the forest outside. Curious, Chu Qianli glanced at the small bundle behind Qin Bao. Could there be ginseng outside the city? Mother, please take a look. Which one would be suitable for my brother? As she spoke, Qin Bao opened the bundle, revealing a neat arrangement of dozens of ginseng roots, resplendent in hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Chu Qianli was taken aback. It was her first realization that ginseng could possess such a vibrant spectrum of colors. These. Qin Bao scratched his little head. This color seems rather peculiar. I've never seen anything like it. Feng Xuandu stepped forward, his lips twitching slightly. Each of these ginseng roots harbors different toxicities, but this one, the green variety known as Qingyan ginseng, is indeed consumable. The Grand Elder had a penchant for collecting such oddities, with these multicolored ginseng thriving in the upper realm. Qin Bao was stunned. Toxic? Mother, can a toxic one still be a brother? I don't mind if my brother is toxic. Chu Qianli surveyed the colors of the ginseng, resolutely shaking her head. Toxicity is irrelevant. The primary concern is that Mother perceives this skin tone as a significant issue. Qin Bao glanced at his fair, tender arms, then at the kaleidoscopic ginseng, shivering slightly. Perhaps we should keep searching. The Grand Elder entered the room, and, noticing San Bao's disappointed expression, hurried over, concerned. Qin Bao, what troubles you? Grandfather Feng, I am fine. Chu Qianli sighed helplessly, casting a glance at the Grand Elder. Uncle Feng, please take these ginseng back. In the woods beyond the capital. It is hardly conceivable to find ginseng lying about for the taking. It must have been deliberately planted by Feng Bo to amuse San Bao. Miss Chu, these ginseng roots have all been discovered by San Bao himself. How could I possibly collect them? Let them remain for San Bao to tend to. The Grand Elder resolutely denied that he had run ahead to plant ginseng, even losing his wig 3 times in the process. Observing the Grand Elder's steadfast attitude, Chu Qianli refrained from pressing further. She cautioned San Bao that the ginseng should only be grown, not consumed. Before watching him trudge towards the ginseng field with his head drooping, Feng Xuandu, noticing this, expressed his concern. Qianli, when do you intend to inform San Bao that he is not a ginseng spirit? Chu Qianli shook her head. I shall not say. Why not? San Bao finds joy in seeking out his ginseng brethren each day. Is that not enough? But he is not truly a ginseng spirit. Chu Qianli chuckled softly. What does it matter whether he is or not? If he delights in believing himself to be a ginseng spirit, then he may enjoy his carefree existence without transformation. As he matures, should he choose to relinquish that notion, he will come to understand it on his own, without our prompting. In a child's eyes, all things possess a spirit. The wind weeps, the water laughs, and the stars twinkle as if winking. As a mother, it is my duty to safeguard his innocence. There is no need to impart complex philosophies during his impressionable years, only to later expect him to retain that childlike wonder after facing the trials of adulthood. San Bao diligently planted his colorful ginseng, and after a while on the swing, he finally brightened up, whispering secrets to the little pouch at his waist. Chu Qianli's gaze sharpened. What treasures could be concealed within San Bao's tiny pouch? At that moment, the sound of a wheelchair approached. Chu Qianli withdrew her thoughts and turned to Sui, inquiring, Uncle, do you feel any discomfort? Sui's expression was one of great joy. Qianli, just watch. With that, he slowly rose to his feet and gracefully took a few steps. Uncle can walk now. Chu Qianli's eyes lit up as she stepped forward to check Sui's pulse, feeling a surge of astonishment. Initially, she had believed that her uncle's legs required a thorough medicinal bath for recovery. Yet he had healed so swiftly. This must be the effect of the red cloud ginseng stewed with purple feathered chicken. It seems I must find a way to procure more ingredients. Thanks to you, Uncle. Now that your health has improved, I shall devise a method to refine your physique. Sui had already heard from Su Jinji about the events at the city gate and had been eagerly anticipating this day. He nodded in agreement upon hearing her words. Qianli, feel free to make arrangements. Your uncle will follow your lead. Uncle, there are currently 2 options. One is to invite Tian Xian, Tian Shu, or even Feng Bo. Although without a life and death crisis, your potential will be limited. The path ahead. Qianli, if your uncle were solely intent on stability, he would not have chosen to enter the battlefield. Sui interjected, shaking his head to dismiss this option. Chu Qianli chuckled lightly. You have a point. Then let us await Chu Hanbai. They say that striking the small will attract the great, right? His master should be able to assist you in refining your physique more effectively, and engaging in combat with the evil cultivators will surely provide ample experience. Indeed, practical experience yields true knowledge. Strength is the ultimate truth. The elder, who was coaxing the precious Zhanbao, cast a look of appreciation towards Su Yi upon overhearing their conversation. It is a common trait among mortals to seek stability, as their lifespan rarely exceeds a few decades. Thus, the desire for a tranquil existence is only natural. Yet, when confronted with formidable adversaries, especially when fully aware of their own inferiority, to still rise to the challenge is a commendable spirit indeed. However, Chu Qianli, possessing only the cultivation of an intermediate Xian master, was regrettably quite limited, and it was doubtful whether she could even safeguard herself. Should a life-and-death crisis arise, she would, in consideration of her being Zhanbao's mother, extend her hand for assistance. Suddenly, Su Yi recalled, Qianli, I have been appointed as the Grand General of the nation. It is only fitting that we host a banquet to celebrate this occasion. Given your hurried return and the prior circumstances concerning my uncle, it is long overdue for a gathering to announce the return of the esteemed daughter and young master of the Su family. Chu Qianli, disliking unnecessary trouble, nevertheless acquiesced upon reflecting on the grievances her uncle and cousin had endured over the years. Let my uncle handle the arrangements. Very well. The resurgence of the Su family stirred a considerable commotion in the capital, particularly among the officials who had witnessed Chu Qianli's extraordinary display at the city gates. They sought every opportunity to foster ties with the Su family, for they were practitioners of the martial arts, and even a mere glimpse of their treasures was worth a fortune. However, after 5 years, the Su family had completely withdrawn from public view, with only the son of the Grand Princess, Xiao Junyi, maintaining contact. 2 days later, Xiao Junyi sat beside a chair, observing Su Jinji's martial training while engaging in incessant chatter. Jinji observed how those individuals adeptly shifted their allegiances, all eager to associate themselves with Sister Qianli. Would I allow them to succeed? Certainly not. I am resolutely in support of you and our sister. As Su Jinji regarded his languid demeanor, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. You have also consumed the meat of the purple-feathered chicken. Diligently practice your skills. In due time, I shall approach Sister Qianli and request her assistance in finding someone to refine your physique. Xiao Junyi abruptly shook his head. No, do you not know me? I am simply not cut out for that. While cultivation is commendable, I find that experiencing the beauty of the world over these past decades is quite delightful. Not acceptable. How can it be unacceptable? Regardless, it is not negotiable. Once the banquet concludes, I shall speak to her about this matter. You should prepare yourself well. Please, no? Chapter 118. Is acting cute effective? Oh my, how delightful. At the Su residence, in the corridor, 2 soft chairs wrapped in brocade, one large and one small, were placed side by side. Chu Qianli and Sanbao lounged upon them, their feet propped up, with silk masks adorning their cheeks. Unable to restrain herself, Sanbao playfully poked her cheek with her finger, joyfully writhing like a caterpillar. Mother, this thing called a face mask is so smooth. Chu Qianli rested her hands calmly upon her chest, quietly basking in the sunlight, her expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Indeed, this is a unique recipe, pure, natural silk, combined with the blood-sucking vine flower honey, along with more than a dozen other herbal ingredients. Once applied, it guarantees that even a fly landing upon your delicate face will be utterly captivated. As Chan Bao envisioned the scene, he couldn't help but chuckle, his little belly quivering enticingly, almost beckoning a playful poke. At the entrance of the courtyard, the Grand Elder waved his hand to establish a soundproof barrier, gazing at Chan Bao with eager eyes, as if he wished to pluck out his own eyeballs and affix them to the boy. Beside him, Feng Xuandu's brow twitched slightly. Grand Elder, you must exercise some restraint. If this continues, it won't be long before Qianli begins to harbor suspicions. Reluctantly, the Grand Elder withdrew his gaze, his expression growing notably solemn. Respected Master, the young master is the only phoenix offspring of the Feng clan in over 300 years. How could I not watch over him closely? Reflecting on the Grand Elder's habitual demeanor over the years, Feng Xuandu sighed. Do your best to restrain yourself. Respected Master, from your demeanor, it seems you do not intend to return the young master to the Upper Realms Feng City anytime soon? Feng Xuandu shook his head. Not at the moment. But your strength has yet to be restored, and in the mortal realm, even absorbing profound energy has become quite difficult. What if something goes awry? It is of no concern. Feng Xuandu was reluctant to delve further into the matter, instead inquiring, have you discovered what transpired at the Boundary Mountain? Why are practitioners appearing in the lower realm? Whenever the respected master undergoes a rebirth, several other families in the upper realm become restless. I was previously occupied with stabilizing the upper realm and had not focused on affairs in the lower realm. After receiving your message, I hurried over. But time was too pressing to gather any useful information. Only that members of the Tianji sect have descended. The Tianji sect? Indeed. Although the heavenly mechanism sect resides in the central domain, Its expertise in divining celestial secrets has earned it a modest reputation in the upper domain. The Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion it established has attracted countless followers, who have traversed the boundary mountains to the mortal realm with great effort. Such endeavors are surely not in vain. I suspect they must have gleaned some insights into the celestial mysteries. The emergence of the heavenly mechanism sect invariably heralds opportunities, and it now appears that such fortunes have descended upon the lower domain, leaving one to ponder whether this is a blessing or a curse. Feng Xuandu raised his gaze, his eyes resting upon the reclining figures of Chu Qianli and Canbao, a flicker of intrigue dancing within his depths. Elder, in the days to come, ensure the protection of Canbao. The elder nodded promptly, then hesitated slightly. Lord, what about Miss Chu? She. Feng Xuandu paused for a moment, slowly gathering his thoughts. I shall attend to her personally. The elder appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression wavering as if caught between words. But, my lord, given your current condition, it seems somewhat arduous to safeguard Miss Chu. Within the courtyard, Chu Qianli felt the sun's warmth drying her throat, prompting her to call out, "Acho!" Upon hearing this, the elder swiftly gestured to dispel the protective barrier. Feng Xuandu stepped forward, and Canbao scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, Uncle Acho, look. Mother and I are wearing masks just like yours. Feng Xuandu approached, bending down to lift Canbao, gently poking his small face. Your skin is already splendid. What need have you for such adornments? The Feng clan possesses an innate beauty, particularly the direct lineage. Once matured, their appearances are undeniably impeccable. Chanbao quickly shook his head. Mother says that little boys must cherish their faces. For one day they might rely on their looks to make a living. Feng Xuandu was taken aback. Why must one depend on their appearance? His son Xun need to rely on looks to secure a meal. Chanbao nodded, and then reached out to gently touch Feng Xuandu's cheek. Uncle Ugly, please don't be angry with me for saying this. Mother mentioned that those who look as charming as Chanbao can easily win treats with a little charm, but if one resembles Uncle Ugly. Feng Xuandu's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Chu Qianli, who was covered in a facial mask. What should we do about someone like Uncle? He pondered. Perhaps threats would be necessary. Feng Xuandu set Chanbao down and took a deep breath. Just now, your grandfather Feng mentioned that he has acquired a new ginseng, plump and appealing. Chanbao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. I want to see my ginseng brother. Without hesitation, he leaped off the soft couch and dashed outside. Feng Xuandu turned his gaze towards Chu Qianli. She appeared tranquil, lying with her eyes closed, seemingly in a deep slumber. However, having witnessed her sleeping countenance on numerous occasions, he could easily discern that she was merely feigning sleep. Am I to resort to threats? Feng Xuandu seated himself beside the soft couch, propping one hand against the side of Chu Qianli's face and leaning closer, his voice cold as he inquired. Chu Qianli remained blissfully asleep, though her eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. It seems you were in a deep slumber. I suddenly recalled that among the colorful ginseng cultivated by the Zhanbao, there exists a variety that can stain. Once it touches the skin, the color remains enduring. Since you were presently asleep, I could. Chu Qianli abruptly opened her eyes, instinctively attempting to sit up. At that moment, Feng Xuandu was leaning in close, their faces mere inches apart, and thus, bang. Chu Qianli clutched her aching nose, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain. Acho, I merely used you as an analogy. You needn't retaliate in such a manner. Feng Xuandu raised a hand to his mask, having been forcefully bumped by Chu Qianli, and felt a slight sting at the tip of his nose. Yet, given the hardness of the mask, it was Chu Qianli who suffered more. Are you all right? Let me see. I am indeed not well, Chu Qianli replied softly, reclining back into the chair, her nose tinged red. In a muffled tone, she added, I suppose I shall require 2 cups of Ningbo wine to recover. Feng Xuandu, initially concerned, found himself momentarily speechless upon hearing her latter remark. No, there is no wine. Fragrant fruit tea will suffice. With a sigh, Chu Qianli grasped Feng Xuandu's sleeve, shaking it gently. Upon meeting her shimmering eyes, his heart raced. Why are you acting so coy? I'm still upset. I won't relent. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Qianli, cradling the fragrant fruit tea, wore an expression of utter satisfaction. Having quenched her thirst, she felt compelled to attend to her long-term source of sustenance and seating. Acho, I believe your face requires not only internal nourishment, but also external care. Here, I have a facial mask. Allow me to apply one for you. Absolutely not. He, a dignified figure of nobility, could never stoop to the frivolity of applying a face mask intended for women. Chu Qianli stretched languidly, forming a hand gesture that summoned a circle of spiritual energy, directly ensnaring Feng Xuandu. Don't run away. Face masks are truly marvelous. Such treasures must be shared among sisters. Let me go? Feng Xuandu protested, attempting to muster his mystical energy to escape, yet fearing that shattering the spiritual confinement would discomfort Chu Qianli. He could only voice his displeasure. I am about to get angry. Oh, do go ahead, Chu Qianli retorted, tugging at the spiritual energy that drew Feng Xuandu closer. Then pouncing upon him like a hungry tiger, forcefully pinning him onto the soft chair before deftly removing his mask. Do not move. At the entrance, Cambao rushed in, cradling a plump ginseng. The moment his little feet crossed the threshold, he felt the ground vanish beneath him. In the next instant, his eyes were covered. The Grand Elder, having foreseen the scene unfolding in the courtyard, swiftly seized Cambao and tucked him under his arm with practiced ease. Cambao, my dear, I just remembered something important in the ginseng field. Let us go take a look. Cambao, with his eyes covered, was bewildered. But I still want to show Mother whether this ginseng can be my little brother. I believe you are not far from having a brother. Chapter 119. Unattractive in appearance, yet beautiful at heart, the Su family prepared for the banquet for 10 days. While Chu Qianli diligently applied face masks to Feng Xuandu for the same duration. After 10 days, Cambao, feeling the smoothness of his own cheeks, resolved to seek out a fly to see if it could perform a split. Upon learning this news, the Grand Elder wept and fervently attempted to dissuade him. Ultimately, Shenbao settled for a compromise, seeking the assistance of a friend, a red-waisted venomous bee, to test his resolve. With the Grand Elder watching intently, the red-waisted venomous bee felt so weak that it could barely move. Witnessing this, Shenbao was filled with a sense of triumph, practically glowing with pride as if his tail were poised to touch the heavens. Inside the room, Chu Qianli delicately cradled Feng Xuandu's face, furrowing her brow in deep contemplation for quite some time before letting out a heavy sigh. The injuries upon his visage were the result of Phoenix's karmic fire. As long as the fire raged, the scars would remain impervious to any remedy. Feng Xuandu was acutely aware of this grim reality. Yet seeing Chu Qianli's disappointed expression stirred a playful spirit within him, prompting a glimmer of hope in his eyes. So, after all that application, did it yield any effect? Chu Qianli paused for a moment before responding. Compared to before, I cannot say it is entirely the same. I can only assert that there is no discernible difference. Feng Xuandu furrowed his brow, a cloud of despondency settling over him. It seems my face shall never heal. Observing the sorrow in Feng Xuandu's expression, Chu Qianli felt a pang of conscience stir within her, having been absent for far too long. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly find a way to heal you. It's all right, Qianli. I know your intentions are pure. How could I ever blame you? Cho, you truly possess an extraordinary understanding of others. Indeed. She was a cherished companion, possessing a beauty that transcended mere appearances. Should he remain unappealing, she vowed to forge for him the most exquisite and versatile mask in existence. In due time, adorned with this mask, he could don a different visage each day of the year, embodying every style that captivated the hearts of young gentlemen and ladies alike. Feng Xuandu suppressed the joy swelling within and nodded with restrained enthusiasm, acknowledging, "It is good that you know." At that moment, Cambao seized the opportunity to leap into Chu Qianli's embrace, exclaiming with exuberance, "Mother, Uncle Chu had a grand plaque crafted, and Uncle has invited us to hang it together." Chu Qianli nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us rise, Mother." Outside the Su residence, Su Jinji was pushing Su Yi, measuring the position of the estate's entrance. Newly painted, the gate exuded an imposing demeanor. Upon noticing Chu Qianli approaching, Su Jinji hurriedly called out, "Sister Qianli, come quickly. We have been awaiting your arrival." As she arrived, seeing her uncle and cousin's joyous expressions filled Chu Qianli with delight. Tian Shu and Tian Xian stood to the left and right, respectively, under the guidance of Chu Qianli and others, hoisting the heavy plaque into place. Sui, directing from below, adjusted it for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. "Qianli, it falls to you to unveil the red silk adorning this plaque." "Uncle, it should be your honor." "No, it must be you," Sui replied with a smile, his gaze imbued with calm and warmth. Su Jinji urged Chu Qianli forward, saying, "Sister, do hurry." With a chuckle, Chu Qianli ceased her reluctance, stepping forward to grasp the red silk and deftly tearing it away. In the next instant, she could not help but squint, taking a slight breath. The plaque read, "Guardian General of the Nation, Su Residence." The grand plaque, crafted from pure gold, was extraordinarily heavy, gleaming brilliantly as the sunlight illuminated it, radiating an aura of unparalleled opulence from every angle. The dazzling brilliance of the characters reflected light so intensely that it was almost blinding, particularly the two characters of Su Fu at the back, which made Chu Qianli squint for quite some time before he could discern them clearly. The entire plaque, under the sunlight's reflection, truly outshone the modern, multicolored neon signs. It exuded an air of sophistication, grandeur, and class, while also being quite glaring. Sui and Su Jingji wore stiff smiles on their faces. Upon the arrival of the plaque, they had intended for Qianli to be the first to unveil it. Thus they refrained from removing the red silk, which was indeed unexpected. What material could possibly produce such radiance? The Grand Elder, standing nearby, felt a twinge of regret. 10 days was far too rushed. Had there been more time, they could have adorned it with a circle of crystal diamonds, allowing it to shine brilliantly even under the moonlight. In this manner, it would sparkle with golden light by day and white light by night, regardless of the weather. With only 10 days, the best they could achieve was this zirconium gold creation, as zirconium was incredibly hard. The plaque before them was a product of his nightly toil at Tianxian Tower, forged meticulously with each strike. Chu Qianli observed quietly. This was quite splendid as it was. Thankfully, the urgency of time thwarted the Grand Elder's ambitions. Shortly after the plaque was hung, Xiao Junyi was the first to arrive, standing dazed at the entrance for quite a while, silently swallowing hard. His steps somewhat unsteady as he entered the gates. Just as he was about to seek out Su Jingji, a vibrant green vine ensnared his ankle, suddenly pulling him towards the corner of the wall. Help! Before long, guests who had received invitations to the Su family banquet began to arrive one after another. Their reactions were akin to that of Xiao Junyi, staring at the resplendent plaque in a state of stupor for quite some time before finally closing their mouths and striding towards the estate. One would presume that such opulence in the plaque would be mirrored within the Su family's residence. However, upon entering, they were greeted instead by a modest fence, entwined with a lush tangle of green vines, adorned with pink buds that were notably curious, for these buds, round and plump, did not open during the day. Inside the fence lay cultivated land, covered by an arched greenhouse and draped with gauze, obscuring the view of what was being grown. Deeper within, 2 plump white cranes strutted regally, their long legs gracefully traversing the ground. There was no need to inquire how they appeared so corpulent. The majority of their feathers had fallen away, revealing their rotund flesh in a rather evident manner. These must surely be the 2 cranes bestowed by the emperor. Observing the bare-feathered birds invoked thoughts of the rumored price paid by the Chu and Sun families. The onlookers discreetly averted their gazes from them. Having arrived safely at the entrance of the main hall, they exhaled a sigh of relief, yet before they could ascend the steps, a somewhat shrill voice pierced the air. "Your Highness," the voice declared, the emperor had intended to attend the Grand General's banquet in person. However, messengers from Sichuan and Beiliang have arrived unexpectedly in the capital, causing a delay. I have brought the tribute of fresh fruits and flowers from the south, which have yet to be unloaded from the docks, ensuring they are as fresh as possible. Upon hearing this, the officials exchanged knowing glances. Is that voice the chief eunuch, Gong Gao? No wonder there was no one from the Su family to welcome the guests. They were preoccupied with receiving the emperor's gifts. The emperor also instructed that I should carefully observe whether there are any deficiencies in the general's residence, and to have the Internal Affairs Department promptly rectify them. However, upon my inspection, I found the general's residence to be exquisite in every aspect. The items delivered by the Internal Affairs Department were so lacking in refinement that they would scarcely suffice as mere footstools for the princess. Hearing Gao Lin's flattering words, Chu Qianli couldn't help but smile gently. The emperor's thoughtful intentions were duly noted by Qianli, and since everything had already been adequately prepared, there was no need to trouble the Internal Affairs Department. Furthermore, with foreign envoys arriving, the emperor would undoubtedly be occupied with receptions, a considerable burden. Recently, a rare specimen of white jade snow ginseng had been acquired, which the eunuch would take back to brew tea for the emperor. Indeed, it is the princess's concern for the emperor that I shall certainly convey. White jade snow ginseng. The officials listening from outside were left dumbfounded. However, if flattery could yield such generous rewards, they too would gladly partake. Even in the absence of white jade snow ginseng, a few strands of ginseng would suffice.